I'm a bit late to the party, and I'm sick. Hey everyone, Matthew here. So, before we get into the intro for this monstrous compilation video, let me fill you all into what's been going on with the daily uploads. So, friend of the channel, Dusklight Radio, and I are doing a 30-day challenge, starting on the 15th of this month, and yeah, I know I'm late. He and I are going to attempt to upload every day on our respective channels. We're seeing how the algorithm responds to this type of consistency, and we are super f***ing pumped for how this goes. If you would like to support myself, my team, my collaborators, and all the channels under the Vidith22 umbrella, feel free to engage with this type of content. Liking, subscribing, commenting, all the YouTuber jazz. So YouTube will get the hint I'm working my ass off. Also, feel free to check out my Patreon or my YouTube memberships for early, ad-free access to my Vidith22 content, all for $1 a month. And you get your name at the end of the videos. Look at him! Look at him go! And little stickers by your name. Look at how cute! But I really hope you all enjoy the content coming up for the next month, and thank you for supporting my craft and what I do, and somehow making this my living. Anyway, today's video features 10 of my handpicked favorites that I've done on the channel in 2025. I hope you all enjoy the stories, and rest in peace to my editing program that had to export this f***ing beast of a file. With all that being said, have a happy holiday season, everybody. Be good people, and here's to a new year of scary stories. Now, let's delve into the dark together. Yeah, good idea, Matthew. Yeah, I agree. Bye. See y'all later. Bye. Part 1. The roar of the engine always makes me feel more alive. There's something about strapping yourself into a 4-engine beast, knowing you're about to fly headfirst into a swirling, screaming monster of a storm that gets the blood pumping. Most people think we hurricane hunters are crazy. Maybe we are, but someone's gotta be the one to fly headlong into the belly of the beast. I've been chasing storms since I could drive a stick. Grew up in the Panhandle where hurricanes are just part of life. Every summer it was a waiting game, watching the Gulf churn, knowing sooner or later something big would come roaring in. I'd be out there, too, in the thick of it. Probably with a beer in hand and some half-baked plan to ride it out. Typical Florida man stuff, I know, but we're all a little crazy down here. Maybe it's the heat. I joined the Navy as soon as I was old enough, served for over 20 years, ended my career with the rank of Lieutenant Commander, flying early warning reconnaissance missions over the Persian Gulf. After I left the Navy, I needed a new rush, something that made me feel the way those missions did. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration was hiring, and hurricane hunting was about as close as I could get to flying into the unknown again. It's not exactly the same, though. Storms don't fire missiles at you, but hell, the way this one's growing, maybe it'll be the first. The storm came out of nowhere, a tropical depression barely worth a second glance yesterday morning. By lunchtime, NOAA was calling us in, saying this thing had blown up into a Category 5 faster than anything they'd ever seen. No name yet, didn't even have time to slap one on before it started heading towards Tampa. I glanced over the controls in front of me, my hands moving automatically across the switches and dials. Thunderchild, our P3 Orion, is an old bird, but she's seen more storms than all of us combined. She's loud, she's rough around the edges, but she gets the job done. Just like me, I suppose. I run my fingers along the edge of the throttle, feeling the hum of her power vibrating up through my palm. This is home. I lean back in my seat, cracking my neck from side to side, bracing myself. There's a certain stillness right before you take off. Right before you commit to punching through the kind of storm that chews up fishing boats and spits out rooftops like confetti. That's the moment when you remind yourself just how thin the line is between brave and stupid.
All right, Jax,
comes a voice from the co-pilot's seat.
You good to go, or are you just gonna sit there and fondle the throttle all day?
That's Kat, short for Katrina. A fitting name for a hurricane hunter, though she'd probably slug me if I said that out loud. She's our navigator. Always sharp, always one step ahead of the storm. Her dark brunette hair is pulled back tight, like she means business, and she always does. I give her a grin.
Just savor in the moment, Kat. You know how it is. You Navy guys always gotta get so sentimental about everything,
she says, shaking her head. I shoot her a side eye.
Hey, at least I get to fly with the big boys. You were too busy getting your Civil Air Patrol wings pinned on by your grandma.
Kat doesn't miss a beat.
Better than being stuck on a ship praying to Neptune every night. Touché.
I shake my head, chuckling. Behind us, the plane creaks as Gonzo, our flight engineer, squeezes his way into the cockpit. If you ever need a guy who can duct tape a plane together mid-flight, Gonzo's your man. A native of Miami, he's built like a linebacker, all shoulders and arms, with a bushy mustache that twitches when he's concentrating. The guy has more certifications than I have bad habits. He slaps a hand on the back of my seat and leans forward between Kat and me. All systems good to go, Kat. He grunts, his voice like gravel. Engines look solid, fuel's topped off. If she falls apart, it won't be my fault.
That's why we keep you around, Gonzo,
I say, flashing him a grin.
To remind us whose fault it is.
Yeah, he mutters, squeezing himself back out of the cockpit, mumbling something about flyboys always blaming the wrench turners when things go sideways. Kat doesn't look up from her charts, but I can see the smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. A quiet voice crackles through my headset.
Hey guys, I've double-checked the radar. It doesn't make sense. It looks like the eye just grew another 20 miles in the last half hour. We're flying into something big.
That's Sammy, our meteorologist. She's the youngest of the crew, fresh out of FSU with her master's and eager to prove herself. Sam's always got her nose in one of her monitors, pushing her glasses up, her freckled nose every few minutes. She may be green, but she has a good head on her shoulders. Her corner of the plane is a digital fortress. Screens, computers, and enough data feeds to give you a migraine. I can hear the nerves creeping in. I don't blame her. The numbers coming through don't make any damn sense.
20 miles in 30 minutes.
Kat repeats, looking over at me.
That's not possible. Yeah, we'll tell that to the storm,
Sammy says, her voice a low hum over the static. I don't like that. Hurricanes have patterns. They may be destructive, but they're predictable, at least in some ways. This thing, it's like it's playing a different game. We don't know the rules.
Well, we're not getting any answers sitting on the runway,
I say, reaching up to flip the last couple of switches. The engines roar louder, and I feel Thunderchild vibrate beneath me, like a racehorse at the gate. The wheels of the plane rumble beneath us as we taxi toward the runway, her engines spooling up with that deep, gut-rattling growl. Out the windshield, the sky is already starting to bruise, a purplish haze hanging low over the horizon, like the storm has sent an advance warning. Winds are kicking up little clouds of dust across the tarmac, swirling like tiny previews of the chaos we're about to dive into. Kat shoots me a glance.
You ever get tired of this, Jax?
Nah, I say, grinning.
What else would I do? Retire? Play golf?
She doesn't respond, just gives a half smile as her blue eyes flicker back to the controls. Most people think we're just a bunch of adrenaline junkies with a death wish, but that's only half true. They don't understand what we're really doing up here. It's not about getting the thrill of a lifetime, it's about saving lives. The data we collect, it's not just numbers. These missions are essential for tracking and predicting the behavior of hurricanes. It's the difference between a mass evacuation and a body count in the hundreds.
MacDill Tower, this is NOAA 43, ready for departure,
I say into the headset.
NOAA 43, MacDill Tower complies, you're cleared for takeoff. Happy hunting, Storm Riders.
The voice from the tower crackles in response. Before the real fun starts, there's one thing I always do. Call it a superstition or a ritual, but I'm not about to break tradition now. With one hand still steady on the yoke, I reach into the pocket of my flight suit with the other, fishing out my phone. A couple of taps later, and the opening riff of Rock You Like a Hurricane by Scorpions blasts through the cockpit speakers. Kat glances over at me, her eyes rolling.
Really? Again? Every time, baby,
I replied playfully.
You know the rules. No rock, no roll. One of these days you're gonna piss off the storm gods with that song. Hasn't happened yet.
I push the throttles forward, and the familiar, deafening roar fills the cockpit. As the plane races down the runway, the world outside blurs, a streak of tarmac and dust disappearing under the wings, her weight pressing me back into my seat. As soon as the wheels leave the ground, the familiar weightlessness hits, just for a second, like stepping off the edge of a cliff. Thunderchild surges into the sky, and Tampa starts shrinking beneath us, the city quickly becoming a sprawling patchwork of highways, buildings, and the bay. The Gulf stretches out to the west, a dark, endless expanse, the edges blurring into the storm like ink soaking into paper. Already, the clouds ahead are twisting in on themselves, building towers of black that scrape at the heavens. The storm doesn't look so bad from a distance, just a ripple in the sky. The roar of the engines fade to a low hum as we climbed higher, pushing through layers of cloud. I ease off the throttle just a touch, settling into a steady ascent. We level out at cruising altitude. Outside, the sky is the kind of dark that makes it hard to tell where the ocean ends and the storm begins. I flip a switch on the console, activating the external cameras mounted on Thunderchild's fuselage, their lenses already pointed into the heart of the storm. Might as well give the good folks at the Weather Channel some cool footage. After about an hour of flying, the air grows thick, heavy with the scent of ooze and something else I can't quite place. A metallic tang that makes my skin crawl. I check the instruments, altitude, speed, pressure, all normal, but the hair standing up on the back of my neck screams something's wrong. Kat has her eyes glued to the radar, frowning as the green blips on the screen swirl in a way they shouldn't.
The eye's growing,
she says, her voice calm but tight.
Another 15 miles. That's impossible. No storm grows this fast.
Sammy's voice comes through the comms from her data corner in the back.
I'm seeing it too, Captain. The wind speeds are spiking in ways I've never seen before. Gusts hitting 200 knots in bursts, but it's like they're localized.
Localized? I repeat, glancing at Kat. She just shakes her head, clearly as stumped as I am.
Yeah.
Sam replies, her voice dropping a notch.
Like something's controlling them.
I open my mouth to respond, but stop. The clouds ahead are shifting. No, parting. They move with a strange, deliberate grace, like something's pulling them aside, revealing the eye of the storm in the distance. It isn't the typical calm center I've seen dozens of times before. The eye is massive, easily twice the size it should be, maybe more. But what really twists my gut is the color. It isn't the usual pale blue or eerie gray. It's black. Not the kind of black you see at night or in a blackout. This is deeper, like staring into the void, like something is swallowing the light and bending the sky around it. My stomach lurches. I shake my head, forcing myself to snap out of it. Now isn't the time to let some optical illusion mess with my head.
All right, storm chasers,
I say, my voice steadier than I feel.
Let's do what we came here to do. Gonzo, prep the drop sons. Kat, get us a stable flight path through the eye wall. Roger that, Cap.
Gonzo calls through the comms, already moving to prep the drop zones. Those little cylindrical probes are the bread and butter of our mission. The things that give us the real-time data on pressure, temperature, wind speed, all the stuff that makes up the heart of a storm. We'll drop them from the plane into the beast below, and they'll send back their readings as they descend through the storm. I bank the aircraft slightly, adjusting our approach to the eye. Even from this distance, the clouds feel like they're watching us, swirling in tighter, darker spirals, with streaks of lightning flashing in the distance. That weird metallic taste in the air hasn't gone away. If anything, it's getting stronger, clawing its way to the back of my throat. Kat's voice cuts through the silence, calm but with an edge.
Adjusting course to 015. This thing's unstable, but we'll punch through the eye wall right about there.
Her fingers trace the radar screen, plotting a course with the precision of a surgeon.
Copy that,
I mutter, my grip tightening on the yoke as we line up our approach. The plane jolts slightly as the first gusts hit us, like teasers compared to what's coming.
You're up, Gonzo. Are we really doing this?
Kat asks, her eyes fixed on the swirling abyss ahead.
We don't really have a choice, Kat.
I say.
You know what's at stake. Their lives depending on us getting this data back. We turn around now and we're leaving people in the dark.
She glances at me, her expression serious, but she doesn't argue.
Yeah, you're right,
she finally says.
Let's get this done.
I flick on the comms.
Gonzo, drop zones ready?
Locked and loaded, Cap.
He grumbles, sounding like he was bracing himself for impact. Good, I say, adjusting our course slightly. Launch them.
All right, we're on.
Gonzo announces.
First sound away in 5, 4, 3.
I heard the faint clunk as the drop chute deploys, sending the first probe tumbling into the eye of the storm. For a few moments, everything is routine. The sonde transmits data as it falls, its signal showing up on the screen next to me. The numbers tick up. Pressure, wind speed, temp, everything normal. Until they aren't.
Guys?
Sam's voice is high-pitched, shaky.
I'm getting some really weird numbers over here.
What kind of weird? I ask, my eyes scanning the instruments. The plane shudders again, this time more violently as we hit another pocket of turbulence.
The temperature just dropped 20 degrees in 5 seconds.
Sam's voice is taut with confusion.
It's not normal, Captain. We're talking about a shift that would freeze a surface in minutes. And the pressure's spiking, then plummeting. Like it's bouncing between 2 different storms. 2 storms.
Cat shoots me a look.
We're in the middle of one of the biggest cyclones on record. There's no way there's another one out here. Look at this.
Sam's voice cracks with nervous laughter.
Gusts of 240 knots, but only in specific pockets. Like the wind's being funneled.
I don't like this. Not one bit.
All right, keep dropping the sondes,
I say, forcing calm into my voice.
We need more data. Maybe we're just seeing some freak anomaly.
The second drop zone tumbles into the abyss. And that's when everything started going haywire. The moment it leaves the chute, the plane lurches hard to the right, like an invisible hand has slapped us from the side. The controls buck in my hands, and I grit my teeth, forcing Thunderchild back into line. The turbulence hits like a freight train, throwing us around like we're a toy plane in a kid's hand. Then, the instruments go berserk. It begins with a slight flicker, just a twitch in the altimeter, a little blip in the airspeed indicator. At first, I think it's the turbulence playing games with the sensors, but then the twitch turns into a spasm. Every gauge on the dash starts to jump around like they're possessed. Altitude, 25,000 feet 1 second, 10,000 the next. Airspeed, I can't decide if we're cruising at 250 knots or hurtling through the sky at 600. The compass spins slowly, like it's searching for north, but can't remember where it left it. The yoke jerks under my hands, and the plane groans, metal protesting against forces it isn't built to handle. I wrestle with the controls, muscles burning, as the storm seems to close in around us. But it isn't just the turbulence. It's something else. A pull, like gravity flipped its switch, and is dragging us sideways into the belly of the beast. I can feel it in my gut. That sickening sensation you get when you're falling too fast. Except, we aren't dropping. Not really. It's more like we're being sucked in, like the storm is a living thing and decided where its next meal.
Cat, what's our heading?
I shout out over the blaring alarms.
Fuck if I know.
She snaps back.
Everything's gone nuts. Cap, we're losing control.
Gonzo's voice crackles through the comms.
Engines are at full throttle, but we're still being sucked in. Shit.
I swear under my breath, slamming a fist onto the console. The alarms are a cacophony of shrill beeps and wails, each one screaming a different kind of trouble. I grab the radio mic, knuckles white.
Mayday, Mayday. This is NOAA 43, call sign Thundercat, experiencing severe instrumental failure and loss of control. Position unknown, altitude unknown. Does anyone copy?
Static.
MacDill Tower, do you read? Repeat. This is NOAA 43, declaring an emergency. Over.
For a heartbeat, there's nothing but the hiss of dead air. Then, a sound oozes through the static. A low, guttural moan that resonates deep in my bones. It isn't any interference I've ever heard. It's alive. A chorus of distorted whispers layered beneath a deep, resonant howl, like 1,000 voices speaking in unison just beyond the edge of comprehension. Beneath it, I think I hear something else. A faint echo of laughter, distorted and twisted.
What the hell is that?
Cat's eyes are wide, pupils dilated against the dim glow of flickering instrument panels. The yoke vibrates under my grip, the controls sluggish as if wading through molasses. Gonzo's voice comes over the intercom, strained and barely audible.
Cap, we've lost hydraulics. Backup systems aren't responding. Keep trying.
I bark back, fighting the urge to panic. Kat is frantically tapping on her touchscreen, trying to bring up any navigational data.
Everything's offline,
She says, her voice a thin thread.
GPS, compass, radar, it's all gone. Switch to manual backups.
I order, though deep down I know it won't help. The plane shudders again, a violent lurch that throws us against our restraints.
Just hang on.
I shout, wrestling with the yoke. The nose dips sharply. The instant we cross into the eye wall, it feels like the world folds in on itself. 1 second the storm is raging, pelting the outside of the cockpit windows with sheets of rain and wind battering us from every angle. The next, it's quiet. Eerily quiet. The storm outside disappears, swallowed by the blackness that stretches out in every direction. A void so complete, it feels like I've gone blind. The only thing anchoring me to reality is the dim glow of the cockpit lights, flickering weakly as if struggling to stay alive.
We're not moving,
Kat says, her voice barely more than a whisper now. I glance at the speed indicator. 0 knots. We're hovering, suspended in midair, with nothing below us, nothing above us. Just hanging in the void, like a bug trapped in amber. And then, the weirdest sensation hits me. Time stretches. It's the only way I can describe it. Everything slows down. Kat's breathing, the faint flicker of lights on the dash, even the low hum of the engines. It feels like minutes pass in the span of a single breath. Like we're stuck in a loop where nothing moves forward. I check the clock on the dash. 14:36. Then, the clock rolls backward to 14:34.
What the...
I mutter under my breath. I look over at Kat, expecting her to crack some sarcastic remark, but her face is a mask of confusion. She opens her mouth to speak, but the words come out backwards, like someone had hit the reverse button on her voice.
In the past, no.
Then, just as suddenly as it starts, everything snaps back to normal. Time lurches forward, catching up all at once. The clock jumps to 4:38. Kat lets out a gasp, her hand flying on her chest like she's just been pulled out of deep water.
That wasn't just me, right?
No, I say, shaking my head.
It wasn't just you.
I grab the mic, toggling the switch.
Sammy, Gonzo, you there? What's your status?
Static buzzes back at me, a high-pitched whine cutting through the white noise. I tap the headset, hoping it's just a glitch.
Sammy, Gonzo, you copy?
Nothing. I glance over at Kat. Her face is pale, her dark blue eyes wide as they dart from the flickering gauges to me. She doesn't say anything, but I could tell she felt it too. The creeping dread that something was way, way off.
I'll check on him,
I say, unbuckling my harness. Take over for a minute.
Sure you want me to leave me alone with your baby?
She tries to joke, but her voice is strained, almost shaking. Yeah, you'll be fine, I say, forcing a smile. Just don't break her while I'm gone. The moment I stand, the weightlessness hits me again. It's subtle, like the gravity is lighter back here, or the plane herself isn't fully grounded in reality anymore. I shove open the cockpit door. I have to steady myself on the upperhead compartment before stepping into the narrow corridor that leads to the back of the plane. I move down the tight passage, the dim red emergency lights casting long shadows that dance across the walls with every slight shudder of the plane. The deeper I go, the more the familiar hum of Thundercat feels distant, like the noise is coming through a wall of water, muffled and distorted. The corridor ahead seems to stretch longer than it should. It isn't more than 30 feet from the cockpit to the operations bay where Sammy and Gonzo are, but as I walk, the distance keeps growing. The further I go, the narrower the hall becomes, the walls almost closing in. My hand brushes against the metal wall, but it isn't cool to the touch like it should be. It's warm, clammy, like the skin of something living. I reach the bulkhead door that leads to the operations bay, or at least I think I did. The label above it reads Operations, but the letters are jumbled, backwards, upside down, like some kind of twisted anagram. I blink hard, rubbing my eyes. Just fatigue, I tell myself. I reach for the handle, but the moment my fingers wrap around the cold steel, the door ripples. Like actual ripples. Waves spreading outward from where I touched it, distorting the surface like the metal has turned to liquid. I yanked my hand back, stumbling a step, my heart hammering against my ribs. Jesus, I mutter under my breath, taking a second to steady myself. Get a grip, Jax. I grab the handle again, this time ignoring the way it seems to pulse under my grip, and pull the door open. The moment it swings wide, I'm hit by a wave of cold air. I mean, freezing. It's like stepping into a walk-in freezer, and it knocks the breath out of me. The temperature drop is instant, sharp, like it's been waiting on the other side of that door. My breath puffs out in front of me in little clouds, swirling and hanging in the still air longer than it should. I step into the operations bay, and the first thing I notice, besides the bone-chilling cold, is the eerie silence. It's as if all the usual background hums and rattles of the plane have been swallowed up, leaving only the faint sound of my own breathing. But the real kicker is Gonzo and Sammy. They're glitched. I don't know how else to describe it. 1 second they're there, solid, standing at their stations. The next, they blink out of existence, like someone is flipping a switch on and off. Gonzo is halfway through running some kind of diagnostic on the drop zone system, but his hand keeps phasing through the control panel like it isn't even there. Sammy is staring at her screens, her brow furrowed, but her entire body flickered like an old TV signal, half translucent, half present. I blink hard, thinking maybe it's a trick of the light or the cold messing with my head, but it isn't. It's real. Too real. Sammy. Gonzo. My voice sounds small, too small for the dead quiet pressing in on us. No response. I edge closer to Sammy. I reach out, my hand shaking just a bit, and touch her shoulder. My fingers pass straight through her. I yanked my hand back like I've touched a live wire. I noticed the temperature beginning to rise, fast, too fast. The frost on the floor melts in seconds, turning into small puddles of water that trickle toward the back of the plane. The warm air rushes in, filling my mouth and nose with what tastes like copper dust. And then, just like that, Sammy and Gonzo are back, solid, still pale and motionless, but no more glitching, no more flickering, just there. Gonzo. I try again, my voice steadier this time. He blinks slowly, like he's waking up from a deep sleep. He looks at me, then down at his hands, flexing his fingers like he's making sure they're real. Cap, he utters, what just happened? I'm about to answer when Sam gasps, loud and sharp, like she's just been pulled out of water. Her head snaps up, her eyes wide and wild, darting around the cabin. Her chest heaves as she sucks in air, her whole body shaking like she's just run a marathon. Sammy, are you okay? I ask, moving toward her. But before I could get close, she lets out a strangled cry. Her hands flying to her sides, gripping the armrest of her chair with white-knuckled intensity. She's sinking. Her seat, no, the floor beneath her, starts to warp, the metal bending and rippling like it's turning into liquid. Sammy's legs are already halfway into the deck, her boots disappearing into the floor like she's being swallowed by quicksand.
Captain!
She screams.
Help!
I lunge forward, grabbing her arms, trying to pull her free. My boots slip on the wet deck as I yank with everything I have, but it's like she's stuck in concrete. No matter how hard I pull, she keeps sinking, inch by inch, the metal rippling around her like water.
Hold on, Sammy.
I grit my teeth. I glance back at Gonzo, who's just standing there, wide-eyed in terror.
Gonzo, get your ass over here and give me a hand!
Gonzo snaps out of his daze the second I shout his name, and he rushes forward. His boots pound against the slick deck as he slides in next to me, his big hands wrapping around Sammy's arms. He gives me a quick nod, and we pull together. On 3, I growl, bracing myself. 1, 2, 3. We pull as hard as we can, as Sammy's screams cut through the low hum of the plane, sharp and raw. She's waist-deep now, and the metal around her legs shimmers like a black, oily liquid. Gonzo and I lean back, using every ounce of strength we have left, but it feels like trying to pull a tree out of the ground with bare hands. Sammy's face turns white, her eyes wide with terror as she claws the air, desperately trying to grip onto anything. The fear in her voice rattles me.
I don't want to die,
she sobs.
You're not dying on my watch.
I growl through clenched teeth. Then, just as her torso starts to disappear, there's a loud pop, like the sound of air being released from a vacuum. Sammy jerks upward, and Gonzo and I stumble backward, nearly falling over as she comes free from the deck with a sickening squelch. We crash into the bulkhead, Sammy landing on top of us, panting and shivering, her whole body trembling. I glance down to the floor, expecting to see the warped metal still trying to pull us in, but it's solid again, like nothing ever happened.
I got you, kid,
I assure her.
Cat, what's your status up there?
I grunt, still catching my breath. Sammy is huddled against the wall, her body shaking, tears streaking down her face.
Jax, you need to get back here, now.
Cat's voice crackled over the comm, shaky but insistent.
You too good?
I ask. Sam gives me a weak nod, though her eyes are still wide with shock. Gonzo doesn't say anything, just grumbled, rubbing a hand across his face like he's trying to wipe away whatever the hell just happened.
Stay with her,
I tell her, getting to my feet. I'll be right back. When I shove the cockpit door open, I see Kat hunched over the controls, her face pale, her dark hair falling loose from the tight bun she had earlier. She doesn't even look up when I come in, just motions toward the windshield. I follow her gaze, and that's when I see it. There, in the middle of the inky black sky, is a lightning bolt. Except, it's just hanging there, frozen. A jagged line of pure white, cutting through the void. It doesn't flicker or flash. It's like a photo, taken mid-strike. The air around it shimmers, pulsing slightly, and the hairs on my arms stand up, like I'm too close to something electric. Cat, I utter, not taking my eyes off the thing. Are we moving? Her fingers tap useless buttons on the control panel. Not by choice, she says. Engines are still dead. I grip the yoke. Not that it does any good. Any ideas? Can we override the system? Get some manual control? I'm rerouting power where I can, but electromagnetic interface is off the charts. It's scrambling everything, she says, her voice shaky. We're being pulled toward it, like some invisible current has hooked the plane. All right, enough of this Twilight Zone bullshit, I snap, grabbing the intercom mic. Gonzo, I need you to run a full diagnostic on Thunderchild. Whatever's going on, we need our bird back in working order. Think you can work your magic? His voice crackles back full of frustration.
Cap, I've been trying. Systems are going insane down here. It's like she's got a mind of her own. We'll convince her to cooperate,
I say.
I don't know what's going on, but I'd rather not be sitting ducks.
Kat and I try everything, from running power from the backup systems to doing a hard reboot of the entire plane. Nothing works. So, for the next hour, we do the only thing we can. Observe the anomaly, and try to figure out what the hell we're dealing with. Every time I check the instruments, they're still flickering, the compass still spinning like a drunk on a merry-go-round. The altimeter is useless, and our speed readouts keep jumping between 150 knots and 0. I stand up, stretching my legs and cracking my knuckles, and head toward the back. Sammy is still sitting there, white as a ghost, eyes fixed on her screen. The glitching has stopped, thankfully, but she hasn't said much since we pulled her out of the floor.
Sammy,
I call as I step into the operations bay. She doesn't look up.
Sammy,
Finally, she blinks, her head snapping up like she just realized I'm there. Yeah, Captain. I sit down across from her, giving her a second to collect herself. I need your opinion, I say, my voice steady. What are we looking at here? She swallows hard, glancing back at her screens, then at me. Honestly, I don't know. It's like nothing I've ever studied. I mean, a lightning bolt doesn't just freeze in midair, and it definitely doesn't pull a plane toward it. I nod, waiting for her to continue. And the wind patterns, the temperature drops, the pressure spikes. It's like we're in the middle of some kind of rift. A rift? I raise an eyebrow. Like a tear. Sammy nods, her fingers trembling slightly as she types something into her console. Most of the displays are blank, flickering in and out like they can't decide whether to give up or hold on. The only screen still showing any data is the one linked to the drop zones. Even that's glitching. Numbers jumping around, freezing, and then rebooting. Look at this. She points to one of her screens. The data from the drop zones we launched before everything went bonkers. It's all over the place. But there's one consistent thing. Everything around us is bending. Gravity, time, electromagnetic fields, they're all being warped, stretched like taffy. I frown. You're saying we're flying towards some kind of tear in the fabric of the universe? She shrugs, pushing up her round rim glasses. I don't know how else to explain it. I lean back in my seat, letting that sink in. A tear in the universe. It sounds insane. But then again, nothing about today has been normal. I'm mulling over Sam's words when a low rumble vibrates to the floor. For a split second, I think we're about to hit another turbulence pocket. But then I hear a soft, familiar hum building beneath the noise. The engines. I'm on my feet and moving toward the cockpit before my brain even fully registers what's happening. Kat, tell me you're seeing what I'm hearing. She spins in her seat, her expression somewhere between disbelief and relief. Engines are spooling back up, Jax. I don't know how, but we're getting power back. I grab the yoke, feeling the weight of it in my hands again. There's still resistance, like something's dragging us, but it's lighter now. Come on, Thunderchild. I mutter under my breath. Don't let me down now. The controls slowly start to respond, the dials flickering to life, though they're still twitchy, like the plane's waking up from a bad dream. I glance over at Kat. She's tapping away at the navigation console, eyes darting across the flickering radar. We've got partial control, she says, her voice edging with hope. Not full power, but the instruments are stabilizing. Altimeter's reading 18,000 feet. Airspeed's climbing. 200 knots. Compass is still scrambled, but we're getting somewhere. I flick the intercom switch. Gonzo, what the hell did you do? Because whatever it was, I owe you a beer. His voice crackles through the speaker, loud and triumphant. Just give her a little love, Cap. Had to reroute some systems, bypass a couple of fried circuits, but we're back in business. For now, at least. For now wasn't exactly comforting, but I'll take it. We've been drifting in this bizarre limbo for hours, and any progress feels like a godsend. Good work, Gonzo. Let's hope she holds. I say, gripping the yoke tighter. I look over at Kat, who's scanning the radar with a sharp focus. Can we steer clear of that, whatever the hell that thing is? She shakes her head, biting her lip. It's still pulling us in. I'm giving her everything we've got, but it's like we're caught in a current. We can steer a bit, but we're still moving toward it. I exhale through my nose, staring out the windshield of the frozen lightning bolt, still hanging there like some kind of cosmic harpoon. The weird shimmer around it pulses, and for a second, I swear I see something moving inside it. Not a plane, not a bird, but something. A shadow. A shape. Part 2. I yank the yoke hard to the left, trying to pull Thunderchild off course. She groans, metal straining, but the invisible force yanks us back. Every adjustment feels like swimming against a rip current. Futile. Gonzo, reroute everything to the engines, I bark, shoving the throttle forward. The engines scream, the plane surges, but the pull only grows stronger. Gonzo's voice crackles to the intercom. Cap, we're maxed out. There's nothing left to push. I slam the controls, frustration bubbling over. The plane bucks violently, alarms screaming. We drop fast, 10,000 feet. 9,500.
Deploy the flaps!
I shout.
They're locked.
Cat snaps, slamming switches. I pull the emergency override. The drag chute deploys with a bone-rattling jolt, slowing us just enough to stop the freefall. But we're being sucked in. The bolt looms ahead, like the universe itself is splitting open, and something ancient is waiting inside. Great. Just great. I glance at Kat, trying to keep my cool.
All right, let's just make sure that we're ready for whatever happens when we, cross over.
Kat nods, lips pressed tight. She doesn't say anything, but the look in her eyes tell me everything. She's scared. We all are. I flick the intercom switch.
Gonzo, Sammy, strap in. We're about to hit something.
There's a brief pause, then Gonzo grunts.
Got it. We're strapped in, ready as we'll ever be.
The plane shudders, and the hum of the engines deepens. I glance at the dials. They're still flickering, but the altimeter is holding steady now. 18,000 feet. Airspeed, 210 knots, and climbing, despite the fact that I'm barely touching the throttle. The pull is stronger now, like we're on a leash being yanked toward that frozen lightning bolt.
We're almost there.
Cat whispers. I swallow hard, nodding.
Hold on to something.
I send out one last distress call, just in case anyone's listening.
Mayday! Mayday! Thundercat to anyone out there. We're, approaching some kind of rift. System's compromised, crew's alive, but we're in the middle of something that doesn't make any sense. If you hear this, send help. Or don't. Not sure it matters anymore.
Silence. The usual. I flick the intercom.
All right, folks. Time to ride the lightning. Literally.
I try for a half grin, but it dies on my face. No one's in the mood for humor. I kill the mic and exhale, gripping the yoke tight. The hum of the engines turns into a roar as the shimmer engulfs us. The world outside the windshield distorts, warping and stretching like we're being funneled into a tunnel of black and white. The second we cross into the rift, it feels like my entire body is being pulled apart at the seams. Not the way you'd think, though. It's not painful, exactly. It's like I'm being ripped apart and smashed back together at the same time. Every part of me stretched, pulled thin like dough, then compressed into a space that shouldn't exist. My bones rattle inside my skin, organs twisting, blood racing in the wrong direction. My vision splinters into 1,000 shards of light and darkness, swirling, mixing, until I can't tell which way is up or down. It feels like time itself is trying to grind me into dust, like I'm being shredded into tiny, invisible pieces. For a second, a heartbeat, maybe. I'm nothing. No sound, no light, no feeling. Just a void. Whatever I used to be. Then, it all slams back together. Hard. I gasp, sucking in air like I've been drowning for hours. The controls beneath my hands snap back into focus, solid and real, but they don't feel right. My fingers tremble on the yoke, and for a second, I wonder if they're even mine. My chest heaves as I try to get my bearings, the world around me spinning like a carnival ride from hell. Sweat pours down my face, stinging my eyes, and my throat burns with a coppery taste of blood. Did I bite my tongue? Or is that something else?
Cat?
I croak out, my voice rough and rasping, like I haven't spoken in days.
You there?
There's a groan from beside me, and Kat shifts in her seat, blinking slowly, her face pale but focused. She looked like she's just been through a blender, but she's alive. That's something.
Yeah.
She mutters, wiping a trickle of blood from her nose.
Still here. Barely. You? Yeah, same.
I tell her. I look out the windshield. We're not where we were, but also not where we want to be. Not even close. The sky, or whatever passes for a sky here, is a sickly, swirling mess of color that shouldn't exist. Purples, greens, and reds, all twisting together like oil on water, casting eerie shadows that flicker and pulse with every heartbeat. The clouds move in strange, stuttering jerks, like they're glitching in and out of existence. Lightning cracks through the sky in slow motion, snaking lazily from horizon to horizon. I flick the intercom.
Gonzo, Sammy, you guys still with us?
There's a moment of static before Gonzo's voice cuts in.
Yeah, Cap, I'm here. Not gonna lie, felt like the worst roller coaster of my life, but I'm in one piece. I'm here too,
Sammy says, though she sounds like she's on the verge of hyperventilating.
Is it over? Did we make it?
I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself.
We made it through. Not sure to what, though.
Thunderchild groans beneath me, the metal creaking and shuddering like she's about to come apart at the rivets. The instruments flicker again, but this time it's different. They're alive. No more twitching or spinning out of control. They're locked, steady, but the readings are impossible. But it's not just that. There's something else. Something I can't shake. A presence, like the whole damn place is watching us.
Cat,
I mutter.
get the radar up. Let's see if we can make sense of where we just landed.
She's already on it, hands moving fast across the console, tapping buttons and flipping switches, like it's second nature. The radar flicks to life, but even that seems to struggle, like it's trying to keep up with whatever hellscape we've wandered into. The screen is an absolute mess of blips, lines, and smears. Nothing's where it should be.
What the...
Cat breathes, staring at the screen. The usual neat green lines that outline terrain and weather have turned into a chaotic, writhing mass of movement, with objects blurring in and out of radar like they're alive, pulsing. There's movement, lots of it, swirling just below us. It's erratic at first glance, but the longer I watch, the more I see the rhythm in the madness. Whatever is down there, it's not just aimlessly wandering. There's intention, and it's not small either. These blips are big, whatever they are, and they're moving in huge, sweeping arcs.
Wait a sec. Look here.
I say, pointing to a section of the screen.
That's not just random.
Cat squints, following my finger.
You're right. It's moving. Almost like it's circling.
I flick the intercom switch again.
Gonzo, I need you to prep another drop zone. I want to know what's down there.
There's a pause, followed by the crackle of his voice, lower and more cautious than usual.
You sure, Cap? After what happened last time? Yeah, I'm sure. Whatever's down there, we need data on it. Launch it when ready. Roger that. Give me a second.
A few moments later, Gonzo's voice comes back over the comms.
Song's locked and loaded, Cap. Drop it in 3, 2, 1.
I hear the faint clunk as the songs deploys, the small cylindrical probe tumbling down toward the writhing mass below. For a moment, everything is still, just the low hum of Thunderchild's engines. Sammy's voice crackles through the intercom.
I'm getting the initial readings. It's freaky.
I stiffen in my seat.
What are you seeing, Sammy? The temperature's dropping fast. I'm talking about a 50-degree drop in under a minute. And the pressure, it's all over the place. Spiking and plummeting like we're looking at multiple systems stacked on top of each other. That's impossible.
I utter. Sammy continues, her voice wavering just a little.
The wind speeds are off the charts. Over 300 knots in some areas. But it's weird, Captain. The winds are consistent. They're concentrated. Almost like tunnels of air being funneled in specific directions. Funneling towards what?
I ask.
I don't know. There's something else, though.
Sammy hesitates.
The electromagnetic field it's fluctuating. It's pulsing, like something's manipulating it. Activate the camera on the sonde.
I say.
Let's see what we're dealing with.
A few seconds pass, and then Sammy's voice comes back, laced with nervous energy.
Camera's live. Sending the feed to your display now.
The small monitor in front of me flickers to life, showing a grainy, grayish image as the drop sonde makes its controlled descent. At first, it's just clouds, thick and swirling, the kind of turbulence I'd expect from being in the middle of a storm like this. but as it drops lower, the view clears, and something strange comes into focus. At first, it's hard to tell what I'm looking at. Just dark shapes drifting in and out of the clouds, swirling and tumbling through the sky like pieces of scrap caught in a whirlwind. But then, I start to recognize them. There, drifting through the storm, are the twisted remains of ships and planes. Not just a few, but hundreds, maybe more. Hulking, rusted metal carcasses, their hulls bent and broken, torn apart like they've been through a meat grinder. Some are half submerged in the swirling clouds, others suspended in the air like they're caught in some kind of invisible net. An old B-17 bomber drifts past, its fuselage torn open like a gutted fish, the star emblem faded and warped. Not far behind it, a modern container ship tilts at a strange angle, half its hull missing, jagged metal twisted and scorched like it had been ripped apart midair. And below that, even more. Submarines, airliners, what looks like the shattered remains of an oil rig. The camera pans slightly, revealing shapes that don't fit any design I've ever seen. One looks like a massive chunk of metal, but it's not rusted or corroded like the other wrecks. It gleams in the low light, almost organic in its construction. Sleek, curving lines that twist into each other in ways that don't make any damn sense. It's like something took the basic concept of a spacecraft and decided to turn it into a piece of abstract art. There's a jagged tear down the middle of it, blackened edges suggesting some kind of expansion. There are no markings, no identifiable features that suggest this thing came from Earth. The camera catches a glimpse through the breach, and there, scattered inside the wreckage, are bodies. Not human. They're splayed out, limp, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The skin, or whatever passes for it, is a dull grayish blue, almost translucent with patches of what look like charred scales. Their eyes, or what their eyes should be, are hollow sockets, and their faces are elongated, skull-like, as if they'd been stretched out in agony. The alien bodies float inside the wreck, motionless, some half-crushed under debris. That's when I see them. At first, it's just a flicker, a shape darting between the wrecks, too fast for me to make out. Then there's another, and soon they're swarming. Spindly creatures, part organic, part machine. They move in quick, jerky bursts, crawling over the remains of ships and planes with a kind of insect-like precision. Long, thin limbs ending in sharp, claw-like appendages rip into the metal, tearing the wrecks apart like they're peeling an orange. Their bodies are a patchwork of slick, organic tissue and cold, metallic plating, with glowing eyes that dart around, scanning their surroundings. Some crawl along the hulls of the broken ship, others leap from wreck to wreck, tearing chunks off like they're scavenging for parts. I watch one of them land on what looks like the remains of an F-4 Phantom II. It's thin, its body twisting unnaturally, almost serpentine, as it digs its claws into the metal, ripping a large panel free with ease. Another one joins in, this one smaller, with more machine than flesh. Its lower half, a tangle of robotic limbs that click and hiss as it moves. Together, they dismantle the wreck, piece by piece, working with ruthless efficiency. They're eerily coordinated, too, like a swarm of insects that knows exactly where to move and what to take. Just then, one of the gangly bastards looks up, directly into the Son's camera. It freezes for a second, its glowing eyes narrowing in what almost seems like curiosity. Then, with a burst of speed, it launches itself toward the Sont. Shit! I hiss, gripping the edge of the console. The Scavenger's claws shoot out, snagging the parachute attached to the Sont. The camera jolts as it jerks to a stop. the chute flapping wildly. The thing clings to the fabric for a moment, pulling itself closer. The Scavenger moves with terrifying speed, pulling itself along the parachute's strings like a spider scaling its web. Its long, clawed limbs twitch as it zeroes in on the sonde, glowing eyes fixed on the camera lens. It pauses for a second, as if studying the strange artifact, one clawed limb reaching out to tap against the metal casing. A hollow clink echoes through the feed, almost painful, like it's testing the sonde, trying to figure out what it is. Suddenly, the creature starts tearing into the probe. It's relentless. Clawed hands tear into the sonde's casing, peeling back steel like it's aluminum foil. Sparks fly as it rips out wires and components, the screen flickering but somehow staying active. The sonde is designed to take a beating, dropping into the roughest conditions the Earth can throw at it. Then, without warning, it jerks the camera around. The sonde swings violently, like the Scavenger's carrying it somewhere. The image blurs, but I catch the glimpses. More wreckage, more of those Scavengers crawling all over everything like ants. And then I see it. The pit. It's massive, taking up the center of what I can only describe as a biomechanical wasteland. The ground around it is writhing, pulsing mix of flesh and machine, tendrils of organic matter woven together with jagged, rusted metal. The whole thing seems alive, twitching and shifting like it's breathing. And at the center is this gaping maw, an abyss that churns with the same black void we saw outside the storm. It's like looking into the stomach of some horrific, living machine. The Scavenger doesn't hesitate. It drags the sonde toward the pit, moving with that eerie, jerking speed. Around it, more of those ungodly things are scurrying about, tearing apart the wreckage of planes and ships. Some of them are dragging bits of machinery, others pieces of flesh or bone from dead crew, and all of it is being tossed into the pit. It's a feeding ground. The sonde's camera catches glimpses of what's happening at the edge of the pit, metal and flesh fusing together, twisting and writhing like it's being pulled apart and reassembled at the same time. The sound is muted through the feed, but I swear I can hear something. A low, constant hum, like a heartbeat or the whirring of some massive engine deep beneath the surface. And then the creature tosses the sonde in. The camera spins, the feed flickering as the sonde tumbles through the air. For a brief second, the view is upside down, giving me a clear shot of the Scavenger as it watches the sonde fall. Its glowing eyes lock onto the lens one last time before the view snaps back to the pit. The blackness below rushing up to meet the camera. The last thing I saw is the sonde being swallowed by the roiling mass of flesh and metal, disappearing into the void. Then the feed cuts out, replaced by a wall of static. I glance over at Kat. She's pale, her eyes fixed on the black screen where the sonde feed used to be.
"We need to get out of here,"
she says, her voice flat, like she's stating a fact rather than making a suggestion. She's right. We've seen enough. This place is alive. It's feeding. And we're next on the menu if we don't move fast.
"I'm diverting all available power to the engines,"
I say.
"If we push her too hard, we might blow something, but staying here isn't an option. Gonzo, get ready to dump any unnecessary weight. Fuel, supplies. If we don't need it to fly, get rid of it."
I say into my comms.
"On it, Cap,"
he replies. Kat's already plotting a course, fingers flying over the controls. Thunderchild groans as the engines roar to life, the thrust pressing us back into our seats.
"We're climbing,"
Kat announces, eyes fixing on the altimeter.
"but these clouds are thick. I can't see a thing."
I glance out the cockpit window. The swirling mass of sickly colors and glitching clouds makes it feel like we're flying through some kind of twisted kaleidoscope. Visibility is near zero.
"Just keep her steady,"
I tell Kat.
"We'll punch through eventually."
As if on cue, the clouds ahead began to thin. At first, it was just a slight lightening of the murky soup we've been navigating. Then, suddenly, we break through into a clear patch. The abrupt change is jarring. 1 second, we're enveloped in that nightmare haze. The next, we're out in the open. The sky here is different. It's not the familiar blue I'm used to, but a deep, unsettling crimson that stretches in all directions. It's as if the entire atmosphere is bathed in the light of a perpetual sunset, casting long, distorted shadows over everything. But the real problem isn't above us. It's below. Without the cover of the clouds, we're exposed. The grotesque landscape sprawls beneath us in all its horrific glory. And now, without the veil of the storm, we're a shiny metal bird against a blood-red backdrop.
They know we're here,
I whisper. As if in response, the radar starts pinging like crazy. Kat's eyes widen as she scans the screen.
We've got movement,
She says.
Lots of it, and it's heading our way.
I look out the side window and my stomach drops. The creatures below are stirring. Swarms of those monstrosities are shifting their focus from the wreckage and turning their heads upward, towards us. One by one, the scavengers begin to move. They gather atop the highest wrecks, their bodies twitching and convulsing. Then, with a series of grotesque snaps and pops, wings begin to sprout from their backs. Not elegant, bird-like wings, but jagged, skeletal structures, draped in tattered, translucent membranes. Some are metallic, others appear more organic, like the wings of some monstrous insect. The creatures begin to take flight. They ascend in swarms, moving with an unsettling synchronicity. Their wings beat erratically, making them lurch and jerk through the air in a way that defies the laws of physics. They shouldn't be able to fly, but here they are, in their fast.
Incoming at 6 o'clock.
Kat shouts. I glance at the mirror. The swarm is gaining on us, a writhing mass of metal and flesh hurtling through the sky. The way they move, it's like they're glitching forward, covering impossible distances in the blink of an eye.
Brace yourselves.
I call out.
This is gonna get rough.
I throw a Thunderchild into a sharp left bank, aiming to outmaneuver the swarm. The plane groans under the strain, but the scavengers mirror our turn effortlessly, their twisted forms cutting through the air like knives.
Descending fast.
I shout, pushing the yoke forward. We dive steeply, the altimeter spinning as we plummet. The hope is they'll overshoot us, but they adjust almost instantly, matching our speed and angle.
They're sticking to us like glue.
Kat exclaims.
Initiating a serpentine flight path.
I announce, weaving the plane left and right in tight, rapid movements, trying to shake them off. The G-forces slam us against our seats, but the swarm remains unfazed, gliding through the maneuvers with unnatural agility.
Nothing's working.
I growl, sweat dripping down my forehead.
It's like they know our every move. You need to think unpredictably.
She suggests.
Do something they'd never expect.
I shoot her a look.
Like what? Fly upside down and do a loop-de-loop? Go for the clouds.
She says, her eyes locked on the radar.
The clouds.
I glance at her, then at the thick, swirling mass of sickly, glitching storm clouds below.
You want me to dive back into that mess?
She nods.
If we stay out here in the open, they'll catch us. But if we dive into that soup down there, we might shake them.
It's a crazy idea, but then again, everything around this mission has been insane. I bank hard to the left, pointing Thunderchild's nose toward the thickest part of the cloud cover below. The plane groans in protest, the engines roaring as I push her into a steep dive.
Hold on!
I shout, my hands steady on the controls. The altimeter spins wildly as we plummet toward the swirling clouds, the scavengers still in hot pursuit. I can see them in the rear view, flickering in and out of sight, their glowing eyes locked on us, their wings flapping furiously. The clouds rise up to meet us like a living wall, swirling and pulsing with that eerie, unnatural energy. The moment we plunge into the storm, everything changes. The outside world disappears, swallowed by the dense mist. The swarm vanishes from sight, their pursuit lost in the thick haze.
They're still coming.
Kat shouts, glancing at the radar. The swarm's still there, Those freakish things closing in, glitching through the air like they're folding space around them. I could practically feel them crawling up my back. But then, something shifts. One by one, the blips on the radar slow. Not all at once, but gradually, like they're losing interest. I glance at Kat, who's staring at the screen. The swarm hesitates, wings twitching as they hover just outside the cloud cover, like they've hit an invisible wall. Then, just as suddenly as they started, they stop.
Wait.
Kat mutters, her eyes flicking between the radar and the windshield.
They're turning back.
I blink, half expecting them to rush us at the last second, but no. They're retreating, descending back toward the wreckage below like we never existed. It's as if we've vanished into the storm. The radar clears up. No more blips, no more twitchy wings slicing through the air. I ease off the throttle, my grip loosening on the yoke, but my heart's still hammering in my chest.
What the hell just happened?
I asked, glancing over at Kat.
Why'd they stop?
She shakes her head, staring out into the swirling gray.
I don't know, but it's like they forgot about us. Like mindless.
Like mindless drones, I say, finishing our thought. They were hunting us like prey, but the moment we disappeared, they lost track, like they don't have the ability to think beyond what's right in front of them. Kat turns toward me.
They weren't pursuing us. Not really. They were responding to us, like they were programmed to attack anything that moves.
Like an automated defense system, I say. We're a hive mind. They only engage when something gets too close. They're just reacting to immediate threats, like guard dogs. Okay, I think we're in the clear for now, I declare cautiously. My fingers are trembling a little as I loosen my grip on the yoke, but I try not to let it show. We've got breathing room, at least for a minute. I glance at Kat.
Get the autopilot up. Let's lock in a course for now.
She doesn't argue, her fingers moving frantically. The system beeps, and a dull, metallic voice confirms the autopilot is engaged. Thunderchild hums along, a bit more stable now. All right, everyone listen up. Crew meeting in the cockpit. We need a plan, and we need it now, I say into my comm. A moment later, the cockpit door creaks open, and Gonzo squeezes his large frame through the narrow passageway. He looks like he's just been through a bar fight and barely made it out. His flight suit is soaked with sweat, his mustache twitching like it's got a mind of its own. Behind him, Sammy slips in, pale and wide-eyed, clutching her tablet like it's some kind of shield. She glances up at Gonzo for a brief moment, like she's reassured by his presence. All here? I ask, glancing around. Everyone nods, though the look on their faces range from rattled to full-blown terrified. Good. Take a seat. Strap in. Kat sits back down at her station, swiveling her chair to face me, while Sammy perches on the edge of one of the jump seats. Gonzo leans against the cockpit door, crossing his arms over his chest like he's trying to hold himself together by sheer force of will. Well, that was one hell of a joyride, Kat says, forcing a wry smile. Anyone else feel like they just got spit out of a black hole? Gonzo grunts. If that's what a black hole feels like, count me out of any future space tourism. Sammy manages a weak giggle. I think I'll keep my feet on the ground after this, assuming we even see the ground again, Kat mutters, glancing out the window at the swirling alien landscape. Hey, let's not go writing our obituaries just yet, Gonzo says, giving her a sideways look. We've gotten out of tight spaces before. Kat raised an eyebrow. Name one that involved defying the laws of physics. Gonzo opened his mouth, then closes it with a sigh. Fair point. I clear my throat, bringing their attention back. Okay, folks, we're in some deep shit. No two ways about it. But we're not gonna sit here and wait to get swallowed by whatever the hell that is down there. Gonzo crosses his arms, his jaw tight. Got any tricks up your sleeve, Cap? 'Cause I'm fresh out of ideas. I scratch my stubbled chin. Thundercat might not be a warbird, but she's got some fight in her yet. Remember those emergency flares we keep stored? Gonzo raised an eyebrow. The magnesium ones? Yeah, but they're for signaling, not combat. True, I concede. But magnesium burns hot as hell. If we rig them to go off all at once, right when we dump the excess fuel, we might create a fireball big enough to disrupt whatever those things down there are. Could give us the push we need to break free. Sammy shifts in her seat. But what if it just makes them mad? We don't know what we're dealing with. Kat snorts, half amused. Sammy's got a point. If we're playing with fire, let's make sure we don't get burned. I nod. It's a risk, but it's better than staying here, waiting for them to make the first move. Gonzo rubs the back of his neck. Alright, I can rig it up, but we never tested this. You sure it'll be enough if those things decide to rush us again? There's no guarantee, I admit. But I trust you, Gonzo. You've gotten more done with less. Kat leans against the wall, arms crossed, and gives me a look that's equal parts frustration and exhaustion. Even if we pull this off, Jax, we're still stuck here. She waves her hands toward the windshield, where the nightmarish landscape is pulsing and shifting like something out of a fever dream. And we don't even know where here is. She's not wrong. We need information, and we need a way out. I take a breath, pushing down the knot of anxiety building in my gut. All right, Sammy, I say, turning to her. Your job is to figure out as much as you can about whatever we're dealing with. Use everything. Those drop zones, readings, any data the instruments are still picking up. Hell, even your best guess. We need to know what that thing is. Sammy nods, though I can see how rattled she is. I'll do my best, Captain. You've got this, Sammy, I say, giving her a firm look. Just take it one step at a time. Focus on the numbers. The data hasn't let you down yet, and I trust you to make sense of it. She looked up, her eyes a little less wild now, and gives me a quick nod. Okay, I can do that. I shift my attention to Kat. And your job is to find us a way out of this mess. I don't care how crazy the idea is. Get us some kind of exit strategy. You're the best damn navigator I've ever flown with, and if anyone can thread us through this needle, it's you. Kat raises an eyebrow at me, clearly unconvinced. Right, so just to be clear, you want me to navigate this nightmare universe, or whatever this is? Pretty much, I say. Awesome, no pressure, she mutters. I look each of them in the eye. It's a long shot, but it might just work. Gonzo glances between us, his expression grim. So basically, we're hoping to blow shit up, chart a course to the outer limits, and science our way out of it. Sounds like a regular Tuesday. Kat snorted. Don't forget, all while dodging hellspawns that want to tear us apart. Sammy gives a nervous laugh. Right, and here I thought flying into hurricanes was as risky as it got. They exchange glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Finally, Kat squared her shoulders. Screw it, I'm in. Sammy here, Gonzo grunts. Sammy takes a deep breath. All right, let's do this. Okay, congratulations, Hurricane Hunters, I say dryly. You've all been promoted to extra-dimensional explorers. Part 3. The hum of the Thunderchild's engines settles into a steady rhythm, but it's far from comforting. It's the sound of a machine on borrowed time, held together with duct tape, adrenaline, and whatever scraps of luck we've still got. Kat's already back at the navigation console, chewing on gum and squinting at the flickering screens. Sammy is buried in her data feeds, fingers flying as she tries to make sense of numbers that shouldn't exist. Gonzo's back in the cargo bay, prepping the emergency flares and muttering curses under his breath. Captain? Sammy says softly, not looking up. Yeah, Sammy. I step closer, noticing the furrow in her brow. I've been analyzing the atmospheric data, she begins, and I think I found something odd. How odd? I ask, peering over her shoulder at the streams of numbers and graphs. Sammy adjusts her glasses. It's subtle, but I think I found something. There are discrepancies in the atmospheric readings, tiny blips that don't match up with the rest of this place. They appear intermittently, like echoes. Echoes? I repeat. Echoes of what? She finally looked up, her eyes meeting mine. Echoes of our reality. She flips the tablet around to show us. Look, here. These readings are from our current location. The atmospheric composition is, well, it's all over the place. Gases we don't even have names for. Electromagnetic fluctuations off the charts. But every so often, I pick up pockets where the atmosphere momentarily matches Earth's. The nitrogen, oxygen levels, even the temperature normalizes for a split second. Kat swivels in her chair, casting a skeptical glance towards Sammy's screen. It might just be the instruments acting up again. I thought so at first, Sammy admits, but I've accounted for that. The fluctuations are too consistent to just be background noise. These anomalies appear at irregular intervals, but they form a pattern when mapped out over time.
Pattern? I ask.
Yeah. Sammy takes a deep breath. I think our reality, our universe, is seeping through into this one. Maybe the barrier between them is thin in certain spots. If we can follow these atmospheric discrepancies, they might lead us to a point where the barrier is weak enough for us to break through.
I exchange a glance with Kat. So it's like a trail?
Exactly.
Sammy nods, her eyes lighting up.
Like breadcrumbs leading away from here.
Can we plot the path? I ask cautiously, not wanting to get my hopes up. Sammy hesitates.
I'm not entirely sure yet. We'd need to adjust the spectrometers and the EM field detectors to pick up even the slightest deviations.
I turn to Kat. That sounds tricky. Do you think you can handle it? She shrugs.
Tricky is my middle name. Besides, it's not like we have a lot of options.
Good point. I concede. Start charting these anomaly points. If there's a way out, I want to find it ASAP. I leave them to their work and head to the rear of the plane to check on Gonzo. I find him elbow deep in wires and circuitry, his tools spread out like a surgeon's instruments. I crouch down next to him, grabbing a wrench off the floor. Here, let me give you a hand. He grunts a thanks, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand, leaving a streak of grease behind. I twist a bolt, securing one of the flare brackets. I feel the bolt tighten under my grip. My hand slips on the metal, and I curse under my breath, wiping the sweat off my brow. Gonzo looks over at me, like he's about to say something, but for once, he keeps his mouth shut. These flares better work, I mutter, trying to sound casual, but my voice comes out tight, like someone's got a hand around my throat. Gonzo glances up, his face smudged with grease. It's a jerry-rigged mess, but it'll light up like the 4th of July. Good man, I say. Keep it ready, but we might have another option. I fill him in on Sammy's discovery. He listens, then scratches his chin thoughtfully. So, we're following ghosts in the machine, huh? Can't say I fully get it, but if it means getting out of this place, I'm all for it. Here, I agree. Gonzo catches the uncertainty in my tone. Of course he does. He makes no jokes, though. No snide remarks. Just two guys sitting too close to the edge, and both knowing it. You alright, Cap? He asks, low enough that no one else in the cabin would hear. I almost brush it off. Almost. The old me, the Navy me, would have told him I'm fine. Cracked a joke about needing a vacation in Key West when this is over, but there's no over yet. And something about the way Gonzo's staring at me, like he's waiting for the bullshit. I can't give it to him. Not this time. I let out a long breath. Not really, man. I admit, twisting the wrench one more time just to give my hands something to do. I'm not alright. I'm scared shitless. Me too, he says, quiet after a moment. But hell, Cap, if you weren't scared, I'd be really worried about us. I nod, chewing the inside of my cheek. There's something oddly grounding in that, knowing it's not just me, that the guy rigging explosives next to me is holding it together by the same frayed thread. You think we'll make it out? I ask before I can stop myself. It's not a captain's question, and I hate how small it makes me sound. Gonzo doesn't answer right away, just leans back on his heels, wiping his hands on his flight suit, staring off into the port view window. My grandpa was a pilot on a shrimp boat out of Santiago when Hurricane Flora rolled through in '63. His crew got caught up in the middle of it. Whole fleet went down, one boat after another, swallowed by waves taller than buildings. They thought it was over, figured they were goners. Gonzo shakes his head. Abuelo's boat was the only one that came back. The boat was battered as shit, but he brought her home. I wait, expecting more, but Gonzo just gave a tired grin. When they found him, I asked him how they survived. All he said was,
Seguite moneando. I kept steering. He meets my gaze. I can't say we'll get out of this, Cap. But if we do, it'll be because we don't stop. I nod, standing up. All right then. Let's keep steering. I slip back to the cockpit. Kat's hunched over her console, working fast but precise. She's in the zone. Sammy sits next to her, running numbers faster than my brain can process. You guys get anything? I ask, sliding into my seat. Kat shoots me a glance, her expression grim but not hopeless. We've mapped a path. She taps the monitor, showing a jagged line of plotted coordinates. See these blips? Each one is a brief atmospheric anomaly. Your breadcrumbs. We'll have to hit them exactly to stay on course. Too high or too low, and we lose the signal. And probably a wing. How tight are we talking? I ask, already knowing I won't like the answer. Less than 100 feet margin at some points. She says flatly. It's not impossible, but it's damn close. Flying by the seat of our pants, huh? I mutter. Kat smirks, though there's no humor in it. More like walking a tightrope across the Grand Canyon, and someone's shaking the rope. And that someone? I glance at the radar. They're still out there? Not close, but they're circling, Kat says. It's like they know we're up to something, even if they can't see us right now. Like a goddamn game of hide and seek. I take a deep breath. Let's do this. The first shift comes quickly. The plane shudders as I ease into a steady climb, angling us toward the first anomaly. The instruments flicker again, as if Thunderchild herself is protesting what we're about to do. I grip the yoke tighter. Keep her steady, Kat mutters, her eyes locked on radar. 15 degrees to port. Now. I ease the plane left. The air feels thicker here, heavier, like flying through soup. A flicker on the altimeter tells me we're in the anomaly's sweet spot. For a moment, everything stabilizes. Altitude, pressure, airspeed, all normal. It's fleeting, but it's enough to remind me what normal feels like.
First point locked,
Sammy says over the comm.
Next anomaly in 2 minutes, bearing 045. It's higher. Climb to 2,000 feet.
I push the throttle forward, the engines roaring in response. The frame shudders but holds. Thundercat isn't built for this kind of flying, but she's hanging in there. The clouds shift as we climb, swirling like smoke caught in a draft. Every now and then, I catch glimpses of shapes moving just beyond the edge of visibility. Massive wrecks, torn metal, and things that scurry across the debris like they own it. It's a reminder that we're still deep in the belly of the beast, and it's only a matter of time before it decides we don't belong here.
Next anomaly in 10 seconds.
Kat informs me.
Hold altitude. Steady. Steady.
I ease back on the yoke, the plane leveling out just as we hit the second anomaly. The instruments settle again, and the pressure in my chest lightens for half a second.
Got it,
she says.
Next point's a doozy. Sharp descent, 5,000 feet in 45 seconds.
The plane dips hard as I push the nose down. Thunderchild bucks like a wild horse.
Easy, Jax,
Kat warns.
We missed this one. We're done.
I know. I mutter, adjusting the angle ever so slightly. The air feels wrong here, thick and metallic like before.
15 seconds,
Kat says without missing a beat.
Altitude, 15,000. 12,000. Hold. Now.
The altimeter levels out as we hit the anomaly dead on. The plane steadies for a brief moment, the hum of the engines smoothing out.
That's 3,
I say.
How many more?
She taps the console, frowning.
5 more to go, and the next one's the tightest yet.
After almost an hour of tense flying, we spot something. Something new. It's distant, just a faint glow at first, barely cutting through the thick, soupy mess of clouds ahead. At first, I think it's another trick of this nightmare world, some kind of mirage ready to yank us into a deeper pit. But then, as we bank the plane to line up with the next anomaly, the glow sharpens.
Sammy, what's the data say?
I mutter into the comm.
Hang on,
she murmurs. I can hear her tapping furiously.
There's something. A spike. High energy EM field ahead.
She pauses, like she doesn't trust what she's reading.
It could be an exit point.
Kat raises an eyebrow.
Could be. That doesn't sound reassuring.
Sammy lets out a nervous laugh.
Welcome to my world.
I grip the yoke tighter, eyeing the glow ahead. It's a soft, bluish-white hue, flickering like the light at the end of a long, dark tunnel. It's subtle, but it's there.
We're almost there.
Kat says, her voice tight. She doesn't sound convinced. Almost might as well be a curse word out here. Almost is what gets you killed. Sammy's voice crackles through the comm.
I'm tracking some turbulence around the exit point. Massive energy spikes. If we get this wrong, we might, fold.
Fold?
Gonzo barks from the cargo bay.
What the hell do you mean, fold?
Sammy stammers, her fingers clattering on the keyboard.
I mean, time and space might collapse on us. Or we could disintegrate. Or get ripped apart molecule by molecule. I'm not entirely sure. It's all theoretical.
Well, ain't that just peachy?
I mutter under my breath, easing back the throttle.
Hold on to your atoms, everyone. We got one shot.
Kat is plotting our path down to the nanosecond.
You've got a 30-degree window, Jax. Miss it by a hair, and we're part of the scenery. Piece of cake.
Piece of something.
I mutter. I take a deep breath. My palms stick against the yoke.
All right, team. This is it. We stick to the plan, hit that exit point, and we're home.
Kat gives a terse nod.
Coordinates locked. Just keep her steady.
I glance at the glowing point ahead. It's brighter now, pulsing like a beacon. For a moment, hope flares in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, we'll make it out of this nightmare. But then, as though the universe decided we haven't suffered enough, a jagged bolt of lightning slashes out of the dark and rips through the plane. Thunderchild shudders violently, lighting up from nose to tail, the flash blinding in the cramped cockpit. For a split second, I swear I feel a shock through the metal, my teeth rattling as Thunderchild's hull absorbs the strike like a Faraday cage. The lights flicker, and every panel blinks out before grudgingly stuttering back to life. Alarms are wailing, and every gauge on my console is spiking. The lightning fades, but a new warning chime pings on Kat's console. She doesn't look at me, just grimaces and mutters.
They see us.
Out of the corner of my eye, I see them. Dark shapes in the clouds, moving toward us, fast. I glance at the radar. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. Hundreds, no, thousands. Swarms of those biomechanical nightmares converging on our position from all directions. My gut tightens.
How long until they reach us? 2 minutes, maybe less.
She replies.
Of course.
I mutter.
They couldn't let us leave without a proper goodbye. Can we still reach the exit point?
I ask, swerving to avoid a cluster of incoming hostiles. She shakes her head, eyes darting between screens.
Not without going through them. They're converging right over our trajectory. Then we go through them.
I say, setting my jaw. I push the throttle to its limit. Thunderchild's engines roar in protest, but she responds, surging forward.
Are you fucking insane?
Kat exclaims.
Probably, but we don't have a choice.
The scavengers descended on us like a plague of locusts, their twisted bodies flickering in and out of sight, glitching closer with each passing second. As they swarm, smaller, more compact creatures launch from their ranks, catapulting through the sky toward us like organic missiles. I take a look at the radar and see one of those wicked bastards locking onto us, barreling through the clouds with terrifying speed. The memory crashes over me like a rogue wave. Persian Gulf, an Iranian Tomcat banking hard, missile lock warning blaring in my ears. I still remember the gut punch realization that an AIM-54 Phoenix was streaking toward our unarmed E-2 Hawkeye. That sickening moment when you realize you're being hunted, and the hunter knows exactly how to take you down. It's either dodge or die. It's the kind of scenario I hoped I'd never live through again.
Incoming at 3 o'clock.
Kat shouts. I yank the yoke hard, banking right, pushing Thunderchild into the steepest turn she can handle. The frame groans in protest, metal straining under the G-forces, but the creature rockets past, just barely missing the fuselage. It screams by with a sound like tearing steel, close enough for me to see its spiny limbs clawing at empty air. Then, another one hits us out of nowhere. The entire plane lurches as the thing slams into the right wing, and I feel the sickening jolt of impact ripple through the controls.
Shit, it's on us!
I bark, fighting the yoke as Thunderchild shudders violently, cats frantically flipping switches, scanning damage reports.
Number 2 engine just took a hit. It's failing.
I glance out the side window, my stomach dropping. The thing is latched onto the engine cowling, a grotesque tangle of wet flesh and gleaming metal. Its limbs pierce deep into the engine housing, sparks flying as it tears through wiring and components with terrifying precision. The propeller sputters, stalling out, and smoke begins pouring from the wing.
Gonzo, I need that fire suppression system, now!
I shout into the comms, yanking the plane into another shallow bank, hoping the sudden shift in momentum will dislodge the creature. Gonzo's voice crackles through.
I'm on it, Cap. Hold her steady. Steady?
I laugh bitterly, keeping one eye on the creature still ripping into our wing. The Scavenger clings tighter. I hear the whine of metal giving way, followed by a horrible crunch as part of the propeller snaps off and spirals into the void. Flames pour from the wing, and I swear I see the Scavenger's glowing eyes lock onto me through the haze. Cold, calculating. A second later, there's a loud hiss as fire-suppressant foam floods the engine compartment. The flame thins, but the Scavenger is still there, clawing deeper like it's immune to anything we throw at it. An idea so reckless it would give my old flight instructor an aneurysm flashes through my mind.
Cat,
I growl.
I got a crazy idea. You with me?
Her eyes flick to me, wide with that mix of terror and determination only a seasoned pilot knows.
Always, Jax. What are you thinking?
Cut power to the remaining starboard engine.
I order.
Are you out of your mind?
Cat exclaims.
Just trust me.
Cat hesitates for a brief moment before flipping the necessary switch. The plane lurches as Cat throttles down the left engine. I push the right rudder pedal to the floor.
Come on, you ugly son of a bitch.
I grumble under my breath, eyes locked on the Scavenger. Thunderchild begins to roll, tipping the damaged wing upward. The Scavenger, not expecting the sudden shift, scrambles for a better grip, its claws screeching against the metal skin of the wing.
Brace for negative G's.
I warn over the comm. I yank the yoke to the right, forcing Thunderchild into a barrel roll, something no P3 was ever designed to do. Under normal circumstances, pulling a stunt like this would shear the wings clean off, ripping the plane apart. But here, in this warmed, fluidic space, the laws of physics seem just elastic enough to let it slide. The world tilts. One moment the ground's below us, the next it's whipping past the windows like a carnival ride from hell. Loose items float, and my stomach somersaults as the plane dips into a brief freefall. Outside the cockpit window, the Scavenger clinging to our engine doesn't like this one bit. It screeches, a bone-chilling sound that cuts through the roar of the engines and claws desperately at the wing to keep its grip, but the sudden momentum shift catches it off guard. Its spindly limbs twitch and jerk, struggling to maintain a hold on the foam-slicked engine casing. Then, with a sickening rip, it loses its grip.
Gotcha!
I shout as the creature peels away from the wing, tumbling through the air. It flails helplessly, limbs twisting and twitching as it's hurled into the swirling chaos behind us. The tumbling Scavenger slams directly into one of its comrades trailing just off our six. There's a gruesome collision, a tangle of flesh, metal, and limbs smashing together at high velocity. The two creatures spin wildly, wings flapping uselessly as they spiral out of control and vanish into the clouds below. The plane snaps upright with a bone-rattling jolt, and I ease off the yoke, catching my breath. My hands are shaking, but I keep them steady on the controls.
Thunderchild, you beautiful old bird.
I mutter, patting the dashboard.
You still with me?
The engines grumble as if in response. They sound a little worse for wear. The controls feel sluggish, and the plane shudders with every gust of the twisted atmosphere. One engine down, and the other's overworked. We're pushing her to the brink. She's hanging on, but she won't take much more of this abuse. None of us will. The brief rush of victory doesn't last.
Jax, we've got more of them.
Kat shouts, her eyes darting between the radar and the window. I glance at the radar, and my heart sinks. The swarm isn't giving up. They're relentless. More of those biomechanical nightmares are closing in, their numbers swelling like a storm cloud ready to swallow us whole. Thunderchild is wounded, and they can smell blood.
Yeah, I see him.
I reply.
How close are we to the exit point?
I ask, keeping one eye on the horizon and the other on the radar.
About 90 seconds.
Kat says.
But they're gonna be all over us before then.
Gonzo's voice crackles over the comms.
Cap, those flares are ready whenever you are. Just say the word.
Kat glances over.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
I nod.
Time to light the match.
She swallows hard but nods back.
I'll handle the fuel dump. You focus on flying.
Copy that.
I take a deep breath, steadying myself. The swarm is closing in fast, a writhing mass of metal and flesh that blots out the twisted sky behind us.
60 seconds to exit point.
Sammy calls out. I watch the distance shrink on the display. We need to time this perfectly.
Kat, get ready.
I say.
Fuel pump standing by.
She confirms.
Wait for it.
The scavengers are almost on us now, the closest one just a few hundred yards back.
Come on, a little closer.
I mutter.
Jax, they're right on top of us.
Kat warns.
Just a few more seconds.
The leading edge of the swarm is within spitting distance.
Now, dump the fuel.
Kat flips the switch, and I hear the whoosh as excess fuel pours out behind us, leaving a shimmering trail in the air. I wait a couple seconds to give us some distance from the trail before I shout.
Gonzo, flares, now! Flares away.
There's a series of muffled thumps as the emergency flares ignite, streaking out from the back of the plane like Roman candles. They hit the fuel cloud, and for a split second, everything seems to hang in the air, silent, weightless. Then, the world explodes. The fireball blooms behind us, a roaring inferno of orange and white that incinerates everything in its path. The heat rolls through the air like a tidal wave. The scavengers caught in the blast don't even have time to scream. They're just there 1 second, gone the next, torn apart by the sheer force of the explosion. The shockwave slams into the plane, slamming us forward like a sucker punch to the back of the head. The gauges dance, and the Thunderchild groans, her old bones protesting the abuse. I fight the yoke, keeping her steady as we ride the blast wave, the engines roaring as we power toward the exit point. Behind us, the fireball tears through the swarm, scattering the survivors in every direction. Some of the scavengers spiral out of control, wings aflame, limbs convulsing as they fall. Others peel off, confused, disoriented by the sudden inferno. The radar clears, at least for now. Kat let out a breath she's been holding.
Holy shit, that actually worked.
You doubted me?
I ask, grinning despite myself. Sammy's voice crackles over the comm.
Exit point dead ahead. 30 seconds. Punch it, Jax.
Kat shouts. I shove the throttles forward, and Thunderchild surges ahead, engines roaring like a banshee. The glow of the exit point sharpens, a beacon cutting through the nightmare landscape. The air around us shimmers, warping, the same way it did when we first crossed into this twisted reality.
Come on, old girl,
I mutter, coaxing Thunderchild to the final stretches.
Don't give up on me now.
The plane shudders as we hit the edge of the anomaly, the instruments going haywire one last time. The world outside twists and distorts, the sky folding in on itself as we plunge toward the light. My stomach flips, and everything stretches. Us, the plane, even the sound of the engines. 1 second I can feel the yoke in my hands. The next, it's like my arms are 1,000 miles long, like I'm drifting apart, molecule by molecule. The cockpit windows flash between the glowing exit point and the twisted nightmare we're leaving behind, flipping back and forth in dizzying intervals. Time glitches. Moments replay themselves, then skip ahead like a scratched DVD. I can see Kat's lips moving, but the words are smeared. I try to respond, but my voice comes out backwards. I hear myself saying, "Hey, is it done?" and feel my chest tighten. I can't even tell if I'm breathing right. It's like the air itself can't decide if it belongs in my lungs or outside. I catch a glimpse of Kat's hand halfway sunk into the control panel, fingers disappearing into solid metal like it's water. She yanks it back with a sharp gasp, and for a second, it leaves a ghostly afterimage, like she's stuck between two places at once. Suddenly, the lights flicker, dim, then dead. We're swallowed by blackness. We're swallowed by blackness. the cockpit glowing only from the emergency instruments still struggling to keep up. Gonzo's voice crackles over the comms, tense and breathless.
Cap, something's inside the cabin.
His transmission cut off with a loud crackle. The comms die completely. Just static.
Gonzo?
I call into the headset, heart hammering. No response.
Gonzo? Sammy? Anyone?
Nothing but static, thick and suffocating.
Cat, take the controls.
I say, unbuckling my harness. Her eyes snap to me, wide with disbelief.
You're kidding, right? You want to leave me in charge, now?
No joke. You've got this.
I tell her, locking eyes.
You're the best co-pilot I know. I trust you.
She scoffs, but I can see the flicker of resolve behind the doubt.
Fine, but next time I'm picking the song we play on takeoff. No more scorpions.
I flash her a grin, despite the situation.
Deal. If we survive this, I'll let you choose the whole goddamn playlist. I'll hold you to it.
She mutters, taking hold of the yoke. I grab the emergency axe from the side compartment, a sturdy, dented old thing that's seen more action than it probably should have. Time to go play action hero. I yank the cockpit door open, and the cold air hits me like a slap. The flickering emergency lights cast everything in a hellish red glow, shadows leaping and twisting like they're alive. The smell hits me next, a nauseating mix of burnt meat and charred flesh. I push deeper into the operation bay, gripping the axe so tight my knuckles ache.
Gonzo! Sammy!
I shout. My voice sounds warped, like it's being stretched and pulled apart. Ahead, I see him. Gonzo's pinned against the bulkhead by one of those scavengers, but this one's a mess. Badly burned, part of its exoskeleton melted and fused. It's phasing in and out of the plane's wall, its limbs flickering like a strobe light as it struggles to maintain form. Gonzo grits his teeth, trying to push it off, but the thing's got him good. One of its jagged limbs presses dangerously close to his throat.
Get the hell off him!
I charge forward, swinging the axe at the creature's midsection. But as I bring the axe down, time glitches. 1 second I'm mid-swing, the next I'm stumbling forward, my balance thrown off as the scavenger phases out. The blade passes through empty air, and I overextend, slipping on a slick of something, blood, oil, on the floor. I hit the deck hard, the axe skittering out of my grasp. Not now, I groan, pushing myself up, but my limbs feel heavy, like they're moving through syrup. The scavenger turns its head toward me, its glowing eyes narrowing. It hisses, a grating, metallic sound that sets my teeth on edge, and then lunges. The scavenger slams into me, and for a split second, it feels like wrestling a bag of knives. Its limbs are sharp and jagged, slicing into my flight suit, barely missing my flesh as I struggle against its weight. My muscles strain as I try to keep its claws away from my face. But then, everything flickers, like someone hit pause and play on reality. For a heartbeat, I'm looking down at my own hands wrapped around nothing. The scavenger's form glitches, phasing in and out like a bad signal. And then, it's back, solid, just long enough to lash out again. I twist out of the way, shoving back. I feel a moment of resistance as we both snap into the same reality, and I drive my elbow into its face, or whatever passes for one. There's a crunch, a metallic hiss, and its head jerks back, and the thing stumbles, flickering in place.
Cap!
Gonzo roars, struggling to his feet. He grabs a nearby wrench and, without hesitation, swings it down onto the scavenger's head with a heavy clang. It snarls, a deep, grating sound that feels like nails scraping across metal, and lunges toward Gonzo. Then, through the chaos, I hear a shout.
Hey! Over here!
It's Sammy. She's standing a few feet away, holding a portable emergency transponder and fiddling with the settings.
Come on,
She whispers urgently.
Sammy, what are you doing?
I shout.
Cover your ears.
The scavenger's head snaps towards Sammy, its glowing eyes narrowing. With a defiant scowl, she twists the dial all the way to max and slams the transponder onto the deck. A piercing, high-frequency sonic blast erupts from the device. the sound waves rippling through the air in strange, warping pulses. Even the time glitches seem to stutter, as if the blast is punching holes through the distorted fabric around us. The sonic wave slams into the Scavenger hard. It staggers, limbs flailing, as the sound disrupts whatever twisted physics keep it together. The Scavenger screeches, a hideous metallic shriek like nails dragged across sheet metal mixed with the scream of a dying animal. It's glitching harder now, its jagged limbs spasming, flickering between solid and translucent, but it's still coming. It launches itself towards Sammy, skittering on all fours, moving faster than anything that is broken and half-melted should. Sparks fly as its claws scrape across the metal floor, leaving jagged scars in its wake.
Sammy, move!
I shout, scrambling to get back on my feet. Sammy stumbles backward, but it's clear she won't outrun the thing. Before she can even react, the Scavenger rears back one of its limbs, ready to impale her. Then, Gonzo comes in like a linebacker, barreling forward with a fire extinguisher the size of a small child.
Get away from her, you piece of shit!
He bellows. The Scavenger doesn't stand a chance. Gonzo swings the extinguisher like a warhammer, smashing it right into the side of the creature's twisted skull. There's a loud crunch as exoskeleton and metal plating buckle under the force of the blow, sending it sprawling across the floor. But Gonzo isn't done. He keeps swinging the extinguisher like a man possessed, raining down blow after blow. But it's not enough. The Scavenger whips around, swiping at Gonzo with one of its jagged limbs. He barely dodges, the claw slicing through the air, inches from his face.
Cap, little help here!
Gonzo shouts, bracing himself for another swing. I scramble across the floor, my heart jackhammering in my chest, and snatch up the axe. Gonzo wrestles with it, his fire extinguisher dented from the pounding, but the thing's still kicking, literally. One of its jagged limbs swipes again, nearly gutting himself like a fish. Eat this, fucker, I growl under my breath, gripping the axe tighter. With a swift step forward, I bring the blade down, right to the joint where the Scavenger's front limb meets its shoulder. The axe bites deep, metal and flesh shearing with a sickening crunch. Sparks fly, the limb falling away with a wet thunk onto the deck, twitching uselessly like a severed lizard's tail. But it's not down for good. It starts crawling toward me, dragging its mangled body along the floor like some nightmare spider that doesn't know when to quit. Then I see it, the bulkhead on the port side. It's rippling, the metal undulating like the surface of disturbed water. The rippling spreads outward in concentric circles, the metal flexing like it's being pulled from somewhere deep inside. I get an idea.
Cat,
I bark into the comm.
I need you to pull a hard starboard yaw, now.
Cat's voice comes back, steady as ever.
Copy that, boss. Hang on to something.
The plane tilts sharply, gravity sliding everything not bolted down toward the port side. The Scavenger loses its grip, claws scraping across the deck in a desperate attempt to hang on, but the shift in momentum sends it skittering sideways. The thing hits the bulkhead with a sickening thunk. For a split second, it's stuck there, half phased into the wall, limbs flickering between solid and liquid-like states, as it tries to claw its way back into the plane. But the rippling bulkhead pulls it in. Then, with a wicked slurp, it tumbles through the wall, sucked out of the cabin like a fly through a screen door. The metal flexes one last time, then snaps back into place, solid and still, like nothing ever happened. I stumble forward, steadying myself on the bulkhead as Thunderchild evens out. A sudden shift in gravity leaving my knees feeling like jelly. I glance toward the port window, just in time to catch the Scavenger tumbling through the air as it spirals toward the glowing edge of the exit point. The thing hits the shimmering boundary hard, and I mean hard. There's no explosion, no dramatic implosions, just a bright flash of light, like a spark being snuffed out. The Scavenger burns up instantly, consumed by the swirling edge of the anomaly. I sag against the bulkhead, sucking in huge gulps of air. My chest feels tight, and every muscle in my body aches like I just ran a marathon through a war zone. The axe dangles loosely from my hand, the blade slick with weird fluids I don't want to think about. I glance at Gonzo, who's leaning against the wall, catching his breath. "You good?" I ask, still panting. He gives me a half-hearted grin.
Still in one piece.
I move to Sammy, who's slumped on the deck, clutching her knees. Her breathing is fast and shallow. her hands trembling. Her wide eyes meet mine. You okay, Sammy? She nods, with her movements shaky.
I think... yeah, that thing almost...
She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. I crouch next to her. You did good, kid. Both of you. She offers a weak smile, though it doesn't quite reach her eyes. Gonzo reaches down and offers her a hand. Come on, Sammy. Let's get you off the floor before something else shows up. Sammy grabs his hand, and he hoists her to her feet with a grunt. She wobbles for a second, but steadies herself against his body. I glance around the cabin, making sure the nightmare is really over. The floor is a mess, scratched metal, globs of whatever the hell those things were made of, and streaks of smoke from the fire-suppressant foam. But it's quiet now. The intercom crackles, and Kat's voice cuts.
Jax, get your butt back up here. We're coming to the other side of the exit point fast.
Copy that, I say, turning back to Gonzo and Sammy. Get yourself settled. We're almost through. The narrow corridor tilts slightly under my feet. I shove the cockpit door open and slide into my seat next to Kat, strapping in as Thunderchild bucks again.
Miss me?
I ask, a little out of breath.
A bit.
Kat says dryly.
Status?
I ask, scanning the console.
We're lined up,
Kat replies.
but the turbulence is getting worse. I can't promise this will be a smooth ride.
I glance out the windshield. The swirling, glowing edge of the end point is dead ahead, growing larger and more intense with every second. The air around it crackles, distorting the space in front of us like a heat mirage. It's like staring into the eye of a storm, but instead of wind and rain, it's twisting space and time. I grip the yoke. The turbulence rattles the airframe, shaking us so hard my teeth feel like they might vibrate out of my skull. But it's steady chaos, controlled even. I'll take it. The glowing threshold looms ahead, just seconds away now. It's beautiful in a way that's hard to describe, like a crack in reality splitting light and energy in every direction. It flickers and shifts, as if daring us to take the plunge. All right, Kat, I say, steady but grim. Let's bring this bird home. She gives me a sharp nod, all business.
Holding course. 5 seconds.
The nose of the plane dips ever so slightly as Thunderchild surges forward. Everything twists, my vision tunnels, warping inward, like someone yanks the universe through a straw. There's no sound, no sensation, just a moment of pure, disorienting silence. I swear I can feel the atoms separating, scattering into a billion pieces, only to slam back together all at once, like some cruel, cosmic prank. Then, reality snaps back into place. The cockpit lights flicker, my stomach lurches, my ears pop, and the familiar howl of wind and engines fills the air again. The smell of ozone lingers, but the oppressive alien tang that's haunting us is gone. I glance at the instruments. They're still twitchy, but God help me, they're showing normal readings. Altimeter, 22,000 feet. Airspeed, 250 knots. And the compass, it's pointing north. Outside the cockpit, the storm rages. Angry clouds swirling like a boiling pot, flashes of lightning tearing through the sky. But these are real storm clouds. Familiar, predictable. I glance over at Kat. She's pale, sweat beading on her forehead. She catches me looking, offering a shaky smile.
You good?
I ask. She lets out a breath, somewhere between a laugh and a sigh.
Yeah, I think so.
Gonzo, Sammy, you guys alright back there?
There's a moment of static. Then Gonzo's gravelly voice rumbles to the speaker.
Still kicking, Cap. Could've used a stiff drink and a nap, though.
Sammy's voice follows, shaky but intact.
I'm here. We're back, right? For real?
For real.
I say, leaning back in my seat.
Sit tight, though. We're not out of this storm yet.
Confirming coordinates.
Kat says, fingers flying over the navigation panel. A few tense seconds pass before she looks up, a small, relieved smile tugging at the corner of her mouth.
Latitude, 27.9731 degrees north. Longitude, 83.0106 degrees west, right over the Gulf, about 60 miles southwest of Tampa. We're back in our own universe.
I let out a continuous sigh of relief.
Sammy,
I call over the intercom.
what's the status of the storm?
There's a brief pause, then her voice crackles back through the speakers.
Hang on, Captain. Pulling up the data now.
I hear her tapping on her tablet, scrolling through the raw feeds, cross-referencing atmospheric readings.
Okay, so, I've got...
Her voice falters. I exchange a glance with Kat.
What you got, Sammy?
Captain, it's not good.
She says.
The storm hasn't weakened at all.
I clench my jaw.
Come again.
You heard that right. It's growing.
Her voice wavers, but she pushes on.
The eye is over 30 miles wide now, and wind speeds are clocking in at over 200 knots. We're talking way beyond a Category 5. This thing's a class all by itself. And it's accelerating. If it makes landfall.
I pull up the storm's radar image on the main display, showing the eye of the monster. Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers. They're all directly in its path, and it's moving faster than anything I've seen before, barreling towards the coast like it's got a personal vendetta.
It'll wipe out the coast.
Kat finishes grimly.
How much time do we have?
I ask. Sammy taps furiously on her keyboard.
It's covering ground at almost 25 miles an hour. It'll hit the coast in under an hour.
It's a goddamn city killer.
I mutter, staring out the windshield at the swirling blackness. Kat flicks the comm switch.
MacDill Tower, this is NOAA 43, call sign Thundercat. Do you read?
Nothing but static. She tries again.
MacDill Tower, this is NOAA 43. We have critical storm data. Do you copy?
More static, followed by a brief, garbled voice, like someone trying to speak underwater. Kat frowns, adjusting the frequency, but it's no use.
Damn it.
She mutters.
Comms are fried.
I grab the headset, cycling through every emergency channel I know.
Coast Guard, this is NOAA 43. Come in. We have an emergency. Repeat, hurricane data critical to evacuation efforts. Does anyone read me?
I turn back toward the intercom.
Gonzo, any luck with the backup system?
Working on it, Cap.
Gonzo's voice comes through.
The storm scrambled half the circuits on this bird.
After a moment, his voice crackles over the intercom again.
Alright, Cap. I think I got something. Patching through the backup system now. But it's weird. Ain't any of our usual frequencies.
How so?
I ask, already not liking where this is going. There's a pause, followed by some frantic tapping on his end.
It's encrypted. Military-grade encryption. I have no idea how we can even latch onto this. You want me to connect? Or are we ignoring this weird-ass signal and focusing on not dying?
Military?
Kat mutters, half to herself.
What would they be doing on a storm frequency?
I shrug.
We're running out of time, and no one else is picking up. Patch it through, Gonzo.
A beat of silence, and then the headset comes to life with a sharp click, like someone on the other end just flipped a switch.
Unidentified aircraft.
The voice says, cold and clipped.
Identify yourself and state your mission. Over.
I hit the transmission button.
This is NOAA 43, call sign Thundercat. We're currently en route from an atmospheric recon mission inside the hurricane southwest of Tampa. We've got critical data regarding the storm's behavior. Repeat, critical storm data. Do you copy?
The voice on the other end comes back instantly, no hesitation.
We copy, Thunderchild. What's your current position?
I glance at the nav panel.
Holding steady at 22,000 feet, 60 miles offshore, bearing northeast toward Tampa. We've encountered significant anomalies within the storm system. It's not behaving like anything on record.
There's a brief pause. Too brief. Like whoever's on the other end already expected us to say this.
Understood, Thunderchild. Transmit all storm data immediately. Include details regarding any unusual phenomena you may have encountered inside the storm. Over.
Kat shoots me a sharp glance.
They know.
They know.
I mutter, heart pounding. I hit the button again.
What's your affiliation? Are you with NOAA, Coast Guard, Air Force?
Another brief pause.
Thunderchild, our designation is classified. Listen,
I say, tightening my grip on the transmitter.
I don't know who you are or why you're on this frequency, but if we're handing over intel, we need to know who we're dealing with.
There's a beat, and then the voice returns, no less clipped, no warmer.
Thundercat, this is Reaper Core. That's all you need to know.
Reaper Core?
I echo, glancing at Kat, who's just as confused as I am.
Transfer your data immediately. The situation is highly sensitive.
The voice insists.
Negative, Reaper Core.
I reply, sitting up straighter.
People need to be evacuated. If you want our data, we need confirmation you're working with the agencies coordinating the response.
There's a brief silence, just long enough to make me sweat. Then, the voice returns, calm and professional, but with a dangerous edge.
Thundercat, you're speaking with the United States Strategic Command. We're aware of the storm's nature and are effectively coordinating a response. Transmit your data immediately.
Strategic Command?
I repeat, glancing at Kat. Her expression darkens. This doesn't sit right. Not one bit. Stratcom deals with nuclear deterrence, cyber warfare, and global missile defense, not hurricanes. Kat leans closer, whispering, Jax, this doesn't feel right. Why would Stratcom care about a storm? I click the radio again.
Reaper Core, we have critical weather data that needs to go directly to NOAA for immediate evacuation orders. If people aren't warned in time...
The voice cuts me off and firm.
Thunderchild, listen to us carefully. Evacuation isn't enough. This storm is different. It will grow, and it won't stop. You've seen what's inside. This isn't just weather. Your data is critical to neutralizing it and preventing mass casualties.
Neutralizing it? Kat whispers incredulously. What the hell does that mean?
Reaper Core,
I say, slowly into the radio.
You're telling me you think you can stop this storm? How exactly do you plan to do that?
There's a brief pause. When the voice returns, it's flatter, colder, as if the mask of professionalism is slipping.
That information is beyond your clearance, Thunderchild. This is not a negotiation. Send the data now.
Damn it, Jax, they're jerking us around. Kat said, her voice laced with frustration. We need to send this to NOAA, not some Black Ops spook playing God with the weather. Every instinct I have is screaming to cut this transmission and make contact with NOAA or the Coast Guard, anyone with a straightforward mission to save lives. But if what they're saying is true, if the storm really can't be stopped by conventional means,
Reaper Core,
I say cautiously,
we'll transmit the data on one condition. You share everything with NOAA. They need this information to coordinate the evacuation.
The radio crackles with a tense silence before the voice returns.
Thundercat, understood. We'll forward the data to NOAA. Now, send us the data. Time is critical. We need that information now to mitigate the threat.
Kat's voice is a low hiss next to me. This stinks, Jack. Can we really trust these guys? Gonzo's voice crackles over the intercom.
Cap, I don't like this either. But what if they're right? What if this thing's beyond NOAA's pay grade? We saw what's inside that storm. It's not normal. That could be our only shot.
I close my eyes for half a second, weighing the options. I press the mic button, my voice low and cold.
I'll send the data, but if you're wrong, and this goes sideways, that blood's on all our hands.
We understand the stakes, Thundercat.
The voice responds, calm and clear.
Send the data now, please.
I lock eyes with Kat. She's furious, but nods, her fingers tapping the console. Sending, she mutters bitterly. The data streams out, the upload bar creeping forward. I watch it with a sinking heart. The second it completes, the radio crackles one last time.
We have the data.
After several minutes, the voice comes back on.
Thunderchild, stand by for new coordinates.
Reaper Core says.
Proceed to latitude 28.5000 degrees north. Longitude 84.5000 degrees west.
Maintain a holding pattern at 25,000 feet. Acknowledge.
That's over 100 miles from the storm's eye, Kat says quietly. I key the mic.
Reaper Core, Thunderchild copies new coordinates. What's the situation? Over.
There's a brief pause before the voice returns, colder than before.
Just follow your orders, Thundercat. You don't want to be anywhere near the storm for what's coming next. Trust us. Reaper Core out.
Part 5.
Setting course due west.
Kat announces.
If we push the engines, we can be 100 miles out in 15 minutes.
Got it.
I say, pushing the throttles forward. As we accelerate away from the storm, the sky begins to change. The oppressive gray clouds thin out, revealing streaks of fiery orange and crimson as the sun starts its descent. The turbulence eases, and for a moment, the vast expanse of the ocean below looks almost serene, a deceptive calm after the chaos we've endured.
Distance from the eye is now 90 miles.
Kat reports.
95 miles. 100 miles. Holding position.
Maintain altitude at 25,000 feet.
I instruct.
Keep it steady.
Gonzo's voice crackles over the intercom.
Cap, any idea what's going on? They didn't just send us out here for a sightseeing tour.
Your guess is as good as mine,
I reply.
but I have a feeling we're about to find out.
Then, without warning, the radar pings.
Jax, look at this.
Kat says, eyebrows knitting together as she studies the screen.
What the hell?
Sammy steps into the cockpit, her eyes wide behind her glasses. I'm picking up some unusual readings. Massive energy spikes high above the storm. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Before I can respond, the radio springs to life.
Reaper Core to Thunderchild. Hold your current position. Do not engage any systems that could interfere with electromagnetic fields. Maintain radio silence until further instructed.
Sam's fingers fly over her tablet. I'm detecting objects entering the atmosphere at Mach 20. The energy signatures are off the charts. Mach 20? I echo. That's hypersonic. Nothing we have moves that fast. Nothing conventional, anyway. I look out over the vast stretch of ocean, the hurricane's eye still visible on the horizon. A monstrous swirl of dark clouds and flickering lightning. Then, something catches my eye. High above the hurricane, the atmosphere ignites with brilliant streaks of light. Hundreds, maybe thousands of fiery trails pierce the sky, descending rapidly toward the storm's core. It's like watching stars themselves plummeting to Earth. As the descending objects close in on the storm, they begin to glow brighter, the friction igniting them into blazing comets. The sky turns a brilliant white, forcing us to shield our eyes. Then, the impact. A series of blinding flashes erupt as the objects slam into the hurricane's eye with unimaginable force. The shockwaves ripple outward, distorting the very air around them. The clouds are torn apart, massive chunks vaporized instantaneously. The ocean below reacts violently, colossal waves surging outward from the points of impact.
Hold on.
I shout, gripping the controls as Thunderchild is buffeted by the turbulent air. The plane shakes violently, alarms blaring as we fight to maintain altitude. Wind shear is off the scale, Kat yells, struggling with her own controls. Through the cockpit windows, we witness a spectacle that defies belief. Columns of light rise from the storm's core, spiraling upward like luminous tornadoes. The clouds are drawn into the vortex, spiraling upward before disappearing into nothingness. The central pressure is skyrocketing and wind speeds are dropping fast, Sammy exclaims. The hurricane, it's collapsing. Lightning arches across the sky. Not the jagged bolts we're used to, but vast webs of electricity that dance between the dissipating clouds and the ionosphere above. The air crackles with energy, a symphony of thunder reverberating around us. Radiation levels are spiking, but stabilizing, Sammy reports. We're within safe limits. I glance at the radar screen, which is flickering wildly before settling back to normal. The once massive storm is unraveling before our eyes. The eye wall disintegrating as the sea below calms, its surface returning to an almost unnatural stillness. A voice crackles over the radio, breaking the trance.
Thundercat, this is Reaper Core. The threat has been neutralized. neutralized. You are cleared to return to base.
I grabbed the radio mic.
Reaper Core, what the hell just happened? Over.
Silence.
Reaper Core, do you copy? The storm is dissipating. We need to know what actions you've taken. Over.
The static stretches on, the only response an empty hiss. I grit my teeth, frustration boiling over.
Damn it, answer me!
Finally, the voice returns, as composed as ever.
Thunderchild, you did what had to be done. Your mission is complete. Return to base. Reaper Core out.
The line goes dead. Cat finally breaks the silence. Did they seriously just vaporize a hurricane? I guess, I mutter, equally stunned. But how the hell? I'm looking at the telemetry data, Sammy mutters. Those readings, I don't know what to say. She's right. Something about this whole thing feels wrong. There's no way you throw around that kind of firepower unless you know exactly what you're dealing with. And they knew. Those hypersonic projectiles didn't just come out of nowhere. Any chance those things could have been meteorites? Gonzo asked. Sammy snorts a nervous, humorless laugh. Meteorites? Whatever those things were, they entered the atmosphere at Mach 20, changed direction, and hit the storm like precision-guided missiles. Those things were... Sammy trails off, shaking her head. The rods from God, I say, matter of fact and grim. Cat looks up, frowning. What the hell are the rods from God? It's Black Project shit, I say, my tone dead serious. Kinetic bombardment. Imagine dropping telephone poles made of tungsten from orbit. No explosives, just pure kinetic energy. A single rod could vaporize bunkers, flatten city blocks. Hell, even trigger seismic events. Cat stares at him, her expression somewhere between disbelief and awe. You're telling me they carpet bombed a storm from space? Yeah, something like that, I replied grimly. They've been a rumor for years. Military, sci-fi stuff. Supposed to be impossible. No nation officially acknowledges their existence. Cat lets out a shaky breath. Well, someone developed them, and they just dropped their entire stockpile into that storm. The implications hit me like a freight train. If this is true, we're not just talking about storm response or weather control. We just witnessed the development of a first strike orbital weapon system. One nobody's supposed to have. The storm is gone now, obliterated, and the sky feels too quiet. A heavy silence clings to the air like the aftermath of a gunfight. Smoke still hanging, the ringing in your ears reminding you you're lucky to be alive. But something about it doesn't feel like a victory. I sit back in my seat, the weight of exhaustion settling in, when a new ping pops up on the radar. Jax, we've got company, Kat says, narrowing her eyes. For Christ's sake, what now? I ask, though I already have an idea. 2 dots appeared on the radar, approaching from the southeast. Fast. Kat shakes her head. Not Coast Guard, not NOAA, definitely not commercial. I look out the cockpit window, and there they are. 2 sleek, black F-35s streaking toward us like wolves closing in on a wounded deer. The paint jobs look off, matte black, almost like they've been dipped in shadow, with markings I don't recognize, and their weapons loadouts. Unusual. Not the standard air-to-ground package you'd expect. These birds are arms to the teeth, air-to-air missiles bristling under the wings, along with pods and configurations I've never seen before. Not exactly the welcome wagon I was expecting, Kat mutters, her jaw tight. The radio crackles to life, and a clipped, professional voice cuts through.
NOAA 43, this is Echo Lead. We are under orders to escort you back to MacDill Air Force Base. You are to maintain your current heading. Acknowledge.
I grip the mic.
Echo Leader, this is Thunderchild. We're on a civilian scientific mission and don't require military escort. Acknowledge.
Silence. Then the voice comes back, colder this time.
Thunderchild, this is not a request. You will comply, or we will force compliance. Acknowledge.
Cat shoots me a glance.
Friendly bunch, huh?
Yeah, real warm and cuddly, I mutter. The F-35s close in, slipping into formation on either side of us, close enough that I could see the pilots through their tinted canopies. They're steady, controlled, flying too tight for comfort. This isn't an escort. It's a warning. We can't win this one. Not up here.
Acknowledged, Echo Lead.
I mutter into the mic. As we push north, the Gulf slips into view below us, stretching out like glass. That's when I see it. A dark mass on the horizon moving steadily eastward.
Jax,
Cat asks.
what is that?
My eyes narrowing.
That's a carrier group.
Sure enough, an entire U.S. Navy carrier strike group is cutting through the Gulf. At least one Nimitz-class carrier with destroyers and cruisers flanking it like guards escorting a VIP. Planes are lined up on the deck. Super Hornets, AWACS, even a few drones.
They've scrambled the whole damn Atlantic fleet.
I mutter.
They knew this storm was coming.
Upon landing in MacDill, we're immediately met by a cadre of stern-faced government agents clad in dark suits. They don't offer greetings or explanations, just curt instructions as they escort us away from Thunderchild. Military police cordon off our aircraft, and we watch as teams of technicians swarm over it, treating it like a contaminated artifact. We are shuffled into a sterile, featureless hangar and stripped butt naked. Our words go unacknowledged, questions ignored. Personnel in hazmat suits put our personal belongings into vacuum-sealed bags, scanned us with devices that hum and click, then hand us crisp, identical gray sweats. We are led into a clinical holding area, a hasty erected series of white partition walls, each corner bristling with cameras. For 2 weeks, we live under the harsh fluorescent lights, locked in separate rooms and monitored by silent guards. Each day, we're summoned individually for questioning. They ask about everything: the storm's odd behavior, the anomaly, the scavengers, how we managed to escape. Between relentless interrogations, they haul us to a sterile medical facility. Every test imaginable, MRIs, blood draws, neurological scans, is performed with cold precision. They scrape under our nails, scan for radiation, and ask bizarre questions. Any strange thoughts, voices, memories that don't feel like yours? Experts in lab coats join in the fray, presenting data readouts and grainy footage, asking me to interpret spikes in energy readings or anomalies in the electromagnetic spectrum. They play back our own recordings, pausing and rewinding, searching for any inconsistency in my account. It's clear they already know a lot more than they're letting on. Meanwhile, Thunderchild is picked apart. They comb through every inch of her, downloading flight data, retrieving black box recordings, analyzing the Scavenger's severed limbs, even scraping residue from the hull and cabin. Any physical evidence that can validate or contradict our experiences is collected and catalogued. After what feels like an eternity, they abruptly end the interrogation. No conclusions, no debriefing, just a terse announcement that we are free to go. As I step out into the blinding sunlight, blinking away the haze of the windowless room, one of the lead agents catches up to me. He fixes me with a disarming smile.
Captain Jackson,
He says evenly.
a lesser pilot wouldn't have made it out alive. If you ever get bored of chasing storms and want to fly missions that matter on a different level, missions to protect all of humanity, give me a call. He holds out a small, unmarked card. No name, no rank, just a number. I glance at the card, turning it over between my fingers. Thanks, but no thanks, I say flatly. I didn't sign up for whatever it is you're running. I fly storms, not shadow ops. The agent's expression doesn't shift. No surprise, no disappointment. Just a faint trace of inevitability, like he's heard this all before. Keep the card, Cap, he insists, in case you change your minds. Sooner or later, everyone does. The next few days are pure limbo, like waiting for news about a loved one in surgery. Every hour drags, each one longer than the last. None of us knows what's happening with Thunderchild, if she's grounded for good, if they're planning to rip her apart piece by piece, scraping a lifetime of memories along with her metal skin. I try to distract myself, but there's only so much TV, sleep, and bad coffee to fill the void. I think I must have refreshed my inbox 1,000 times, waiting for some kind of official word. And then, 3 days later, I get the call.
Captain Jackson,
The voice on the other end says, cool and businesslike.
your aircraft has been cleared for flight. Inspections complete, and Thunderchild is ready to return to active duty.
I let out a breath I didn't realize I've been holding. For a second, I can't speak, just nod into the phone like an idiot, holding back tears. Finally, I managed to choke out. Thanks for the update. My entire crew made it through. My hands are still shaking as I fumble to open our crew's group chat. Me. Thunderchild's back. We're cleared for flight. She made it, guys. The response was almost immediate. Sammy.
OMG, really? This is the best news I've had all week.
Gonzo. We are so fucking back. Me. The afterburner. Tonight. First round's on me. Cat. About damn time. The afterburner sits tucked away in a grungy corner near the Tampa International Tarmac, a dive bar that smells like jet fuel, fried food, and bad decisions. It's the kind of place where the walls are plastered with old flight patches and faded pictures of crews who've come through over the years. Pilots, ground crews, NOAA staff, and even the occasional coastie all filter through when they need to blow off steam. Tonight, it's our turn. We slide into a worn booth near the back, and the waitress, an older lady with a raspy voice who looks like she'd heard every bad flight story twice, brings over a tray of beers and a bottle of whiskey without asking. This one's on the house, she says with a wink. Word travels fast around here. Y'all save the Florida coast, maybe even the whole damn world. Least we could do. Kat thanks her, smirking. Guess we're legends now. Gonzo leans back, grinning. Finally some recognition. To the Storm Riders, Kat says, raising her glass. To surviving the unspeakable bullshit, Gonzo adds, clinking his bottle against hers. To the weirdest damn flight of my life, Sammy mutters with a grin, lifting her beer. To Thunderchild, I say, raising my glass of whiskey. We drink to that. Hell, we drink to everything. After a couple of rounds, the warmth of the whiskey starts to loosen the tightness in my chest. I lean back, enjoying the rare moment of calm. Kat has her boots kicked up on the bench, nursing her drink with a satisfied look on her face. Gonzo and Sammy, though, they aren't exactly subtle. Gonzo is leaning closer, a cocky grin plastered across his face, while Sammy twirls a lock of hair around her finger, pretending she isn't paying attention. But she totally is. They've got the, we almost died, let's not waste any more time look. Kat notices it too. She gives me a smirk and nudges me under the table with her foot. She slides out of the booth, giving me another nudge with her shoulder. Come on, Kat. One more round for the road, if you're up for it. With a grin, I follow Kat across the bar to a quieter booth tucked in the corner. Kat drops onto the booth with a sigh and stretches her legs across the seat, her boots kicking against my thigh. I flag down the waitress, and soon enough, 2 more glasses of whiskey clink down in front of us. Kat holds hers up, giving me a mock serious tone. To questionable decisions and barely making it through. I chuckle. To never doing that again, if we can help it. We clink our glasses and drank. The whiskey burns on the way down, but it's the good kind of burn. One that reminded me I was still alive. We settle into the quiet, sipping our whiskey and watching as Gonzo and Sammy laugh over some shared joke, their eyes never straying far from each other. Finally, Kat mutters, tipping her glass toward them. Thought they'd keep dancing around each other forever. Guess near-death experiences have a way of pushing people together, I say with a shrug, trying to sound nonchalant. Kat looks up at me. Or push them apart.
I turn, meeting her gaze, and there's something in her eyes. A glimmer of something old. Something we'd both tucked away under years of unspoken agreement. You think they'll last? Her voice is casual. Hard to say. I glance at her out of the corner of my eye. Maybe they'll crash and burn. Or maybe they'll do better than we did. Kat and I had been good together once. Maybe even great. But the kind of chaos we both seemed to invite had pulled us in different directions. She gives a soft snort, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Yeah, guess there's always a chance. Kat leans back, her sharp grin fading as she stares at her glass, swirling the amber liquid, her face flushed like a cherry-red tomato. So, she says softly, her voice just above the hum of the bar, you think that storm's really gone for good? I roll the glass between my hands, considering the question. The silence stretches between us like a tether. No, I finally admit. I don't. At least, not for good. Her blue eyes narrow slightly, not in disbelief, but in recognition, like she's been waiting for that answer. That storm, it wasn't just weather. Hell, a normal hurricane can wipe out entire cities, turn highways into rivers, flatten buildings, rip the earth apart. What we saw in there, I shake my head. It was alive. It had a will. Something that big, that powerful. You don't just kill it. Not with bombs, not with nukes, not even with an orbital bombardment. Kat huffs, her breath puffing against the rim of her glass. So, what do you think happened? Why did it just stop? You ever eat something you know damn well is gonna come back to haunt you, but you do it anyway? I ask, leaning back against the worn leather of the booth. Kat raises an eyebrow, half smiling. Spicy wings from that dive joint near Ybor. Every time. Burns worse going out than it does going in. I chuckle. Yeah, that's about right. Me? It's chili dogs. Extra jalapenos. Always sounds like a good idea at the time, but 2 hours later I'm hunched over, regretting every bite. Kat gives me a look, somewhere between a grin and a grimace. So, what? You think that storm's the same? Like we just gave it the cosmic equivalent of heartburn? Exactly. I take a slow sip of whiskey. We didn't kill it. Just give it enough indigestion to make it think twice before taking another bite out of our reality. So what happens when it gets hungry again? Kat asks. Before I can answer, a murmur spread across the bar, heads turning towards the flickering flat screen mounted above the bar. Breaking news, the banner reads in bold red letters. My stomach tightens. The bartender turns up the volume, and the overly calm voice of the anchor breaks through.
This just in. We are receiving reports of a rapidly forming tropical disturbance in the Gulf of Mexico. Meteorologists are closely monitoring the system.
I exchange a look with Kat, the whiskey in my glass suddenly losing its warmth. Here we go again. I sigh. I should preface this by stating that I'm not much of a smoker. Wow, amazing tone to set on a 420 experience, right? I don't want to lie to you, not when discussing the events that went down. I've finally focused enough to talk. I know some of the specialists here are keen to talk to me some more, but for now, I've ignored them and decided to focus on getting this out there. This needs to be explained, and I am desperate to get this out of my system, literally and figuratively. I never want to experience this high again. The Eldritch Bud came up a conversation last 420 with my best friends Kai and perennial stoner, Kenny. It was right as COVID was spreading across the world and stopping any of us from seeing one another for a traditional wake and bake. Kai would eat the brownies and binge TMNT. I'd take advantage of the abundance of snacks while potentially declining the dank kush, and Kenny would show off a new strain he'd bought from the marijuana store in town.
Bro, the Eldritch Bud is like, man, it's the dark holy grail of the weed mythos. It's like the Darth Vader of the weed universe, or the grizzly bear of the weed kingdom.
His eyes glazed over and taking a drag from his blunt, the smoke-filled video screen adding to the atmosphere.
Strongest shit in sturgeon, my guy. It's a strong strain, I get it. Can we eat it too, or...?
Kai asked, shoveling ramen into his mouth at lightning speed while screaming expletives at a league game in the background. Our Discord server was rarely ever free of some kind of shit-talking, so it was easy to block out.
No, I mean, yeah, I guess you can eat it, but it's not just strong, bro. It's like dark. Shit makes you see things, go to a special place. They say it helps you ascend, and that it can either be the best or worst experience, depending on if you're ready.
Kenny looked intense, but excited, as if he were talking about a mythical creature.
It changes you inside and out. You go in one guy, come out another. You're special, different.
I don't know, man. Isn't that the kind of shit mushrooms and psychedelics do? I'm not an expert or anything. I trailed off, and Kai swallowed a mouthful of noodles before making a mock-ringing noise.
Oh shit, hanging Dr. Tyson McGraw, drug MD.
He puffed up his chest and pretended to be a busty woman, adding a breathy voice in for good measure.
McGraw, senpai, you need to tell us that this is just a different strain, bro. Ooh, ooh.
Laughter rang out through the call, and I felt embarrassed. But I knew enough about weed to know that I could do some weird things, but not the type that Kenny was describing. Still, when the laughter died down, he was steadfast in his resolve.
I swear, guys, I'm gonna grab some for when we can hang safely next time. I know a guy. He said it wasn't the right time, but that he'd hit me up when he got more and even give me a discount. And this time...
He points at the camera, at me.
You're trying some, Ty. I know you've been curious. What better place to try it than with friends? I want you to see what I see.
He was right. I had expressed interest, but never worked up the courage. The guys would never pressure me, but I did feel I was missing out on trying at least once. When he said friends, I can still recall Kai's dumb, cheesy grin, still pretending to be a nurse and get a rise out of me. That image will never leave my mind with all the things that succeeded it. I agreed, and the conversation was forgotten in a sea of lengthy Discord calls over the summer and winter of 2020. Memes, failed online relationships, and late-night gaming tourneys. But as things began to shift, and we all found ourselves free and safely able to hang out, Kenny messaged the server on the 19th with just 3 words in all caps. I got it. He attached a photo of himself smiling ear to ear with a large bag of black and green material. It looked almost thorny and thick in texture, but his excitement was infectious. I couldn't help but share in his enthusiasm when I replied, "We'll be there, snacks and all." We rolled up in the late afternoon as the sun began to set. Kai holding an assortment of potato chips, sodas, and ready for what I anticipated would be, at most, a very mellow experience, with some mild worries as I settled in. Kenny led us downstairs and had everything laid out and ready, a small amount of the black and green bud still in the bag, the smell of weed and a hint of something iron-y lingering in the air. He'd pre-rolled an 1/8 for me and gave me a strong pat on the shoulder.
No sense in going in soft. We want to enjoy this.
He grinned and handed Kai a stack full of brownies, undoubtedly full of the same stuff, while Kenny helped himself to an ungodly large blunt, passing us a lighter before we each nodded and prepared. I won't lie, I was nervous. Smoking had never been something I cared for, but the combination of wanting to bond with my closest friends and experience something new gave me the confidence necessary to push on.
See you on the other side, my dudes.
Kai grabbed his edible and had 2 at once, while Kenny and I sparked up and took a deep inhale. This is where we reach the part of this experience that brings me here, to you. Because I don't know what we smoked, but it wasn't weed. Within 60 seconds, my mouth grew ostensibly dry. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, and it felt like a Herculean effort to pry it away. Each of my teeth vibrated and my jaw wouldn't stop rotating in its socket. It took everything I had to focus and ask Kenny a question, his eyes glistening and focused on something beyond my purview.
Where did you get this shit?
Every consonant sounded crackled, like I was chewing on sandpaper. He didn't shift in his seat as he replied, didn't move a goddamn muscle save for his mouth.
The guy who calls himself the Arbiter. I think he wore a trench coat or a hoodie or something. I don't know. But he hid his face and he used one of those fucking voice changer things. Just said it'd be the ride of my life and that I'd never forget it. That it'd change me for the better. So that was good enough for me.
He took another hit, and I watched his eyes widen, as if something was coming into focus.
Just keep going and enjoy the ride.
I felt sick. My feet were sinking into the floor, and the leather couch was merging with my skin. But I figured it was just jitters, and did as instructed, taking another deep inhale and feeling the heat rush through my chest. A low, incessant hum filled my ears, the kind of electronic boom you hear in movies when the world slows down. The equivalent of my brain sending out signals that enemies are nearby in an RPG, but my body was unable to respond. Instead, all I could do was cast my eyes in Kai's direction, seeing if he was feeling what I was feeling. Unlikely after just a couple of minutes of edibles, right? But it was dark outside by the time my eyes settled on his slumped position across the room. The moon was steadily rising in the window behind him. How long had it been? An hour? 2? Kai was looking at his hands, slowly turning the palms and drooling into his lap. A thick, green mucus that dangled from his lips and had pooled to a staggering amount on his pants. He fixated on one particular digit, twisting it to find something, and extended it out to point at the same spot Kenny had been staring at, still drooling and devoid of any kind of expression. "Door," was all he managed to say, before stifled, awkward grunts of laughter escaped his lips. I turned to look and felt the room shift with me. The decor melted away, and the room of the house tearing off to leave us in a space of red and green mist, floating in place. I could still feel the fabric of the leather chair sticking to my skin, threatening to rip the flesh if I so much as twitched too much. I knew my feet were on the floor, but the sensation akin to pins and needles gave a sensation of floating that I fully gave into, as I caught on that I'd once again taken a hit. The smell of this weed, now the only thing I could perceive.
Ty, can you see me, man?
I blinked, waving my arms around as if swimming, my body floating in a strange absence of space. As the shape came into focus, Kenny dashed past me, directing me to a door that Kai was now sitting in front of.
Yeah, I see you. Where? What is this?
He grins. It's a sober and educated grin. He's been here before.
Don't worry, you know. Just follow me through the trip and you'll be fine. Just don't deviate and listen to what I tell you to do, okay? You'll know when you've found your door.
He puts an arm around me and gives me an encouraging push as I glide down to Kai.
And don't bother him. He's working to unlock it for us.
As we pass Kai, cross-legged and naked, still drooling, he was clearly focused on something. Eyes rolled back and jaw slack as a single digit still pointed towards the door, twitching and contorting as if picking an invisible lock. The door itself was grand, standing in this space at a towering 50 feet high. Marvelous sigils and carvings I've never seen before adorned the sides, coalescing to form a pattern that met in the center, with 2 snakes shaped like doorknobs.
Once the door is open, we descend to the next level. You may not remember what you see here, but it will change you, bro.
Kenny was proud, hands on hips, and far wiser than I'd ever heard him. It was almost unnerving.
This is the best gift I could give you. Kai's only been here once before, but he found his way in, as will you.
What did we take, Kenny? What was that?
I couldn't shake the fear in the pit of my stomach, and the mist around me shuddered at the question. Kenny grinned.
I may have told you a little while lie. At least it is a strain, but not of weed. The truth is, I don't know what it fully is. But the guy who gave it to me said it's the ultra high, and he was not wrong. I've spent most of the years learning about this place. It's given me so much, even if my waking body suffers for it.
He paused, shaking his head as he ran a hand across the fine wood of the door, a creaking now joining the low hum. Whatever Kai was doing, it was working.
I get headaches, start to hear things that aren't there, muscle aches. I forget who I am sometimes, and the nosebleeds. God, the nosebleeds, dude. I can't function out there anymore, so I asked him for the best shit he has to ensure I found the solution here, and most importantly, showed you what you've been missing out on.
He chuckled, hiding clear discomfort behind pure confidence. Something was here that he wanted. I opened my mouth to speak, but the door swung open and a soft light eked out, bathing us all and making my skin bubble. Kenny took off, pushing his body downwards as if diving into an ocean, and past the threshold of the door, a puff of smoke in his wake.
Dive in and let your senses guide you. Do not deviate from them, dude. You'll find your way.
Well, it's not like I could just leave in the middle of a high, I thought. I resigned myself to see this through despite the dread, and pushed down until I was hanging on the doorframe, taking one last look back at Kai. I almost screamed. Stood up, legs splayed out in a low squat, knees buckling under the pressure, and eyes fully rolled into the back of his head, blood seeping from his right nostril. He smiled, and while still pointing through the door at something impermeable, gave a soft wave with his free hand, the flesh rapidly melting from it, and revealing the complex nerves and muscles that pushed the digits forward. The flesh was pooling onto the floor and down his leg as he got one word out. Smell. A force pushed me through the door and hurtling into the cloudy mist within. As I fell through these strange clouds, my body twisting and turning with a flash of colors passing too fast to proceed, the smell of a barbecue filled my nostrils, and my mind, in that moment of nostalgic haze, wandered to what it must be like to descend through a gas giant, seeing the magnificent colors and smells without the immediate death. An otherworldly serenity, both familiar and unfamiliar. As soon as the thought came, it left me for a rapidly approaching obsidian black floor. I had just enough time to cover my face as I slammed into it, ribs crunching, and the wind knocked out of me. I don't know how pain was a thing in these situations, and I was immediately concerned I'd be hurt in the real world, but it gave way to the sight of a prone Kenny at the end of this hallway, whimpering in front of an even bigger door. Colossal statues line either side, each in a series of decomposition, starting from healthy to exposed bone, and finally, large skeletons with thick armor pushing down on their tired frames. Each one of them directing their gaze at Kenny.
Dude, you okay?
I called out, and he immediately jumped out of his skin, turning to me and holding his arms up.
You can't hear them?
He looked genuinely upset that I had appeared in front of him.
That means it won't work. After all that, you cannot hear them.
You deviated without knowing it. So here we are.
I frowned. He'd been the one to push me to do this, to follow him into whatever the fuck this drug trip was.
But you said to...
I protested, the hum drastically increasing in volume as the doors began to open and Kenny's breathing grew shallow.
He said you'd be able to do this with me. And since I was so far gone out there, a body rotting away from the inside out, I could make it work here. I just needed to get you across the threshold. This door is the last one. It has everything I'm looking for. But you'll need to take a different path. You cannot follow me in here. Take Kai with you, if you can.
The contents within the door are still impossible to see. They're opening painfully slowly.
What do you mean? Can't I learn too?
We can do this again, maybe just with a lesser strain? I don't know what use it was to reason within a drugged dream, but it felt so real to me. He shook his head.
No, this door is meant for me, but it seems fate intervened anyway.
He laughed. It was hollow, full of bitter irony.
When we passed out, I made a mistake. It's costing us right now. I was the last to go out, and before I joined you, the voice deep within this place told me that all that knowledge, the chance to ascend, was here. But I couldn't go back.
He turns to look at the statues, the things they all gave up in the pursuit of knowledge.
What I want is beyond that door. Well, I can't leave. Not until I know.
He tilts his head up to the thick clouds above us.
Can you hear it, Ty? They're just beyond the door, calling to me. Listen.
I tried, straining my ears as best I could to sift through the hum and the creak. I closed my eyes to help me focus. In that moment, something hissed from the distance. A terrible voice carried on the wind that told of horrible things. Things it had seen, done, and wanted me to do. I snapped my eyes open and felt my heart beating out of my chest, disgust at the forefront of my emotions. Kenny looked at me, a mixture of disappointment and understanding.
It's okay. You weren't ready, man. This shit needs practice. The tolerance build up. They wanted you here because your family is special, even in this town. And I hoped you'd be a good use to them here if you just saw what I saw. Then maybe they wouldn't hurt you. We could have both been something great.
He sighed, and his lips trembled, wiping a tear from his eye.
But I guess it wasn't meant to be. So I'll take the ascension for us both.
Words caught in my throat, and the coherent blended into incoherent seamlessly, as if following the narrative structure of a dream. Key bits of information were being omitted as he stood there, weak smile, and looked me dead in the eye.
It's all right. We'll meet again.
I've sat here for hours, trying to find the words for what I saw when those doors fully opened, and the unholy howls erupted from within its chambers. So many hands, appendages, and undulations sprung from its depths to envelop Kenny, my friend. He smiled, let it happen, and didn't resist as they pulled him in further. I ran forward, my eyes blurring so as to not focus on what I was witnessing, desperate to save my friend, but unable to stop the doors closing on me. I scratched, kicked, punched, and wailed, but the doors would not budge. Within a few minutes, I felt the pulling of my body as it started to rise up and away from the obsidian walkway, away from Kenny, and up through the thick clouds, now stained black
and making my eyes water. Back through the first double door, Kai still waving aimlessly. I grab him by the still intact arm and pull him with me as we hurtle towards the starting point of this strange realm. As we look back and see the last set of doors close, the colors shifting from soft greens to bright oranges, all he can croak with fractured vocal cords is one word: burn. I awoke to the sound of flames licking at the upholstery, beams of wood crackling under the pressure and splintering to the ground. My head housing a thunderstorm, and with every movement, my eyes screamed in protest, threatening to burst out of my sockets. When I tried to sit up, a pair of horrific realizations washed over me in tandem. The house was on fire. Kenny's blunt had fallen onto the floor and sparked a flame that rapidly grew through the home into a blazing inferno. And, as a result, part of my back was fused to the leather chair. I looked to Kai, his hand resting in the flames and almost completely singed to the bone. Still catatonic and undoubtedly at risk. I had 2 minutes at best. I sucked in air, bit down on my lower lip, and pushed up with all my weight. A disgusting, ripping sound like the tearing of Velcro cut through the air, and a wet feeling drenched my back. The pain was indescribable, but I'm thankful that adrenaline was there in that moment. I grabbed the throw blanket we'd had spare for when the night got chilly and threw it over my body, darting rounds to grab Kai as delicately as I could and heading for the window behind him, breaking it open before hoisting him out, thankful that we were on the ground floor and, at worst, he'd hit the bushes with a nasty thud. By the time I'd gotten out, it was impossible to get back in through the window. Racing round to the front door, I pulled out the keys in my pocket and tried desperately to get them open. I scratched, kicked, punched, and wailed, but the doors would not budge. "Kenny," I breathed, staring at the house I'd become so familiar with, as it was consumed by the flames. As the distant lights of the fire serviced and paramedics grew brighter, my body found its cue to let me sink, mercifully, into unconsciousness. This brings us up to speed on what happened. I awoke with some heavy bandaging on my shoulders and was told a skin graft could be needed, but that for today I would need to field some questions about the house fire from a couple of detectives. Sure enough, a couple of men in their 30s saunter in, one in a thick trench coat and the other in a neat 3-piece suit, both well-mannered and polite. "Your friend, Kai Kokugawa, hasn't woken up yet, so we can't get his statement. Do you know what started the fire, Mr. McGraw?" I felt the familiar burning on my spine and swallowed, nodding. "Yeah, our friend Kenny, the guy who owns the house, had a lit cigarette in his hand and fell asleep. It fell to the floor, and, here we are." I shook my head. "Also, we could try some weird weed. What a fucking waste." There was no point in hiding it. They'd find out through my medical report. The two of them looked at me quizzically. The man in the trench coat leaned forward. "Kenny, who? You co-owns that house with someone?" I stared, confused. "What? No, that was Kenny's house. I lived on..." I paused. The image of where I lived prior was blank. As I tried to recall it, all I could see were the grand doors in that strange space. "Yeah, that's not your house. Why'd you have the keys to it? The neighbor said you went out around 10 p.m. the night before. Said you were excitedly telling someone you got some ultra. The neighbor said you went out around 10 p.m. the night before. Said you were excitedly telling someone you got some ultra shit." Well, the man in the 3-piece suit made a note on his pad, leaving it on my table. "I hope it was worth it, kid." Why couldn't I remember where I lived? Why couldn't I remember Kenny's last name? What was going on? The man in the trench coat grinned. "Was it worth it, Mr. McGraw?
Did you like what you saw? We've never seen someone come back from it still coherent. We are ever so curious about what you encountered in there. I felt sick. The room started to spin, and the two of them were ushered out as I was calmed down. It's been a few hours, and the men have asked to see me again, this time with some equipment and experimental medication. I have a feeling I know what it is. I don't know what we took. I don't know what happens there. I haven't seen Kai since this began, and I can no longer remember what Kenny looked like, what he sounded like. Fuck, were they even male? The worst part is the note that the man in the three-piece suit left. I've looked at it a couple of times, but it makes me feel sick. I can't leave. My body is wrecked, and it's only a matter of time before they come back. 5 words, accompanied by a strange sketch of an atlas moth beneath it. You have to go back.
Part 1. The storm arrived faster than anyone expected. 6-year-old Evelina McIntyre sat cross-legged on the carpet in her bedroom, a small, cozy space nestled on the lower level of her family's home in Georgia. The room, with its pastel green walls and neatly arranged shelves of toys and books, was usually a place of warmth and comfort. Her bed, covered in a soft quilt embroidered with flowers, took up the far corner, and a low dresser stood against the wall opposite the door. Evelina's drawings were pinned up all around, crayon depictions of smiling animals, blue skies, and colorful rainbows. But tonight, the peaceful space felt small and fragile as the storm gathered strength outside. Rain beat against the windows in uneven bursts, carried by gusts of wind that made the glass rattle. Evelina's parents, Lucy and Alexei, were upstairs. Their voices and the hum of the television drifted down the hallway, mixed with the low growl of thunder. She turned her attention back to her toys, focusing on arranging her favorite dolls in a neat line across the floor. A sudden creak from the far corner made Evelina pause. She glanced up, frowning slightly. The room was lit by the soft glow of her bedside lamp, casting steady light on every nook and cranny. Nothing seemed out of place, but then she noticed a small, dark patch spreading slowly along the edge of the carpet by the windowsill. She stood up, watching as the dark spot expanded. Water was seeping in under the window frame, pooling at the base of the wall and trickling across the floor. The carpet turned a deep, murky color as the water soaked in, widening steadily.
Mama? Papa?
She called, stepping back as the water crept farther into the room.
There's water in my room.
Evelina shouted, her chest tightening. She watched helplessly as the puddle spread, soaking the carpet. Her toys, scattered around the floor, were at risk of getting wet. She dropped to her knees, heart racing, and began snatching them up, holding as many as she could against her chest. She moved quickly, setting the dolls on her bed one by one, but more water continued to spill into the room. She grabbed her favorite stuffed animals, their soft fur brushing against her wet sleeves. One of her dolls, a small blue rabbit with floppy ears, slipped from her grasp and rolled across the wet carpet, its fabric soaking up the dirty water. She lunged for it, her sleeves dipping into the puddle, but the doll skidded out of reach. She grabbed at it again, but the water made her grip slip. By the time her mother appeared in the doorway, the water had risen higher, creeping around her ankles. Lucy rushed in, taking one look at the soaked carpet and pulling Evelina up onto the bed.
Come here, baby,
she murmured, brushing her damp hair back.
Alexei, it's coming in fast down here.
Evelina's father arrived, his face drawn tight with worry. He moved cautiously through the rising water, his shoes squishing on the soaked carpet.
It's already this bad?
He muttered. We need to block it off. He turned and hurried back up the stairs. Evelina clung to her mother's arm, watching as the water continued to pour in through the small gap under the window. It wasn't just a leak. It was spreading faster, the flow increasing with every second. The room, once her safe haven, was becoming unrecognizable. "It's okay, sweetheart," Lucy said softly, kneeling down beside Evelina. "Papa will fix it. Just stay here on the bed, okay?" But as the minutes passed, the water rose steadily, forming a shallow pool that covered the carpet and swirled around the legs of the furniture. Alexei returned with armfuls of towels and sheets, tossing them down to try and stem the flow. He ran back and forth, grabbing anything he could find. Blankets, old clothes, even the curtains from the closet. But the water spilled over each makeshift barrier, spreading farther and deeper into the room. Lucy lifted Evelina higher onto the bed, her voice tense. "Stay right here, baby. Don't move." Evelina nodded, her eyes wide as she clutched the edge of her blanket. She watched her parents struggle against the water, their efforts frantic and hurried. It swirled around their feet, soaking through their shoes, making each step slow and heavy. The entire lower level of the house seemed to be at risk. Lucy and Alexei exchanged worried glances, murmuring urgently to each other. And then, Lucy's gaze shifted to the far corner of the room, and her face went pale.
"Oh, God, Petey!"
She gasped, her voice stained.
"The rabbit! Alexei, the rabbit!"
Evelina's heart lurched. She twisted around, staring at the corner where Petey's cage stood. In the chaos and confusion, she had completely forgotten about him. His small cage was half submerged now, the water almost up to the middle. The metal bars of the enclosure rattled slightly as the water pushed against them. "No!" Evelina cried, leaping forward, but Lucy caught her before she could wade into the deepening water. "Stay here," Lucy ordered sharply, pushing her back onto the bed. "Don't move, Evie." Alexei splashed over to the cage, his face tight with panic. He reached down, fumbling with the latch, but the water was already too high. Petey lay motionless at the bottom of the cage, his tiny body limp and still. Part 2. 10 years had passed since the storm that changed everything for Evelina. She was 16 now, and while she had grown taller and stronger, the fear that took root that night had grown as well. What started as anxiety around storms developed into a full-blown fear of rain. Her parents had done everything they could to help her cope. They reassured her, tried to create a sense of safety whenever it stormed, and even enrolled her in weekly therapy sessions. The therapist specialized in childhood trauma, and over the years they explored different techniques. Exposure therapy, relaxation exercises, even creative outlets like drawing and writing to express her feelings. The sessions helped somewhat. Evelina learned breathing exercises and ways to distract herself, strategies for keeping the worst of the panic at bay, but the core fear never went away. Every time the sky darkened, every time she felt the first drop of rain on her skin, that same overwhelming dread returned. It was as if the rain carried a promise with it, a threat only she could hear. No matter how much progress she made, the sense of helplessness always crept back in. Her parents tried to be supportive. They kept umbrellas in every room, offered to pick her up from school on rainy days, and rearranged family outings to avoid any forecasted storms. But deep down, they knew, just like Evelina knew, that the fear had become part of her. Now, 8 years later, it was autumn. The days were shorter, and the afternoons were often blanketed in a gray, overcast light. The sound of the final school bell echoed through the hallways, and students poured out of their classrooms, their voices blending into a noisy hum as they made their way toward the exits. Evelina stepped out of the main entrance, joining the small crowd spilling onto the sidewalk. They laughed and chattered, some lingering by the steps, others taking out their phones to call for rides. Evelina remained quiet, her gaze lifting anxiously to the sky. Dark clouds hung low, blotting out the sun. The air was thick and damp, carrying a faint metallic smell that made her shiver. She knew what it meant. Rain was coming. Her pulse quickened, and she adjusted her backpack, feeling the familiar tightness in her chest. She took a steadying breath, trying to calm herself. It was just rain, she reminded herself.
just drops of water falling from the sky. But her mind rejected the thought as soon as it formed, her heart picking up speed. Evelina set off quickly, pushing her way through the crowd of students and heading down the sidewalk. Home was only 10 minutes away, 15 if she took the back roads. She imagined she could make it if she hurried. The first fat raindrop struck her shoulder as she turned into a narrow side street, soaking through her sweater instantly. Evelina flinched and glanced up at the sky, watching as more drops began to fall. They splashed onto the pavement around her, forming tiny, shimmering circles that quickly spread and disappeared. Her breathing turned shallow, and she pulled up her hood, quickening her pace. The rain came faster now, falling in a steady rhythm. She ducked her head, focusing on the ground as she broke into a jog. The streets were nearly empty, the other kids long gone, their laughter and chatter fading behind them. Evelina's shoes slapped against the wet pavement, each step sending up small sprays of water. She forced herself to keep going, even as the rain began to soak through her clothes, making them cling uncomfortably to her skin. Then, without warning, she slipped. She gasped, her arms flailing as she struggled to keep her balance. Her phone, tucked loosely in the pocket of her jacket, bounced free and hit the ground with a sharp crack. Evelina's heart lurched as she watched it slide across the slick sidewalk, carried by the thin stream of water that was now running along the curb. "No!" she cried, lunging forward. Her fingers scraped against the wet concrete as she scrambled to grab it, but the phone skidded away, tumbling toward the street. Rain poured down harder, making it increasingly difficult to see, but she didn't care. She stumbled after the phone, splashing through the growing puddles, and watched helplessly as it struck the edge of the curb, teetering for a moment, and disappearing down a sewer grate. Evelina skidded to a stop and dropped to her knees, staring down into the darkness. It was gone. Her phone, her lifeline, swallowed up by the murky, rushing water below. She reached out with trembling hands, fingers brushing the cold metal bars of the grate. "No, no, no," she whispered, her voice lost in the roar of the rain. She peered into the blackness, blinking against the rain running down her face. The water flowed swiftly below, carrying leaves and bits of debris, but there was no sign of her phone. Just as she was about to give up and stand, something shifted in the darkness. Evelina froze, her breath catching in her throat. She squinted, leaning closer. There was a shape down there, blending in amongst the shadows. It was hard to see, more of an outline than anything solid. But it was moving. She was sure of it. She swallowed hard. A soft splash echoed up from below. And before Evelina could process what was happening, her phone was tossed back up through the grate. It landed with a soft thud in a shallow puddle beside her. Evelina jerked back, staring at the phone in shock. She blinked, rainwater dripping from her lashes, and reached out hesitantly. Her fingers brushed the wet surface of the phone, and she picked it up slowly, half expecting it to be some kind of trick. But it was her phone, her exact phone. She turned it over, wiping at the screen, her mind spinning. It was wet, but undamaged, save for a handful of scratches on its protective case. Her heart hammered in her chest, and she looked back down into the grate, eyes wide and unblinking. There was nothing there. The darkness was empty, the water rushing steadily past. She couldn't see the shape anymore. "Hello?" she called softly, her voice thin and unsteady. Is someone there?" No answer, only the sound of water rushing through the drain. Evelina stayed there, crouched by the grate, for what felt like a long time. Finally, she stood, her legs stiff and trembling. She glanced around quickly, half expecting to see someone watching her, but the street was empty. The rain poured down harder now, plastering her hair to her forehead, running in cold rivulets down her neck. Evelina took a step back, then another, clutching her phone tightly. Then, she turned and ran. As she sprinted down the street, her shoes splashing through the rainwater, she heard it, a heavy, rhythmic splashing behind her. Her heart skipped, and she risked a quick glance over her shoulder. To her surprise, the street was empty, but as her gaze dropped lower, she saw them. Large, irregular footprints splashing into existence, one by one, in the puddles behind her. The steps were broad and deep, much larger than a person's, and they followed her at an unbroken, steady pace. Evelina turned and ran faster, struggling to breathe as she scrambled to safety. The house was just ahead. She could see the porch light glowing faintly through the downpour. She stumbled up the steps, her fingers fumbling with the keys, and threw herself inside, slamming the door shut behind her. Panting, she leaned against the door, peering out the small window beside it. The rain obscured her vision, but she could still see the street light through the sheets of falling water. The footsteps stopped just outside the house, near the bottom of the steps. They shimmered for a moment, then slowly filled with water, losing their shape and blending into the surroundings. She backed away from the door, her heart still racing. The house was dark and quiet, and as she stood there, the fear slowly shifted into confusion. Had she really seen that? Could it have been a trick of the light, or her fear playing tricks on her? That night, Evelina lay awake, listening to the rain pounding against the windows. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw it. Those huge, misshapen footprints appearing in the rain, the empty street, and the feeling that something had been right behind her, just out of sight. She finally drifted into a fitful sleep, only to be plagued by vivid nightmares. In her dreams, the rain was pouring everywhere, pouring down in thick sheets, filling every corner of her world. And just outside her window, half hidden in the downpour, something watched her. Its outline shifted and twisted in the rain, its eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness. Part 3. A few more weeks passed, but the unease lingered. Evelina couldn't shake the memory of those footprints forming behind her in the rain. Even when the skies were clear, she felt like something was watching her, waiting for the right moment to reappear. She avoided going out when it looked like rain, and if the skies darkened, she would rush straight home, locking herself inside long before the first drops fell. But the sense of safety within her home was beginning to unravel. It was late evening and the house was quiet, the distant hum of traffic drifting in through the cracked bathroom window. Evelina stood in front of the bathroom mirror, examining her reflection, forcing a smile. After everything that had happened, showers made her uneasy, but she still forced herself through the routine. She turned away, shivering as a cool breeze drifted in through the open window. The skies outside had been darkening all day, and now the soft patter of raindrops was starting up again. Evelina froze, listening. The bathroom was filling with the sounds of dripping water, but it was the sound of rain tapping against the glass that worried her the most. Her heart began to beat faster as the rain intensified, turning into a steady downpour. She moved to the window, intending to close it, but the moment her fingers brushed the frame, she hesitated. Something outside caught her eye. The street below was dark, lit only by the occasional glow of a passing car's headlights. Water splashed and pooled along the pavement, and just for a second, she thought she saw something in it. Something shifting. A tall, distorted shape, standing at the corner, unmoving in the heavy rain. Evelina slammed the window shut, locking it tight. The shape vanished, swallowed up by the darkness and the rain. She stood there for a moment, staring out into the downpour, but there was nothing now. Just another late autumn shower saturating the empty street. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to turn away. It was just her imagination, she told herself. She'd been on edge ever since the day she had seen the footprints. The very idea was preposterous, she realized. Such things didn't exist. Still, her anxiety remained, trembling slightly, and in spite of her fear, Evelina peeled off her clothes and stepped into the spacious shower, turning the water on. Cautiously, casting one last glance at the rain beating against the nearby window, she stepped into the shower. Hot water cascaded over her skin, the steady stream drumming against her shoulders and sending steam swirling around her. She closed her eyes, tilting her head back, letting the warmth ease her attention. The soft hiss of the shower filled the small space, drowning out the sounds of the storm outside. As she lathered and rinsed her hair, for a few minutes, she almost felt normal. But then, through the haze of the shower spray, she noticed something strange. There, just at the edge of her vision, the water seemed to be hitting something solid. Something that shouldn't have been there. The droplets scattered and spread, outlining a figure unusually thin, standing along the far wall of the shower. Evelina's breath caught, her eyes widened, her body tensing. She blinked rapidly, wiping at the water running down her face. The shape didn't move, didn't react. The spray of the shower hit it, bouncing off in tiny splashes, revealing the outline of a figure that was nearly as tall as the stall itself. It wasn't a person. The proportions were wrong. Too slender, too elongated. The head was bent slightly, its shoulders hunched forward, as if it were leaning toward her. For a moment, Evelina couldn't breathe. She stared, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. Then, the figure shifted. Evelina stumbled back, slipping on the wet tiles. She caught herself on the wall, her hands shaking. The water was still hitting it, clinging to its form, revealing the smooth, slick surface of something she couldn't name. She watched, horrified, as a long, gangly arm unfolded from the shape, reaching out slowly, almost curiously, toward her. Her back hit the cold wall of the shower. She pressed herself against it, trembling, her eyes locked on the reaching arm. The water ran down its length, outlining every unnatural curve. It stopped just inches from her face, hovering there. She could see the droplets sliding off its surface, dripping down to the floor in a steady rhythm. Evelina didn't move. She didn't dare to. Then, very slowly, she cautiously lifted her hand, extending it toward the figure. Her fingers brushed against its surface, and she recoiled instantly, jerking her hand back as if singed. It was cold, unnaturally cold, like touching the skin of something that had never been alive. Its surface was smooth and wet, almost rubbery, and it left behind a strange, oily texture that clung to her skin. Evelina couldn't help but stare at her fingers. Meanwhile, the figure didn't react. It remained still, its arms still extended, its head tilted slightly, as if watching her. She had to get out. She had to run. Evelina pushed herself off the wall, sliding past the figure, her movements clumsy and frantic. She burst out the shower, grabbed a nearby towel, and hastily wrapped it around herself. She didn't look back. She didn't want to see it following her. She flung the bathroom door open and ran down the hallway, water dripping from her hair and soaking the carpet. The house was dark, shadows pooling in every corner. She turned sharply into her bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her, and pressed her back against it, trembling violently. With the exception of the faint, distant tap of the rain against the windows, everything was still.
It was gone. Or at least it seemed to be. The figure, whatever it had been, wasn't pursuing her. She was alone, and yet the fear didn't fade. She had touched it, felt it. It had been in the shower with her, inches away, as if waiting for her to notice. Had it been there the whole time? Exhausted, Evelina sank to the floor. She hugged her knees to her chest, shivering uncontrollably. It wasn't supposed to be like this. She'd spent years learning to manage her fear, but this was something therapy couldn't prepare her for. The rain she had always been so afraid of may have been harmless, but not this. It wasn't in her head. No. It was dangerous, and it was here. It was inside her house. Part 4. It had been 2 weeks since the creature broke into her home and attacked her in the shower. 2 weeks of fear, tension, and unrelenting vigilance. Evelina hadn't told anyone what happened. Not her parents, not her therapist. No one. They wouldn't believe her. Or worse, they'd think she was making it up. Some days, she'd almost convinced herself that maybe it had been a hallucination. After all, it only happened when she was wet, when the rain was pounding down, when everything felt unreal. But deep down, she knew the truth. The creature was real, and it was still out there, lurking just beyond the safety of her walls. Ever since that night, she'd made it a point to take extra precautions. She kept the bathroom window shut tight, even during the hottest days, and she refused to take full showers anymore. Instead, she washed herself with a washcloth, using as little water as possible, dabbing at her skin in quick, nervous motions. Every time she finished, she'd scan the room, eyes darting to the corners, looking for any sign of movement. She checked every window and door in the house before bedtime, making sure each one was locked and sealed, even if it wasn't supposed to rain. She kept towels by the windowsills, just in case a stray drop managed to sneak in. And every morning, before her parents woke up, she'd go through the house, room by room, looking for anything out of place. A puddle where there shouldn't be one, a dark stain on the carpet, a damp spot on the curtains. Her parents had noticed the change. They tried to talk to her, asked her if something was bothering her, but every time they brought it up, Evelina would force a smile and shake her head, brushing off their concern. She didn't want to worry them, and she didn't want to admit that she was being hunted by something they couldn't see, couldn't touch. If she told them, what could they do? Nothing. They'd only panic, or worse, start watching her even closer. She couldn't risk it. So she kept quiet, and the fear festered. 2 weeks passed. She jumped at shadows, stayed up long into the night, staring out the window, listening for the slightest sound of rain. She knew it was out there, waiting for the right moment to strike again. The pressure of anticipation built in her chest until she felt like she couldn't breathe. She needed to do something. She needed to prove to herself, if no one else, that she wasn't delusional. The forecast called for rain that evening. Just a little drizzle, no storms, no heavy downpour, nothing that would summon the creature. She could handle it. When the first fine drops began to fall, Evelina stood by the back door, staring out into the yard. Her heart hammered painfully against her ribs, her palms sweaty despite the chill in the air. She had to do this. She couldn't let it control her. It was just rain, just water. She took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and opened the door. The rain was barely more than a mist, drifting down in tiny droplets that clung to her hair and skin. She hesitated,
every muscle in her body tense. But then, she forced herself to step outside. The cold, wet grass squelched under her bare feet, and she shivered. But she didn't turn back. She moved farther into the yard, the drizzle soaking through her clothes. For a moment, nothing happened. She stood there, her arms wrapped around herself, staring out into the gloom. The rain felt soft, lightly beating on her skin. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and held it. "See," she told herself. "It's fine. There's nothing here." She exhaled slowly and opened her eyes, looking around. The yard was empty. No shadows, no movement. Just the rain, soft and gentle, pattering against the ground. She took another step, then another, moving deeper into the yard. Her breathing slowed, her pulse easing. Maybe it really was just in her head. Maybe she was letting the fear get to her. Maybe. Her foot caught on something solid, sending her stumbling forward. She gasped, throwing out her hands to catch herself. Her knee hit the ground, the impact jarring up her leg. Wincing, she looked down and froze. There, half hidden in the wet grass, was a large, pale shape. She blinked, her heart leaping into her throat. It was round and smooth, its surface slick with rain. For a moment, she thought it was just a rock, or perhaps a stray ball one of the neighboring kids had kicked into the yard and failed to retrieve. But then, she noticed the faint movement inside. A dark, writhing shape pressing against the thin, translucent membrane. An egg. Evelina jerked back, scrambling to her feet. Her gaze darted around the yard, and she saw them. Dozens of them, scattered across the lawn like ghostly lanterns. They glimmered faintly in the rain, their pale surfaces pulsing softly with an eerie light. She could barely see them, their shapes only visible where the rain collected and slid down the thin, membranous skin. The creature had laid its eggs in her yard. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. It was nesting here, preparing for something. There were so many of them, clustering in tight groups near the base of the tree, around the fence line, even close to the porch steps. Invisible, except when it rained. Hidden in plain sight. No, she protested internally, terrified of the implications. This couldn't be happening. Then the fear morphed into something else. Something hot and fierce. Anger. Fury. She wasn't going to let it take over her property, her home. She wasn't going to let it spread. Her hands shook as she grabbed the old shovel leaning against the porch railing. She hefted it in trembling fingers, her jaw clenched tight. With a wild cry, she took aim and swung the shovel down. The first egg burst with a wet, splattering sound. Dark liquid spraying out in all directions. The tiny creature inside convulsed violently, its small limbs twitching, then went still. Evelina swung again and again, smashing through the eggs one by one. Each time the shovel hit, each time another egg exploded, she felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. But then, just as she brought the shovel down on the last cluster, a sound tore through the night. A high, ear-splitting shriek that echoed through the rain. Evelina froze, the shovel slipping from her grasp. The rain poured down harder, as if on cue, thickening into a veritable wall of water. She turned slowly, and her resolve evaporated. It was standing at the far end of the yard, half hidden in shadow.
The creature. It was bigger than before. Its limbs twisted and elongated, its head hunched low. Rain ran down its body, outlining its grotesque form. Its eyes, 2 pinpoints of pale, unnatural light, glared at her through the darkness. She didn't think. She ran. The creature's roar split the air as it lunged forward, its massive form crushing through the yard. Evelina stumbled up the porch steps, the beast in pursuit. She threw herself through the door and slammed it shut just as it crashed against the wood. The impact rattled the house, shaking the walls. She backed away, panting, her entire body trembling. It let out another roar, claws scraping against the door frame. But it couldn't come inside. Evelina watched as its form flickered and shuddered in the rain, its eyes burning with rage. It clawed at the door, its shoulders hunched, but the house was dry. It couldn't cross the threshold. She sank to the floor, heart pounding, her hands shaking violently. The creature let out one final ear-splitting shriek, and slowly, grudgingly, pulled back. It would come for her again, she knew. It wouldn't stop until it got its revenge. But for now, she was safe. Part 5. The days following the confrontation were bright and sunny, the skies a clear, unwavering blue. Evelina breathed a little easier each morning when she stepped outside and felt the warmth of the sun on her face. And slowly but surely, the fear that had gripped her so tightly began to loosen. But deep down, she suspected it wouldn't last. It never did. Sooner or later, the rain would return. And with it would come back. A week passed. The weather reports remained blissfully rain-free, and for a while she allowed herself to hope. She still hadn't told anyone about the eggs or the creature. What would be the point? The evidence of what she had done had vanished with the sunshine. The grass was green and unmarred, the splintered remains of the shells nowhere to be seen. No dark stains, no broken fragments, nothing to prove that the egg had ever been there. It was as if the storm had washed it all away, leaving only her memories behind. She knew what people would say. They'd think she was crazy. Maybe she was crazy. After all, she couldn't explain any of it. Not to herself, not to her parents, not to anyone. So she kept it to herself, letting it gnaw at her quietly. She barely slept, lying awake at night, staring out the window, waiting for the first sign of rain. And then, one evening, as she was heading home from school, the dreaded moment arrived. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon. The air grew thick and heavy with the scent of rain. The weather reports flashed warnings of severe thunderstorms, advising residents to stay indoors. Evelina's anxiety rose to a crescendo. It was coming. And this time, it would be worse. She hurried home, every nerve on edge, fingers trembling as she fumbled with her keys. The first fat drops of rain began to fall just as she stepped inside. Her parents glanced up from the kitchen table, their faces etched with concern.
"Hey, sweetheart," her mother said, softly, standing up. "The storm's going to hit pretty hard. We thought we'd all stay in tonight. Maybe watch a movie together."
Evelina nodded, forcing a tight smile. Her parents had been tiptoeing around her fear of rain for years, trying to make her feel safe. They didn't understand it, but they tried. And after the shower incident 2 weeks ago, the one she hadn't told them about, they'd been even more accommodating. They'd offered to stay nearby whenever she took a shower, just in case she had a panic attack or needed help. Their presence, though silent and unknowing, made her feel better. She glanced at the windows, double-checking they were shut tight. No straight drafts, no gaps, nothing that would let the rain inside. Her mother caught her eye and smiled gently. "Don't worry, everything's locked up. You're safe." The words were meant to reassure her, but they didn't. Not really. Evelina swallowed hard, nodding again. She had to act normal, had to keep it together. "Yeah, I know," she murmured. I think I'm gonna go take a quick shower before the storm really hits, if that's okay." Her father frowned slightly, glancing out the window at the thickening clouds. "Now? Are you sure?" "I thought you—" "It's fine," Evelyn said quickly. "It'll just be a few minutes. I'll leave the door unlocked. You can check on me if you want." Her parents exchanged a worried look, but nodded. Her mother stepped closer, brushing a strand of hair back from her face. "If you need anything, we'll be right here, okay? We won't go anywhere." The tightness in her chest eased just a little. She managed a small, grateful smile. "Okay. Thanks, Mama." The sound of the rain picked up as she made her way to the bathroom, the steady patter turning into a drumming roar. She paused at the doorway, taking a deep breath. It was just a shower. Just water. She'd been fine before, hadn't she? She'd taken showers every day while it was dry, and nothing had happened. But then, it hadn't rained. She shook her head sharply, pushing the thoughts away. She was being ridiculous. It was all in her head. She had checked every window, every door. The house was dry. She was safe. It couldn't cross the threshold. There were rules that protected her. Evelina turned on the shower, adjusting the temperature until steam began to rise. She stripped off her clothes quickly, stepping under the spray. Hot water cascaded over her shoulders, the familiar rhythm soothing. She closed her eyes, taking deep, measured breaths. It was fine. Everything was fine. She let the warmth ease her muscles, washing away the tension. She could hear her parents talking softly in the other room, their voices a comforting murmur beneath the sound of the water. Outside, occasional lightning strikes cast harsh, fleeting shadows across the walls. Then the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. Evelina's eyes snapped open. She turned, glancing at the closed bathroom window. Water trickled down the glass in thin rivulets. It was just rain, just a storm. She forced herself to look away, reaching for the shampoo. She rubbed it in her hair, trying to ignore the way her pulse raced, the way her skin prickled with a faint, lingering unease. But then, a drop of water slid down her cheek. A cold, unexpected drop that didn't belong. Her hand froze halfway through rinsing her hair. The water was still hot, pouring steadily from the showerhead. But that drop, it was icy, like rainwater. Slowly, heart pounding, she turned back to the window. The glass was dark and slick with rain, but there, at the very edge, something moved. A small, thin stream of water slid down the frame, collecting in a tiny puddle at the base. Her blood ran cold. No. Before she could react, the window shattered. Glass exploded inward, spraying the bathroom in sharp, glittering fragments. Evelina screamed, stumbling back and slipping on the wet tiles. Her arms flailed wildly as she tried to catch herself, but her foot caught on the lip of the shower stall, sending her crashing to the floor. The creature loomed in the jagged hole where the window had been, its massive form half hidden in the swirling rain. Water ran down its limbs, pooling beneath it. Its claws scraped against the walls, leaving deep, splintering gouges.
Evelina scrambled backwards, eyes wide with terror. She tried to scream again, but the sound stuck in her throat, choking her. It lunged forward, its long, sinuous arms wrapping around her waist. The touch was icy and sleek, like touching a corpse. She kicked out desperately, but it held her tight, yanking her out of the stall and onto the cold, wet floor. Rain poured in through the broken window, soaking her skin and mingling with the water from the shower.
Let me go.
Evelina shrieked, struggling wildly, but it didn't respond. It only tightened its grip, dragging her closer to the window's remains. Outside, the storm raged, lightning flashing wildly. Defenseless, Evelina gasped as the creature yanked her through the broken window, its claws biting into her exposed skin. The rain poured down in a blinding torrent, soaking her instantly. At once, the creature's grip tightened, the claws around her waist digging deeper as she cried in pain, her voice lost in the roar of the storm. Evelina sobbed, twisting and kicking, but the beast only squeezed harder, pulling her further from the house. In desperation, she dug her heels into the mud, doing whatever she could to buy herself more time. Each drop of rain felt like a needle against her bare skin. She thrashed and clawed at the ground, trying to gain some sort of purchase, but it was useless. The thing was too strong. The creature lifted her off the ground, its claws shifting, moving around her body until they closed around her throat. Her vision blurred as it crushed her throat, cutting off her oxygen. Pain flared through her body, sharp and searing. She could feel its frigid, slippery skin against her neck, the way it seemed to pulse and writhe against her flesh. She kicked out blindly, struggling to break free.
Evelina!
Her father's voice rang out through the storm, high and desperate. Evelina blinked, gasping for breath, her head whipping around. Her parents stood at the edge of the yard, their faces pale with a mixture of horror, shock, and confusion.
Evelina, I'm coming.
Alexei roared, sprinting across the yard. He snatched up the old shovel from where it lay, abandoned by the porch, gripping the handle tightly. Lightning flashed again, and for a moment his face was a mask of pure, furious determination as he caught sight of the near-invisible presence assaulting his daughter.
Let her go,
he screamed. He swung the shovel with all his strength, the metal blade whistling through the air, but it passed right through the creature, slicing harmlessly through its form as if it were made of smoke. Only the rain reacted, the droplets rippling and scattering as the blade cut through.
Stop!
Lucy screamed, tears streaming down her face.
Let her go!
The creature ignored them, its claws tightened around Evelina's neck, squeezing until she gagged, her vision exploding with stars. She could see her mother's face, distorted by fear and rain. She could see her father swinging the shovel uselessly, his face twisted in rage and helplessness. It was going to kill her. It was going to choke the life out of her right here in front of them. Then, suddenly, her mother lunged forward, grabbing Evelina's arm.
No,
Lucy cried, pulling with all her strength.
You're not taking her.
The creature hissed, a sound that vibrated through the air. It yanked back, its claws digging deeper into Evelina's flesh. But Lucy held on, her grip ironclad. She dug her nails into Evelina's skin, refusing to let go. Her father dropped the shovel and grabbed Evelina's other arm, hauling her backward with all his strength. For a moment, they were caught in a brutal tug-of-war. Evelina's body stretched between them. Pain lanced through her shoulders, her joints screaming in protest. She could feel the creature pulling her, its cold, unyielding grip tightening. But then, with a final violent tug, they pulled her free. Evelina collapsed onto the wet grass, gasping for breath. The creature reared back, its form flickering in the rain. For a moment, it seemed to swell, towering over them, its eyes blazing with rage. Then it lunged forward again, its claws outstretched.
Get inside!
Alexei shouted, dragging Evelina toward the porch.
Go!
They stumbled up the steps, Evelina half carried between them. The creature followed, its claws raking deep gouges into the wood. But as they crossed the threshold, it stopped, its form shuddering violently.
It can't get me when I'm dry. Hurry!
Evelina cried, her voice high and panicked.
It can't hurt me when I'm dry.
Lucy yanked a towel off the coat rack and wrapped it around Evelina, rubbing frantically at her wet skin. The creature howled, a sound of pure animal rage.
It clawed at the doorway, but the air inside was dry, safe. Evelina watched, shaking uncontrollably as the beast's form flickered and faded, the rain sliding off its oily limbs. Slowly, it pulled back. Evelina sat on the floor, shivering violently. The towel was rough against her skin, but she clung to it like a lifeline. Her mother's arms wrapped around her, pulling her close and whispering soothing words. Outside, the creature paced along the edge of the porch, its eyes never leaving her. The storm raged on, the rain hammering against the windows, but thankfully, the thing didn't come inside. Not this time. Part 6. The next few days passed in a blur of confusion and fear. Evelina's entire body ached, covered in bruises and scratches from the creature's attack. She stayed in bed, trembling at every sound, every shadow that moved outside her window. The storm had passed, but her fear lingered. Her parents hovered anxiously, watching her every move. They took turns sitting by her bedside, holding her hand, speaking in soft tones. They called her therapist, consulted doctors, reached out to anyone they thought could help. But no one could understand what had happened. How could they? None of them had seen it. Not like she had. And even if they did see the aftermath, the splintered wood with the creature's claws that raked across the porch, the shattered window in the bathroom, the deep gouges in the soil outside, none of it made sense. When the police arrived, they were baffled. They inspected the damage, eyes narrowed in confusion, murmuring quietly to each other. They had no expectation for what could have attacked a teenage girl in the middle of a thunderstorm, breaking through a bathroom window and leaving no prints, no blood, and no other sign of its presence beyond the wreckage it caused. "Maybe a wild animal got inside," one of the officers suggested, shaking his head. "Mountain lion, maybe? You'd be surprised how strong they can be." Alexei bristled at the suggestion, his jaw clenched tight. "We would have seen a mountain lion. It wasn't." Lucy squeezed his arm, his expression tight. "Thank you, officer," she said softly, politely cutting him off. "We just want to move past this." The officer hesitated, his gaze drifting to the broken window, the splintered wood. He didn't look convinced, but in the end, he nodded. "Well, if you think of anything else, you have our number. In the meantime, it might be best to keep your windows closed and invest in some better locks. Whatever did this, it's strong. You don't want it coming back." It was easier for them to believe it was just an animal, easier than accepting the truth, that something was hunting their daughter, something that moved with the rain. After that night, Alexei and Lucy knew they couldn't stay. The creature was drawn to the rain, and if it rained again, they couldn't take the risk. Moving, however, wasn't something they could do overnight. Selling the house, finding a new one in a different state, none of it could be done quickly. They needed somewhere dry, somewhere the creature wouldn't be able to follow. Lucy had combed through weather records, scanning for areas with the lowest precipitation, the least humidity, and the most sunshine. That's when she suggested Arizona. It made perfect sense. The arid desert climate, the low humidity, the lack of rainfall. If there was any place where Evelina would be safe, it was there. They made the decision to leave as quickly as they could manage. After the attack, Lucy took Evelina ahead of time, leaving Alexei behind to finalize everything. She didn't want Evelina to spend another day in a place that was so vulnerable to storms. "I'll be right behind you," Alexei promised, his voice low and strained. He wrapped Evelina in a tight hug, his hand cradling the back of her head. "Just as soon as I can. You're going to be safe there, okay? I promise." She didn't want to leave him. She didn't want to be apart from her father, the one person who made her feel safe. But the look in his eyes, the fear, the determination, made her swallow her protests. She nodded, biting her lip. "You'll come soon?" "As soon as I can," he whispered. Lucy's arms were around her then,
pulling her gently toward the car.
Let's go, sweetie. We're going to keep you safe.
Evelina glanced back over her shoulder as they drove away, her heart aching. She watched her father standing in the driveway, his shoulders hunched, the battle-scarred yard stretching out behind him. He looked so small, so alone. But no matter how much she pleaded, no matter how much she begged, he wouldn't leave until the house was sold. Evelina took a small measure of comfort in knowing that the creature had never gone after her parents, or anyone else for that matter. It hadn't touched her father, hadn't done much as looked at him, not even while he was wildly defending her with a shovel. For whatever reason, it was her it wanted. Her it had marked. She was the one it was drawn to, the one it was hunting. 2 weeks later, Alexei finally joins the rest of his family in Arizona. By then, Lucy had already found a small, modest house in a quiet neighborhood, its wide windows and open spaces a stark contrast to their old home. It was hot and dry, the air rife with the scent of sun-baked earth. No rain, no storms, just endless, unbroken sunshine. The desert stretched out across them in every direction, empty, harsh, and unforgiving, but also undeniably safe. In Arizona, there was nowhere for the creature to hide, nothing to call it back. And for a time, Evelina almost believed it was over. And yet, her fear of rain had only worsened. She refused to take showers. She couldn't glance at a faucet without breaking into a cold sweat. Instead, she resumed washing herself with washcloths, dabbing at her skin in short, quick strokes, eyes darting nervously around the room as if expecting the creature to slink out from the shadows at any moment. Every time she finished, she would towel off until her skin was dry and raw. It didn't matter if there wasn't a cloud in the sky. It didn't matter if the air was hot and dry and still. It felt like he was always watching, evolving, trying to find a way to get to her, to end what it started, to avenge the death of its offspring. Her parents tried to make things easier. They didn't ask her to explain. They didn't push her to talk about what had happened. They set up her room exactly the way she liked it, kept the house quiet and calm. They didn't mention the creature, didn't mention the rain, but they were always observing her, waiting for her to crack. And sometimes she thought she would crack. She knew it was still out there. It hadn't followed them, not that she could see, but it was still very much alive, wherever it was. Arizona was better, but it wasn't perfect. You can run from your problems, she realized, but fear, if you let it, will always find you. Part 7. For nearly 2 years, Evelina's life in Arizona settled into a fragile, uneasy rhythm. The endless sunshine and relentless dry heat provided a thin layer of protection, a buffer that kept her fear at bay. She threw herself into her schoolwork, keeping to herself and avoiding any activities that might bring her near water. Her parents remained vigilant, their eyes always flickering toward the sky whenever there was a hint of a weather shift, but the desert rarely threatened storms. For a time, it seemed they had truly escaped. Arizona was indeed safer. It was dry and harsh, defined by dust and heat, but rain was a rare event, more of a curiosity than a threat, and with each day that passed without incident, without a single drop of rain, the tension in Evelina's shoulders eased a fraction. Over time, the dark circles under her eyes began to fade. She slept more soundly, no longer bolting awake in a panic at the sound of a breeze rattling the windows. But some fears don't fade. They just grow quiet, lurking in the back of the mind, waiting for the right moment to resurface. The creature was never far from her thoughts. No matter how sunny the days were, no matter how safe she felt, Evelina couldn't forget the icy grip of its claws around her throat. The way it had moved like smoke through the rain. She kept her distance from bathroom windows. She avoided even the smallest man-made puddles in the school parking lot, stepping around them with exaggerated care. And when the wind picked up, carrying even the faintest scent of moisture, she would freeze. But the storms never came. Time has a way of healing wounds, however, and as months slipped by, Evelina began to relax, little by little. Her parents noticed the change, watching her closely. They still spoke in hushed voices when they thought she couldn't hear, but even they began to believe their troubles were over. Evelina even started leaving the house more often, venturing further from the safety of their dry, window-locked home. She even managed to make a few friends, acquaintances, really. They knew nothing of her past, and she preferred to keep it that way. They would never understand, and that was fine with her. If she was ever going to truly heal, she had to put the events in Georgia behind her. In fact, she was determined to do so. It shouldn't have come as any surprise then that when she received the invitation, she accepted it. It came just a few weeks before her 18th birthday. A girl from her class, Nina, one of the few people who had tried to draw Evelina out of her shell, approached her at lunch, a bright smile on her face.
Hey, Evie, I've got some friends heading out to Lake Havasu for the weekend,
She said casually, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear.
My parents are letting me bring a few people, and I was thinking, maybe you want to come?
Evelina blinked, caught off guard. Lake Havasu, a massive, sparkling body of water out in the middle of the desert. She had heard about it, seen pictures. The clear, blue-green water, the houseboats, the people laughing and splashing in the shallows. Her heart clenched.
I don't know.
She began, glancing away.
Come on, it'll be fun.
Nina insisted, her eyes shining with excitement.
We'll be out in the sun, relaxing, and no stress, no school. You can just chill, you know? It's not often we get a chance to cool off in the water.
The water. Evelina swallowed hard, her thoughts racing. It was true that she had avoided water at all costs. No pools, no showers, nothing. But it was different, wasn't it? The lake was safe. It wasn't rain. It wasn't falling from the sky, wasn't soaking into her skin, summoning it. It was just a lake. A big, still body of water. Safe.
I'll think about it,
she mumbled, clutching the strap of her bag. Nina's smile widened, relief flooding her face.
Great. Think it over, okay? Let me know by tomorrow.
Evelina nodded absently, turning away as Nina's voice faded into the background. Her mind whirled. Could she do it? Could she force herself to go? She hadn't been near a large body of water since they'd moved. It had always seemed too dangerous, too risky. But it wasn't like it would be raining. The skies were clear, the forecast sunny and dry. What could happen? Maybe it's time to try, a small voice whispered in the back of her mind. Maybe it's time to start living again. So, with a deep, shaky breath, Evelina made her decision not to allow her fear to control her any longer. She would go. The day of the trip dawned bright and cloudless, the sun beating down on the shimmering surface of Lake Havasu. Evelina sat stiffly in the back seat of Nina's car, clutching a towel and change of clothes. Excitement was in the air, the other girls chatting and laughing as they sped down the highway, the wind whipping through their hair. It was the first time Evelina had been away from home in months, the first time she had allowed herself to be near so much water. Her palms were clammy, her gaze darting nervously out the window as they pulled into the parking lot, the lake stretching out before them in a glittering expanse of blue.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Nina said softly, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. Evelina nodded slowly, swallowing hard.
Yeah, beautiful.
They spent the morning lounging on the beach, the sun hot on their backs. Evelina kept to the shallows, dipping her toes in cautiously, her eyes never leaving the water's surface. The other girls splashed and played, diving into the deeper areas, their laughter ringing out across the lake. It felt almost normal, secure. She found herself smiling, relaxing inch by inch as the hours passed. Maybe she had been overreacting. Maybe it was all in her head. Maybe. And then, just as she began to let herself believe it, the sky darkened. Evelina froze, her blood running cold as she glanced up. Thick, heavy clouds rolled in from the horizon, blotting out the sun. The wind picked up, rustling the palm fronds along the shore. A low, rumbling growl of thunder echoed in the distance.
No, not here. Not now.
Looks like we might get a storm.
Someone called out, their voice light and unconcerned.
Maybe we should head back soon.
Panic gripped Evelina's chest, squeezing tight. She spun around, her eyes wide, scanning the lake. The water, so calm and inviting just moments ago, seemed darker now, the surface rippling ominously.
And then she saw it.
A shadow deep beneath the water. Something moved, long and sinuous, its shape shifting and twisting. Evelina's breath hitched.
It was here.
It happened so quickly she scarcely had time to react. The creature surged upward, a dark, writhing mass breaking the surface. Evelina screamed as invisible claws wrapped around her legs, yanking her backward into the lake. The water closed over her head, suffocating her in an instant. She struggled, kicking and thrashing, but it was too strong. It dragged her deeper, pulling her away from the shore. Her friends' panicked shouts echoed distantly above, muffled by the water. She tried to scream, bubbles spilling from her lips. It had found her. The creature's grip tightened around her legs, dragging her through layers of shadows and slit further and further from the surface. Panic surged through her, her lungs burning as she desperately attempted to break free. Above her, dimly through the churning water, she could see blurred shapes. Her friends standing at the shore, screaming and pointing. Their voices were faint, muted by the distance and the water pressing in around her ears. She reached out, her fingers clawing toward the surface, but the beast yanked her down sharply, wrenching her arm. No, no, no. Her thoughts raced wildly, panic and fear clouding her mind. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. The water was all-consuming, squeezing the air from her lungs, and still the creature pulled her deeper. Her legs flailed uselessly, her movements becoming sluggish and weak. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, the creature propelled her violently toward the surface. Evelina's body broke through the water in a splay of droplets, gasping desperately for air. She had only a split second to take in the scene, the wide-eyed horror of her friends' faces, the ominous, darkening sky overhead, before the creature flung her high into the air. Her body twisted as she arched through the sky. The wind whipped at her wet hair, her vision spinning dizzily. And then, with a sickening force, she was slammed back down into the water. Pain exploded through her chest as she hit, her ribs aching with the impact. She tried to scream, but the water once more rushed into her mouth, preventing it. The creature didn't let go. Again and again it yanked her down, its claws cutting deep into her flesh. Her friends' voices were shrill and panicked, ringing out over the lake.
Evelina, what's happening? Somebody do something. Help her.
But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't see the creature's massive form, couldn't see its talons tearing at her skin. Evelina lashed out, her foot finally connecting with something solid. The creature growled, a deep, rumbling vibration that she could feel reverberating through her bones. And then it lifted her again, smashing her into the water's surface with resounding force. Her head snapped back, pain flaring through her skull. Spots danced in front of her eyes, her vision blurring. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature released her. Evelina floated for a moment, dazed and disoriented, her body aching from head to toe. She could barely keep herself afloat, her arms and legs trembling with exhaustion. Why, she thought dully, why did it let go? But then, in the dark water below, she saw movement. Dozens of small, shadowy shapes, swirling and darting around her legs, their forms just barely visible against the murk. Her head stuttered, her breath catching in her throat. No. They were smaller, much smaller, each one no bigger than a house cat, but they moved with the same fluid, eerie grace as the creature that had attacked her in Georgia. The same sinuous, unnatural motions that made her skin crawl. The creature hadn't let her go. It was feeding her to its young. A sob wrenched from her chest, mingling with the water as the first tiny claws raked across her leg. Searing pain shot through her. Instinctively, she retaliated, but more of them swarmed up, circling her in a frenzied whirl of movement. They clawed and bit, tearing at her skin, ripping through the thin fabric of her swimsuit. No, please, she gasped, her voice lost in the water. She twisted, trying to fight them off, but there were too many. Too many. The small creatures latched onto her arms, her legs, their tiny teeth sinking deep into her flesh. She did her best to scream, thrashing wildly as they tore at her skin, each bite sending a fresh wave of agony through her body. Blood clouded the water around her, dark and thick, staining the lake's depths as her lungs filled with water. Above her, her friends continued, begging and pleading for help, their voices frantic. She could see their faces, pale and mortified, their eyes wide with terror. But they couldn't help her. No one could. The pain was overwhelming. The creatures swarmed over her, their tiny, clawed limbs digging into her sides, her back, her neck. She tried to fight, tried to push them away, but her strength was draining fast. The water around her churned, saturated by the writhing bodies of the creatures. One of them latched onto her shoulder, its claws hooking into the muscle. Her arm went numb. Her legs wouldn't move. She could feel them tearing at her flesh, stripping away muscle and sinew, ripping her apart piece by piece.
Help her! Oh God, she's...
One of her friends wailed, the sound cutting through the chaos. But there was no help, no rescue. The lake turned red around her as her friends watched helplessly from the shore. And then, with a sudden, violent yank, the brood pulled her under, and the world went dark. Above, on the beach, her friends stood frozen in horror. The lake was a churning, swirling mass of red, the water frothing and foaming. And then, slowly, it began to still. The surface smoothed out, the blood dissipating, fading away into the dark water. The tiny creatures vanished, melting back into the depths. The only sign of what had happened was a faint ripple, a lone wave breaking against the shore. Evelina was gone. Within hours, the lake was cordoned off, police and emergency responders swarming the area. Divers searched the depths, combing through the murky water for any sign of her. They found nothing.
No blood, no scraps of fabric, no remains. It was as if Evelina had never been there at all. The authorities chalked it up to an accident, a tragic drowning, nothing more. But those who had seen it, who had witnessed Evelina's body flung around and torn apart by something unseen, knew the truth. Something hungry lurked in the water, and it had devoured Evelina alive, piece by piece. The lake remained closed for months, rumors spreading like wildfire. But eventually, people forgot, as they are wont to do when the novelty of a tragedy wanes. The stories faded, replaced by newer, more mundane horrors. But deep beneath the surface of Havasu, hidden in its depths, the nameless, invisible things that had consumed Evelina McIntyre slumbered, waiting for rain. Part 1. Tom Harriman didn't know why he fell so deeply in love with the house on Chestnut Street. But love is a funny thing, isn't it? Once Cupid's arrow pierces your heart, ration, logic, and reason go right out the window. A 2-story Cape Cod at the junction of 2 quiet streets lined with leafy oak trees and cast iron lamps, it was what the realtor charitably referred to as a fixer-upper. The wooden shakes in which it was sided, so much like a fish's layered scales, were grey and rotting. Shings peeled back from the roof like flecks of dead skin, and the back deck sagged as if under the weight of years. Inside, the smell of musk lingered on the stale air, the linoleum in the kitchen crackled underfoot, and water stains from a leak in the attic splotched the second-floor ceiling. The yard was overgrown and dense bushes pressed tight to the north and south walls. The last owner, an old lady in her 70s who had lived there since the 1970s, died 3 years ago, and it had sat empty ever since. "The kids in town say it's haunted," the realtor said cautiously, as if revealing a great and terrible secret. A tall woman with carrot-colored hair and a fire-truck red smile. She wore a red blazer and clutched a folder protectively to her crotch. They were standing in the sun-washed kitchen on a golden Saturday afternoon in early August, the cool, bright kinds that hit at the temperate days of September. Tom's wife, Julia, methodically went through the cabinets looking for signs of mice, and Tom squinted into the corners where the walls met the ceiling. Cobwebs danced in a breeze Tom could not feel, and that damp, mildewy odor caressed his nose like the scent of a cheap woman with cheaper virtues. "I believe it," he had said. Walking by on the narrow sidewalk, anyone with any imagination at all would think 625 was home to ghosts, goblins, and possibly vampires, too. It reminded Tom of a house in the town where he grew up. Boys used to dare each other to run up the walk and ring the bell. Legend had it that if they did, a ghost would throw open the door, grab your wrist, and drag you in, which he'd either eat or assault you. Its intent changed as the youthful tellers grew older and dirtier. Being a grown man with a level head and the computer science degree to back it up, Tom didn't believe in ghosts. The scariest thing he and Julia, a commercial artist, had encountered so far were leaky pipes, peeling wallpaper, and a few daddy-long-legs nested in one of the bedroom closets. The house was flooded twice, per the realtor, once in 1977 and again in 1994. And there was a minor termite problem in 2010. Those things alone would normally have been enough to make Tom raise his hands, palms out. But despite it all, he liked the place, especially the antique features. The clawfoot bathtubs and pull-chain toilets were pretty darn cool, if you asked him. Maybe it was the visionary part of him, but Tom could vividly picture the house as it would be once he and Julia moved in. Warm, cozy, and sepia tones like a comfortable old photograph. The big room at the end of the second-floor hall would be perfect for their daughter, Megan, and the finished basement would make a neat, rumpus room with a little spit and elbow grease. Another consideration was the location. Appalachian County Middle, where Megan would attend classes if they moved in, was 4 short blocks to the west, and Ridgewood Park, a vast expanse of playgrounds, walking trails, and duck ponds, lay just 10 minutes to the east. Rossville itself was the kind of place Tom had always wanted to raise a family in, with its quaint brick stone fronts, horizontal parking spaces, and small-town charm. When he first laid eyes on it, he was instantly put in mind of a Norman Rockwell painting.
Ooh, this is nice.
Julia marveled from the passenger seat, her big green eyes widened to take it all in. There was high praise coming from her. Short and fiery red hair and enchanting cat's eyes that made Tom's heartbeat quicken every time he gazed into them. Julia was typically an intelligent and easygoing woman, but she had been uncharacteristically rigid and hypercritical during their 6 months of house hunting. Tom could hardly fault her. She wanted everything to be perfect, and so did he. Even though he was 41 and she was 38, they were really just beginning their life together. Biology had long denied them a baby of their own, and finally they agreed to adopt. Early last year, they visited a facility in Mountain View and instantly fell in love with a little girl wearing big, dorky glasses and stumbling over her feet with every step. Thin and wispy, with dull blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail and clad in a cute floral dress. Megan came right up to them and held out her hand.
Hi, I'm Megan, and I fall down a lot.
She was bright, funny, and so adorable that we decided right then and there to adopt her. It was a long process, filled with red tape, paperwork, and lots of visits by social workers, but in the end, it all paid off. They'd never been happier, and even though they'd been married nearly 20 years, it felt like they were newlyweds all over again. This, they figured, would be the perfect time to buy their dream home. Like adoption, however, home buying isn't a simple matter. They'd look at every Foursquare, Frame, and Victorian in West Virginia, but nothing quite grabbed them and said, "Buy me, losers." Until the Cape Cod. Standing there, wrapped in air as warm as wool fresh from the dryer, and communing with the house like a seer with the spirit world, Tom felt the same stirring in his chest that he felt when he first met Megan. It wasn't as sharp or as sudden, but promised to blossom over time until it consumed him, just as wholly as his love for his daughter. Julia was smitten as well, but not quite as much as him. "It's going to take a lot of work," she said that night in bed. The amber glowing of the bedside lamp cast her face partly in shadows, her lovely and delicate features taking on a campfire ghost story air. "Like, a lot." "I know," he said with a nod of acquiescence. "But even so, it's still pretty great." She opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. Yeah, it's nice," she admitted. "And the price." The price was well below market value, and even after they'd put in the necessary work, they'd still have gotten it all at a steal. "Megan will love it," he said, to sway her even further. "Do you see that backyard? It's huge." Julia laughed in that melodic way of hers, the way Tom had come to crave, like a flower craves water and sunlight. "As far as the backyard goes, it is pretty big." "We can get a dog," he pointed out. "A golden retriever?" She pursed her lips in thought. "Every family needs a dog." Her lips spread into a big, happy smile, and her face positively glowed. She had long wanted a family, perhaps more than Tom, and every mention of their finally having one made her beam. "What do you say?" he asked. She took a deep breath through her nose and made a show of considering his proposal. Tom arched a faux critical brow, and she laughed. "I say, let's get a dog," she said. Then, "and the house." They signed the paperwork on August 25th and told Megan that morning at breakfast that they would be moving. "We're moving?" she asked with a hint of apprehension. She sat at the table with a bowl of cereal in front of her and a marble notebook sitting nearby. Julia had been teaching her to draw, and she was catching on quick. She looked small and far younger than her dozen years, like a duckling that hadn't kept pace with its siblings and was hopelessly behind. Her records were partially sealed by court order, and Tom knew very little about her origins, but she was born prematurely and given up for adoption instantly, which accounted, he supposed, for her small stature. In his darker moments, he thought it was because she didn't get enough love and nurturing in those group homes the state stuck her in. A child needed love the way a plant needed water, and like a plant, if a child doesn't get what it needs, it wilts. "We are," Julia said with endless love and patience. Megan had been with them since January. She was shy at first, hesitating to call them Mom and Dad, and this home hers. There was no clearer sign of this to Tom than her never taking her shoes off. In the beginning, she would leave her shoes on all day, except when she took a bath and went to bed. She came out of her room every morning in her keds, even when she was still in her PJs, and would not take them off again. Julia was the first one to realize why. "She still isn't entirely comfortable here," she said defeatedly. That made sense. The places where Megan had grown up were cold, tiled, and institutional. This wasn't like those. This was her home, and though it was such a small thing, it bothered him that she couldn't fully relax. By the beginning of April, however, she was starting to come out in just her socks, and Tom and Julia counted that as a huge win. All that to say, she was comfortable here, and as expected, the idea of moving, of being pulled away from where she was beginning to settle, upset her. "To a really nice house a few towns over," Julia continued. "And we're getting a dog." Megan blinked in confusion, the 1-2 punch knocking her off kilter. "A dog?" Her lips pulled back from her teeth in a big, excitable grimace that made even Tom's jaw ache. "What kind? What's his name? Can we play fetch with him? I never played fetch with a dog, except for the one time at the park, but when he came running back, he knocked me over and I got a concussion, so I don't remember it too well." She squinted one eye in thought, completely oblivious to her parents' amused smiles. "Actually, it may have been 2 dogs. We were thinking a golden retriever," Julia said. "What kind of dog is that?" Megan asked, bemused. Julia took out her iPhone, brought up Google Images, and handed it to Megan, whose brow furrowed analytically. She looked at the screen and brightened. "Oh, hey, these dogs are cute. Look, this one's a puppy. Can we get a puppy one?" "Just as soon as we move in," Julia assured her. That afternoon, the 3 of them piled into Tom's car, a red 2019 Dodge Caravan with a sliding rear door, and drove to the U-Haul rental agency in Stanton. The man Tom spoke to was fat with a bad comb-over and teeth as big and square as chiclets. He rented Tom the biggest model they had, the one with the extended 26-foot cargo hold, and thanked him for his business. Their house, a 1-story, 3-bedroom ranch on a parcel of land backed to a graded slope falling away from I-80, was packed with more memories than personal possessions, and it took Tom 2 days to load the truck. Megan volunteered to help, and watched her struggle with boxes as big as she was made Tom smile. At one point, she dropped one onto the lawn and the flaps popped open, spilling kitchenwares across the grass. She stared forlornly down at it and heaved a big, shoulder-shaking sigh. "I tried my best," she said, "and it just wasn't good enough." Coming over and standing next to her, Tom slicked his arm around her shoulders and drew her close. Her feet tangled, and she threw out her arms to steady herself. "Whoops. Sorry, hon." "Sometimes it's not," he said, hoping to sound wise and sage. "What matters is that you do try." She meditated on his words a moment, then stooped down and started to sweep the things back in. "I just hope I didn't break anything." On their last night in the house, they slept in sleeping bags on the living room floor, their makeshift beds in a rough circle around a single Coleman lantern that sent shadows flickering across the walls. The place was empty, and every loud noise echoed, which, for some reason, unnerved Tom. Houses aren't supposed to be desolate. They're supposed to be filled with joy, laughter, and things. Since all the dishes were buried somewhere in the truck, they ordered pizza from Papa John's and ate it over an intense game of Uno. Megan, though bookish and cerebral, could get mighty competitive. And when she played, brother, she played to win. She hit him with 3 draw 4s in a row, then flashed a terse smirk at his genuine horror.
Let's see you win now,
She said. I can't, Tom cried. I just picked up 12 cards.
and the excuse factory is open for business.
She said with an eye roll. In the end, neither of them won. Julia laid down her last card and broke into a mocking victory dance that would have earned a red flag had she done it on a football field. Tom and Megan exchanged a glance, then Tom shook his head. I think you made your point, he told his wife. Later, Megan snuggled up in her sleeping bag with her favorite stuffed animal, a plush rabbit with a carrot emblazoned across his white, furry chest, and Tom knelt over to kiss her forehead. I love you, honey, he said, and he had never meant any declaration more.
I love you too, Dad,
She said, and no title had ever pleased him more. Next, Julia kissed her and brushed the little girl's hair lovingly back from her forehead. Sweet dreams, Bud.
I'll try,
Megan said.
You too.
Later, when Megan's breathing had slowed, signifying sleep, Tom took his wife into his arms and held her close, his nose burying in her hair and imbuing its clean fragrance. Tomorrow, they were moving into their new home with their new daughter, and everything was right in the world. Julia spoke, breaking the tranquil silence, and Tom realized that he was beginning to doze. I hope she adjusts okay. There was a hint of worry in her voice. I'm sure she will, Tom said and drew her closer. She's adaptable. He said that admiringly. From what he knew, Megan had never suffered abuse or neglect, but even so, she'd dealt with a lot in her young life, from lacking the love and warmth of parents to living with 10 other kids, most of whom had behavioral problems and picked on her. She was no worse for the wear. Indeed, she was probably even better off for it. She had known and surmounted adversity, and that, more than anything else, built character. And Megan had a lot of character. He said as much, and Julia sighed deeply. I know, she started. I just worry. What if she doesn't do well in Rossville? She will, Tom vowed. We'll all do well. Julia turned in his arms and searched his eyes for traces of deceit, and when she found none, she offered a tiny, closed-lipped smile. She held up her hand, pinky extended. Pinky promise? Pinky promise, he laughed, and hooked his pinky around hers. Things might not be perfect in Rossville, but they would be as close as they could get. Of that, Tom was certain. Part 2. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Or lemon meringue pie, maybe. Sitting in the back of the caravan on the morning of August 29th, her stuffed rabbit, Mr. Bob, perched on her lap. Megan stared out the window at the passing countryside and scrunched her lips from one side to the other, a nervous tic she didn't even realize she had until people started making fun of her for it. She tried to not do it, but hey, might as well try not to be half blind without her glasses, right? Tom and Julia, calling them Mom and Dad still felt kind of weird, but good, too, if that makes sense, chatted in the front, and music whispered from the speaker next to Megan's head. Mr. Bob, named because he looked kind of like a bob, gazed sightlessly ahead, a toothy smile frozen to his furry face. And though Megan obviously knew he wasn't real, she pretended that he was just as edgy as she was. It made her feel better to not be alone. They were following a winding 2-lane highway through 2 foothills, and every so often a sign flashed by, the distance to Rossville closing a little at a time. 20 miles, then 15, then 10. With each revolution of the van's tires, the anxious churning in the pit of her stomach increased, until she was one rough jostle away from hurling. The air in the van, cold because the AC was on, was impossibly hot now, and breathing was a little difficult. It was almost like the asthma attacks she had when she was little, chest tight, lungs aching, head swimming. If she didn't know any better, she'd say she was going to launch into one. But she outgrew those years ago, and thank goodness, because they suck. She did her best to not show how messed up she was, and, not to brag, she thought she was doing a pretty good job of it. Her reflection in the window was drawn, but not a queasy shade of green. So, when there, her slender fingers picked absently at Mr. Bob's fur like a Catholic praying the rosary for strength, and one foot jittered a restless jig. You'd think that with all the times she'd been the new girl, she'd be used to it, but you'd be very wrong. Very, very wrong. Oh, she was accustomed to it, sure, but it still made her a little weak in the knees. See, every time she'd done this before, she went in with high hopes, promising herself that things would be different this time. No one was going to call her names or bully her, and guess what? Things were never different. The other girls, usually all older than her, were always B words, and the staff was always authoritarian H words, H here meaning Hitler's. Every new start led to the same old pratfalls as the last one, and no matter what she did, she wound up being unhappy. But things really were different now. She had 2 parents who were pretty great. Don't tell them that, or it might go to their heads. And soon, they'd be getting a dog. With all that stuff, could she be nervous? Could she really? Yes. Yes, she could. In the group homes, anonymity was her best friend. When you blend in, there's less of a chance people will pick on you. Starting a new school, well, how much more conspicuous can you get? Walking through the doors on the first day, she'd stand out like a big, yucky, sore thumb. Might as well wear a flashing neon sign that says, "Hi everyone, look at me. Wahoo, brand spankin' new." That was just her pessimism rearing its ugly head again. The same pessimism that she swore off when Tom and Julia adopted her. Gee, she thought, as she sat in this very spot on that first glorious ride to her new home. Things are sure looking up. Maybe she didn't think in those exact words, but the spirit was the same. And for the first time in a long time, as she could remember, she allowed herself a spark of hope. A spark that turned into something bigger over those first few months. She was happy, and she learned something about herself. She liked being happy. Cynicism, therefore, had no place in her life any longer. No, none. Goodbye. See ya. You are not welcome here anymore, buddy. She just had to think positive. Things aren't always bleak and glum and all that other stuff, so why act like they were? She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Julia twisting around in her seat to look at her. "You excited?" Megan's head bobbed up and down just a little too quickly, her ponytail tickling the back of her neck. "Yep," she said. "Really excited." Her voice sounded shaky to her own ears, and she searched her mind for something to qualify her statement. "I can't wait to see my room. It has a nice view," Tom said, and flicked his eyes to the rearview mirror. Julia nodded her agreement. "The way the sunlight filters through the trees outside the window is really pretty." A few miles later, the hillock running along the southbound shoulder fell away, and Rossville appeared in the valley below. The thin summer haze lent it a dreamlike quality, putting her in mind of theatrical backdrops painted on canvas. A wide, still river defined its northern border, and thick forest spread away in the south, the terrain gradually getting steeper and steeper until it officially entered mountain territory. Narrow streets dotted with trees ran east to west. A green church steeple towered from a stand of trees, and a red brick schoolhouse looked down from a hill like a strict headmaster keeping watch over his rambunctious flock. In the distance, the blue mountains separating Virginia from West Virginia melded with the dusty, azure sky. Megan's jaw dropped as she pressed her face to the window. It looked like something from one of the books she read. She swept her gaze left to right, picking out every little detail. "It's pretty," she said earnestly. "That's what I said," Julia commented. Rossville reminded Megan of a postcard you'd find in a gift shop. The kind that people buy and send home because they're just that picturesque. When she was in the group home, she imagined living in a place like this, and being here now as the highway curved to the left and then down to the green truss bridge over the river. Her chest clutched in pleasant anticipation. The roiling nerves faded away, and in its place came the giddy excitement she just moments ago claimed but didn't actually feel. She liked the house on 181. liked her school and the few acquaintances she's made. She couldn't really call them friends, since she didn't get to know them too well, but something told her she'd like it here even more. The bridge carried the road across the river, and Megan craned her neck to see the water through the framework. It swirled, rippled, and eddied around jutting rocks. And along either shore, fallen tree trunks broke the surface like prehistoric bones. A couple of men fished from one muddy bank, and further down, a group of shirtless boys splashed in the shallow water. Perfect for swimming, Julia pointed out. Megan didn't really like swimming, but if there was a big, shady tree surrounded by soft grass to sit in, it would make the best reading spot ever, with the lulling chug of the river, the quiet rustle of the warm breeze slipping through the trees, and the warming light of the sun. Oh, Mama, that sounded nice. In town, Routes 29 turned into Main Street and flowed past low brick buildings screened behind well-manicured trees. The bank here, the barber shop there, town hotel, feed store, cafe. Everything a small town should have as far as Megan was concerned. People in light, summery clothes made their way up and down the sidewalks, on errands or just enjoying the weather, and Megan studied them as the caravan rolled past. They looked okay, but Megan's hackles were up, and when that happened, she was like a dog that wouldn't trust you until it sniffed your hand and made double sure you were nice. People, she had learned, can be kind or mean sometimes, but they could also be pretty great sometimes, like Tom and Julia. Gotta look on the bright side, Meg. Stop being such a gloomy Gus. Jeez. At the corner of Main and Pine, Tom turned left. A gang of teenagers stood against a brick wall, texting on their phones and talking, while a boy in a knit cap and an AC/DC band shirt did kickflips on a skateboard. On the right, a man-sized door stood open. Inside, it was a pit of shadows from which loomed clunky things like filing cabinets. When he saw the single word above the entrance, white on faded red, she understood. Huh, Julia said with evident interest. They have an arcade. Do they? Tom asked and glanced over, but they were already past. I wonder if they have laser tag. Once a month, sometimes twice, Tom and Julia took Megan to the Chuck E. Cheese in Harrisonburg for a night of pizza, games, and ducking from the kind of sort of scary mouse-suited mascot. She wasn't very good at some of the games, like skee-ball. Skee-ball was the enemy, but she dominated at laser tag. She was so good, in fact, that she let Tom and Julia be on the same team, so they had a fighting chance. Julia hummed thoughtfully. It looks a little small for laser tag, she said, then looked in the rearview mirror. We can check it out later if you want. Sure, Megan said. She was already itching to explore Rossville. No one would instantly recognize her as new just walking around, and if they did, well, like SpongeBob said, a stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet. Huh. Yeah. Let's go with that. Better than thinking they're a bully you haven't met yet. Though to be entirely fair, she'd known more bullies than she had Tom and Julia's. A lot more. They turned onto Chestnut Street, and Megan shoved that thought aside. Big, spreading chestnut trees from which the lane derived its name overhung the pavement, sunlight falling through their boughs and dappling the asphalt with golden coins of summer brilliance. A woman in black yoga pants and a white tank top walked a shaggy dog along the sidewalk, and Megan turns to look. Its mouth hung open and its tongue flapped in the wind, making her giggle. That reminded her. When can we go to the pond? She asked. Tomorrow, Julia said at length. I guess. She looked at Tom for confirmation, and he nodded. I don't see why not. The house, a 2-story Cape Cod with grimy windows and a single dormer, and shaded in a mix of wooden shakes and weathered gray half-rounds, stood out an overgrown corner lot, unruly bushes growing along one wall. A chain-link fence chest-high to Megan enclosed the front yard, and a splintered wood stockade fence of similar height wrapped around the back. A brief porch provided access to the front door, and a flagstone walk led to the gate, beside which a crooked mailbox leaned heavily to one side, like a stooping old man resting after a long day of being elderly. Shingles peeled back from the roof, one wavering in a strong breeze as if in sarcastic welcome. and the brick chimney rising into the heavens was so scoured by the elements that it looked like it would fall over if you so much as breathed on it. What she could see of the cement foundation seemed okay if you ignored the moldy green stuff. Megan's brow knitted as Tom turned onto the side street, and she cocked her head to one side as if to rattle her brain into working properly. Okay, she had no right to complain about anything, which is why she never did, out loud, but why is this house all corpsey? From the way Tom and Julia talked about it, it was basically a mansion. The little bungalow in front of her, on the other hand, was not. A gravel alleyway bordered by tall wooden fences and lined with trash cans abutted the backyard. A lot big enough to fit 2 cars served as a driveway, and a tumble-down detached garage with 2 green-painted doors huddled beneath a giant oak tree on the right, its side window crisscrossed by thin vines that reminded Megan of the arteries on a cross-section of the human body. Tom cut the engine, and dust hung in the air around the caravan like smoke. "Here we are," he said.
It's nice,"
Megan fumbled. "It's a fixer-upper," Julia said in the rearview mirror. "It's going to take some work, but on the plus side, we get to decorate it from the ground up." Tom unclasped his seatbelt. "We'll start in your room. We can design it any way you want." Any way she wanted, huh?
Can I have one of those window seat thingies to read in?"
she asked hopefully. "You sure can," Tom said. "And built-in bookshelves if you want them." That could be nice. She had to see her room before she made any major decisions, though. Like Julia taught her in regards to drawing, every scene has its own character, and to keep in harmony with said character, you don't add anything to disrupt that character. Throwing open their doors, they got out and stretched their legs. The gritty early afternoon heat swaddled itself around Megan like a dissected hand, and the dry breeze blew dirt into her glasses and mouth, making her gag. A hushed pall hung over the neighborhood, broken only by the distant whine of a lawnmower. The tang of freshly cut grass found Megan's nose, and she drew a big breath only to choke on more dust. "Ugh, it's in my lungs." She fisted her hands to her mouth and coughed deeply. "You all right?" Tom asked with a touch of concern.
"Just getting used to the air,"
she lied. Tom arched his brow. "It's the same air as the old house."
"Could have fooled me."
A wooden gate with rusted metal hinges and a shattered latch opened into the backyard. The grass reached Megan's knees and teemed with late summer grasshoppers. One landed on the back of her hand, and she lifted it to her face in order to inspect it more closely. Maybe she was a weirdo, but grasshoppers were kind of cute. Until they spit on you, which this one did in short order. "All right then, back you go." She flicked it off with her finger and climbed the steps. They creaked under her feet, and nails' heads that had worked themselves loose tore at her keds. A glass patio table anchored by a big canvas umbrella, riddled with tears, occupied a space immediately to the right of the back door, and a couple plastic lawn chairs sat in an uneven row, inviting the meek and weary to come have a seat, and probably fall when the fragile legs gave out.
"First thing we have to do," Julia said, "is cut this grass. What time did Jason say he'd be here?"
Tom thought for a second. 12:30, but knowing him, more like 1:30. Jason was Jason Turner, Tom's best friend. Tom was, to put it nicely, kind of straight-laced. He always wore his shirts tucked in and followed all the rules to the letter. Jason was the complete opposite. He was like the fun uncle who let you stay up all night eating ice cream and chocolate bars, but when the time came to be serious, you couldn't exactly rely on him. Not because he was bad or anything. He was just basically a big kid himself, and not a particularly responsible one at that. Before they left the old house that morning, Tom hooked Julia's Prius to the U-Haul and put Jason in charge of bringing it over, since driving such a big truck made him nervous, and Jason had experience handling honkin' big land whales. Megan was just a teensy-weensy bit leery. All her stuff was in the truck, and who's to say Jason wouldn't wreck it playing chicken with another car or something? She could totally see him doing that.
"As soon as he gets here, I'm cutting the grass," Julia said. "God only knows what's in it."
Probably snakes, spiders, and vampires. Megan saw this movie in the group home once where a vampire popped up out of a really tall grass and attacked this boy, and it scared her so bad she peed a little.
Vampires aren't real, though. Snakes, on the other hand. I'll do it, Tom offered. I just want to get some of the furniture in first. He came up the stairs, fished the keys out of his pocket, and cycled through them while Megan stood on the sidelines looking up at the kitchen window. Fingerprints, probably older than she was, smudged the glass, and dead bugs clung to the screen. Tom found the right key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. He went in, and Megan followed, braced for it to be just as messed up inside as it was out. It wasn't, thankfully. The floor, yellow linoleum, was cracked in places and popped beneath her tread, but it looked clean. Floral paper covered the walls, ripped here and there, and to her left a bulky old refrigerator stood next to the countertop. Ahead, an open archway led into the dining room and the living room beyond, both of which seethed with shadows cast by the wavering foliage without. Megan sniffed the air like a tiny field mouse for hints of danger, and her nose crinkled at the pungent scent of mildew. Ew. It wasn't overpowering, but you know how sometimes a blunt edge hurts worse than a keen one? It was slight, but the more it clawed at her senses, the more off-putting it became. Julia slipped in from the deck and closed the door behind her. She tested the light switch, and the overhead light came on with a low electrical sound. "Power's on," she said. "It kind of stinks in here," Megan said, which was the most critical assessment she would allow herself. You don't look a gift horse in the mouth, and her entire life right now was a gift horse. A gift horse with a really bad breath. In the middle of the room, Tom sighed and nodded. "Yeah, it does, but we'll take care of it. Want to see your room?" Well, she did, but now she was a little apprehensive, if it was anything like the kitchen. "Sure," she said. The stairs were off the dining room and through a door that hung askance on hinges that weren't much better than the ones outside. The treads were bare wood, and the plaster constituting the two close walls were stained yellow with nicotine. Light cascaded through a window at the top, but it barely reached down here, leaving most of the stairwell in gloom. Gulp. She suddenly wished she didn't leave Mr. Bob in the car. For a moment, her resolve flagged. Then she steeled it and started up, her fingers trailing the wooden handrail and her little heart beginning to pound. Dust motes swirled around her like phantoms and tickled her nose, and pausing halfway up, she sneezed. Yeah, she already missed the old house. What did Tom and Julia call this? Their dream home? A bad dream, maybe. Sweat sheened her face, and her glasses began to slip. She pushed them up her nose and went on. At the top, she rounded the newel post and stopped. 3 doors opened off the hall, every one of them standing open. To the left was Tom and Julia's, ahead was the bathroom, and to the left and down, hers. The floors were bare, save for a thick layer of dust, and overhead, the single light fixture peered emptily down at her, like an all-seeing eye. Stop being such a baby. There's nothing to be scared of. Right. Nothing at all. She went the rest of the way and stepped tentatively into her room. 2 large side-by-side windows framed by vegetation looked out onto the side yard and a neighbor's house beyond. Bright sunshine soaked every square inch, and for that, Megan was thankful. As far as bedrooms went, it was kind of on the bland side. There was a closet on her right, door firmly closed, and an electrical outlet to the left. It wasn't much to look at, but as she floated through it, she could see all the possibilities within. Pink walls, a desk by the window for drawing and doing homework, a big, comfy bed against the wall, and, oh, that built-in bookshelf Tom mentioned would look great. In the closet, something thumped. The smile that had begun to lift Megan's face drained away, and she halted mid-step. Maybe it was... Now her chest clenched, and her fists curled reflexively to her breast. It was nothing, she told herself. Just Tom or Julia moving around on the first floor. As if to confirm her suspicions, the sound came yet again, and this time the door shook in its frame, as if whatever was inside was trying to get out. Okay, that wasn't Tom or Julia. It was a ghost, a vampire, some other equally horrifying third option. She didn't know, but her legs were already carrying her toward the door, and her heart fluttered. Oh no, I've seen way too many horror movies to fall for this one. She tried to wrench away, but an unseen force tugged at the front of her dress, drawing her forward, and her feet refused her brain's frantic demands to stop. Abruptly, the atmosphere was different. Heavier, darker, charged and crackling like the air before a violent summer storm. Just a moment ago, the space was warm with sunlight. Now, in the twinkling of an eye, it was inexplicably cold. At the door, she stopped and looked up at it, feeling much smaller and vulnerabler than usual. She sucked quick, rasping breaths through flaring nostrils and brushed her teeth worriedly over her bottom lip. Every instinct she had screamed at her to run, but she could only watch helplessly as her arm reached shakily out and her fingers closed around the burnished brass knob. She turned the handle, and something shoved the door open from the inside, ripping it from her hand. A black mass with blazing eyes and sharp teeth hurled itself at her, and a high, skull-cracking scream dislodged from her throat. She staggered back and fell on her butt with a breathless umph, every muscle tensing for attack. Instead, the creature screeched out the door, and a moment later, Julia cried out in alarm nearby. A moment later, just as Megan started to cry, Julia rushed into the room, her eyes big with worry. "Are you okay?" she asked as she knelt and took Megan into her arms. "Did it scratch you?" Megan shook her head, trying hard to get a grip on herself and largely succeeding. Her heart blasted into her ribs with such power it ached, and the cold terror in the pit of her belly washed through her like sludge. She recalled the brief glimpse she'd gotten of the creature's face, and trembled like a small, frightened animal.
What was that?
"A cat," Tom said, having come in without Megan noticing. "A hissing, spitting, feral cat." Just a cat. Relief came over Megan like a soothing tide. For a second there, she thought it was a girl-eating monster.
What was it doing in the closet?
She asked, her voice still not entirely steady.
The door was closed.
Frowning, Tom went over and leaned into the closet, looking up. "There's a hole in the ceiling," he sighed in a tone of defeat. He turned away and closed the door behind him. "Must have gotten into the attic and come through when it heard you walking around." "Where is it now?" Julia asked and brushed her fingers comfortingly through Megan's hair. Tom shrugged. "It's somewhere."
"Well, go get it. God knows what it has. What if it bites Megan?"
Sighing, Tom slumped his shoulders. He looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he took a deep, resolute breath. "All right," he said. "You two stay here." With that, he disappeared, and as Julia continued to console her, Megan made up her mind. She did not like this house. Part 3. The boy hated summer. Striding down the sidewalk flanking Elm, his hands shoved into the pockets of his black hoodie and his head defensively lowered, he fumed with 2 months' worth of pent-up loathing and frustration, the length of his step increasing as his mind wandered farther afield until he was practically goose-stepping like a Nazi in an old newsreel. He was blind to the houses lining the way, their antiquated facades stately and calm. He was blind to the occasional car passing into the street. He was so wrapped up in the rage coursing through him that he wasn't even aware that he was sweating and panting for air. 12, almost 13, and tall for his age, with lank black hair, sallow skin that never seemed to flush, and flat, listless eyes that stared through you rather than at you. Cody Millers was the most hated boy in Rossville. His father hated him, his mother hated him. The other kids at Rossville Middle hated him, and even the adults in town hated him. They whispered among themselves about how bad he was, even though he'd never done anything wrong. When someone broke into the school last year after hours and slicked the hallway floors with lard from the kitchen, he was the first and only kid Principal Stone questioned. When someone burned down Old Man Johnson's chicken coop at the beginning of this summer, he caught the blame, even though he was home that night. His mother knew that, but his father, passed out drunk, was convinced he snuck out and punished him with his belt. Mom didn't even say anything.
She just let it happen like she always did.
The boy's not right.
He overheard Mr. Garthy, the barber, say once.
You could see it in his eyes.
And that was one of the nicer things they said about him. They acted like he was some kind of crazy madman who was always one step away from hurting someone. And you know what? These days, after all the hell he caught at home, all the times the kids called him names and shoved him into lockers, all the whispers, all the stares, all the bullshit. After all of that, maybe he was one step away from hurting someone. Every day, the gaseous ball of anger always simmering in his chest burned a little hotter, growing a little bigger. Sometimes, as he lay in bed at night and listened to his father tearing down the house in one of his wanton rages, he imagined himself hurting the people in town, starting with the kids he went to school with, and ending with Dad. He never allowed himself to think too deeply on the topic, because if he did, it would disturb him. In his heart, he didn't want to hurt anyone. He just wanted to be normal, like everyone else. The other kids at school, even the geeks, had friends. He had nothing. It was all too easy to envy them. By now, though, he didn't. He didn't even hate them. At once, being outcasted hurt, but now he was used to it. As long as they left him alone, he was fine. Most did, but some didn't. Like Zeke Harper. Zeke was just as big a prick as he'd expect the captain of the football team to be. Toned and handsome with brown hair and perfect teeth, he made the lives of everyone below him on the social food chain miserable. But Cody was his favorite target. At lunch, Zeke would walk behind him and accidentally spill his tray down his back. Whoops, sorry, Miller. And whenever Cody had to get up and walk past him in class, he always stuck his foot out, making him trip. Oh, and how everyone laughed. Was it really still funny after the 50,000th time? Telling didn't work. Zeke's dad was the sheriff, and everyone knew sheriffs play favorites with their kids. Even if Sheriff Harper didn't, everyone else did. Rossville, like many small towns across the country, was obsessed with football. Every Friday night from September to December, everyone crowded the high school athletic field to watch the Raptors play, and every Saturday, their exploits were splashed across the front page of the Rossville Review in bold black and white. Middle school ball wasn't as important as high school ball, but the kids on the team were still revered as minor celebrities, and Zeke was the star of the show. One day, they said, he'd go all-state, whatever that meant. The teachers let him get away with everything. The principal let him get away with everything. And everyone in town just loved how wholesome and all-American he was. They didn't see the side of him that Cody did. But you know what? They didn't want to see it, so they never would. It was probably him who broke into the school and torched that coop. In fact, Cody would bet money on it. Zeke Harper and the others weren't what bothered him today, however. It was summer. Most kids loved being out of school for 2.5 months, but not Cody, because as bad as school was, being at home with his parents was even worse. Dad worked the night shift at the Tyson plant in Harrisonburg Monday through Thursday, and the rest of the week he was home, sitting in his recliner, sucking down one beer after another, and cultivating his own anger. Anger because they were poor, anger because Cody existed, anger over nothing at all. No matter where Cody went in the house or what he did, Dad would eventually track him down and start badgering him, picking apart his every move and criticizing every little thing. Shutting a door too hard, flushing the toilet, opening the door to go outside and letting the AC out. Mom was just there, like a piece of furniture. She took pills from an orange bottle with no label, and Cody was beginning to think they weren't from her doctor. Since having peaceful days at home was almost impossible during the summer, Cody spent most of his time out. He walked the trails crisscrossing the forest surrounding the park, sat by the river and thought, and wandered the streets of town like a lost spirit. If he found enough change on the ground, he'd go to the arcade, even though all the games sucked and the guy who ran it, Mel, was a jerk. If Cody got a soda or a hot dog, Mel would shout the order to his sole cook,
It's for the future school shooter.
Every once in a while, Zeke and some of his cronies would drift in just to pick on him, then leave. And if there were other kids in, they stared at him and whispered to each other. It was almost as bad as being at home. One of his favorite places was the library. It was cool, quiet, and always empty, save for people using the free computer terminals or old ladies trawling for Danielle Steele novels. No one ever bothered him there, so he'd stay for hours, just sitting in one of the overstuffed chairs in the reading nook and paging through magazines. A few times he set out an idle mission to find the oldest book there, but got bored and gave up every time. His absolute favorite place was the abandoned house on Chestnut Street. There was something about the place that pulled him, like steel to a magnet. If he set out from his own house with no destination in mind, his feet would carry him the 8 blocks to Chestnut of their own accord. He didn't know why the house attracted him so, but it did, and the closer he got to it, the more he could feel its presence in the air. Waves of power like those emanating from a transformer, calling to him, beckoning him, dragging him ever to it. A few times he crawled in through a broken basement window and walked aimlessly from floor to floor with bated breath, the certainty that something was going to happen weighing down his stomach like a pile of rocks. The feeling was strong in the back bedroom on the 2nd floor, the one looking into the neighbor's yard. The air was colder than it was everywhere else, and the wind, when it blew in the eaves, sounded like a stir of whispers. The place creeped him out, but the compulsion to trod its floors and know its secrets compelled him as surely as a pyromaniac's obsession with fire. He wouldn't go there at night, though. Never at night. Presently, Cody crossed Elm and started down Birch, his body on autopilot and his mind far away. The houses here were smaller and shabbier, their lawns not as well kempt as the ones on Elm. Car parts and trash littered a few, and in one, a fat woman in a bikini sunned herself next to an inflatable pool where 3 toddlers squealed and splashed each other. Cody stared down at his rotting Nikes and nibbled his bottom lip. The house was 2 blocks away, but he could already sense it, and his step subconsciously quickened. When he got there, he'd go in through the window and probably sit in the middle of the living room with his back to the wall. There was a perfect corner where 2 walls met that was out of sight from any window. He could log his phone onto someone's Wi-Fi. Unsuspecting Van wasn't password protected, but it also wasn't very strong, and have complete and total peace, except for the maddening urge to climb the stairs and follow the whispering wind. 10 minutes later, Cody turned right and followed the gravel alley running along the backyards of the house on Chestnut. Tall stockade fences flanked the road, and clusters of trash cans waited for tomorrow's pickup. Flies buzzing around them like planes landing and taking off. The stench penetrated the misty fog in his brain, and he wrinkled his nose. He came to the house and stopped. An orange and white U-Haul was backed up to the gate, its cab blocking the street. A puke-green Prius and a red Dodge Caravan was parked beside it, the latter's back hatch standing open. Cody missed a step, then lowered his head and hurried past, his mind reeling. Was someone moving in? That shouldn't surprise him. That's what houses are for, isn't it? But it did, and even before he reached Chestnut, his chest twanged with loss. He crossed the street and cut west, back the way he had come, and stopped directly across from the front porch. A woman in black slacks and a white blouse pushed up to her tippy toes to hang a potted plant from one of the beams, and a girl with glasses and blonde hair in a ponytail stood dutifully by, holding another. Cody stuck his bottom lip sullenly out and blew a puff of air that stirred his bangs. His soul cried out for the house, like a dehydrated man for cool, blessed water, but instead he wheeled around and stalked off, his hands curling into fists. Great. Some dumb family took his house away. What's next? His bedroom at home, too. His anger was short-lived. A block from the house, it drained away, and he deflated. I'll go to the library, he thought with a sigh. Part 4. When he happened to drive by Millie Buford's old house and saw new people moving in, Bill Harper knew it was going to be a bad day. "Oh, shit," he muttered to himself as he slowed his squad car to a crawl. A man with sandy hair and glasses pushed a mower through the tangled front lawn, and a girl with glasses helped a woman wearing a white blouse pull weeds from beside the foundation. Another man, shaved head and wearing a gray tank top and camo cargo shorts, carried boxes from a big U-Haul and sat them on the porch, where a giant pile of crap had accumulated. Tables, chairs, a reading lamp, and bulging plastic totes covered in Sharpie. Kitchen, living room, bedroom. Something cold and slick turned over in Bill's stomach, and the taste of bile suddenly coated the back of his throat. Spinning the wheel, Bill swung down Ridgecrest, which fringed the yard, and craned his neck to see better. The CB on the dashboard squawked, but he ignored it. Damn thing could wait. Aside from the two men, the woman, and the girl, there didn't seem to be anyone else. He let up on the gas even more and came to a rolling stop, one hand tightening on the wheel and the other lying on top of his considerable thigh, fingers drumming an edgy tempo. The man with the glasses reached the chain-link fence separating the yard from the sidewalk and turned the mower around. He looked up, and their eyes met. Even ensconced in his cruiser, even wearing the gun and golden badge that imbued him with endless power and commanded the respect and deference of everyone he met, Bill, all 250 pounds of him, felt naked, exposed. He whipped his eyes away and accidentally laid on the grass. The car surged forward with a squeal of tires and the belt locked hard against his chest, squeezing a gasp from his lungs like toothpaste from a tube. He stamped the brakes and slammed back against the seat. The man behind the mower watched him bemusedly, and Bill sighed. After all that, he'd better get out and say something, or else it'd look strange. Damn it. Stupid goddamn house. He was a grown man who could handle anything. Anything. Except for 625 Chestnut Street. Just looking at it made his heart beat faster, and whenever he drove by, he had the uncanny feeling of being watched, as though the thing inside were staring out at him, seeing through joists, plaster, metal, and years. That was stupid, he told himself, but he felt it anyway. He went out of his way to avoid that house. If he needed to get to the other side of town, he took every other street he could, even if it turned a 5-minute jaunt into a 15-minute trek. When he did pass it, he kept his eyes straight ahead and his mind firmly on other matters. Taxes, reports, what Amanda was making for dinner that night, his son Zeke's grades. They were good, a little too good. Even then, a shiver never failed to shimmy down his spine. All the kids said it was haunted, and they weren't far off. They weren't far off at all. Why the hell were people moving in anyway? Last he heard, Bobby Buford, who took it over after his mom died, was having trouble finding a buyer. Bill went to school with Bobby, and for a time they were good friends. Then something happened, and the relationship went out the window. Most people born and raised in Rossville tended to stay in Rossville. Law of averages or some damn thing. Bobby, though, Bobby left right out of high school, packed his old Honda up, and let out that very day. Bill saw him heading out of town. It looked like he was fleeing. 3 years ago, Bobby's mother, Millie, sweet old lady who always handed out full-size chocolate bars at Halloween, fell down the basement stairs and lay there for 3 days, moaning and crying weakly out for help before the neighbor found her. Bill was the first one on the scene, and even if he lived to be 1,000, he'd never forget her face. Contorted in misery, mouth open and drooping, eyes cloudy white. She talked out of her head before the ambulance got there, said something pushed her, told him it talked to her at night, told him it mentioned his name. Horror came over him like a splash of cold water, and he almost ran out screaming his head off. Later on, he got a hold of himself. She was dehydrated, concussed, and senile to begin with. She was just rambling. Just rambling. Every so often, though, as he lay down next to Amanda and struggled to shut his mind down to sleep, he wondered if he was wrong. What if Millie Buford was telling the truth? What if there really was something in that house? What if it pushed her down those stairs just to lure him inside? Right now, in broad daylight, the sheriff of Rossville, shuddered. After Millie died in the hospital 3 days later, Bobby came back to town from Florida, where he owned a construction company. He didn't stay long and didn't talk to anyone. Andy Miller said he saw him down in the Save-A-Lot, and when Bobby saw him, he went pale, turned around, and rushed off. The house wasn't like something Bobby wanted to deal with, and it showed in how long it sat empty. Bill was just starting to think it was going to stay that way. And now this. He should have gone in there when he had the chance. He should have gone in and taken that damn thing out. He committed a few times, but he always found an excuse for backing out. As much as he might say he didn't believe in ghosts, all he had to do was think of Millie Buford, lying at the foot of those stairs, soaked in her own piss and shit, raving about spirits whispering his name, and he shuddered. Inhaling through his nose, Bill looked up at the house. In the light of day, it was entirely unremarkable, like a dozen other houses in town. Wood siding, half rounds trimming the second-floor exterior, green roof, white trim gone gray with grime. Not so scary, is it? No, it wasn't. The thing inside, though. Bill quashed that thought with the ruthlessness of a communist dictator putting down a rebellion. In the yard, the man with the glasses pushed the mower aside, his eyes never wavering from the car, as though it were a venomous bug that would bite the moment he looked away. The one with the shaved head carried a box up the porch steps, sat it next to another, and returned to the truck, completely oblivious to Bill's presence. Goosebumps raked Bill's arms, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The sensation of being watched crept through him. Drive away. Just forget it and drive away. You're the law. Who cares what they think? Just get away. Bill was a lot of things, and stubborn was one of them. He'd be damned if he let himself get so spooked over a house that he ran away. For that reason, and that reason only, he threw off his belt, flung the door open, and got out. The perfume of mangled grass seasoned the still air, and blazing hot sunshine enveloped Bill like the fires of hell. He slammed the door, hitched his belt up, and walked slowly around the side of the car, approaching the fence. The man in glasses came over to meet him, and the woman and the little girl, kneeling next to each other, turned their heads to watch, a look of mistrust crossing the mother's face. What the hell was he going to say? Welcome to Rossville, folks. That's when he caught it. The U-Haul. On the other side of the fence, the man stopped, his forehead knitting in confusion. His blue eyes flickered with trepidation, and Bill focused on that, and not the malignant house behind him, leering forth like a goddamn pedophile.
Afternoon,
Bill said with a curt nod. Good afternoon, officer, the man said cautiously. Can I help you? The other man stood by the U-Haul's tailgate, watching the proceeding like a specter to an Old West gunfight. Bill's eyes darted to him, then the house, then back to glasses.
You moving trucks blocking the street,
he said in his best cordial tone.
Can I get you to move it, please?
Glasses shot a quick glance over his shoulder as if to confirm the truck was, indeed, blocking the street. It's almost empty, the other man called. 2 more minutes. Bill didn't care whether the truck was blocking Alley Lane or not, but being here, next to this house, and in front of these people, he was uncharacteristically tense. Backing down too easily might look suspicious.
I understand there ain't much room, he said. I just want other folks to get back if they have to.
Glasses turned and surveyed the lot, and Bill leaned over the fence.
Just cut it a little to the left.
The other man, having heard, disappeared, and a second later, the U-Haul's engine roared into life. While he maneuvered the truck out of the way, Bill looked up at the house again. Curtains fluttered in a second-story window, and his stomach turned. Just a draft, that was all.
Just moving in?
He asked mid-conversation. Yes, the man said. The woman and little girl were coming over, and Bill sneaked a glance at them from the corner of his eye. He'd never seen either one of them before, and was sure of it, but the girl was oddly familiar. I'm Tom Harriman. This is my wife, Julia, and our daughter, Megan. The woman offered a guarded smile and Bill gave her a nod as curt as the first. 12 at a glance. Megan was short and petite, her bare arms slender and her knees knobby. She wore a floral print dress, big glasses, and her hair in a ponytail. Deja vu swept Bill, and a puzzled frown touched the corners of his lips.
I'm Sheriff Harper, Bill said. It's nice to meet you folks.
He paused and tried to think of something more to say. Normally, he was at ease with anyone he met, even if they were a hardened criminal who'd shiv his guts out just as soon as he looked at him. But right now, he was antsy. He shifted his bulk from one foot to the other and crossed his arms over his chest, then put his hands on his hips.
You too,
Tom said.
I'm really sorry about blocking the street.
The U-Haul rolled forward, swung to the right, then backed up, the tail lights blinking. It went forward again, turned even more, then came back a second time.
Like I said, there isn't much room, Bill said. The streets around here weren't made for trucks that big, even though sometimes you need them.
The engine shut off and the man jumped out. The front end still jutted out a couple of feet into the road, but it was good enough for Bill.
That should do it,
Bill said.
It was nice meeting y'all.
You too, Sheriff,
Tom said. Nodding one final nod, Bill turned around, went back to his car, and slid in behind the wheel. The feeling of being watched was stronger now, and his heart throbbed like an abscessed tooth. He had the strongest urge to look in the rearview mirror, but resisted. If he saw something staring out of that second-floor window, he'd keel over dead. Without putting on his seatbelt, Bill started the car, put it in drive, and pulled away from the fence. He didn't realize he was holding his breath until his lungs began to ache 2 blocks later. He let it out in a shaky rush and licked his lips. All right, well, 625 isn't empty anymore. That put him in the hot seat again. What now? First order of business was seeing Joey Vandermeer. After that, maybe the others too. Andy Miller, Frank Stone, and Dave Caswell. Frank was the principal at the junior high, and Andy worked the graveyard shift at the Tyson plant in Harrisonburg. He could catch them any old time he wanted, but not Dave. He drove big rigs up and down the East Coast and stayed gone sometimes for weeks on end. He'd have to stop by Helen Meyer's boarding house and see if he was in. The voice crackled over the CB, bringing him out of his fatigue.
Bill? You there?
Terry Bradford, Rossville's sole dispatcher, a tall, lanky woman with short black hair, she comprised a good 40% of the town police department, with Bill and his deputies Chuck and Mark rounding out the rest. Grabbing the handset from its cradle, Bill depressed the talk button on the side and lifted it to his mouth.
Yeah, go ahead.
Got a call from Edith Johnson.
Terry said, her long-suffering inflection thinly veiled.
She says someone spray-painted something on her garage.
Every small town, Bill reckoned, had at least one resident old biddy who lived in her window looking for reasons to phone the police. Edith Johnson was Rossville's and had been going on 20 years. 78 and frail with bushy brown hair that refused to go gray even as her face withered. Edith was the bane of Bill's existence. She called the station at least once a day complaining about cars going too fast on her street. It's a 25, and that Tundra was going at least 30. Teenagers walking past, they're up to no good, I just know it. One time, she even called on the birds in her bushes outside for making too much noise. I don't know animal control's number, so I'm calling you. Bill tried to be patient with her. Her husband died 10 years back, and her adult children never visited, so she was lonely, and her arthritic knees kept her from being able to move around. Some days, however, he could hit her.
All right,
he said into the CV.
I'll take a look.
5 minutes later, he pulled into the driveway of Edith Johnson's one-story ranch on Rossdale Street. Potted plants crowded the front porch, and a line of pink plastic flamingos marched across the front lawn, presided over by a gazing ball on a faux marble pedestal. A flower bed edged the house. A gnome with ruddy cheeks favored Bill with a knowing smirk that made him inexplicably uneasy. Edith, clad in a pink button-up blouse and white pants, was already making her way towards him as he got out, her posture stooped and her steps shuffling. Brown age spots dotted her skeletal arms, lending her the appearance of an overripe banana. and Bill could smell the asparcream before she was even upon him.
He defaced my garage,
She said in a low, trembling outrage. Bill glanced at the big roll-top door fronting the detached garage. Nothing.
Who did?
He asked.
That Miller boy.
She spat. Oh, Cody Miller, Andy's son. If every little town had an Edith, it has a Cody, too. A guy, or gal, who always takes the blame when something goes wrong. Bill wouldn't lie. Cody was a little different, but to the best of his knowledge, he'd never actually done anything to anyone. People had a way of scapegoating him that, well, wasn't very fair. See, his old man was, to put it nicely, a piece of shit. He drank, smacked his wife around, and was responsible for almost every bad thing to happen in Rossville during his youth. Someone egged your windows, Andy Miller. Someone broke into your house and stole $50 from your sock drawer, Andy Miller. Someone did donuts in your front yard. Guess who? In high school, he, Bill, Joey, and the others would cruise around, drink beer, and chase girls. Boys will be boys. Only for Andy, 17 never ended. Bill got serious about life, Dave got serious, even Joey to an extent. But not Andy. Instead, he got serious about booze. In the 15 years since school last let out, he'd been arrested 24 times for DUI, driving on a suspended, domestic battery, possession of coke, possession of pot, speeding, reckless driving. He was a man with a family and a steady job, but in a way, he was still that wild teenager, only more bitter and hateful. Or something. Bill wasn't a psychologist. Andy was bad news, and that was that. Unfortunately, that reputation rubbed off on Cody. The adults were leery of him, and no doubt told their kids he was a bad seed, and the kids picked up on him because kids are like a school of piranha. They move as a pack and descend on the odd man out. It didn't help that Cody looked like he was always plotting a murder. Dark, stormy eyes, strained frown. That was likely on account of everyone mistreating him, which made Bill feel bad for him. But those are the types you gotta watch. The most popular and well-adjusted kids, like his own boy, Zeke, aren't the ones shooting up schools. It's the bullied ones, like Cody.
How do you know it was Cody Miller?
Bill asked now. Edith Johnson's eyes narrowed to reptilian slits.
Right before I called, he walked by. I was standing on the porch and he didn't even look at me, like he was guilty or something.
That doesn't mean he is, Bill said.
It does in my book,
she said in a tone that closed the matter. Bill sighed. When she made up her mind, nothing could shake her. You'd have better luck changing a Democrat's politics or an evangelical's religion.
Where is he?
He asked.
Follow me.
She led him around the side of the garage. A chain-link fence divided her yard from the neighbors, and the unshorn grass reached nearly to Bill's knees.
There,
she said indignantly. Fuck you, old bitch, was splayed across the shabby vinyl siding in white. Bill put his hands on his hips and prodded the inside of his bottom lip with his tongue. Well, someone indeed spray-painted Edith Johnson's garage. But who? She swore it was Cody Miller, but her evidence was tenuous at best. Bill was inclined to think it wasn't him, but he couldn't rule it out.
What are you gonna do?
Edith demanded. Not much of anything, Bill silently decided.
Well, I'll talk to him. That's really all I can do. Are you gonna arrest him?
She pushed. Bill was beginning to lose his patience.
If I find probable cause, yes. If not, it's your word against his. Well, my word counts for more.
No, actually, it didn't. Her word meant crap to him. In fact, with the way she was always bothering him, she almost deserved this. Cry wolf long enough, a wolf's gonna show up, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself.
I'll talk to him,
he repeated, starting back to the car. She followed at a gait, bitching the whole way.
Are you just gonna leave it there?
She asked disbelievingly. Bill was behind the wheel with the window down, the key in the ignition. He had half a mind to gun the engine and speed off. What did she think he was, a cleaning service?
I'll send Mark out to do that,
he said. Mark, the junior-most man on the force, could use a good punishment. He came in late too much for Bill's liking, and that was easier than writing him up.
At least he'll do that.
She sniffed. Bill bit his tongue.
You have a nice day, Miss Johnson.
Backing into the street, he turned right and put Edith Johnson behind him. Now, for Joey Vandermeer.
Part 5.
At Main, Bill took a left and navigated past Town Square, a tiny commons dominated by a statue of Josiah Ross, Rossville's founder. A group of teens occupied a bench facing the fountain, and an old man tossed chunks of bread to the ducks that nestled there. The old county courthouse stood against the blue sky, its dome putting Bill in mind of a zit. When Rossville was established in 1784, it was the seat of Appalachian County, which in those days consisted of unspoiled wilderness and maybe 2 towns. For 100 years, Rossville was the biggest community in the region until a sawmill opened in Elk Park. In 1901, the seat was moved there, and the courthouse was partitioned between the police department, the Town Historical Society, and several other local agencies. The station was housed across 3 rooms in the basement. The plumbing was ancient, the heat hardly worked, and some people swore it was haunted. Like the house on Chestnut. Bill's stomach rolled, and a grimace rented his face. Boys will be boys, he thought. Yeah. Outside town, low, gentle hills rolled back from the road and gave way to dense forest above. In the west, pasture land stretched for as far as the eye could see. An 18-wheeler pulling a load of timber rounded a bend ahead and screamed past, making the cruiser rock. The ball of nerves in Bill's stomach tightened little by little as the highway dipped and rose. By the time he reached his destination, he was seething like a cauldron over a roaring fire, and a headache twinged above his right eye. Sitting on a lofty ridge like a majestic ship at sail and guarded by an ornate wrought iron fence, Vandermeer's state looked more like a palace than a home, with its ramparts, marble-columned portico, and braggadociously tall windows. An exquisitely crafted fountain stood before it like a modern marvel, and a tennis court and a swimming pool bookended the main building. Every time Bill saw it, he couldn't help wondering what anyone needed with so much house. 15 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a conservatory, a library. Hell, there was even a ballroom where Joey's parents used to throw lavish parties for July 4th, Halloween, Christmas, and just because. At its peak, long before Joey was born, the Vandermeer clan numbered 8, making the house too big even for them. Once, Bill was a frequent visitor here. He swam in the pool, attended every party, and rode 4-wheelers on the trails crisscrossing the woods behind the house. Of all his friends, Joey was the best. Fun and charismatic. He had a certain aura that pulled you to him. Bill imagined JFK had it, and maybe Reagan, too. Greatness, that's what it was, being around Joey Vandermeer. With his dazzling smile and twinkling eyes was being in the presence of greatness. You'd expect someone like him to be a jerk, but instead, he was a friend to everyone, and used to bring the entire class out here for pool parties and socials and the like. Then, something happened. And suddenly, Bill didn't think so highly of him. Then again, he didn't think so highly of himself, either. Slowly, he turned up the horseshoe drive, then drove past the main gate and up the hill, the house growing bigger the closer he got. 5 years ago, Joey's folks died in a car wreck, and he inherited everything. The house, the fortune, and the staff. He lived alone in the echoing halls, save for an elderly maid and the gardener. Billy didn't know what he did with himself anymore, and he didn't particularly care. He couldn't say he hated Joey, but he sure as hell didn't like him, and he contrived to avoid him just the same as he did the house on Chestnut Street. Bill parked at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the double doors and killed the engine. The house was so big it blotted out the sun, and shadows filled the world. He unbuckled his belt and got out. The afternoon had quickly turned humid and wrapped itself around him like a sodden blanket, drawing sweat from every pore. He scanned the sky for storm clouds, but didn't see any. Being so high, Vandermeer Estate commanded a sweeping view of the valley below and the hazy mountains on the horizon. For a moment, Bill contemplated it, stalling, then climbed the steps. Before he could knock, the door opened and the maid appeared, a short, frumpy Mexican woman with steely gray hair and glasses. She'd been here as long as Bill could remember, and would probably be here long after he was gone. an eternal fixture like one of the columns.
Afternoon,
He said with a nod.
Joey here?
Come in, she said in lightly accented English. She moved aside, and he stepped into the foyer. The highly polished tile floor glinted in the warm overhead light like the placid surface of a sun-dappled sea, and the oak paneling glowed, as if with their own inner suffusion. A staircase with a forest green runner and intricate golden leaf design in place of spindles led up to the second floor, where a railing guarded the shadowy front hall. Paintings, landscapes, and watercolors dotted the walls, and a lamp shone from an end table at the foot of the stairs. Bill followed the maid into a richly appointed sitting room with gilded woodwork and a big fireplace. A green rug with a fringed edge covered the hardwood floor, and soft music drifted theatrically from an unseen source. Brass lamps on the wall provided low, ambient light, and deep tranquility lay over the room, immediately taking the edge off of Bill's nerves. He sat on a leather wingback sofa with a weary grunt, and the maid rushed off to find Joey. Alone, he let his eyes travel around the room. A liquor cabinet stood against one wall, ready to service thirsty guests, and tall ferns huddled in the corners. Where the panels ended, staid wallpaper with tiny flower shapes took over, and Bill idly wondered if it was original or not. It hadn't changed in all the time he'd been coming here, and he bet it was at least 100 years old. Everything here probably was. A house like Vandermeer Estate is more like a museum than a home, all things preserved in a vacuum of time and sedation. His eyes fell on a portrait of a stern-faced old man with icy blues hanging over the mantel, his steely gaze boring into Bill like lasers. Louis Vandermeer, the first of the current line. In Germany, his people owned an Alpine inn. He came to America in the 1870s, found his fortune in the railroad, and died in 1929 as one of the richest men in the country. If that wasn't the American dream, Bill didn't know what was. He expected to wait a while, but after only a few minutes, Joey came in through a door at the other side of the room. Tall and muscular with curly blonde hair, blue eyes, and a strong, angular jaw, Joey resembled his ancestor only passingly. Clad in white tennis shorts, a white polo that stretched tight across his toned chest, and white sneakers, he looked far younger than his 35 years. An effect cemented by his boyish grin and the mischievous light in his eyes. His presence dominated the room, and even knowing everything he did about him, Bill felt that familiar magnetic pull.
Hey, you Billy boy,
Joey said affably as he walked up. He sank into his armchair, catty-corner to the sofa, leaning forward, and clasped his hands between his knees.
Do you want to frisk me?
Bill chuckled despite himself.
Nah, not this time.
He shifted restlessly, and Joey watched him. He didn't look much like Louis Vandermeer, but had the same penetrating stare, and it made Bill uncomfortable.
Came to tell you something. Whatever it is, I didn't do it.
Joey joked.
Honest.
Actually, he did, and sometimes Bill thought he did other things too.
Well, it's about,
He looked around to confirm they were alone, then lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper.
Someone moved into Millie Buford's old house.
Joey favored him with a blank stare of a man who'd just been given a critical piece of information that had absolutely no bearing on his life.
Oh, okay,
Joey said.
Well, if you want to form a welcome committee, I could chip in an Oreo pie and maybe some of Pop's cigars. They've been rotting in a box for 50 years, so I don't know how they taste.
This is serious, Bill said soberly.
You and I both know what's in that house.
Letting out a patronizing sigh, Joey sat back in the chair.
We don't know anything. Bobby could have...
He didn't, Bill cut in.
And you know it.
Joey's face darkened so briefly that Bill might have thought he was mistaken were it anyone else. Not many people knew what lurked beneath Joey Vandermeer's amicable facade, but Bill did. He'd seen it. Just as quickly as it came, it was gone, and Joey looked hurt, as though Bill had forced a painful memory on him at gunpoint.
Look,
he started.
I really don't want to talk about this, okay? You're jumping at shadows here. So what someone moved in?
Here, he spread his hands in a gesture of bafflement.
I do,
Bill said, starting to get hot under the collar. Joey had always been dismissive about this. Oh, at first he was contrite and self-effacing, but then he started to act like it never happened. "Because you're paranoid," Joey said.
You're damn right I am, Bill replied. I've been paranoid for going on 20 goddamn years.
His voice raised with his passion, and he lowered it again.
You aren't.
Even as the words left his mouth, he knew the answer. "No," Joey said tightly, the light, buoyant tone of a moment ago replaced by cold, serrated edge. "And I suggest you follow my example. You're a cop, Bill. You know damn well what happens to men who let their paranoia override their senses." Bill grated. He did know. He knew all too well. Softening his tone, sounding friendly even, Joey said, "I get why you're upset. I really do. Just don't worry about it."
What if they find?
"Then they find it," Joey said with a shrug. "You come out, do your thing, then that's it. We're home free." Bill sighed. He didn't want it to happen that way. Joey might think being sheriff gave him a blank check to do whatever the hell he wanted, but it didn't. If he didn't do things the way they were supposed to be done, the state police would be on him like bark on a tree. He said so, and Joey nodded in sympathy that didn't feel quite genuine. "Okay, then do it by the book. Come on, Billy. We're home free. Unless one of your clowns says something." His brow angled deliberately down, and Bill reflexively shook his head no. He wouldn't tell. "Then stop your worrying," Joey said with a grin. "Go grab a donut and a cup of coffee, huh? You earned it, big guy." Maybe Joey was right. Maybe he was just being paranoid.
All right.
He exhaled.
Yeah.
He pushed to his feet, and Joey stood with him. Together, they walked to the front door, Joey's hand resting on Bill's shoulder. "What you need is a vacation. When's the last time you took one?" On the porch, Bill thought.
I don't even remember. Probably the time we went to Atlantic City.
That was, what, 3 years ago? Bill did the math, then nodded. "Well, take another one," Joey said, and clapped him on the back. "My treat." That made Bill laugh.
We'll see.
As he drove away, Bill Harper's smile faded. My treat, my ass. It would be a cold day in hell before he accepted anything from Joey Vandermeer. A cold, cold, cold day. After dropping Kevin off at his house, Tom, Julia, and Megan went to the Home Depot for supplies. While Tom and Julia browsed, Megan wandered up and down the electrical aisle and breathed through her mouth because the sawdust choking the air hurt her nose. She stopped at a pin of plastic light switch covers and contemplated them with a thoughtful hum. There were all kinds, some of them in weird colors and shapes. Wonder if they have any shaped like animals. She sifted through and found a pink and purple one that looked like a curved dolphin trying to kiss its own butt. Perfect. She found Tom and Julia in the paint section, the cart already overfull. She stood quietly aside and waited for them to be finished. She didn't really like asking for things from them because she didn't want to look like a greedy freeloader, but she really liked the light switch cover, so she'd break her own rule just this once. "Fine," Tom was saying. "We'll go with baby blue." "It's the best blue," Julia said. "Right, Megan?" Megan nodded. It was, in fact. "What you got there?" Tom asked, and nodded at the dolphin. "It's a cover switch," Megan explained, then hesitated. "Can I have it?" Tom held out his hand, and she gave it to him. Adjusting his glasses, he held it up to the light and studied it for a moment. "Huh," he said, impressed. "That's pretty cool." "It's really neat," Megan said, impassioned like a defense lawyer pleading her case. "And it'll look good in my room." "It would," Tom agreed, and sat it in the cart. They picked up a few things from the lawn and garden section for the yard, then drove home through the weakened late afternoon light. They pulled into the driveway just past 6. Shadows filled the house's nooks and crannies, and the second-story windows glinted like excited eyes, an image that deeply unsettled Megan. Inside, with the lights blazing, it wasn't so bad.
and after a while, she loosened up. First, she and Tom moved her bed, then she took a bath in the old clawfoot tub. It was really big, like almost big enough to swim in. After that, she, Tom, and Julia snuggled up on the couch and watched Frozen, her all-time favorite movie. 3/4 of the way through, she started to get sleepy, and right before the end, she dozed off with her head lolling against Tom's chest. She came groggily awake when he picked her up in his strong arms and cradled her like a baby, then drifted peacefully back off. She did not stir as he carried her up the darkened stairs, or when he laid her in bed, pecked her forehead, and tucked Mr. Bob in next to her. She was oblivious to it all, and thus passed her first night in the house on Chestnut Street. Part 6. The Appalachian County ASPCA was housed in a surprisingly modern glass building 3 miles outside of Elk Park. Tucked away in a valley formed by small, time-eroded hills on 2 sides and backed against a stand of pine trees, it sat at the edge of a long gravel road that turned off of Route 29 and wound through the highlands like a gymnast's ribbon. At least that was the image that came to Megan's mind. She was always trying to come up with new and inventive ways to describe things. She loved reading, but so many of her books were the same. Good stories told in cliché, stilted language. She could admire a beautiful turn of phrase just as much as the next Reed fan, but she liked silly and off-the-wall better. Sitting in the back of the caravan with her hands fisted excitedly in her lap, she darted her eyes left and right, as though she could spot interesting and magical things in the woods pushing against the road. Shafts of sunlight fell through the treetops and painted the forest floor in golden tones, and deer slunk furtively through the brush. Quick flashes of brown and white that made her perk up and crane her neck to see better. Shortly, the trees parted, and the ASPCA was revealed, its facade framed by white dogwood and bright purple crepe myrtle. A warm breeze stirred their branches and sent them dancing, and light gleamed off the front of the building, a refracted beam hitting Megan's eye like James Bond's death ray.
We have ways of making you talk.
Tom pulled into a slot next to a brown on white utility truck with animal control stenciled on the doors and cut the engine. A man in gray coveralls leaned into the truck's open driver's side door and jotted something onto a clipboard, the downward set of his eyes telling Megan he was irritated.
It's pretty,
Julia said of the building. From her tone, it sounded like she expected it to be drab, dreary, and falling apart.
It looks more like a doctor's office.
They got out and went inside. The lobby was cool and dim, the floors composed of stone tiles and the walls colored cream. A reception desk guarded a door to the back, and a waiting room opens to their right. Tasteful leather chairs and sofas facing glass coffee tables laden with magazines. A perky blonde woman sat behind a computer, her face bathed in soft blue electric glow, and when they walked up, she smiled.
"Hi," Tom said.
"We'd like to adopt." Was that what he had said when he and Julia decided they wanted a child? Did he stroll boldly up to a desk manned by an underpaid state employee and say, "We want to adopt. Where do we sign?" Megan often wondered, and sometimes she even wondered why they chose her instead of a baby. The older girls at the group home told her people want babies and not older kids, and they were right. In all her time waiting for a family, so much like the poor shelter animals through that door, she saw only a precious few kids her age adopted. In fact, by the time Tom and Julia came along, she'd pretty much given up hope and was just about to start coming to terms with her lot. The woman handed Tom a couple forms to fill out, and they adjourned to the waiting room. Megan sat with her knees pressed together and her feet hovered inches above the floor. The chair was really roomy and uncomfortable. She looked around for a wall-mounted TV, like at the doctor's office, but there wasn't one. So she settled on flipping through a 6-month-old issue of People with Kate Middleton on the cover. A literal princess, huh? What do princesses even do? Like, in Disney movies, they fall in love and go on fun adventures, but what about real life? She bet they did a lot of sitting around and managing palace staff. Or maybe that fell to the queen. No, she couldn't see a queen dealing directly with butlers and stuff. There had to be a head maid.
A little while later, the receptionist waved them through the door. Tom and Julia flanked Megan as they made their way down a concrete aisle. Chain-link kennels linked either side, each one home to a different animal. A pug here, a writhing litter of kittens there. Megan's heart swelled as she pressed her face to each one, overdosing on cuteness to the point she could hardly stand up.
Oh, look at him,
Julia said of a fluffy Pomeranian. She stuck her finger through, and shaky with giddiness, it came over and boisterously licked it. Tom stood before the kittens with a wistful smile on his face. They romped, played, and tumbled over one another, clueless of his presence. Megan loved animals and figured picking one would be kind of difficult, but she didn't know how difficult. There were so many choices, it was simply overwhelming. The worst part was they could only get one. If it were up to her, they'd take all the poor animals home. She knew what it was like to not have a family, and the thought of taking one while the others looked sadly on, wishing it had been them, made her want to cry.
Can we get all of them?
She asked. She already knew they'd say no, but there was a 0.0001% chance they were just as entranced as she was and would agree. Tom and Julia both grimaced, and Megan frowned. "Let's just start off with one," Julia said. "Then we'll see from there." That was the most polite and hopeful no one could utter, and Megan decided not to push her luck. She turned in a slow circle, tucking her hair behind her ears to get it out of her eyes and give her maximum vision power, and stopped when she saw the dog. In the final cage on the left, a dog with short, glossy black fur stared glumly out at her, with its head lowered and a chastised look in its brown eyes. It wore a jaunty little red bandana with a bone pattern around its neck, and when it realized it had her attention, it swished its tail demurely. "Hi, I heard you maybe be adopting an animal." It looked far sadder than the others, and in an instant she decided that, unlike his cellmates, he had a loving family once. The kittens were too young to know the difference, but he remembered love, affection, belly scratches, and encouraging compliments of good boy. Maybe his masters lost him, or maybe they moved away and left him on the curb. She pictured him sitting next to a pile of garbage with the exact same expression he had on now, longing, hopelessness, and misery, and her heart twinged. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, she knew she had found the one.
Hi.
She cooed and walked over. The dog lifted its head. "Who? Me?" And his tail whipped giddily back and forth across the cement floor. She thrust her fingers through, and it started to lick them with the vigor of the starving. She giggled and crinkled her nose. Tom came over and stood beside her, his arms crossing over his chest. The dog cringed, stopped licking, and looked warily up at him.
This one,
Megan said, blotting her fingers on her dress. "Chocolate lamb," Tom said appraisingly. "Good choice." The dog looked hopefully between them.
Do you want to be my doggy?
Megan asked. His tail swished faster. That, she decided, meant yes. A man in tan slacks and a blue button-up opened the cage, attached a leash to the dog, and led him down the aisle.
is it a boy dog or a girl dog?
Megan asked the man. "Boy," the man said. "His name is Brody." Not the name she would have chosen, but since she already had it, she might as well leave it alone. Tom and Julia didn't change her name when they adopted her, so why should she do it to Brody? While the in-house vet gave Brody a final once-over to make sure he was hale and healthy, Megan sat in the waiting room, as impatient as an expectant father on D-Day. D meaning delivery. She squirmed in her seat, kicked her legs, and wriggled her toes. As soon as she got home, she was going to take Brody for his first walk. She wanted to check out the park anyway, and what better company to do it with than her very own brand-new doggo. After what seemed like an eternity, but couldn't have been more than 20 minutes, the guy in the blue shirt brought Brody out. The lab saw her, and maybe it was her imagination, but his face lit up. His tongue dropped out of his mouth in a happy pant, and he trotted over. "He's up to date on all his shots," the man explained. "We trimmed his nails and checked everything. He's good to go." Megan slipped out of her chair and knelt next to the dog, her fingers threading through his fur.
He licked her face, and her glasses slid off her nose, landing on the floor. He followed them with his snout and sniffed them. What are these things? Tom and Julia both laughed, and Megan fumbled for them.
I need these to see,
She explained as she put them back on. The world swam into focus, and Brody's face was right there, filling her field of vision. If he knew any tricks, giving you personal space wasn't one of them.
Can you shake?
She asked, and held out her hand, palm facing up. He sniffed it. We'll work on that later, Tom said and got to his feet. For now, let's get this guy home. Since they didn't have a dog carrier, and since Brody was too big and gangly for one anyway, he had to ride in the cargo hold as was. Megan begged and pleaded to sit with him, since he might need someone to keep him from getting scared or anxious, but as soon as Tom opened the door, he jumped in and sat on his hind legs as though they'd done this 1,000,000 times before.
He's fine,
Julia said.
look.
Sigh. All right. Megan sat in her usual spot behind Tom, a whole row of seats separated from her new best friend. She twisted around to look and wave at him, and he responded with a big, doggy smile.
When we get home, can I take Brody to the park?
Megan asked. We should probably give him a bath first. Tom favored her with a sly, sidelong glance. Wouldn't it make more sense to give him a bath after the park?
Who knows when he's last had one?
Julia argued. He's gonna get dirty at the park anyway, Tom said. She opened her mouth to protest, but shrugged. Julia believed in washing new clothes before wearing them. You don't know where they've been, who's touched them, or what's on them. That made sense. A shirt sitting on a shelf at Walmart has been folded, fondled, and fingered by factory workers, delivery drivers, blue-vested associates, and the general public. A dog's different, though. Right. 15 minutes later, Tom pulled the caravan into the driveway and killed the engine. Rustling trees sent shadows flickering across the home, and the second-story window reflected the sunlight like the surface of a still mountain pond. Megan felt none of the disquiet she had the day before. The strange feeling that came over her before she opened the closet door was rationalized and forgotten. She felt only excitement. Before the van had even come to a complete stop, she threw off her seatbelt and jumped out. She went around the back and opened the hatch. Brody still there, tall and proud, like a king on a throne, and she cracked a sly grin.
Come on, boy,
she said.
we're going to the park.
Brody lifted one floppy ear. We are,
That's right,
Megan said.
come on.
Panting his appreciation, the dog jumped out. Part 7. Cody Miller knew today was going to be bad when he woke at 7 to the sound of yelling. Lying flat on his back with his arms crossed protectively over his chest, a habit he'd had since he was little and could not account for, Cody jumped when his father's voice shattered the silence.
Don't fucking worry how I spend my money.
Some people are groggy and disoriented when they first wake up, but not Cody. When it took him a long time to fall asleep, he came awake quickly and clear-headed, like a cat from a fitful doze. Even in his sleep, he expected his father to come slamming through the door and could never fully relax. Heart in throat, he listens to the house like a small animal sensing danger with its whiskers. Heavy footsteps came toward his door, and his blood froze. Thankfully, they went past, along with his father's muttered cusses. If Cody knew his parents as well as he thought he did, Dad came home from work with a 12-pack of Natty Ice, and Mom confronted him about it. We can't afford this, he imagined her saying in exasperated tones. She knew how Dad reacted when she did that. Why didn't she just leave him alone? A door slammed, and Cody's stomach rumbled with nerves. The footsteps came again, and this time they stopped just outside his room. Cody pictured his father standing there, debating with himself. Should I start in on the boy or leave him alone? And he tensed, holding his breath. When Dad decided and walked away into the living room, he let it out in a rush.
Where's my goddamn eggs?
He called. Rolling onto his side with a dejected sigh, Cody stared at the window where pinkish early morning light ghosted across the pane. Sometimes he thought his father outright hated him. He used to try and please him by cleaning the house and bringing him a beer when he got home, desperate to make him happy and earn a fleeting compliment. Instead, Dad barely even looked at him, and when he did, it was with a sneer of contempt. And those were the good old days. On the bad days, he called him names and shoved him away. Get out of here, stupid, or I just got off work, leave me alone. He said other things, worse things, but Cody didn't like thinking of them. He learned a long time ago that his father would never be happy, so there was no use in trying or dwelling. All he could do was try and get by. He accomplished that by giving Dad as wide a berth as humanly possible. That didn't always work, but it minimized their encounters. Even as young as he was, Cody realized that his father was filled with rage, and when Dad confronted him, he shoved everything into the fire like a bunch of wood, getting madder and madder until he was shaking and spittle flew from his lips. He didn't blow up over tiny things, like Cody leaving his backpack in the living room or opening his window and letting out the heat. He blew up because pressure was always building in him. Small things weren't what set him off. They were only a trigger or a fuse. Therefore, Cody went out of his way to give Dad no reason whatsoever to erupt. When he wasn't gone, he stayed in his room, making no noise and doing nothing that could piss Dad off. He came out when he absolutely had to. He'd hold his pee for as long as he could and go hours without so much as a sip of water. Things got better when Dad started working nights at the plant. He woke up at 4 and left at 7, which gave Cody most of the evening free from worry. Usually, Dad was too tired to get mad in the morning, but sometimes he did anyway. Like now.
Why didn't you buy some then?
Dad demanded, telling Cody they were out of eggs.
I didn't have any money.
Mom charged.
You drank it all up.
That's what Dad did with his paychecks, each one just the same as the last. The cupboards were bare, and sometimes the power got turned off for non-payment. Every month, Cody didn't know whether or not the rent would be paid and worried until he was sick to his stomach. In his 12 short years, they'd lived in more trailers, cabins, shacks, and apartments than he could count. And sooner or later, they were always evicted. He hated moving, hated packing everything up, hated carrying it to the car and trying to fit it in because they couldn't afford a U-Haul. Hated the weeks and sometimes months living in motel rooms before they found their next place. The last time it happened, he threw most of his stuff out rather than pack and unpack it again. Most of what he did have was stowed in a gym bag in his nearly empty closet. Just like him, it was ready to go at a minute's warning.
I gave you $50 last week. I had to get school supplies.
Cody's chest clenched. It was his fault. Dad made a noise of disgust that reverberated through Cody's head.
So you fucking wasted it. No, what the hell does he need that cost $50 goddamn dollars?
The special, hateful little twist on him wasn't lost on Cody. Every time Dad referred to him, it was with venom and loathing, as though he were nothing but a piece of slime on the bottom of his shoe.
Notebooks, pens, stuff like that, Andy.
Mom spat, reaching the end of her patience. Cody braced himself for the echoing slap that was sure to follow as Dad lashed out, but it didn't come.
You and your goddamn son.
Dad sighed.
Just make me a fucking bagel. I'm too tired for this.
Their voices tapered off, and 15 minutes later, Dad's footsteps passed in the hall. Cody stiffened, but Mom and Dad's bedroom door closed, and silence crashed down over the house. He was in bed. Cody waited another 15 minutes for him to fall asleep, then got up and crept to the bathroom, being extra quiet so he didn't wake his father. He peed, winced at the deafening splash of his stream in the bowl, sure it would summon Dad. When he was done, he flushed the toilet and went back into the hall, where his father's muffled voice froze him.
Stop making so much goddamn noise.
Cody darted his eyes to the closed door, certain it would burst open was Dad's wrath, but when it didn't, he scurried back to his room, where he sat up with his legs before him in an M. The cuffs of the gray sweatshirt he slept in last night pulled up his bony wrists and drew tight around his neck. He'd need new clothes, soon, which would piss Dad off all over again. Kid needs to stop growing. We just bought him clothes. Yeah, well, if he didn't spend everything on booze, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Speaking of clothes, his hamper, tucked into the space between the wall and the dresser, was overfull. Was Mom going to the laundromat soon? It had been almost 2 weeks since they went, and school was starting in a few days. He needed clean clothes, or else the other kids would pick on him for smelling, like they did last year and the year before that. They made fun of him for a lot of things, and deep down he didn't think it mattered what his clothes smelled like or if they were new. He could change what he wore, but he couldn't change his long, narrow face, which made him look like a horse. He couldn't change his pasty skin, and he really couldn't change the fact that everyone in town just didn't like him. He could change everything else about himself, but at the end of the day, he'd still just be Cody Miller, the boy with the creepy eyes. The boy who just wanted to fit in. It was past 9 now by the clock on the nightstand, and Dad should be deep enough asleep that he could slip out undetected. He got to his feet, went to the dresser, and pulled out a pair of jeans with worn knees and a ragged hole in the seat. He didn't have any other pants clean, so he selected a black t-shirt long enough to cover it if he didn't bend over or lift his arms above his head. He grabbed his decaying Nikes from their spots by the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and pulled on yesterday's socks. Dressed, he grabbed his phone from the nightstand and shoved it into his pocket. It was a straight-talk flip model his mom bought at the dollar store. He didn't like taking it out around the other kids because they mocked him for not having an iPhone or Android like them. In the hall, the smell of instant coffee and lingering cooking odors seasoned the stifling air, and the sounds of Good Morning America drifted in from the living room. Ginger Z cracked a dumb joke, and Michael Strahan responded with a fake, stilted laugh. Mom washed dishes at the sink, clad in a blue dress with long sleeves and a white apron that lent her the appearance of a 50s housewife. Her long brown hair was a tangled mess of apathy, and her head swayed back and forth as she struggled not to nod off. Whatever was in that pill bottle, it made her tired and lethargic, a fact to which the shabby state of the house could attest. The living room carpet was littered with 3-day-old crumbs. The counters were messy, and Cody's shoes stuck to the floor as he crossed the kitchen. As if on cue, she cut the faucet and turned away from the sink, which was still crazily jammed with plates, pans, and silverware. In the brief flash he caught of her face, she was pallid and drawn, eyes bleary and unfocused. She looked like a zombie, and something about it disturbed Cody so greatly that he looked away. "I'm going out," he said. "Where?" she asked, voice thick and slurred. She slapped a hand on the counter to steady herself and squinted as if to see him better. "The park," he said, grasping for the first thing to come to mind. Mom nodded deeply, head flopping limply back and forth. "Okay, just be back for dinner." With that, she shuffled into the living room and dropped onto the sofa. On TV, an aging pop star unironically decried the 1% as though she weren't part of it. Outside, the morning was warm and still. Birds sang to each other from treetop perches, and the shaggy front yard glistened with dew. Cody closed the screen door behind him and hurried down the walk, gaze downcast and hands thrust into his pockets. He ignored the neighborhood as he crossed the street. The tiny, decrepit houses and overgrown parcel lawns strewn with trash, junk, and rusting auto parts. Even the landscape, stunted and deformed trees, hard-scribbled strips of dirt, and dying foliage, was worse than everywhere else in town, as though the hate, frustration, and hopelessness of many generations of destitute had soaked into the soil, poisoning it. Like their surroundings, the people were dirty, ugly, and worn out. Dad wasn't the only man on their block who drained his check away on cheap beer, and he wasn't the only one to be carted off to jail for slapping his wife around. Cops and flashing lights were rare in other parts of town, but here they were staples of a normal Friday night. From Westdale Street, Cody walked south toward the park. The soles of his shoes were so worn he could feel every crack and pebble, and he hissed in pain when he stepped on broken glass. He stopped, lifted his foot, and dug shards out of the rubber, then continued on, not caring if he was bleeding, at least not caring much. He took a right at Jointer Avenue and followed the sidewalk to Park Drive, the houses getting nicer and nicer until they were all brick, 2 stories, and trimmed with ivy. Sometimes Cody wondered what it was like to live in one of those houses, to have money and a father who didn't hate your guts. The kids here didn't have to worry about where they'd be in 6 months, or if there would be enough left on their mom's food stamp card to have dinner that night. They were popular, had nice things, and stable. They didn't move around every couple of months the way he did. Sometimes he envied them, and sometimes he hated them. Park Drive borders the southern edge of Ridgewood Park. Its left side's defined by dense trees and its right lined with houses. Mind-wandering, Cody's feet dragged him toward the iron arc over the entrance the way they once dragged him to the house on Chestnut Street. He offered no resistance, was barely even aware of being pulled as the tide to the moon. A concrete walking path branched off from the sidewalk and led into Ridgewood's heart. He turned onto it and passed the bathrooms and the playground, numb to the high laughter of kids playing on slides and seesaws. A few college-aged kids, probably on vacation from James Madison University, tossed a frisbee, and a boy about 3 flew kites with a kindly-looking old man who put Cody in mind of every grandfather he had ever seen on TV. Ahead, the path curved off to the right, but instead of staying on it, he crossed a wide, grassy plain salted with oaks and weeping willows. A duck pond lay to the left, its banks muddy and its algae green surface choked with lily pads. He came to an abrupt stop, as though someone had grabbed the scruff of his neck, and the mist fogging his brain cleared. He remembered walking here, remembered the sights and sounds, the movement, but not why, and his brow creased with confusion. This happens to him a lot, but he always wound up at the house. The house that some dumb family took away from him because the universe wouldn't even allow him that. Why did it happen now? He started to turn back, but a distant shout stopped him.
Brody!
A moment later, a squirrel streaked out from behind a stand of trees on the other side of the pond, followed by a black dog with a leash trailing behind. The squirrel darted up a tree trunk, and, rearing up on its hind legs, the dog pawed at the bark, its head whipping from side to side as it searched for its prey.
Brody, come back!
The dog looked over its shoulder just as a girl appeared, head hung and shoulders slumped. Roughly Cody's age, with glasses and blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, she was strangely familiar. For some strange reason, Cody felt the sudden urge to hide, as though something bad would happen if she saw him standing there. Heart racing, he ducked behind an oak and stumbled on a twisted root, nearly falling. Pressing himself flat to the tree, he leaned over just enough to see past it. The girl picked up the leash and dropped to her butt, legs crossed in front of her. She blew a puff of air and glanced at the dog, who hadn't moved from his perch. She said something Cody didn't hear, and the dog's ears pricked. The more Cody watched them, the more certain he became that he'd seen her before. He racked his brain. Then, a memory came unstuck, like a lethal blood clot. Yesterday. He saw her yesterday at the house. His house. Cody's eyes narrowed, and his nails dug unconsciously into the bark. The dog pushed away from the tree and sat next to its master, tongue lolling. The girl said something else and nodded as if in agreement with herself. Cody felt the pull again, only this time it was stronger than it had ever been before. Blood roared in his temples and echoed in his ears. It sounded like whispering. Deep in the center of his brain, a tiny pinprick of pressure took form, then steadily grew until his skull pulsed in time with his runaway heart. His features screwed up in agony, and a breathy groan hissed from his throat like air escaping a balloon. He clenched his teeth, jammed his nails farther into the bark, cracked them to jagged white splinters, and bowed his head. The edges of his vision strained, turning white, and his feet went out from under him, spilling into his knees. Drool oozed from his lips, hanging in long silvery stalks, and his lungs constricted, burning, aching, spasming for the littlest taste of cool, life-giving air. The chattering between his ears began to slowly increase in volume, getting louder and louder, deafening, drowning everything else out.
Stop!
As if in reply, the din cut out, and a single voice, low and raspy, filled the void. "Her," it said. Cody fisted his hands to the sides of his head and sucked a sharp intake of air through his teeth. It said again, quieter this time, as though the source were gradually drawing away. He looked up, and the girl was leading the dog back the way they had come. It tugged her along, and she stumbled.
Whoa, take it easy. I'm new at this.
Kneeling in the dirt, pale and sweaty with exertion, Cody watched them depart with wide, haunted eyes. When they were gone, he took a deep, shuddery breath. There was something about that girl, something special. And though he didn't know why, he knew he had to talk to her. Part 8. Megan opened one bleary eye and pointed it accusingly at the clock on the nightstand. 6:03 read the glowing green letters. She read them 3 times, but her mist-shrouded brain refused to absorb the information, and when it finally did, it refused to believe it. What? No, it cannot be time to get up already. Her eyes were deceiving her. It was really midnight, and she had hours left to sleep. Slowly, the fog cleared, and the cogs and wheels began to turn. Ah, it is time to get up. A pang rippled through her stomach, and she almost pulled the covers over her head. It was September 4th, the first day of school in Appalachian County. She had been psyching herself up for nearly a week, but despite her best efforts, she didn't feel as prepared as she should have. Walking into a new place filled with new people and being an outsider never got any easier, no matter how many times she did it, and she had done it a lot. Last year was hard, because in addition to starting a new school, she was still adjusting to living with Tom and Julia, so everything was topsy-turvy. She was more settled now and figured that would make things easier. Only one way to tell. Reaching out, she snapped the off button and snapped on the lamp. Muted yellow light pushed back the shadows and stung her grainy eyes. She rubbed them back with the heel of her palm, slipped on her glasses, and sat up and yawned. Brody curled at her feet, lifted his head, gave her a good morning smile, and laid back down. "Morning," she greeted. She rocked forward on her knees and stroked Brody's back. His tail wagged, and he gave a big, joint-popping stretch.
That sounded like it hurt,
Megan said. His tail beat a steady tempo against the bed, so she doubted it actually did.
"I have school today,"
she said, and scratched under his chin. Slimy nerves bunched in her stomach, and she drew a quivering breath through her nose. It was going to be fine. She'd make friends and fit in just as she did last year. It's not like she was going to walk through the doors and immediately become public enemy number 1 or anything. Right. Her stomach churned.
"I'm a little nervous,"
she confessed. She let her hand fall away, and Brody whipped his head up. "Hey, why'd you stop?"
"But,"
she went gamely on,
"everything will work out, and things will be fine."
She gave a nod that looked far more undaunted than she felt, and Brody nuzzled her hand insistently with his snoot. "Forget about that and pet me." She stroked his head and giggled when he lashed her wrist ebulliently with his tongue.
"I'm kind of a geek, and I won't get along with the cheerleaders or anything, but that doesn't matter."
Last night, while tucking her in, Julia sat on the edge of the bed, brushing Megan's hair out of her face, and skimmed her thumb over the ridge of her cheekbone. "You'll do great tomorrow, honey. You're beautiful, intelligent, and make me smile every single day. They'll see what your father and I see, and they'll love you just as much as we do." They never had before. She was still locked in torment when she fell into a thin and fitful slumber. She thought she dreamed, but she couldn't remember it, and even now, the knots in her gut grew tighter, clenching her middle like an angry fist. Brody licked her hand again, and she sighed.
"I have to get ready,"
she said. Sitting on her butt, she threw her legs over the side, got up, and went to the closet. She picked her outfit days ago. A blue, sleeveless dress with a white dolphin pattern that looked a whole lot nicer than it sounded. At her dresser, she grabbed her underwear, dropped them next to the dress, and shot Brody a stern look. A pensive expression crossed his face. "What did I do? I thought I was a good dog."
"No peeking,"
she said. Understanding, Brody buried his face in the blankets to give her privacy. She hurriedly undressed, then pulled her underwear on, followed by the dress. She fished a pair of pink socks with lime green trim around the ankle out of the dresser, sat on the edge of the bed, and slipped them over her feet, then her shoes. Her backpack forest green with JanSport on the front and white, sat next to the door like a Minuteman's go bag, packed and ready to roll. She picked it up, threaded her arms through the straps, and tested its weight. Kinda heavy, but only because it was crammed with supplies. She could jettison those in her locker later on. She started to go out into the hall, but halted. Wearing your backpack on both shoulders was kind of dorkish, but she didn't think it was prudent to advertise that fact quite so blatantly. Cool kids wore their book bags on one shoulder, and so too would she. Without raising his head, Brody rolled his eyes up to her and regarded her with a castigated expression, as though her leaving were an unjust punishment for a crime he did not commit. Her heart melted, and she stroked his head.
I'll be back later,
she promised, and pecked him between the eyes.
Love you.
Downstairs, Julia sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and the morning paper open before her. Tom was nowhere to be seen, and Megan assumed he'd already left for work. He telecommuted most days, but every Monday he had to go into the office. In Winchester, which lies over 100 miles north along I-81 in the foothills of the Upper Blue Ridge Mountains, it took almost 2 hours to get there, and another 2 to get back. She went over to the table and let the backpack drop to the floor, then sat. A plate bearing a bagel and a grapefruit half-flanked by a spoon and a glass of orange juice awaited her.
Morning,
she said. Good morning, Julia said. She wore a light purple robe and matching slippers, and her short reddish hair stuck out at funny angles. She closed the paper and looked up at Megan with a warm smile. How did you sleep? Picking up her bagel, Megan said.
All right.
That wasn't a lie. She did sleep all right, once she actually got to sleep. Excited? Julia asked. Megan nodded.
Yeah.
She hesitated, then added.
And a little nervous, too.
First day jitters, Julia said understandingly. It's impossible not to have them. She took a sip of her coffee. Do you have your schedule?
Yeah,
she said. She leaned over, unzipped her backpack, and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, which she then smoothed out on the table. Homeroom starts at 7:15, then her first real class at 7:25. The day ended at 2:45, which was 15 minutes earlier than her last school. So, you know where everything is, Julia fretted. You can find your way around?
Yeah.
Good. Do you want me to drive you? Megan shook her head.
No, thank you. I'll walk.
When Julia went off to use the bathroom and get dressed for the day, Megan ate her bagel and grapefruit, then washed it down with juice. Julia came back just as she was putting her backpack on. Have a good day, Julia said and kissed her forehead. I love you.
Love you too.
The day was warm and quiet, save for the chirping of birds. Megan hefted her backpack, winced at the strain on her shoulder, and went through the gate, closing it behind her. She turned left on Chestnut Street and passed the front of the house. Brody's morose face filled the front window, and Megan paused. Donning her biggest and most cheerful smile, she waved, then pointed to her eye, then to him, and hugged herself. I love you. He responded with a big, doggy smile that suggested he understood exactly what she was saying. She blew him a kiss, then was on her way. Appalachian County Middle School sits on the corner of State Street and Schoolhouse Road, a long, low, L-shaped building with an open breezeway running the length of its facade. A horseshoe drive serviced the main doors, and a flagpole stood in the center, Old Glory hanging limp from its summit. Buses idled at the curb, disgorging kids in a steady stream, and the principal, a burly man with glasses and a mustache named Stone, the man was named Stone, and not his facial hair, stood by the door, watching the flow with an expression of mild disdain. Megan stepped on the sidewalk and took a deep, galvanized breath. All right, let's do this. She crossed the lawn and joined a rush of kids getting off one of the buses. No one looked at her as they swept into the building, but she felt like they were. Her face flushed a deep shade of red, and her lungs expanded and contracted. Ahead, a long hall led away from the front lobby, maroon lockers on either side. To her left, a glass wall partitioned it from the main office, where secretaries buzzed back and forth like flustered worker ants. An American flag stood to one side of the entrance, and the Virginia state flag the other, blue with the seal.
A guy standing with his foot on the chest of a fallen foe, and the legend Sic Semper Tyrannis beneath. Thus always to tyrants. The floors were scuffed dull by generations of feet, and the low lighting lent the place a warm, nostalgic glow. A hall opens to her left and brought her to her locker. She darted her eyes nervously around, and still, no one seemed to notice her. That suggested to her that a new girl didn't stand out that much. Phew. She pulled a scrap of paper from her pocket, unfolded it, and scanned her combination. 36, 24, 36, 0. She put it in, and was somewhat surprised when it opened without protest. Knowing her luck, she expected it to stick, causing her to fight with it, make a scene, and get laughed at. Unshouldering her backpack, she bent, unzipped it, and took out a pen and notebook. She zipped it back up again, shoved it in, and closed the door. The bell rang, and she made her way to her homeroom by memory. The last room on the right. She was the third kid in, and took the first open seat she saw. Miss Friggleford sat at her desk, a massive woman with glasses and frizzy, graying brown hair. She was really nice, if the open house was anything to go by, and it was really mean to say this, but she looked like a pig. Her flesh pink and smooth, nose smushed and slightly upturned. She was hunched over her lesson plan, hurriedly jotting something down with a pen, and as she did so, her back rose and fell with her deep, labored breathing. One by one, the other kids made their way in until all but 3 of the desks were filled. Megan stole furtive glances at each one in an attempt to get a feel for them. The only one that stood out to her was a tall girl with long blonde hair, high cheekbones, and pink, glossed lips. She swished in with the self-aggrandizing saunter of a Hollywood celebrity, and looked like one, too. Clad in a red and white plaid shirt tucked into a pair of tight jeans, she wore earrings, a heart-shaped pendant on a silver chain, rings on every finger, makeup, and held her chin haughtily up, like a queen enduring the dreadful presence of the unwashed masses. Megan instantly disliked her. She also apparently let her gaze linger just a little too long. The girl caught her looking, and before Megan darted her eyes away, a tiny ghost of a sneer painted her lips. Megan anticipated her saying something, but instead she brushed past and went to take her seat. The bell rang again, and using the desk to support herself, Miss Figgleford got to her feet, the chair letting out a rusty sigh of relief. "Good morning, class," she said windedly. "For those of you who don't know me, my name is Miss Figgleford." She turned and wrote her name on the board. "Miss Fatford," the boy behind Megan snorted, and a few others snickered. "I like to have fun," Miss Figgleford continued, not having heard the taunt. "But there are a few rules we have to follow first." She turned and stepped aside to reveal her name and a list of 5 commandments. "The biggest one is treat everyone with respect." She picked up a stack of papers and went around the room handing them out. "They're all right here. I don't mind if you chew gum, just don't blow bubbles and don't spit it on the floor or stick it under your desk. No eating or drinking and no cell phones. If I see you with your phone out, I'll take it away and give it to you at the end of class. If you do it again, I'll call your parents to come pick it up." She laid a sheet on Megan's desk, and Megan thanked her. She studied the rules. They were the same as they were on the board. "I'm really excited for this school year, and I look forward to getting to know all of you better." Megan's first class of the day was history, her all-time favorite subject. The teacher was a tall, thin man named Mr. Kelly, with receding black hair and a mole above his lip. Megan was the first one in, and he greeted her with a hearty hello. "Hi," she said, then hesitated. "Where should I sit?" "Wherever you want." Taking him up on his offer, she took an out-of-the-way seat at the very back of the room. To her left, a window gave a view of the athletic field, bleachers overlooking a green and well-manicured strip of grass. The next kid in was a boy with pasty skin that looked gray and corpsey. There was something odd about his eyes, a certain moist shimmer that reminded Megan of a boy she knew at one of the group homes. He was crazy, or so everyone said. He stared down at the floor, then bristled as if becoming aware of something. He looked up, and for a fleeting moment, their gazes met. Then he lowered his head and sat at the head of the row closest to the door. If she wasn't mistaken, he looked kind of scared. That was odd.
Strangers had given her all kinds of looks, ranging from indifference to disdain, but never fear. She was less than 5 feet tall and weighed 100 pounds. There were teddy bears scarier than her. Or maybe she misread his reaction. Or maybe he was hoping to sit here. Well, sorry, but first come, first serve. Soon the room was packed. The snooty blonde girl sat in the row to Megan's immediate right, and Megan stole a nervous, sidelong glance at her. When the bell rang, Mr. Kelly got up, wrote his name on the board, and gave a veritable speech on what history meant and how vital it was to understanding it. The blonde girl filled Megan's periphery, and though she couldn't be sure because the edges of her vision were blurry, she thought she kept glancing at her. There's a saying about being able to read someone like an open book, and Megan agreed with it. She'd encountered enough of a certain archetype to recognize it. The girl, whose name she did not even know, was mean, the type of person who delighted in picking on other people. In the corner of her eye, the girl moved, and Megan reflexively turned her head. Her stomach dropped. The girl was indeed looking at her, and when their eyes locked, her face darkened. "What's your problem?" she asked. Megan's heart pounded. I didn't... You keep staring at me," the girl said. "It's rude." Megan opened her mouth to say she was sorry, but the girl waved her hand. "Just turn around. You're not allowed to look at me." Meekly obeying, Megan faced forward, cheeks blushing with humiliation. For the rest of the class, she divided her attention between the board and her notebook. When the bell rang, she gathered her things, waited until everyone else had gone, and scurried into the hall. Her next class was English, another favorite. Thankfully, the girl wasn't in that one. The boy was, though this time he sat in the same row as Megan. After what happened earlier, she was tense, and the atmosphere in the room weighed heavy upon her. The teacher, a thin blonde named Miss Johnson, handed out textbooks and ordered everyone to read the introductory essay. After that, she talked about the importance of English, much the same way Mr. Kelly had history. Several times the boy glanced over his shoulder, then quickly away, as if confirming to himself that big, bad, scary Megan was still there. After the bell rang, Megan made her way to the cafeteria and stood in line. All things considered, she thought, today was going well. Grabbing a tray from a stack by the door, she allowed a lunch lady to load it with lumpy mashed potatoes, anemic green beans, and a hunk of meat that looked suspiciously like shoe leather. She looked around for an empty table, but there weren't any. Darn. She went to the closest one and sat apart from the other kids. A girl with red hair glanced at her, then back to her friends and whispered something, whereupon they all giggled. Megan's heckles raised. Were they talking about her? They were talking about her, weren't they? Someone sat down next to the redhead, and Megan looked up. Oh, great. It was the blonde girl.
"Hey, Taylor,"
the redhead said.
"Hey."
Megan looked down at her tray, suddenly uncomfortable. Maybe she should move. The redhead leaned over the table, and Megan stiffened.
"I like your glasses,"
she said, a mocking edge in her voice.
"They're really nice. They're really ugly,"
Taylor said contemptuously. Megan's face burned hotter.
"I like 'em,"
a boy with brown hair said.
"My grandma wears glasses like them."
Another boy snorted.
"You love a grandma, Zeke." "I also don't like her glasses."
Without a word, Megan picked her tray up and got to her feet.
"Nice job, Skinner,"
Zeke said.
"You scared her off." "What a baby,"
Taylor spat. Megan ignored them and walked away. That's what you do with bullies. You never, ever, ever show them that they're getting to you, even if they are, because then they'll never stop. She had learned that the hard way. But they did get to her, and now she was so embarrassed she couldn't bring herself to lift her eyes for fear of meeting derisive stares and taunting gazes. She dropped into the first empty seat she came to and sat her tray on the table. Something rustled across from her, and for the first time, she looked up. The boy from earlier stared back at her with a strained expression of a man confronting his greatest fear. She was suddenly aware of being watched and shot a quick look over her shoulder. Taylor and her friends stared at her and whispered amongst themselves. Megan distinctly heard. "She's sitting next to Grody Cody now. Ew." Why were people like this? Of all the questions she had, and she had a lot, that was the one that bothered her the most. What do bullies get out of teasing people?
Why couldn't they just leave everyone alone? Cody was still looking at her, rigid and unrelaxed, like he expected her to reach across the table and grab him.
I can sit somewhere else,
she said to break the awkward silence. He blinked and shook his head. No, it's fine, he stammered. You look familiar, that's all. He rubbed the back of his neck and sent his gaze to the table. I'm Cody. Megan started to speak, but cut off when Taylor let out a fake laugh.
Imagine what their babies would look like. Cody couldn't even get it up.
Skinner said.
What's it?
Zeke asked.
He doesn't have anything to get up.
A shadow flickered across Cody's face, and he inhaled through his nose. Megan got to feeling that he was no stranger to being picked on. I'm Megan, she said. Just forget about them, Cody said. They always mess with new kids. They'll stop eventually. Lucky for you. The bitter inflection in his voice was hard to miss. Do they do that a lot? She asked. To you? He opened his mouth, seemed to reconsider what he was going to say, then shrugged one shoulder noncommittally. Sometimes, he said. Megan regarded her mashed potatoes. Well, that sucks, she said, because she didn't know what else to say. Cody said. Whatever. You're new in town, right? She nodded. Yeah, I just moved here a few weeks ago. Where'd you move from? Stanton, she said. That wasn't really where she was from, per se, unless you counted her moving in with Tom and Julia as the beginning of a new life or something. Her birth certificate listed her birthplace as Beckley, West Virginia, but her social worker once said that was just where she was given up by her mother. No one knew where she was actually from, so Stanton it was. Cody nodded stiffly, almost patronizingly. Cool story, bro. He stared slightly to her right, as if looking at her full-on would turn him to stone, and his knobby Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The big city, he said. She couldn't tell if he meant that tongue-in-cheek or not. Stanton was absolutely not the big city, but it was a whole lot bigger than any of the other towns strung out along I-81, except for Harrisonburg. Kind of, I guess, she said, and shrugged one shoulder. I didn't live in it, though, just, outside of it. She looked awkwardly at her milk and studied the cartoon cow across the front. It held a tall glass of white in its hoof and smiled. Wasn't that technically self-cannibalism? Neither one of them spoke for a moment, and the air grew dense between them. Are you from here? She asked, because it seemed rude not to. Yeah, he said. I've been here my whole life. Taylor and her friends laughed. Megan could only imagine what they were saying. It's a nice town, she said, then winced at how dumb that sounded. It's all right, Cody said quickly, and Megan doubted he actually believed that. Have you been to the arcade yet? Megan shook her head. Not yet. I've been really busy with my dog. He's new. You have a dog? Cool. What kind? Call her crazy, but she was certain she glimpsed a flicker of recognition in his eyes, like he already knew she had a dog. That was just paranoia talking, though. The other table was still whispering and laughing, and her face burned self-consciously. He's a lab, she said with a fond lift. His name's Brody, which kind of rhymes with your name. It's a weird name for a dog, he said. I know, Megan replied. Finally, someone else thought so. Tom and Julia said it was a perfectly normal name for a dog, but she didn't think it was. He came from the pounds and already had it, so I figured we'd keep it. It'd be kind of messed up to change a grown-up dog's name like that. Cody nodded understandingly. Yeah, I could see that, he said. They lapsed into uncomfortable silence again. Do you have a pet? She asked. Nah, my dad doesn't like animals, he said. That sucks. Cody shrugged one shoulder. How do you like your house? Megan's fork froze halfway to her mouth. Paranoia again, but how did he know she lived in a house? Then again, people use that as a generic term to refer to all kinds of domiciles. It's nice, she said, and took a bite of meat.
really big.
Cody nodded and looked down at his food. Cool. Megan was almost done when the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. She finished off her milk, closed the tabs, and sat the empty carton on the tray. Cody made no movement to get up, but simply sat there, peering into his uneaten mashed potatoes like a gypsy divining tea leaves, and not liking what she was seeing. Just getting up and walking away would be rude. If they hadn't started and maintained a conversation, sure, but they had.
It was nice to meet you,
She offered. You too, Cody said without looking up. Megan lingered a moment.
I'll see you around, I guess.
You too. She hesitated, then turned around and carried her tray to the window, where she scraped the leftovers into the trash and sat it on a stack. Kids clogged the exit, and she waited a minute for them to clear before heading toward it herself. She looked vigilantly left and right for Taylor and her friends, but thankfully didn't see them. At the end of the day, she fetched her backpack from her locker and emptied it, putting all the supplies on the shelf and closing the door. It was lighter now, and didn't hurt her shoulder. Outside, golden September sunlight bathed the world, and the lush trees lining the street rustled in a warm breeze. Kids piled onto buses and spread out into the surrounding neighborhood on foot. She spotted Taylor's redhead friend. She thought her name was Kelsey, but not Taylor herself. She did see Cody walking away with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders hunched. In the whole school, he was the only person she'd talked to today, and he seemed okay. Indefinably weird, perhaps, but there were certainly people, Taylor among them, who would probably say the same thing about her. Mercifully, everyone who wasn't Taylor or her friends left her alone, which made her first day of school here a lot better than it could have been. Now, to get through the rest. Ducking her head, Megan started home. Part 9. On his way home that afternoon, Cody Miller thought of Megan. That morning when he walked into homeroom, he saw her. A chunk of ice splashed into his stomach, and he almost tripped over his own feet. Since that day in the park, he'd taken to walking by her house on his many endless circuits around Rossville. It sat in an L-shaped crook formed by Chestnut Street and Ridgecrest Lane. He stuck to Chestnut Street, which fronts the house during the day, and at evening, when shadows were long and concealing, he took Ridgecrest, craning his neck to see into the backyard as he passed. The inexorable pull of the house had grown stronger, and he thought it had something to do with Megan, though he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure of anything now. He was confused, a little afraid, and deep down, worried he was going crazy, just like everyone said he already was. Lying awake the night after he saw her at the park, he went over the encounter again and again, searching for signs that it was all in his head, and finding none. The whispers and the voice that came from them echoed through his mind as clear as his father's insults, and if he strained a little, he could vividly remember the pins and needles sensation that sent him to his knees. Crazy or not, there was something strange about Megan, and though he didn't know why, he was supposed to know her. Truth be told, though, she scared him. At lunch, when she sat across from him, an electric tendril streaked up his spine. He watched her come. He'd been watching her since he sat down, and he knew she wasn't looking where she was going, but he still halfway believed she did it on purpose, that she would look up at him and smile evilly, fangs and deadly intent on full display. "Hi, Cody. Give me your soul." She didn't. In fact, she was just as nervous as he was, so he could rule out her being some kind of monster in disguise. Sitting across from her, however, he felt the pull, and deep in the center of his brain, the whispering started again, so faint he could barely hear it, but loud enough that he couldn't mistake it. Why? He kept asking that, but no one ever answered. It was more than just knowing her or being around her. She knew or had something important, something that he needed. Sigh. 15 minutes after setting out, he slipped through the back door and closed it behind him. The kitchen was empty and dark. Mom sat on the couch, feet on the coffee table. On the TV, the People's Court played, the volume low so as not to wake Dad. He'd be up any time, if he wasn't already, and Cody hoped that he could make it to his room before meeting him. He went into the living room that turns down the hall just as Mom and Dad's door opened. Darn it. Just his luck. Dad came out in a pair of jeans and nothing else, his bare chest covered in a thick layer of hair. His eyes were narrowed in perpetual displeasure, and the atmosphere instantly darkened. Cody braced himself, but Dad passed by like he wasn't even there. Cody hurried into his room and closed the door, but he didn't lock it. If Dad tried to come in and the handle wouldn't turn, he'd get pissed. Flinging his backpack onto the floor, Cody flipped on the bed and buried his face in the cover. Even now, he could feel the house calling to him. Somehow, he had to find out what Megan had and why he needed it so badly. And then what? He didn't know. And of everything, that scared him the most. The best thing about having a forever home, Megan had learned, was that when you were there, life's little troubles melted away. Surrounded by love and familiarity, things that worry you out there in the cold, cruel world have a way of not mattering as much. As soon as she came to the back door, which had been the de facto main entrance, she instantly forgot about Taylor and even Cody. Brody greeted her, wearing a freshly washed bandana around his neck. His face slid up, and without warning he was all over her, licking, panting, and trembling with excitement.
Down, boy,
She laughed and sidestepped him. He sat politely on his hind legs and looked up at her with a big, doggy smile that reduced her heart to a puddle of warm gloop. She took her backpack off, sat it on the table, and knelt down, wrapping her arms around him. She gave him a big bear hug, and he licked her ear, which sent a shiver down her spine.
All right,
She said and got up.
how was your day?
He replied with a heavy pant, which she assumed was doggish for good.
Good.
She said, and went to the pantry.
Did you miss me?
The fact that he got up, walked 3 steps, and sat beside her said that he did.
I missed you too.
She scanned the shelves, stomach grumbling, and settled for a fun-sized bag of Doritos. She ripped the bag open and went into the living room. The TV set was dark, and the curtains thrown open to admit the brilliant afternoon light. Juliet turns the sunroom off the front door into an art studio, and spent most of her days working on commission pieces in there. Sometimes Megan hung out with her, sitting cross-legged in a big chair and drawing silently. That's probably where she was now. Crossing the living room, Megan stopped outside the French doors leading into Julia's domain. A tiny space dominated by a desk, an easel, an armchair, and a white love seat accented by golden pillows. Julia sat on the sofa with her legs under her and her laptop balanced in her lap. When Megan knocked on the door, she looked up and smiled. Taking that as an invitation, Megan came in.
Hey,
Julia said. How was your first day of school?
good.
Megan said, the memory of Taylor stirring in the back of her mind, but she shoved it away. You settled in okay? Megan dropped onto the sofa next to her.
Yep.
She said. She slipped a chip from the bag and crunched it between her teeth.
How was your day?
Good. Julia nodded. I finished with that piece I've been working on.
The commission or the just for you?
The just for me, Julia said. I should be done with the other one tomorrow, if I work very hard. She let out an almost exaggerated sigh and flopped her head back. You want to take over for me? You're almost as good as I am. I doubt they'll know the difference. Megan laughed. She was nowhere near as good as Julia was.
I bet they will.
She said. No, Julia argued. They wouldn't. Do you have any homework?
Nope.
Megan said. All right. With a sigh, Megan got to her feet. I'm going to start dinner. While she did that, Megan went upstairs. Brody followed close on her heels. In her room, she kicked out of her shoes and dropped onto her bed. Brody climbed up and stretched out near to her, his head resting on her chest. She absent-mindedly stroked his fur. She was kind of sleepy. Maybe she'd take a nap. Instead, she read until Julia called up the stairs an hour and a half later. The afternoon light had drained from the sky, and cool purple afterglow held sway. In the kitchen, Tom sat at the table, looking tired. Hey, he said. How was school?
Good.
She said.
How was the office?
He started to say something and stopped. Probably a cuss word. It was crap, he said. That's what he said every time he had to go in. With that attitude, Julia said as she set his plate in front of him. I bet it was. I tried to stay positive, he said, but it didn't work out. After dinner, Megan took a bubble bath. The whole time, Brody sat next to her and stared at the foaming suds with a mixture of worry and curiosity. What are those things, Megan? Are they dangerous? It's soap, Megan explained. She collected a little on her finger and swiped it across Brody's nose, leaving a white trail behind. He went cross-eyed looking at it and sneezed. By the time she was done, it was almost 8 o'clock, and after getting up at 6, she was tired. She went downstairs, said goodnight to Tom and Julia, and went to her room. Brody jumped up on the bed and laid next to her. It's early, she said, sounding to her own ears like a cinematic narrator, but I'm bushed. That was a funny saying. She wondered where it came from. Getting under the covers, she leaned over and turned off the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. She left the door open, and thin light trickled in from the hall along with the distant murmur of the television. She rolled onto her side, drew her knees to her chest, and draped one arm over Brody. I love you, she said. It didn't take long for the warm embrace of sleep to carry her away. For a while, she glided free as a cloud, without form and without weight. Then she dropped off and knew no more until a sound echoed through her head. She winced and stirred, and it came again, louder this time. The tide began to recede, and she swam after it, seeking the depths of slumber, but bobbing to the surface instead. Her eyes fluttered open and blinked against the darkness. Quickly, her orbs adjusted, and she was able to make out Brody's profile. He stared fixedly at the closet. Low, silvery moonlight suffused the walls and dappled his dark eyes. In them, Megan saw fear. She pushed herself up to a sitting position and scratched her head, her muddled mind trying to process all the information it was being fed, and failed. What's going on? She asked sleepily. Brody's eyes flickered to her, then back to the closet. The sound came again, and this time, Megan recognized it. The doorknob, rattling, as though something were on the other side, trying to get out. Megan's soul withered, and her blood turned to sludge in her veins. She followed Brody's line of sight, and an invisible fist crashed into her stomach, driving the air from her lungs. A thin strip of unearthly white light shone in the crack beneath the door, pulsing like the beat of a ghostly heart. It seeped out from the gap and soaked into the floor and walls, imbuing them with uncanny phosphorescence. The knob rattled again, and Megan's chest clutched sharply. Staring into the light, unable to break from its thrall, she became aware of a low, babbling hiss, not unlike a choir of voices. It wormed into the center of her head, icy fingers digging deep into her brain. Beside her, Brody trembled and whined in the back of his throat, the sound unspeakably eerie. Now, Megan was clear-headed, and her mind raced like a merry-go-round aflame. What was happening? Was she dreaming? The whispering grew in volume, and the light pulsated, getting brighter. Pins and needles prickled Megan's toes, then moved up her legs, creeping through her body like the slow, inexorable march of death. Her heart pounded furiously. The middle of her chest nodded much as it had that first day, almost as if a leash had closed around her. She knew what was going to happen next, and tried to fight it, but her body was numb. She felt a pull, and her legs moved without her telling them to. Like a puppet on the end of a string, eyes wide with fright and mind screaming in terror, she got to her feet. The floorboards were cold, the air, too, her skin rippling with goose flesh. This wasn't a dream. Couldn't be. It was too real. Brody moaned miserably, and Megan tried to wrench away from the force holding her. She sucked a deep breath to scream, but her voice came as a breathless wheeze. Stop. She didn't stop. Couldn't stop. She was completely at the mercy of something she couldn't see, couldn't fathom. The light flickered, excited by her coming, and all she could do was squeeze her eyes closed, but even that didn't work. She could still see its hungry palpitations, could feel it on her face now, frosty like winter wind and slimy like the caress of a garden slug. The knob rattled, and tears filled Megan's eyes. A strangled sob escaped her throat, and she tried one last time to break free, but the hold tightened around her. At the door, she came to a stop, and the knob turned back and forth with a metallic clink. She felt her arm lift, and her heart launched into her throat. She exerted every ounce of energy she had to keep it from moving, but it did anyway. She watched her hand curl around the base handle, unable to stop herself, unable to look away. The whispers were all around her now. 100 phantom voices, 1,000, rising in pitch and volume until she could plainly make out words.
Help me. Open the door. Let me out. Help, please.
The knob jiggled under her hand, and she jerked it to one side. The door shoved open, and Megan sat up in bed, a scream locked in her throat. Her heart exploded against her ribs, beating a frenetic tempo, and her chest heaved for air. Her eyes went to the closet door. No lights. She listened. Above the ragged sound of her own breathing, there were no sounds, no whispers, no voices. A dream. Just a dream. She swallowed thickly and caught her breath. The darkness was alive with danger, just as it had been in her nightmare, and she snapped the light on, dispelling the shadows. Brody looked up at her, and she lay next to him, her arms crossed protectively over her chest. "It's okay," she said, more to herself than to him, and the shaky quality of her voice disturbed her. She laid her arm over Brody's side, and he scooted closer, as if understanding that she needed him. Megan didn't think she would be able to fall back asleep that night, but in 15 minutes, she was snoring. Brody looked from her face to the closet door and back again. A very weak light glimmered under the door. Part 10. Joseph James Vandermeer was a man of secrets. 35 years old and handsome in a wholesome Anglo-Saxon sort of way, Joey was the proverbial pillar of the community. He donated to all the right charities, expressed the right amount of concern for his fellow man, and since it became fashionable, his planet, and conducted himself with just a dash of moral superiority, as was expected of a man of his station. The Vandermeers were one of the oldest families in the region, and had long been the most prominent. The people of Rossville looked upon him either as a god or a devil, an upstanding and imitable ideal or an uppity rich bastard, and it was his responsibility to be a little of both. It wasn't an easy line to walk, but his father walked it before him, and his father before him. If those stuffy pricks could do it, he could do it. He displayed righteous indignation when it was required of him, even when he didn't give one flying shit about the thing he was indignant over, and he was in the front row of St. Paul's Lutheran Church every Sunday, clad in his nicest suit despite the fact that he didn't believe in God. He sponsored all the bake sales and did all the same innate crap his father did, because that's what a Vandermeer does. He did it out of habit more than anything. Father and grandfather were both very conscious of their image and of what other people thought, and drilled into him a certain set of behaviors like two drill sergeants. There were times that he would stop what he was doing and wonder why he even bothered. Fuck Rossville, and fuck everyone in it. If they thought poorly of him, so what? Of course, he did care. He wanted people to like him. He wanted people to respect him. He wanted people to bend to him. And in order to achieve that level of social consideration, he needed to carry forth the torch lit by his ancestor Lewis. No one suspected he felt this way, which stood as a testament to his ironclad self-control and his genuinely superior intellect. He was smarter than everyone else and had gotten very good at lying over the years. Practice makes perfect, they say, and he has a lot of practice in that area. He perfected and refined his craft until it was honed to razor sharpness. The same with his smile. Smiles, those fake, hateful things, never felt right on his face, like an ill-fitting suit of clothes. and he practiced in the mirror until it was so dazzling it could part a nun from her panties in nanoseconds. They also didn't suspect his vices. One of the most innocuous was his penchant for the night. Being good Christian men, his father and grandfather advocated keeping godly hours. In bed before midnight, up with the dawn. Joey, however, had always been nocturnal. There was something invigorating about the night, something liberating. From his earliest years, he kept communion with the moon. As a boy, he would sit in his window and gaze longingly upon the night-shrouded forest, yearning to be free. Now, as the king of his castle, he indulged his passion freely and unashamedly. Some nights he walked the streets of Rossville like a restless spirit. When he came to a house whose front window shimmered with blue TV glow, he would stop and stare, contemplating the void and meaningless lives of the people within. The human cattle, the dead-eyed everyman who simply existed. Fucking losers. Some nights, like tonight, he took long and rambling drives to the countryside, traversing back roads or haunting I-81 like a shark on the prowl. Presently, he sat behind the wheel of a red 1989 Ferrari 328 GTS, the warm late summer wind blowing through his curly hair and the green glow of the dash panel casting his angular features in a ghoulish tint. Music drifted from the radio and the hum of the tires over the pavement lulled him. He stared straight ahead, one hand on the wheel and the other cocked on the door. Anyone who saw him might mistake him for a road-savvy statue. His face showed no emotion, and nary a muscle moved. He was driving aimlessly north in the southbound lane of I-81, the headlights extinguished. Save for the first strands of dawn in the east, the world was perfect black. He'd been on his current path for 10 miles and had yet to meet another car. Reaching between his legs, he picked up a bottle of Beck's and took a long drink, his eyes never leaving the road ahead. When it was empty, he tossed it out the window, and it broke on the asphalt with a satisfying tinkle. He grabbed another from the passenger seat and popped the top, steering momentarily with his knees, the front end wobbling and threatened to pull left, and the Ferrari's lithe frame shivered. He took a drink and jammed the bottle between his thighs. Ahead, a pair of headlights rounded a bend, blinding in the pitch blackness, and Joey perked up. They were 3 feet off the ground and massive, like prison search lamps. A tractor trailer. Go time. Putting on his own headlights, Joey swung into the other lane, coming face to face with the oncoming beast. He pressed the gas and the car rocketed forward with a low vroom. The truck 200 yards off still honked, its shocked voice filling the night, and a wide, fevered grin spread across Joey's lips. He shifted into another gear and pushed the pedal to the floor. The Ferrari streaked along, the speedometer creeping past 150 to 175. The truck honked again, and to Joey it sounded frantic. He pictured the driver's horrified face, and his simper turned into a big, shark-like smile. The truck changed lanes, and Joey matched its course, the Ferrari moving with the effortless fluidity of water. 100 yards and closing fast, now 75. The truck's cab was beginning to take shape, and Joey imagined he could see the driver's shadowy outline, a form devoid of life, a soulless, non-playable character in the game of life, there simply as window dressing and maybe to serve the player's needs, just like all people. 50 feet, 30, the truck looming forth like the skeletal face of death. Joey's heart, normally inert, began to race, and adrenaline surged through his veins, crackling off the tips of his nerve endings and flooding his chest with power. Sweat sprang to his brow, his palms went slick, and his lungs began to pump. Less than 25 feet. They were too close. He might not make it this time. He had to veer off. Couldn't. Had to wait. Just a little closer. Feet hanging off the edge, earth crumbling beneath him, rocks, dirt, air horn blasting, prehistoric cry of terror. Just before they collided, Joey came alive and wrenched the wheel to the right. The truck screamed by, the wind displaced by its passage rocking the Ferrari. Joey held tight to keep from losing control, the back end straining to fishtail. He jerked left, corrected, and tore down the center line like a bullet. The 18-wheeler receded in the rearview mirror, and Joey began to giggle. He envisioned the terror on the driver's face at the last moment. "Oh no, I'm going to die," and shrieked laughter.
He balled his fist, slammed the wheel, and snatched the bottle from its spot. Fucker! He snorted and took a long drink. The warm liquid splashed down his throat and expanded in his stomach. This was a game he had played countless times over the years, one of those vices no one knew about. It started when he was a teenager, drunk one night and coming home from spending time with a girl he met on OkCupid.com. He nodded off, only to snap awake to the wail of an air horn. Lights as dazzling as twin suns stung his eyes, and his murky mind swelled with heart-stopping terror. He jerked the wheel and sailed off the highway, landing in a ditch, totaling the front end of his 16th birthday present. Sitting there behind the wheel, gasping for breath and waiting for the shakes to subside, he realized something. For the first time, in maybe forever, he felt alive. Since he was small, there was numbness in his breast, a hollow chasm that he'd spent years trying to fill. He drank, he did drugs, he fucked random sluts, wooed with false promises and sweet nothings, but none of those things worked. He floated through life, dead and empty. But this was different. His heart slammed, his knees quaked, his stomach flipped end over end, even though it was over. And the rush. Jesus. It was better than coke. His father was pissed, grounded him for a month, and made him pay for the repairs from his trust fund, but he didn't care. It was like a drug, and he was a junkie. Every Friday and Saturday night, when he was allowed to roam, he played chicken on the highway, and every time it left him so amped he stayed awake for days. Some deep part of him expected it to lose its thrill after a while, but it never had. He was perched on the dividing line between youth and middle age, and it still excited him more than drink, and far more than rough sex. Rough sex came close, though. Hitting, biting, scratching. His favorite times were the ones where you couldn't tell if your partner was playing along or fighting back. The screams, the thrashing, panicked walls clamping down on his member. Slap that nut button, 'cause Joey's coming to town. Well, that wasn't entirely true. His favorite encounters were actually the ones where you knew she wasn't enjoying herself. By now, the first amber rays of morning slithered across the dwindling night and refracted through the trees bordering the northbound lane. Soon, the highway would be flooded with commuter traffic heading toward Winchester, Hagerstown, and northern VA. Low, barren hills lifted back from the retaining wall, and clusters of underbrush dotted marshy valleys where crickets and bullfrogs sang to one another in a duet of melody. Joey took the first off-ramp he came to and blew through a red light guarding a rural intersection. He got back into the right lane and crossed an overpass flowing above the interstate. Half an hour later, with the sun fully up, Joey rounded a curve and Rossville spread out before him, its buildings huddled together as if for warmth, and the blue water tower standing tall and proud like the masthead of a ship at sail. The highway zigzags down the mountain, doubling back on itself in spots. At the bottom, Routes 29 crossed the river and became Main Street. Joey reduced speed, hurriedly finished the beer, and chucked the bottle out the window. Drinking and driving was uncouth. Couldn't let the fine people of Rossville know he did it. Even worse was drinking before 5 p.m. That made you a drunk, like Andy Miller. His father told him so, and father was just an endless font of wisdom. Kids made their way to school, and yellow buses stopped every couple feet to take on more of the little bastards. Joey propped his elbow on the door and nervously chewed his thumbnail. What he said, or thought, rather, was true. His fortune was dwindling. The company Lewis founded went belly up during the Great Recession, and Dad lost most of his other revenue sources in the ensuing decade. When he died, the last of them dried up. Joey expected to step into his place, but the assholes Dad dealt with refused to do business with him. They didn't have faith in him. They didn't say it outright, but he knew that's what their problem was. He couldn't say he was upset. He wasn't. The last thing he wanted to do with his life was wear a suit and sit in board meetings, fly around the country, shaking hands, closing deals, smiling in the faces of underlings. Fuck that. As it stood now, he'd be out of money in 10 years.
That bothered him because, without his money and prestige, he was just another Rossville redneck. But then he reminded himself that, no, he wasn't. Money or not, he was better than the trash in this town. Absent-minded in his thoughts, he turned onto Hillsdale Street and paused behind a school bus. More kids followed the sidewalk, and he stared at them, especially the girls. 14, 15, silky hair, developing bodies, fruits ripe for the picking. He began to stir and forced himself to look away. That's when he saw him. Cody Miller, bent slightly at the waist, hands in the pockets of his black hoodie, and his gaze downcast. He scurried past like a scolded dog. Joey's eyes narrowed and his lips peeled back from his teeth in a distasteful grimace. Of all the people he hated Cody Miller the most. He and Andy's son had never exchanged 2 words, had hardly ever been in the same place at the same time, but Joey's loathing was total nevertheless. Just looking at him made Joey sick. It wasn't his appearance so much as his aura. He had the air of pussy about him. He was weak, submissive, ineffectual. He also reminded Joey of things he'd rather forget. The bus went on, and throwing the car into drive, Joey followed it. As he passed 625 Chestnut, he turned his head, as he always did. Speaking of things he'd like to forget, the last time he drove past, the windows were vacant, like dead eyes. Now they were hung with curtains. He let off the gas and craned his neck to see better. Unlike his dear, fat friend Sheriff Harper, Joey Vandermeer was not perturbed in the slightest. In fact, the house being occupied, like charging Mack trucks in the dead of night, made things interesting. He was reminded of another game he sometimes played. Russian roulette. You take a revolver, put 1 bullet in the cylinder, spin it, snap it closed, and put it to your head. That's exactly what this was, only the stakes were higher. A girl in big, painfully dorky glasses and a jaunty ponytail came down Ridgecrest. Her thumbs threaded through the strap of her backpack. Rossville was a small town, and he had lived here all his life, but that didn't mean he knew everyone. He had no reason to connect her to the house, but his gut told him she was. He squinted to see her better, and a frown creased his lips. She looked familiar. Slowing even more, steering with one hand, he leaned over the passenger seat. About 13, sandy blonde hair, high cheekbones, plain but not unattractive. The set of her eyes, the arrangement of her lips. Something, a memory, perhaps, niggled the back of his mind, and his face fell into a thoughtful glower. He was still wearing it 20 minutes later when he parked in the detached garage on the grounds of Vandermeer Estate. He climbed out of the Ferrari, rolled his neck, and slammed the door behind him. He crossed through the gardens and went into the kitchen door. He was certain he knew that girl, but from where? Maybe he was mistaken, and she was a local. Only that explanation didn't sit well with him. She was familiar, yes, but the more he turned it over in his mind, he realized it wasn't her, but her genetics. Perhaps he knew her mother. He didn't know, but for some inexplicable reason, it bothered him. Megan Harriman's second day of school started well enough, then went majorly downhill. In first period, Miss Figgleford taught from Chapter 1, which touched upon the American Indians who populated the continent before the advent of Columbus, and Megan followed along in her own book like a sports car forced to observe the speed limit. Indians were really interesting, and Megan loved reading about them, but got really annoyed because Miss Figgleford was going so slowly. Oh my God, can we hurry it up, please? This is my favorite subject. After 15 minutes of fidgeting and straining to launch into second gear, Megan threw caution to the wind and forged ahead on her own. Miss Figgleford's voice fell away until it was a toneless hum, and Megan lost herself to the world of natives and indigenous peoples. She didn't stop until the bell rang, by which point she was already well into Chapter 2 and just getting acquainted with the colony of Roanoke. She reluctantly closed the book. Soon we shall be reunited, my love. Tucked it under her arm and carried it to her locker, where she changed it out for her English book. Miss Johnson wasted no time in delving into the lesson plan, and Megan spent most of the class taking notes. It was funny. English and math were both practical subjects, but while she was good at the former, she stank at the latter. Why? The people she had read tend to be either right-brained or left-brained, creative and artistic, or mechanical and methodical, respectively. She, of course, was right-brained, and the ordered logic of math didn't jive well with her. English was different, though, but to be fair, linguistics interested her. After all, it was how people express themselves. In a way, it's a form of art, like drawing, only with words. She liked drawing far more, but she did enjoy writing now and then. She wasn't very good, though. Her adventure stories turned out being adventures in how not to write. When the bell rang, she waited for everyone else to pour out, then grabbed her book and returned to her locker, which seems to always be the furthest point from whatever class she happened to be in. Funny how that worked out. She shoved the book in, used the bathroom, and went to the cafeteria. She stood in line between a fat boy with bushy hair and looked around for a place to sit. Most of the tables were already packed, and after yesterday, she was a little wary of sitting with anyone. She spotted Cody in the same spot he occupied yesterday. He was all right. Maybe she'd sit with him. He was the only person she sort of knew. The line moved, and she picked up a tray from the stack next to the door. She grabbed a carton of chocolate milk and moved along the counter, the lunch ladies haphazardly slopping chicken, mashed potatoes, and carrots into the compartments. She thanked them and went out into the cafeteria. The din of 100 voices bounced off the tiled walls, drowning out Megan's thoughts. Should she sit with Cody? Were there any other open seats? She looked around and saw that there were, but none of them were set far enough apart from the others for her liking. Decided, she started over. To get there, she had to pass the end of a table. Just her luck. Taylor Hogan was sitting there, but wasn't paying attention. Megan tensed, but the girl showed no signs she was aware of her presence. Okay, so maybe. Megan kicked something, and before she knew it, she was pitching forward like a felled oak. There was nothing she could do to save herself, and in the instant before she hit the floor, she braced for impact. She landed on top of her tray with a jolt, the milk carton bursting beneath her weight and soaking the front of her dress. For a split second, time seemed to stop. Then, the entire room exploded into laughter. Megan pushed herself up, face blazing crimson. Her dress was caked with milk and mashed potatoes, bits of chicken and carrots clinging to the fabric. Hateful, mocking laughs battered her from every side, like a flurry of punches, and her blush deepened.
Oops,
Taylor drew with contrived innocence.
sorry.
No, she wasn't. Burning with humiliation, Megan got to her knees, picking the tray up, and stood, balancing it carefully to keep from spilling any of the milk currently sloshing in the compartments. A quick glance told her the food was ruined, but she didn't care about that. Her stomach was a pit of nerves, and what appetite she had moments ago was gone. She could feel the eyes of everyone in the cafeteria on her, and her knees started to wobble as they always did in times of great stress. A metal band of anxiety closed around her chest, cutting off her airflow, and she ducked her head in embarrassment. At the table, she sat her tray down and sank into the seat with a sigh. Cody sat across and several seats down, looking at her with a mixture of pity and wariness, like she was a wounded animal that could still bite him if he didn't exercise extreme caution. What he said yesterday came back to her, and she realized that he was probably afraid of her because everyone picked on him. If a dog is kicked, he'll be skittish every time he meets someone new, just in case they're like the person who hurt him. She was kind of the same way, she guessed. For some reason, that revelation depressed her. The laughter had tapered off and turned into a babble of gossipy whispers, and the back of Megan's neck burned hotly. Kids all around her stole glances, their eyes dancing with taunting light, and she felt 2 inches tall, maybe even 1.5. Ignoring it all, she stared down at the mess stuck to her chest. She pinched the dress between her thumb and forefinger, leaning over the tray and picking a piece of chicken carefully off. Cody grabbed his food and sat across from her. "You all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," Megan replied gamely. "It's nothing." She peeled a carrot off and slapped it onto the tray. It landed in a puddle of milk like a branch in a river. "Here," Cody said, and held out a handful of napkins.
Thanks, she said, and took the napkins, unable to keep the desolation out of her voice. Falling down and getting a stain was bad enough, but doing it in front of virtually the whole school was infinitely worse. Using the napkins, she got all the food off, but she'd need to stop at the bathroom on the way back to class and scrub with water. Cody looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't know what, then busied himself opening his milk and taking a drink. They sat in silence for a long moment, neither quite sure what to say. "You want some of mine?" Cody asked and nodded to his lunch. A ripple cut through Megan's stomach at the thought of food, and she shook her head. "No, thank you." Everyone was back to ignoring her, and she said a little prayer of thanks. This, however, wasn't the end. She knew full well that she'd never hear the end of this. To paraphrase that meme, one does not simply live down an epic trip and fall. Not in middle school. So, other than that, Cody said, "How has, your day been?" That question, so innocuous and commonplace, struck her as contrived. It was better than not saying anything, she supposed. It's not like they really knew each other yet. "All right," she said. "Yours?" He shrugged one shoulder. "Not bad." Few kids still glanced in her direction and smiled cruelly, and if she could ball up and fade away, she totally would have. "So, what do you do for fun?" she asked. Since they didn't know each other, they might as well get acquainted. Cody hesitated like a boy trying to come up with the answer to a complicated equation. I read sometimes, play video games, things like that." "I like to read too. What do you read?" "Mainly manga," he said with a self-conscious hilt. "Those are like comic books, right?" she asked. There was a boy at one of the group homes who liked those. Cody nodded. "Yeah, basically." "What kind of music do you like?" He thought again. "None, really." "None at all?" She scoffed. "You have to like something." Behind her, Taylor said something, and her friends laughed uproariously. Megan couldn't tell if it was at her expense or not, but she suspected it was. "Well, I hear stuff on the radio I like, but I'm not really a fan of anything." Okay, she could get that. She was kind of the same way, but there were a few bands and singers she really liked. As for genres, she had a soft spot for oldies, because Julia played it while she painted, mainly the Beach Boys, the Bee Gees, and stuff from the 80s. She said as much, and Cody nodded. "That's cool," he said. He grasped for a question of his own. "What's your favorite subject?" "History," she said quickly. "English is second. You?" "None of them." That made her laugh. Then she sobered when she realized he wasn't joking. "You don't like anything?" "Not really." "Huh. So you don't like school?" He shook his head. "No. I hate school." Well, she couldn't say she blamed him, per se. Not if stuff like what happened to her regularly happened to him. In that case, she'd hate school too. "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't be," he said. "Unless you're the one who invented school." He flashed a wan, lopsided smile to show that he was joking, and she returned it. When the bell rang 10 minutes later, Megan picked up her tray and carried it to the window, sidestepping the spot where she fell. Taylor Hogan was gone, but a slippery lump of mashed potatoes was smeared across the floor. She sat the tray on top of a stack and went to the bathroom, where she wetted a wad of paper towels and scoured the front of her dress. A group of girls came in while she worked, and in the mirror they smirked and giggled. Megan hurriedly finished, threw the paper towels into the trash can by the door, and went into the hall. Because of the pit stop, she was late to her next class, and everyone else had taken their seats. As soon as she walked in, they all turned to look at her, and a quiet titter went through them. Her cheeks turned red yet again, and she slunk to her seat. Later, as she went to her next class, a girl called out to her.
"Did you have a nice trip?"
Then a black boy passing by nodded at her.
What's up, Klutzilla?
Each insult brought her lower, and by the time she left to walk home,
She was starting to see why Cody didn't like school. Part 11. Hurry. Marianne Prescott let the screen door bang closed behind her and darted her eyes nervously along the street. Golden sunshine saturated the trees and houses staring back at her, and late summer grasshoppers jumped among the unkempt tangle of her front lawn. A couple of high school kids moved along the opposite sidewalk with the unhurried leisure of youth. One of them, a girl with brown hair and dressed in a tank top that bared her midriff, looked over, then whipped her head quickly away when she saw Marianne. A tall, emaciated woman with messy blonde hair and shifty eyes, Marianne was crazy. Or so they said. Mothers warned their children not to go near her, and whispered rumors of her exploits swept to the town from time to time. Women at the hair salon would lean in and lower their voices. Did you hear what the innocent city saw Marianne doing? Why, she was walking up the side of Route 29 talking to the sky. Lies. All of it. She had problems, but she wasn't crazy. At least, up until last week, she didn't think she was. Hurry, the voice urged. She hesitated. Being outside the womb-like safety of her house, so much like a cozy burrow, made her uncomfortable. The world was so big, so open, so filled with danger. Inside, she was cocooned, protected. Out here, she was exposed. A car passed in the street, and Marianne tensed, ready to give up and race back inside, but the voice came again. Hurry, it said, and though it had been toneless since she first heard it, this time she imagined a pleading edge. Taking a deep breath of warm September air, she lowered her head and went down the walk. Her house, a one-story ranch she inherited when her mother died 4 years ago, sat on a quiet, little traveled side street. Its brick face discolored with moss and age, its roof shedding tiles and its windows coated thickly in grime. The attached garage was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, and strips of wild grass grew up from cracks in the pavement. The inside wasn't much better. Crumbs scattered across the counters and floors. The threadbare living room carpet was a patchwork tapestry of stains and spills, and week-old clothes lie discarded here and there, left where they'd fallen. The nostril-twinging stench of mildew and unwashed things hung heavy in the stagnant air, and every time Marianne came in from being out, it turned her stomach. But not enough to clean it up. She tried, she really did, but she never got far before the motivation drained from her like coffee from a broken mug. She managed to get the trash out to the curb, but that was about the extent of it, and every day the mess grew more imposing, more intimidating. I'll just do this tomorrow, she'd think, and stretch out on the couch. But tomorrow was the same. Once, she used to have headlong, manic highs. Energy would surge through her, and she would clean the house 2 times over. Now, those came few and far between. The lows, the real lows, didn't happen much anymore, either. It had been a month since she last cried desolately in her hands for no reason at all, and it had been 3 months since her last suicide attempt. She sliced her wrists with a shaving razor in a half-hearted venture she knew would fail, and maybe even wanted to fail. Hurry up, the voice hissed. All right, she said in a croak. When she realized she answered aloud, where people could hear her and gossip, she pursed her thin lips to prevent a repeat. It started last week, or maybe the week before. A low, crackling static in her ears that she mistook for the first signs of hearing loss. She had Obamacare and could go to the doctor anytime she wanted, but she didn't want to. Being around people, even the ones who didn't know her troubles, made her nervous. She only left the house late at night or early in the morning, and even then, there somehow managed to always be someone around, a jogger or an early bird at the grocery store. She resolved, then, to ignore it. Out of sight, out of mind, just like all of life's problems. Then, over the course of a day, the whispers began to form words, few and garbled at first, then louder and more clearly, as though the source were coming closer. It claimed to be her sister, Alyssa, and she accepted it at face value. It knew and talked about things only her sister would know, so it had to be her, didn't it? Or was she crazy? Crazy people never think they're crazy. The voice, no. So you're insane. That did make sense. At the end of the walkway, Marianne cut right and followed the sidewalk to the end of the street. It didn't sound very much like Alyssa, though. Alyssa's voice was light, airy, and smiling. The new voice was cold, rattling, and dead. A shiver went down Marianne's spine. But of course it was, because Alyssa was dead. At least that's what the voice told her. 15 years ago, when Marianne was a teenager, Alyssa, 3 years younger and beautiful with chestnut hair and vibrant green eyes like a cat, left the house to meet a friend at the park and never came back. No one saw anything, no one heard anything, no one knew anything. The police said she ran away, but why would she do that? She was a good girl and never did anything wrong. She was happy, popular, well-adjusted. People like that don't run away. Their mother held out hope until her dying day that Alyssa would come home again. But days, weeks, and months turned into years, and she stayed missing. Marianne knew she was dead, even before Alyssa told her last week when she first spoke. But Mom wouldn't hear it. She kept the porch light on every night just in case Alyssa returned. And when the phone rang, there was always a flicker of hope in her eyes that went out when she picked up and found that it wasn't her long-lost daughter on the other end. Marianne loved Alyssa as much as anyone loved their sister, and there was forever a hole in her heart and a nagging question mark in the back of her mind. What happened? Then, after 15 years, Alyssa came back and told her everything. He hurt both of us, Alyssa said, and Marianne nodded tearfully. It was early evening, and she was sitting on the couch with a pillow hugged to her chest. She was sick to her stomach after listening to what her little sister went through in her final hours on Earth, and the guilt she carried with her, stored way deep down in some hidden place, bubbled to the surface. She should have done something. She should have protected her baby sister somehow. Hurry, or you'll miss her. She was doing it again. She looked guiltily around, but save for a big gang of middle schoolers walking along Pine, she was alone. 3 days ago, Alyssa started talking about her. She's coming. She can help us. For days, Alyssa had been talking about a girl who could somehow make things right. Marianne asked again and again how, but Alyssa wouldn't tell her. Just trust me, she said. And what choice did Marianne have? They couldn't go to the police. A car horn honked, and Marianne's heart jumped into her throat. She was standing in the middle of Elm Street, the front end of a late-model Kia Soul less than 3 feet from hitting her. She'd been so caught up in her own thoughts that she'd lost track of her surroundings. That happened sometimes, but never out here, in the great wide world. She was too alert, too vigilant, to let her guard down. The last time she did, the driver, a fat man in a windbreaker, threw up his hands. Are you gonna move or what? And Marianne hurried to the other side. Right, Alyssa said. Obeying her sister's commands, Marianne turned right, then left onto Park Place. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she swept the neighborhood with her eyes, looking for hidden dangers, but seeing only kids on their way home from school. A few of them looked at her strangely, then whispered to their friends. Her step unconsciously quickened, and her heartbeat sped up. She hated being out during the day, when people could see her. She was far more comfortable hidden in the shadows of night, but even then, being out kind of scared her. Because he might see her, and if he did, there was no telling what he would do. Don't worry about him, Alyssa said. Marianne nodded and blew a resolute exhalation. The park ended at a stand of trees separating the houses from the park. Marianne came to a halting stop and regarded the pines with the mistrust of a small girl. The park is where Alyssa disappeared, and where, 4 years later. Hurry, Alyssa said. Marianne swallowed thickly. Terror swelled in her chest like a leaden balloon, and she felt more vulnerable than she had since leaving the house. Go, Alyssa said. Please. An image came unbidden to her mind. Her little sister lying on the ground, nude, crying, hurt, her messy hair tangled with leaves and twigs, her face bloody and battered. Rage and sorrow filled Marianne's chest, and those spurred her on. She found the trailhead and went in, the trees closing around her and blotting out the afternoon sun. The path unfurled ahead, flat and even, and a mix of pines, oaks, and firs pressed close, golden illumination filtering through their boughs and painting the forest floor in coins of brilliance. Small animals slipped through the brush unseen, and Marianne's heart thudded in her chest, certain that one would emerge from the growth and be not a critter at all, but a man. She squeezed her eyes closed and regulated her breathing, lest she launched into a panic attack. Alyssa's voice soothed and encouraged her, and she went on, not for herself, but for her sister. After a quarter mile, the trees fell away, and the path led out into a wide, grassy area, in the center of which was a marshy duck pond. Geese fluttered around its edges, and bullfrogs croaked, a tuneless ode to the coming night. A concrete walkway skirted the far bank of the pond, and Marianne looked, but saw no one. She had no idea what this girl looked like, how old she was, or anything else about her, but she trusted Alyssa to tell her when the time came.
Where is she?
Marianne asked, unaware that she had spoken aloud. Coming, Alyssa whispered. Marianne darted her eyes left and right. In the meadow, she was really exposed, the only thing standing. An eye that passed would be drawn right to her, and the owner of it might come and hurt her. They won't, Alyssa assured her. I'll protect you, like I protected you, she blurted. Shh, she's coming. Marianne's stomach clenched, and she looked around for a place to hide, but saw none. There. Too late. A girl about 13 appeared on the walkway. Her books pressed to her chest, and her gaze pointed to the ground. She wore a sleeveless dark blue dress, white tennis shoes, and glasses. Her sandy blonde hair was pulled back from her forehead in a ponytail that swung from side to side with the force of her stride. Her face, or what Marianne could see of it, was drawn, lips sucked in, jaw strained, a mask of worry. Who is she? Marianne asked. Even as she voiced the question, she realized that, by some means, she knew the girl. Alyssa didn't respond. Who is she? Marianne pressed. Nothing. The girl disappeared behind a screen of trees, and Marianne took a step forward to see her better, but stopped when the girl's identity hit her like a speeding freight train. Her heart jolted, and her jaw fell slack, cold horror threading through her like the coils of a snake. Is that... Yes, Alyssa said. Marianne's knees shook, and the world seemed to move beneath her feet. She opened and closed her mouth like a fish, trying and failing to form words, then turned sharply away as if to hide herself. Blood pounded in her ears, and her lungs burst for air, her breasts heaving like a tempest-tossed sea. It couldn't be her. It couldn't. There was no way. It didn't make any sense. It is her, Alyssa said. Why is she here? She's going to help us. An invisible weight settled Marianne's shoulders, and she sank stiffly to the ground, her arms crossing protectively over her chest. The day was warm, but she was cold, and memories she didn't want to entertain flooded over her. Her head spun with disbelief, and she hugged herself tighter. How? She asked. Alyssa didn't reply. How will she help us? She tried to sound firm, but her voice was uneven. You'll see, Alyssa said. You'll see. Part 12. Megan. Megan's eyes blinked open, and her sleep-shrouded mind began to turn. She was lying flat on her back in bed, the room wrapped in shadows and beads of rain streaking the window. A nightlight plugged into the wall provided a tiny orb of rust-colored illumination, and the clock on the nightstand glowed the hour. 3 a.m. Something woke her, but in that blurry borderland between worlds, she couldn't say what, or even if it was real or not. She rolled onto her side and felt for Brody, but he wasn't there. Pushing up unwary arms, she looked around and spotted him perched at the foot of the bed, gazing at the closet door. Her mind went back to the nightmare she had last week, the one where the closet was filled with light, and her heart sputtered.
What is it?
She asked lowly. Brody didn't respond. Was she dreaming again? Since that first night, she'd had 3 more, each of them about the closet. In one, she was frozen in bed as it slowly swung open on creaking hinges. She couldn't flee, couldn't scream, could only squeeze her eyes shut as a wave of chattering whispers spilled out and consumed him. In another, a sound brought her awake, and she went to the closet. Only now, there was a tiny door in the back wall, roughly 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. She knelt and opened it. The hardwood floor cooled beneath her knees, and the door splintery as she pried it from its frame. Beyond it lay a cramped, lightless space, coated in a thick layer of dust. She lit a match, and the feeble spark revealed a white face inches from her own, black eyes glinting, red smile fixed in place. She screamed and fell back before she realized it was only a porcelain doll. She looked around, and they were everywhere. Standing, sitting, perched on creaking rocking chairs. Boys, girls, babies, some nude and others in elaborate costumes, each wearing the same mad, leering smile. A draught of cool air blew over them like the breath of infernal creation. And slowly, they began to move. Limbs twitching, eyes blinking, heads turning left and right, testing new and unholy life. Megan's body stiffened, and a burst of air exploded from her lungs, but she was struck motionless, wrapped in horror at the stirring creatures around her. One, a girl in a bonnet, saw her, and her mouth dropped open in a big, cannibal yawn. The others took notice, and their mouths opened too. 12, 2 dozen, 3, all lurching woodenly forward, dragging broken feet, panting dark excitement, whispering. In the final one, she opened the closet door to put something away, and a girl around her age was there, framed by hanging clothes and smiling. In this one, Megan wasn't scared, just confused. "Why are you in my closet?" she asked. "I've always been here," the girl replied with a Mona Lisa smile. She was tall, with long, reddish hair and pretty green eyes. Freckles smattered her face, and a slight gap parted her front teeth. Megan looked nothing like her, but she knew that it was somehow her. Now, a shiver went through her, and if there was any doubt before, it was gone now. This wasn't a dream. It was real. "What is it?" she asked again, louder this time, more needy, as if begging the dog to offer reassurance. A gust of wind roared in the eaves, and Megan's stomach clenched. It sounded like her name. Brody leaned heavily over the footboard, and coming alive, Megan snapped the bedside lamp on. Shadows scattered to the corners of the room, and the closet door came into focus. Shut as she left it, when she went to sleep 4 hours ago. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, Brody jumped down and approached it at a crouch. He sniffed at the bottom, then sat on his butt and stared up at the knob in canine confusion. It took a long time for Megan to pump herself up enough to get up and cross the room, and she did it only to prove to herself that there was nothing in the closet. If she didn't, she would lie awake all night like a fraidy little baby. And that was the last thing she needed right now. School had become torment over the past week and a half. Everywhere she went, Taylor Hogan and her friends were there, just like the dolls in her dream, and home was the only place where she found respite. If she didn't have this, What would she have? Standing next to Brody, she took a series of deep breaths, then reached out and took the knob in her hand, sure that it would jerk beneath her touch. It did not. She turned it slowly, fighting the panic clutching her chest, and pulled it open. Shirts, skirts, dresses, and jackets greeted her, but nothing else. No ghosts, no creepy dolls, and no monsters. Brody slipped past her and sniffed the floor like a bloodhound, seeking a convict's scent, then came out and looked up at her. All clear, boss. Of all the people in the world, she trusted Brody the most, even more than Tom and Julia. If he said it was okay, it was okay. But what if it wasn't? What if there really was something wrong? What could it be, though? There was nothing here, except for a crack in the wall. Squinting, Megan bent forward at the wrist to investigate it. Barely an eighth of an inch wide, it zigzagged along the plaster to her left. Though it didn't look wide enough to admit any wind, she could feel it on her face. Chilly, stale, and damp. She ran her finger along it, and as soon as her flesh touched it, a jolt of electricity shot into her. A vision flashed through her mind. The girl's face and her own name rang through her head. Gasping like a girl submerged in cold water, she yanked her hand away and stumbled back a step. Brody whined. Shaking, she closed the door and went back to bed, dimly aware of what she was doing. Thoughts drunkenly clouded. She pulled the covers up to her chin, leaving the light on. Brody curled up beside her and laid his head protectively on her chest. She absently stroked his fur and stared up at the ceiling. Gradually, her mind cleared, and she blinked rapidly, the memory of what happened already fading. Another blast of wind hit the house, and the haunting way it moaned, like the voice of the dead, made her shudder. There was nothing in the closet, and she absolutely did not hear her name. The wind woke her, and she was already keyed up from school and the other dreams, so she hallucinated, or something. Now, can we please go back to sleep? Please? Megan. Megan's heart seized. Just the wind, she told herself, but she looked uneasily at the closet door anyway. Breath bated. Minutes ticked by, and nothing happened. Megan relaxed and let the breath out in a rush. She once read somewhere that the human brain is wired to make meaning out of chaos, that we will see faces, hear voices, and find messages where there is only static, because we are creatures of order. It was an exciting theory to which she subscribed. That's what was happening here. The wind was singing itself a song of gibberish, and her mind was translating it into words that weren't there. Even so, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was saying her name. A force from the outside, an entity that dwelled in the walls and spoke in low, sub-audible whispers after dark. She pictured ghosts in every nook and cranny of the house, stacked 10 deep in places and standing in line for a chance to scare her. And the sinister spell broke. Humor was really good at that. It got her through a lot of bad times in the past, and whenever they reared their ugly heads again, she made light of it. Turning something into a joke, laughing at it, robs it of some of its power. As settled as she could hope to be, she snuggled up next to Brody and draped her arm over him. He licked her face, and she grimaced. "You're a good dog, do you know that?" He licked her again. 15 minutes later, she drifted off, and the wind continued to howl. Megan. On the morning of September 15th, Julia Harriman woke to the soft hiss of rain. Thin, grey light spilled through the water-beaded window and lent the shadowy room an ashy pallor more suited to late autumn than late summer. Julia was of those rare and mystifying creatures called morning people, who don't simply tolerate mornings, but embrace them. There was a certain indefinable tranquility about the hours around dawn that had always appealed to her, even as a child and teenager. The day was new, fresh, and clean, and the solitude of sunrise made her feel as though the universe were letting her in on a secret. As a freelance artist, she made her own hours, but even with that power at her disposal, she still chose to rise early. Tom thought she was nuts, and she laughed. If it were up to him, he'd stay up all night and sleep until noon. While she appreciated the lonely splendor of night, she preferred the light of day. Nothing could compare to the warm summer afternoons, smoky autumn twilights, and silent winter mornings. She was especially fond of the latter. A snowy glen inspired her the way she imagined the smuggy slums of London inspired Dickens, and the crisp, biting air had a way of clearing her mind, unlike anything else she knew. Winters had taken on a new significance since she and Tom adopted Megan. She absolutely could not wait for the first snow to fly, for when it did, there would be frolic and fun aplenty. Tom had mentioned taking a vacation to Massanutten Ski Resort during Megan's Christmas break, and she was 100% on board. They'd been there a dozen times since they were married, and though she wasn't very handy on a pair of skis, she loved it there. With Megan along, it would be so much better, and she was already looking forward to it the way a small girl might the advent of Santa Claus. Stretching, she rolled onto her side. Tom's half of the bed was empty, and light emanated from beneath the door to the master bedroom. When he worked from home, he slept until she woke him up at 10, ate brunch, and started his day at 11:30, sometimes noon. Lately, however, he was needed in the office every day. Something about a major data breach, like the kind you see on the news. He wasn't allowed to talk about it, and she respected that. His company serviced a lot of big-name clients, Wells Fargo and Walmart among them, so he was sworn to secrecy a lot, which made things exciting because it was like being married to a spy. The rain fell in a steady roar, and she sat up, leaned over, and moved the curtain back. The front yard had turned into a soupy mess, and the first fallen leaves of the season were plastered to the blacktop, while twigs and trash sluiced through the gutters. She was a liberal parent and allowed Megan as much autonomy as you can a 12-year-old girl, but sometimes you just gotta put your foot down, and today was one of them. There was no way she was going to let Megan walk in this. Turning away from the pane, she slipped into the bathroom and shut the door behind her. Steam filled the air and fogged the mirror. Through the opaque curtain, she could just make out Tom's naked form. Water splashed and gurgled down the drain, and he turned in a slow circle, humming a snatch of music she couldn't place. She'd never seen him happier than he'd been since they adopted Megan, and it made her happiness greater, like oxygen feeding a fire. She went to the curtain and pulled it aside just enough to stick her head in. Tom faced away, massaging shampoo into his scalp, and soap suds coursed down his back. She admitted the view a moment, then cleared her throat.
Good morning.
"Good morning," he replied without missing a beat.
How'd you sleep?
Same as always, he said. Tom's mind, like hers, refused to shut down nicely at bedtime. Some nights they'd both lie awake, heads racing with thoughts, memories, and fancy until they got up and went into the kitchen for warm milk and midnight conversation. Since moving into the house, that hadn't happened much. It was as though they were finally comfortable in their lives and beginning to settle. "You?"
Fine,
she said, returning the curtain and went over to the toilet.
I had a dream.
Tom ducked his head under the spray. "What about?"
A frosted riverside.
She said as she flushed the commode. She recalled the dream with the vivid detail of a born artist, and her chest tingled.
It was summer, and the lighting was just right.
She found it hard to put her visions into words. Some people could paint beautiful portraits and landscapes in type, but she could not. She needed pastels, oil, ink, and pencils. Megan was very good at describing things. She could create a living, breathing panorama with a paragraph, and Julia was beginning to think that her artistic talents might be better suited to creative writing. She enjoyed bonding with the girl over art, however. She would encourage her in whatever she pursued, but she secretly hoped it was drawing. "Sounds nice," Tom called. "You gonna draw it?"
At some point.
she said. She stood, closed her robe, and tied the belt around her stomach.
I have 3 commissions to finish, then I can do a for-me project.
The majority of her commission work came from magazines. Earlier in the year, she was contracted by Virginia Outdoor Quarterly to draw 4 pictures, each one to grace the literary section of a different issue. The editor wanted them evocative of Western Virginia, which was like asking Picasso to draw a cube. Julia had lived west of the I-81 corridor her entire life, and no one knew or loved this land better. In the bedroom, she dressed in a pair of black slacks and a forest green turtleneck sweater, then sat on the edge of the bed and pulled her socks and boots on. After dropping Megan off, she needed to stop at the grocery store. She had the strongest cravings for tacos, but none of the ingredients to make them. Standing, she went out into the hall and made the short walk to Megan's door. Usually Megan was up and ready before she was, but lately she was having trouble getting out of bed, and then getting going. It was almost like she didn't want to go to school. That wasn't like Megan, and such a marked change in personality led Julie to believe that something was wrong. But Megan vehemently denied it every time she asked. Turning the knob, she leaned into the room. Megan was sitting on the edge of her bed and yanked her rain boots on. They were black with pink and purple hearts. Julia couldn't resist picking them up when she saw them. Brody sat at Megan's feet and stared intently at the closet door. Megan, for her part, looked downtrodden, and Julia's heart broke. "You okay?" she asked, startling the girl.
Yeah, why?
Megan asked quickly. "You look glum," Julia said. "Anything the matter?" Megan shook her head.
Nope, just tired.
Something told Julia that wasn't the truth, but she didn't push. Megan would come to her if she had a problem. Children need time and space. All the books said so. "Why?" she asked cautiously. "Not sleeping well."
Brody kept farting last night.
That caught Julia off guard, and she laughed. The dog's ears pricked, but he didn't turn from his vigil. "Well, maybe we should change his food." Downstairs, she popped a plain bagel into the toaster, got the cream cheese in the fridge, and poured orange juice into a glass, which she then sat at the head of the table. Next, she started a pot of coffee. When the bagel was done, she picked it out with her thumb and forefinger and laid it on a plate before it could burn her. She opened the cream cheese, scooped some out with a butter knife, and spread it on with a crisp scrape. Just as she was finishing up, Megan came in and sat down, Brody following close on her heels. She then brought him home. The dog had been all but inseparable from Megan. Whenever you saw her, you knew he wasn't far behind. That pleased Julia. When she was a girl, she had a dog named Socks, because he was jet black with snowy white paws. Socks was her best friend, and they made many happy memories together. "I'm going to drive you today," she said, and sat Megan's plate in front of her. She halfway thought Megan would argue, but the girl only nodded. She exuded tension, and Julia frowned. "I don't want you to wash away," she added to lighten the mood. Megan forced a smile.
Yeah, I might wind up in China.
Her voice lacked the buoyant quality that Julia had come to love, and she decided then and there that on the way to school, she would ask again what was wrong. The books be damned. Tom came down a few minutes later in a blue Izod tucked into tan chinos, poured himself a cup of coffee, and gulped it down. "I gotta go," he said. He kissed Julia on the cheek, then Megan on the forehead, then rushed out the door. Rain pounded the back deck, and, as if on cue, a long, low peril of thunder rolled across the sky.
Drive safe,
Julia called after him. "I will," he promised. Then he was gone. Megan finished her bagel and got to her feet, brushing non-existent crumbs from her lap. "See you later, Brody," she said disheartedly. Ducking their heads against the deluge, Megan and Julia hurried out to the Prius. In the short trip from back door to driver's seat, Julia's head and shoulders were both soaked. This rain," Julia said and started the engine.
Yeah, it sucks.
Megan agreed and pulled her seatbelt over her lap. "I wish it was snow," Julia said. She threw the car in reverse, glanced back, and pulled into the seat.
Me too,
Megan said, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice. Julia wasn't going to say anything yet, but since Megan seems down in the dumps, she could use a little boost. This winter, we're going to go to the ski lodge at Massanutten. You'll love it. Megan's face lit up.
I've never been skiing,
She said.
but it looks like a lot of fun.
Tom can teach you, Julia said. He's really good. Me, on the other hand, not so much.
I'll probably fall down a lot,
Megan said.
but that's par for the course.
It's part of learning, Julia said. You don't just pick up on something like that your first time. A bus passed on Chestnut, its big tires kicking up a sheet of dirty water, and she pulled out behind it.
I guess.
Megan said.
Like drawing.
Well, you do have natural talent there, Julia said honestly. Megan was a gifted artist even before coming to live with them, and she had excelled exponentially over the past 9 months. But who knows, maybe you'll be a natural on the slopes, too. Megan laughed.
I doubt that.
The bus pulled to a stop, and a group of kids piled on. For a while, they drove in silence as Julia grasped for the right way to go about this. She was still new at this whole mom thing, and even though she was enthusiastic, she wasn't very knowledgeable yet. It's part of learning, she had said. And didn't that apply here as well? Are you absolutely sure nothing's bothering you? She asked, going for the heart.
Yeah.
Megan said, with a contrived nod. Julia looked at her and did her best stern mother expression, which wasn't very stern at all. Really? Megan hesitated, and that was as good an admission as any.
What's up?
She asked soberly. For a long time, Megan stared down at her lap and bunched her lips back and forth like a pendulum, a nervous tick that screamed her emotions as clearly as a front-page headline.
It's nothing, really.
She finally said.
Just...
She trailed off and let the thought hang unfinished between them. Is someone picking on you? From the way Megan bristled, Julia knew.
Kind of.
She admitted, grudgingly.
I mean, sometimes.
Bullies and teasing are common pratfalls of childhood. She anticipated Megan having to deal with it at some point, but was really hoping she wouldn't have to. Have you told your teachers?
No.
Megan replied.
It's not that bad.
Are you sure about that? Julia asked incredulously. Megan nodded.
Really?
They were in front of the middle school now. Buses and cars all around. A fierce, maternal part of Julia wanted to get the full story, then go inside and make whoever was bothering Megan pay. Instead, she could only sigh. Some people are just assholes, she said. And unfortunately, they get off on making other people's lives miserable. Megan was a beautiful and intelligent girl, and Julia loved her more every day. How someone could meet her, know her, and not feel the same way genuinely perplexed her. I want to talk about this more later on, okay? Megan nodded reluctantly. Okay. If it keeps on, tell the teacher.
I will,
Megan said. She grabbed her backpack, threw open the door, and climbed out into the rain.
I love you,
Julia said earnestly.
Love you too,
Megan replied. She slammed the door and hurried around the front of the car before joining a rush of kids filling into the building. Julia watched her until she was gone, then drew a deep breath and pulled away from the curb. A half hour later, after picking up what she needed at the store, Julia came through the back door bearing bags. Brody sat in the middle of the floor and gave her a big doggy smile.
I'm back,
she announced. She set the bags on the counter and slowly put their contents away, her mind on Megan. She shoved a package of hamburger meat into the fridge, washed her hands, then went upstairs. Brody, who'd been sitting by the back door this whole time, got up and gave chase, almost like he didn't want her to go alone. I have a bodyguard, she thought, bemusedly. That makes me important. In the master bath, she used the toilets, flushed, and washed her hands. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she peeled her boots and socks off and sat them aside, then changed her slacks into a pair of lounge pants and a simple gray sweater. When she worked, she wore comfortable clothes. Anything else distracted her. She started downstairs, but a noise drifting from Megan's room stopped her. Brody sat before the closet. His ears flattened against his skull, and a low, warning snarl rumbled in the back of his throat. His lips curled back to bare his teeth, and Julia's brow wrinkled in confusion. Brody was the most docile dog she had ever known, and not once in the almost month they'd owned him had she heard him growl, even when he chased gophers and possums outside. "What is it?" she asked. He ignored her, didn't even seem to register her presence. Her eyes went to the door, closed tight, and her heart stumbled. Was someone in there? That was the only explanation for his behavior. Were he simply scratching and sniffing, she'd pass it off as him having heard a mouse. God knew there was still a lot of them in the walls, even after the exterminator came. He wasn't, though. He was braying and showing his fangs, which, in her limited knowledge of dogs, meant something was wrong. She hesitated a moment, not knowing what to do. The house was suddenly filled with tension, and dark waves seemed to radiate from the closet. Breaking, she went back to hers in Tom's room, heart pounding, and opened Tom's nightstand drawer. A tiny, compact .38 revolver, bought after someone burglarized their home 3 years ago, sat next to a technical manual, its silver body reflecting the muted water light falling through the window. She tossed a harried glance over her shoulder, found no one sneaking up on her, and picked the gun up. She crept to the door and poked her head tentatively into the hall. Empty. If someone were in the closet and tried to come out, Brody would have alerted her. Emboldened, she returns to Megan's room. The dog kept sentry, his head lowered and his muscles bunched, ready to leap at the slightest provocation. Julia took a deep breath, tightened her hold on the gun's polished grip, and brushed past Brody. The dog's growls tapered off, and he whimpered as if in fear for her safety. In one fluid motion, she opened the door and thrust the gun out in front of her. But the closet was empty. She was so convinced she would find an intruder that for a second she was totally confounded. A few shirts and dresses hung from the rod, and a neatly organized mess of things were heaped on either side, but there was no killer, no rapist, not even a Jehovah's Witness. She pushed aside a pink blouse with the barrel of the gun, but no one crouched behind. Had they been, she would have seen them at once. A cold, musky draft flowed through her hair, and inexplicable goosebumps raced up and down her arms. Brody let out a high, wavering howl, and for some reason Julia could not explain, her blood ran cold. The air was heavy now, pressing down on her, and something flickered in the corner of her eye, but when she turned, nothing was there. She didn't know she was going to speak until she heard the unsteady quaver of her own voice. "Hello?" Why was she calling out? No one was here, just her and Brody. But she felt like someone was there, standing just out of sight and looking right at her, hating her. Something touched her leg, and she let out a sharp cry. Brody looked up at her, then to her left. She followed his line of sight. A hairline crack that wasn't there a minute ago marred the plaster. Julia's heart slammed furiously, and the hairs on the back of her neck bristled. "Stop being stupid," she scolded herself. Brody went over to the wall and sniffed along the baseboard, and slowly, by degrees, the tension she thought she sensed dissipated. Backing up, she closed the door and let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, her fingers brushing her hair out of her face. Brody sat down and looked up at her, tail wagging, and she chuckled at her own jitteriness. "You," she admonished playfully, and the dog cocked his head innocently. "You freaked me out. I thought someone broke in while I was gone." She bent and rubbed Brody's furry face. Relaxed now, she went downstairs to start on her work. She'd have to tell Tom about the crack. One bad thing about old houses, they're always settling. In Megan's room, Brody's ears pricked, and he turns to the closet door, The knob turned, and lowering his head again, he started to growl. Part 13. Megan poked her head into the hole, looked left and right, then scurried out, her books pressed to her chest. Kids streamed by on either side of her, and she had to shoulder through a group of boys to get to her locker. She input the combination, looked around again like a timid mouse scanning for hawks, then shoved her books in. She slammed it, locked it, and turned towards the main doors, relief washing over her. Phew. Looks like I slipped my bullies. Now I can...
Look, girls.
A snide voice rose behind her.
It's Megan.
Megan's stomach turned. They surrounded her before she could slink away. 3 girls, all of them seemingly much bigger than her, even though they were the same age. Taylor Hogan stood behind her, and the other 2 flanked her on either side, boxing her in. Kelsey, with reddish hair and a couple pounds extra on the right, and Chanel, a black girl with big hoop earrings and clad in a denim jacket, the hem of which rested just above her stomach. I take it you put your little sisters on by mistake. On the left, Taylor flashed a cold, tight-lipped smile and crossed her arms with a flourish, her hip cocking to one side. Megan's eyes darted around the crowded hall in search of help, but there was none to be had. No one looked, and no one cared. Not even the teachers. What were they going to make fun of this time? Her glasses, her being small. That was the most fantastic thing about these girls. You never knew what they were going to come out with next. Uncrossing her arms, Taylor reached out, and Megan flinched in expectation of a slap, scratch, or poke, even though things had never gotten physical. Yet. Taylor's fingers brushed her hair, and the older girl sniffed.
A prime example of what not to do. Get it?
Megan usually brushed her hair every morning, but lately she kind of didn't. She didn't get along with mornings the way Julia did. Add to that the dreams and disturbed sleep, and you have a recipe for morning-time apathy. Taylor's toadies giggled, and Megan's face burnt with a mixture of righteous indignation and shame.
When's the last time you brushed your rat nest, Megan?
Taylor asked in a patronizing tone and mockingly batted her eyes.
It's been a while, huh?
No, Megan said. Taylor chuckled in the back of her throat.
You guys know what Megan's favorite movie is?
The corners of her mouth sharpened and she leaned in. Megan cringed and hated herself for it. A cruel glint shone in Taylor's eyes, and when she answered her own question, she spoke slowly, her pink, glossed lips carefully pronouncing each letter.
Tangled.
Chanel and Kelsey threw their heads back and laughed snottily. Taylor pursed her lips and crossed her arms again.
What's your favorite food?
The blush on Megan's cheeks deepened and she hung her head in humiliation.
Nachos.
Kelsey and Chanel laughed even harder. Was her hair really that bad? Her fingers tingled with the urge to check, but she resisted it. The key, she had learned, was to not let them know they were getting to her. If she pretended not to care, they'd go away.
I think I see gnats jumping around,
Chanel said.
I smell it.
Kelsey gagged and pinched her nose.
Do you even take baths?
Yes, I take a bath every night, Megan retorted. Taylor snorted.
Do you wash your hair every night? Yes, I do.
Megan spat. She was starting to get mad. Why couldn't they just leave her alone? Why are some people so damn mean?
Doesn't look like it,
Taylor said.
It looks nasty.
She flicked her eyes distastefully up Megan's body and wrinkled her nose.
Just like the rest of you.
Shaking her head in disgust, Taylor turned and held her head up, a signal for her troops to follow.
Come on, let's get out of here before we catch Megan's crabs.
Shocking and uncharacteristic rage boiled up in Megan's chest, and her hands closed into fists so tight her fingernails bit into the soft padding of her palms. Blood pounded hard against her temples, and the edges of her vision suddenly grayed. Her eyes, normally open and filled with warmth and curiosity, narrowed to predatory slits, and zeroed in on the back of Taylor's dumb blonde head. Every slight, every snub, every shitty remark came back to her in a black crest, and her lips tugged back from her teeth in a hateful sneer. She smoldered from the tips of her toes to the crown of her forehead, and a violent shudder ran through her like the rumble of a nuclear blast felt before it was seen. she saw herself springing forward, grabbing Taylor's hair and retching back with all her might. In her mind, she crashed her fist into the side of Taylor's face. The bully cried out in pain, and savage satisfaction came over Megan like a warm blanket. She did it again and again, moving to her face, shattering her nose, knocking her teeth out. When she was done, she was panting, and Taylor was covered in blood, her eyes pooled with misery. That image snapped her out of it, and her anger drained away with an almost audible sucking sound. Her eyes widened in horror, and her heart twinged. Taylor and the others were gone, and Megan stood alone. She realized her hands were still fisted, and released them with a start as though they were repulsive. The vision of Taylor's bruised and battered face lingered before her eyes like the visage of a terrible phantom, and Megan's stomach twisted. She was so close to actually doing it, to hitting someone until they were bleeding, that she trembled. Why was it so hot in here? She pressed her hands to her forehead, and her skin burned as if with fever. She remembered the vivid feeling of Taylor's nose breaking under her knuckles, like glass in a velvet bag, and hot bile rose in the back of her throat. Taylor's eyes pleading and desperate, like an abused kitten in one of those ASPCA commercials, filled her sight. And that was it. She was going to puke. Clamping one hand to her mouth and the other to her stomach, she took off toward the girls' room at a frantic, headlong run. An Hispanic girl with her black hair and pigtails came out, drying her hands on a paper towel, and Megan bumped into her.
Hey!
Ignoring her, Megan whipped into the bathroom, slammed one of the stalls open, and dropped to her knees, just as the contents of her stomach shot from her mouth in a bitter, stinging rush. Tears welled in her eyes, and her tiny fingers gripped the porcelain rim. She gagged, and her stomach muscles contracted, squeezing a groan from her chest. Another spasm racked her, and she dry-retched, her body having nothing left to give. Quivering and panting for air, Megan closed her eyes and attempted to catch her runaway heart. The acrid taste of intestines coated the inside of her mouth, and the hot reek of partially digested food pinched her nostrils, pushing her dangerously close to hurling again. The bell rang while she was indisposed, making her ungodly late to her next class. She pictured walking in and everyone looking at her. Her stomach gurgled. Maybe she should skip. Of course, that wasn't a serious option, but right now it sounded reasonable. They can't make fun of you if you're not there. Instead, she forced herself to her locker and got her books. The hall was empty, and the clang of metal echoed like a ghostly voice, reminding her of last night. Suppressing a shudder, she hugged her book to her chest and went to class. The door was closed when she got there, and past the wire mesh window, everyone faced forward as the teacher pointed at the board and lectured. With a deep breath, she turned the knob and went in. As predicted, everyone turned to look at her, and the teacher's drone ceased like throwing a switch. Her face flushed, and she hurried to her seat, feeling awkward, cumbersome, and self-conscious.
Nice of you to join us, Miss Harriman,
the teacher said, and a few kids snickered. Ignoring them, Megan sat and opened her book. The teacher went back to teaching, and the class to ignoring her, and she slouched in her seat as if to make an even smaller target of herself. Out of sight, out of mind. All during that period, her stomach cramped and spasmed. A twinge of pain over her left eye turned into a simmering headache, and before long, fatigue came over her like a wet blanket. She squirmed uncomfortably in her chair and fought to keep her eyes from falling shut. What was wrong with her? She went back to her burst of fury in the hallway. That never happened before, even at the group home, where she didn't have the luxury of escaping her tormentors at the end of the day. Violence made her sick, and she never, ever daydreamed about hurting someone. Remembering the look of terror in Taylor's eyes and the way her nose gushed blood, her middle clutched. When the bell rang half an hour later, she waited meekly for everyone else to leave first, then got up and took her book back to her locker. She didn't encounter Taylor or her goons on the way. For that, she was thankful. Before going to the cafeteria, she went to the bathroom. The idea of being surrounded by people, 1,000 uncaring eyes and taunting smiles, nauseated her, and she considered sitting in one of the stalls until lunch was over, but she'd get in trouble if she did that. Flushing the toilets, then, she got up and dragged herself to the line. The din of voices hurt her head and put her uneasily in mind of the night before, listening to the wind and imagining they were whispers chanting her name. Tray in hand, she sought out Cody and found him at the usual table. A group of kids clustered around the other end, a field of empty seats between them and him, as though he were a leper. Cody, so far, was the only friend she had, and she used that term loosely. Sometimes they didn't even talk, just ate their lunch in close proximity. Someone, probably Taylor, started a rumor that the janitor found them making out in the mop closet. And even now, as she made her way over, someone whistled and a bunch of others giggled, menacing shapes in her periphery. She sat diagonal from Cody, and he glanced up, then back down again. "Hey," he greeted.
Hey,
She said. She stared down at her food with a distasteful twist of the lips and exhaled through her nose. Her stomach was still sour, though the headache had gone and the smell made her queasy. Deciding she should eat something, she picked up her roll, tore it in half, and took a bite.
I wonder if they're gonna kiss again.
Someone at the next table over said.
Yuck, I hope not.
Taylor replied loudly, making darn sure Megan heard.
I don't want to see that.
Cody opened his milk and took a long, thoughtful drink. He didn't seem bothered by the taunts being hurled in their direction, but he did look like he had something to say. He opened his mouth, and his resolve visibly crumbled. The bullies eventually tired of picking on them and stopped, and Megan ate her bread with the sparing reticence of a shy bird. Several times she caught Cody examining her from the corner of his eye, like she was a queer and fascinating bug, and by the time the bell rang, she was getting nervous. She grabbed her tray and got to her feet. Cody opened his mouth again, then thought better of it at the last minute. I'll see you later.
You too.
She said quickly. Turning, she hurried off to face the rest of the day. Part 14. Crashing silence ruled the world, and darkness blinded Megan's vision. Rain pattered on the roof, and a bare wind-stirred branch tapped at the window like a night ghoul seeking ingress. On some level, she knew there was no tree outside her bedroom window, so this must be a dream. But this didn't quell her rising fear. She tried to move, but her body was frozen, each limb weighing 1,000 pounds, and her chest crushing under a phantom pressure. She went to turn her head, but it was locked in place. She opened her mouth to cry out, but no sound issued forth. The branch tapped and the wind moaned. Shadows crept across the ceiling like slithering serpents, and all at once, whispers danced mockingly around Megan like pagans round a fire. Her heart battered her ribs, and she squeezed her eyes closed, but that didn't help. She could still see, still hear. Her name, abject pleas for help, high, hitching laughter, disconsolate weeping. Megan wasn't quite sure if she believed in God or not, but she started to pray anyway. The voices reached a skull-cracking crescendo, then cut out entirely. Megan sucked hot breath into her lungs, her small body trembling. Was it over? Megan. The other times, she could tell herself it was only the wind, but not now. The voice was low, hissing, and clear, coming from her right. She could feel something there, crouching next to the bed and leaning in with a bloodthirsty, cemetery smirk. A sob welled in her throat and came out as a broken whimper, and she thrashed against the invisible bonds holding her. It had to be a dream. What else could it be? Real. Megan struggled to keep hysteria from consuming her. Where was Brody? Why wasn't Brody protecting her? Overhead, the interlocking branches made a threaded tapestry in which she imagined she saw a headless dog. Tears sprang to her eyes, and her lips contorted in childlike misery at her friend's fate. Megan. The voice rattled like dead, dry leaves in an autumn breeze, and the stench of earthy decay pinched the back of Megan's nose. If she strained just a little, she could paint a mental picture of the thing just out of sight. Wet, white skin, black, soulless eyes, crooked yellow teeth. "Who are you?" Megan asked, finding her voice. The creature did not reply, but she could hear the rustle of its moving, and a cringing tingle shot down her spine.
What do you want?
A moment later, it replied, this time to her left.
I need your help.
With what?
Time sped up, or folded in on itself, and Megan was standing in front of the closet door. White, wraith-like vines of light spread out from beneath it, and the knob turned back and forth. It opened, and the glow was so intense that she could not see. It dimmed as if to accommodate her, but it did not recede entirely. The walls throbbed with it, a flashy, otherworldly phosphorescence that waxed and waned like the cycles of the moon. She was guided to the crack and held there, as if by a hateful hand. The fissure was bigger now, and through it poured rich golden sunlight. Her arms lifted and her fingers picked at the gap, widening it, nails bending and breaking, bits of plaster littering the carpet. Frenzy overcame her, and she worked faster, compelled to open the chasm now, to free whatever was inside. The crack became a hole, bare struts framing its ragged edges, and her mania grew, taking on the keen fervency of a zealot. A rusted nail slashed the side of her hand, but she did not stop, did not even feel the sting of tearing flesh, the tacky trickle of blood. Her breathing came in short, fiery bursts, and her eyes took on the glazed cast of a girl in a trance. The whispers returned, more than she could count, each urging her on, begging her to rip the house asunder and liberate their source. A chunk of plaster fell to the carpet and broke into pieces, its dust swirling around Megan's head like a grateful spirit thanking her. More light gushed through the ever-lengthening rift, warm on Megan's face like the first sun of spring. She was panting, seeping blood from her ruined fingertips, shaking with religious fervor. She still didn't know what her prize was, didn't care, but she was close. She stopped when the hole was roughly 2 feet by 2 feet. Like the light in the closet, the light streaming through the gash dimmed, and she beheld a small room with walls made of earth and wood and containing a chair, a single, neatly made bed, and a table on which sat an old-fashioned oil lamp. Low firelight flickered across the walls and the dirt floor. Someone, or something, shoved Megan's face into the hole, and the scene changed, becoming darker, damper, like a grave. Water dripped from the ceiling, and cold wind caressed her face like the insistent touch of the undead. She looked left, then right, then screamed when the girl appeared, her nose hovering inches from her own. She tried to pull away and flee, but the ghostly hands held her still. The girl smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling with merry light, and Megan's terror lessened.
Hi,
she said.
What do you want?
Megan heard herself ask.
I need your help,
the girl said. Didn't they just have this conversation? Or was that a different dream? Megan couldn't tell. Her head spun with the surreality of it all, and she felt like she was going to be sick again. The girl drifted back like a puff of smoke, and Megan realized that she was naked. Her frame was thin and shapely, her breasts small. Her skin was a pallid shade of white and crisscrossed with cuts and bruises, some of them seeping dark fluid that Megan instinctively knew was not blood. An all too human look of shame crossed the girl's face, and Megan was shocked to find her heart going out of her.
What happened?
Megan asked, knowing even as the words left her mouth that she didn't want to hear the answer. Darting her eyes ashamedly to her feet, the girl said,
They hurt me.
From her state and the agony in her eyes, Megan thought she knew exactly what she meant by hurt, and a horrified pang cut through her stomach. "Who?" she asked. The girl looked up, her face a mask of pain.
The bad men.
She took a step forward, and Megan felt no fear, no trepidation, only sympathy.
I need your help to stop them.
In the phantom's clear, brimming eyes, Megan saw earnesty, and in a split second, her mind was made up. How? Inches away from her now, so close Megan could feel her breath if she were breathing. The ghost reached out. Her hand cupped Megan's cheek like a cold puff of air, and every nerve ending in her body crackled.
I need your power.
Power? Megan asked doubtfully. What power? Touching her other cheek, the girl smiled, and the warmth drained from her eyes. Megan's heart stopped, and in a snap, she knew she'd been fooled.
Your energy,
the girl said. She wrenched Megan off of her feet and fused her icy, dead lips to her neck. Megan sat bolt upright in bed, a scream lodged in her throat and her chest pulsing with terror. Brody jumped up and looked bewilderedly around like a guard who'd fallen asleep on the job. Thin, murky morning light skimmed the pane, and the sound of pots and pans banging drifted up from the kitchen. So normal, yet so out of place. Fighting to catch her breath, Megan brushed her sweaty bangs from her eyes. Ahead, past the footboard, the closet door loomed like a misshapen giant, closed as always. No signs of the dream in sight. Yet Megan was morally certain that were she to open the door, the hole would still be there, the room beyond, just as it had been the night before. Brody nuzzled her hand, and sensing no immediate threat, she flopped limply back against the pillow. Brody licked her hand. "Please be okay, Master. Please, please, please." And she drew a shaky inhalation and blew it out. The dream was so fresh and lucid in her mind that she could still smell the musky scent of closed-up space, and the insides of her nostrils itched as if from specks of dust. She pressed her fingertips to the spots the ghost bit. She knew they wouldn't come away slick with blood, but she was still nonplussed when they didn't. She closed her hand into a weak fist like a girl swearing vengeance, then turned to look at Brody. "Am I going crazy?" she asked. He cocked his head. "What? No. You're under stress and having nightmares. Perfectly natural." Maybe he was right, but she didn't think so. She knew bad dreams had had more than she could ever hope to count, and this didn't feel like one. It felt different. More, what was the word? Tangible. She could recall every minute detail, from the sensation of the nail tearing her skin to the musty smell wafting from the secret room. It was more like a memory than a dream, and she checked her hand just to make extra sure it didn't bear any marks. It didn't. Obviously it didn't happen, but that didn't make it seem any less real, and that perturbed her. She ran her fingers over Brody's flank and took deep, calming breaths through her nose. Every time Megan had ever seen someone in a dream, they were blurry and indistinct, like a vision glimpsed underwater. She knew who they were supposed to be, but only in general. She could never suss out their finer features. The girl, however, was as clear as a mirror image, and though Megan felt like she knew her, she was sure she had never actually seen her before. The alarm went off, and her heart jumped. She hit the off button and sighed. Brody, heart resting on her chest, rolled his eyes up to her, and she trailed her thumb lovingly over his snout.
I don't know. I think I might be losing it. You better watch out, or I'll go full Jack Nicholson.
Brody missed a beat. Who's that?
He's the Here's Johnny guy. You know, from that movie?
She trailed off. That movie. About ghosts. Yeah, let's not think of things like that right now. Throwing the covers aside, she swung her legs over the side and got to her feet. She eyed the closet warily as she got her clothes from the dresser. Black stretch pants and a fuzzy pink and purple sweater. The overcast sky suggested a damp chill, but even if it didn't, she would have worn this stuff anyway. All of her dresses were in there. And even in the light of day, she wasn't opening that door. No way, no how. Brody jumped off the bed and sat in front of the closet. He acted really weird about it, but that was just because she acted weird about it. He could tell it unnerved her, so he kept an eye on it and made a show of guarding it, basically humoring her like a dad. Okay, honey, there's a monster in here, but your super-duper awesome teddy bear will protect you. But with the previous night's dream still fresh in her mind, she thought maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe there really was something in there, and he knew it. They say animals have heightened senses and can see and hear things people can't. Things like ghosts. Megan shivered. Ghosts weren't real, though. She was just stressed out and having funny dreams. Brody sensed it and was on edge, too. That's all. Aside from a couple nightmares, what evidence did she even have that something supernatural was happening? None. She spooked herself out, and now her imagination was running away with her, as Tom would say. It wouldn't be the first time. She was getting herself all worked up over nothing, and being hopelessly dumb. And for what? That had to be the truth. But why did it feel like a lie? 5:58 a.m. That's when Dad got home. Cody knew because he was sitting up in bed with his knees drawn to his chest. When the headlights splashed across the wall, his heart stopped, and he felt the way a soldier in the open might. He held his breath and strained to hear. Was it going to be a good morning or a bad one? The front door opened and closed, and Dad's tread passed in the hall. The bedroom door creaked open, then clicked shut. Cody waited 15 minutes before letting himself relax. If there was going to be trouble, it would have started already. Maybe Dad was too tired, or maybe he had enough yesterday before he left for work. It started shortly after Cody got home from school. As always, he went straight to his room and closed the door. There was nothing for him in the rest of the house, and sometimes when he passed through it, he felt like a stranger in foreign land. The things were not his, the people were inhospitable, and the customs were alien. He felt no connection to the place, was never comfortable sitting on the couch. You lounge in your home, and this wasn't his home, even if he did live there. He was sitting at the desk under the window and trying to focus on his homework, pencil poised and notebook empty, but thinking of Megan Harriman instead. It had been 2 weeks since school started, almost 4 since the day he first saw her in the park, and he still hadn't talked to her about whatever he was supposed to talk to her about. He didn't know what it was, but he felt it standing behind that tree, and he felt it, to a lesser extent, every time they sat together at lunch. She exuded a certain aura that pacified him. When he was around her, he felt good. He couldn't explain it, but he liked it. The slamming of the front door resounded through the house like thunder, and he tensed. Then the fighting started.
Fuck out of my face! Get your hands off me!
Mom shouted back. Something thumped and the house shook. Cody didn't need to hear his mother's pained whimpers to know what happened, and his stomach nodded. A moment later, the door was thrown open, and Cody went stiff with fear. His father, a squat man with graying black hair, stubble, and bleary eyes, rimmed pink from drinking too much and sleeping too little, filled the frame. His fat body shoved into a sweat-yellowed wife-beater, like a sausage in a casing. Cody's bowels turned to water, and his heart careened out of control.
Take the goddamn trash out.
Dad spat.
I'm sick of it piling up.
Cody took out the trash every afternoon after dinner, when it was full, and never let it pile up, because he knew it would piss Dad off. He didn't argue, however.
He simply got up and did as he was told. Mom sat on the couch with her hand pressed to the side of her face, and Cody did his best to avoid looking at her as he went into the kitchen. The trash can stood between the counter and the living room threshold. It wasn't even halfway filled. But he knew better than to challenge his father, so he tied it off and carried it outside. A line of dented metal cans sat next to the back steps. He went down the stairs, pulled the lid from one, and chucked the bag in. Back inside, Dad leaned into the fridge for another beer. Should he ask if he wanted him to do anything else? Just walking out would really make him mad. He'd say he was disrespectful, and maybe even shove him down. That was the most physical Dad had ever gotten with him, but it was more than enough to strike the fear of God into his heart. Anything else? He asked, hating the weakness in his voice. Dad slammed the door and fixed him with a glare that would have made him shrink were he brave enough.
Watch your goddamn tone when you talk to me.
Sorry. He didn't use a smart tone, but it would do no good telling him that.
Go back to your room,
Dad said, and turned away.
I don't want to see you.
Bowing his head, Cody fled and spent the rest of the night alternating between homework and thinking of Megan. The first time she sat with him, he was scared out of his mind, scared she would make fun of him like the others, scared because of what happened at the park. She seemed okay, and the more time he spent with her, the more he felt somehow drawn to her. Did he like her? He paused at his work and tilted his head thoughtfully back. At first, the answer was an emphatic no, but on deeper reflection, she was kind of cute, with her soft blue eyes and high cheekbones. That had nothing to do with the way he felt, though. It wasn't about liking her. It was about... what? He'd been trying to come up with a satisfactory explanation for weeks and still didn't have one. All he knew was that she had something he needed, or knew something, or something. But what? That was the billion-dollar question. He kind of expected the answer to reveal itself, like a divine shaft of light falling over an X in the sand, but so far it hadn't, and he was starting to get impatient. He probably had to say something and get the ball rolling, but he didn't know what. Then, last night, he had a dream. In it, he was standing on a street corner at night. No light, but the stars glimmering overhead. A massive, formless shape loomed over the opposite sidewalk, black against the sky. Energy poured from it in sickly waves, like fever from a dream. It was similar to the energy Megan emitted, but stronger, choking the air, wrapping around him, reeling him in like a fish on the end of a line. His feet started to move, and the shadows evaporated it. The house. Megan's house. The front door swung open like the sweep of an inviting arm. Cody's heart raced, but the siren songs of a dozen whispers lulled him, and he let himself be lured in. The last time he was here, the living room stood bare, the walls unadorned save for aged outlines where photos once hung. Now, couches, end tables, and other things materialized from the darkness like hungry ghouls slouching out of the night. He knew even then where he was going. Floorboards creaked underfoot. Cobwebs stirred in his wake. The stairs were longer than they should have been, and climbing them took forever. The second-floor hall was slanted like a pitched deck of a ship in stormy seas, and a wispy mist crept across the floor. In the back room on the right, pulsating light thrummed between the closet door and the jamb, putting Cody in mind of the neon sign on top of the diner in town. He stood before it, arms at his sides, and stared into the luminescence, becoming drunk on the light. Mind slow, body heaving. In here, the whispers said, and the door opened. That's when he woke up, panting and sheened in sweat, and he'd been sitting up with the lamp on ever since. He went back to all the times he'd broken into 625 before Megan moved in, to the pall it exerted over him. He had to talk to her about this. Maybe she felt it too. Maybe she even had an answer. Resolved, he got up and dressed in a pair of dirty jeans with a worn inseam and a black zip-up hoodie over a red t-shirt. He waited restively for the clock to strike 6:45, then left the house without breakfast. He wasn't hungry anyway. A watercolor of orange and pink streaked the eastern sky, and a cold for September breeze rustled the trees. The leaves were just beginning to change, vast green with sporadic embers of red and yellow. The streets and sidewalks were slick with overnight rain, and the yards fronting the houses glistened like flecks of diamonds. A block on, he turned onto the Rosedale and was considering walking by Megan's house to see if he could catch her before going to school. But a voice stopped him.
Hey, fag.
His stomach sank. He shuffled to a stop and hunched his shoulders defensively. He turned, and Zeke Harper, flanked by his toadies Kyle Warner and Corey Mayfield, flashed an evil grin. Tall and toned with chestnut-colored hair, icy blue eyes, and a strong jaw, Zeke was everything Cody was not. Handsome, talented, popular, and athletic. Kyle and Corey were as well, the former white and the latter black with a fade haircut. But Zeke was King Turd of Shit Mountain, and he never let anyone, his friends included, his friends especially, forget it.
Where are you going?
Zeke asked. He circled Cody like a shark, his smile wickedly sharp. Sadistic delight rolled from him like a green cloud of stench.
School's the other way. He's playing hooky.
Kyle grinned. Zeke stopped in front of him, and it was all Cody could do to keep from shying away like a cringing dog.
No,
Zeke said with unshakable confidence.
he's not.
He leaned into Cody's face, and Cody swallowed.
He's going to see his girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend, Cody blurted. The whole school said he and Megan got caught kissing, and now everyone made fun of him for it, on top of everything else. They made kissy faces, asked if his breath tasted as bad as it smelled. He didn't know whether or not Megan had bad breath, but they probably made that up to be mean, and worse. He'd gotten used to all the usual taunts and insults, but this one really got under his skin. He told himself it was because it was embarrassing, but maybe it was because he kind of did like Megan. Zeke crossed his arms as though he and Cody were friendly neighbors having an amicable chat over the back fence.
That's not what I heard, he said. I heard they found you with your tongue down her throat and your little dick in her hand.
Kyle and Corey laughed, and Cody's face blushed.
That didn't happen,
he said.
Yeah, it did.
Zeke shot back.
Just admit it. There's nothing wrong with kissing a girl.
He looked at his friends.
Right, guys?
Corey and Kyle both shook their heads.
Unless you're gay,
Corey said. A car turned onto the street and passed at a crawl. For a moment, Cody thought the driver was going to stop and intervene. Then his hopes crashed back to earth when they didn't.
You gay, Miller?
Zeke asked, and looked Cody suspiciously up and down.
No,
Cody said.
Then admit you kissed her.
The bullies stood in a semicircle, blocking him on 3 sides. He could spin around and make a break for it, but he was too slow. If he tried, Zeke would snatch him by the back of his shirt and fling him to the ground in 2 seconds flat. He knew. It had happened before.
I didn't,
he said. Zeke's features darkened, and Cody's heartbeat sped up. Zeke was a lot like Dad. If you didn't placate him and do what he said, he got mad. Cody knew that, but he was sick of placating people who treated him like dirt. They demanded you respect them, but they don't respect you, and it wasn't fair. A hot flush colored the back of Cody's neck, and righteous indignation clutched his chest. His hands balled into fists, and his jaw clenched defiantly. Before he could react, Zeke hit him in the midsection with a quick, devastating jab. A bomb blast of pain enveloped him, and the air ripped from his lungs. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, stinging tears welling in his eyes. Molten lead rose in his center, and the acidic taste of bile flooded his mouth. He wrapped his arms around himself as if to keep his guts from spilling out, and tried desperately to pull air into his smoldering lungs. Water streaked down his face, and he was powerless to stop it from coming.
Pussy?
Zeke spat. Cody squeezed his eyes closed and gritted his teeth against the pain. Zeke stood over him, his face a mask of hatred, and Kyle and Corey exchanged an uneasy glance. Zeke opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again as a car turned onto the end of the street. He glowered down at Cody and seemed to consider his options. Hit him again and get caught, or leave without finishing what he started. Finally, he snorted, and a wad of wet, gummy spit splattered the side of Cody's face. "Anytime you want to go, Miller," he offered. He shoved Cody to the side and huffed off, his friends running to catch up. For a long time, Cody lay there, curled on his side and fighting the urge to cry. Then he dragged himself to his feet. On his walk to school, his self-pity turned into something else. Hatred. By the time he reached the middle school, he seethed with it, panted like a wild animal, nails digging into his palms. He hated Zeke Harper. He hated Kyle and Corey. He hated Taylor for making fun of Megan. Hated the principal and all the teachers who knew but let it happen. He hated his father, his mother, and everyone else in this stupid town. If he had a gun, he'd kill them all. He'd make them beg his forgiveness, then put a bullet between their eyes anyway. He imagined their terror, their pleas, the hunter now the hunted, the strong become the meek, and a fevered smile touched his lips. When he turned a corner and spotted Megan at his locker, all of the pressure building in him drained instantly away, as if siphoned with a straw. She wore black pants and a sweater that looked like a Care Bear threw up on it, and her ponytail rustled as she dug through the locker. His stomach bounced, and without even thinking, he ducked into an alcove to avoid being seen. A few kids passed by looking at him oddly, and a fat girl with dirty blonde hair rolled her eyes. Typical weirdo Cody. But he ignored them. Later, he decided. He would talk to Megan later. Part 15. At the end of the day, Megan shoved her notes into her math book, closed it, and got to her feet. She dawdled, giving everyone else time to stream out, then went to her locker. Kids glanced at her as she passed and traded clandestine whispers that put her uneasily in mind of her dream from last night. A girl cackled mean-spirited laughter, and another smirked nastily.
I know,
She said, just loud enough for Megan to hear.
pretty gross, huh?
She put a derisive little spin on the word gross, as though she were referring to something really bad. Megan had no idea what that was, but everyone had been acting extra weird today, so she could only assume that Taylor had started another rumor. The injustice of it all hit her like a slap to the face. I didn't even do anything. There was a miserable moan in her inner voice that made her flinch. She sounded like a hurt little girl, but to be fair, she kind of was. All she did was look at Taylor, one time. Now she hated her guts and was doing everything she could to make her life miserable. She shouldn't have looked at her. Maybe if she didn't, this wouldn't be happening. Sniffing, she pushed those thoughts away and reached her locker. She had more important things to worry about, like her dream. All day, her mind kept going back to it, turning it over and over like an alien artifact, investigating it from every angle and looking for irrefutable proof that it was real, or not real. At lunch, while Cody stared down at his tray like a chastised cat, she looked her house's address up on Google in the hopes that something would turn up. It didn't. All she could find was a deed in the name of Benjamin Buford. She searched 5 pages for something, anything, about a girl living or dying at 625 Chestnut. But there was nothing. She sagged in defeat. Then, an idea struck her. In the Nancy Drew novels she read, Nancy always went to the library when she needed information. Of course, that was because she didn't have an iPhone with a computer inside, but what other choices did she have? Go home and forget it. Fat chance of that. She was certain there was a mystery here, and she was going to solve it. The more she thought about it, the better the library sounded. A lot of records aren't available online, especially those pertaining to small towns. They also had microfilm readers and, 50 years' worth of newspapers. If the information she wanted was anywhere, it would be the library. During her last class, she risked a surreptitious text to Julia, telling her she needed to go to the library after school for a book assignment. It was a white lie, composed with no malicious intent, but it still made her feel awful. Neither Tom nor Julia had ever lied to her, and doing it to them felt like a betrayal. It was easier to deal with a little self-loathing than it was to tell the truth, though. I think there's a ghost in my room, and... She couldn't even finish that thought, both because it both scared and shamed her. Did she really believe that there was any possibility of... that? Ghosts weren't real, and only babies thought they were. Be that as it may, something weird was going on. She could feel it in her bones. The dream, Brody, the crack in the closet wall that appeared out of nowhere. Those things weren't coincidental. And even if they were, there was nothing wrong with looking into it, was there? Tom always said you should have all your bases covered, and that's what she was doing here, covering her bases. After putting her book away and grabbing her backpack, she made a beeline toward the main door.
Hey, Meg!
A voice rang out. She missed a step and looked over her shoulder, just in time for something to hit her in the face and bounce off. Taylor stood by her locker with a group of girls. They all snickered, and a burst of anger seized Megan in its grasp. Why couldn't those stupid bitches just leave her alone and die already? Putting her hands challengingly on her hips, Taylor bent at the waist.
For when you see Cody later on.
One of Taylor's friends held her fist to her mouth and prodded the inside of her cheek with her tongue to simulate something dirty. Megan's eyes went to the spot where the projectile had fallen, and her forehead crinkled. A small, square package with rippled edges. Understanding dawned on her, and her mouth fell open in a scandalized "oh."
Wrap it up,
Taylor mocked. The urge to punch her in the face swept Megan like a wildfire, and she came so close to doing it that she twitched. Instead, she spun and slammed to the door. Bright September sunshine dappled the day, and a cool breeze blew from the east. Her skull throbbed with pressure, and her chest constricted tightly. She pounded down the stairs and started toward the library, ponytail whipping angrily from side to side. The fury she felt in the hall slowly bled off until she was cold, a bed of ashes following a fire. She hated feeling this way, hated feeling violated. She didn't want to hurt anyone, and she didn't like thinking about hurting anyone. This was the third time she almost lost it, and that it happened even once concerned her. Even at her worst in the group home, picked on by all the other girls with no friends, no family, and no hope, she never imagined herself hitting anyone. She did think about hurting herself, but never someone else. At Madison Avenue, she turned left. Houses lined either side of the street, and ahead, so far away she could barely see, cars zipped along Main. Something scraped the pavement behind her, and her heart blasted. She jerked around, and Cody fell back a step, his eyes widening in alarm. Here, for when you see Cody later. Cody Miller was the closest thing she had to a friend. But instead of relaxing, she tensed even more. What was he doing here? She knew for a fact that he lived in the opposite direction. Was he following her? For a long, pregnant moment, they faced each other. Then Cody coughed. "Hey," he said, doing his best to sound casual and failing.
Hey,
She said carefully. He rubbed the back of his neck and looked lost. "Going somewhere?"
the library.
She said. "Oh, cool. Mind if I come along?" Her mind flashed back to everything their classmates had said about them, and she blushed.
Why?
She asked, before she could stop herself. Cody opened his mouth, reconsidered, then threw caution to the wind. "I kind of want to talk to you."
What about?
A stricken look crossed his face. Well, about your house." They walked side by side, Cody taking small steps because his legs were longer, and if he didn't, she'd have to run to keep up. Late afternoon light spread through the trees flanking Madison. It was rush hour in Rossville, and the whoosh of cars on Main Street droned in Megan's ears. "I need to talk to you about the house." She had never been punched in her chest before, but she reckoned it felt a lot like hearing those words. She looked up at Cody from the corner of her eye. He stared straight ahead, features strained like he had to fart. That analogy was so ill-suited to the gravity between them that she almost barked nervous laughter. As Adam's apple bobbed up and down as though what he had to say was stuck deep in his throat, and suspense coiled around her middle like a big, slithery snake. Come on, talk to me about my house. Rather than force it from him, she took a deep breath and let it out through her nose. Cody ducked his head, reached behind him, and scratched between his shoulder blades. She was so used to seeing him sitting down that she forgot how tall and long-limbed he was. Watching him move, she was half tempted to add her own boing, boing, boing sound effects. So, there's something going on, isn't there? He asked. They were on Main Street now. The barber shop was off to their left, and the fire department was on their immediate right. The big roll-top doors open, and a red tanker engine sitting in the big, slanted drive. Megan copied his awkward posture and stared down at her feet. Yeah, she said. Then, I think... You think? He asked quizzically. She nodded. Yeah, like, I'm still not sure, but I suspect something is. A school bus stopped in front of them, and a bunch of elementary schoolers tumbled off. A cop car approached in the opposite lane and slowed, then drove by once the bus pulled away. Megan caught a glimpse of the cop's face in her periphery. It almost looked like he was craning his neck to look at them. Well, I'm the same way. I think something's up, but I don't know. But now, he couldn't find the words to articulate himself, so he simply shrugged. You think so too, so there must be. The library was ahead on the left. Brick, pitched roof. Stone steps leading up to a set of double doors framed by little sidelight windows. So, what is it? Megan asked. What's happened to you? A gang of high schoolers appeared at the end of the sidewalk and started toward them. Cody hesitated, as though he didn't want them to overhear, then said, I'll wait until we get inside. Inside, a cold, processed gust of air washed over Megan, chilling her through the sweater. A U-shaped desk flanked the far wall, and a line of public access computers stood off to their right. 3 occupied, 4 empty, chairs pushed out and forlorn, like single sneakers abandoned on the highway. Left, tall bookshelves crammed with tomes jostled for position, reminding Megan of skyscrapers crowding city thoroughfares. A deep, preternatural hush lay heavy upon the room, broken only by the click of keyboards, the quiet rustle of fabric, and someone clearing their throat. Megan had been here twice before and knew just the place where she and Cody could talk. Slipping past him, she went down one of the aisles, then into a deserted reading area dominated by long tables, lamps, and padded chairs crisscrossed with rips and tears. They sat across from each other. Cody crossed his arms on the edge of the table and leaned over as though he had a super-secret secret, and Megan swallowed. She came here for answers, but deep down, she didn't think she would get them. Now, faced with whatever Cody had to say, she was beginning to wonder if she really wanted to know. Ignorance is bliss, and the light of revelation sometimes shows us things we do not want to see.
So, what about my house?
She asked directly. Cody took a moment to collect his thoughts, then sighed. Ever since I was little, I felt drawn to it. I didn't really understand it, but it was there, like a magnet. He fumbled for words and paused between sentences to consider his phrasing. An old lady lived there for a long time. Then she died, and that's when I really started to feel it. Like a fish on a reel, and I broke in through the basement window one time. He told her all about how he'd steal away to 625 Chestnut and wander its corridors. When he mentioned whispers, the fine hairs on Megan's arms stood up. I think I was looking for something. He struggled haltingly and furrowed his brows meditatively, as if he had just realized this. Megan listened intently, holding her breath and waiting for him to say something about her bedroom. It was the strongest in the back bed. The closet? Megan asked. He nodded. Yeah, He licked his lips. You felt that too? Someone coughed from the rows, and Megan jerked. Yeah, she said, settling. That's my room. She started at the beginning, with the eerie feeling that came over her that first day, then finished with the previous night's dream. Cody's face, already pale, drained of color, until it was as white as a sheet of paper. He stared down at his arms like he was trying to process what he was hearing. When she was finished, he glanced up at her, and the fear in his eyes matched the foreboding in the pit of her stomach. Something uncanny passed between them, and a chill went up Megan's spine, making her shudder. There was no denying it, or making excuses anymore. Something strange was happening. This is really creepy, she said, and hugged herself. Her skin crawled as if with 1,000 tiny bugs. Cody nodded. Yeah, it is. What do you think it is? A ghost? I don't know, Megan said, and slumped back in her chair. In my dream, she said someone hurt her, and she needed my help to stop them. So, she wants justice? Cody asked doubtfully. Megan spread her hands at a loss. I guess. I mean, that makes the most sense. Uttering that word, sense, brought a mad and sardonic laugh to her throat, and she swallowed it like a lump of oil. Nothing made sense right now. The rational side of her wanted to believe that there was a logical explanation for everything that had been happening. If it were just her, it probably would. But it wasn't. It was Cody, too. How do you account for two people who barely knew each other having almost identical experiences? Once might be a coincidence, but not twice. Cody nodded to himself and sucked his lips contemplatively into his mouth. How do we help her? I have an idea. 15 minutes later, they were ensconced in a small, out-of-the-way room in the library's basement. One of the overhead fluorescent lights flickered with an ominous hum, and shadows spread out from the teetering rows like creeping ink. Megan sat at a microfilm reader and cycled through back issues of the Rossville Democrat. Cody perched on a chair next to her, his face bathed in the glow of the screen. Having no idea who the girl was or where she was, hurt. Megan didn't know where to start, but she surmised that what happened would be front-page news, so she only scanned the headlines. The most exciting thing she'd come across so far was a car crash on Main Street 2 years ago that killed 3 people. Are you sure that this is going to get us anywhere? Cody asked. Maybe, she said. I don't know what else we can do. I looked the house up online and didn't find anything, remember? Yeah, but if something happened in the house, we don't know when. It could have been 50 years ago. Megan spun the wheel on the side, changing between issues. Maybe it didn't happen in the house, she said. Maybe she just lived there. But what about the wall? You dreamed there was something behind it. She opened her mouth to reply, but stopped. He was right. She did dream about the wall, and the girl's instinct suggested that something was beyond it. A clue to help identify her killers, perhaps. That meant she'd have to break through the plaster just like she did in her nightmare. A prospect that sent a needling wind through her soul. I guess I'll have to look behind there then, she said grudgingly. She returned to the first dream, the one about the dolls coming to life and surrounding her, and her stomach twisted. She'd focus on that later. First, she had to know exactly what she was up against. And half an hour later, she found it. Cody had gotten restless and started to pace, and Megan's butt was beginning to itch from sitting in the uncomfortable plastic chair for so long. It was barely 4 o'clock, but felt much later, and the light touching the transom window was rapidly weakening as the sun sank from the sky. She turned the knob, and a new page filled the screen. She started to flip to the next one, then froze. Cody came over, slapped one hand on the table and the other on the back of her chair, and leaned in. That's her, Megan said, unable to hear the sound of her own voice over the pounding of blood in her temples. Local girl missing, read bold, black script. Beneath was a grainy black and white picture of a smiling teen. Though some of the details were lost, Megan recognized her instantly. It was her. Alyssa Preston, Cody mumbled, reading the name below the photo. Are you sure that's her? Megan nodded. The girl stared out at her with a big, happy smile and dark eyes that penetrated Megan's very soul. She gazed deeply into them, and icy fingers crept up her spine.
She looks just like she did in my dream.
The paper was dated April 21st, 2005. The accompanying column said that Alyssa, 14, left her house on Widow Street on the afternoon of April 19th to meet a friend in the park, and hadn't been seen since. The April 25th edition proclaims that Virginia State Police were joining the search and that helicopters, bloodhounds, and volunteers were scouring the countryside. Megan looked for an announcement that she had been found, whether alive or done, but didn't find one. Alyssa Preston, it seemed, was still among the missing. What happened to her? Cody asked when she sat back, signifying she was done. When she told him what the girl, Alyssa, told her, she didn't mention what she thought she meant by hurt. Just thinking about it made her queasy, and despite the extenuating circumstances, it felt inherently wrong to talk about that kind of thing with a boy. He deserved to know all of the facts, though, since this somehow involved him too.
I think someone...
Her lips puckered, and she made a point of looking at the screen.
Raped and killed her.
Cody drew a shocked breath through his teeth.
Oh, wow, he said. What makes you think that? The way she said it,
Megan said, recalling the quivering hint in Alyssa's voice.
And she was naked?
A naked ghost? Cody asked with a hint of horror. Maybe it was the stress of school, being haunted, and watching everything she thought she knew about the world go up in smoke. But something about his comments made her laugh until she couldn't breathe. He lifted a brow and regarded her quizzically, and she laughed even harder. Naked ghost. Huh. Getting a hold of herself, she said.
Yeah, that's why.
Remembering the gravitas of what they were talking about, she sobered.
That's why I think that.
Well, what's in your wall then? She didn't live in your house, so it's not like she left a diary or anything. Megan sighed. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. She shut down the microfilm reader and got to her feet. She was 3 months shy of her 13th birthday, but the stiffness in her lower back made her feel much older. She picked up her backpack and slung it over her shoulder. Together, she and Cody climbed the spiral staircase to the first floor. The computer terminals were all empty, and the sole librarian stood at the counter scanning books. The lights over the adult fiction section had been turned out, and gloom enveloped the shelves. Outside, the sky had cooled to tepid orange, and the first stars of evening twinkled off to the east. I guess I'll walk with you, Cody said. I live in that direction anyway.
Okay,
she said, secretly grateful for the company. She wouldn't say so out loud, but she was heartened to know that whatever was happening, she wasn't alone. She almost asked him to come home with her. She really didn't want to do this by herself. Neither one spoke for a while, and when the silence began to make her chafe, Megan racked her brain for something to say. They were inextricably bound here, and she still didn't know much about him.
Where do you live?
Westdale, Cody replied. He ambled along with his hands thrust into the pockets of his hoodie and his gaze downcast like he was embarrassed by his answer.
Where's that?
Megan asked. He blew a puff of air and tilted his head back. It's by the river. It's kind of like the slums. Megan blinked.
We have slums in Rossville?
Cody nodded. Yeah, pretty much. Not like it is in the city or anything, but yeah.
He scratched the side of his head and pointedly avoided looking at her. She caught a glimpse of his eyes, and she thought she saw shame there. She knew all about being ashamed of where you live. She and the other kids from the group home got picked on in school a lot, especially on the bus. She hated walking from her seat to the door when it stopped outside, because everyone looked at her like she was a freak.
I used to live in the city, she said. Well, Stanton, when I was in the group home.
She didn't realize she was going to say that until she did. "What's a group home?" he asked.
A place for kids who don't have families,
she said simply. They were at the end of Chestnut now. Megan spotted the fence separating her front yard from the street, and her step faltered. "Oh," Cody said. "What about your parents?"
They're my adopted parents, she said. I've only been with them a couple of months.
The street lamps up and down Chestnut winked on one by one. Clean white pools of light painted the sidewalk, and bugs materialized from nowhere to launch themselves at the globes. "Oh, I'm sorry."
I'm not,
Megan said with a fond smile.
I'm really happy they adopted me. They're everything I've always wanted in a family.
Cody nodded deeply, not knowing how to reply, and she frowned. She wanted to make him feel better. "I live in a dump too, don't worry. Not make him uncomfortable. That's really good," he said earnestly. "I wish..."
What?
Megan asked. He shook his head. "Nothing." An expression of sadness flitted across his face, and Megan's heart went out to him. She knew misery the way a girl might an old friend, and Cody Miller was miserable. And not, she inferred, just from the other kids picking on him. They stopped in front of her house, and all thoughts of Cody and what may or may not be bothering him fell away. In the heavy shadows of twilight, 625 Chestnut crouched like a monster waiting to snatch unwary passerby. Its front windows glinted like hungry eyes, its front door a mouth deceptively closed. The moment you turned your back, it would open wide to suck you in. She took a deep, fortifying breath. She didn't want to go in there. "Are you gonna do it?" Cody asked.
Yeah,
she said. Cody looked warily up at the house, then darted his eyes away. "Text me when you find out what it is." He gave her his number, and she put it in her contacts. After he walked off into the gathering night, Megan went around back and slipped in through the back door. The kitchen was warm and intimately lit, like a cozy cottage in a fairy tale. And as soon as he heard her, Brody trotted in. She flashed a wan smile and ruffled his fur.
hey,
She said, "I'm home." She found Julia sitting on the couch in front of NBC Nightly News, where Lester Holt read the day's top stories.
hey honey,
Julia said.
did you find the book you needed?
Megan completely forgot her lie.
Yeah,
She said, covering it with another.
sorry it took so long. I saw a friend from school and we hung out for a little bit.
"That's nice," Julia said. "I was going to text you, but I didn't want to blow up your phone like a crazy tiger mom." She laughed, and Megan smiled. A lot of kids hate it when their parents constantly check on them, but not her, because it meant they cared. When Julia went off to finish dinner, Megan forced herself up the stairs into her room. She stood in front of the closet door, taking shallow breaths. Brody looked uneasily up at her, and she swallowed.
I'll tell you everything later,
She said.
right now I have to do something.
The dreams came back to her. Dolls, blood-sucking ghosts, and her heart palpitated. Better do it quick, she thought, like ripping off a Band-Aid. If she didn't, she might lose her nerve. She opened the door and yanked the pull cord, filling the closet with light. Her dresses, sweaters, and skirts hung where she left them, and nothing seemed out of place. The crack looked slightly wider than it had that morning, but she couldn't be sure. She reached out and traced it with her fingers. In her dream, doing so sent a jolt up her arm. Now, it did nothing. Brody whined and looked from her to it and back again. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?"
She looked around for something to use as a battering ram and settled on the closet rod. It was thick and heavy and perfect. She removed the hangers, tossed the clothes aside, and took it down. Clutching it in a white-knuckled death grip, she pressed it to the wall, pulled back, then rammed forward. The end of the rod sank into the plaster with surprising ease, suggesting it had been poorly patched at some point. She dropped it to the floor and picked shards away with her fingers, widening the hole. Dust clogged the air and tickled her nose, and pieces of plaster dropped to the carpet. Soon, the hole was wide enough for her to peer into. She pressed her face to it and squinted. She expected a room like the one she saw in her dream, but instead, she was greeted by a space barely 2 feet high and 2 feet wide. Something sat inside, and reaching in with both hands, she pulled it out. A cardboard hat box, heavily wrapped in duct tape. It was light in her hands, and when she shook it, something rattled within. Brody barked. Taking the box to her bed, she sat down and picked at the tape, brushing her hair behind her ear when it got in her face. Sweat trickled down the back of her neck, and her heart raced. The tape began to peel, and she managed to tear a strip off. Brody jumped onto the bed and sat beside her. When the tape was off, she carefully opened the flaps. Dust puffed out and coated her glasses, and she waved her hand in front of her face to disperse it. Brody sniffed the air, then whimpered, a trembling running through him. Pausing, Megan wiped her glasses on her sweater and slipped them back on. She leaned over and looked in. What she saw brought a puzzled frown to her lips. Ash. Lots and lots of ash, like someone had scooped the leftovers of a campfire in to preserve the memory of an epic night. There were other things in there too, but she couldn't see them very well. Plastering her tongue to her upper lip, she turned her head to the side and reached in. Her fingers closed around something smooth and cool, and she drew it out. It was yellow, scorched, and roughly the size of a pencil. It took her a minute to realize what it was, and when she did, she dropped it back in with a gasp. A bone. A human bone. Part 16. Bill Harper stood in the kitchen of the Harriman house with a notepad in one hand and a pen in the other. The latter shook so badly that every word he jotted down came out looking Arabic. Tom Harriman, his wife, Julia, and their daughter, Megan, sat at the table, Julia hugging herself and Tom with one arm protectively around the girl. Chuck Siebert, Harper's deputy, came in from the living room with a box in his arms. Bill's eyes went to it, and the greasy weight in his stomach shifted. He was just putting on his jacket to go home when the call came in. As soon as Terry told him the address, he knew. And on the drive over, he quaked. 15 years that damn thing has been there, 3 years unguarded. During the day, 625 creeped him out, but at night, it downright scared him. Chuck carried the box outside, and Bill fought against the vomit threatening to spew up from his depths. Miss Harriman had just finished her statement. Now it was Megan's turn. A small, fragile girl with blonde hair and glasses, she stood just over 5 feet and weighed maybe 100 pounds. But something about her disconcerted him. She was the one who found it, after all. The one who uncovered his secret.
Tell me, honey, how'd you find that box?
Mr. Harriman rubbed Megan's arm and said something into her ear, and the little girl nodded. She took a deep breath and looked up. Her blue eyes sparkled with an intelligence far beyond her years, and Bill instantly disliked her.
I had a dream.
A dream? Bill asked, honestly perplexed.
She nodded. What she said next hit him like a bullet.
Her name's Alyssa Preston, and someone killed her.
Her parents both looked at her like she had lobsters crawling out of her ears. She didn't waver, however. She told them about the dreams she'd been having and about stumbling across Alyssa's picture in a back issue of the Democrat. By the time she was done,
Claustrophobic panic gripped Bill's chest. He recalled what Millie Beaufort said about a girl talking to her as she lay at the bottom of the basement stairs awaiting rescue, and he barely suppressed a shiver.
I felt her, presence,
Megan said. Mr. Harriman's face went white.
I noticed something too.
She said. She related how she found the dog guarding the closet like someone was inside, and her husband threaded his fingers through his hair like a man being confronted with proof of the impossible. It talked to me, Millie said. It talked about you and Bobby. Though it was warm in the kitchen, Bill was cold. Later, after the county medical examiner came out and took possession of the box, Bill drove aimlessly toward the station, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and his face strained with worry. How did she know? How did the little bitch know? She said she dreamed about it, but he couldn't accept that any more than he could accept Millie's story. It nagged him. Hell, it even chilled him if he let it. But he didn't believe it. Not really. He thought back to Megan Harriman's eyes. They were clear, her gaze frank and direct. He'd been a cop for going on 10 years, and he could read people like they were made of paper. She wasn't lying. Mistaken, maybe, or nuts, but not being intentionally deceitful. Jesus, if she was right, and... No, she wasn't. There were no such things as ghosts or prophetic dreams. That's all Stephen King bullshit. But how, goddammit, how could she have known? More importantly, what else did she know? A ripple of horror went through him, and he began to hyperventilate. If she found out he was involved, his life was over. He'd go to prison, maybe even the electric chair, and... He wrestled control of himself from the jaws of hysteria. This wasn't going to happen. There was no evidence, no proof, nothing linking him to it. Was there? The Rossville Police Department was housed in the basement of the old county courthouse. A narrow dungeon with concrete floors, cinder-block walls, and low, water-splotched ceilings. Bill parked in the back lot, killed the engine, and sat behind the wheel for a long time, his face cast in shadows. The first thing he had to do was call Amanda, then Joey Vandermeer. Getting out, he slammed the door behind him and went inside. Terry, the dispatcher, sat behind the front desk with a headset on and typed at the computer, probably playing solitaire. Not much happened in Rossville, and more often than not, she spent her shift killing time. When she saw him, she perked up.
Hey,
She said, with restrained excitement.
what happened?
Found the box and what looks like bones inside, he said evidently. Terry's eyes widened. This was the most interesting thing to happen in months, maybe even years.
Bones? Human?
Dunno yet, he said, and opened the door flanking the counter. We're gonna have to wait till the ME's done. He hurried through before she could grill him further and crossed the deserted squad room to his cramped office. A single metal desk sat amidst mountains of paper, folders, and other bric-a-brac that he swore he'd tidy up tomorrow, but never did. Framed photos and certificates dotted the walls. A painting of a wild Mustang in mid-trot hung next to the door where he could look up and see it. He liked horses, and always had. Something about their power and majesty, how free they were. When he was a kid, he wanted a horse of his own, but that never happened. A lot of things never happened. Sitting at the cluttered desk, he called Amanda and told her he'd be late. She didn't ask why, but simply said,
Okay, love you.
She understood what his job entailed, and sometimes that was late nights and holidays. Next, he dialed Joey Vandermeer. The playboy picked up on the third ring.
Hello.
It's Bill,
Oh, hey, Billy boy.
Joey said amicably.
I was just about to have dinner. What's up?
They found it. They found it. Silence.
What?
Joey asked bewilderedly. The box. They found the box. The line went quiet, and he could almost hear Joey fumbling.
We need to talk. All of us.
An hour later, Bill pulled into the Horseshoe Drive servicing Vandermeer estate. Lights shone in every window, and 3 cars were parked near the door. Bill pulled next to Andy Miller's Chevy, killed the engine, and went up the stairs, the cool night air bringing a flush to his face. He rang the bell, and Joey opened the door moments later, dressed in white tennis shorts and a green polo shirt. He smiled, actually smiled like this was a friendly social call, then stepped aside. The strain at the corners of his mouth wasn't lost on Bill. Joey could pretend he wasn't worried, but he was.
For a man who was so hot to get everyone together, you're late, Joey said.
Paperwork,
Bill replied. After hanging up with Joey, he called the others, Andy Miller, Dave Caswell, and Frank Stone. He didn't have Bobby Beaufort's number, but he was sure he could get it. He decided to wait on that, though. The box came out of his house, which made him the weakest link. Possession is 9/10 of the law, and he'd be the first one to fall under suspicion. Bill suspected his friend carried a lot of guilt over what happened, and might even talk.
Bane of the law,
Joey remarked sardonically. They went into the parlor off the foyer. Frank, principal of the middle school, sat on the sofa, a pudgy man with glasses and a receding hairline. Andy, hefty with bleary eyes and graying stubble, sat beside him looking pissed. He was at work when Bill called and had to play sick to get off, losing hours and thus precious beer money. Dave, tall and thin with messy black hair, sat stiffly in one of the armchairs, clad in jeans and a denim work shirt. When Bill came in, Andy's eyes narrowed.
what the hell's this about?
He demanded.
I'm losing money over this.
I have work in the morning, Frank said in a slow, sleepy drawl. I want to know what this is about, too. Bill glanced at Joey, who gave a flippant shrug. Standing in the middle of the room, Bill took a deep breath.
Well, you know someone moved into Bobby's old house, right?
I heard something, Frank said guardedly. A family, Frank said. I have the daughter in school. Maggie something, I think. Why?
Well, tonight they found the box.
The air seems to leave the room with a whoosh. Frank paled. Dave sat forward, and Andy's sour expression deepened.
Oh, shit.
Dave muttered and ran his fingers through his hair. They found it? Frank asked disbelievingly, like it was oh so well hidden and not in a cubby behind a thin layer of sheetrock. Suddenly, everyone was talking over each other. Bill held his hand up.
Hey, we're fucked,
Dave said.
we are fucked.
Told you it was a goddamn stupid place to put it.
Andy grumbled. Bill opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Joey brushed past him and took control like he always did.
Will you ladies shut up for a minute?
The cool protagonism in his voice sounded just as strained as his smile looked. There's no reason to act like a bunch of women over this,
There's every reason.
Dave replied. No, there isn't, Joey replied firmly. All right, they found it. We knew that could happen. What do they have, though? A box full of burned up bones? They can't stick that on us. We're fine.
They can find out who that is,
Andy said.
Don't they got all that CIA shit?
Bill nodded.
They can match her DNA. In a couple weeks, they'll know it's her.
He couldn't bring himself to speak her name.
So?
Joey asked.
They'll know it's her.
What else can they prove?
Nothing.
He was in Bobby's house, Frank pointed out. You damn well better believe he's going to be questioned. Joey shrugged one shoulder.
Someone stuck it in there when his back was turned. That place sat empty for 3 years. Anyone could have come in and put it there. 15 years later,
Dave asked sarcastically.
Sure,
Joey said.
Why not? The killer had it in his garage and decided to ditch it. Case closed. You seem to forget that our friend Billy, the sheriff here, he can flub the...
The state police is involved,
Bill said, and Joey deflated.
The medical examiner has the box. It's out of my hands.
Andy threw his head back and heaved a frustrated sigh. Kill me now. It didn't take long for Joey to recover. He always had all the answers. even when he didn't. Okay, still, we destroyed all the evidence. As long as everyone here keeps his mouth shut, we're golden. No, they weren't. There was still the possibility that something survived. Some tiny, microscopic shred of hair or semen that miraculously weathered the fire. Stranger things had happened. The annals of criminal history are filled with people taken down by the tiniest thing. The concept of the perfect murder was a lie, and sooner or later, almost every killer is caught. Bill's stomach rolled. He said as much then.
And there's something else.
Joey lifted his brow. What? He asked, a little too quickly.
The girl, Megan Harriman, she knows.
The atmosphere darkened. What do you mean she knows? Joey asked.
She's the one who found it, he said. She told me Alyssa's name and what happened to her.
Now even Andy looked afraid.
How the hell did she know that?
Frank hissed. Bill told them.
She said she had a dream. She saw Alyssa and knew something was in the wall. Then went to the library and found her in the paper.
Dave nervously chewed his thumbnail, and Frank gazed down at the floor like a reprimanded boy. Andy held his face in his hands, and Joey gaped in shock.
That's bullshit.
He spat. His mask had slipped to reveal the fear underneath.
She knew some other way.
I think so too, Bill said. But the matter of the fact is, she knows. I don't think she knows about us, but she knows too damn much.
Joey turned away, parked his hands on his hips, and thought. After a moment, his features hardened.
I know how,
he said, more to himself than anyone else.
How?
Bill asked. Instead of replying, Joey simply nodded, as if to say, so that's how it is. He looked around the room, then blew an exhalation through his nose.
Everyone, just keep your mouth shut. There's no physical evidence, nothing solid. Just act natural and we'll be fine.
After the others left, Bill sank onto the sofa while Joey made them both a drink at the wet bar. Joey's assurances may have mollified the others, but not him. He knew better. They were all in serious shit right now, and Bill had the distinct feeling that the walls were closing in on him. He regulated his breathing and focused on keeping himself in check. If he went to pieces now, he didn't stand a chance in hell of coming through this.
How does she know?
He asked when Joey handed him a glass of amber liquid.
Don't worry about it, he said. I'll take care of it.
Bill didn't like the sound of that.
Who is it?
He demanded.
And what do you mean, take care of it?
I mean, Joey said, and sat in the armchair. I'm going to take care of it, Bill. Bill sighed.
I don't want you doing anything stupid.
Do you want to go to prison?
Do you?
Bill sighed again. He pictured himself in a concrete cell, caged like an animal away from his family, cold, alone, and hated by all the other inmates because he was a cop. Inside, cops are on the same level as child molesters. If he was stuck in general population, they'd eat him alive. He'd spend the rest of his life there. He'd never kiss Amanda again. He'd never get to hug his son. He'd miss everything. Life would go on and he would remain behind. Everything he worked so hard to accomplish, everything he was and wanted to be, all of it would come down like a house of cards over something he barely even did.
No, he said.
Then stay out of my way, Joey replied darkly. Julia Harriman sat up in bed with her arms crossed against a chill that came not from without, but within. Tom lay next to her in a pair of pajama bottoms and a white t-shirt. His glasses were off and his expression grim. The police had gone, and Megan's room was sealed off as a crime scene. She and Brody were sleeping in the living room. Julia asked her to sleep with her and Tom, but she turned her down. Julia let it go, but she really wished she would reconsider. After tonight, she wanted her daughter close. "So," Julia finally said to break the morbid silence between them, "our house is haunted." She expected Tom to argue, but he only sighed. "I don't know," he said. "I don't believe in that stuff, but how do you explain this?" Megan said she dreamed of a girl living in the walls, a girl who was murdered. She went to the library, looked her up, and found her, then broke through the sheetrock and found that awful box. Though she was excitable and imaginative, Megan wasn't a liar, and she wasn't given to flights of fancy. She said it unfolded that way, and Julia believed her. Tom did too, and right now he stared up at the ceiling, a man at war with himself. "You can't," Julia said. Tom pursed his lips and drummed his fingers restlessly on his chest. "I mean, you could, but it'd be so convoluted it'd make less sense than a ghost would." A shudder tore through Julia, and she hugged herself tighter. "What should we do?" she asked. Outside of Brody acting strangely the other day, Julia had noticed nothing strange. No cold spots, no voices, nothing to suggest the supernatural. "I don't know," Tom said, lost. "I just don't. We could have someone come out and check." "Okay," she said. "Say we have someone come out and confirm we're haunted. Then what?" Tom considered. "Well, if there is something here and it's not bothering us, we stay." Julia sighed. "We can't just abandon our home, Jules. Come on. If you want to sell, fine. We can sell and move somewhere else, but we can't just walk away if we do have a ghost." A sardonic laugh escaped her lips, and she shook her head. God, this was so absurd. Were they really discussing this? She tried to wrap her head around it, but couldn't. She and Tom were both practical people who believed in only what they could touch, and every fiber of her being rebelled against accepting, indeed even entertaining, this matter. If Megan said she had those dreams, though, she did. As much as they might not want to believe, they had no other choice. Megan had no way of knowing there was anything behind that wall. None. And Sheriff Harper himself said that there was indeed a missing girl named Alyssa Preston. Like Tom said, any other explanation would be convoluted, grasping at straws in an attempt to account for something innately weird. 2 hours ago, the house felt safe and warm, like a cozy little hobbit hole. It felt like home. Now, it was strange and furtive, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. A pretty lie made ugly by the truth. "I don't know if I want to stay here," she said honestly. I can't even right now." Tom nodded. "I know." He rolled onto his side and looked up at her. "We'll bring someone out, one of those paranormal guys, and we'll just go from there. If anything weird happens until then, we can leave. I'm sure Kevin won't mind putting us up for a little while. He owes me." He grinned in an attempt to make her feel better, and she flashed a wan smile that could not possibly have looked more fake than it felt. That night, they slept with the lights on. Part 17. If Megan Harriman dreamed the night she found the box, she did not remember it upon waking. Because the police declared her room an active crime scene, she had to sleep on the couch, which she didn't really mind except for the fact that it was too small to support both her and Brody. That morning, she came awake to the soft drone of voices from the kitchen. In her half-conscious state, she thought she was having another nightmare, until she recognized them as Tom and Julia's. She was too sleepy to get up. She had rolled onto her side and drifted until Julia came in and stroked the side of her head. "Honey," she whispered, "it's time to get up."
5 more minutes. The sleep was already clearing from her mind, however, and when the events of the previous night came back to her, her chest squeezed. She snapped to a sitting position, and Julia flinched. "Spring-loaded," she said and chuckled.
Sorry,
Megan said sheepishly.
did the cops come back yet?
"No," Julia said. "The detective will be here this afternoon while you're in school." Before her bedroom was closed off, Megan grabbed a couple changes of clothes and a few of her things, like Mr. Bob. In the bathroom, she dressed in a pair of jeans and a red sweater, then brushed her teeth, all the while thinking about Alyssa Preston. That she didn't have a dream last night told her that she had successfully helped Alyssa move on by bringing her murderer to light, and that now she was at peace. At least, that's how it'd go in a book. Done, she rinsed with water, spat into the sink, and went into the kitchen, where Julia was spreading cream cheese on a bagel. Megan sat at the head of the table and patted Brody's head. One thing still didn't make sense. How did Cody fit into all of this? He felt the same thing from the house and had kind of the same dreams. Maybe Alyssa was reaching out to him too. Maybe, like, she and Cody were both kind of psychic or something, and they both happened to pick up on Alyssa's calls. Thinking about this too much made her dizzy. She was still kind of getting used to all of this. And brother, brushes with the unexplained take some adjustment. While she ate, Julia sat across from her and watched with a worried expression. "What were your dreams again?" she asked. Megan swallowed.
Well, there was the one with the dolls, and the other one where I saw a room.
"You said the girl bit you."
Yeah, like a vampire.
Julia shuddered.
I think it was just to get my attention,
Megan said quickly.
So I'd, dwell on it and stuff. That way I'd be more likely to try and get to the bottom of it.
"You're absolutely sure there's no possible way you knew about her beforehand? No one mentioned her name or anything like that?" Megan made a show of thinking, even though she was 100% certain.
I'm sure.
After kissing her goodbye and petting Brody, Megan left the house. The morning was cool and bright, and the smoky tang of burning leaves seasoned the crisp air. It was late September, and people were already starting to put up autumn decorations. Fat pumpkins on doorsteps, smiling scarecrows, flags with fall patterns. The trees had begun to change. Light shades of orange and yellow tinged the leaves, and some fluttered to the ground as Megan passed. She turned onto Chestnut Street and set a course for school, her thumbs hooking to the straps of her backpack. 3 blocks later, someone called her name, and she stopped. Cody, in jeans and a black hoodie, likely the same one from yesterday, hurried up the sidewalk. "Hey," he huffed.
Hey,
Megan replied. "Did you do it?" They started walking. Cody pulled slightly ahead, then slowing. His legs were really long and springy. They reminded her of that SpongeBob episode where SpongeBob took Pearl to prom and wore stilts that made funny sounds every time he moved.
I did.
She said, her buoyancy slipping a little. "Well?"
I found her.
It took him a second to understand. "Alyssa?" he asked incredulously. She told him about the box, and his jaw fell slack. "Holy shit," he breathed.
Yeah,
She said.
there's no proof that it's her, but I know it is.
Cody missed a step. "You're sure?"
Positive.
She said. What's next?" School was ahead on the left. Kids made their way toward it like troubadours en route to Bombay, and a line of buses idled at the curb.
I don't know,
She said.
I think she wanted one of us to help find her body and, put her spirit to rest. But she told me she wanted my help stopping the men who did it. So, your guess is as good as mine.
Cody scrunched his lips in thought. She didn't say who they were, right?
No.
He hummed. It would have been a lot easier to just do that instead of giving us the runaround. Megan agreed, but maybe they weren't supposed to know. Maybe the box would have evidence in it that would lead to their capture. Maybe Alyssa wasn't allowed to say, or maybe she didn't even know herself. She said that, and Cody shrugged one shoulder. "I guess. I don't know anything about ghosts."
Well, neither do I. It's not like I talk to them or anything.
Cody chuckled. Says the girl who talked to a ghost. Megan opened her mouth to refute him, but he had her there.
One time, she said. I talked to a ghost one time.
That's one more time than me, he said. At this point, you're basically an expert. Megan giggled.
Yeah, right. If I was an expert, I wouldn't feel so out of sorts right now.
Talking to ghosts will do that to you. He grinned. Did you have a dream about her last night? Megan shook her head.
No, I didn't. That's what makes me think she's satisfied.
Huh. Maybe. Still kind of early, though.
True.
Megan nodded.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Joining the surge of kids flooding into the building, they went inside. See you later, Cody said.
See you,
Megan replied. He ducked his head and hurried down the hall, and Megan watched him until he disappeared in the crowd. Over the past 24 hours, she'd gotten to know him well enough that she could say this. She genuinely liked him. Joey Vandermeer carefully navigated the red 2017 Porsche 911 through the streets of Rossville. When he drove by, everyone looked at him with envy in their eyes, and a few with resentment, too. Joey couldn't say which reaction he liked better. It was like comparing cake to pie. Both were different, but equally great. It was just past noon, and he hadn't been to sleep yet. In fact, he hadn't been back to Vandermeer Estate since leaving shortly after midnight that morning. He'd been driving the back roads, crisscrossing western Virginia, and thinking. He didn't let on to the others, but he was worried. Not so much about the box itself. That was nothing. No, he was worried about that little girl, the one Bill said knew. How much did she know? How much did that fucking bitch tell her? It was only speculation, though. The bitch didn't really know anything. She was just guessing, and happened to be right. He'd sussed that out over the many long, moonlit miles he haunted that night, and was unshakably convinced that it was true. Even so, he didn't like that she was out there running her mouth. No one would believe her, but just knowing that she was out there, and that one day someone might, nagged the shit out of him. She was a loose end, and he should have tied her up a long time ago. But what could he say? He liked taking risks. Driving fast, trusting chance, having Bobby Buford hiding that box in his house. That one, unfortunately, came back to bite him, and now he was kicking himself in the ass. How could he have foreseen the girl, though? How could he ever have guessed that this would happen? It was her fault. If she stayed away, things would be fine. Instead, he was worried, and he hated being worried. It reminded him that he wasn't bulletproof, that no matter how much he liked to think he was above other people, he really wasn't. On autopilot, he turned right at the corner of Main and Pine. A mail truck was parked at the curb, and the carrier stood by the front end, flipping through a stack of envelopes. The impulse to hit the gas, jerk the wheel, and run him down gripped Joey's chest, and imagining him crushing beneath the tires brought a ghost of a smile to his face. 3 blocks later, he turned onto Chestnut Street and slowed to let an old woman cross the street. She smiled and waved, and Joey waved back. Was that Miss Denneker, his 3rd-grade teacher? It looked like her. Old bitch. She had it out for him because she didn't like his father. She was one of those people who thought the Vandermeers were highfalutin or some damn thing. Jealous-ass old crone. If anyone deserved to be run down and left in the street to die, it was her. When she was clear, he continued on his way. Next time, bitch. 625 was ahead on the right. The pitched roof over the front porch peeked out from behind the house next door. He slowed to a crawl as he passed it, and leaned over the wheel to get a better look. Damning the Porsche's low, sleek design. It's almost like the assholes who made it didn't want you to get the most out of your windows. The house was as it always had been. Drab and nondescript, just like the other houses around it, and all the people who lived in them, almost as it always had been. Rather, for now, there it was, shrouded in foreboding, and gazing up at it unsettled him, which pissed him off. It was just a house, and all that bullshit Megan Harriman fed Bill Harper might fool him, but it didn't fool Joseph James Vandermeer. He wasn't a fucking superstitious moron. At the side street, he came to a rolling stop. A woman knelt over a flower bed running the length of the house, and a black dog ran back and forth along the chain-link fence.
As he watched, the woman rocked back on her knees, dragged the back of her hand across her forehead, and sighed. Tall and slender with shoulder-length red hair, she wasn't beautiful, but her figure, pert breasts, shapely hips, full ass, stirred Joey. That old familiar lead swelled in his loins, and he licked his chops like a dog staring through a butcher shop window. Megan was likely at school, and her father at work. How easy it would be to go over, sweet-talk her, and... The crotch of his shorts tightened, and he forced those thoughts away. He had more important matters to attend to. Like Megan. Somehow, she hooked up with the one fucking person she shouldn't have, and now she knew things she had no right knowing. Should he take care of her? That thought hit him like a thunderbolt. No, he couldn't do that. Could he? He was so deep in thought that he didn't realize he was parked in the middle of the street until the dog uttered a sharp bark. The woman turned over her shoulder, and Joey pretended to look down at his cell phone. Gee, I sure am lost in the town I fucking grew up in. He nodded, as though he'd found what he was looking for, then pressed the gas. He allowed himself a glance in the rearview mirror. The woman was back to her gardening, but the dog stared after him. Joey didn't like the defiance in its ugly face, and if they were alone together, he would have done something about it. Instead, he guided the car to River Street, which matched the course of the South Fork River, brown water rushing over polished rocks, rippling here and there like swirls of smoke. On the opposite shore, an asshole in big rubber boots cast his line into the water, and Joey hoped the current swept him away. He followed the river to Maine, then turned right, crossing the trestle bridge out of town. He'd drive a little more, then double back around and go home. He wanted to be well rested for later. Part 18. Cody Miller sat in fourth period math and gazed absently out the window with his chin resting in his upturned palm. Big white clouds sailed across the piercing blue sky, and the towering oak between the building and the parking lot swayed in the breeze, the shadows cast by its boughs dancing across the ground. The classroom was stuffy, and he was starting to get a headache. The day would be over in 15 minutes, and he would get to see Megan. A pang cut through his stomach at the thought of her, and he took a deep breath. She'd been on his mind all day. He tried to think of other things, but he always came back to her, and he wound a little tighter every time until he was jittery and his stomach ached. At lunch, he studied her crystal blue eyes and the delicate curve of her jaw, and realized with a start that he liked her. When they first met, he thought she was kind of dorky, but okay. Maybe she was, but she was also really pretty. He kept replaying the musical sounds of her laughter like a favorite melody, and had already decided that he wanted to hear it again. He wouldn't tell her, though. The prospect of rejection was enough to scare him off. He'd liked other girls in the past, and every time he told them, they turned him down and stopped being nice to him. He didn't want the same thing to happen with Megan. As it stood, she was his only friend, and if he told her he liked her, he might lose her. And right now, having a friend meant more to him than having a girlfriend. But what if she liked him back? That wasn't likely. He was tall, scrawny, and had creepy eyes. Why would she like him? Just because she was nice didn't mean she wanted to be his girlfriend. If everyone wasn't mean to her, she probably wouldn't even like him as a friend. In fact, she'd probably pick on him too. He tried to imagine her joining in with the others and calling him a slur or throwing balled-up wads of paper at the back of his head, and couldn't. She wasn't like that. She was kind and gentle and stuff. At worst, she wouldn't even know he existed. Outside, a squirrel streaked up the tree's trunk and perched on one of the branches. Cody watched it until it scampered off, then turned to the front of the room. Mr. Merkel stood by the board and touted the benefits of algebraic thinking. When class was over, he was going to wait for Megan and see if she wanted to hang out for a little while. Part of him hoped she did, but another part hoped she didn't, because if they spent too much time together, she might come to the conclusion that she didn't like him after all. He wasn't very exciting or interesting or anything, really, and he wasn't accustomed to having friends, so he didn't know how to act with them. What do friends even do? Throw in the fact she was a girl, and he was completely befuddled.
Oh, I know. We can paint each other's nails and talk about boys. Shortly, the bell rang, and Cody waited for everyone else to leave before shoving his papers into his book and getting up. In the hall, he kept his head down and scuttled to his locker. He put in the combination, shoved his textbook in, and grabbed his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. He followed a crush of humanity out into the afternoon. He stopped and stood awkwardly under a no parking sign, scanning the crowd for Megan. When he spotted her coming down the stairs, his heart staggered. She stopped to shift her backpack from one shoulder to the other, a look of discomfort crossing her face, and a girl bumped into her from behind, the wicked grin on her face telling Cody she did it intentionally. Megan stumbled forward and nearly lost her footing, and her glasses slid off her nose, teetering for a second before slipping off and hitting the concrete. The girl and a couple of other kids nearby laughed, and Megan froze, as though losing her glasses rendered her immobile. Kids streamed by on either side, none stopping to help. Some glanced at her with sadistic delight. Most ignored her. Without thinking, Cody pushed through a group of girls, bent, and picked the glasses up. Without them, Megan's eyes were small and squinty, and her messy bangs lent her a harried appearance. "Here," he said, and pressed them into her hand. She slipped them on and looked up at him with those big blue eyes, like two, cesspools. Gazing into them made his heart slam, and his stomach spun like a tilt-a-whirl on drugs. "Thanks," she said, and they started walking. "You have no idea how many pairs of glasses I've broken that way. Is that why you, seized up?" he asked. "Yep. Otherwise I might have stepped on him. I thought someone else was going to. I was just waiting to hear the crunch of breaking glass." He laughed. What she said wasn't particularly funny, but he felt light and giddy anyway. "Yeah, that's because they're so big. Why don't you get smaller ones?" "Because they make my face look funny," she said. "I've been wearing big ones for so long that I kind of, grew into them. So now anything less is unacceptable." A bus lumbered by in the street, and someone called out, startling Cody. "Hey, fag!" Zeke Harper's head was thrust out of a window, a smug grin on his face. "And fag yet!" In his 8 years of suffering through endless school days packed with taunts and teases, Cody had developed a resistance to being called names. They rolled off his back like water off a duck. But that last one, Baguette, directed at Megan, jammed into his guts like an ice pick, and rage spouted from his depths like a jet of scalding steam. The bus was dwindling, and there was nothing he could do, so he held up his middle finger. A shadow crossed Zeke's face. "Fuck you, Miller. See you tomorrow." That wasn't a farewell. It was a threat. When the bus was gone, Cody blew a hiss of air through his nose. "I can't stand him," he grumbled. "He's like Taylor," Megan said. "Only a boy. They're both assholes." He fumed. "So is everyone in this town." His heart dropped. "Except you. You're cool." "Thanks," Megan said, amused. "I wouldn't say I'm cool, but I don't deny it when other people do." Ahead, Pine Street flowed into Schoolhouse Road. It dipped down between two low hills covered in rust-colored pine needles fallen from the trees that gave the avenue its name, then curved to the right and passed through a neighborhood of grimy houses. "Well," Cody said, and blushed. "I think you're cool." "You're cool too," Megan said, and that one tiny compliment was better, more satisfying than anything he had ever gotten. "I was wondering," he said, and faltered. Do you want to hang out?" She gamely shrugged. "Sure. When?" "Right now." It was her turn to waver. I don't know." She bunched her lips and squinted one eye cutely, as was her habit when she contemplated something. He'd noticed it before and thought it was weird. Now it made him want to hug her and kiss her forehead. "Sure. For a little while, I guess. Where?" Cody drew a complete blank. He kind of expected her to make up an excuse and beg off. "Where do you want to hang out?" She lowered her head and let out a long, thoughtful "I kind of want to check out the library a little better," she said, and favored him with a bashful sidelong glance, as though she expected him to veto her idea with extreme prejudice. "Sure," he said. 20 minutes later, they stood together between two shelves of adult fiction. A smattering of people used the computer terminals and browsed through the stacks, but here, away from the front, they were alone. Megan bent forward to see the books at eye level better, pushing her glasses up her nose, and scanned the spines. Cody crossed his arms, uncrossed them so he didn't look bored, then slid a book out at random and opened it to the title page. Lunch with Hitler by Mason Madlaga. Huh. What did they eat, though? He leaped through it in an attempt to find out, but gave up after 10 seconds. Off to his left, Megan got down on her hands and knees like an overgrown baby to study the bottom row. Cody looked anxiously around, expecting someone to yell at them, but no one did. "Oh, I've been wanting to read this one," she said. She pulled a slim hardback out and set it on the floor next to her, then scooted down the line. "This one too." By the time she reached the end, she had a stack at least 2 feet high. They blocked her face, and her arms quivered under the weight. Cody took a few off the top and carried them with her. "Thanks," she said. "I should probably put a few of these back." "You really like reading, huh?" A line 3 deep stretched back from the counter, and they fell in behind a fat man in a mossy oak sweatshirt. "I love reading," she said. "I used to do it a lot more when I was at the group home, but now I do other stuff too." "How long were you there?" Cody asked. "My whole life," she replied. "Well, different places." "What happened to your parents?" She lifted and lowered one shoulder nonchalantly. "I don't know. They gave me up when I was a baby." Though her voice was light and conversational, as though she were relating something that had happened to someone else, Cody's heart twinged with sympathy. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," she said. "I have Tom and Julia now, and I'm happy." At the front desk, Megan applied for a library card, then checked out all the books, 11 in all. Outside, weak amber light streaked the sky and cool twilight welled up from the land. Cody carried 6 of the books, and Megan the remaining 5. "Are you sure you can finish all these before you have to bring them back?" "Probably," she said. "If not, I'll just check out what I didn't read again." For a while, they walked in silence. Cody watched her from the corner of his eye, drinking her in. She was prettier now, wrapped in twilight, than she had been earlier, and Cody forced himself to look away before he said so. "You like reading manga, right?" she asked. They were on Chestnut Street now. The last vestiges of the sun had drained from the sky, and the street lamps came on. "Yeah," he said. "What's your favorite one?" He thought for a moment. There were a lot of manga he liked. "Death Note?" he said at length. "What's it about?" Megan asked. "A boy finds a notebook, and whoever's name he writes in it dies." Megan blinked in surprise. "Oh." "It's mainly about him trying to use it for good, but losing his humanity along the way." He hastens to add, so she didn't think he was a creep. "It's kind of deep." "That sounds pretty interesting," she said. "What other ones do you like?" "Berserker, Tokyo Ghoul, stuff like that," he said. "What's your favorite book?" They were almost to her house, and Cody slowed his stride to prolong the inevitable. "Nancy Drew," she said after a moment. "I really like those books. She's a detective and solves mysteries and stuff. She's really cool. I kind of wish I was like her." "Well, you are," he said, and winced at how dumb that sounded. "Because you're cool." She smiled to herself. "Thanks. You're cool too." Now it was his turn to smile. They reached the fence, enclosing her front yard, and stopped. 625 rose against the gloom like a tomb, and Cody favored it with an apprehensive glance. "It was nice hanging out with you," Megan said. "You too," Cody replied. "See you tomorrow?" "Unless I get sick or something. Or I stay up all night reading and don't wake up." She laughed. It wouldn't be the first time. She opened the gate, and Cody handed her the rest of her books. "See ya." "Bye." He wanted to wait until she went inside, but that might make him look weird, so he ducked his head and started home. And for the first time he could remember, he actually looked forward to school. 2 days. It had been 2 days since Alyssa stopped talking to her. 2 days of worry, torment, and loss. 2 days of her middle gnashing and her heart aching. 15 years ago, Alyssa walked out the front door of the house they shared with their parents and vanished like a puff of smoke on the wind. Now, it was happening all over again. And every moment that she didn't come back, a cold, steely fist gripped Marianne Preston's chest a little tighter, a little harder. She talked to herself in the hopes that Alyssa would answer, but she got no reply, save for the echo of her own voice. She prayed to God. This afternoon, she even sat at the kitchen table with a crude, homemade Ouija board. All to no avail. The first time around, Marianne was gutted. She and Alyssa were close. They shared a room. They told the other all their secrets. They giggled and painted each other's nails. They were one another's rock. This time, after finally having her back, she was devastated. She cried, she begged, she promised and bargained, but Alyssa wouldn't speak.
I'm sorry, okay?
She asked presently. She was in the cluttered living room, perched on the armchair facing the television set and hugging herself by nostalgic lamplight. The weatherman on a local NBC affiliate stood in front of a map of the region and listed tomorrow's temps. Marianne didn't like him. It was crazy, but she felt that he could see her through the screen, and that sly smile on her lips was at her expense. She was clad in a 3-day-old dress with sweat-yellowed underarms. Her blonde hair was messy, matted, and unwashed. She stared at a point above the TV with the distant eyes of a mad woman, and every so often she rubbed her long, spiny fingers up and down her arms as if to create warming friction.
I won't talk to her, I promise. Just come back, please.
Her voice trembled, and she swallowed a sob before it could break free. The day before yesterday, she and Alyssa argued. Marianne wanted to meet Megan, and Alyssa told her no. Marianne didn't like that, and she told Alyssa she was going to do it no matter what she said. And why shouldn't she? You know why, Alyssa had said. There was a cruel twist in her voice, and Marianne bristled.
Because I'm crazy?
She demanded, her voice rising.
Because I'm a bad person? Huh? Why can't I?
You know why.
It was a mistake,
she screamed, all of the dark emotions she kept locked in her heart breaking free like a black tide.
I made a mistake.
She broke down, crying.
A mistake,
she whispered.
A mistake.
Alyssa hadn't spoken to her since, and Marianne could no longer feel her. Before, it was as though she were standing over her shoulder. Now, it was cold, empty, lonely. She drew a watery sigh and blotted her eyes with the heel of her palm. As much as people scared her, Marianne didn't like being alone. She never really had, but over the past several weeks, she had come to downright hate it. Having her so close by was like tasting the sweet air of freedom from a locked prison yard, knowing she was out there, close enough to hold and rock. I'm sorry, she'd say through her tears, and peppered her forehead with loving kisses. I'm so sorry. Then they could be together. She could live here and they could be normal. She'd even pick up the house and cook. She'd ignore the weatherman watching her and the neighbors plotting. She'd do anything. Anything, she mumbled.
Anything to have you back.
A blade of remorse sliced through her stomach, and she rocked back and forth. We're all human, and we do things we regret. Some of those things are minor, the kind that we think of and cringe just before falling asleep. And others are major. They eat away at us for years, like cancer, and we never quite get over them, even if we think we have. For her, this was one of the latter. She stuffed it deep in the darkest, most secluded corner of her heart and ignored it. She believed that she'd come to terms, but she hadn't. It was still there, still festering, covered by a scab so thin and membranous that one wrong move would tear it open. That one wrong move came, and all of that bitter poison backed into her system. A creaking floorboard brought her out of her reprieve, and her heart leapt. Alyssa. She got up and went to the head of the hall. It disappeared into a pit of darkness, black as ink.
Alyssa?
She asked, hopefully. She took a tentative step forward, then stopped to listen. Aside from the weatherman, the house was silent. Was she imagining things?
Given how overwrought her nerves were lately, she very well could be.
Alyssa,
She asked again, her voice small and weak.
is that you?
No reply. Letting out a disappointed breath, she turned, and someone grabbed her by the throat. Her heart jolted and her eyes widened, fingers clamping around the soft flesh of her neck. A blaze of shock dazzled her mind, then scattered when the intruder squeezed, cutting off her air supply. The world swam into focus, and Joey Vandermeer's face, clenched and flushed with frenzy, greeted her, his lips pulled back from his perfect teeth in a doggish sneer. Cold dread swept through her, and her knees went weak. 13 years ago, Joey Vandermeer hurt her, and 2 years before that, he hurt Alyssa. He was her boogeyman, her Satan, and terror paralyzed her.
You fucking bitch, he hissed.
He drove her back and slammed her into the credenza. Fire raged in his cold blue eyes, the same eyes that had haunted her dreams for over 10 years, the same eyes she feared meeting again if she left the house. Pressure swelled in her skull, and her lungs burst for air. Joey Vandermeer snarled down at her, and a memory struck her like a shot. Them making out in the back of his car on an out-of-the-way road. After Alyssa's disappearance, he came to her and offered his shoulder. She didn't know him, but he won her over with his kindness and sympathy. He said all the right things, held her when she needed him to, and understood her in a way that no one else ever had. She wasn't ready, though, not for that. She pushed him away, but he didn't stop. He hit her, choked her, and took what he wanted. Something deep inside of her snapped, and coming alive, she raked her nails across his face, tearing 5 jagged red streaks into his flesh. She kicked and thrashed like an animal, backed into a corner, nearly breaking his grip. Flashing, he brought his fist down on her nose, and blinding white light exploded in her head, stunning her. He grabbed her neck with both hands and bore down. The edges of her consciousness turned warm and fuzzy, and her heart pounded. She was going to die. At the last minute, she summoned all the energy she had left and cried out for Alyssa. But Alyssa wasn't there. 15 years ago, Marianne failed to protect her. And now, today, she returns the favor. Part 19.
Help me.
Megan turned restively in her sleep, her face screwing up in an expression of consternation. Her head whipped from side to side. No, and her feet kicked at the bedcloths. Brody, stationed in front of the closet door, looked over his shoulder and whimpered, torn between comforting his master and protecting her from the light even now spilling from the seams around the door. If he moved, it might come out. He waffled a moment, then turned back. As much as he wanted to go to her, he had to be ready. If it did come out, he had to bite it and make it go away.
Please, I need your help.
Lost in a place of perpetual darkness, Megan stumbled, sightless, her hands feeling along slime-coated stone walls. Water dripped a steady tempo, and a stale draft caressed her sweaty face. The sickly, sweet stench of rotting meat found her nose, and somewhere in the darkness, something scraped on the floor. A footfall.
Help me,
Alyssa said, closer than before, her voice beseeching.
please, Megan.
Somehow, Megan knew that Alyssa wanted something from her. Something big, something awful, something that she couldn't give. Something that would hurt her if she did.
I helped you.
Megan said, her voice turning into a sob.
I need more. I need you.
A hand fell upon Megan's shoulder, and every nerve ending in her body flared. Her feet tangled, and she fell to her knees. She felt her glasses slide off her nose and heard them clink to the ground. Warm, scummy water soaked through the fabric of her dress, and something wet, hot, and alive brushed her hand, and she wrenched it away with a cry. Hard hammering, she struggled to her feet and threw herself down the passage, hot breaths rasping from her chest.
We have to stop him, Megan. He killed my sister. He'll kill someone else, too.
Like flipping a switch, the dream changed. Now she stood in a tiny living room. Feeble lamplight revealed dirty walls, matted carpet, and things strewn across the floor. A man bent over a woman, half lying over a credenza, his hands fused to her throat, and her body twitching weakly. Megan's heart stopped, and she went rigid with fright. The woman let out a long gurgle, and the fight slowly left her, until she was limp. The killer held on for a long time, then let go, and stumbled back like a man waking from a trance. She toppled to one side and lay on the floor in a heap. Panting, the killer stared down at her, then knelt. As Megan watched in horror, he hiked her dress up, yanked her panties down, and reached into her shorts. The light winked out, and Megan was back in the dark.
Please, Megan.
Alyssa said.
We have to stop him.
Megan swallowed hard.
I don't want to,
she said. Alyssa materialized from the void, her face white, bruised, and dim like a wisp of smoke. She reached out one hand, a hurt look creeping into her eyes, and Megan sat up in bed with a gasp. Early morning sun, bright and vivid, suffused the room. Brody was curled in front of the closet door where he'd presumably fallen asleep, and Mr. Bob lay forgotten on the nightstand, looking at her upside down with a pitiful expression. Realizing it was only a dream, Megan took a deep breath and ran her jittering fingers through her damp hair. It had been nearly a week and a half since she found the box concealed in the wall. The dreams stopped, and she thought it was over. But 3 nights ago, they started again. In the first one, she was in the bathroom, staring into the mirror for some reason. After a moment, the glass rippled like the surface of a wind-dappled pond, and a decaying arm thrust out, tattered, mottled flesh hanging in strips from a skeletal frame. In the next, Alyssa's voice drifted from the closet.
Come here. I need you.
Megan knew instinctively that if she went in there, she would die, so she cowered under the blankets and begged her to go away.
Just leave me alone.
They were just dreams, she reminded herself. They couldn't hurt her, but the sense of danger in them lingered long after she was awake, and she could never fully relax. She once loved lounging in her room, her private domain after so long sharing with other people, but now she avoided being here alone as much as she could. She laid in the living room armchair, feet dangling over one arm and head resting against the other, and read or watched TV, and all the while, in the back of her mind, she dreaded going upstairs. Brody patted over and presented his head for a therapeutic pat, and Megan scratched behind his ears. She went back to the man and what he did, and she shuddered. Was that real? Or was Alyssa just trying to trick her into giving her what she wanted? Was any of it real? Alyssa was, but outside of that, Megan didn't know. Getting up, she dressed in a dark blue dress, then hurriedly brushed her hair. She'd been crampy and fatigued a lot lately. Her eyes lightly ached, and the corners of her brain were still foggy even as she sat down at the kitchen table. Tom sat across from her, eating a bagel, and Julia stood at the counter, spreading avocado on another. "Morning," Tom said. "Morning," Megan replied. Every morning for a week, Todd and Julia both asked her if she had any dreams the previous night. They were worried about the house being haunted or something. They never outright said, but their tension was palpable. Yesterday, she overheard them talking about having a paranormal investigator come out this afternoon. She didn't want to worry them further, so she didn't tell them she was having the dreams again. After all, they were only dreams. Julia brought Megan's bagel over and sat in front of her. "How are you feeling?" While Megan could hide the dreams, she couldn't hide the lethargy she'd been under since they started. "Okay," Megan said. "How'd you sleep?" "Good," she said. She quickly ate while Tom got up and helped Julia with the dishes. She was almost done when Julia said, "There's that Cody boy." She glanced up at the clock on the wall. "Right on time." An embarrassed blush touched Megan's cheeks, and she pretended not to hear. She and Cody had been walking to and from school together every day. Julia said he was cute, and Megan shrugged. "I guess," she said, as though she hadn't noticed. She told them they were just friends, pleading her case with the impassioned zeal of a defense attorney whose entire career rested on getting her client off. But she had the nagging feeling that they didn't believe her. They were just friends, though. Even if he was kind of cute, and she did feel a little funny around him. Finishing her breakfast, she grabbed her backpack from the floor and slung it over her shoulder. She carried a plate over to the sink, wedged between her parents, and put it in. "Have a good day, honey," Julia said, and kissed her forehead. "You too." Tom kissed the top of her head and then patted it. "If he makes any sudden moves, go for the throat." "I will," she promised. One, Cody wouldn't make any sudden moves. He was nice, no matter what the other kids said about him. And two, if he did, well, she probably wouldn't punch him. That might really hurt him. She'd go for the guts. After saying goodbye to Brody, she went outside and through the back gate, then walked around to the front of the house. Cody stood by a fire hydrant looking around and metaphorically whistling to himself. The kids made fun of them even harder now, and she got the impression he was more embarrassed about it than she was. At lunch the other day, Taylor told her table they'd probably suck face in the porta-potty out back. That made her blush. Not because it shamed her, but because, well, thinking of kissing Cody made her feel like she had butterflies in her stomach. She wasn't lying when she told her parents she and Cody were just friends, but she wasn't being entirely honest. Yeah, he was her friend, but she liked him, too. He turned, saw her, and smiled tersely. "Hey." "Hey," she said. "Sorry I'm late. I had kind of a rough night." Another? "Yep," she said, cutting him off. "Another dream. Yay me." They'd been hanging out so much lately that they were finishing each other's sentences now. Okay, well, that wasn't really the reason. It was like, despite their differences, they were on the same wavelength or something. She told him about her dream as they walked the 3 blocks to school. When she reached the part about the woman, his face went white. Did she even have a sister? "I don't know," Megan said. "I don't think the article we read mentioned one." She thought back to the newspaper, but came up empty-handed. "We should double-check after school." "Okay," Cody said. Part of her hoped they didn't find it. Hoped that the terrible vision Alyssa showed her was fantasy. All of her feared that it wasn't. Tom and Julia were sitting at the kitchen table over coffee when a light, rapped sounded at the back door. "That's probably him," Tom said and stood. It was 10 to 1 in the afternoon of October 2nd, an hour later than the appointed time. Though she wouldn't admit it out loud, Julia was beginning to hope the investigator wouldn't show. That way they could put it off a little longer. What you don't know can't hurt you, and she was terrified of learning something injurious. Since moving into the house, she was happier than ever. Then this came along, like a dark cloud casting a pall over a summer day. Now, finally, they were going to find out exactly what was happening. She carried a fragile flicker of hope in her breast. Megan hadn't had any dreams since she found the box, and neither she nor Tom had noticed anything out of the ordinary. She just wanted her family to be safe and happy. That's all. Tom went to the back door, unlocked it, and pulled it open. "Hi," he said.
"Mr. Harriman."
a soft, breathy voice asked.
That's me. Come in.
He stepped aside, and the paranormal investigator crossed the threshold. Julia didn't know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't the short, pudgy man before her. Dressed in black slacks and a black blazer over a powder blue button-up, he stood roughly 5'5" to 5'6", if he was lucky. Greasy black bangs veiled his beady little eyes, and Julia was reminded of Shemp from the Three Stooges after Moe slapped him silly. Acne peppered his chubby face, and Julia counted 3 yellowish zits ready to burst. She and Tom had spent nearly a week looking up local paranormal researchers. In this part of the state, where the mountains are low and the hollers lower, there weren't many. The closest with any type of reputation was the Heart Agency out of Harrisonburg, and even then she doubted it was known outside of the region. "This is my wife, Julia," Tom said.
Nice to meet you both. I'm Patrick Hart. You can call me Pat.
They sat at the table, Julia and Tom together, and Pat across from them. He produced a notepad from his coat, opened it, and flipped through, consulting notes he probably culled from his emails with Tom.
All right, he said. First of all, can you go through your story just one more time?
He looked from Tom to Julia. Taking turns, they related the events of the last 2 weeks, beginning with Megan's dreams and ending with her recent lack thereof. Pat listened, nodding and making interested noises when appropriate, and jotted down everything. He asked questions here and there, but mostly scribbled like a writer in the throes of creative passion.
Can you show me the closet?
Julia swallowed. She hadn't been in Megan's room since that night, and the prospect of going in unnerved her. Even so, she and Tom led him up the stairs. He trailed behind, breathing heavily, and at the top, he paused for a second. At the door, Julia froze. Tom, sensing her trepidation, gave her shoulder an affectionate squeeze, then went in, closely followed by Pat. "There," Tom said, and motioned to the closet. He didn't retreat, but he didn't approach either. Pat opened the door and peered inside. "We patched the hole after the police said it was okay," Tom explains, "but you can see where it was."
Do they know how long it was in there?
They said probably 10 years, at least.
And you just moved in this past August, correct?
Yes. Pat reached into his coat and took out a small, black device, roughly the size of a walkie-talkie. Arms crossed defensively, Julia leaned forward, her curiosity outweighing her fear.
This is an EMF reader, Pat said. It's used to detect spikes in electromagnetic energy, aka ghost energy.
He turned it on and static crackled. He went into the closet and held the EMF reader out in front of him, as if offering it to the spirits. "Prove to me you're here by taking this away from me. Can you do it?" He turned in a slow semicircle and glanced at the machine's readouts.
Can I have both of you go downstairs, please? He asked. I want to be sure that your electro-emanations aren't interfering with the meter.
Tom and Julia exchanged a puzzled look. Electro-emanations? But did as they were asked. In the kitchen, he sat down, and she poured them each another cup of coffee. "I hope he doesn't steal anything," Tom said. "Except the ghost," Julia said in an attempt to lighten the mood. She came over and sat next to him. "Well, he can have that," Tom allowed. 15 minutes later, Pat came back into the kitchen, and they both sat up straighter.
"Well, that's that,"
he said. "Did you find anything?" Julia asked. He hesitated, and her heartbeat quickened. God, what was it? A demon? A vampire? The Loch Ness Monster? The answer both surprised and relieved her.
No, actually.
Sitting down, he produced his notepad and scanned it. Julia let out a deep breath and tilted her head back. Thank God. She didn't know how much she could trust parapsychology, but right now, she accepted his findings with gratitude.
I tried the EMF machine, the spirit box, and didn't get anything with either.
He held up a forestalling finger.
But that doesn't mean that there's nothing here. Your daughter, can you tell me a little more about her?
Well, she's almost 13, Julia started.
And very bright, very imaginative, but very mature.
We trust her on this, Tom said, picking up her thread. If she said it happened, it happened.
No, I believe something did happen,
Pat said.
but it might not involve a ghost per se.
Julia furrowed her brow.
Then, what is it?
Taking a deep breath,
Pat said.
I think it's more likely that what we see here is a sort of a psychic manifestation. You said you never experienced anything for yourself, right?
No,
Julia said.
but our dog acted very strangely around the closet.
Pat nodded.
Children and animals, too, are very perceptive. Their senses are, by default, a little sharper than yours and mine. Megan, I think, may possess some form of telekinetic power, meaning that she was able to sense the presence of the box and mentally glean what happened. Every living thing, you see, emits energy, and some people can pick up on that energy. Usually it presents in very minor and non-supernatural ways. Empaths, for example, can instinctively read people. With some, however, it's slightly more dramatic. That is where I believe most ghost sightings come from. Someone with more highly developed senses, who doesn't know that they have more highly developed senses, tuning in, as it were, to a frequency that the rest of us aren't privy to. He sat back and donned a smug smile, obviously pleased with his own theorizing. Julia digested his words, and Tom cocked his head.
So, you're saying Megan's a psychic?
Not exactly,
Pat said.
not in the Hollywood sense, anyway. Her brain is wired a little differently. She's more adept at reading energy. This girl who was put in the wall, she didn't get there herself. She was murdered. And something so traumatizing produces a lot of psychic and emotional energy. Think of it this way. Your dog can hear things that you can't, like a dog whistle, for instance. His hearing is more attuned. That's Megan. I think that energy was rolling off the box in waves, like a stench, and Megan smelled it. Maybe I'm wrong here and something else is happening, but more often than not, the paranormal can be explained by extrasensory perception.
So, there is no ghost? Julia asked.
Likely no.
Is it safe for her to be here with that energy hanging around?
Absolutely,
Pat assured her.
I'd like to schedule an appointment to meet her and talk to her if that's all right with you.
Sure, Julia said, and glanced at Tom, and he nodded. A Cheshire smile spread across Pat's lips.
Great.
After he was gone, Julia stuck out her bottom lip and blew a puff of air. Tom leaned against the counter and crossed his arms. Looks like we don't have a ghost. Good, Julia said and got to her feet. I can deal with termites and property taxes, but not the undead. Oh, now, hold on. I'd rather have a ghost than termites. Ghosts don't eat a house. She stepped into his arms and looked up into his blue eyes. He was several inches taller, and she had to push up on her tippy toes to kiss him. But they do eat computer analysis experts. He laughed and kissed her back. Our psychic daughter will protect me. Later on, Julia stood before an easel in her studio and mixed reds, blues, and greens on a palette. She was relieved, and for the first time in weeks, she felt good again. Things were looking up. Part 20. After school, Megan and Cody walked the 6 blocks to the library. It was a beautiful fall day with a light, cooling breeze from the west. Golden sunshine set the trees along the street ablaze in shades of orange and crimson. Cody walked slowly so that he didn't pull ahead of Megan. Even her purposeful stride wasn't enough to match him if he went at his normal pace. I like to walk, he said. My mind just wanders, and that's nice. Mine does that when I'm trying to sleep, she replied. It bounces around, and sometimes I'm there for an hour, maybe more. His did that occasionally. He'd cycle through thoughts like one of those flip picture books. Over the last week, however, only one thing had been on his mind. Megan. She ruled his every waking thought, and his dreams, too. Sitting in class and trying to focus on the assignment in front of him, he'd think instead of her eyes, her laugh, her cute, closed-lip smile, and her big, dazzling beam. He hadn't known her for all that long, but being apart from her had already become almost insufferable. When she wasn't around, he felt empty and yearned to be with her. The strength and persistence of these feelings scared him, but they also anguished him. His stomach constantly reeled, his mind dwelled on her like worrying the same patch of flesh until it's raw and chafed, and pressure weighed down his chest every minute of every day. If he had to compare it to something, he'd say it was like being constipated. It was awful, yet somehow beautiful, too. He'd liked girls before, but this was different. He couldn't put his finger on it, but Megan just felt right. They clicked together like two puzzle pieces, and when he was with her, he felt generally better, stronger, smarter, and all of the other things in life, all of the bad things, didn't matter. He never knew he was missing something until he met her. They weren't very much alike in their tastes. She liked reading long, involved walls of text masquerading as novels, and just thinking about it made his head ache. But they were alike in other ways. His home life wasn't so happy, and for the longest time, neither was hers. 2 days ago, sitting on a bench in Town Square with extra-large sodas from Tasty Freeze, he told her about his father. He didn't mean to, it just slipped out. Dad was pissed that morning because Cody drank the last of the orange juice and called him an inconsiderate faggot. Basically, the same thing Zeke always said. He was staring down at his feet and listening to Megan slurp her Coke when it hit him, and he blurted, "My dad's a bully." She looked at him, funny. "What do you mean?" Normally, he would have balked at even mentioning this to anyone, but he didn't now. He told her everything, and a sad frown touched her lips. When he was done, she rubbed a circle in his back. "Your dad's a jerk." That was such an understatement, it made him laugh. After a minute, she laughed, too, and it was all okay. Currently, they reached the library and went in. All but one of the computer terminals were empty, and a few old ladies circled the rows looking for something to read. In the basement, Megan loaded microfilm into the reader and turned it on. Cody looked around, found a chair, and dragged it over. "All right," Megan said. "Let's see if we can find Alyssa's sister." She checked every issue of the Democrats from April 2005 to March 2008. Cody sat forward to see the screen, hyper-aware of her closeness. His eyes started between her legs and her hand resting on the table. Her fingers were slender and her skin translucent. The urge to lay his on top blossomed in his chest, but he beat it back. "Got it," she said, bringing him back to reality. She adjusted her glasses and leaned in until her face was barely inches from the screen. "Missing girl's family marks 3 years since disappearance," said the headline. "Marianne," Megan read. "Is there—" "No. No address." She sat back and scrunched her lips back and forth. "That doesn't mean anything," he offered. She sighed. "Alyssa said the bad man killed her sister, and—" She gestured at the screen. "Here it is. Proof positive." "You didn't see him in your—" She shook her head. "Is there anyone in town?" Cody thought. "I don't think so. Marianne, Preston, I don't know. Sounds kind of familiar." Later, as they walked home, Megan said, "We should probably call the police, just to be sure." "And tell them what?" Cody asked. "That you had a dream about someone named Marianne Preston?" Megan opened her mouth, then closed it again. "Well, I did that when I found the box." That was true. Still, something about it didn't sit well with him. "If you want, I guess." "I kinda do," she said. At Megan's house, he sighed because, yet again, their time together had come to an end. "Text me if you do." "Okay," she said. He hesitated for a moment.
Good night. See ya. He waited until she went through the door, then he turned and started home. Could he keep doing this? Every day it got just a little harder to hide how he felt, and before long, he'd take her hand and hold it no matter how hard he fought it. Maybe he should tell her. A shot of dread soured his stomach. Even if she rejected him, she wouldn't stop being his friend. She wasn't like that. She was nice. He had nothing to lose, really, and everything to gain. His stomach fluttered, and he decided, tomorrow. He'd tell her he liked her tomorrow. It was dusk by the time he reached his house. A light shone in the kitchen window, and he stopped. A cop car sat in the driveway. Oh no. What did Dad do? Every so often the neighbors heard Dad yelling and tearing down the house and called the police on him. Mom did a few times too, after he hit her, but she hadn't in a long time. The house, never inviting, took on a threatening cast, like a coiled viper ready to strike, and a voice deep in the back of Cody's head told him to turn around. But he couldn't. He had to meet it head on. If he left and came back hours later, he wouldn't know what he was walking into, and he might be a sitting duck. For what, he didn't know. For something. Sighing, he crossed the driveway, climbed the back steps, and went inside. TV sounds drifted from the living room, and the smell of coffee seasoned the air. Mom sat at the table with Sheriff Harper, whose titanic bulk spilled over either side of his chair. Mom's face was strained and paled, as though she were fighting to keep herself from breaking down. And Cody felt nothing for her. He'd seen that face too many times before to feel anything anymore. They looked up when he came in, and he swallowed. What's going on? Mom started to talk, but Sheriff Harper cut him off.
Your dad didn't come home today, and your mom's worried about him.
Cody looks to his mother for confirmation, and she nodded. It's probably nothing. She trailed off. Can you go to your room, please? That question struck him as odd, but he obeyed. At his door, however, his curiosity got the better of him. He opened and closed it so they would think he went in, then crept to the archway, back against the wall.
Like I was saying,
Sheriff Harper said.
knowing him, he could have just run off.
Cody's chest stirred. Dad ran off.
He wouldn't do that,
Mom argued. The chair creaked as, presumably, Sheriff Harper shifted his weight.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't. I can't say. It doesn't seem too shocking that he would. You called all the hospitals and the state police, and nothing, right?
No. And the plant said he didn't come in this afternoon.
It looks like he could have taken off on his own. Me and my boys can keep an eye out, but there's not much we can do till you file a missing persons. And you can only do that after 2 days.
Mom sighed.
Just hang in there. He could have gotten home with someone and gotten drunk or something. Give it another day, and if he doesn't come back, we can file that report.
In his room, Cody sat on the edge of his bed. His father was missing. Like Sheriff Harper said, he was probably drunk somewhere. He'd come through the door at midnight, reeking of booze, and start a fight with Mom. It wouldn't be the first time that happened. Cody hoped he didn't, though. He hoped his father never came back. After leaving Andy Miller's house, Bill Harper drove back to the station by way of Magnolia Street. The melting sun colored the western sky boiling scarlet, and cool purple shadows filled the world like rising waters. He was almost into town proper when the CB crackled. I just tried at the Preston house, and nothing. Bill's heart sank. Preston. All right. Terry came back. I'll radio Sheriff Harper in a bit. He's busy. Bill snatched the headset up and depressed the talk button.
I'm here. What's up?
Static hissed and acid chugged in Bill's depths. That Megan Harriman girl called up a while ago and said she had a dream someone killed Mary Ann. Wanted us to check on her.
As soon as he heard that name, Megan Harriman, Bill's stomach dropped out.
I'll be right there.
Replacing the headset back in its cradle, Bill curled his fingers around the steering wheel and resisted the urge to turn on the lights and slam the pedal to the floor. Megan Harriman, the girl who somehow knew what happened to Alyssa Preston, the girl who Joey believed was getting intel from someone. Who, he didn't know. But as he pulled onto Marianne's street, he could hazard a guess. Christ, this was bad. Cold fear settled over Bill like a funeral shroud. Did she know who did it? Did she know he was involved? Joey said no one did, that anything she or her source said would be simple hearsay, and people wouldn't believe them over the sheriff and a respected, prominent citizen. Maybe he was right, but Bill knew damn well that once scrutiny fell on them, the state police would zero in. And if a bunch of determined cops set out to find something, they're going to find it. No ifs, ands, or buts. Joey's words came back to him. I'll deal with it. Stay out of my way. Bill sure fucking hoped so. Chuck's cruiser was parked under a streetlight in front of Marianne's house. He stood by the back end and nodded when Bill pulled up behind him. Full dark had fallen, and the houses up and down the way twinkled like stars in the sky. Bill glanced uneasily at the darkened facade of Marianne's bungalow and climbed out. He wasn't a drinker, but after the past couple weeks, he could use a couple stiff ones. And a vacation. Daytona Beach sounded nice. I knocked, but no one's answering, Chuck said when Bill walked up.
Looks like no one's home,
Bill said. Like a haunted house, every small town has its resident weirdo. Marianne Preston was Rossville's. Bipolar, depressive, and possibly schizophrenic, Marianne had always been off, but she got worse a few years after her sister died. She stumbled home one night, half naked and covered in dirt and bruises, and told her mother someone raped her. She wouldn't say who, though, probably out of fear. She spent a few months in the nut house in Stanton after a botched suicide attempt, and these days rarely left her house. People said they saw her walking around at night like a ghost, and outlandish rumors cropped up about her the same way they did Cody Miller. Maybe we missed her, he added. I don't know, he said. She's always there. Bill sighed. All right, come on. Taking out his flashlight, he went up to the walk and ascended the stairs. A wind chime tinkled in the darkness, and a potted plant on a fanciful iron shelf rustled in the breeze. Bill opened the storm door and knocked. After a minute, he went to the window, clicked on the flashlight, and shone it against the glass. The curtains were parted just enough for him to see in. That wasn't suspicious for someone like Marianne. He swept the beam back and forth and stopped when it fell on something jutting from behind the couch. A bare, pale, white foot. Bill's heart jagged. I see her, he said, and snapped the light off. He moved with a marked lack of urgency. If she wasn't dead, he wanted to give her as much time to get that way as possible.
Break down the door.
Chuck gave a jerky nod and went to the door. Taking the knob in his hand, he rammed his shoulder into it until it popped open with the crack of breaking wood. No sooner was it open than the unmistakable stench of decay hit Bill like a fist. He whipped his head away and swallowed his gourd. Thank God, he thought. Oh, thank God. Later, the medical examiner put Marianne into a body bag and shoved her into the back of his van. Neighbors in bathrobes stood in their yards and on their porches, gawking, and yellow crime scene tape snapped in the wind, making a crisp sound. Bill watched the van pull off, and only then did it occur to him to wonder just how in the hell Megan Harriman got mixed up with Mary Ann Preston. That question nagged him for the rest of the night, and before he dropped off, he decided he was going to find out. Part 21.
Help me,
The voice said, echoing through the chambers of the haunted house. Cold wind moaned in the leaves, and rats thumped in the walls like ghostly knocks. The walls rotted, bare boards showing through tatters of decomposing wallpaper and gaping holes dotted in the ceiling, admitting improbable moonlight. Vines, trees, and weeds crept between cracks in the living room floor, and shivering drafts swept in through broken windows, chilling Megan's skin. The earthy odor of decay pinched her nose, and the teeming sounds of 1,000 bugs, burrowing mammals, and ghosts found her ears. She knew where she was, but she didn't know. Recognized this place, but could not name it. It looked like the group home, only completely different. The linoleum floor in the kitchen popped beneath her feet, and a cabinet door above the sink opened and closed on its own. Just the wind. Green eyes watched from the shadowy corners, and cobwebs broke across her face when she crossed into the dining hall. But she felt no fear. A table, elaborately set, stood before her. The candles unlit, dishes empty. White curtains whispered in the breeze, and the chattering of mice served as a call for every unseen thing to come and feast.
Megan.
A steep, narrow set of steps led to the second floor, several treads missing, and the handrail split in places. She was in the house on Chestnut Street now, only it wasn't exactly the same. The windows that faced the head of the stairs in real life were gone, replaced by a heavy oaken door. Everything around it was gray, coated in dust and decomposing, but it was spared, the wood polished, gleaming. She stopped and looked up at it. For the first time, apprehension twinged in her chest, and a tremble raced through her. Something terrible lay on the other side of that door, and if she opened it, she would die.
Please, help me.
Megan's hand went to the knob, and her mind screamed for her to stop. She tried to pull back, but she was already turning it, already stepping through. Now she stood in the threshold of a tiny room boasting a bed, a desk, and a chair. Moonbeams bled through slats of wood covering the window, and the frosty air nipped at her exposed skin. She hugged herself, breath misting before her, and rubbed her arms for warmth. A flash of movement on the other side of the bed caught her eye, and she froze. A hand, white and streaked with dirt, clawed up from behind, gripping the sheets. Next, a face appeared, rising over the mattress like the craggy moon over blasted hell. Yawning pools of shadows where its eyes should have been. Mottled gray flesh, jagged yellow teeth cramming a too big mouth. It pulled itself onto the bed, and Megan's heart stopped. She stood there, stock still, as it slithered over the comforter and onto the floor, less than 10 feet away now, its dead stench preceding it like a deadly omen. It reared up on its hands and knees and threw its head back with the wet, sickening snaps of breaking bones. Dark, scraggly hair framed its cemetery visage, and its skin hung in strips from its skull, much like the wallpaper downstairs. Megan's soul shrank, but she herself did not move. She was rooted in place, unable to heed her brain's frenzied pleas to turn and run, unable to think, unable to even breathe. The thing scuttled forward, on long, spindly limbs like an overgrown crab.
Help me.
Megan squeezed her eyes shut, but as in all the other dreams, she could still see every horrible detail. The thing was on its stomach now, dragging itself, nails digging into the floorboards and a greasy black blood trail marking its wake. It was 3 feet away, close enough to reach out and grab her, and Megan was trapped, held in place, heart blasting, head throbbing, lungs heavy. Tears spilled down her cheek, and when the thing closed its icy hand around her ankle, a high, throat-ripping scream tore from her throat, and she sat up in bed with a gasp. Brody stood in front of the closet door, and in that disorienting moment between sleep and awake, Megan swore she saw a glimmer of light beneath the door. Something screeched next to her, and she jumped. The alarm clock. She slapped the off button and regulated her breathing. The voice reverberated in her head, so clear it was almost like it had actually spoken. Help me. She swallowed hard and hugged herself, realizing she was shaking. Brody came over and looked up at her. Are you okay, Master? I don't know, Megan said. On Thursday evening, she called the sheriff's office and told them about the dream where Alyssa's sister was murdered. They sent someone to her house and found her body in the living room. The paper said she was sexually assaulted and strangled about a week before she was discovered. Afterwards, Sheriff Harper came out and talked to her, while Tom and Julia sat, grim-faced at the table. She didn't want them to know about the dreams, but this was kind of important. Someone got murdered, and the killer was still out there, probably waiting to kill again.
All right, Ollie.
Sheriff Harper said.
Tell me exactly what you saw.
Steeling herself for the memory, she recounted the nightmare from start to finish, and the blood slowly drained out of his face, which told her Marianne Preston's death played out in real life, exactly as if it had in her dream. Is that how it happened? Julia asked. Her eyes were wide with horror as she hugged herself tightly. Sheriff Harper nodded.
As far as we can tell.
After he left, Tom and Julia sat her down and told her about Pat, the paranormal researcher. Megan instantly dubbed him Paranormal Pat. They wanted him to come out as soon as possible and meet her, and set an appointment for later that week. He thinks this is all psychic, Julia said, the words coming hard. Has anything like this ever happened before? Tom asked curiously. Dreams that come true. Knowing things. Megan thought really hard. Well, sometimes I'll think about a song or a certain episode of a TV show, and it'll come on. That's all? She went back over her entire history with a fine-tooth comb, scouring for anything out of the ordinary. There were small things, like finishing people's sentences the way she did with Cody, and one time at the group home, she somehow knew she was going to be blamed for something. But 10 minutes later, out of the blue, one of the other girls came into her room and accused her of not flushing the toilet in the communal bathroom. Those didn't really seem important enough to warrant the term psychic. They were coincidences or something, right? She thought of Cody and how being with him felt right, as though they were two halves of a whole. She thought of them as being on the same wavelength, and sometimes she got, feelings about him and knew what he was thinking. Not like word for word, but the general gist. Was she a psychic? Brody whined, and Megan looked at him. Why don't you know if you're okay or not? Because she wants something, she said to Alyssa. What something was, she didn't know, but she was starting to guess in a roundabout way, and it scared her. If Tom and Julia were right, though, she was only, reading thermal energy or something. Tom said Pat likened it to a dog hearing a whistle. It's like having a good nose so you can smell things that other people can't. They're pictures, Julia said. They can't hurt you. Megan wasn't so sure about that. But if so, what did Alyssa really want from her? Were her dreams a metaphor? Did Alyssa want to use her powers to bring her killer to justice? Or did she want to use her powers, her essence, her very lifeblood? That latter is what Megan assumed. The ghost wanted to suck up all her life so that she could come back. But maybe she was wrong. Either way, she didn't want to find out. I don't know, she admitted to Brody. Getting up, she got ready for the day. At least she had one good thing to look forward to. Seeing Cody. Cody woke on the morning of Monday, October 5th, from a thin and fitful slumber.
Rain dribbled down the window pane, and the clock on the nightstand flashed 3:13 a.m. The power must have been knocked out, though in his murky state, he couldn't figure out why. Rolling onto his side, he grabbed his track phone and checked the time. 6:04. Digging his elbows into the mattress, he drew himself to a sitting position and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. The house was silent, and he instinctively listened for the sound of his father's footsteps, but didn't hear them. Dad had been gone since Friday, and it was starting to look like he wasn't coming back. On Saturday, they found his car abandoned in a stand of trees along I-81, but not him, for which Cody was thankful. For as long as he could remember, Dad hated him. Mom said again and again that he didn't. Mom said again and again that he didn't. That's just how he is, honey. Well, yeah, hating him was how Dad was. He never understood it. He tried so hard to make Dad happy, but he was never pleased. Then, yesterday afternoon, he found out why. It was just after 4, and he came out of his room to get a drink of water. The last he knew, Mom went to the grocery store to grab a few things, but when he walked into the kitchen, he found her sitting at the table with a cup of coffee in front of her. His eyes went to the pill bottle next to it, and he knew at once that she was high. She looked up at him, her gaze hazy and unfocused, and gave a wan smile. Dad treated her like shit, smacked her, called her names, pushed her around, but she was taking him leaving really hard. That morning, he heard the sound of soft sobbing coming from her room, and every time he crossed paths with her, she seemed lost, like a mother hen whose nest was suddenly and inexplicably empty. "Hi," she slurred. "Hey," he replied awkwardly. He hardly ever talked to her except for in passing. He couldn't bring himself to say he hated her, but he couldn't bring himself to say he loved her either. Through it all, the taunts, beatings, and paychecks pissed away on natty ice, she stayed with Dad and let him do whatever he wanted. She complained and fought him here and there, but if she really cared, she would have left him a long, long time ago. "Come here," she said. "We need to talk." Cody didn't want to talk to her, especially not when she was doped up and looking like she was going to nod out at any moment. He sat across from her anyway. She lifted the mug to her lips and took a sip. It shook in her grasp, and some of the contents sloshed over the rim. She sat it down with a clunk and blinked, as if fighting against going to sleep. "How you doing?" she asked. "Okay," Cody said neutrally. He really wished he stayed in his room. Mom ran her fingers through her messy hair. "That's good." She looked like she wanted to say something more, then took another drink, perhaps to buy herself some time. She sat it down again and looked at the table. She took a deep breath, and when she spoke again, Cody thought he misheard her. "Andy's not your father." It took those words a moment to sink in. "What?" She nodded. "Andy's not your father." Bewilderment gripped him. Wait. Dad? Wasn't this Dad? What do you mean, he's not? Mom sighed. "Your father is someone else." She trailed off, and a pained expression flickered across her face, as though what she intended to say hurt too much to relate. "It's someone else, that's all." "Who?" he asked. She told him, and his jaw hit his chest. His mind went haywire, and for a moment, he just gaped, too taken aback to formulate words or even a coherent thought. "Seriously?" Mom nodded. "Yes." The mist in her eyes seemed to clear, and she fixed him with a stern gaze. Don't say anything to anyone, especially not him." She spat the word like it was foul. Her vehemence caught him off guard. "Why?" "Because just Don't, okay?
She reached across the table and clamped his hand. That, more than anything else, communicated the severity of her admonishment.
Okay.
In his room, he flopped back onto the bed and stared up at the ceiling. Outside, he was calm, placid even. But inside, he was a raging tempest of emotions, and his mind raced as he processed his mother's revelation. He hated his father, or the man that he thought was his father. But what Mom told him hurt anyway. No wonder Dad was like this. He thought of every time he tried to hug him or ask him to play or anything, and he felt like a fool. Not your father. But how did Mom and his real dad happen? Their coupling didn't make any sense to him. They were as unlike as night and day, and he just couldn't picture them together. And why did Mom say not to tell anyone? A conflagration of confusion and curiosity engulfed him, and he lay awake long into the night, digesting the news. Sitting here now, he thought of his father, his real father. What was he like? Would he be happy if he went to him, or would he turn him away? Mom didn't want him to talk to him, but that's probably because they fought or something. A feeble spark of hope ignited in his chest, and he wondered. Mom looked really serious when she made him promise not to tell. He probably shouldn't. Still mulling it over, he got up, showered, and dressed. He and Mom went to the laundromat on Saturday afternoon, so he was able to dress in clean clothes for the first time in a week. That was important now more than ever, because he didn't want to smell funny around Megan. His stomach nodded at the thought of the sweet, ponytailed girl he loved. Yes, loved. He wasn't certain what love felt like, but it was the only word strong enough to describe what he felt for her. It sure wasn't like, that you like a friend or even a crush. Megan was neither of those things. She was more. He'd been meaning to tell her his feelings for days, but he always chickened out at the last minute. Today, he told himself, as he had for almost a week. He would do it today. Monday afternoon, Bill Harper drove out to the state police impound lot off I-81. A sea of repossessed cars, trucks, boats, and even a helicopter. It occupied 10 acres of wooded ground 5 exits down from the first off-ramp to Harrisonburg, and even in the middle of the day, there was too much traffic. Andy Miller's used 2003 Chevy Malibu sat in a garage attached to the building, its 4 doors standing open, and a crime scene investigator in gloves, white coveralls, and a respirator going methodically through it for evidence. Captain Gary Fordham, whom Bill had known for years, came in from the office and stood next to him, feet far apart and arms crossed sternly over his bulky chest. A tall, balding man with a weather-beaten face like cracked leather, Fordham reminded Bill of Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, except less handsome.
Find anything?
Bill asked.
Not yet,
Gary said.
I don't know if you will.
Bill said.
I've known Andy my whole life, and I don't know, this feels like him running out.
The tech emerged from the back seat and climbed in behind the wheel, kneeling to lean over the center console.
You think?
Gary asked. Bill pursed his lips. Andy Miller had been an alcoholic since he was 16 years old. He'd been arrested a dozen times on DUIs and domestic violence charges, and his wife admitted that every so often he wouldn't come home exactly when he was supposed to. He sounded to Bill like the kind of self-centered man who'd decided to cut out one day. Then the box.
In all likelihood,
He said.
he's a drunk, a woman beater, poor as dirt, prime candidate for getting fed up and leaving.
Gary shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
Sounds like it. You have any enemies?
Why did Bill feel put on the spot?
None that I know of,
He said.
Not many people really liked him well, but no one outright hated him, except maybe his kid. He has good reason, if you ask me.
How old?
Gary asked. Bill thought for a moment.
13.
In his periphery, Gary deflated a little. He was hoping for a suspect.
If foul play is involved, the kid didn't do it.
Unless his mom's the one who did it.
Gary pointed out.
She could have had help. You said Andy beats her, right?
She didn't do it either,
Bill said.
Either she's broken all up, or she's the best goddamn actress this side of Hollywood.
Greg sighed.
Why would he dump his own car?
There was a note of bafflement in his voice.
Now, that I don't know,
Bill said.
Maybe he had someone pick him up. A girlfriend no one knew about.
Maybe.
Gary allowed.
An hour later, after the tech wrapped up with no new evidence, Bill climbed back into his squad car for the return trip to Rossville. The rain had let up, but the leaden sky promised to open up any minute. On the interstate, big rigs on their way to distant ports kicked up sheets of dirty, gray water and rocked the car with the wind displaced by their passage. Even on wet days, such as this, long-haul types had to bust ass to get their loads where they're going. Bill's uncle Charlie was a trucker, which gave Bill a deeper understanding of them than most. Poor Charlie used to stay awake for days at a time just to make his deadlines. It was either that or lose his job. Parking in the lot facing Town Square, Bill killed the engine and got out. Inside the station, Terry sat at her computer with the phone wedged between her shoulder and the side of her head. Bill paused at the counter and waited. When she hung up, he asked,
Who was that?
Kiki Allen down at the middle school, Terry said. Deidre Allen was the head secretary and resident Hitler of Rossville Middle's front office, much like Terry was here.
What did she want?
It wasn't rare for her to call over a fight or something, or if she or Frank thought a kid needed to be scared straight by a visit from the sheriff. Frank Stone didn't come into work today, Bill sputtered.
He didn't?
Nope, Terry said. He didn't call either. She says that's not like him and wants someone to check on him. I told her that's probably not going to happen unless he doesn't come in tomorrow either. Bill sighed. Everyone's on edge on account of Andy Miller and what happened to Marianne.
Andy probably took off on his own,
Bill said.
Marianne.
He knew damn well what happens to Marianne and who did it to her. So far, the crime lab hadn't found any physical evidence, but Bill didn't think they would. He hadn't talked to Joey about it, but he was certain the playboy covered his tracks. There was the matter of the sexual assaults, which shook Bill greatly. Killing her to keep her quiet was one thing, but doing that... He couldn't say he was surprised, though. Not really.
Maybe I'll drive out by his house later on, he said.
Maybe it was a coincidence, but Andy and Frank both going missing, two men tied to what happened all those years ago. Leaning over, Terry picked up a folder. Before you do that, you got this on the fax machine, those files you wanted.
Oh, that was quick.
Bill took it and paged through to make sure it was what he wanted.
It was. Alrighty then, I'll swing by Frank's later.
Taking the folder into his office, he sat behind the desk, the chair creaking under his weight. He opened it and took out the first sheet. The state seal of West Virginia occupied the upper left corner, and beneath that, in bold black, were the words, Certificate of Adoption. Bill leaned back and scanned it. Before being adopted by Tom and Julia Harriman, Megan's surname was Wilson, and she lived in a girls' group home in Maxwellton, West Virginia, under the supervision of Davis Stewart, Inc., a nonprofit organization housing children in state custody. Her records indicated that she was brought to a fire station in Bluefield by a Pastor Wilson, for whom she was named. He found her on the doorstep of his church, swaddled in a heavy wool blanket and placed in a cardboard box, quote, like an abandoned kitten. She was approximately 8 days old and showed signs of being well cared for. As Bill read, a memory began to form in the back of his mind, vague and faint at first, then growing as it bubbled to the surface. A slight frown played across his lips, and he looked up from the page. Blinds half covered the glass partition wall,
providing an unobstructed view into the squad room. Terry came out of the break room with a mug of coffee, and Chuck reclined against the front counter, arms bent on the edge and facing the door. Was he misremembering? No, that'd be too neat, too perfect, too coincidental. But what if? He sighed deeply. Megan Harriman was really starting to get under his skin. Right now, he could readily accept that Marianne told her about Alyssa, but how did she know what happened to Marianne? He'd been telling himself she was lying, that she went over to the woman's house, found her dead, and called in under the guise of asking about her to keep a degree of separation between them. She had to be lying. Joey Vandermeer did it. He'd bet his bottom dollar, and she didn't describe him. She just said it was a man. How did she know about the sexual assault? Simple. Marianne's panties were off and her dress hiked up to her hips. Megan somehow gained access to the house, saw, and just assumed. Nothing more, nothing less. It was all becoming clearer to him now. Megan Harriman was trouble. But without Marianne, without hard evidence, she couldn't do a damn thing. Could she? He didn't know, and that scared the shit out of him. There could be proof of his involvement out there, a shred of something he knew nothing about, fabric or DNA or a single fucking hair. A tight band closed around his chest, and the walls seemed a little closer, the air a little hotter. Taking a deep breath, he returns the paper to the folder and closed it. Maybe he'd go out to Frank's, and if he wasn't home, he'd call Joey Vandermeer, just to make sure. Part 22. At the end of the day, Cody shoved his books into his locker and ducked into the bathroom. Gripping the sink top, he stared at himself in the water-splotched mirror. His face was ashen and drawn, and moist worry pooled in his eyes. His lips carved across his sallow flesh in a bloodless slash, and he looked like he was going to be sick. In all fairness, he felt like he was going to be sick. Nerves racked his stomach, and cold sweat lightly coated his palms. His knees shook, and if he loosened his hold on the counter, his hands would too. Today, he was going to tell Megan that he liked her. He was twisted in knots and worried she'd reject him, but he had to do it. He pushed away from the sink and went out into the hall. But most of the others had gone, and only a few stragglers remained. Outside, Megan stood next to the flagpole with her books pressed to her chest, and when Cody saw her, his heart blasted. Every afternoon, like a loyal dog, she waited for him. He always halfway expected her to one day not be there, to leave him just as everyone had. But she didn't. That's what he liked about her most. Not her beauty, but her personality. She was nice and fun and all that other stuff, and she made him feel whole. She could be fat and ugly and blind, and he would love her just the same. He went down the stairs and walked over, and Megan flashed a big, heart-stopping smile.
"Hey," she said. "Hey," he replied. "Ready?"
Yep.
They crossed the lawn separating the school from the street and picked up the sidewalk. Sunshine leaked through the cracks in the clouds and glistened on the slick pavement. A man in a charcoal gray sweater raked his front lawn. Wasn't it too wet for that? And a little girl rode a pink tricycle in circles, bundled in knee pads, elbow pads, wrist pads, and a helmet like a fragile vase packed in bubble wrap. At West Street, they turned right and walked 3 blocks to the northeast corner of the park. As they did, Megan sighed.
So in my dreams,
She started.
I have the feeling like Alyssa wants to use me to get at the man who killed her and her sister.
She'd said that before.
Like she needs to use my energy, and if she does, It might hurt me.
Cody furrowed his brow. What do you mean, use your energy? A trail opened up in front of them, its edges lined by towering pines through which errant shafts of sunlight fell.
I don't know. It's weird, she said. I think it's a metaphor, though.
For what?
She wants me to use my time and energy to bring the killer to justice.
She spoke with a conviction that left no room for doubt. You don't know who the killer is, though. She hung her head.
I know. She hasn't shown me yet, and I don't think she can. How are you going to find him?
The forest fell away, and a wide, grassy plain stretched away toward a chain-link fence enclosing a basketball court.
I don't know,
Megan sighed.
I wouldn't even know where to start unless she gives me more clues.
A bench set away from the court faced a garden of lilies surrounded by fanciful blocks. The past couple days, he and Megan came here to talk and hang out. Today, the seat was speckled with beads of water. Megan came to a halt.
Oh, it looks like we can't use our bench.
Yes, we can, Cody said. He unzipped his hoodie, shrugged out of it, and laid it on. There, he said, and gestured to it. She chuckled.
Now your shirt's wet.
Cody shrugged. Oh well. A fond smile spread across her lips, and turning, she sat with a flourish.
There's enough room for you, too,
she said, and patted the spot next to her. Yeah, barely. He'd basically have to sit in her lap. A prospect that wasn't so bad, really. He hesitated, then sat, his leg pressed against hers, and an inch or so of his butt touched the bench, water soaking through the fabric of his jeans. Megan pressed her knees together to give him more space, and he did the same. For a while, they watched a group of teens playing on the court. Cody's mind drifted to what he was planning, and Megan, like the psychic her parents thought she was, picked up on it.
What's up?
She said.
You've been really deep in thought today.
I found something out this weekend, he said. Half turning to face him, Megan asked.
What?
Well, you know how my dad's missing, right? She nodded. He told her all about his father and how glad he was he left. He thought she'd think he was awful, but she understood. It turns out he's not really my dad. Megan blinked in surprise.
Oh, he's not?
Cody shook his head. No, it's someone else, and that's why he never liked me. She darted her eyes uncomfortably to her lap.
I'm sorry. Did your mom...
No, Cody lied. She didn't say who it is. A sardonic smile ran across his face. It's funny. He hated my guts, and I hate his, but it's kind of... He didn't process the powers of articulation to convey the crazy tangle of emotions inside of him, or to describe the profound surreality of discovering that your entire life was a lie. I don't know, he said, finally. It's a lot to take in.
I bet,
she said.
At least I knew up front that I didn't have parents.
He nodded, more to himself. I just wish me and Dad got along more, and he didn't hate me. Megan wavered, then laid her hand on his, the soft kiss of her skin sending his heart into his throat. He looked up at her, and she offered a diffident smile.
That's his loss, because you're pretty great.
You're great too, he stammered. Their eyes locked, and something seemed to pass between them. He weaved his fingers through her, and a lovely pink blush crept across the bridge of her nose. Cody's heartbeat sped up, and the head-spinning sensation of falling came over him. As one, gazing into each other's eyes, they leaned tentatively in, their heads tilting. Time slowed down, their noses brushed, and their excited breaths mingled. Then, with an electric shock, their lips grazed. For a second, neither made a move to follow through, teetering on the brink of something from which they could never return. The sweet taste of her breath filled his nose, intoxicating his senses, and the downy touch of her lips stirred him, as nothing ever had before. Gingerly, Cody swirled his tongue around hers, and her body went rigid, her exhalations coming faster. Panting, her fingers curling into his hand as if clutching for purchase. After a long, uncertain moment, she kissed him back, clumsily and slow like a fawn on ice. Cody started to fall, literally this time, and caught himself. Their teeth clacked together. How? Megan deadpanned against his lips, and they both broke into hysterical giggles. She was beautiful, but she'd never been as beautiful as she was then. Face red, eyes misty, lips a raw shade of kiss-scrubbed pink. Cody started to say, "I love you," but cut himself off at the last moment. Maybe it was a little too early for that. Megan brushed her hair behind her ear and looked coyly away, a big, happy smile cresting across her face. Cody admired it for a moment before speaking. "I really like you," he said. As more than a friend." "I like you too," she said, then added, "the same way." Now it was Cody's turn to smile. He slipped his fingers through hers, and she looked at him, her big blue eyes shimmering cobalt in the meager sun. For a long time, they simply held hands and talked. The air between them was different now, lighter, warmer. And as they walked home, Cody wasn't sure his feet touched the ground. He'd never been this happy before. He felt like he was going to float away and never, ever come down. At Megan's front gate, he took both of her hands in his, and she looked up at him with a loving twinkle. "I wish I didn't have to go." "I wish you didn't have to go either." She drew a deep, contented breath through her nose. "I'll see you tomorrow." "You will," he vowed. They lingered for a moment, then pulled apart. "Bye," she said. "Bye." When she was gone, Cody sighed and started for home. It might be too early to say it, but it wasn't too early to feel it. He loved Megan Harriman with all his heart. Late afternoon, Bill Harper drove out of Joey Vandermeer's in a state of high anxiety. In the rearview mirror, his face was gray and stony, eyes staring, lips sour. He held the wheel in a white-knuckled death grip and thrummed with nervous energy like a high-tension wire. He was so deep in brooding that he sailed right past the gate and had to pull an illegal U-turn. At the top of the drive, he parked next to the stairs and got out, his Stetson casting his face in shadows. His features, normally doughy from age and the unpracticed sedation of a small-town cop, seemed sharper, harder, his stride longer. He climbed the stairs, grasped the brass knocker, and slammed it against the plate. Up here, staggered high above the valley floor, the only sounds were crows ducking and wheeling overhead, and the chilly October breeze roaring through the distant trees, defining Vandermeer Estate's back lot. Bill had always felt a certain tranquility up here, even if he didn't want to. But today, he felt only disquiet. When no one answered, he stabbed the doorbell. It pealed through the house, muffled like a funeral knell, and Bill impatiently tapped his foot. Just as he was about to knock again, the knob shook, and Joey Vandermeer's face appeared in the gap, eyes bleary and hair sticking out. "Oh, did I wake you, Your Highness?" "What?" Joey asked, voice thick with sleep.
"We need to talk,"
Bill said. Sighing, Joey opened the door and stepped aside. He wore a blue robe with his family's crest over the left breast. Bill went in and Joey shut the door behind him.
"Where's your maid?"
Bill asked wryly. "Vacation," Joey said.
"You're alone?"
"For once." Bill hummed judgmentally. In the parlor, Joey sank onto the sofa, but Bill remained standing, too restless to sit.
"Frank Stone's missing,"
he said, without preamble. Joey's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What?"
He didn't come into work this morning, and I went out to his house. No one's there. I called the hospital. Everyone. Nobody knows where he is.
Joey rubbed his temple.
I know you heard about Andy.
Yes, I heard about Andy.
Pretty coincidental, isn't it? First Andy, then Marianne, now Frank.
For a second, Joey regarded him with a blank stare.
Then his face darkened.
What are you saying? He asked, a defensive edge in his voice.
I know you killed Marianne Preston, Bill charged. And now,
I didn't do shit.
Frank and Andy are gone.
Joey's jaw clenched and the mist in his eyes cleared. Nothing wakes a man up quite like being accused of a triple murder. I didn't do anything to Frank and Andy, he said tightly.
What the hell happened to him then?
Fuck if I know, Joey spat.
You told me. I'll handle it. Stay out of my way.
Flashing, Joey got to his feet. I meant. He stopped himself before he could say Marianne.
I don't care about her, Bill said. I care that we're all going missing. Andy, I thought he'd done left on his own, but now Frank, too. Who's next? Dave? Me?
Bill's voice shook and his chest heaved. He looked like a man one stiff breeze away from a catastrophic meltdown. Joey opened his mouth, then closed it again, as though that thought, that the men who killed Alyssa Preston were being targeted by someone, had never occurred to him. He ran his fingers through his hair and started to pace. You're sure Frank's gone? He asked.
Like I said, he didn't come in, and he wasn't at home.
Is it just today he didn't come in?
Yeah, Bill said. He was in on Friday.
At the mantel, Joey put his hands on his hips and stared thoughtfully up at the portrait of Louis Vandermeer. That doesn't mean anything.
I think it does,
Bill said coldly. Out of all their friends, Frank had always been the most reasonable. As a kid, he was the impressionable kind who followed the crowd, but on his own, he didn't get in trouble, made good grades, and always did what he was supposed to do when he was supposed to. Andy was the kid to break and run when the pressure was on, but Frank wasn't. Joey knew that as well as anyone. What about Andy? He asked. Did you find anything?
Just his car,
Bill said. He started to add something else, but stopped himself. He wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to bring up Megan Harriman's dream or not, but decided to hold off for now. If he did, he'd all but be signing his death warrant, and even though she was a thorn in his side, he couldn't sanction the killing of a little girl. Not yet. I didn't do it, Joey said. Okay? But yeah, it does look a little strange. Where's Dave?
On the road, Bill said. I talked to him before I came over here.
Joey nodded. All right. If someone's doing something, who?
Your guess is as good as mine, Bill said. Someone who knows.
Joey sat on the edge of the sofa and chewed his thumbnail. From the look of worry in his eyes, he was being honest. He didn't do anything to Frank or Andy. Who? That Harriman bitch?
Bill snorted. You think 100-pound little girl can get the drop on 2 grown men and make them completely disappear?
Who else could it be? Joey asked, throwing his hands strickenly up. Bobby? Bill missed a beat. I bet you that's exactly who it is, Joey said. You know how he's been about all of this. He's a bigger goddamn coward than you are. He's trying to eliminate everyone who knows he was involved. Bill tried to picture Bobby killing someone and couldn't. He said as much, and Joey waved him dismissively off. I guarantee it's him. Joey stapled his fingers and tapped the tip of his nose. We watch our asses, and if we see him... Just before dusk, Cody slung his backpack over his shoulder and poked his head into the hall. Save for the drone of David Muir on ABC World News tonight, the house was silent. He slipped out, pulled the door softly shut behind him, and tiptoed to the living room. Mom lay on the couch, curled up and asleep, a pill bottle open on the coffee table beside her coffee. Cody waited a minute to see if she would stir, then moved into the kitchen, wincing when the floor creaked underneath him.
Mom didn't wake from her drug-induced sleep, and emboldened, Cody hurried to the back door and outside. Crimson light bathed the world, and the laughter of playing children infused the cool breeze. He paused one last time, saving for the mother who wouldn't stir, and likely wouldn't care if she did, then crossed the driveway and hung a left. He wasn't going to meet his father tonight. He was just going to... what? Observe. Observe what? He couldn't say. His plan wasn't very well laid out, but he had to do something. It made him feel weak and dumb to be this way. But he really, really wanted to know his dad. On the main street, he followed the sidewalk across the bridge. The terrain began rugged outside of town, and the road's gravel shoulder narrowed. There were a number of walking trails and dirt bike paths crisscrossing the countryside, and he left the highway in favor of those. The sun gradually melted in the western sky, its fiery color bleeding across the horizon. The first stars of night appeared in the east, glinting in the purplish heavens like winking eyes encouraging his quest. He climbed a brief hill, hunched forward like a mountaineer on a history-making hike, and when he reached the top, he was winded and covered in sweat. Several times along the way, he unconsciously ran his tongue over his lower lip to catch the last lingering taste of Megan's kiss. Giddy happiness fizzed in his chest, and he let out a sigh. Could life be any more perfect right now? Andy was gone, hopefully dead. Megan was his girlfriend, and he was taking the first steps to know his real father. Nope, he didn't think it could. For a time, he followed a barren ridgeline commanding a sweeping view of the valley, then came to a stand of pine trees. The land sloped gently down until it evened out, and the trees pressed closer together. Dense gloom pooled in the forest, and fireflies danced between gnarled trunks like flurries of irritated snow. Cody paused, unshouldered his backpack, and dug his flashlight out. He didn't click it on, though. The highway was less than 200 feet to his left, and he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself. A half-mile on, the trail came to a rutted dirt road and petered out. The sky was a deep shade of blue, and twilight filled the land. To his right, the road crossed on for maybe a quarter mile before curving out of sight. On the left, it angled up and met the highway, its head partially hidden behind a screen of hanging branches. A pair of headlights zipped by, heading in the direction of the interstate, and Cody instinctively ducked. He checked Google Maps, confirmed that he was on the right track, and went on. It was full dark when blazing lights came into view through the trees on his left. Drifts of dead leaves papered the ground, and a half-moon lifted above the rim of the earth like the mad grin of a pagan god. Cody leaned against a tree and craned his neck, hoping to get a better look at what lay beyond the glow. He didn't. Hunching his shoulders, he moved as quietly as the leaves would allow and stopped at another tree. This one with a rusted "no trespassing" sign nailed into the bark. He could just make out the shape of the house. Staring at it, so close to knowing his real father, Cody's throat went dry and his heartbeat accelerated. He went to take a step, but his mother's words came back to him. Don't tell anyone, especially him. Rarely had he ever seen her so sober, severe, and it gave him pause. She was just mad at Dad over something. Maybe he broke up with her and wouldn't pay child support or something. If he went up to the back door and knocked, Dad would be happy to see him and invite him in, wouldn't he? Or would it be Andy all over again? That thought chilled him. All he wanted was a dad, a real dad, one that didn't sneer at him like he was slime, or call him names, or lose his patience after 2 seconds. One that would give him advice and play catch with him and do all that other stuff dads are supposed to do. Instead, he'd probably wind up with someone else to hate his guts just for being born. The longing in his chest flickered like a small, wind-harangued spark, and he vacillated. Maybe he should just go home and forget about it. He didn't really even need a dad anymore. He wanted to be close to Andy, for a long time. But now he had Megan, and she made him so incredibly happy he could scarcely contain it. What could Dad possibly add to that? A lot. Making up his mind, he pushed away from the tree and crept into the backyard. He'd knock and go from there. Or maybe he'd only look through the window. He wasn't entirely sure yet. He'd decide once he got there. Past the tree line, the grass was lush and green, neatly raked and free of debris, as though leaves simply evaporated as soon as they landed here, like flakes of snow on too warm ground. He darted to an outbuilding, moved along the wall, and came to the opposite corner. Pressing his body to splintered wood, he poked his head out. The back steps, pragmatic and unadorned concrete leading up to the door, were roughly 75 feet off. A window flanked them to one side, and if he stood on his tippy toes, he could lift above the sill just high enough to see inside. He slid around the corner and approached the house, but froze when a twig snapped behind him. He started to turn, and someone snatched the back of his neck, wrenching him back and off his feet. A shocked gasp exploded from him, and before he could scream, his attacker spun him around and slammed him hard against the side of the shed. Hot, red agony spider-veined through his skull, and a moan disgorged from his lips. Without warning, large, calloused hands closed around his throat and bore down with crushing strength. Cody's eyes bulged from their sockets, and barbed, bursting panic welled in his chest. Mindless with fear, Cody flailed his arms and legs like a drowning boy. The adversary, cloaked in shadows, redoubled his grip, and Cody's face began to tingle. He was going to die. That revelation sent a shockwave through Cody's body. He gave a frantic, body-wide thrash in futile effort to break loose. His nails tore at the backs of the killer's hands, and his feet pummeled his knees, but his assault did no good. Warm wool tingled the edges of his consciousness, and his lungs burned for the slightest taste of cool, life-giving oxygen. He scratched harder, faster, his panic metastasizing into hysteria. His head swam, his face throbbed. He sucked for air, pulled a nun in, and sucked deeper. In the shadows, his assailant panted like a predator, working itself into a blood-hungry frenzy. Silvery moonlight reveled only his outline, blurring as tears filled Cody's eyes. Cody tried to beg, to plead, but only a series of strangled gurgles came out. He was sinking, the void of death rising around him like black water, dragging him down into the depths. Giving in, he started to cry. He didn't want to die. He just wanted his dad. In the last seconds of Cody's life, his bladder released, and warm liquid spread across the crotch of his pants. He was numb now, and barely felt it, barely even registered the humiliation. He just hoped Megan didn't find out he pissed himself. She might.
Brody, you're making me nervous.
The dog, pacing back and forth in front of the closet, spared his master a quick, uninterested glance, as though she were but a gnat buzzing in his ear. Well then, Megan thought, with a faux indignity that was supposed to lighten the mood, but didn't. She was sitting barefoot and cross-legged in bed, books, loose papers, and scribbled notes fanned out before her. The room was dark, save for the sphere of baited light cast by the lamp, and silent, too. She was listening to music on her phone, but it died, and she was too lazy to get up and plug it in. She favored the door with the way one might a vicious animal temporarily subdued, then flicked her eyes to her book with a sigh. It could have been her imagination, but she could feel Alyssa's presence all around like static energy. If she squinted hard enough, she might even be able to see her. Picking up her pencil, she slipped a sheet of paper out from beneath the text and consulted the page to make sure she did the equations right. Whoops, bungled this one. How did she manage to place the decimal? Something clamped down on her throat, and the breath left her lungs in a sudden rush, as though sucked out with a hose. Her heart did a backward somersault, and her eyes widened in alarm, her hands flying instinctively to her neck. A steely band pulled tight across her windpipe, and the fringes of her vision strained white. She threw her head back and gulped like a fish flopping on a dock, but her airways were blocked. What was happening? Brody turned, saw her distressed, and jerked. A scream, high and mournful, rang in her ears, and animal panic clawed at her chest. Someone was choking her, but no one was there. Brody let out a sharp bark, and Megan rocked forward on her knees, her fingers digging into the soft flesh of her neck as if to dislodge the invisible hands throttling her. She distinctly felt the thumb pressing against her trachea, pushing into it, snapping it, bone splinters drawing into her convulsing lungs. Brody barked again, the sound echoing as unconsciousness stole over Megan's brain. Dying. She was dying. The scream came again, louder this time, and the world abruptly changed. She was no longer inside her warmly lit bedroom. She was outside in the nighttime chill. A hulking, formless mass, black as the sky above, held her off the ground, back pinned against splintery wood. Her legs kicked, the arms waved, fluid sluiced down the insides of her thigh. She was not in control, merely watching, feeling. She was crying unashamedly, gripped by the pitiful terror of a small child, alone and afraid in its hour of dying. A strand of moonlight fell across her murderous face, and in it she beheld the mad, fixed stare of a monster, penetrating her soul, violating her heart. In a flash, she was lying supine on her bedroom floor, Brody desperately licking her face. The hands relented, and she sucked a great, heaving breath. Something was wrong. Really wrong. Jamming her elbows into the floor, she pushed herself up, and vertigo overcame her. She started to fall, but caught herself on the nightstand. Brody circled her excitedly, and she unthinkingly pushed him away. She got to her knees, slapped her hands on the edge of the bed for support, and drew up on her knees. Her chest ached, her head hurt, and the keen, stabbing panic lingered in her stomach like seeping wounds from a blade. She swallowed and winced. Her throat was sore, her larynx pulsing like a cartoon character's finger after a swift hit from a hammer. Brody growled, and she turns to the closet. Brilliant white light shone under the door. Part 23. Bill Harper stood on a grassy embankment overlooking the South Fork River and stared out at the gray, churning water and the trees beyond, all smoldering with dull shades of red and yellow like the embers of a dying fire. Thin droplets of chilly rain falling from the rolling sky lent the morning a somber atmosphere. Old George Probst, 75 with jowls and hound dog eyes, stood across from him, clad in tattered brown slacks and a red and black flannel coat over a dingy white t-shirt. His wispy white hair blew back and forth in the damp wind, and the stale stench of booze rolled off of him in waves, upsetting Bill's stomach even more than it already was. The old man's tackle box and rod lay in the underground where they fell when he spotted the body, face down in the water and snagged on a fallen tree trunk. This section of River Road, well south of town, was seldom traveled, to which the grass growing up from its cracks could attest. If it weren't for George deciding to come out here so he could drink while he fished, something he couldn't do in his favorite spots on the Routes 29 bridge, the body could have gone undiscovered for days after evidence-damaging decomposition set in. They were lucky in that regard. Bill looked down at the notepad in his hand. Wet spots sprinkled the paper and smeared some of the ink, rendering it only semi-legible.
Can you run through it one more time for me, please?
He asked. Taking a deep breath, George said,
Well, I came up on the road there on foot, minding my own business. Then I said, well, this looks like a good enough spot. So I walked over, and that's when I saw it.
A shout rang out, and Bill glanced down the hill. Chuck and a couple state boys in windbreakers and blue caps were clustered on the riverbank, Chuck kneeling. The medical examiner stood over them, arms crossed, and supervised, a dour expression on his wrinkled face. Chuck and a statey leaned over, caught the body, and dragged it on shore. The whine of an approaching motor drew Bill's attention. A silver pickup truck coming from behind and slowing as the driver gawked at the line of police cars, and the ME van parked in the grass.
Who is it?
Bill called down the slope. Chuck looked up and squinted against the white glare of the clouded sun.
Cody Miller!
Jesus, Bill muttered. George waited a second, then continued.
So I dropped my gear and hauled it back to town.
Bill had been in his office less than 15 minutes when George stumbled through the door and came to the desk, winded and looking like he was going to fall out. He told Terry what he found, and 5 minutes later, he and Bill were in a squad car heading over. George pointed the way from the passenger seats like a boozy hellhound. Because of the river's disputed and piecemeal jurisdictional status, Bill had to call in the state police before he proceeded, and for a long time he contemplated that body. Snapping the notepad closed, Bill shoved it into his pocket. He believed George. It all happened the way he said it did, and he didn't know anything he hadn't shared.
All right,
He said, with a deep sigh.
you can go now. That's Andy Miller's boy, right?
George asked.
The troublemaker.
That remark had no right offending Bill, but it did anyway.
He wasn't a troublemaker.
He snipped. People believe any damn rumor you give them if you repeat it enough. He'd been sheriff 3 years, and while he heard a lot of complaints about Cody Miller, he had evidence of him doing exactly nothing. No one ever saw him doing wrong, no one heard him, nothing. Yet they insisted because, by golly, old Jimmy says he's bad news. Old Dale, too. They piss and moan about fake news like it's something the Russians came up with, but people have been eating bullshit and liking it since the dawn of time.
Shame either way,
George said. He gathered his things and hurried off with his head down against the rain. At the river, they put Cody in a body bag and carried him up like pallbearers at a funeral. The ME playing the part of pastor and walking slightly apart, gaze downcast. At the top, they loaded him onto a stretcher and wheeled him to the van. Bill walked over as the ME slammed the double doors.
Can you tell me how it happened?
Looks like strangulation, the ME said, then pointedly added, just like Marianne Preston. Bill let out a shaky breath. What the hell is going on here? The ME asked lowly. Your homicide rate jumped up 100% in 2 weeks, and I hear someone's missing too.
Hell if I know.
Bill lied.
But I'm gonna find out.
If you ask me, there's a link. Bill opened his mouth to refute that, but didn't. Normally he'd question that, since the victims were so different, a woman and a boy. But this wasn't the big city where people were killed left and right. This was a small town whose last murder was committed almost 20 years ago. In New York, or even Harrisonburg, 2 people being strangled to death might not be related, but here it was a certainty. Later on, he'd call Joey Vandermeer, or maybe he wouldn't. A lot was happening right now, and part of him wanted to just skip out and be done with it.
You're probably right about that,
he admitted. After the ME left with the sad remains of Cody Miller in his cargo hold, Bill drove into town. The rain fell faster, splattering the windshield, the gloom matching his mood. Even now, rumors would spread through the town like a prairie fire. George was probably even now at the tavern, knocking back beers and telling his story. By noon, when the old drunks got home and told their wives, they'd be on the phone lines, in the hair salon and supermarket, passing mouth to ear like a game of telephone, likely changing and changing again until it resembled the truth only passingly. Right now, that wasn't his main concern. His main concern was telling Cody Miller's mother her son was dead. In her dream, Megan walked through a wooded lot, the warming light of the April sun shining through the interlacing branches above. A cool wind redolent of flowers, promise, and new life caressed her face, and soft grass tickled her bare feet. The hem of a white dress, bespeaking purity, whispered around her knees and clung silkily to her skin, awakening strange feelings in the pit of her stomach, feelings that were both puzzling and exciting. Happiness swaddled her like a woolen blanket, and her chest ached with the most beautiful feeling she had ever known. She was on her way to see Cody, the boy she loved. A picture of him formed in her mind,
tall, with curly hair, blue eyes, and handsome features. He looked nothing like Cody, and on some level, she realized this. Cody was the same age as her, but the man in the mental snapshot was older than her, 16 or 17. That didn't matter, though. She was a girl in love, and love conquers all, even logic. Love can lead a girl, or a boy for that matter, over the edge of a precipice, and if Cody asked it of her, she would leap like a lemming. Coming to a clear, rushing stream, she knelt in downy dirt and leaned over. The reflection staring up at her was not her own. It was someone else, a girl with dark hair and freckles. Alyssa. This did not disturb her. She took it in stride the way one would a minor hiccup. She got to her feet and continued on. She didn't get to see Cody very often because they had to keep their relationship a secret. Their love was forbidden, their meetings clandestine, and every time they were together, a little pinprick of fear pierced her joy. For if they were caught, something might happen, and she would never get to see him again. They were just like Romeo and Juliet, and her girlish mind spun romantic notions that wrapped around her like satin. When she was old enough, they would run away together. They would travel the world, and their love would sustain them forever and ever. Soon, she reached a sun-bathed clearing where they sometimes met. Cody was there, and she started to smile, but faltered. He wasn't alone. His friends were with him. Frank Stone, Dave Caswell, Bill Harper, and Andy Miller stood around Cody's car, drinking from cans of beer and laughing over something Andy said. Bitter disappointment coursed through her, and her smile fell. She was hoping to spend time with Cody, and just Cody. Across the field, a bright smile crossed her lips, and she smiled back. Undaunted, she went to him like a bride to her groom. He held her in his arms, and she was at peace. He stroked her cheek, staring into her eyes, and kissed her, and all was right with the world. His mouth tasted like beer, but she didn't care. Andy and Dave picked on Frank feet away, but she barely noticed. Cody was her world, her hope, and her future. Nothing else mattered but being with him, and the intense, all-consuming jubilation he stoked inside of her. She kissed him deeply, and his hands wandered over her back, down her flanks, his hands gripping her butt and pulling her body tight to his. His erection insistently prodded her stomach, begging to be touched, but she couldn't. She loved Cody Miller, but she wasn't ready for that. Not yet. A cloud passed before the face of the sun, and the day turned dark, cold, and threatening. Cody's eyes flashed with anger, and Megan's heart thumped a fearful beat.
You always do this?
Cody charged.
I'm sorry,
She said, scolded.
I'm just not ready.
Andy and the others were at the other end of the car, passing a bottle of alcohol amongst themselves. Andy kept stealing furtive glances at her like he always did, and they made her feel dirty.
Don't give me that shit.
Cody spat.
You tease me every time we make out, then you, oh please, I'm not ready. Do you have any idea what that does to me?
She darted her eyes away, cheeks burning from his rebuke, and he grabbed her face, made her look at him. Her heart raced, and in his eyes, she saw hate where there had once been love. He was so mad he shook, and Alyssa suddenly felt very small.
I'm sorry,
she said, but it came out garbled. She tried to pull back, but Joey held fast, hurting her jaw. His face rippled like a surface of disturbed mountain pond, and his features morphed into a mask of evil. Blazing red eyes, sharp fangs dripping venom, gnarled bones in place of angelic perfection.
I always get what I want.
The creature hissed, its fetid breath sinking deep into Alyssa's nose. It leaned in, its forked tongue slithered from its mouth. When it lapped her cheek, she let out a scream and shoved with all her might, breaking its hold. She turned to flee, a scream building in her throat, but the Joey thing grabbed her hair and dragged her back. Her feet went out from under her, and she hit the ground, the air ripping from her lungs. He stood over her, shoulders rising and falling, and she gaped up at his demonic countenance. Too scared to move, too betrayed to understand what was happening. He was supposed to love and protect her, not hurt her. Grinning, Joey mounted her. His knees caged her hips. His weight held her down, crushing her chest. In just the short time it took for her paralysis to break, his face changed again, flesh mottled and red, eyes yellow, ram's horns protruding from his bulging forehead. Stark fright erupted in her breast, and she threw herself from side to side in a panicked attempt to get him off. He grabbed her wrists and pinned her arms above her head in a V. The others gathered around like titulated spectators. Andy Miller held a beer. Bill Harper crossed his arms. Dave Caswell smirked in anticipation. With a primal grunt, Joey pulled his hips back and slammed roughly forward. A high, cat-like screech exploded from her chest, and skull-cracking excruciation swelled in her head like steam in a boiler. Joey strained, drawing blood above as below. The pain was so great it robbed her of oxygen and rendered her immobile. Tears brimmed in her wounded eyes, and she wept like a child. This must have excited Joey, for he went faster. Alyssa tossed her head from side to side as if to deny what was being done to her, and her sobbing intensified. At once, Joey froze, head down, back heaving. He finished with a long sigh. Pushing shakily to his feet, he fixed her with a withering glare. "You want to turn, Andy?" Andy smiled. His elongated face, snout, and eyes gave him the appearance of a wolf. Alyssa cried out when he mounted her, and shrieked when he sank himself into her flesh. Bill was next, then Dave, then Bobby. Frank was last. Pale and bloodless, he looked on in horror, and the others had to drag him forth. "I don't wanna," he stammered. His voice was echoey and far away, as though coming from the other side of a yawning chasm. Alyssa lay with her arms and legs thrown out on either side of her, broken, bloody, oozing tears, and the mingled sexual assaults of 5 men. She didn't resist when Frank climbed on top of her. She barely felt him through the numbness that had settled over her. When he was done, Joey took his place, and this time, he choked her. She thought he loved her, thought he would marry her one day and give her his children. Instead, in that clearing under the April sky, he killed her. Megan came back to herself with a gasp. She floated high above the clearing like a leaf on the wind, and her heart clutched. Below, Frank Stone sat against the car and hugged his knees to his chest, head swaying drunkenly. Bill Harper panicked and paced. Andy, Dave, and Bobby stared dumbly at the dead girl before them. Pretty in life, Alyssa Preston was covered in scratches, bruises, dirt, and blood. Twigs and leaves tangled in her hair, and her clear eyes gazed sightlessly unto heaven. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Bill chanted. Megan could feel his fear. In the moment, booze and lust clouded his brain, but now he was clear-headed and afraid. "You fucking killed her. We did this," Joey said, and the others looked at him. Their faces were normal now, drawn and gray with the enormity of what they'd just done, but human. Frank started to cry, and Bobby ran his fingers through his hair. "What should we do?" Dave asked. "She's dead," Frank moaned. "Shit," Andy hissed. "We're going to jail," Bill moaned. "We're all going to fucking jail." "Shut up," Joey thundered, and the others fell quiet. Joey was the leader, and always had been. He'd known what to do. He'd saved them. All they had to do was believe. "But we're not going to jail." "What do we do?" Bill asked again. Joey glanced at the corpse. "We burn her," he said. Behind him, Alyssa spontaneously combusted, the fire consuming her in seconds. Joey held a box in his hands and knelt next to the charred remains. They were in a warehouse now, a place of shadows, mold, and disused machinery. He scooped Alyssa's ashes up with his hands and dropped them in. "Bobby," he said without opening his mouth, "I know just where we're putting her. The wall." Joey didn't say it out loud, but Bobby answered.
What?
"No one will ever look there," Joey said.
Whoa, 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 Bill said. That is the worst place to put her.
"Shut the fuck up," Joey snapped. "It's perfect." Bobby stood in his closet and shoved the box into the wall, hands trembling as he did so. He covered it with new plaster, and sometimes, in his sleep, he imagined he could hear Alyssa Preston's muffled crying. Now it was Megan who stood in the closet. It wasn't his anymore, and the plaster was gone. The room she saw before had returned. Alyssa, wearing an impossibly old-fashioned white dress and bonnet that was out of style long before 2005, sat in a canned rocker, rocking back and forth and staring abjectly at her lap.
Will you help me now?
She asked. The cold terror Alyssa felt as her life eddied away, the jolt of her final thought. "I thought he loved me," came back to Megan, and her chest welled with emotion. But that fear was not as great as her own.
No,
She said.
I can't.
Alyssa sighed. She looked up, and the dream rippled and dispersed, and Megan's eyes fluttered openly. Chilly October sunlight lay across her stomach in a thin slat, and tepid tears coated her cheeks. For a fleeting moment, a raw edge of sadness pinched her chest. Then, it was gone, the horror of Alyssa Preston's assault and murder fading, until she no longer knew it the way Alyssa had. A shiver went down her spine.
Who did it again?
There were 4 of them. No, 5. Their names and faces eluded her, and she let out a frustrated breath. She had to think of it. If she did, she was sure she could recall them. Right now, however, she wanted to think of anything but. Getting up, she grabbed a change of clothes and went into the bathroom, where she stood under the spray of the shower and inevitably thought of the dream. What happened last night made perfect sense now. Alyssa was showing her what happened to her, which is why she felt like someone was throttling her. The dream itself, or what she could remember of it, didn't make much sense. Like how everyone had monster faces and the way they acted, but those things were probably like metaphors. Like Nancy Drew, she was close to solving this case. She couldn't wait to tell Cody. Cutting the water, she got out, toweled off, and hurriedly dressed. In the kitchen, Julia sat at the table with a mug of coffee, the spot across from her set with toast, orange juice, and a bowl of Wheaties. Tom had already left for work, and other than Brody, who had made his way downstairs while Megan was showering, they were alone. Excitement pumped through Megan's veins, and the last thing she wanted to do was sit down. But she did anyway. "Good morning," Julia said. "Morning," Megan said. "How'd you sleep?" Megan picked up her spoon. "Good. No dreams?" "No." She didn't tell her parents about the strangling incident because she didn't want them to worry. As she lay in bed, struggling to sleep, she debated whether she should bring it up at all, but now she didn't have to. Alyssa wasn't trying to kill her. She just wanted her to know what happened. At least, she wasn't trying to kill her that way. Maybe Megan was wrong about the dead girl wanting to use her energy as a means of crossing back into this world. Maybe she was way off base. Maybe. Or maybe not. The point was moot. She saw the faces of the men who killed her, knew her names the way she did Cody and Tom's. Once she talked to Cody and got herself into a place of concentration, aka study hall, it would all come back to her. "That's good," Julia said. She picked up her mug and took a drink. "We talked to Pat last night. He's coming out Friday so you can meet him." She drew a blank and started to ask who the heck Pat was. Then she remembered.
Oh, Paranormal Pat. The ghost guy who thought she was part psychic or something.
Okay.
She said.
Do I have to do anything special? Like bend a spoon with my mind?
Julia laughed. No, at least I don't think so. Megan rushed through her breakfast, washed it down with orange juice, and carried her dishes to the sink. She gave Julie a kiss on the cheek, scratched Brody behind his ears, and slung her backpack over her shoulder. She went out the back door, down the steps, and through the gate, closing it behind her. She walked around the front of the garage and down Ridge Crest to Chestnut. Cody wasn't at his usual spot by the fire hydrant, which was a little unexpected, but not much. He was usually early, but sometimes ran late. While she waited, she thought back to the dream. 5 men, each one with a demon face. She remembered one looking like a wolf, and another like the devil with horns and forked tongue and yellow eyes. What were the others, and who were they? She knew their names in the dream, but now they danced mockingly out of reach, like a word stuck to the very tip of your tongue. When she had some time, at lunch and in study hall, she'd make a list of all the male names she could think of, and see if any of those jogged her memory. 10 minutes passed, and Cody still hadn't shown. Guess he's not coming today. A rush of disappointment went through her, and she sighed. She was really hoping to hold his hand and tell him about her dream, and kiss him again. She waited a few more minutes, just on the off chance he'd come rushing down the street, then gave up and walked by herself. Joey Vandermeer sat alone in his study, his hands gripping the arms of the chair and his eyes fixed on the fire crackling in the hearth. Louis Vandermeer stared loftily down at him, his neutral expression seeming now a sneer of distaste. Normally self-possessed, today ensconced in the shadowy recesses of his ancestral home, he was disconcerted. That was as far as he was willing to go. He wasn't scared, he wasn't afraid, he was just disquieted, uneasy, off his guard. Things were starting to fall apart, and he could sense it like a drug-sniffing dog imbuing the sweet tang of meth hiding in a black man's rectal cavity. Everything was fine and dandy until that little Harriman slut showed up. What were the odds? 1 in a million? 1 in 2 million? He wasn't a gambling man, that was his father, but he knew a long shot when he saw it. And that she was even here was as long as they came. Now, because of her and that idiot Marianne Preston, he was backed into a corner. He acted unaffected for Bill's sake, since Bill was a fucking pussy, but he was just as alarmed, if not more so. Gazing into the flames, he went back to the day he and the others killed Alyssa. It was an accident, a spur-of-the-moment thing fueled by cheap beer, stolen jack, and hormones. So fucking many hormones. He was almost 18, straddling the dividing line between man and boy, and need smoldered in him always, scorching his body like fire, filling his mind with smoke, needling him like an addiction to heroin needles a junkie. His dick had already gotten him into trouble before he started dating Alyssa, and he knew in the back of his mind that it would get him into trouble again. He didn't see her as much as he liked. She also didn't put out as much as he liked. She rubbed him through his shorts once, but not to completion. He tried to be patient, but every time he touched her, kissed her, felt her, and didn't finish, the pressure grew in his loins. One day they met in the clearing in the woods. Andy, Bill, and the others were too. They'd been cruising and drinking all afternoon, and were well on their way to being drunk by the time Alyssa showed up. Though what happened in that field was one of those monumental, life-changing moments, Joey couldn't remember it very well. He was drunk, horny, and when she pushed him away, his rage boiled over. It was evening, and by the flickering light of a campfire, he took her. When he was finished, she lay on the ground, dirty and sobbing, and cold fear swept through him. Oh shit. What's wrong with her? Dave slurred dumbly. They were going to tell. They kissed his ass and simpered around like disciples to his Christ, but they'd sell him out to save themselves. And that boozy logic is what led him to include them. And he didn't need much prodding.
He leered at Alyssa whenever she was around and told him she was hot. He was the drunkest of them all, like always. Did he even know she wasn't letting him do it? Or did her tears and fighting turn him on the way it turned Joey on? Probably both. Oh, Bill, Frank, Bobby, and Dave wouldn't say, but they all probably enjoyed it just as much as he did. They played contrite and pensive when they were sober, but no one stopped, no one questioned, no one complained. Well, Frank did a little, but Joey persuaded him. A little peer pressure on a drunk 16-year-old kid works magic. Joey was the last, and choking her wasn't something he intended to do. It just happened. When he was spent and realized what he'd done, the panic set in. Frank cried, Andy puked, and Bill paced back and forth like a worried woman.
What are we gonna do?
It was Bill's idea to burn her. He said that was the only way to destroy the evidence. He was already obsessed with pathology and all the shit that goes into police work. So Joey trusted him. They loaded her body into the trunk, and she stayed there for 3 days. Having a dead body in his car, knowing that he could be discovered at any moment, was the most exciting and terrified Joey had ever been in his life. And he remembered it fondly. He spent most of those days looking for a suitable place to burn her, but there were none. As rural as Appalachian County was, it wasn't so rural that you could set a corpse on fire any time you wanted. Someone would smell it, and they'd all go to jail. Finally, he settled on an abandoned factory his father owned. It had been out of service since the 80s, and sat on the edge of a long dirt road. They all stood around her and watched her slowly char and bake. The stench was incredible. Joey still smelled it as he fell asleep sometimes. The idea to put her in Bobby Buford's wall was twofold. The danger of having her close by, linked to him always, excited him. Bobby was also more broken up over it than even Frank was, and in his childish logic, Joey thought having her in his wall would keep him quiet. Possession was 9/10 of the law, or whatever. If he told, it'd look real suspicious, her being in his house and all. That came back to bite him, though. Did it fucking ever. Now what? What should he do? He didn't know. He had to think. He'd come up with something. He always did. He was a Vandermeer, and Vandermeers always get their way. Megan had known Cody only so long, but not having him already left her feeling out of sorts. They had 2 classes together and sat far apart from each other, but just knowing he was in the building somewhere was comforting. He remained, even now, her only friend. The other kids didn't like her. So it goes, she figured. It didn't upset her anymore, until it did. And right now, with Cody absent, it upset her plenty. Why didn't they like her? What did she do? She told herself it was Taylor just being a bitch, but there was a hint of doubt. Wherever she went, people were mean to her. Here, the group home, even her own parents, her real parents, didn't want her. Outside of Tom, Julia, and Cody, almost everyone hated her. She came dangerously close to self-pitying and crying. So, she threw herself into her work. Using a purple gel pen she found on the floor and took because it was cute, she listed almost 100 male names and circled the ones that stood out to her. When she had 4, she stopped and scanned them. Joe, Bill, Dave, Andy. She called the dream up in her mind. Recognition sparked in the back of her mind, but she was far from certain. If these were the names of Alyssa's killers, what should she do with them? Give them to Sheriff Harper? Sure, but that wouldn't hold up in court. She needed hard evidence, which meant she'd have to go out and collect it. The list wasn't much, but it was a start. Later, she'd go through the phone book and look for people in town with those names, then search for them online. If they were the right age,
mid to late 30s. She hadn't thought that far ahead yet. The bell rang, signifying the end of class, and she collected her things. In the hallway, she went to her locker, shoved them in, and went to the cafeteria. Tray in hand, she weaved through the room, unconsciously going out of her way to avoid Taylor, and sat at her customary spot. Only when she looked hopefully up and found the table empty did she remember that Cody wasn't here. She sighed, taking out her phone. She opened their message thread and shot off a text. How was it going? She stared down at the screen, silently willing the little dots that meant he was texting to show up, then sat the phone aside. Shouldn't he have texted her already? If she wasn't going to be in school, she'd let him know. Why didn't he do the same? By the time lunch was over, she was tied in a ball of nerves, and Cody still hadn't texted. At the end of the day, she put her books and homework into her backpack and walked home through weakening sun showers. Foreboding took shape in her stomach and worry gnashed at her chest. She pulled her phone out and texted again. Hopefully he was just sick and nothing awful had happened to him. That thought made her shiver. At home, Brody waited by the door, standing and wagging his tail when she came in. He sniffed at her and licked her hand, easing some of her tension. "You know my schedule better than I do," she said. His tail thumped happily against the floor. Julia was curled up on the love seat in her studio and drawing on her tablet, so Megan dropped into the armchair and turned on the TV. After last night, she was a little leery about hanging out in her room. Alyssa probably didn't mean anything by it, but yeah, let's just stay right here, shall we? She pulled her backpack onto her lap, took out the notebook, and opened it. Next, she Googled the Appalachian County telephone directory and checked it against her list. There were 11 Josephs, 6 Williams, 8 Davids, and 4 Andrews, one with the surname Miller. Just like Cody's. She exited out of Google and checked her texts on the off chance he sent her one. Her last 4 messages remained unread. What was Cody's dad's name? Was it Andy? She tried to remember, but I didn't think he ever told her. Getting out her trusty purple pen, she copied the name and address of every suspect on her list. What now? Recon. She needed to stake out and or make contact with each of them. Maybe seeing their faces would remind her. Closing her notebook, she got up and went to her room. Cody still hadn't texted, and her worry deepened. If he didn't text by 7, she decided, she would call him, just to make sure he was okay. Part 24. Bill Harper parked his squad car in the driveway of the Miller house and cut the engine. It was early evening, and the news of Cody Harper's death had been making the rounds since noon. He'd been at the medical examiner's office for most of the day, so he hadn't heard any chatter, but he could feel it in the air, like the fizzle of electricity before a thunderstorm. The streets were emptier than usual, deserted save for the wind, and the houses hunkered against the coming night. In 2 weeks, a man had gone missing, a woman was assaulted and murdered, and a boy was pulled from the river dead. It hadn't officially been announced, but people knew, and they also knew it wasn't an accident. An air of dread permeated the village. Or maybe it was him. All day, a cold, steely hand had been closing inexorably around his chest, and he felt like an outlaw surrounded on all sides, the cops slowly but surely closing in. He cautioned himself that it was mostly self-induced, but he'd always been a worrier, and, some might say, a coward. The Miller house, its siding grimy and broken in places, was dark, but for a single light in the kitchen, shining like a beacon, welcoming the sore and weary. In his capacity as a police officer, he'd informed a dozen or more people that a loved one had died, and each of them reacted a little differently. Some with shock, others with tears, and others still with phony high spirits. Robin Miller fell apart. Almost literally. She let out a high, horrified scream,
broke down and collapsed into his arms. It was so bad that he gave her a Valium from a bottle he kept in the cruiser's trunk-bound first aid kit. When he left 5 hours ago, she was stretched out on the couch, dazed, and he made a mental note to check on her later. He also needed something from her. Opening the door, he got out, hitched his pants up, and climbed the rickety wooden stairs. At the door, he knocked, waited, then tried the handle. Unlocked. He opened it and went in. The kitchen was neat but dirty. Food stains splattered the stove and crumbs were scattered in the corners and along the baseboards. A stack of dishes filled the sink, and flies buzzed back and forth over it like planes over a particularly popular airport. Bill crossed into the living room and found Robin where he'd left her. She lay on her side, a pillow clutched to her chest, and stared vacantly at the nightly news. Bill faltered, then cleared his throat.
Are you holding up?
She didn't reply for a moment, and he began to think she wouldn't.
Fine, she said. Her voice was thick and toneless. That's good to hear, Bill said, humoring her lie. I wanted to stop in and make sure you're okay. You need anything?
Another one of those pills would be nice, she said.
Sure, Bill said. I'll go get one.
He started to leave, then turned back again.
First, though, I have a question.
Robin didn't reply, and after a minute, Bill continued.
A while back,
he trailed off. This woman had just lost her son and her husband. The last thing she needed was for someone to bring this up. He needed to know, though.
A while back, Andy said something to me.
Bill and Andy were friends once, but life took them in different directions, shaped them into different people. Bill wouldn't call Andy his friend anymore, even at his most charitable. But every so often, he'd stop in the tavern and have a beer with him for old time's sake. They never talked much. What happened with Alyssa Preston heavy between them, but 6 months ago, drunker than usual, Andy opened up. He pissed, moaned, and bellyached over everything wrong with his life.
And that goddamn kid,
He grumbled.
Cody,
Andy nodded.
he ain't even mine.
Things got awkward after that. He didn't say anything else, and Bill didn't ask. It wasn't his business, and he put it out of his mind.
He said he wasn't Cody's real father.
On the couch, Robin showed no emotion. She went on gazing at Lester Holt with wide, traumatized eyes. He's not, she said. Her use of the present tense, as though her little boy were still alive, was not lost on Bill, and he lowered his head in shame.
Who's his real father?
Robin blinked like a woman coming awake from a trance. What?
Who's Cody's real father?
Oh, she said, and told him. Megan glanced away from her history book and at the phone lying next to her on the bed, hoping against hope that the screen would be lit up with a text from Cody, like the last time she looked. However, it was cold and dark, like a hearth without a fire. She let out a weary sigh and picked it up. Maybe she'd missed something. She braced herself and swiped her thumb across the screen. Nothing. Now she was officially worried. Brody, sitting on the floor beside the bed like a faithful manservant, tilted his head. Are you okay, Master? Cody still isn't answering, she said, a note of apprehension in her voice. Unable to concentrate on her stupid homework, she typed Andy Miller's name into the Google search bar, followed by Rossville, VA. A list of results popped up, and she clicked the first one. The page loaded, and halfway down she found the same address from the phone book. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath through her nose. It was almost 7 and dark. There was no way she could go there tonight, unless she snuck out later. She could find her house easy enough, thanks to Google Maps, but was it actually his house? If so, where was his room? What if her showing up got him in trouble or something?
Sighing, she tossed her phone aside and picked up the book again. A restless energy coursed through her, and she drummed her finger on the thick back cover. She started to read, but her mind wandered, and she had to go back over the same paragraph 3 times. Pain like a single hot coal twinged above her left eye, and she rubbed her temple with the heel of her palm. She was hot now, and her lungs refused to expand. She looked up from the book, and like a shot in the dark, a spike plunged deep into her brain, sending a shudder of torment through her head. Her mouth dropped open in a silent scream, and Brody whimpered. Something was happening. The fire in her skull spread to her chest, and a loud, toneless wail assaulted her ears. Her hands flew to the sides of her head as if to keep it from splitting apart, and her airways shrank to a tiny pinpoint. Fear crashed against her like a pounding storm surge, and she gasped madly for air. Brody trembled in terror, then darted under the bed for shelter, his self-preservation instincts far outweighing his commitment to his master. Megan's fingers clawed at her chest, and her back rapidly rose and fell. The wail turned into whispers. They started low, babbling, then increased until they were shouts. The world started to go gray, and Megan flopped back against the pillow, her hands spasmodically curling and uncurling, shaking, face turning pink then purple. Darkness came over her vision, and she sank quickly into the blackness, the fear knotting her chest released. And for a while, she floated, sounds carrying her along like midnight tides. Crickets, wind-swept treetops, specks of cold, twinkling light salted the void, and Megan stared up at them with the detached indifference of a ghost. She felt nothing, no pain, no concern, only a warm, muddled numbness. Without warning, she jolted back to Earth, and the fog shrouding her drained away like mist in the morning sun. The world took on a shimmering cast, like a flashback in a second-rate sitcom, and she sat up. Where was she? She looked around. Ahead, a tall, rectangular structure stood, backlit against the night. To her left stood the corner of a house, and to her right, a looming forest. The crescent moon sat low over the trees, its ghostly light filtering through bare winter branches. A gust of icy wind slammed into her, and she hugged herself with a shiver. She got to her feet and rubbed her hands up and down, the goosebumps dotting her bare arms. A flicker of movement froze her, and Cody appeared from the left, creeping along the building. It looked like a shed or a garage. Her heart dropped. Then, not realizing who it was, she relaxed. She called out to him, but no sound passed her lips. At the corner of the building, Cody stopped. In the light of the forest moon, his face was white, and his eyes twin puddles of shadows. He looked like a ghost. Megan's heart stopped a split seconds before a dark mass brushed past her. She tried to call out a warning, but Cody didn't hear her. It grabbed him and lifted him off the ground. Terror gripped Megan as she screamed soundlessly. Cody kicked and thrashed in a desperate effort to get away, but the thing wrapped its shapeless hands around his throat and squeezed. Cody's eyes bugged out of their sockets, and his lips bunched together, his legs kicking faster in his fear.
Stop!
Megan shrieked in her head, a tidal wave of panic crashing over her, and she threw herself at the thing, intending to tear it apart and protect her boyfriend, but an invisible leash held her back. She pulled frantically against it and let out a hysterical caterwaul. Cody's face was deep purple, and his movements were growing weak and sluggish as his life ebbed away.
Please stop!
She begged.
Let me help him!
As though he had heard her at last, Cody turned his head, and their eyes locked. Beads of tears trickled down his face, and his bottom lip quivered like a hurt little boy. She broke down crying and tugged at the unseen tether.
Stop!
In the blink of an eye, the scene jumped. She was standing in tall grass along a river. Cody lay on his back in the water, his arms outstretched, and his eyes pointed sightlessly at the sky. The world blurred, and she let out a shuddery breath. The water made ripples in Cody's hoodie,
and lapped at his face. She remembered their kiss and the warm, happy feelings it sparked in her, and she wept even harder.
This wasn't a dream. It was real. Cody was dead. Someone killed him, and he died alone, afraid and crying.
She knelt in the mud and reached for him, but pulled her hand back and curled it to her chest.
She couldn't touch him, not like this, when he was cold and dead.
Someone spoke behind her, but she did not startle.
I'm sorry.
Alyssa, in a white dress that she had likely never worn but seemed fitting for a ghost, stood with her head hung and her shoulders slumped, a perfect picture of bereavement. Her dark hair veiled her face, and her naked legs were crisscrossed with cuts and scars. A shaft of moonlight touched her, and she shimmered like a Mojave mirage. Megan bit her bottom lip between her teeth and blinked back fresh tears.
This is why I need help,
Alyssa said.
to stop the bad man.
She laid her hand on Megan's shoulder.
He won't stop, and next time, it might be your mom and dad.
Megan flinched, and her brimming eyes began to leak. This was her fault. The bad man killed Cody and Marianne Preston and maybe even Cody's stepdad, all because she was selfish. If she agreed to help Alyssa sooner, Cody would still be here. But now, he was dead, and she would never see him again. That cut her deeply, but the threats of Tom and Juliet dying was so much worse. They took her in when they didn't have to, and treated her just like their own daughter. They kissed her, hugged her, tucked her in, and made her feel loved for the first time in her life. Her own mother and father didn't even love her, but Tom and Julia did. They didn't have to. They weren't saddled with her the way some parents are saddled with children. They chose her, and that made them all the more special. Alyssa knelt beside her and fixed her with a serious look.
Will you help me now?
She asked. Sniffling, Megan nodded. She did not see satisfaction touch Alyssa's lips or the outward tilt of her chin. She stared at Cody's body, steeling herself for whatever was to come. Nothing happened at first, and she turned her head to see what Alyssa was doing, just in time for a jet of warm, whitish vapor to break across her face. Her eyes watered, her nose tingled, and she reflexively sucked it into her lungs. She coughed, and in the center of her head, Alyssa laughed. Julia Harriman scrolled through her phone as she stirred the mashed potatoes, her brow furrowed in consternation. She was on Facebook, that great wild wilderness of cat memes, political bickering, and childhood friends with whom you no longer have anything in common with. There had been another mass shooting, this one in Seattle. AR-15s are a penis replacement for men you don't have one, a liberal ex-coworker of hers posted. Great, here come the gun grabbers again, because that works so well with drugs, a distant cousin opined. Sigh. She rarely checked her social media accounts for just that reason. A centralist who leaned left on some things and right on others, Julia fit with neither party, and had been called everything from a Trumper to a commie when she expressed an opinion one way or another. She finally stopped and limited herself to no more than 3 visits to Facebook or Twitter a day. She was better off for it anyway. Being constantly bombarded by negativity wasn't healthy, and it only serves to put everyone in a bad mood. Setting the phone aside, she stirred the potatoes, cut the burner, and leaned back to see into the living room. She could just make out Tom's legs on the coffee table. That was a no-no, but he had a bad day at work, so she let him slide just this once. It's almost done. All right, he called. He got up, stretched, and shuffled into the kitchen on socked feet. He opened the cabinet above the sink and took down 3 plates while she opened the oven and peeked in. The chicken was nearly done, just 5 more. Upstairs, Brody began to bark. A high, mad, ferocious sound that sent her heart splashing into her stomach. Call it paranoia, call it superstition, call it mother's intuition, but she knew in an instant that something was terribly wrong. Brody's voice broke off in a long howl, and before she knew she was moving, Julia was rushing to her daughter's side. Tom, picking up his wife's urgency, let the plates clatter to the counter and followed. On the stairs, the barking was louder and more insistent, a sound of distress if she had ever heard one. At the top, she swung around the newel post and sprinted the last 20 feet to Megan's room.
Megan?
At the door, she froze. Megan lay on her bed, arms thrown out, back arching off the mattress, and body violently convulsing. Her head whipped from side to side, and white foam bubbled from her lips. Julia screamed, and Tom all but shoved her out of his way to get to their daughter.
Megan!
He dropped onto the bed and dragged her head into his lap. She bucked, shook, and gurgled deep in the back of her throat. Julia just stood there, cold terror washing through her.
Call 911!
Tom shouted, and that brought her back to reality. She patted her pockets, didn't feel her phone, and blanked. Where was it? Where was it? She remembered leaving it on the counter and started to dash away, but stopped when Megan spoke. Don't, she said, in a low, dark voice that wasn't hers. Julia's breath caught, and she turned, eyes wide and rimmed with pink. The little girl staring at her with void, milky white eyes. Tom gaped down at her in shock. Then Brody shrank into the corner.
If you call anyone,
Megan said,
I'll kill her.
Part 25. Light and sound whirled around Megan in a distorting tempest. She had no weight, no form, was nothing but pure energy. Her thoughts came not as words, but as images and emotions. Cody lying face down in the river, the bad man thrusting into Marianne Preston's dead body. Alyssa's naked flesh, welted, bloody, and caked in dirt. Tom and Julia hacked into tiny pieces, victims of their daughter's selfishness. Taylor Hogan uttered a cruel, hateful laugh. The girls in the group had called her names. One pulled her hair. Megan herself lying in bed, sad and alone, and wishing everyone wasn't so mean to her. Pictures, taunts, insults, the sting of a slap, and Cody's eyes as his soul disincorporated. Beautiful brown fading to dead gray, all flashing by, each one stoking the fire in her center until she glowed red like the heart of hellfire. She saw herself kissing Cody, bitterly remembering the happiness ripped away from her. She remembered Joey Vandermeer sexually assaulting her, betraying her, letting her friends all hurt her. The fury grew, throbbed, swelled, burning hotter and brighter, blotting out everything else, until nothing mattered. Nothing but making them pay. Pay for assaulting her, pay for killing her sister, pay for putting her in a box and leaving her in darkness. Pay, 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 pay. She was hate. She consumed. She was Megan, and Megan was her. She was vengeance. The girl didn't matter. The boy didn't matter. Even Marianne didn't matter. They were pawns, cogs, objects moved across a board. She waited so long for this, passed so many years caught between worlds like a fly between window panes, too angry to pass, too weak to come back. She called the boy, but he wasn't strong enough. The girl was. Her body was young, her vitality potent. She was pure, powerful, alive. And now, after 15 years, so was she. Eyes long closed, shot open, two dazzling beams on high. Auburn hair writhed like gorgon snakes, dead flesh rejuvenated, and a cold, still heart began to beat anew. A hate-filled scream exploded from dusty windpipes, and a soul once trapped broke free.
The lights flickered. The closet door slammed open, then closed. Bulbs burst. Tom clutched his daughter protectively, and Julia screamed. The TV screen in the living room scrambled, then detonated like a bomb, spraying glass. The house shuddered, as if in fear of her return, and streaks of lightning rent the night. Doors slammed, windows bowed, the plaster hiding Alyssa's seconds to final resting place crackled like the altar veil upon the death of Christ. Tom held Megan's hands to his chest, then screamed, his voice lost in the roar of second coming. Julia, white-faced and wide-eyed, fell back against the wall, chest heaving, gaze darting from one impossibly to the next. Beneath the bed, Brody whimpered and piddled. A creaking moan sounded from the walls, a chorus of splitting struts and timbers, or perhaps a ghostly choir seeping through the tearing fabric separating their world from ours. A shaft of unearthly white light poured from the closet, and wind shrieked through the room, breaking the window, knocking the closet door off its hinges, shoving Julia roughly to the floor in a tangle of limbs and hair. A sizzling ball of light emitted from the closet and hovered before the terrified family. Jagged tendrils feeling the air like tiny, ropey tentacles. It seems to vacillate. Then, with a shrill, banshee-like lament, it was sucked through the shattered window. Car alarms triggered spontaneously up and down the street, and the trees rustled as if in a great gale. Head resting in her father's lap, Megan Harriman smiled. Alyssa Preston's rage was now loose in the night.
Dave Caswell took a long drink from the crumpled can, burped, and tossed it onto the empty passenger seat. Country music whispered from the radio in the dash, and the gentle rocking of the big rig's cab lulled him. He shook his head, blinked his eyes, and rolled his neck. Lit by the green glow of the control panel, his face was haggard and drawn in the mirror. The pallid mask of a man who slept too little and worked too hard. He was sailing south on I-95 from Pittsburgh with a load of electronics. He was 15 miles north of Fredericksburg and nearly 50 from Richmond, his final stop. He'd been awake and on the road for 2 days, maybe 3, kept alive by gas station coffee, Monster energy drinks, and handfuls of caffeine pills. A lot of guys would take meth in his shoes, but not him. He didn't do drugs or drink. He didn't like not being in control of himself. Bad things could happen when you weren't in control. Like... He stopped that thought before it could form. Something happened a long time ago when he was drunk, and it scared him off booze and dope forever. That's all. Sometimes, though, he flirted with the idea of speed. They say it pumps you up, and right now, grainy eye and nodding, he could use a pump up. He was exhausted and sore. Sitting behind the wheel of a trunk might not sound labor-intensive, but it was. His back hurt, his legs hurt, and his butt itched something fierce. There was a T&A truck stop just this side of Falmouth, and he was seriously considering stopping, but already knew he wouldn't. He was close to finishing this haul, and once it was over, he could go home. Would he make it to Rossville tonight? It was 120 miles from Richmond to Rossville. He could be there in less than 2 hours. That wasn't far, but in his condition, he wasn't sure he could get there without falling asleep. In an 18-wheeler, you can't slack for even a moment. It's like a ship. You gotta stay alert at the helm, or you're in big trouble. Drawing a sigh, Dave turned the radio up. Blake Shelton was on with God's Country, and Dave grimaced. He was listening to a classic country station out of Maryland's eastern shore, but lost it somewhere around Warrenton. He didn't like the new stuff. It was too modern and bland. Pop shit about sex with the occasional mention of fried chicken or dirt roads to remind you were listening to a country song. He liked the old stuff. Hank Sr., Waylon, Conway Twitty. There was something honest in their music. They weren't trying to be country like the hat and boot-wearing assholes on CMT. They sang about life and hardship, things everyone could relate to. Ahead, the road stood black and unspoiled beyond the reach of the truck's big headlights.
A concrete retaining wall separated the north and southbound lanes, and cars whizzed by in the opposite direction. Their lights washed over him and making him wince. Behind, his lanes stood deserted, save for another truck way back. I-95 is a major artery and runs the entire length of the eastern seaboard, but he wouldn't know that now. Once he got closer to Fredericksburg, traffic would pick up. In Richmond, it was apt to be heavy, even at 11 p.m. God's Country went off, and a commercial for Big Bill's used car emporium replaced it.
Now that's what I call a deal.
Static hissed beneath the announcer's boisterous pitch, and Dave changed it, settling for a station playing AC/DC. It, too, was staticky. Whatever. Par for the course on the road. Stations come and stations go. He yawned and shifted his weight. The reflective mirrors on the asphalt were starting to hypnotize him, and he forced his eyes away. It was just after 8 p.m. by the dash clock. He'd be in Richmond by 10, out before 11, and in his own bed no later than 1:30. 1 if traffic was light. AC/DC gave way to Metallica, and the static was so bad he could barely make out the vocals. A half-mile later, it was all white noise, interspersed with pops like knots in a fire. He touched the dial, and a shock raced up his arm. He wrenched his hand back with a startled grunt. Shit! The radio's LED face flickered and cut out, then came back. Only now, instead of green, it was fluorescent white. Electrical issue. Great. Perfect. Just what his night needed. The possibility of the dash blowing up in his face. Fucking shit, he said. He leaned over the wheel and shook his head in exasperation. The siren song of the radio called him back, and he calmed, forgetting the danger. How many miles before he heard the voices? 5, 10. He became aware of them gradually, the way a sleeping man might the brush of insect legs on his cheek. He glanced uneasily at the radio, expecting it to explode in a shower of plastic and metal at any moment. Then back to the road. A dozen, maybe more, stations overlapping, grew in volume until he could make out errant words.
Forecast. President. Mind.
He began to relax again, but bristled when he heard his name, a quick, sharp sound in the white noise.
Dave.
His eyes darted nervously to the radio. Words scrolled across the readout now, blinking black type. Just a coincidence. Sure, but kind of spooky nevertheless.
Dave.
Coincidence, though it may be. The back of his neck pricked. He fixed the radio with an uncertain look, then he yelled when a spark of electricity arched out of it.
Dave, Dave, Dave.
The voice was clearer, louder, and God help him, he almost thought he recognized it, like a face glimpsed once from afar. His heart pumped cold water into his veins, and phantom bugs crawled over his arms. Something wasn't right here, and call him what you want, but he was getting scared. A green exit sign appeared ahead, and he changed lanes, intending to park somewhere and get out, at least until the heebie-jeebies passed.
Dave!
Every light in the cab flashed on at once, then went out. The wheel locked in his hands, and his heart rocketed in his mouth. The readout cracked, and steam rushed out in a plume. He tried to turn, but the wheel was stuck.
Dave!
The seatbelt grew tight across his chest, as though someone had pulled it from behind, and something smashed his foot into the gas pedal. The truck's engine kicked into high gear, and the tires flew over the pavement. Someone screamed, and Dave realized it was him. Mist swirled around his head, and the voice tapered off to whispers again. 12, 100, 1,000. The truck was barreling through the night, faster than it had any right to go, and the wheel grew hot in his hands. He tried to let go, but his palms stuck fast. Jesus, what was happening? What was happening? The seatbelt tightened even more, biting into his chest, cutting his airflow. Searing agony snaked up his arms, and the sizzle of cooking flesh found his ears. He threw back his head and moaned through clenched teeth. Dave. Crystal, right next to him. He turned his head, and his breath hitched. Alyssa Preston knelt in the passenger seat, facing him. Her face was bloodless white, and her eyes like those of a dead fish. Lifeless, soulless, cold. Dave didn't have time to process what he was seeing, or to even be afraid, before she was on him.
He let out a howl, and all at once the wheel unfroze. He jerked unthinkingly to the left, and the headlights revealed an impossible forest of concrete. The ghost was gone now, but her mocking laugh lingered. Crazy. He was hurtling at nearly 100 miles per hour. The truck was a 40,000-pound missile. The front end smashed through the retaining wall, crushed a sports car under its tires, and slammed into the support column of an overpass. In the moment before impact, Dave Caswell's eyes widened. Then, the cab snapped closed around him like a set of avenging jaws. He was alive, impaled and twitching, for a long time afterwards. The shrill, monotonous cry of a smoke alarm echoed through the house, piercing Julia's ears and sinking deep into her brain. Cold night wind rushed in through the broken window, and the curtains danced like gleeful ghosts, celebrating the long-awaited return of their mistress. Tom sat on the bed with Megan's head in his lap, dazed and staring into the space, as though what just happened required the utmost contemplation. Brody issued a series of pathetic whimpers, and the overhead lights dimmed, then brightened again. Julia, sitting against the wall with her legs splayed in front of her in a V, tried to make sense of it, but her mind rebelled. She was a rational woman. She could buy someone being able to pick up on psychic energy from time to time, but not this, whatever this was. She swallowed thickly, ran her fingers through her tangled red hair, and blinked rapidly, as if by doing so she could dispel the events of the past 5 minutes and make everything normal again. She was numb, drunk, her head stuffed with cotton and her insides chilled. Was she in shock? She tried to remember the signs and symptoms, but they wouldn't come. Nothing would, except for the firm, demonic voice that spake from Megan's throat. She shuddered and shot an uneasy glance at the bed. Tom stroked Megan's forehead, looking as lost and stricken as Julia felt. "Honey?" he asked, his voice barely a croak. "Megan, can you hear me?" Megan gazed up at the ceiling, her eyes milky white and her lips moving. Julia's stomach twisted, and the realization that her baby was in trouble burned through the fog, swaddling her brain. Her maternal instincts kicked in, and on her knees she scuttled to the bedside. "Megan?" she asked, shakily. "Baby?" The little girl's lips formed a litany of silent words. Her eyes didn't blink. Julia pressed her hands to Megan's forehead, and it was clammy, slick with sweat. Verging on skull-blasting panic, Julia looked her daughter up and down, not knowing what to do or how to do it. That thing said it would kill her if they called anyone. And if they did call an ambulance, what could they do? How do you fight something like this? A priest, Ghostbusters, Pat, the paranormal investigator, he'd know what to do. He had to. But if she called him... Frustration knotted her chest, and a sob welled in her throat. She had never felt more helpless, more powerless than she did right now, kneeling next to her daughter and unable to help her. Tears flooded her eyes, and she pressed the heels of her palms to them, as if to keep them from overflowing. Scarcely audible, Megan whispered a single word, over and over again. Julia wasn't sure, but she thought it was Bobby. After shutting down the grill, scraping the flat top, and turning out the light, Bobby Beaufort left the kitchen and walked into the dining room. Phyllis, a short, pudgy little woman with short brown hair and glasses, sat behind the register and counted a stack of crumpled bills. Her husband, Donnie, tall and so scrawny that his Black Mel's Diner t-shirt hung from his frame, weaved aimlessly between the empty tables, stopping to wipe one here and there, with a white rag so grimy it should have been tossed out a week ago. A varied and schizophrenic mix of framed posters dotted the pale blue walls. Babe Ruth, Gone with the Wind, Frank Sinatra, the Brooklyn Bridge at Night, and an old-school payola jukebox sat unused in the corner. Bobby had been working here for 7 years,
First as a dishwasher, then as a cook, and finally as kitchen manager. And in all that time, it had never once moved or played. It's for looks, Donnie told him once in his challenging New York gangster accent. Everything he said sounded like a threat, and sometimes you couldn't tell if he was sore at you or just making small talk. Transplants from Staten Island, Phyllis was half Italian, Donnie, to literally everyone's surprise, was Irish-German. They had been living in Daytona Beach for 20 years. They opened Mel's with their daughter 8 years ago. Bobby had been with them since almost the beginning. The pay was decent enough, especially with Florida's lack of state tax, and Phyllis gave him cash every day. So he always had a little spending money in his pocket. For groceries, and cigarettes, and Coke.
You almost done?
Donnie asked sharply.
Give me a minute,
Phyllis replied defensively. She counted out $60 in 5s and 10s and handed it to Bobby. Here you go, she said.
Thanks. You want me to come in early and clean the hoods?
Phyllis opened her mouth and closed it indecisively. Dottie and Ditzy, she had trouble making up her mind and usually didn't until the 25th hour, which drove Donnie and everyone else nuts.
Yeah, you can come in. 5:30?
Alright, yeah, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Pocketing the money, Bobby crossed the dining room to the door.
Take it easy, Bob,
Donnie said.
You too.
Pushing to the door, he went out into the warm Florida night. The symphony of crickets made light, summery music, and a hazy moon kept watch from the inky heavens. He took a deep breath and let it out through his nose. He loved Florida, and had since his folks took him to Disney World when he was 10. The temperature was always nice, even in the dead of winter, and you were never more than a couple of miles from a white, sandy beach. He moved here shortly after high school and never looked back. Literally, the only time he'd been back to Rossville was when Mom died. He didn't even come back when the house sold. He hated that house. And behind the wheel of his '98 Dodge Avenger, he pulled his seatbelt on, put it in reverse, and swung left. Mel's occupied a suite in a largely deserted strip mall on the corner of South Clyde Morris Boulevard and Herbert Street, an intersection boasting a gas station and an ice cream parlor where people sat outside on picnic tables year-round. Bobby turned left onto Herbert, then right onto Clyde Morris. 10 minutes later, he pulled into the narrow parking lot fronting his building. A tall, boxy contract with stucco walls and a red terracotta roof. He parked in front of the stairwell, got out, and went inside. The apartment, spacious, with an island separating the kitchen from the living room, was neat and tidy, the floors vacuumed, the throw pillows on the couch placed just so, and the wall-mounted flat screen new and flashy. On his days off, Bobby bumped a couple rails of Coke as soon as he woke up, and by evening he buzzed around like a kid on sugar, cleaning this, polishing that, dusting, waxing, washing, scrubbing, fluffing. He lived alone and spent most of his time at Mel's, so the place was never messy to begin with. In fact, it sometimes struck him as downright unlived in. He woke at 5 a.m., was at work by 5:45, and didn't come back again sometimes until 8 or 9. At most, he ate, watched an hour or two of TV, and went to bed. Locking the door behind him, he made his way into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and grabbed a bottle of Corona from the top shelf. He twisted the cap off, tossed it into the garbage, and took a long, thirsty drink. Next, he opened the freezer and scanned the boxes crammed inside for something to make. Pot roast, meatloaf, chicken fried rice. Nothing looked good. Finally, he settled on a Stouffer's French bread pizza. You're supposed to put these in the oven, aren't you? He checked the back, saw that you were, and let out an indifferent meh. He took it out of the box, ripped off the inner cellophane packaging, and sat it on a plate. He popped it in the microwave, set the timer for 6 because the rig was a low-wattage piece of junk, and went into the living room with his beer. Dropping onto the couch, he kicked his feet up on the coffee table, snatched the remote, and turned on the TV. The Goldbergs was on, and he hesitated before tossing the remote aside. That was the show about the 80s, and Bobby didn't give a shit about the 80s. It was either that or Dancing with the Stars, though, and he'd rather 80s nostalgic over Sean Spicer's fat ass doing the Roomba any day. Taking another drink, he settled in and let out a long belch. He was just getting interested in the generic sitcom storyline when the screen flickered. A second later, it turned to snow. Son of a bitch, Comcast strikes again. Hurts at being left out, the power flickered too. And there goes FPL. Whatever. His food should almost be done. As long as the central air stayed on, he didn't give a shit. He sat his beer down, got up, and walked into the kitchen. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than his ears detected a strange, zapping sound. He looked at the microwave and sputtered. Through the glass viewing window, stalks of electricity streaked back and forth like lightning. The smell of burning ozone pinched his nose, and coming alive, he rushed over to grab the cord and yanked it from the wall. The microwave's hum died and the current faded away. Bobby took a moment to catch his runaway heart, then drew a deep breath. So it wasn't Comcast and FPL. It was this hunk of cast-off tag sale crap. You little fuck. The microwave exploded. Searing heat rushed over Bobby's face, blistering his skin, and shards of glass and plastic embedded in his flesh. He let out a strangled cry and danced back, his hands flying to his wounded visage. Bright, pulsing pain ballooned in his skull, and his eyes burned like embers. His feet tangled, and he fell against the wall, knocking a clock from its nail. It fell to the floor and landed face up, the hour hand spinning backwards like out-of-control fan blades. Bobby slumped to the side and landed on his knees. Blood and bits of wet, lumpy flesh oozed through his fingers, and his eyes ran down his raw cheeks in white rivulets. He gave voice to his torment, and something answered. Like throwing a switch, the kitchen came alive. The toaster dinged, cabinets slammed, ice cubes shot from the fridge's water dispenser and pelted Bobby like hail. The TV cut back on, the volume blaring. A glass flew out of the drying rack and smashed into the side of his head, shredding his scalp. His heart pounded and terror seized him, burning off the pain. Another glass hit him, and another, then a wooden spoon. The air shimmered with electricity, and a low, guttural rumble shook the walls. The TV flew from its spot and hit the far wall, cracking the plaster and breaking. The pipes groaned, and a geyser of hot, sludgy water burst from the drain. Bobby curled up on the floor and did his best to protect himself from the onslaught. A plate slammed on the floor next to him, showering his face with jagged pieces of ceramic. A fork stuck in his leg. The toaster caught fire. The fridge trembled, then waddled out of its alcove before tipping over and crushing his legs to the knee. Bones snapped with a wet crack, and Bobby screeched like a trod-upon cat. A voice, barely a whisper, but somehow loud, spoke from the center of his head. Bobby. Bobby's heart came to a halt, and every muscle in his body went stiff. He recognized it. Alyssa Preston. Not a night went by that he didn't hear it in his sleep, that her screams didn't resound through the haunted chambers of his own mind. He didn't mean to do it. He wasn't thinking straight, and when Joey told him he could have her, he was drunk. He regretted it every single day. He didn't mean to. It was Joey's fault. Bobby, I'm back. She stood over him. He couldn't see her, but he could feel her. He pictured her as he last saw her, naked, covered in purple bruises, and afraid. She looked so young, no more than a baby. That image was burned into his memory, only now she wasn't lying on the ground, sobbing and trying to get away. She towered, strong and proud, chin tucked to her chest, white light glowing in her eyes. I'm sorry, Bobby cried. Please, I'm so sorry. She knelt beside him, and he cringed. Warm pressure laid on the back of his head like a ghostly touch, and his spine tingled. Please, I'm sorry. The hand went to his throat. No. Another joined in. Bobby broke down, his sob cutting off when Alyssa squeezed. Every thought, every feeling, every ounce of pain poured out of her and into him, filling his heart, his soul, his head. His nerve endings quivered.
in the most exquisite and excruciating agony Bobby had ever known, cut through him like 1,000 electrician knife blades. He didn't want to die. But when the escape of death finally came, he embraced it heartily. Part 26. 700 miles away in her room, once Bobby Beaufort's. Megan smiled. It was almost over. The clock on the mantel struck 9, and Joey Vandermeer took a stiff drink of brandy. Above him, Lewis stared down with the critical eye of a man who could never be pleased, and Joey made a distasteful noise in the back of his throat. It was early for him, but he was already tipsy, his mind wrapped in the warm, fuzzy good cheer of inebriation. After the stress he'd been under these past couple weeks, he deserved it. Stress that included this morning's dream. He couldn't recall much of it, but in it he stumbled through the desolate halls of Vandermeer Estate, pursued by something he could neither see nor fathom. His heart jackhammered against his ribs, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and his feet moved with the sluggishness of nightmares. Each time he looked over his shoulder, the shadowy corridor was empty, but not alone. At dusk, he rose like a vampire, threw his robe on, and came down here straight away. A tiny, shameful part of him wished he hadn't let Rosa and Miguel go on vacation at the same time. But he had his reasons. Women. It was always women. They'd been getting him in trouble since his first erection, and every so often they still did. He had a certain reputation to uphold, because I'm a fucking Vandermeer, and the help always talks, so he rarely brought skanks home. And when he did, he smuggled them in like a teenage boy afraid of being found out by mommy and daddy. Since they'd gone, he'd had brought 5 in, 3 from a bar in Stanton, and 2 from an online directory of sex workers. No matter how many he did, it was never enough, and already mere hours after seeding the last on his way out, his loins were filled with hot lead, the need as keen and pressing as an alcoholic's yearn for bourbon or scotch. Lewis favored him disapprovingly, and Joey met the old man's eyes. He lifted the glass to his lips, chuckled coldly over the rim, and drained it. Ice cubes clinked against his teeth. "You've seen a lot of shit from up there," he croaked. "Haven't you?" The captain of industry did not reply. 4 generations? Or is it 5? A lot of drama. Births, deaths, weddings, cheating. You've watched your descendants fuck themselves. Is that why you're always so pissed off? Lewis went on judging. "You saw..." He cut himself off. He was going to say, "You saw me cut Mom and Dad's brakes, didn't you?" But even loose and high, he wouldn't speak of that. The walls have ears. His grandfather told him that. And the idea of living walls listening scared the shit out of him when he was a kid. So he never forgot. Never forgot. If he were aware, Lewis more likely knew. That Joey's parents were worth more to him dead than alive, and he hated them both anyway. Cutting their brakes was a childish and foolhardy thing to do. At least there was no guarantee they'd be killed, but it all worked out for the best. He had the house, what was left of the fortune, and all the other shit that goes along with being a Vander Queer. None of it mattered, though. None of the things he had made him happy. He didn't care for the swimming pool or the billiards room. Didn't give one flying fuck about the cars or the tennis court. He cared about one thing, and one thing only. Satisfying his urges. Only he never quite could. Nothing doused the fire down below. Nothing. Well, almost nothing. The only times his insatiable lust had calmed were the days he sexually assaulted and murdered Alyssa Preston, and then her sister 15 years later. Being rough didn't help. Choking almost to the point of death didn't. But going all the way did. He knew the shape and character of his nature, but he locked it deep inside of himself. Now, antsy and drunk, he was thinking of doing it again. How easy to find a slut, bring her home and crush her velveteen throat beneath his hands. No one would know. No one would suspect, except for you, Joey said to one of his ancestors. His face was numb and tingly, and despite it all, the urges, the dreams, the recent troubles, he felt good. You see it all. He knocked the glass back. Brandy-flavored melted ice water splashed down the back of his throat. He swiped the back of his hand across his mouth, then stiffened when a footstep sounded behind him. He spun around, his hands tightening on the glass for an epic throw, then furrowed his brows in bafflement. "How the hell did you get in here?" he slurred. Bill Harper, clad in a green canvas jacket over his khaki uniform, stood by the edge of the couch, his expressionless face semi-hidden by the shadows of his hat brim. "We need to talk," he said flatly. And that's when Joey saw it. The sheriff clutched a revolver in his hand, the barrel pointed right at him. Something about the sight of short, pudgy little Bill Harper holding a gun made Joey snort, then devolve into stupid laughter. Guns are supposed to make you look tough, but not Bill. He looked just as frumpy and ineffectual as ever. Tipping the glass back and swaying on his feet, Joey said, "Am I under arrest?" That made him laugh even more. Bill, putting him under arrest. The sheriff didn't move, didn't talk. His face showed no emotion. "No, but I do have some questions, and I want them answered." Joey chuckled humorlessly. "I don't like your tone," he said, then added acrobatically, "Billy boy, you don't have to," Bill retorted. For a moment, they stared down at each other. The thrill of the gun's black eye being upon him made Joey giddy, but even with the brandy steeping his brain, he was curious. What did this fat little bastard want? "Fine," Joey said, and lifted his glass as if to propose a toast. "Let's talk." Bill regarded him warily for a moment, searching him for signs of trickery, and ultimately finding none. "Why'd you kill Mary Ann Preston?" That question caught Joey off guard. He wasn't expecting Bill to be so forthright, and his first reaction was to hush him. The help wasn't here, however, and when the help isn't around, the walls most certainly do not have ears. Drawing himself up, Joey said, "I told you not to worry about it." "You told me someone was in Megan Harriman's ear," Bill said, "and that you'd take care of it. You took care of it, all right. But how? How'd Mary Ann come to know Megan?" Joey took a drink. Nodding, Bill said, "All right, you don't want to tell me. I'll tell you. When I first saw Megan Harriman, I thought she looked familiar. The night I scraped Mary Ann off the floor, it hit me. I knew exactly who she looked like. I did some digging, and Megan Harriman was born in November '07. That jogged my memory." Joey reached for the bottle on the mantel and poured himself a drink. His eyes darted to the gun. Bill was fat and slow. He could spring across the room and take it from him if he wanted. For a little while there, Mary Ann gained some weight, looked pregnant. Then, one day, she didn't anymore. "There comes a point in every pregnancy where the mother's no longer pregnant, Bill," Joey quipped. Harper ignored him. "I asked myself why they'd hook up, and why Megan looked so much like Mary Ann, and I got my answer. What I want to know is, how'd you know? How'd you know, as soon as I told you, that Mary Ann was the one Megan was getting it from?" Taking a long drink, Joey smacked his lips by way of answering. "You knew because she's your daughter, and Cody Miller's your son.
For a long moment, Joey stared thoughtfully into his brandy, then held the glass out as if to give it to Bill, and slowly, mockingly, clapped the heel of his palm with the tips of his fingers.
Bravo. You cracked the case.
Like Bill, the first time he saw Megan Harriman, he thought she resembled someone. Only later, looking into the mirror, did he realize who. Her being here was impossible, confounding, and plain fucking coincidental. But she was. Somehow, his little girl made it home and instantly set out to make his life a living hell. She was doing a damn good job of it, too.
Cody came here to talk to you last night,
Bill said. Though he didn't show it, Joey was taken aback. I told you, I
know,
Bill said.
I did.
Joey blinked. Then, understanding presented itself to him. You did something to Andy and Frank, too, he said. Didn't you?
Only to protect myself,
Bill confirmed.
I didn't get my jollies on it like you do.
For the first time in a long, long time, Joey was actually, honestly, crestfallen. Though he shouldn't have been. You're an even bigger coward than I thought, he said. Killing everyone to save your own skin. He sneered his disdain. He should have known a pussy like Bill Harper would do something like this. You gonna kill me too? The gun jumped, and Joey felt the bullet before he heard the report. It punched into his stomach and drove him back into the mantel, the glass flying from his hand and shattering on the floor. His feet went out from under him, and he dropped to his butt with a pained groan. He slapped his hands to his guts, and warm blood spurted from the wound. In an instant, cold numbness spread through him, and he felt nothing. He shot him. The stupid son of a bitch actually shot him. Bill Harper strode over, and Joey swallowed. The thrill was gone. He'd spent his entire life seeking death and the rush that went along with it. But now that he had it, standing over him, Bill favored him with a disgusted look, much like Lewis's, much like his grandfather's and his father's.
You assaulted Alyssa Preston,
Bill said.
And you assaulted Marianne Preston. Fucked her up so bad she went crazy. Then you killed her. You assaulted Robin Miller. Who else did you assault? How many dead bodies you got hidden in your yard, Joey? How many babies?
Fuck you, Joey spat. Blood stained his lips, coated the inside of his mouth. He tried to move, and fire engulfed his middle. You fucked her too.
I'm not like you,
Bill said defensively.
Yes, you are,
Joey hissed. You're just like me. Bill's eyes flashed.
Just like me,
Joey sang. It was getting darker, and mockery was his only recourse.
Just like me, just like me.
Bill jams the gun against Joey's forehead, and Joey's voice faltered. He started to open his mouth, but with a skull-cracking pop, he died instead. The shot resounded through the halls of Vandermeer Estate long after Joey slumped over. Blood, chunky brain matter, and bits of broken bones seeped from his ruined cranium, and Bill's stomach turned. He didn't plan on killing Joey when he came here, and panic closed around his chest. Did he leave any evidence behind? Any hairs, fibers? What about the bullet? Jesus, he couldn't leave the bullet. They'd match it to his gun in no time. He looked at Joey's mangled head, and bile rose in the back of his throat. Later. He'd worry about that later. First, he had to take care of Megan Harriman. He was convinced she knew he was involved in Alyssa Preston's murder, and one way or another, she was going to prove it. It might be messy. He might have to kill the parents, too. But right now, she was the enemy.
And if he let her go free, she'd see him down the river. He'd cuff them, he thought, as he shoved the gun into his holster, and take them out in the woods. No one would ever know. If he played his cards right, no one would ever find them. Part 27. In the darkness, Megan seethed. Every bad thing to ever happen to her flickered before her eyes like a mosaic of torture, making her madder and madder. She saw Taylor, Cody's body, her mother leaving her on a doorstep like cast-off rubbish, the girls from the group home, 1,000 recollections, all bad, none good. Tom didn't exist here, Julia or Brody either, only the phantoms that lurked in her mind, the demons locked deep in her heart and now free to convert in the night. Taylor lay in her bed, a look of bliss upon her sleeping face. She heard Megan, she heard others, and rested assured every day of getting away with it. The strong eat the weak, and no one makes them pay. No one. They kill, violate, laugh, and taunt. Then they go to bed and snuggle up like little fairy angels at peace with their own rotten hearts. Megan had no teeth, but if she did, they would have bared. She had no mouth, but she screamed anyway. Rich, red blood trickled from Taylor's nose, and her brow wrinkled as though something peculiar had invaded her dreams. Her pink curtains stirred in a breeze with no source, and the iPhone on her nightstand lit up. Her eyes fluttered tiredly open, and Megan lashed out, focusing all her energy, all her hatred, everything she kept inside, building, always building. Taylor's face twisted in pain, and her hands went to her head. Miles away, somewhere else, Cody lay on a metal table, a sheet pulled to his chest, and his sharp features bathed in cold, white light. His skin was gray, eyes closed. "Remember the dream," Alyssa said. "Remember what the bad man did to him." She remembered. She remembered every little detail, how he cried, how he fought, how he pissed himself as he died, humiliated even at the end. Andy Miller, Zeke Harper, every kid and grown-up in Rossville hated him. They made his life hell, and for what? He was sweet and kind, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve to be dead while those people lived. "It's not fair," Alyssa said, an excited lift to her voice. She wanted Megan mad, for anger is power. She used it, drank it, siphoned it. But Megan didn't care. She didn't care about anything but making them pay. Making the bad man pay. A mortician came to the table and rolled his sleeves up. He held a long, wickedly sharp spear attached to a hose. To drain Cody. Megan knew what it was, knew Cody was beyond feeling, but the moment the mortician touched it to his flesh, she let out a thunderous roar. The fluorescent lights exploded, and the spear wrenched from his hand. He let out a fearful exclamation and tripped over his own feet. She screamed again, reveling in the liberation of rage, and the building's power grid went out with a hum. Generators kicked on to shoulder the burden, but she screamed again, and they all failed, plunging Mercy Mennonite Hospital into darkness. Life-sustaining machines died, and so too did the people to which they were hooked. Doctors and nurses ran back and forth to save what and who they could. "Where is he?" Megan demanded. "Where's the bad man?" "Here," Alyssa said, pleased. A pair of headlights rushed along a twisty road flanked by hills. Despite the lack of illumination, she could see the car clearly. From the star on the hood, to the light rack on the roof, to the fat man hunched determinedly over the wheel. Sheriff Harper.
Megan remembered telling him about her dreams, then calling him about Marianne. It's okay, she thought. He's a policeman. But he was just another liar, another wolf pretending to be a sheep. So many people had lied to her. So many people acted nice by stabbing her in the back. Her social workers, staff members, so-called friends, bullies. Tom and Julia will do it too, Alyssa teased. Megan wavered. Would they? No, they loved her. They were the only people to love her. They're lying to you, Alyssa said. Just like Bill. Just like Cody. No. Yes. They all lied to you. That couldn't be true. Not about Tom, Julia, and Cody. Other people lied, but not them. Tom and Julia never lied to her. They gave her kisses and bedtime stories and made her feel, for the first time in her life, like she was part of a family. They're not your family, Alyssa said. I am. As soon as those words were out, Megan knew them to be true. In a single, blinding instant, she saw everything. Joey assaulting Marianne, Marianne's stomach swelling, and her mind shrinking. The stress, horror, and fear taking its toll. She saw herself be born in a bathtub like a dirty little secret, pink and crying and covered in blood. Saw the dazed and distant look in her mother's eyes. Saw her set her baby on a doorstep and turn away. Infant Megan yawned and shifted in her sleep, and Mom paused, on the verge of picking her back up and never letting go. Only she did. She fled, and their fates were sealed. She left her baby to the wolves, and the wolves came. Caseworkers, other kids, staff, indifferent or hostile. She was alone, afraid, and every night she'd look up at the moon and wondered if someone who loved her was looking at it too. A mother, a father, someone, anyone. Please, there has to be somebody in this world that loves me. I can't be alone. Am I really alone? Tom and Julia love me, she said again, but her voice was weak, unconvincing. Of course they didn't. No one did. Grief tempered her fury, then blew away like topsoil in a nuclear explosion. They were liars. They thought they could do whatever they wanted to her, just like Taylor. She'd show them. She'd show them all. Him, Alyssa said. Let's show him. Bill Harper's squad car appeared high above Rossville. He was coming to kill her. He thought he could throw her away just like everyone else had. Drawing a deep breath and clenching the fists she didn't have, Megan turned herself over to vengeance. Bill Harper stared grimly over the wheel, his face ghoulish in the dashboard light. The road into Rossville weaved between rugged hills and dipped into wooded hollers, and as he followed it, he plotted. Tom and Julia Harriman were placid, law-abiding people, or so he thought. Getting them into the back of the car wouldn't be hard at all. He'd tell them, what? Something about the box. He needed them to come to the state police barracks and answer a few questions. Yeah, that would work. I know it's late and I'm awful sorry, but this is real important. I promise it'll be done in 20 minutes tops, and you folks will be on your way. Chances are neither one of them knew where the barracks was. He'd drive them out of town on a back road, find somewhere secluded. He'd do the girl first. No matter what the sick bastard Joey Vandermeer said, he didn't get off on suffering. He would have made it quick for Cody, too, but he had to be quiet. Joey couldn't find out he was being watched. In the back of his mind, he wondered, not for the first time,
how he'd live with himself. Killing Andy and Frank was nothing, but Cody bothered him. And as much trouble as he caused, Megan Harriman would probably bother him too. He didn't know, but he'd worry about that when the time came. He had to stay out of prison, couldn't go. They'd eat him alive in 2 seconds flat, and if they didn't, the hopelessness and loneliness would get him. He couldn't survive in a box. He'd go crazy and hang himself and never see Zeke or Amanda again. He had to do whatever it took to avoid it. It wouldn't be easy, but the right thing rarely ever is. The CB crackled.
Bill?
Without taking his eyes from the road, he picked it up, brought it to his mouth, and depressed the talk button.
Hey, what's up?
No reply.
I'm here,
He said.
go ahead.
He sat in the back of the cradle and gripped the wheel. A pickup truck blew past in the other lane, and the road curved left around a steep rise.
Bill?
Snatching the CB, he stabbed the button.
Yeah,
He asked impatiently. The line fell silent, and he sighed in exasperation.
Terry, are you there?
The CB squawked and suddenly grew hot in his hand, like a rod suffused orange with heat. He sucked a sharp breath through his teeth and dropped the headset. It landed in the console, then went off like a firecracker. Plastic, wire, and metal mushrooming up like shrapnel from a bomb. He yelled, swerved, and laid on the brakes. With a squeal of tires, the car came to a jerking halt, slamming Bill forward. His forehead struck the wheel, and stars burst across his vision, dazzling him. Panting and wincing in pain, he sat up and started. A tall figure clad in white stood in the road just beyond the reach of the headlights. Her head was down, dark hair hanging in her face. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her skin looked gray, sickly. When she lifted her head, Bill's blood turned to ice water. Alyssa Preston. He blinked like a cartoon character, but she remained, arms slack at her sides and eyes shining. That wasn't possible. Alyssa Preston was dead. Her bones were in a fucking locker at the barracks 20 miles away. Yet, here she was. You're a liar, the CB said. Bill shot it a rattled look. It was blown out and gutted, a charred and fire-scorched shell. You're a liar. It wasn't Alyssa Preston's voice. It was Megan Harriman's. You killed Cody. Her voice trembled with emotion, and Bill stared warily down at it. Remembering Alyssa, he whipped his gaze back to the road. She stood there, unmoving, a statue come to infernal life. Rapist. A memory came to him. Alyssa lying on the ground, her hair pulled around her head, and her legs far apart. She didn't move, didn't resist. She only wept silent tears, all the fight having run out of her. Just like me, Joey said. But that wasn't true. He wasn't like Joey. Joey was the one who started this. Bill only went along with it. But he enjoyed it. He enjoyed what he did to Alyssa Preston, and sometimes his mind drifted back to it, like a nostalgic man to a fond memory.
I'm not a rapist,
He said tightly. Joey was a rapist. Bill liked it, but he never did it again, and never would. Joey did it again, and again, and again. He didn't kill Alyssa Preston, and neither did Andy, or Frank, or Dave, or Bobby. Joey did. You're a liar, and a killer, and you're going to die, Megan said. Bill's jaw clenched. You're going to hell. Throwing the car into drive, he grasped the wheel and stomped the gas pedal. The engine rumbled like a big, predatory cat, and the car surged toward the ghost. He didn't kill her the first time, but he would now. Megan watched through Alyssa's eyes, their fused being sparking like the inside of a thundercloud. The car sat slanted across the blacktop, its bright headlamps bathing a shallow ravine running parallel to the road.
Bill's bloodless face peered over the wheel, and his eyes roiled with worry. She could smell his fear like a hawk to a mouse, and it brought a satisfied smile to her lips. After all he'd done, all the people he hurt, he should be afraid. "You're a liar and a killer, and you're going to die," she muttered. "You're a liar and a killer, and you're going to die," she muttered. A mixture of alarm and outrage crossed his flabby countenance, and in one shared voice, she and Alyssa giggled. "You're going to hell." Bill's face hardened. He shifted into drive and hit the gas. The engine purred, tires shrieked. The car took off like a rocket, and Bill spun the wheel, correcting his course, aiming right for them. Bill held the wheel straight, teeth bared, heart slamming. Alyssa lifted her head. Then, like a videotape rewinding, she fell back, just fast enough to stay always out of the light. Bill snarled and shifted gears. "You're not getting away that easy." The car gained speed, flying like a missile down the center line, the night-soaked world passing in a blur, faster and faster. The frame shook, the tires sang, and the wheel vibrated. Alyssa matched his pace, pulling away. A mirage on the horizon, taunting, mocking. "Can't get me. Catch me if you can. Come on," he yelled at the car, as if to bully just a few more miles from its guts. "Come on." Alyssa smirked at him. Stupid bitch. Stupid fucking little bitch. Why was she doing this to him? He didn't even want anything to do with it. He just wanted to live his life. It was over. "You can't get us," Megan said to the CB. "Oh, we'll see about that. We'll see about that real nice." Leaning over the wheel, Bill locked gazes with Alyssa. "I'm coming for you." Wind blew in Megan's hair and against her face. She was soaring, flying, her feet not touching the ground, hers and Alyssa's dress fluttering around their body. The feeling was stirring, exhilarating, arousing. She held her arms out as if to embrace the onrushing car and relish the speed and the cool breeze. All of her hate was gone now, all of her anger, all fed to the fires of Alyssa's wrath like cords of wood. All was right, all was good. The sting of Cody's death, the betrayal of her mother's rejection, none of it could hurt her anymore. A weight had been lifted from her soul, and at long last, she was truly at peace. Then it was over. The night closed over her head, and she began to drown. Trembles racked the car's frame as it shook like it was going to fly apart at the seams. Bill held the wheel tight and kept his eyes on Alyssa. Was it him, or was he getting closer? He was. She was slowing. A harsh laugh jumped from his throat, and he donned a leering smile. In the distance, Alyssa stopped and waited. 20 feet, 15, 10. The specter growing closer, closer. "Got you now, bitch." Her smile sharpened at the corners. Then, like that, she was gone. Specks of light glinted far off in the night, and the headlamps reflected on something long and metal. Bill's heart sank. Guardrail. The road bent abruptly to the right and began its descent into Rossville below. He smashed his foot into the brake, but he was already ripping through, already sailing through open space and angling down like a bum plane falling from the sky. Bill screamed then, and didn't stop until the front end hit the ground with an earth-rocking jar. The steering wheel rushed up to meet his face, and the braking windshield peppered him with glass. His right leg twisted and fractured, his collarbone snapped. Something hot and metal punctured his left eye, and red filled his skull. Unconsciousness took him as the car began to roll down the rocky slope, shedding pieces of itself as it went. The seatbelt tore loose of its moorings, and his limp body was tossed around the spinning interior like ball bearings in a tin can. Flesh ripped, teeth chipped, bones were pulverized. He was still alive when it came to rest upside down against a pine tree. Gas chugged from the shattered fuel tank and ran in rivulets down the undercarriage, dripping onto the hot, sparking engine.
In moments, a puddle had formed, and in moments more, it caught with a low whump. Miraculously, Bill Harper regained consciousness just as the flames reached him, and he kept it for far, far, far too long. In her room, Megan's lids flew open and her chest heaved. A wet, sickly gasp exploded from her lips. Panic pooled in her eyes and her back arched off the bed. Julia whipped her head up and Tom held the girl still.
Megan?
Julia jerked. White foam frothed from the little girl's mouth, and she began to convulse, her body shuddering violently like a condemned woman being pumped full of 500 volts.
Oh, God.
Julia cried. She pushed up to her knees and bent over her daughter, hands going frantically to her face.
Megan?
Her flesh was cool, clammy, slick, and she fought to breathe, her head thrashing from side to side, and her legs kicked. Tom did his best to hold her still, shushing her. He didn't know what else to do.
Call 911.
Like a shot, Julia was on her feet and tearing down the hallway, tears threatening to overwhelm her. She pounded down the stairs, flew through the living room, and grabbed her phone from the counter. The acrid scent of burning food assaulted her nose, but she didn't notice, wouldn't care if she had. She swiped her thumb across the screen, dialed 911, and brought the phone to her ear. When the operator answered, she said,
My name is Julia Harriman. I live at 625 Chestnut Street. My daughter's having some kind of episode. Please hurry.
All right, ma'am. Can you please stay on?
Julia didn't hear the rest. She was already running upstairs, falling, pushing herself up. In the room, Megan flopped and twisted. Her face was purple, her chest crushing. Julia dropped the phone and went to her side.
Hang on.
She begged.
Baby, please hang on.
Childlike fear shimmered in Megan's misty eyes, and Julia choked back a sob. She knelt on the bed and stroked her daughter's face.
Hang on.
She repeated.
Stay with us, please.
Megan's tremors stilled, and the light in her eyes, the light Julia fell in love with the first time she met her, slowly dimmed.
Megan? No, God, stop.
Instead, Megan's head lulled, and a deep, ominous rattle sounded from her throat. Julia went to shake her awake, to pull her back from death, but her shaking hands froze, and her mind blanked. Sirens swelled in the distance, but it was too late. Megan was dead. Part 28. Icy rain drizzled from a leaden November sky and soaked an already saturated world. Water sluiced through gutters, pooled in marshy front yards, and flooded low-lying streets. The river, brown and still, broke its banks before noon and flowed between the trees crowding the shore. Nearly 5 inches total had fallen since the previous morning, and another 3 was expected before the system moved on. Light drifts of mist enshrouded the houses along Chestnut Street like thin cemetery fabric, and the few orange and yellow leaves remained in the trees clung desperately to life against the storm, loath to join their fellows, even now stuck to the ground or disappearing on rushing tides. 625 stood empty and cold, sheets of water cascading from its clogged gutters. Its garden, once a symbol of hope and life, had long since aspirated. It had yielded late-season vegetables already, but most of them stayed on the vine, rotting like unrequited love. No one came to pick them and take them away. No one washed them in the sink, sliced them into pieces, and cooked them. No one cared if they lived or died. And now, at long last, the rain had killed them. Inside the house, ashen light coming through the windows revealed desolation. The walls, once hung with trinkets and photos, sprinkles on the cake of life, were now naked. The living room, so recently the epicenter of love, life, and laughter, was deserted, returned to the mice and chipmunks
who were even now beginning to creep back into the attic. Upstairs, down a shadowy corridor, the last room on the left was empty. Nothing dwelled there anymore but dust bunnies. The presence that had for so long beckoned had left. The house was truly alone. On their way out of town, Tom and Julia stopped at Heaven's Gate Cemetery, a wide, spreading patch of well-manicured green. It occupied 10 acres west of Route 10. In the east, glimpses of the river were visible through lacing branches, and beyond, a forested hillside broken only by a white frame house. Smoke poured from its chimney, and warm, inviting light touched the windows. A rustic sight such as this would have once awoken feelings of longing and sentimentality in Julia's breast, would have inspired her to render it in the bleary watercolors like a faint childhood memory. But today it stirred nothing. It was only a house nestled among trees, old, dirty, gray in the falling rain. Tom pulled off the highway and onto a gravel road, bisecting the lot. Headstones, statues of angels, and above-ground crypts swept back from it to neatly ordered rows. It was a peaceful place, a place of quiet contemplation. Julia once liked graveyards for just that reason. She would walk the aisles and meditate on the life and times of the dead, wondering who they were, what they were, and who loved them most. Now, just the sight of one turned her stomach. Neither one of them spoke as Tom pulled to the grassy shoulder and parked. Ahead, a squat stone wall covered in places by moss and vines marked the end of hollowed ground and the beginning of the swamps that bordered Rossville in the west. Tom cut the engine, and as soon as the heater was off, damp chill wormed its way into the cab. Julia opened the door and climbed out, her boots squelching in the mud. Drops of rain pelted her, dampening her hair and the shoulders of her coat, but she was numb to it. Slamming his door, Tom came around the front end, and together they made their way down through the rows. His hand crept into hers, and she gave it a needful squeeze. In her periphery, his profile was sharp, stony, his eyes fixed forward. He liked coming here even less than she did, and every time he did, tears tracked down his face. They had always been completely open with each other, no secrets and no reservations, but Tom wouldn't talk about it, refused to even acknowledge what happened. He already acted as though Megan had never existed, and though Julia understood he was trying to cope, just like her, that hurt her. Someone as beautiful as Megan didn't deserve to be forgotten, even if you risked your own sanity to remember. Tom had changed over the past month, but so had she. Their evenings were quieter, dimmer. They ate in silence, watched TV with dazed expressions, then went to bed. Rinse, repeat, recycle. Sometimes she'd page through the photo album she kept always within arm's reach, and smile sadly at snapshots from the happiest months of her life. Sometimes she wouldn't even be thinking of Megan, but break down crying anyway. She wanted to stay in the house because Megan's spirit dwelled there, permeating every surface. But Tom didn't. He couldn't bear being always surrounded by the memory of his departed daughter. They reached the grave, and Tom stiffened slightly. Not much, just enough to communicate his emotions. The headstone was pink marble with rough, unsanded edges. Ornate designs, hearts and stars and teddy bears, graced the front, along with Megan's names and dates, and just looking at them, emblems of childhood loss, brought Julia to the edge. She took a deep, calming breath through her nose and let it out evenly. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair to her or Tom, and it especially wasn't fair for Megan. Pressing her trembling hands to her lips, she kissed it and laid it on the rough stone. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her throat bobbed as she fought back the coming storm. Tom took a series of deep breaths, fighting his own battle, and looked pointedly away. "We better go," he said. There was no force in his voice. "It's getting late." It was only noon, but yes, it was getting late.
I love you, Megan,
She said.
"We'll come back. We'll always come back."
Tom tugged her hand, and she let herself be guided away. At the truck, however, she yanked her hand out of his and veered right. Tom stopped and watched her go, then sighed and looked down at his feet. He didn't want to be here any longer. He just wanted to forget. Near the wall, 2 new graves had been dug side by side. So new that they didn't even have proper markers yet. Only place cards thrust into the ground. There were other new graves elsewhere, 4 in total. Bill Harper, Joey Vandermeer, Dave Caswell, and Cody Miller. Frank Stone and Andy Miller hadn't been found, but something told Julia they'd soon join the others. They were the ones who killed Alyssa Preston. She could feel it in her bones. And Alyssa Preston killed them. Tit for tat, an eye for an eye. Now the whole town's blind. She stopped and stooped over one of the markers, her hands curling into fists and her brows angling down in a severe V. Her lips pulled back from her teeth and her eyes flashed dangerously. Getting down on one knee, she read the raised lettering. Alyssa Preston, 1991 to 2005. Just seeing that name sent a ripple of poison through her.
"I hope you're happy."
She said, and swallowed a sob.
"I hope you're happy, you little bitch."
Alyssa Preston didn't reply. Julia flared and hit the marker with her palm. It bent back, but did not fall. Without another word, tears overspilling her eyes now, Julia Harriman got up and walked away. Though she promised, and though it always bothered her, Julia never came back. And for the rest of time, Megan lay alone. Part 1. My name is Lynch. Of course, that's not my real name. I work for the Paranormal FBI, PFBI for short. No, we're not the Men in Black. Those guys deal with aliens and the like. We deal with the strange things that don't come from space. I don't even comprehend what counts as from space anymore. The planet is literally made from crap from space. I'm getting off topic. I'm not one of the guys who goes risking their life capturing or killing things. I have a desk job. Sure, it's not as exciting as field work, but screw that. I like to live, so I'll gladly take the mundane job. If I can call this job mundane. I deal with paperwork and legal stuff regularly. Most of what I read, I can't even breathe a syllable. Otherwise, all files telling of my existence get shredded, just like the KIA operatives. This job isn't all bad. Occasionally I'm assigned to script interrogations. We keep those records for any organization that has the dough to buy a copy, or the rights entirely. Lucky for you, I found a few not-so-secret files that I'll tell you for free. I think this was my 5th time scripting an interrogation. Whenever there's a case that's too strange for the normal FBI and the like, we get called in. This case is about a woman in her early 20s.
She was suspected of murdering her parents as well as countless others, yet all the evidence found proved inconclusive. This was a pretty regular case for me. That sounded quite dark. I forget you guys haven't gotten used to stuff like this. Anyway, here's my report. One of our agents was assigned to interrogate Miss Selena. This specific interrogator we call Blood Eyes. I usually recommend not keeping any kind of eye contact with them. If you do, you've lost. Their gaze forces you to speak the truth. Suspiciously, Selena gained everything her parents owned after they were murdered on the night of her 18th birthday.
I already talked to the police 2 years ago. They couldn't find anything that proved me guilty. I thought this matter was settled.
We know. What we want, however, isn't anything that can be pulled from official evidence. They like to pretend these kinds of things can be explained away with logic. What I want is to listen to what really happened from you.
I can't tell you that. They'll just throw me in the loony bin. I'm not crazy.
I know you're not. Someone crazy couldn't be this meticulous.
I didn't do it.
The interrogator's eyes changed from their usual dark green to a bright red. They stared into Selena's eyes.
Then tell me what really happened.
Selena drew in a sigh and shuddered.
Fine. I hate retelling this. It was a Friday night, my 18th birthday party. My parents let me have a huge sleepover with my friends, as long as there were no boys there. We were loud as hell, yet my parents never came out of their room to keep us quiet. A couple years before, I found out they had soundproofed their room. You could probably guess why. Rachel, my best friend at the time, had snuck a bottle of tequila from her mom before heading over. After having a small glass, I started to not remember clearly, just bits and pieces. Courtney had admitted to breaking up with her boyfriend earlier in the day. She cried and then laughed, then cried again. Stacy and Amanda played Mario Kart. I kept losing to them. Apparently having older brothers had its advantages. We all fell asleep around 2 in the morning.
Selena shifted in her seat before continuing.
I woke up to the front door being pounded on by Rachel's dad. My parents didn't answer it, so I did. He was furious with her and grounded her for a couple of months. Stacy and Amanda left a few minutes later. Their boyfriends were playing against their older brothers in a football match later that afternoon. Courtney was the last to leave. She helped me clean up everything while finishing off the last few drops of tequila. About a half hour later, she was picked up by her mom, leaving me alone at home. The night before, my parents both told me they both had work. I went to check the mail. On the way, I found both of my parents' cars in the driveway. I was too confused to notice the shattered glass on both drivers' side doors. I simply thought they had slept in, or had huge migraines, or had a hangover. I went upstairs to look in the room. I knocked several times. No answer. I didn't hear them snoring through the door either.
She began to tear up a bit, taking a few deep breaths before continuing.
I opened the door, and there they were, covered in blood. I called the police, and they got there a few minutes later. I told them about the party, about the booze, about the shattered glass. They brought me in for suspicion of murdering my parents.
Selena began to pound her fists on the table as she spoke.
I couldn't comprehend why they suspected me. I had loved them all my life. How could I do such a thing? She took a few minutes, sobbing.
I glanced over at her. I couldn't tell if it was an act or not. As insensitive as that sounds, I've seen too many fake tears that resulted in a bloodbath. She wiped away her tears and continued.
It was about half a year of countless interrogations and so many reporters not leaving me alone that I couldn't take it anymore. I needed some help, so I went to see my boyfriend. It had been a while since I last saw him. I had practically abandoned him. So I went over to his house like I used to back when we were dating. I just needed the one person who felt like my last pillar of support. I knocked on his door a couple times, which was a bit odd. He usually answered quickly. When he finally opened the door, he looked surprised, shocked, even. I asked him if I could come in. He told me it wasn't a good time. That's when this blonde bimbo wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. She
she had the audacity to ask who I was. I just blacked out after that. But the next thing I remember was heading to my car with my blood-stained clothes stuffed in my bag. I didn't feel anything, as if my head was completely clear. It felt like that the entire time I drove home. I burned the bag along with the clothes and went to bed. The next morning, I woke up screaming. I could finally feel again. It was terrifying. Things like that happens more often afterwards. It was as if I was being piloted by someone else. Someone very calculating and precise. It took a few months before I remembered these blackouts, before I could interact during them. Over time, I began to enjoy it. It was like a thrill of excitement. I began looking for trouble, just to feel anything other than boredom. The police never caught on, but you guys did.
Selena sat for a couple of minutes, just staring at her interrogator. They finally cleared their throats and asked one more question.
This pilot you speak of, seems you've gotten used to its effects. Can you control it?
The lights in the room flickered a bit, causing me to jump a bit. One of Selena's eyes had become absolutely black. In a voice both her own and not, she responded.
Yes, I can.
Rereading that made my skin crawl a bit. I can't explain to you how much I wanted to run back then. Eventually, over time, I grew used to things like this. I'll be working on another script soon. I'll post next time I get the chance. Sincerely, your friendly PFBI guy.
Part 2.
Hello again. Sorry for the wait. My superiors found my first post. They let me off with a warning. Since I left out anything too secret with my original post, I could continue. However, they've decided to assign someone to keep watch of me to make sure I don't slip up. I'm not sure who they have in mind, but I'm optimistic of my odds. Anyway, my last scripting is still fresh in my mind. I'd love to tell you about it once I remember where I put it. I could try to retell it from memory alone, but I fear I may miss a few crucial details. I did find one of my older ones, however. This was almost exactly a year after I started. Here's the scripting. Interrogating this specific case was Grunky. Not sure why he chose that name. Before he joins the PFBI, he used to be an avid hunter. He knew everything about the beasts of the world more than most. It's as if he could smell a lie the moment it was spoken. Sitting across from him was a man in his late 30s, Dwayne. His girlfriend, Sarah, had disappeared a few years before. Right after he disappeared off the map entirely, he's been squatting in abandoned dwellings in the woods since then.
You've been gone from the world for a long time, Mr. Dwayne. You seem tech-savvy for your age. I couldn't imagine why someone like you would want to completely abandon society altogether.
Dwayne stared down at the table.
What can I say? I just got sick of people, I guess.
Grunky leaned forward.
As silver as your tongue may be, your lies can't fool me. Now then, can you tell me what happened to Sarah?
Dwayne flinched for a moment.
She left. She couldn't handle being with me anymore. Your fibs are getting you nowhere. I don't care how ridiculous the truth may be. I can't help you if you don't tell me what that is, Mr. Dwayne.
Grunky leaned back in his chair, waiting for Dwayne to continue. After several moments of silence, Dwayne spoke again.
It was supposed to be perfect. I planned everything 2 weeks in advance. It was our 5-year anniversary of being together. Valentine's Day. Candles lit, turkey roast finishing up in the oven. I checked my watch for the 2,000th time. Sarah would be home very soon, hopefully just in time for dinner. My hand slid into my pocket for the 10th time that night. The proposal ring was still there. Moments later, Sarah walked in. She was ecstatic when she saw everything. She walked to me and planted a kiss on my cheek. I asked her how work was. She told me it was a slow day. Soon after, we discussed it, as we always do over dinner. About our day, plans for the future.
hoping to advance in our jobs. Time seemed to flow by so quickly. Being the gentleman, I cleaned up the meal. Sarah waited for me as she prepared for the evening's activities. She told me she was going to change into something more comfortable. My heart stopped at that moment. I dropped the plate I was finishing up, letting it shatter on the floor. I tried to stop Sarah from opening the closet, but it was too late. She noticed the blonde strands of hair poking out from my pile of laundry. She was furious with me. No, more rage than even hell itself burned within her eyes at that moment. She asked me who I was cheating on her with. I kept telling her I had no idea. That's when she reached for the blonde hair and yanked it upwards. What she pulled up wasn't a woman, but a severed head, still dripping with blood. Sarah's face of utter horror mirrored the head's expression. She began screaming, trying to get away from me. The blinds were torn from the window, allowing the light from the full moon in. My body transformed into that of a feral beast. I couldn't control myself as I tore her flesh apart and devoured her. It was several hours before I transformed back. I couldn't live with what I had done, so I ran. I ran to where no one would find me.
Dwayne's hand kept fiddling with 2 rings that rested on his ring finger. The table was wet with his tears. Gronky cleared his throat.
You were going to propose to her that night, yet you ended up killing her instead. Can you explain the head in the closet?
Dwayne wiped away his tears, clearing his throat, and tried.
A few hours before Sarah got home, I was looking for someone to satisfy my hunger for when I transformed. I found a homeless woman in an alleyway, and no one would miss her. So, I took her home and cut her up. I had to stop right as I got to the head. I'd almost forgotten to start the dinner I had planned for Sarah, and I just figured the fumes from my laundry would hide the scent to the corpse. Apparently I didn't hide it well enough.
Dwayne finally locked eyes with Grunky. I assumed he was going to plead for his life to be spared.
Look, I know what I'm guilty of. More people than those 2 women have lost their lives because of me. Just arrest me. Better yet, just kill me. A monster like me doesn't deserve to live at all.
Gronky pondered at Dwayne's words for a couple minutes.
I never mentioned anything about punishment or death, did I? You may be able to turn into a feral creature, yet you don't seem like a beast to me. How would you like a job instead?
Dwayne's gaze locked with Grunky's once more.
Are you serious? Absolutely. You have quite the unique ability we could use. You'd fit right in with our employees. I'd advise you to not become too attached to them. Death is more common here than in normal society. Well, deal.
So, it seems we've got another werewolf working for us. He was transported to another department the day after. I'm not sure what happens to those who aren't in my department. Unless they die. Then I get to see their paperwork before it's completely gone. I'll try to find that one scripting I mentioned before. Not a lot of places I could have left it. Anyway, take care. I'll be back in the near future. Once again, your friendly PFBI guy. Part 3. Hey there, Lynch again. I'm sorry for the lack of recent updates. I had to recuperate from actual exhaustive physical demand. I'm hoping you've had better days than I've had recently. Honestly, it was more hell than I could have hoped for. And so, my higher-ups finally decided on a punishment for my first post. Mandatory field work for an expendable office scrub. I managed to survive, so that's good, at least. When I get back, I found someone else in my office. The person they assigned to keep an eye on me was Selena. Cruel irony, in my opinion. She was a tad less furious when she found out I put her story up. Let me just tell you this. It's a major pain, as well as incredibly difficult to type with one broken arm. As long as she doesn't kill me or damage me beyond repair, she can do as she wishes, as declared by her higher-ups. So I finally found the script I wrote last. This one is very weird, which is saying something. Anyway, here it is. This case, there was no suspect. There wasn't even a crime. At least, not in our world. Sitting on the suspect's side of the table was an elderly man, Hanklin. He claimed he was a police officer that served 10 years ago until he retired. Our records pulled up an officer matching his description and blood type, yet their file said that they had been deceased for the last 15 years. After hearing his story, we suspect he came from another Earth, but from a different timeline, or universe. Dimension? The fact is, he didn't come from space specifically, so his case is ours to deal with. Interrogating this case was a stunningly gorgeous woman. I can't even begin to describe her. We call her the Eye Siren. Her true physical description's never been seen by a human. She appears different to everyone, the pinnacle of absolute beauty as each person imagines it. Whether you look at her in person, through a screen, even a photo, her form is what your subconscious desires. What I saw was a beautiful woman. Her physique was slender, yet toned, delicate, yet had a threatening undertone to her. She had hair mixed of cherry red and silvery white. Her eyes also reflected her hair, one red, one white. She had scars on her face, though I know not why. Staring at her felt as if a memory was being pulled at. It caused a huge migraine for me, so I stopped looking at her. She's been able to use her ability quite well to her advantage, getting whatever she wants. In this case, the truth. Mr. Hanklin, you said your name was. I wanted to ask you to tell me again, in your words, what happened. Hanklin stared in shock and confusion at I. For simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to her as Sire. Saying I over and over again might sound like I'm interrogating.
You look like her. Why? How?
A smile crept onto the lips of Sire.
Oh, I see. I am able to bring your loved ones back to life at small times of communication. They speak through me as I can take their appearance.
One of her many lies to break down the walls of protection. It's worked in the past countless times. Most of the time.
Great. How have you been? That's a dumb question. You're dead. Why did I ask that? I feel weightless. It feels almost like sleeping. My mind lost most of what I can remember. What happened, Hanklin?
He began to sob, covering his face with his hands.
You were right. You were right about him. I should have just ended it there. And now, you're gone. Everyone's gone. It's all right. Slowly. Breathe. Let's take it one step at a time.
Hanklin took a few shuddering breaths before continuing.
You're right. Okay. It started in high school. I had a best friend, Michael. You hated him. There was something about him you saw that no one else did. We graduated together. I got the lowest scores of our class. He was standing up there with the highest scores anyone's ever seen. He had more focus than I did, and it showed in everything he did. He always said he would change the world. A few months went by when both Mike and I went into the military. Basic training was brutal, but also kind of fun. Our sergeant scared the piss out of me, but Mike, damn, he had no emotion, and no one could break him. He did everything perfect. He was a pinnacle for what we should aim for, and naturally, most people hated him for that. We made it through the basics. A few months went by, and we were deployed. We were there for a few years. A lot of hell happened. I felt lucky I made it with just a few scars. Mike, he always went above and beyond for us, always making sure we all made it back after every mission. He was a brother to me. When the time came to go home, Michael stayed. He told me, I'm not done here. I want to finish what we set out to do. I couldn't talk him out of it. None of us could. I came home, and he stayed in hell.
didn't suit me.
Okay, that hurt.
I went through the police academy, barely making it through the legal stuff. It was tough as hell, but I preferred it to the hell across the seas. I spent about a decade as an officer before it felt more of a burden. I retired, spent a few months with you, Grace, my wife.
Hanklin's eyes began to tear up again. Sire spoke to him in what I'm guessing to be Grace's voice.
But what happened? How did I die? I don't know. You were there 1 minute and gone in the next. We were sitting in the hotel room, packing up to head home. I got a phone call from a number I hadn't seen in years. Mike. I answered him almost immediately. I asked him how he was doing. Silence. I asked him if he was okay. More silence. In a voice that sounded older than I had last heard it, he asked me a question that I wasn't prepared to answer. Do you have a solution to stop the violence in this world? It was quiet for what felt like too long. I told him that I guessed, treating each other with kindness and consideration. He was quiet again for half a minute. If that were true, why hasn't it worked? I didn't know how to answer him.
Hanklin looked up.
Grace, you kept looking at me with concern. I was about to tell you before Michael started again. I don't know what else to do. I wish I knew the solution for world peace, for what's about to happen. I want you to know, Hank, I'm sorry. I've tried to find the answer. I've always found it in the past. I just hope they can forgive me. I love you, brother. The line went dead, and the ground started shaking violently. I don't know what the hell was happening. Everything felt so hot all of a sudden. I tried to see through the window. All I saw was a blinding light. My mind felt like it was fading away completely. Next thing I know, I was in an emergency room. Not sure where. I was in so much pain I couldn't think straight. After a couple of weeks, my body stopped hurting. From the doctor's reports, I was found on the edge of the Nevada desert. Radiation emitted from my body, as if I had absorbed it somehow. These advanced doctors cured me from my blistered, covered, radioactive body. Come to find out, everyone I knew personally is gone. Hardly anyone even heard about them, as if they didn't even exist here.
Hanklin took a few sighs before going on.
I just wish I could have had the answer for him. You know, maybe I could have stopped all this. Maybe you would still be alive.
He stared longingly into Sire's eyes.
You did your best. Thank you. You told him what you believed. It was up to him to decide to accept it or not. Go and live. Be happy. Not for my sake, but for your own. But I don't know where to go. Apparently I'm as good as dead. Why not try to get a job here? They seem accepting of a dead woman already. What about that?
Damn. Spending your whole life believing in someone just to have them destroy everything you've had. That sounds like my first 3 relationships. Not sure where they're going to assign Harklin, but I suspect he's going to be another field agent. With all that radiation, I'm curious if he'll become a hulking mass of muscle that join a team of firefighters and save New Jersey or something. Oh well. I'll update you guys as soon as I can. Have a great rest of your time of day, and stay safe. Your friendly PFBI guy. Part 4. Hey there, Lynch here. Hope you're doing well, because I'm not. I'm in quite the grumpy mood right now. That explanation can wait, though. Selena had recently asked me for a favor. Now, I suck at keeping secrets. If he told me something, I'd probably not shut up about it and post it here or something. And to keep me in absolute secrecy, she threatened to break both my legs and remaining arm. I'll update you on that when she says I can. Something strange has happened here. We've had an entire shift of our superiors and higher-ups. I know this because their files appeared on my desk today. On top of the stacked folders was a note that read, KIA, vanish immediately. Here, we use the term vanish to erase any and all history, both physical and digital, of their existence. Their bodies are taken care of by someone else. I'm not sure who, though. Usually, whenever they shift a superior's position, it's one at a time. It gives the current superiors time to train the newbie while seeing if they're fit for the job. Never, and I mean never, had every single person been replaced all at once. I suspect it'll take quite some time to shift to normality. Anything from a couple months to a year, which gives me some time to laze around on the internet. Speaking of which, something very interesting happened. So, I found another series of posts online, and it rubbed me the wrong way. Apparently, this guy is roommates with one of the most infamous paranormals in history. Good old dark tentacles Mr. No-Face. Maybe you've heard of him, maybe you haven't. This isn't going to be one of my normal scriptings, since this happened recently. That, and I actually wasn't assigned to script their interrogation. Like hell, I'd let someone else script this. I had a bone to pick with this guy, and I wanted answers. I swung open the door to the room overseeing the interrogation. Fred, the current script, looked at me in confusion. You've been reassigned, Fred. I'm taking this one. Go take the rest of the day off. He looked at me with suspicion, but nodded and left quickly. I overheard him mention something about a lucky lady he's going to meet. I didn't exactly catch it. My mind was preoccupied. Joseph, a man that had moved in with a paranormal being. At the time, they didn't realize who or what their roommate was. Soon after he found out, he was introduced to many more of these beings, one of which murdered his wife. Instead of wanting vengeance from the one who did it, they went after the organization who hired them. Due to Joseph's interference with one of our main partners, we stepped in, questioning him. I didn't bother to see who was interrogating Joseph. I wanted to listen to this.
I don't care for that, my child. I refuse to call him that name. It doesn't suit what kind of creature he truly is. Out of respect, I'll call him Kent. Happy?
The way I see it, you owe it to me to call him Terry. You guys are the ones who forced me to come here. Hell, I could have just called up Abraham or Megami or something to get you dickwads off my tits.
I doubt he and his companions would have any respect or any desire to protect your life. A mere human.
Megami's a bit iffy, but she doesn't let those Marine guys leave me behind. I think Abraham is even friends with one of them. Pretty sure his name is Dexter. So Abraham probably has connections to the other two. Anyway, my point is I know plenty of entities that would help me if I really wanted them to.
In our report, we've not been able to find the 3 operatives who coincidentally found you. Not even their organization came up.
Well, technically, there were 4 to begin with, but something happened, and Terry killed one of them. But yeah, I couldn't find anything on my end either.
Very well. We have ways to find out. Now I'm certain you can keep a secret, correct?
I don't make any promises like that unless I know what I'm signing myself up for.
You may not have a choice in this matter. Given your experience with these beings, we would find it most beneficial if you were to take a job with us. Of course, you'd be sworn to absolute secrecy. Well,
how do I put this simply? Oh, I know. Fuck that shit.
The interrogator sighed deeply. I am losing my patience, child. A simple yes or no should suffice.
Sorry, I thought I made myself clear. That would be a no from me.
That wasn't so hard, was it? Fine. We're done here.
Oh, hell no. I'm not done here just to hear a few questions. The bane of my jealousy sat one sheet of glass away, and I would be damned if I didn't get the answers I wanted. I violently opened the door and walked into the interrogation room without a care. The interrogator was about to speak until they saw the rage in my face. Sorry, not sorry. I still have a few questions I want to ask. You can script this one for the records. I sat across from the bane of my existence. His smug grin fueled my rage. Yet I withheld my murderous desire. They sighed with impatience. Another one? Come on! Nice to finally meet you, Joe. I've read up on your background, even your posts online. Strange how they seem to have been hidden from everyone else's prying eyes. First off, I know I'm gonna sound like the doc here, but don't call me Joe. As for it being hidden from people, I wouldn't exactly agree with that. I mean, Terry found it, so it can't be that hard to find. Fine, Joseph. If they're that easy to find, then someone is choosing to hide them from our servers. I'll look into that. As for your posts themselves, 1, how are you still alive after all of that? And 2, have you received any punishments from your last posts at all? Someone wanting you to keep these things a secret, perhaps? Well, if you actually did read the post, then you should know that I wasn't alone. I went into the bunker with Terry and some other entities. Had I been alone, I could understand your confusion. But seriously, did you actually do any research on the entities I was with? You guys are basically Men in Black. Don't you dare compare us to those space missionaries. Has it occurred to you to use that bunker? Why did monsters have targets to kill, and not humans carrying out the work instead? And you and your goons destroyed one of our favorite bases. If it was one of your bases, why were some of the United States superhuman guys there to take the leader? It's hard keeping track of all these story arcs. I'm the one asking questions here. It's normal for us to deal with other organizations to take out unruly employees who begin to have their own plans. I'm not even sure why he killed your wife. The mention of Joseph's wife made him glare at me. His joking habits were no longer present. Hey, don't bring her into this. Shouldn't this interview just be about what happened that night? Of course it should be. But you were asked those questions already. People get bored of answering the same questions over and over, which is why I wanted to personally talk with you. An air of regret was held as I tried to form my reason for being here. Well, then, as for your second question, that would have to be a no. Lest you count Terry making fun of my childhood karate lessons. No punishment for posting it online? So, you gotten off scot-free then. To be honest, I'm jealous. My gaze shifted to the cast around my broken arm. Oh, I get it. You must be doing the same shtick then. But since you work for the government, you got punished for doing it. Since you work in a paranormal division of the government, you can't tell anyone in the land of the living how your arm got broken. I'm sure this Dexter you mentioned can find a way to tell you that story. Also, you hit the nail right on the head. So, Mr. Immortal Joseph, how and why? I prefer the term semi-immortal, but how and why? How did you find yourself in this paranormal world? Before your wife, before Terry, and why do you choose to continue in it instead of normality? Well, you could say it started with my wife, when... He took a sip from his water. When Jeff killed her. A few months later, I just needed somewhere to live for cheap, found a good deal and took it. That's when I met Terry. He was pretty cool, a closeted weeb, but aren't we all? I rubbed the back of my neck in embarrassment. Perhaps some are willing to admit to having ancient sword collections. By the way, by weeb, what anime posters are you referring to? Anything specific? Fuck! I never saw them when I beat Terry at Magic since Abraham sent us. Never mind. Back to the topic at hand. I chose to stick with paranormal life because, at this point, I think I'm a little too deep to get out. Also, life is a whole hell of a lot more interesting when you get to meet things like skinwalkers and sirens on a daily basis. Fair enough. Being too deep with this world only gives you one out. Not a pleasant option. You've answered the question of working here. You like your freedom. Wise decision. I glanced through the glass at the scriptwriter. I waved my hand over my neck, telling him to cut off my last phrase. I looked back to Joseph as he posed what I suspect are his last words here. What's with all this PFBI stuff anyway? It would make way more sense if it were FBPI. Think about it. The Federal Bureau of Paranormal Investigation sounds way better than Paranormal Federal Bureau Investigation. It makes you guys sound like you're all paranormal rather than you're researching paranormal phenomena. I stared at Joseph blankly for several seconds. My slack jaw felt like I could hit the table. Are you trying to get me killed? How? Was switching around the letters alone not enough for secrecy? And you figured it out that easily? Called it. I know the government is stupid, but there's no way that that's stupid. You'd be surprised. No one here has found your posts. Otherwise, they'd have the answers, and you wouldn't be here. Either people here are dumb as hell, or someone hacked us to hide them. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh. Are we done here then? Doc says I need to take it easy, and this isn't exactly the vacation of my dreams. You still have 12 hours remaining for your detainment. Then we shall return your belongings and you may return home. Can't have you calling the paranormal Avengers on us. Well, are you gonna keep asking me questions or what then, Mr. Bossman? I turned back towards the glass, signaling that the interrogation was over. Afterwards, Joseph and I sat for a couple of hours more and talked about anything and everything. I left soon after allowing him to sleep for the rest of his stay. Confronting the target of my hatred felt enlightening, strangely enough. Not sure for how much longer I can mess around until the new superiors settle everything. Oh well, I've got more posts to find online. Until next time, I'm your friendly PFBI guy.
Part 5.
Hey there. Sorry for the lack of any posts in a month. Our networks have been constantly crashing out on an hourly basis. I've tried to post again and again, but it kept failing. It'll be a miracle if this one gets through. My superiors still haven't done anything as of yet. As far as I'm aware, Selena is back, and is quite the news. The way she told me is how I'm going to surmise it as either good news or bad news. The good news is, she's gotten in contact with a friend of ours in the hacking division. Onyx. He's probably the best hacker I've ever witnessed. I'm assuming that's an alias, but I could be wrong. He's kind of a half-human, half-eldritch, or something like that. I'm also expecting that little shit to be the one behind the constant internet issues. He's been able to hack inside our entire network and blind everyone here from my posts. I'm thankful for that, which means I could give you guys the details to our more secure files. It's quite tempting. I would feel more inclined to do so were I feeling generous, but I'm not, so I won't. I can't just give you dessert for a meal. Now for the bad news. After some snooping around, Selena found an experimental testing facility. Apparently, what I've come to understand about this place might not be entirely accurate. From her description, she saw something terrifying in a massive test tube. It was essentially a giant, an incredibly muscular humanoid figure about 15 feet in height. Covering its forearms, legs, and joints were bone-like plating. Its body was covered in scars. An illuminated loading bar hovered above the tank. It read, "Compression 85%. It sounded like we're keeping more monsters here than I originally thought was possible. Selena also caught a glimpse of our new CEO. He was a gentleman in a very nice suit. Behind him was a giant, buff, elderly man. Listening to her, I think that might be his bodyguard or something. She also told me something strange. Her other self, that was always so calm, was petrified with fear after seeing the duo. I was shocked to even consider her feeling any level of fear. Her eyes told a different story. She seemed genuinely terrified of our new boss. So I found another of my old scriptings. This one was covered with redacted statements, which is irritating as hell. It would be impossible to read if we didn't have access to some forbidden technology. I'll try to explain this one in particular. You might be familiar with time travel, maybe not. We have something like a microwave that we put a variety of items inside. Let's say you have one bit of food left, but you want seconds. Throw the food in the microwave, press start, and stop when you feel like it. It only affects the flow of time within the microwave itself. For example, the food would restore itself inside, but the food in your stomach wouldn't disappear. So I threw in the scripting to remove all the redacted markings. That's only one of the devices we have here. Anyway, I can now reread it clearly. This case was my first Esper I'd ever seen. She was a lovely young woman in her early 30s, Susan. She led a seemingly normal life, had a few kids, a loving husband, and worked from home. Her activity late at night is what caught our attention. She catfished men, old and young, who were drawn to her, all who have died within a week of meeting her. All deaths were caused by burns throughout their body. Interrogating her was Fred. I'm not sure how or why, but Fred has a vast knowledge on how people's brains work after just a few words from them. He guessed all of my passwords after a single syllable from me. I changed them constantly because of that prick.
Hello, Miss Susan. You're probably wondering why you're here.
Susan is fine. And yes, I'm curious as to why. I haven't broken any laws, have I?
Why, in fact, you have. Quite an egregious sin indeed.
What do you mean?
Susan, how many men have you communicated with over the many years of marriage you've had with your husband?
None.
I'm very happily married. The corpses we've found would prove the opposite. The last person they had each contacted was you. How odd. You aren't hiding anything, are you? Secrets, perhaps?
What corpses are you talking about? I've hardly spoken to another man after my husband placed a ring on my finger. We've only had daughters as well.
Very well. How about I just read a conversation you've had with one of the victims? Hi, Susan. I'm free this Saturday night, if you don't have anything planned. Hi, Mark. I don't have a car to head anywhere. What if we just Skype chat Saturday night? I'll make it worth your while. Well, Susan, does 9 o'clock work? Yes. See you then. Sunday, Mark failed to show up for work at noon. Someone checked his house and found him dead in front of his computer. Both him and the machine looked burnt to a crisp. Hardly anything could be taken from the hard drives for solid evidence, but we have our ways. This case, and many others, all point to you.
Oh, that's all? You do realize you can't imprison me for this? It burns to death? With what evidence can you incriminate me?
We don't exist. We can do whatever we want. We aren't completely heartless. I'm willing to offer you a choice. Work for us, and put your skills to a better use.
Susan sat and stared at Fred for a minute, completely silent. The hairs on my arms and back of my neck began to stand on end. They felt strangely full of energy.
How about this? I kill you, and everyone here, and leave.
The lights hanging above her erupted as electricity shot towards her. Like a battery, she absorbed it. Susan then pointed her flexed fingers towards the glass, separating me and her. I ducked instinctively. Bolts of lightning struck the chair where I sat moments ago. I didn't want to look back up. Gunfire, as well as screams of agony, filled the room. I chanced to look, more out of stupid curiosity. I saw her electricity stopping the bullets before connecting with her, and forcing them back towards the gunman. Only a few minutes of this passed. As promised, she killed most of us here, and walked out unharmed. Oh, yeah. Right. That's why we redacted all of this. We usually do that for people or beings deemed too dangerous to have any logical dialogue or agreements with. As far as I know, she just went back to living her life as normal. We didn't bother her after that. Another reason I'm sticking with my cat instead of another human. Too unpredictable. Well, that's about what's happened lately. I'll try to look through to find another scripting to tell you about. I'm still waiting for any commands this monkey suit boss man will have for me. Until then, I'm your friendly PFBI guy.
Part 6.
Hey guys, something very interesting happened recently. So I was called to see the new CEO of the company. It's kind of odd that no one else has ever met the man yet. Only the rumors passed around. I reluctantly and kind of excitedly went to see what was so important that required my presence specifically. It took some time to get to the inner sanctum of the building. It was protected by a large door with a scanner for security. It scanned me and opened very slowly. Horror movies? Inside, I saw rows of test tubes with humanoid figures inside, each with various loading percentages displayed above them, along with names. Like regeneration, ignition, manipulation, and many others. In front of me were 3 figures. 2 of them seemed to be arguing, a well-suited man and a large, old, buff guy. The third one seemed to ignore them. He was average height and looked ripped as hell. Patches of his skin looked plated with bone, similar to an ant's exoskeleton. The businessman-looking guy held up his hand to the big guy once he noticed me.
Oh, Mr. Lynch, I've been hearing about you lately.
taking charge in a case you weren't qualified for. Bold, but stupid. Mind explaining yourself? My body ran cold. His eyes seemed to burrow into my soul. At that moment, any amount of smartassing around disappeared instantly. I had a few questions I wanted to ask. I felt the usual questions wouldn't get what we wanted out of him. That, and I had some information to base my questions off of that no one else had. And yes, I wasn't qualified. I stood there, waiting to be fired, or just expecting to be crushed to death by the big guy. Unexpectedly, the business guy started laughing. Taking initiative as well as having honesty. As unruly as you are, you've my respect for that. Call me Drake. I'm running everything here now. No council of group members, just me and my loyal subjects. Okay. Thank you. I glanced at the two others. So, do they have names? Oh, naturally. Just not normal names as you'd expect. The big man's my bodyguard, Punisher. What, like Marv? No, not like the show. I can't count how many people have asked. My Punisher is beyond human capabilities. The other man is my most unruly subject, Beast. The name terrified me. Yet unexpectedly, Beast stuck out his hand to shake. In a sleepy, gravelly voice, he asked, "How do you do?" Terrified and kind of relieved, actually. Do you even lift? He smirked at that remark. With the name, I was expecting him to be primal. He seemed to be more intellectual. Ah, yes. I almost forgot why I've called you here, Lynch. I've come to learn of your posts you've been sending, as well as your punishment that followed suit. Completely ridiculous. You've not divulged the actual secrets of this place. Not that it matters anymore. But I promise you, as long as I remain here in my position, you're free to post to your heart's content. No reprimands. The door behind me began to open again right as he finished. A very lovely but firm Scottish voice came from the direction.
Drake, you bastard, I'm here. What the fuck do you want?
Drake ran his hands through his hair and sighed. Apologies, Lynch. I have other business I've to attend. You may return to your duties. I turned around and saw quite a stunningly beautiful woman with fiery orange hair and making a beeline towards Drake. She completely ignored me. I left before I could hear what they were discussing. Once I got back, I told Selena everything, wondering what she thought of it. If what you're saying is true, we may be fucked, and not in a good way. I say we, but you should be safe. Safe from what? Not what, but who. There are beings in this reality who haven't even touched this world. If they do, we're kind of almost guaranteed death. Well, if they're from space, not our problem then. I'm serious, Lynch. This isn't a joking matter. Promise me you'll be smart for once, please. Fine, if it makes you not stress out. Good enough. Other than that, I found another one of my old scriptings as well. I completely forgot about this one. It's been a few years since I've seen it. So, a long time ago, our entire network was shut down. It took some time to fix everything and find the cause. We finally traced it back to the source. The signal originated from an abandoned apartment building in New York. We looked into the records. No one had lived there for a very, very long time. A team was sent over to investigate. It took them a week to even find the building. Now, we had the address to the building, and no, I'm not sharing it. The squad goes to the address, and there's just an empty field. 7 days pass, and on the other side of the city, they finally found the place. The apartment building was scoured through, top to bottom. The only strange thing I found there was a solitary room with an old PC, a monitor, a mattress, and a bathroom. After a few minutes, the suspects came out of the bathroom, holding their hands up. A kid who looks to be 13 or 14. So we brought him in for questioning, having no other leads. Interrogating him was Katya. She was the last survivor of a long-lost clan. Hardly anything was left to distinguish which tribe it was. From my experience witnessing her, she could read people's souls or auras to see if they told the truth or a lie.
So, kid, what's your name? Onyx, ma'am. I'm guessing you're Katya. I am. So, kid, Our entire network went down. It originated from your building. I'm guessing you know what caused it.
Of course, I did.
Kate began to grow more baffled and confused as she continued on.
And do you mind explaining how?
Onyx held his hands up. They looked normal. Then they began to separate into thousands of oily black tendrils. Just as they had disassembled, they rejoined and formed two normal-looking hands.
I can bond with any technology and control it flawlessly. It's like hacking, but more of a living software. More human than an AI. Interesting. How did you find out about your skills? After I was told who, what my parents were. My dad is an Eldritch being. Not sure if he's a god or something. My mother, I think she's human. Or at least somewhat human. After that, I've been experimenting with what I can do. Like completely shutting down an entire network and power grid for a week. Oh, that. Yeah. I was just flexing. I could have done a lot worse. And I don't think you're all that special. You guys aren't the only ones I hack. And I don't feel like stopping. And what if I threatened you with going to prison for people like you? Well, Katia, we both know I'm of more use free than I would be behind bars. They're cages or energy-based boxes or underwater prisons of ancient technology. What I can give to you and other organizations is information, as well as an occasional favor or two. Unless you'd like your network shut down for a year.
Rereading this, I couldn't believe the cockiness of this little shit. But he was right. Feeling powerless, we just let him go to his own devices. As he promised, he's been giving us info on other organizations, as well as helping me out with a favor or two. Having a hacker friend is interesting, to say the least. I know this is a long post, but I couldn't just keep this to myself. It's way too much to keep inside my head. Whatever's coming, I hope I survive this. Until next time, I'm your friendly PFBI guy. Part 7. Hey there. Sorry for the delay. It's been crazy over here. So all of us here were assigned as field agents for a week. From what I heard, it was to test how well our physical abilities were given any situation. My arms are covered in stitches. I guess that tells you how unskilled I am. Selena isn't here, though. Her and a select few who were also incredibly skilled were reassigned. I'm not sure where, though. I can't help but think we're getting ready for a fight or something. I've yet to receive any direct orders from Mr. Monkey Suit himself. I know he reads these things, and I'm feeling a bit more brave lately. I think that one guy might have rubbed off on me a bit. Good old Joseph, inspiring me to possibly be more suicidal in my idiocy. So, I found a safe hidden beneath my desk the other day. Strange, I've no recollection of that being there. I randomly guessed at the code, a date burned into the back of my mind, a day in mid-June, a few years back. I can't think of anything special that day. I can't really remember anything before this job, actually. Inside was a stack of folders, each labeled with a year. I opened the oldest of them, randomly plucking out a file, an old script. Here's what it read. Suspect in question, Subject 707, George. Human appearance, yet something else we've yet to determine. Classified as safe to interact with, while also possessing great strength to decimate any structure. To blend in with society, they've taken up a job both normal and strange. The individual owns a company that purchases haunted locations. They destroy the structure, rebuild it, and sell it. No reports of anything paranormal follow once sold. In the latest deconstruction project, a few of his workers were killed. George is being charged with murder, yet there's no bodies left to prove it. No amount of evidence could incriminate him. Interrogating him was Seven, a sharpshooter who does various jobs for many organizations. He's been reported dead many times before, just to appear on base the next day as if nothing happened.
I'm guessing here, but I think he's a vampire. I saw him drinking something red once. After he didn't show any signs of being drunk, I presumed it wasn't wine.
3 of your crewmates gone, just like that. No notice of vacation, sick leaves, or emergencies.
Look, they all quit on me. Just like that. Caught me completely off guard. I don't know anything else.
From our research, you keep tabs on everything you interact with. Their families, wives, kids, friends, hell, even their exes. You know everything about the people who work for you. Yet, you didn't see this coming. I highly doubt that.
Okay, fine. I was expecting them to quit one by one. It would be the first of 3 of my guys quitting at once. I'd expect they would cause the rest of the crew to do the same.
Which is why they didn't have a chance to quit, did they?
George glared at Seven. I'd imagine he wanted to rip him to pieces.
Damn.
Seven leaned back in the chair with satisfaction.
So, old-timer, how'd you do it? You've got something special. How else did all their bodies disappear? Hell, no blood was found at all, either. Want to explain that?
Were I to tell you, it wouldn't be much of a secret anymore.
We have ways to keep it secret.
Oops. George shifted in his seat a bit. He looked to his right, gesturing to someone I couldn't see. Rolling his eyes, he continued.
Do you know what a soul is?
That's the weird spirit thing inside everyone that keeps them alive, right?
Yes and no. It's a currency. Priceless to someone like yourself, yet it has its own value.
Elaborate, if you would.
Certainly. From what I can sense in this room, you have the second strongest soul. It suits your immortal body well.
He didn't just say what I think he did.
I have the strongest soul here. That would put the value of my own soul to be the highest. That leaves the man behind the glass to have the weakest soul here.
Yep, he said it.
I don't know how knowing the value of one's soul relates to how you murdered them.
Patience. I'm getting there. I didn't feel those workers gave me enough of their time, so I decided to take what I could. I staged an accidental death as I took care of them. Their bodies were pulverized instantly, too quick to leave even red mist. I collected their souls and left to find my dealer. He gave me a price for them, and I left with a hefty sum of cash.
Seven looked beyond pissed at what he heard.
Do you not care for who they were? Their families, friends, and you took it away from them because they didn't give enough of their time working for you?
George was terrifyingly calm during Seven's yelling.
Sit down, child. I can easily swipe your life away if I so desire. Listen before you begin to judge.
Seven sat back down, a look of fear in his eyes I've never seen before.
I took that money and gave it to their families and friends as an insurance policy. Listen well as I say this. We've been hired for a massive project, and I don't plan to miss the deadline. I'm leaving this place to continue my work. Whether that is through killing you all, or by you letting me go, is up to you. And don't think for a second I can't kill something immortal.
Please don't ask me if they fought it out or not. I have a vague memory of this. I can't recall all the details, though. Strange, I could have sworn that George guy got me a pretty good deal on my house, actually. It's hurting my head trying to think about it. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll be back when I can. Until then, stay safe from your friendly PFBI guy. Part 8. Hey there. Sorry if I come across something strange. Ever since I opened that damn safe, my head's been killing me. I've lost track of how many headache pills I've tried to take. I've tried to reach out to Joseph, asking him to ask the doctor for any suggestions. So far, no luck. As for the office, it's beyond strange. Hardly anyone's here. Like, almost nobody. It's not like I missed a memo for a vacation to the beach or something. I don't even remember hearing any rumors of Mr. Monkey Suit himself going on a raid, firing people. I wish I knew what was going on. Hell, I haven't heard from Selena for a long time either. I'm hoping nothing bad happened. She's not the person to write or anything. If she wanted to tell you something, she'd go and tell you in person to make sure she was understood. With no one there to answer the door, the doorbell kept ringing. Which is strange, considering I didn't even think we had a doorbell. If you know the asinine feeling of walking to a door a football field away while the doorbell is constantly ringing, you'd understand my rage during that walk. I pushed the big red button that says, push in case of guests. Afterwards, a giant bunker door slid open slowly as hell. As if people didn't have enough time already. In the distance, I saw two silhouettes walking inside. I was already agitated and didn't want to wait, so I walked to them. Sorry about that. It seems like everyone went on a sudden vacation. Prisoner transfer?
You could say that,
The man stated in a gruff, monotone voice.
What's your rank? I need someone reliable to take this pain in the ass off my hands.
Hey, I thought you were cool, Joe said, looking at the burly man. My rank's classified, even to outside organizations. Besides, I'm the only one here. No one else is going to take this pain in the ass anyway.
Well, this kid ain't exactly human anymore. I doubt you could keep him in check,
the man said, giving me a once-over. What choice do I have? Either you leave him with me, or you can be his babysitter as I walk you two in. Anyway, I know this guy. We had a chat some time ago. I looked back to Joseph.
Do you know the term USPM?
Never mind. I outrank you either way.
How else do you think I found this location? Dex. I mean, it was really easy to find with my skills.
Are you guys really just ignoring me? Joseph sounded irritable. My eyes lit up at hearing the term USPM. I recall reading about them in the Reddit posts. I wanted to screw with this guy. I don't know why, I just did. Would your skills include losing your arm? Personally, I'd put that as a lower rank considering my own skills of keeping my limbs attached. My eyes shifted to my arm, finally healed after Selena broke it. Ah, good times.
Listen here, you little shit.
He was getting pissed. I had to hide my smile.
I lost this arm thanks to Abraham. I learned my lesson trying to tangle with someone who would turn you into Swiss faster than you could say Mississippi.
The pounding in my headache brought me to my senses, as fun as this was. Look, my head's killing me. Are you coming in with him or not? Leave him if you want. I doubt he'll make any more trouble than you're making him out to be.
Whatever. Joseph, I'm leaving you here. Cause any problems, and you'll have a terrible day.
Before he left, though, the man approached me. He was much more intimidating up close.
Take this. If you're such a high rank, you'll know what to do with it.
He whispered into my ear before heading out the way he came. Looking at it, it was a helmet of sorts. Holding it in my hands felt familiar somehow, though I don't recall seeing it before. I looked towards Joseph and gestured my head towards the building. Come on, the fridge is full of food about to spoil this week. Finally, someone's actually acknowledging my existence. I could really go for something to eat right about now. I'm down. Did you really need someone to acknowledge you for your existence? Damn, man, you've changed. I wasn't sure if I would get the reaction I wanted from him. If the Master Chief asshole said he was a pain, I wanted to see how much. I'm not the one who's changed. He looked like shit. He responded with as little ill intent as someone could have given the meaning. Well, to sum it up, I started dating a coworker. But the little shit cut me off. Oh, well that makes sense. Never date a coworker, my man. Let me freaking finish before you go on a rant, damn it. Anyway, she's broken more bones than I can remember. Yet I still love her, strangely. Met the CEO, everyone disappeared suddenly, then you guys showed up. Oh yeah, I found this strange safe, too. My head's been killing me ever since I read the files in there. You got the doc on speed dial or something? Yeah, I know the feeling. I do have him on speed dial. I've been needing his and Rachel's help so much lately it's kind of necessary. Conveniently, I happen to have a bag they put together for me just in case anything happened while they were busy. Take this.
He handed me a vial of some kind of rancid liquid. What in the holy... Oh, is this edible? I feel I'd rather eat food that's gone bad. The smell is way worse than the taste. Trust me. I stared at him, trying to see any sign of smug in his face. If there was a smile, he hid it well. I drank the liquid. My stomach felt like it was punched by a gorilla, then tossed in the ocean and used as shark bait. Oh, I might kill you. And the good thing is, there's no witnesses. Wait, he said in a panic. I think I accidentally gave you the one that makes you sterile. Why in the hell would the doctor put that in your medicine bag? Did he want to ruin your life? Do you want to ruin my life? Now I know you're bullshitting me. As I was yelling, I felt my head no longer hurt. No, wait, you're good. I just remembered I was fucking with you. Clearly. Look, let's get some food. I haven't eaten for a few hours. Yeah, I haven't eaten in a few days. Some food would be nice. He responded matter-of-factly. We entered the kitchen shortly after. Joseph's eyes stared at the multitude of gadgets we had just lying around, as if they beckoned to him to mess with them. Go ahead, touch them, find out what happens, I said, as I headed for the fridge getting some food. I feel like I'm probably gonna get shocked, but Rachel said my soul's more resilient than before, so I'm gonna touch him anyway. He proceeds to approach the gadgets. After picking one up and meddling with it, he was disappointed to find nothing happened. Ah, the good old fake gadget trick. You think we just leave stuff like that out in the open? We keep that shit under lock and key? Anyway, take your pick. I pointed towards the fridge. Weirder things have happened. Not many people expect to see their wife dead in front of them twice, or their wife's murderer sacrificing themselves for their friends. Gotta be real. Weirder things have happened than gadgets laying around, he said while rummaging through the fridge. I wanted to comfort him, at the same time be a smartass about it. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. If I were to give you an award for most depressing backstory of the year, you'd take second. Robot arm would take first for having to deal with you. Post-trauma is basically my base setting now. Also, fuck you, he retorted. Yes, so there is a God. Well then, thank you, God, for helping me to manage to piss off this thorn in my side. I tried my damnedest to hide my smile. Anyway, just make sure to put your food in this microwave. Put it in negative time, not forward time. You want to eat your food, not make a science experiment with it. Negative time? What is it, some kind of time machine microwave? He said with a laugh. That's exactly what it is. And don't go crazy with this one. Oh, okay. He proceeded to put it in for -4 weeks. He opened the microwave, seeing a living chicken inside. To say he was astonished would be an understatement. Well, you went too far back. Just move it forward a couple weeks. Should be good, I said nonchalantly. Joseph looked at me like I didn't see a chicken inside a microwave. Because I didn't. I saw food. Look, don't judge me. This isn't the darkest shit I've seen, okay? Wish I could have said I hadn't done something weirder, he responded before closing the microwave and setting it forward for 2 weeks.
I reverse cooked my food in the microwave and sat down to eat as well. So how's your chicken? Any feathers? Out of my knowledge, hey, do you guys have steak here? I'm getting a real hankering for some red meat, he said, mouthful of a drumstick. Are you planning to eat an entire farm? I asked, though his appetite looked like it wouldn't slow down anytime soon. Look, I haven't eaten in 3 days, and apparently, when your soul gets stronger, you need more food to keep it up. He suddenly went soap opera on me. Is that what you want? Your best friend in this sad, empty building dying in front of you? So you can mourn and cry over the one person who understood you? He was slowly making his way back to the fridge. Okay, freeloader, eat what you want. Just throw the food back in the microwave to return the food back to food before putting it back in the fridge. I don't want to explain it. Just do it. You'll see why. Whatever, he said, before throwing an old ribeye on the plate and tossing it into the microwave. What concoction are you thinking of? I said, as I eyed the plate suspiciously. He turned slowly with a cocky grin plastered across his face. Chicken steak, was all he said. A thought entered my mind after he said that.
What would it become if it went backwards too far? A mischievous smile plastered my face at that. When it went off, he pulled the steaming pile of... I don't even know how to describe it. "It's probably edible," he said, before taking a bite of it, before even sitting down. "This is the best thing I've ever tasted. You want some?" "No, thank you. I've tasted something better. The enjoyment of pissing off others. So satisfying. I can taste that all day and not get tired of it." Joseph suddenly became serious, which looked weird since he still had a mouthful of chicken steak. "So, are we gonna get down to business or what? I know the government didn't bring me here to enjoy this glorious masterpiece." There it was, what I've been trying to ignore. I sighed as I thought back to the device still in my possession. "Yeah, finish what you got on your plate and wipe your face clean. Then we'll get this over with. You can just interview me right now. I already told the USPM everything after they abducted me. Now that I think of it, shouldn't you guys be sharing information since you're both government-led organizations?" His voice was far too carefree, given what I knew came next. "Not exactly. I've requested anything I and you post hidden from the prying eyes of my fellow coworkers. Had a favor from a hacker friend of mine. I need to get my typewriter from my desk so I can properly type this out. Procedure. A hacker friend? Is it Dexter?" he asked with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. "No. A younger guy. Onyx, I'm not sure how to spell it. He's the son of an eldritch being and a human or something like that." "Oh, no clue who that is. But at the same time, it sounds the same either way you pronounce it. Just go get the typewriter. Terry might start fucking shit up if he doesn't know where I am." He paused momentarily. "At least, I hope he will." Semantics. And I doubt anything stronger than a Hulk on super steroids could scratch that door. Anyway, I'll be back. I walked to my desk and picked up the old typewriter, as well as a few sheets of blank paper. I placed them on a cart. Before moving to the kitchen, I took out the headpiece and analyzed it. The letters etched on the inside read PHI. Weird. Wouldn't it read USPM? Looking at the device felt so familiar. It caused a dull pain to form in my head. Let's get this over with before my head kills me. I wheeled the papers and typewriter back to the kitchen. I saw an ungodly pile of food scraps on the table upon arrival. "All right, what's the first question on the list?" he asked with a loud belch. "What the hell happened to your stomach?" "Just a little bloated, is all? Is that really the first question?" "No, just a warm-up," I said as I loaded the typewriter with paper. "All right, first question. How long ago did this event happen?" Followed by you explaining what happened and with who. He got another chicken steak before sitting back down to answer the question. "Like a month and a half ago or so. Mayroyd was fucking up everyone pretty bad when Chad and I got there." He shook what I assume used to be the drumstick around before continuing. "Seriously, she had everyone on the ropes, using some dude's body to copy people and then make clones of souls she's taken in the past. Oh, I also got bit by what used to be my wife, and the doc and Rachel had to use their medicine skills to prevent me from dying by becoming a vampire." He took another bite of the drumstick, signaling he was done. "Hold up, you're a fucking what now?" No, they had to stop me from becoming one, but some of the effects still went through. Slightly boosted physical strength, a stronger soul, and now I kinda need to have steak every day. That's about it, though. I don't even have fangs or anything like that. So that's how you're gonna spend your paychecks now, on steak. Think you'll have enough for rent? Or are you planning on eating yourself out of a home? Look, I'm not qualified to interrogate someone, but no one else is here. Bold of you to assume I have a job. This whole PFBI thing kind of kept me from getting a job. Every time I would get an interview, you guys would hack into my computer to try and get me to join you. He took another bite. But now I can probably join up with any one of those paranormal organizations that kill people. He paused. I'm joking, okay? I still got my human morals. You still got your smart-ass remarks as well. Next question. Were there any other organizations there with you? Yeah, the USPM was there. Tucker, Dexter, and Jacob. I don't know if you'll have to redact that, but, hey, more work for you. As if my work's gotten any easier. Next question. Who brought you here and why? Also, how the hell did they find this place? Jacob, the guy that came in with me? Then there were some men in black looking men. He wasn't really the talkative type. That still leaves my previous question. Why'd he bring you here and not to his base? And how the hell did he find this place? No one's supposed to find it. No one. Well, Jacob seems pretty high on the corporate ladder. I presume he got the information from either one of his hacker buddies, or he's a higher rank than you think. As for why I'm here, the only thing they told me is that you guys would have more questions for me. They wouldn't elaborate. Interesting. Is there anything you feel is missing? Something I haven't asked? Anything at all? I was expecting a smart-ass answer out of him. God knows what he'd say during a food coma. Yeah, there actually was one other thing. The house we were in, is it possible for a building to be alive? Because from what I saw, it was ever-changing. The way it screamed when we burned it down gave me chills. I'd have to ask a friend about that. He might be able to fix it. It's not your house, is it? I'm not who you talk to for that. No, it was Mayroyd's, but we already burned it down. There's likely not much you can salvage from it, no matter who your friend is. Fair enough. Only one last thing I need from you. It's a newly implemented rule and a pain in the ass, but procedure. I readied the headpiece out of Joseph's line of sight. What's this gonna do? Read my mind or something? If it is, you probably don't want to see what it's saying right now. He let out a laugh. It's a more accurate truth machine, not that heartbeat brainwave reader. Here, try it on, and let's test it. All right, beam me up, Scotty. I set the piece on his head, fastening it tight to ensure it wouldn't fall off. Okay, first question. Do you hate my guts? Honestly, you're probably the only human that can't gut me like a fish in half a second. All in all, you're an alright guy, just following orders? The device did nothing. Huh. Must have forgotten to turn it on. Let me just flip this switch. As I did, Joseph began to violently shake. His eyes rolled to the back of his head. It looked as if his body was being electrocuted. The process lasted for a few seconds, then it stopped as suddenly as it started. Joseph sat hunched over, barely conscious. A few seconds later, he slowly lifted his head and looked at me, bewildered. He looked around, filled with curiosity. Joseph, you okay in there? Huh? Are you talking to me? Why do I feel slightly pissed off? Who else would I be talking to? The realization began to settle in my mind. I had just erased Joseph's mind and memory. The pain in the ass, the thorn in my side, was no more. It had filled me with loneliness rather than joy. I don't really know why I'm here. Sorry, did I hit my head or something? Yeah, something like that. Hey, do you have a phone on you? I don't know. Maybe. He checked his front pockets and pulled one out. This what you're looking for? I tried to stop myself from quivering. Yeah. I need you to find a contact by the name of Terry. I need you to call them and hand me the phone. Yeah, sure. 1 second. He scrolled through the contact list, which was surprisingly long. This one that says "you know" next to it? Yeah. Hit the dial and I'll do the talking. Ah, shit. I didn't know how the hell I'd be walking out of this alive. Alright, calling. He handed me the phone. I held the phone to my ear and turned away so that Joseph couldn't hear the discussion. Halfway through the first ring, the receiver picked up.
Joseph, where the fuck are you?
He sounded like a mom, worried but angry. Is this the legendary Slender Man, also known as Terry? I was trying not to shit my pants, anticipating his response.
This is Terry, yes. Who might this be? I know you want Joseph.
I could practically hear the static coming to the receiver. An employee of the PFBI. One who would consider Joseph a friend, which is why I called you.
I can't recall him. I can't recall him talking about any human friends. What happened? If you give the wrong answer, I am prepared to kill you.
He definitely planted malice in those words. You're focusing your rage at the right person, but the wrong organization. By request of the USPM, Joseph wants to be interrogated. Afterwards, I was shaking from the terror of what I was trying to say.
Always with the USPM. One moment they want to help us take down a murderer. Next, they're trying to take care of a liability.
The intent was poorly hidden within his words.
I hope you don't mind telling me where you are right now.
That wouldn't help at this point. After the interrogation, his... Oh shit, how do I say this? His memory was wiped. Joseph, as you know him, is gone. I gulped, anticipating being killed from the phone.
No, you don't understand. That group was using you to handle their dirty work, along with all the paperwork. They're likely waiting for the right time to show back up.
I listened to the empty hallways, trying to hear any sound of intruders or the like inside the building. Nothing. Yet, at least. We don't have the manpower to fight them off, nor to refuse their request. They'll likely destroy his phone if I give it to him to track his location. Any ideas?
Hold on. Abraham just showed back up from his search.
There was a muffled discussion going on between the two of them until he came back on the line.
Alright. I just need you to stay on the line a little bit longer. Abraham is getting your location.
The hell is this? A PFBI location bargaining sale?
Alright. Please have a full battery.
I looked. About 25% remained. Echoes of metallic thuds began to resound in the distance. It sounded like it came from the front of the building. Just use the damn doorbell, asshats.
Just stay on the line for 10 more seconds and we'll head there right away. Just so you know, if you're lying to us, there are fates worse than death.
A large sound came from the entrance, followed by men barking orders. What the hell kind of firepower are these guys packing? I barricaded the kitchen as best I could. Joseph looked scared and confused from the situation. Hey, Terry, you might want to teleport, like, now.
I don't have government funding for that kind of stuff. I live in an apartment, for fuck's sake. I'm heading over in Abraham's car, though we have a shortcut. Try not to die.
He hung up after that. Sure, yeah, like it's that simple. The kitchen door began to crack under the pressure of the armor I presumed they were wearing. I pressed my back against the door, hoping beyond hope that it would hold. Seconds later, the door splintered apart. I flung forward, my face smashing into the fridge. I blacked out after that. I woke up with a throbbing pain in my head. Of course it's back. My eyes adjusted to two figures standing over me, a freakishly tall and pale figure with no face, as well as an armor-clad knight from some time in the past.
Well, it appears this man's not dead yet, wouldn't you say, Terry?
The armored knight said.
I guess not. He got pretty fucked up, though. Are you the one I spoke with on the phone?
Now that he was relaxed, his voice seemed unnervingly normal. Oh, you must be terribly sorry about Joseph.
I felt the fear return as I recalled my failure to save Terry's friend. Don't worry. We saw how the entrance was demolished. No way a human like you could do something like that. It's strange that the government would send itself after itself, though. You got oil here or something? Terry asked.
Probably in the fridge.
It didn't sound too ridiculous, considering what it held. It was a joke. Never mind. It's time to get serious. Did they leave anything behind that can help us track them down?
I thought back to the interrogation. The headpiece, the phone, the typewriter. Hell, we didn't even have security here. The head memory thing, though it's probably broken. The phone, unless it somehow survived the blast. Should have got a Nokia. Maybe they left the typewriter. I can't think of anything else.
The headpiece should do fine, boy. Thank you for your assistance. If I might take the broken piece, I can fix it up. I helped design it myself, after all.
The armored man said in a rather cocky tone. I searched the pile of shattered wood, pre-clean hopes and dreams. I found the headpiece broken and in pieces, as well as the scripting. I considered keeping it for the collection, then thought of a better purpose for it. I handed the items to Terry. Here, take the scriptings. I hope it helps him remember something. The armored man delicately took the headset from me.
Thank you.
He took my hand and shook it with what was probably minimal force for him, but my hand and arm still hurt afterwards.
The name's Abraham. Good luck with whatever finds you in the future.
I really do appreciate this. Should any information come up, I'm sure you'll let us know. I shook Terry's hand as well, appreciating the fact he didn't feel like crushing my hand. They left with a wave and left the building. I plopped down on the ground and reflected on what had just happened. I'm glad I'm not the janitor. Anyway, that's what happened lately. I'm just gonna sit here for a bit until my body stops hurting as much. Until then, I'm your tired and in pain PFBI guy.
Part 9.
Hey there. Feels like some time has passed. My head feels like it's getting worse. Each pulse of my heartbeat causes a wave of pain. Kinda wish I had more of that liquid stuff from before. Anyway, I'm sure you're not just reading this for my agitated ramblings. I've gone through all the files from the safe. About a fifth of them are printed Reddit posts from this hunter. I took the time and put them on Reddit. Another fifth are some scriptings I've barely any memory from, even though they're labeled with my credentials. The other 60% is a collection of files numerically ordered. Each of them have the letters PHI on the corners. Project Hunters International is my best guess. The files themselves look to be a collection of mostly humanoid beings called subjects. I found George's file amongst them as well. He seemed pretty damn human to me. There was also an elderly woman bearing striking resemblance to Selena. That file had an envelope attached to it, which I set it aside to read later. Hell, I found the current CEO listed here, his bodyguard, and a scary-looking monster thing that shared the name of the beast. One face caught my attention, one that caused my mind to burn with pain. A gorgeous woman with red and white hair. She felt familiar. I couldn't remember why. I set the file down and held my head in my hands. I needed answers, and only one idea to start from. I reached out to Onyx and asked him to find out what he knew about the PHI. While I waited, I found the oldest script. Here's what I read. June 30th. Year. Redacted. We've finally found our target, Franklin Redacted, otherwise known as Scotch. An ex-hunter who abandoned his duties quite some time ago, one who has encountered quite a few individuals we are after. His capture was easier than we had expected, considering his experience. Our arrival on their property held hardly any troubles. No hidden mines, no explosives on the doors and windows, no scarred man arms to the teeth ready to fight us off. Instead, the house was defenseless. Inside was a man, confused and terrified at our presence, petrified in his chair. He hardly put up a fight as we brought him in for interrogation. However, our efforts seemed pointless. After countless hours of questions, threats, torture, and deal offers, he's yet to give us any information we were after. This document is our last hope of getting any answers out of him. Scotch sat at the end of the chrome table. He was covered in scars and bruises. His eyes were puffy and dark from his lack of sleep. Sitting across from him was the CEO, an elderly woman in business attire. She seemed fed up with the amount of progress. Her eyes stared daggers into Scotch. She tried to find any sign to use to her advantage.
Franklin, I'm tired of this. I'm more than certain you are as well. This can all stop. You can go back to your life of comfort if you help me.
Scotch sounded empty and defeated as he spoke.
I can't help you. I believe you can. I need you to tell me where he is.
I don't know. Where? I don't even know who the hell it is you're talking about.
Your son, Franklin. You agreed to raise him for 18 years. That was the deal. Where is he?
I don't have a son.
The chrome table flew towards the wall adjacent from the window. Scotch began to float in midair. Soon after, he was flung into the wall, being held in place by some unseen force. The CEO stood up and began to walk calmly towards him.
18 years ago, I spared your life. You agreed to give him to us once that time was up. It makes sense for you to protect him, as expected of his father. Now, tell me where Franklin is. I'm not Franklin. Really? Because you look and sound a lot like him? You've got the wrong guy, I swear. Oh, then do you mind telling me who you are? I'm Jedediah. I've lived in Idaho for the last 2 decades after my wife passed. I've been trying to tell you for weeks. You have the wrong guy.
Scotch looked feeble, old, and vulnerable. A far cry from the hunter he had been before.
So, it's true then. You really did erase your memories, all to protect your son. I had to be absolutely certain.
She released Scotch from the wall. He slumped over into unconsciousness, her gaze focused on the window.
Clean and heal him up. I want him working for us when he wakes. There's a chance his memories might resurface. Be a dear and keep an eye on him, would you, Fred?
I looked into her eyes to the glass, nodding my head in understandment. I just hope everything we've done and will do will be productive. What the fuck? What? I'm sorry, but this has thrown my mind into a tailspin. I can't think straight. Update you. I'll do when I can sentence right. Then, until I'm a friendly guy called PFBI. Part 10. Hey there, Lynch again. At least I'm 90% sure I'm still Lynch. I can't believe I've been having an identity crisis. I'm a grown-ass man. Anyway, I went ahead and posted some of the papers I found and put them online. I'm not sure if it's my sense of completion or for closure. Honestly, I was tired of looking at them still sitting on my desk. I don't have a script this time, which I apologize for. However, I went straight through the envelope I set aside for later. It was addressed to Selena. As illegal as it might be, I opened and read it. She's not here, and I don't think she'll be coming back. Here's what it read. Dear Selena, happy birthday. I'm writing this in hopes that it reaches you in time for your birthday. I pray you'll get the chance to read this and understand. Our family has been hosting an entity that dwells within one person at a time. Our ancestors have called it the Pilot. Upon the time of my death, it will pass on to the youngest of our bloodline. That is you, unless I'm expecting another grandchild. I hope you live your life as happily as you can, my sweet. I pray you can handle this burden as I have. Stay strong. Love, Grandma. So that would explain her Freaky Friday side. I honestly thought she was majorly bipolar. After quite a lot of physical pain and feeling like I was on the cusp of losing my mind, something good finally happened. My nap was interrupted by shuffling footsteps over broken wood, glass, and metal. Don't ask me why I was sleeping. It's not like my boss is around to punish me. I looked around and saw Beast Guy helping Selena limp towards me. Sitting up, I quickly made room for her on the couch in the kitchen. Technically, it's a break room, but there's a stove and shit, so kitchen it is. She slid and leaned on the arm of the furniture, relaxing until she fell asleep. I looked at Beast. He waved for me to follow him. Quietly, I made my way through the rubble and followed him to the main office deep inside the building. He effortlessly tore through the emergency doors like it was paper. I bet he could rip a telephone book in half. Our footsteps echoed through the large room I had only entered once before. The tanks that were filled with humanoid figures were empty. Ahead, I saw a few leather chairs varying in size. He sat down in one, and I did the same, sitting across from him.
You mind telling me what the hell happened here? This place looks like me on a bad day. No, a bad day wouldn't leave any survivors.
Beast gestured to the condition of the base. They're just some government assholes who do what they want to get what they want, I said, showing my disdain for certain assholes.
As they do. It's Lynch, right?
Honestly, I don't know anymore. I'm not sure who I am. He looked at me as though he recognized someone from his past, pain reflecting in his eyes.
I see. I'm truly sorry for any pain I've caused you, he said with a sorrow in his voice.
Hey, you haven't broken my bones. That's Selena's specialty, I said with a laugh.
Regardless, I feel you deserve an apology, even if it's considered to be worth nothing.
We all die in the end. Sometimes we don't get to choose if we're brought back. The universal powers can be assholes.
Yeah, they can. I've witnessed just that firsthand. You don't know what happened these last few months, do you?
Not a clue. I honestly thought everyone got tired of my shit and left. I wouldn't blame them if that's the case.
Well, I hope you find joy in knowing it's not. It was much worse than what was expected.
What happened? The vacation boat sink or what? Beast drew in a sigh before continuing.
There was no vacation. We were ordered to leave. Those chosen, at least. Those too weak were slaughtered. He used his co-workers as vessels to house his children's souls. His plan was to build an army to challenge the greater powers that seeked to punish him for his transgressions. His crime was meddling in the creation of a being he could hardly comprehend. The Almighty. Though the punishment would be carried out by Drake's own kind, his fellow High Guards, the fool assumed he could defeat them with numbers. He gathered hundreds of us together for a grand battle. Quite the motivational speaker. I'll give him that. The High Gods arrived and gave us all an ultimatum. We were to flee or be erased from the cosmos. Drake ordered us to attack. Within seconds, those who struck first vanished from existence, never to be seen again. Drake didn't give us the option to run. He absorbed the souls of those who tried to run. I had enough of his antics and would not die for him. His guard, the old man you've met before, is much stronger than most of us. I had to take him out first to get to Drake. I struck him square in the jaw, and he went flying. Normally he would have blocked me, but he took the hit. I should have aimed better. He crashed into Selena, injuring her badly. But I couldn't stop there. I went for Drake and grabbed him by his scrawny neck, holding him up. I offered an ultimatum of my own, for them to spare the rest of us and take Drake. I wanted to see him suffer, to justify the hell he had me endure. Abruptly, a doorway opened before us. I didn't get a good look inside. Chains of light shot out, piercing his body, quickly pulling out his soul into the bright realm. It looked alien-like. From within, I heard someone speak with Drake, something along the lines of, "I'll be taking your crown now, Father." Another soul came from the doorway and entered Drake's body. While they got up, I sensed the presence of an old adversary. He looked at me and had a genuine smile. He greeted me like an old friend, as if the pain he caused me had never occurred. I didn't trust him, so I asked him what he wanted. He just assured me that he wanted no conflict, that we were free to live as we desire. I couldn't shake the feeling he had something planned, but I didn't care anymore. I just wanted this, all the pain, the control, the abuse, to stop. I called him by his name and wished him farewell. He insisted I call him something else. Then Jonathan. Seemed he was paying homage to the soul that had spurred him to hold on to hope throughout his punishment. As I was leaving, I caught Selena's scent. More out of guilt. I helped and carried her. It took some time to find this place. I'm not sure where everyone left afterwards. As far as I can tell, we're the only ones who made it back. I didn't know where else to go, to be honest. It's not like I've ever had a home on this rock. Just a cave or a prison.
Why not hire that one guy to build you a place? George, I think.
That's not a bad idea. I'll probably stay long enough for the place to be fixed up. After that, I'm gone. I'm just tired of this shit. I want to do something different. All I can do is break everything.
Alright, I can get the janitor on the line. I'm sure he'll have this mess cleaned up in a day. Dude's damn good at his job.
I'm honestly shocked I hadn't thought of it sooner.
Wait, we don't have a CEO anymore.
Beast looked at me and gestured to the red velvet chair.
Oh, hell no. Nope, no way. I'm absolutely certain I'll burn this place down by accident.
Selena, it is. That means you're gonna have to recruit for this place. I'll leave that to you. Make sure to tell her of her promotion when she wakes. I'm certain I'll be gone by then.
I managed to fix up the typewriter to update you guys as soon as I could. This happened a little while ago. 12 hours after I called the janitor, the place was back to normal. Seriously, I was staring at a shattered steel support beam. I blinked, then it was fixed and supporting again. Selena took the news of Beast's explanation as well as his departure quite well. The news about her promotion she took as well as she could. I also told her about the letter. After quite a lot of tears, along with a broken bone or two, I'm not sure on that because I heard more than 2 cracks from my body, she prepared herself for her new title. I'm hoping she does well. I believe she'll do great, actually. And I'm now in the process of hiring. And before you ask, no, Reddit is not the place where you get a job like this, or as far as I'm aware, at least. This will take up quite a lot of my time, so I won't be able to post nearly as often. I'll try to share any interesting interviews I have. As always, until further notice, I'm your friendly PFBI guy, Lynch. Part 11. Hey, PFBI, Lynch here. That sounded funnier in my head. Anyway, I've recently found some free time. I've finally finished vanishing all my previous coworkers' files, as if they'd had never walked the face of the earth. I hardly knew any of them personally, so I found the task more time-consuming than painful. Except Fred. I grabbed his folder and was about to go through it when he walked into my office right then. He had his usual shit-eating grin as he stared at my shocked face.
Ah, damn. Guess I'm lucky to get here before you go through that.
I'll be taking that.
He spoke as he grabbed his folder casually.
Oh, you're still alive.
I didn't hide my tone of distaste for him. Lighten up, Lynch. I'm here to work, not complain. I'm guessing you may need an experienced hand to help. His hand was outstretched to me. Seeing no easy way to do this on my own, I reluctantly accepted his offer. He's been scripting while I've been trying to hire people, which is much easier said than done. So normally we would have requested people from other organizations we work in tandem with. They basically responded by telling us to go screw ourselves, and they're stretched thin enough with their limited staff. I guess we aren't the only ones struggling for workers. In my process of hiring, Selena gave me a list of positions we needed filled, and holy crap. There's jobs here I haven't even heard of before. Of the weird ones, dog duty stood out to me. Strange, considering I never saw any dogs outside the building before. The only thing describing the job was to keep dogs fed. I asked Selena about it, and she just directed me towards the lower levels. It took a half hour to get beneath the building. I was already more than halfway there by the time I wanted to go back. The smell of rotting corpses should have sent me running, but I kept walking. I turned a corner and saw a few dogs just walking around. They didn't look normal. They glowed in stripes of blue or orange with their black fur coats. One of them
turned and saw me, their fangs dripping with saliva. I booked it back up to the main floor, making sure to shut any doors I opened on my descent. So, we have hellhounds. Great. On a lighter note, I did manage to land my first employee. I hope you can tolerate Fred's scripting until I start doing them again. Anyway, let's get on with it. Mid-June, 1 in the afternoon. Lynch is in the process of hiring this suave-looking guy by the name of Tony.
So, you're here for a job, correct?
Tony looked around the room, analyzing everything before responding.
Yeah, that's what the ad said. You guys desperate or something? Funny you should say that. There's only 4 employees here right now, and we need jobs filled. Oh, that's desperate.
Lynch's demeanor looked agitated at Tony's words.
Let's skip the formalities. A couple questions first. Do you have a spouse, children, any family that would miss you if you worked here?
Tony's focus looked to be on his thoughts for a few seconds.
Nah, I had 3 wives. Just finished my last divorce. That girl, man, she was crazy. She won't leave me alone. But I tricked her, though. I sent her on a date with my brother. He called the next day saying she kidnapped him. I was done with that bitch, but more importantly, I wanted to get rid of my brother. That lazy bastard still lived with me, so I ignored him. That waste of my tax dollars will probably have Stockholm Syndrome with her. That, or she kills him, is a win-win for me. But in short, no family. So, do I get the job?
Lynch stared at Tony with disgust in his eyes. He calmly stood up from his chair and began rolling up his sleeves.
I think we have the perfect job for you here. Consider this your initiation. Hey, Fred, you can stop.
So after I finished washing Tony's blood off my hands, I decided to give him the job of dog duty. After he recovers, I'll be sure to teach him the ropes. That's all for now. I have more decent people to hire, hopefully. As always, I'm your not-to-be-messed-with PFBI guy.
Part 12.
Hi there. Everything's been slow lately. It's still been a struggle to find people to hire. I'm starting to doubt my ability to do this. That's a lie. I'm way beyond starting. My levels of self-doubt are deeper than the Titanic at this point. Anyway, update on Selena. Since we don't have any active agents, she's decided to do the field work until I can hire replacements. She's come across a few survivors of the PFBI purge some time ago, offering to rehire them. Unanimously, they've said no. I mean, it's not like we have dental insurance, so I get it. Update on Tony. So, I checked up on that asshole to see if he'd been torn to shreds. To my disappointment, he was still alive. When I got to the floor of the hounds, I found Tony playing fetch with one of the many bones littering the floor. It seems these dogs are assholes. Fred, I couldn't give a damn about. He can go screw off. In fact, that's what I think he's been doing. He's hardly been to work, so as far as I'm aware, he can go die. With hardly anyone to interview, Fred takes it as an excuse to vanish. Not the good kind of vanish, but the regular kind. He did manage to write one more scripting before he up and left, however. Mid-June, 10 in the morning, Lynch sits across the bloodstained table, hopelessly interviewing some guy who didn't seem to be taking any of this seriously. He was this lanky-looking dude wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and light pink Crocs. His brown hair was a mess, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days. Considering how he looked, I seriously doubt he wants the job.
Good afternoon, or morning. My watch has been dead for a while now, so please forgive me. You would be...
Lynch asked the imitating crocodile hunter.
My name's Jeremy.
Croco Boy responded nonchalantly.
Is that with a G or a J?
Really? That's the first question you decide to ask him? Really? No wonder you can't hire worth shit.
Have you ever heard of someone named Jeremy? It makes the J sound, so it'd stand to reason it's with a J, don't you think? That makes sense. It's a habit of mine to make sure how a name's spelled. I used to write all the time, but now I'm here. I'm moving down in the world.
I don't know. The vice president of FBPI kind of sounds cool to me. If I was 10 years old.
So, I gotta ask, why are you looking for people without hope of family members?
The nature of our company is risky, to put it lightly. The chance of death is quite high, and we don't want to deal with any mourning families threatening to sue or whatnot.
So, if I'm dead to my family, does that count? I haven't actually been alive, legally speaking, for about 5 years or so.
So, dead inside, I take it. You wouldn't be the first legally dead man we've hired anyway, so that would be fine. So far, the record is 10 years, I think. No, wait, scratch that. 50, now that I recall one of my previous associates.
Well, let's get the show on the road. I'm a programmer. You guys looking for that type of stuff? The ad didn't exactly specify what you're looking for.
Honestly, we hardly have any employees left. Just the 4 of us working. The rest have died or disappeared a while back. Whatever you can offer to lighten the load would help greatly.
Just gonna skim over that part about your employees dying. I got it. Well, I set up a sort of system for some, well, let's just say some classified files. It was a while ago, but the fact I made it out of that situation alive made it clear I didn't know as much as I thought I did.
What kind of sorting system? Are you talking about a filing cabinet organizer or software?
Croco Boy rubbed his temples at Lynch's idiotic question.
Software, obviously. I'm not exactly fond of discussing my clients' matters, but if it'll help me get this job, I'm just gonna lay it out. The system was meant for sorting things outside normal people's comprehension. I know you may not believe me, but I can show you the code and everything if you like.
Interesting, but why do you doubt my belief? Are you asking about your abilities, or about the non-normalcy?
Believe in the supernatural, I guess. The fact of the matter is that most people, even when faced with things science can't explain, take solidarity in ignorance.
Oh, no, I believe you. I actually met a tall, tentacle monster and a British headless guy a while back. I saw some guy tear metal like it was a sheet of paper, but lightning shooting out of a woman's hands. And my girlfriend's Freaky Friday side, so yeah, I believe you.
Look, buddy, if you're making fun of me, I could fry your phone right now with the click of a button.
As much as it sounds like I am, I'm not. If anyone, that guy behind the glass is who I really want to piss off.
I took a second to glare at Lynch, but put a smile back onto my face.
Well, I meant like ghosts and shit, stuff like that. One left me with a pretty nasty scar on my back. I don't know if you took one tab of acid too much or what, but if you believe me, I guess it works.
Well, my girlfriend did break my arm and my leg and my other leg. I still love her, though, in some strange way. So, how soon do you think you can start?
Okay. I just gotta gloss over your psycho girlfriend. Well, I guess I could start as soon as you needed me. I just faked my death to all my clients recently. Well, actually, it was yesterday, so I'm kind of bored.
Unemployment is boring as hell. I can start you today, if you're up for it. Feel free to set up your software. Also, how's your skills at VPN? We lost our last guy, and could really use it.
I have 4, programmed by me, of course, on my computer at home. If I can get that set up here, it'll only take a few hours to make sure we all have the security set up that we need.
Great. Good to have you aboard.
Lynch leaned over the red marked table and shook the hack's hand. I had a feeling he'll do well here. So, we have a hacker. Again. Thank goodness, too. I wouldn't want someone to find our location, completely bypassing my Craigslist ad. I put a lot of work into that. Anyway, we're slowly but surely gaining some ground here. My responsibilities are decreasing, slowly but surely. Until then, I'm your friendly, middle-of-nowhere PFBI guy. Hey again.
Been a while. I really suck at this hiring thing. I really don't remember the table being this red or brown. Look, it's not my fault. You think you'd be able to find people who'd be more than willing to do a mundane job about weird shit instead of a mundane job doing normal tasks. I mean, I get it. It's scary as hell walking in for a job interview, seeing a bloodstained table with a sleep-deprived guy walking you through an empty building, being told you'd likely never be seen again by society. I get it, but come on. Could you please walk out calmly, acting like you want the job, instead of sprinting out? So yeah, there's that. Jeremy has been a tremendous help. His skills really seem to have helped, even sharing and improving my pathetic attempt of an ad. Can't complain, though. It's gotten more people calling for a job. He's even set up our network. It's up and running again. I'm glad no one's shown up during the security blackout. I've no clue what the hell happened to Onyx. I hope the kid's okay. As for Fred, he's been coming and going every now and then. Don't know. Don't care. That was until today. He came over to my desk, sensing my agitation would greatly appreciate his presence.
Hey, Lynch, you got some free time? I mean, since you haven't had any luck, I thought you'd need a breather.
I responded as sarcastically as possible. Oh, sure. There's nothing better that I'd like to do than spend time with you instead of waiting for my next interview. He seemed oblivious to my obvious dislike for him. That, or he didn't care. Great. Let's go. If we're lucky, you'll be back in time. Reluctantly, I followed him, and we left the base shortly. In the parking lot, I noticed his car was way more impressive than my rust bucket. A jade green Lamborghini that looked fresh off the production line. Sorry, that's my wife's. She lets me drive it to work and back. Hop in. I never took you for the sporting type, I told him as I admired his car. My mind was focused on the roar of the engine and the acceleration of the vehicle. The trees around us passed like a blur, like an oil painting. I'm surprised I hadn't gotten one of these for myself yet. The ride felt short, and we had gotten to Fred's place in minutes. Getting out of the car, I noticed the architecture looked expensive. White stone carved with runes and symbols made the outside of the large house. I didn't recognize the symbolism from any culture I knew of. Dark green shrubs and hedges surrounded the property. Who lives here, the Pope? I questioned Fred as he casually walked towards the building. He shook off my question completely. You'll see. Come on in. My wife's been dying to meet you. My mind jumped to thoughts I didn't even want to think about. Nothing I'll describe here. Entering his house, I felt a change in the air. Not like the temperature from outside being different from the inside, more like an energy pulse. Like electricity, I guess. Fred led me to the living room. Sitting on the couch, wearing a robe a bit too revealing, was a stunningly gorgeous woman. Her hair was orange-red. She felt familiar, like I'd seen her before. Oh, Lynch. Pleasure to see you again. She spoke with an accent that made me remember instantly. Oh, you're that Scottish lady, aren't you? Have you ever said something that you could feel that those words should never have been uttered? The look of pure rage she gave me was as if I'd killed Fred as she watched. Now that I think about it, would she miss Fred as much as I wouldn't? I'm Irish, you bloody fuck. Fred jumped in to stop her before she got up and tore me in half. Or at least I pissed off my target of one person for the day. After Fred had calmed her down, he introduced her to me. Okay, now that's over. Lynch, this is Destiny. She reached out her hand to shake mine. Nice to meet you. I'm curious what Fred's told you about me. I rubbed the back of my neck in embarrassment. Oh, just enough. Scotch. She began to grin as she saw my expression shift from calm to fear to recognition. So, I'm guessing you know more than I do. I questioned her, trying to see her intentions. What do you remember? Anything specific? She prodded me for answers. Only what I've read. Nothing more, nothing less. What do you want? That's the question, isn't it? I'm a collector of that which interests me. You see, you're part of a rare specimen, one that I want. I have the ability to control the fate of someone if I so desire. Yet I can't even begin to affect yours whatsoever. Fred here is the luckiest person I've found of this generation. I just had to have them. As much luck as I take away from him, he never lucks out. Such talents are often genetic, which leads me to what else I want from you. Your son. I could feel my rage slowly increasing, only causing Destiny to smile wider. Why? If you already have me, why him? I haven't seen one of your kind in a very long time. A perfect blend of human and non. Such a specimen would be incredible. What? We're just things to you? Not living beings with thoughts, hopes, and dreams? The house shook as she responded. Don't test me, boy. I don't think you grasp the extent of my abilities. I can control the thread of fate, change someone's destiny, manipulate the luck of most anyone I desire. I want you, so I can understand why you aren't affected. But I can wait for your death. I'll just collect your body and examine it then. So, that's it. You get me, whether I want it or not. Oh, don't be so sad. I'll be sure to take great care with your corpse. I believe enough's been said. Fred, would you be a dear and return him? He might be late for his appointment. Fred started towards the door, waiting for me to follow. I wanted to hurt her ego before I left. So, you depend on obedient lapdogs and corpses. The morgue is hiring, if you weren't aware. Goodbye, Destiny. She feigned laughter at my remark. Please, call me Lady Luck. And I do wish you good luck, Scotch. Farewell. Fred and I were at the front of the house again. Crossing the threshold of the front door, I felt the shift in atmospheric pressure again. Fred swung open the driver's side door and turned to me. You know, I'm gonna have to make her happy with what you just said. Happy wife, happy life. Here. He tossed me the keys to the Lamborghini. You're serious? I jabbed at his decision. Whatever fate you do have, I want to see if my luck could outdo it. Little experiment. I win by getting the car back without you taking it to me. You win by, well, let's see what happens. Just follow the path. It should be self-explanatory. With that, he went back inside, eyes wide. I slid into the driver's seat. Okay, let's see what this baby can do. Oh, damn. I really hope he has insurance or something on that car. I mean, his wife's rich. It's her car, after all. And I might have just pissed her off with this. Huh. Pissing off the goddess of luck. That's a first. Anyway, I've got an interview in a bit. I'll be back with an update on that. With Fred gone, I'll have to record the interview and script it later. That said, I'm your luckless PFBI guy. Part 14. First and foremost, I'm sorry. I know I say that more than I should, but at least I have a good excuse this time. You see, I don't work at the PF. The Federal Bureau of Paranormal Investigation anymore. I've basically been kidnapped and taken to one of the many facilities called the Vault. Before I go further, I have one last scripting I'd like to tell you about. The last one I made, anyway. I was at my desk preparing my tape recorder and new typewriter. My last one was destroyed in the break-in a while back. Hardly an hour passed when I saw this huge, cloaked guy walk towards me. He had this sword strapped to his back. All other details were hidden by his clothing.
You, puny man. Is this the Federal Bureau of Paranormal Investigation?
He asked with a scary voice, like the kind of scary that if I said the wrong thing, one syllable from him would end my existence. Damn it. I tried to change the words around, but nope. Yeah. I'm guessing you're my 2 o'clock. His tone shifted.
You must be Lynch. I saw your awful Craigslist ad and thought that was a joke. I'm very glad to find its legitimacy.
Another gut shot. Gee, thanks. Anyway, come on in. We'll get started. I led him through the rows of empty desks and tables. He was looking around in fascination. He even chuckled a bit. I saw Jeremy look up at me from his work, stopping to gawk at the guy behind me. Don't worry, he's another applicant. I think he might actually stay compared to the others. That didn't help his expression. If there was a face that said, I shit myself, Jeremy had it. I'm just glad I was able to hide my own fear. We entered the interrogation room and sat in the 2 seats available. I could hear the chair groaning under his weight. If I don't want to replace it, I better do this quickly. So, Charlie, is it? I asked, forgetting what his name was on the application.
Charles is fine. I must say, I didn't think the building would be this empty. I expected at least a guard or 2 at the entrance.
His tone seemed innocent. Well, we do have guard dogs. If they actually guard, that is. Then again, they terrify more applicants, so, yeah. I took a few seconds to look over him. Something didn't sit right. From his appearance alone, an office job didn't suit him. You seem like the adventurous find a monster, fight it, kill it type. So, why apply here? Charles leaned his weight onto the table.
The change of pace, I guess. Slashing people really gets boring after a while. Your co-worker, is he the only one here other than yourself?
Odd, but whatever. Well, for the time being, it's Jeremy, Tony, his hounds, and I. Our boss would be Selena, but she's been gone for a while, looking for old co-workers to rehire. No luck, though. So, what skills do you have? A sly grin grew on his face.
Well, not to brag, but it's violence. I love it. I crave it. But everyone's too damn weak these days. There's no fun in the challenge anymore. The 3 of you could hardly put up a fight were I to attack.
I eyed Charles suspiciously. Okay, man, what's your deal? Are you looking for a job, or looking to pick a fight? Oh, I'm sorry, a slaughter. His face became serious.
Now, there's the real question. Hardly any defenses, a flimsy metal door, 3 men, and a few pops. This was much easier than I had prepared for. I was honestly expecting to see someone else when I got here, but it looks like they left. Now then, before I answer your question, I believe you have something that belongs to me. A book of sorts.
My eyes widened at this accusation. The files I found a while ago. How do you know about that?
Your online posts. For the longest time, they've been hidden. For a time, at least. That security breach of yours gave us the chance we needed to find you. A pathetic organization you have here. I highly doubt it would ever recover.
Damn it. Onyx. What the hell happened to him? Why do you want the files? What are they to you? He's not wrong, but I wanted to get as much out of him as I could.
I'm a conqueror of knowledge. The type that is proven harmful if left in the hands of those unqualified to handle it. Now, you're going to take me to it.
Without another word, he got up from his chair, the seat squeaking after the force was finally removed from it. He glared at me, waiting for me to lead him through the building. I couldn't really fight back, so I did as he said. We left the interrogation room, passing by Jeremy once more.
Oh, that was quick. So he's working with us.
I laughed sheepishly. No, turns out he's here for another reason. I'm just leading him out.
Ah, damn. Would have been cool for him to stick around.
Charles glanced towards Jeremy.
Actually, it seems Lynch here has more use at my location of employment. I doubt he'll find it worthwhile to set foot in here again.
I started to feel my body begin to tremble. I gave Jeremy the oh shit look he gave me a few minutes ago. He nodded subtly and started typing away at his computer. I could feel Charles staring down at me, so I continued forward. We finally reached my desk.
I could feel his impatience. Before I could sit down, he started tearing through my desk feverishly, as if his life depended on getting those files. Before long, he found the safe beneath the rubble that was my desk. Oh, right, the code, it's... But before I could finish, he tore the door off like butter, then poured everything out onto the floor. He sifted through the documents until he found them.
It's been opened. I presume you've gone through the contents. No matter. You're still coming with me. Retrieve what you need. Then we'll go.
I grabbed my phone, the Lamborghini keys, my typewriter, and a few sheets of paper. He looked at me, a confused and amused look on his face.
You do realize it was due to your habit of writing down your records that placed you in this predicament?
I looked back at him, unsure of what to say. Old habits die hard, I guess. He shook his head.
Let's be off now.
Awkwardly carrying everything in my arms, I shuffled to the front of the building. I had almost exited the building when I heard someone sprinting behind me.
Lynch, hold up. You forgot something.
I craned my neck to see Jeremy running towards me. He slowed to a jog, passing by Charles as he got to me. He panted, trying to catch his breath.
Here, you forgot your watch. You left it on your desk. Well, what was your desk? I never know what time it might be. You suck at charging your phone.
Oh, thanks. My hands are kind of full, though. He took the watch and slid it into my pocket. Afterward, he waved as Charles and I left the building. Outside, there was another vehicle, an armored truck that wasn't there before. It was huge. Charles waved his hand, seemingly causing the left side doors to open.
It will be a short drive. Don't get too comfortable.
I reached towards the seat, placing my belongings on the cushion. I climbed in and shoved my things to the seat next to me. Charles sat in the driver's seat. Once he started the car, the doors slammed closed. The engine was quiet for a truck, unless it was a hybrid. Look, I'm not a car guy. The car jolted forward for several seconds, but instead of being thrown back in my seat, I felt weightless. All the windows were covered except the windshield. A parade of colors and light were streaming past us, some I couldn't begin to describe.
I'm guessing you're new to this form of travel,
Charles said to me, unfazed by what mesmerized me. What is this?
This is a corridor. If I say more, you're right about it.
Fair enough. He wasn't wrong. The lights snapped away, replaced by the scenery of very tall trees and a dilapidated stone structure in front of us, standing on the edge of a cliff.
We've arrived. Leave your belongings. One of my servants will take care of it.
Thank goodness. I'd rather not carry it all again. If I'm honest, I was a bit suspicious that they'd be messed with. The left side doors opened again, letting me get out of the tank on wheels. Outside, I got a better look at the structure. It was a massive and decrepit castle. It looked centuries old, practically ready to fall apart and crumble. The drawbridge lowered once Charles exited the truck.
Stay behind me. It's best not to get lost here.
I just nodded, absorbing the scenery around me. He was already crossing the bridge by the time I looked back, so I hurried and caught up with him. As soon as I stepped off the old wood, it was drawn closed. Charles continued forward. Inside, the old building was practically empty. The one thing within was a throne, tattered and aged, and a staircase behind the chair leading downwards. He stared at the chair for a couple of moments, letting out a deep sigh. With more force, he walked past it as if trying to keep out a memory. I was curious what secrets it held. The staircase was an anomaly of its own. The second I stepped foot on the first step, it felt weird, similar to what it felt like waking in Lady Luck's mansion. Another strange thing, the stairs didn't turn at all, just forward and downward. After a couple of minutes, we should have walked off the cliff. The walls on either side of us were covered in runes I couldn't recognize from any history book. In the distance, I saw a pale white door, etched with the same symbols as the walls. In the middle was a wood-carved sign with 3 letters on it. PHI. I recalled seeing those letters on the headset that I used on Joseph. The memory made me cringe with regret. Hey, those letters, I've seen them before. What do they mean? Without breaking his stride, Charles answered.
Preservation of historical items. Things deemed too dangerous to be left in the hands of the public are collected and brought here, among many other places.
My eyes shifted to the sword on his back. I didn't get a good look until now. It looked ancient. The handle was worn but cared for. The blade itself looked as if it had been shattered but reforged. So, is that sword also one of those items? His head shifted to glance at me before turning back.
This sword has been and will always be mine. I found it in a European museum. Stealing it back. A blade similar to it was stolen before I found this. I have an idea of who it was, but nothing certain.
We finally reached the door, which Charles pushed open. Inside was an immaculate office, futuristic but modern in a way.
Ah, Charles, you're back.
We turned to the source of the voice and saw a detective walking towards us.
Oh, Sean, good to see you. Any luck with your last case?
No. Turns out the kid turned into a skinwalker before anyone could find him. I finished off the poor boy and gave his folks the usual, "I'm sorry, he's gone." First time I couldn't find someone in time. It pissed me off a bit. Charles looked at Sean with sympathy in his eyes.
I see. I'm sorry, my friend. As for the subjects?
The majority have been transferred to Vault 3. Honestly, we never should have let people even try to contain them. The rest have agreed to work for us. Sean looked over at me. Oh, is this that moron who put his shit online? What was it? The PFBI? I felt my blood run hot. Hey, asshole, I can hear you. He got right in my face and continued. Good, because you better get that through your thick skull. You're the reason we even knew about your little organization. So everything that's happened, that's on you. I was going to start swinging when Charles stopped me.
Enough. There will be time for bickering later. We have more important matters.
Sean's eyes lit up. Ah, thank you for reminding me. We got hit. Somewhere on one of the smaller islands. I'll send you the coordinates. Charles rubbed his temple.
There. I can't catch a break, can I? Watch him while I'm gone. Take this and put it with the others.
Charles reached into his cloak, pulling out the subject files. Sean took it, handling it delicately. Anything specific you want me to do with them? They both stared at me.
Just ensure he doesn't do anything stupid until I get back.
With that, he left back up the stairs, closing the door behind him. Well then, looks like you're stuck with me. And don't expect that watch of yours to work. I looked at the watch Jeremy gave me. Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about? Sean laughed. You're even denser than I took you for. The security here stops any and all communication of location devices. Whoever gave you that, unless their algorithm is adaptive, they've had no luck finding you, princess. Okay, let's get this clear. I really don't like you. You don't like me, or you get enjoyment from pushing my buttons, and I hate it. So let's agree to talk as little as humanly possible. Agreed? He stared at me for a few seconds. All right then, you best follow me and keep your mouth shut. I followed him wordlessly as we made multiple turns to the building, passing by countless doors on either side of us. He stopped in front of an empty doorway. I actually don't think it had a door. Inside the frame was an orange, translucent energy, similar to a force field. He walked in, and then I did. Inside was a massive room. Countless bookshelves with a multitude of books filled the space around us. My jaw dropped as I gawked at the collection of knowledge around us. Sean chuckled at my reaction. Incredible, isn't it? Welcome to the Forgotten Library. Your room is just outside of here. You'll be spending your time there or here. I suggest you get comfortable. He turned to one of the bookshelves, placing the files in an empty slot. Feel free to read whatever you like here. As many times as you want, actually. He exited the room, leaving my curious mind to wander. So, yeah, I've been here for some time now. I should be able to update you again sometime soon. Until then, I'm your lost and alone PFBI guy. Part 15. Hey there, Lynch here. So just a few updates this time. The library. I can't even begin to describe what I've read. No, seriously, I literally can't. I don't know what kind of shit they put in there, but I can't remember anything that I've read. Like, I remember reading, and then I leave, and then I can't remember what I just read. I've tried writing down what I read, just to watch the ink disappear off the page. I typed it on my phone, gone. Hell, I even tried a voice recording. No data at all. I can't take any of the books out of the library. The force field won't let me. In fact, I think that's what's causing all of this. I can remember anything other than the library. I do have to hand it to them, though. The Forgotten Library is a fitting name. I can recall the titles, though. Well, most of them. Lost Secrets of Ancient Greek Technology, Shattered Paradise, History of Atlantis, Impossible Feats and Who Built Them, Aliens, No, Seriously, Black Holes and Where to Not Find Them, The Lost Kingdom of Katarindu, The Legend of the Not Very Heroic Prince, Memory and the Madness Without, How to Summon Something You Probably Shouldn't, and my personal favorite, Time to Waste. The majority of the other books are in several different languages. Half of them look to be centuries old at least. I don't want to touch them. I mean, I did touch one of them, and it fell apart in my fingers. Oops. So, the structure itself is pretty damn strange. I've been trying to find my way out of this place. I mean, there's a lot of hallways here, so it was already a maze, but I had to begin somewhere. I started by leaving my room and picking a random hallway, just to turn a corner to find the library across from my room. Turn around to find the same damn thing. I've walked for literal miles one time, and walked for a mile straight forward, just to be forced back to those two rooms. It's been adding to a growing panic that I might not get out of this place. Sean has been making sure I'm fed and kept out of trouble. He seems irritable at being my babysitter. Honestly, I don't blame him. Hell, even I get sick of having to take care of my dumbass. Every now and then he calls me about Charles obtaining another artifact and sending it to a vault. From what I could gather, I think there are 3 categories of the vaults. First, people, or living organisms, varying in consciousness or thought. Second, weapons or items with power or just mystery itself. Third, books, or any collection of knowledge with or without a hidden secret. As for why they collect them, I personally don't buy the whole people aren't prepared for these things approach. No one even knows they exist. Unless I post this. I really suck at keeping secrets. So, today was different compared to the routine I began growing accustomed to. Instead of Sean's annoying face staring at me, it was Charles. He sounded a tad energetic.
Arise and follow me. It's time I acquire the intel from you, personally. Consider it an interrogation.
How ironic. Oh well, I'm sure this is bound to happen sooner or later. Karma catches up to us every now and then. Lead on, Cloak and Dagger. He wasn't amused at my joke. I followed him through the maze-like hallways, feeling a sense of relief of finally passing by different sets of doors. Before I could get my hopes up too high, he stepped in front of an open doorway. He gestured for me to walk inside. Peeking my head in, I saw it was a white hexagonal table with 2 chairs at the end. With a bit of impatience, he said,
Let us begin.
I took my seat closest to the wall, so I could see the doorway behind him. He took his seat and began.
Now, Lynch, I don't often take prisoners of your caliber. If I'm being honest, I kill them on the spot to reduce loose threads. However, your selfless sacrifice to spare your friends is, well, a bit pathetic. For their survival, I hope you have something of value to offer.
I took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. There was far more than my life in my hands at the moment. So, you're already aware of those files in my possession. I can promise you that the only living eyes that have seen those pages are you and I. As for the posts themselves, yeah, I did bring this on myself. I was an idiot for thinking this wouldn't come back to bite me in the ass, but I didn't care. And now, here we are. I didn't really know what else to say or offer. Charles seemed bored with my words.
That's the best you have to offer. Really? I'm disheartened, Lynch. I truly am. I mean, you've seen countless beings with many abilities in your last job alone, and you don't consider offering that knowledge as well.
He had a point. I really should have thought of that. Confidentiality. If it's too secret, I can't talk about it, you know?
That obviously didn't stop you from talking about this place, now did it?
I really wasn't helping my case. Look, I honestly have no clue what I could say, give, or offer that you wouldn't look past. All I want is for my friends to be safe and alive, so if that means doing what's necessary, then damn it, I'll do it. Charles stared at me. He looked taken aback.
Look, I believe that you truly want to save your comrades. If you have something, any amount of crucial information I would want, I would spare you. But it looks as if your time has come.
I began to lose care of what I said at that moment. Jeez, not sure how Lady Luck's gonna get my corpse from this place. The eyes of my interrogator grew wide after I said that.
Where did you hear that name?
I grew a bit confused. She told me? He grew more furious with his questions.
How? You met her? No one meets her. Where did you find her? Show me. Tell me how.
He stood up from his chair quickly, grabbing and tossing the table to the side. He ran over to me, pinning me against the wall. Okay, I'll take you to her, he yelled right in my face.
Now.
I followed Charles out of the facility, up the ruined stairs and out of the old castle. We were outside when he started ordering me to take him to her.
Show me where she is.
Look, her husband gave me his Lamborghini, borrowed it to me. I'm pretty sure I can just drive it back. He laughed at me mockingly.
Drive it back? If that isn't a joke, I don't know what is.
Look, just take me back to the PFBI. The Lambo is there. We can go return it, and you can say hi to Lady Luck yourself, okay? He stared at me, contemplating my offer.
It matters not if you tell the truth. Should I find you to be lying, I'll return there anyway and kill every one of your allies. That is my promise to you.
Great. Now can you please open the portal and let's go? He shook his head and raised his hands to wave it.
It is called a corridor.
Instead of the giant corridor that opened like last time, a smaller one emerged right in front of me. So, just walk through? No big deal? Just like a roller coaster? I heard him chuckling behind me.
Let's be off, Lynch. While you still draw breath, that is.
So, I stepped through the portal. The weightlessness feeling came back, but my feet felt magnetized to the floor. Like before, I was only in there for moments, just to walk out as suddenly as I entered. The front of the PFBI looked unchanged, from what I could tell, at least. Before I could move any closer to the front door, I felt Charles's hand on my shoulder.
Lady Luck, show me.
My shoulders dropped. I felt some of my hope fade. My hand reached into my pants pocket, pulling out the car keys. Clicking it, the Lambo roared to life. Well, as much life as a wrecked race car could offer. Climb in, and hang on to the oh shit handle. The return drive felt longer than the first time I had driven the car. Charles was barely able to fit inside.
He looked like he was about to pop like a zit. He gave me a look every time I made a sharp turn. I finally stopped the car, but before I could put it in park, he slammed open the passenger door. Getting out, I just threw the keys into the driver's seat. Looking over at Charles, he was glaring at the well-kept mansion in front of us. Wordlessly, we walked inside. Curiosity overcame me, and I followed him. Soon, I came face to face with Lady Luck once more. Again, her appearance had changed. The only thing that stayed the same was her hair. She seemed unsurprised at seeing him.
Oh, Charles. So we meet again?
Charles reached over his shoulder, readying his sword.
Greetings, sorceress. How I've long awaited this meeting.
Really? You threatened me? After all that I've done to help you in your desperate time of need?
His grip tightened on the sword, not yet drawing it.
You've tricked me countless times, you vile snake.
The house began to shake.
And you? I trusted you with her. What did you do? Use her as a weapon for your futile war. And I'm the one to blame.
He drew his sword, pointing it at her. Wind began to pick up, emanating from the two of them.
Don't you dare speak about her.
They stood there, staring each other down. Lady Luck changed her tone to try to calm things down.
You know, there is a way to bring her back.
Lies.
She stared at Charles, unfazed by the blade pointed at her.
You and I both know I have nothing to gain from lying about this.
Charles began to lower his sword.
What are you trying to achieve then, temptress?
She spoke to him as if he were a child.
Oh, poor child. All of those centuries long past. And you think trying to control the fate of this world would save it? Such a fool.
Coldly, he replied.
We are both hypocrites, witch. Now, answer me.
Her gaze shifted to me.
Well, that information will cost you. I want his corpse.
Charles glanced at me, then back towards Lady Luck.
Why wouldn't a simple task be easy for yourself?
No. His gift far exceeds my ability. I feel one of a higher caliber would be able to shatter whatever deity blessed him with protection. Do this, and I will tell you exactly where to go to bring her back to you.
Charles turned to stare at me, the weight of his decision reflected in his eyes. There was also resolve in his sight. It was at that moment I felt all of my hope fade.
I am truly sorry, Lynch. It seems your fate has been sealed.
So, here I am now, in my room. I've been given one last meal. Instead, I've decided to spend that time writing this out instead. I feel you all deserve to know what happens to me, what happens to the PFBI. I mean, I'm not the only one who works there, but I've been the only one who told of any of this. So, yeah, I feel I've lived a good life, one that I can be proud of. Also, on the very slight chance my son is reading this. Heck, no matter what happens, no matter what or who you might lose, don't give up hope. It hurts like hell, but that light does exist at the end. Keep fighting for it. This is Lynch, your friendly PFBI guy, signing off indefinitely. Part 1. The rain spattered gently onto the windshield. As the streaks of water built up and rolled across, they obscured the road ahead. When the wipers had had enough, they swung up to clear the glass before returning to their resting place, waiting to start the cycle over again. The pre-dawn rural Connecticut highway had no signs of other cars, and only the faintest promise of light soon to come. A porous fog filled the world around Jack's car, causing the colors of the tree line and the occasional exit signs he passed to smudge together.
As he finished banking around a long curve up a hill, he glanced down at his phone. The GPS still said he had another 43 minutes before he arrived at Bradley Airport. ETA 3:15 a.m. He'd never been great with early mornings, never mind cold November early mornings. A later flight certainly would have been more preferable, but when money's tight, you have to do what you have to do, and the red eyes were the cheapest he could find. The fact that he managed to scrape together the money for a flight in the first place still baffled him. Then again, if everything went well in Idaho, he would get more than his money back. But that was a big if. He slowed a bit to make sure no big bends in the road jumped out to surprise him. He glanced up at the sticky note he'd slid into the clip of his car's sun visor. It had the name of some lawyer from Preston, Idaho, that his father's email had told him to contact when arrived. Nicholas Ectus, estate lawyer, it read. For how much Jack's parents had hated each other, his mother had refused to even entertain the idea of a divorce. No, instead they just chose to live in a torturous, hate-filled separation. Don't leave the bitch a cent, the email had said. Now that Dad was dead, Jack failed to see how the fortune he'd been sitting on could legally go to anyone but his wife. The money was no joke. He'd won it all in a lawsuit with the old paper mill he worked at. Criminal negligence and chemical mishandling, or something like that. But the email had been adamant that this Nicholas guy would be able to get the money to Jack instead. Even if there was a chance that was true, he felt he had to take it. The fog relented a bit, and more of the road ahead came back into view. So, he let the car pick up speed again. It was hard to keep his eyes open. The speakers in his car had blown out months ago, and he hadn't bothered even asking what they would cost to get fixed. The only thing he could use to stay awake was the shrill sound of music playing from his phone's speakers, nestled snugly in the center console cup holder in a futile attempt to amplify the sound. It didn't help. The old crooked couch hadn't exactly been ideal for a restful night's sleep either, and after the fight with Penelope, he hadn't even been able to fall asleep until well past midnight. He was operating on, at most, an hour and a half of sleep. Hopefully, he could make it up on the plane. His car revved as it attempted to shift with his increase in speed. The transmission had always been finicky, but recently it had taken to jolting a few times before any gear shift. After 2 quick revs, he could hear the thunk of the engine finding its purchase and propelling the car forward consistently again. Piece of shit, he muttered under his breath. His eyes moved back up from the tachometer to the road, and Jack decided to let himself think about what he was going to do when he touched down in Preston. It had been years since he'd talked to either of his parents. He was sure he wouldn't be able to get far into setting up the funeral arrangements before Mom learned he was in town. Small-town folks were never good at being discreet, and when you were as involved in the town's henhouse of a church as his mother was, there isn't anything you did better than minding other people's businesses. His phone hummed with the faint buzz of a text being received, magnified against the solid plastic of his cup holder. New message from Pen. Shit. He'd have to address that at some point. After the funeral, he muttered. He reached down and used his thumb to swipe the notification up and dismiss it. Glancing down, he noticed the Maps app seemed to have crashed. Damn it. He took a quick look back up through the rain-laden windshield. No cars, no signs, just the white lines of the 2-lane highway into the fog. He reached down to the phone and started a new trip, selecting the airport from the recently visited list. A spinning circle appeared as the phone plotted the course, and he looked back up to the road. He'd turn his attention back just in time to catch the exit sign zip past him on the left. Big and green with white letters, the text, Exit 27, Ross Road, and an arrow pointing to the right, the direction he was heading. The road in front of him was now just 1 lane, an off-ramp heading into the fog. Shit, he said as he slowed the car, its transmission chugging in protest. The exit he'd just accidentally taken seemed to be the straight continuation of the highway. It was technically an exit, but it was one of those roads where go straight on the GPS equated to bearing left to stay on the road. He was slowly heading down the off-ramp.
the highway falling away into the gray mist and darkness behind him.
Why the hell would anyone make a road like that?
He thought angrily. He glanced at the GPS and verified what had happened. He could see the highlighted blue route behind him veering left while he continued down the ramp, the spinning loading symbol reappearing along with the words rerouting above it. It quickly returned to the map, telling him to continue straight and turn left in 0.3 miles. The new ETA read 3:25 a.m. Jack calmed a bit. It was still frustrating, but it looked like it was only going to add a couple minutes to get back on the highway. The fog still obstructed the road ahead, but the phone showed the ramp ending at a T-shaped fork in the road. Driving through the mist was significantly more unsettling now that he'd stopped moving at highway speeds. The quiet and lack of visibility was off-putting on the highway, but the streetlights and speed at which they passed made the environment feel less imposing and more so something to view as it flew by. Now that the road had no lights to speak of, and the trees took longer to pass through his periphery, there was no such feeling of detachment. The fog got so thick that his headlights seemed to become a detriment to visibility, the light barely leaving the bulbs before refracting off millions of particles in the air, spreading out and making the windshield nothing but a wall of dim, fuzzed light. Slowly but surely, the fog thinned out just enough that the headlights pierced through. Jack could see the road coming to an end. As he approached the head of the T intersection, he saw that the perpendicular street ran along the bottom of a ridge in the woods. The ground rose up steeply on the other side of the road, with trees standing up as straight as could be, in spite of the slanted earthen floor's gradient. Straight ahead, up against the base of the ridge, the fog began to take on a different coloration. It started dulled, then shifted to a yellow blob that deepened as he approached. When the light from his headlights finally pierced through to the ridge line in earnest, he saw the yellow shape take form. A large, yellow, diamond-shaped street sign indicating the fork in the road. Across it was painted a dual-headed black arrow pointing off to the left and to the right. Jack slowed and came to a stop at the intersection, partially to look left and right, but also a bit unsettled by the metal sign. There was nothing abnormal about it, but in the pre-dawn silence and the enforced obscurity of the fog, the stark yellow of the sign felt out of place. There were no other street signs, nothing indicating lodging or food or gas stations like you'd typically see coming off the highway. In fairness, he thought, this was rural Connecticut. There wouldn't be much out here in the first place. But still, he felt uneasy. The robotic voice of his phone echoed up from his cup holder, feminine and firm.
Turn left in 50 feet.
Not seeing any headlights from either direction, Jack pulled the wheel around and took the left, heading down along the ridgeline in the fog. The yellow of the sign took on an almost orange tint in his rearview mirror as it was washed in the red of his taillights, before fading back into the mist and darkness of the road. The phone spoke up again.
In 5 minutes, take a right turn.
Jack looked down, confused at the instruction. After verifying he'd put in the correct destination, he shrugged to himself and continued down the road. The tinny bass line of some song he'd long forgotten the name of played through his phone, filling the quiet night. As the trees passed by outside the car windows, the uneasiness Jack had felt started to fade. He wasn't going anywhere near highway speeds, but the woodland road was relatively straight, and as long as he was careful with the fog ahead of him, he was able to comfortably cruise around 40 to 50 miles per hour. He tried flicking on his high beams to get a better look at the tree line, but they only collided with the fog. The more aggressive light did more harm than good in terms of visibility. He decided to leave them off. Jack stole a quick look at the phone.
Turn right in 3 miles.
The driving was still monotonous, but being off the highway was nice, even in the eerie quiet of the forest. His ETA had even dropped to 3:20 a.m., probably because he was pushing the road's posted speed limit. Jack was normally a very cautious driver, but there was no one else on the road, and it was nice to take the turns a bit fast. To feel his inertia ever so slightly protest as the car banked. He reached down to the old hand roller he'd reattached countless times and rolled down his driver's side window. The night air was refreshing on his face, and he could hear the chittering of bugs and other wildlife starting to wake up in anticipation of first light. Soon, the ridgeline of the woods to his right tapered off, and he was surrounded by more or less even forest on both sides. The trees thinned out a bit as he approached his turn, and the fog relented as the street ahead came into view. Jack carefully compressed the brake, slowing the car and squinting ahead to verify what he was seeing. The road ended in a similar T-shaped intersection, with the perpendicular road extending to the left and right. Funnily enough, there was a similar ridgeline on the other side of the street as well, albeit a bit less densely packed with trees, banking up and out of sight. Then he saw it, firmly affixed across the intersection and standing sentinel against the sharp beams of his headlights, a large metal yellow sign. The same dual-headed black arrow sat squarely in the center, gesturing in each direction. The new road stretched along. Jack cocked his head a bit as it came to a stop at the intersection, eyes locked on the sign. It wasn't exactly the same. It was level on its posts and faced straight towards the length of T intersection, just like the last. But this one clearly had some different scratches and dents, and the tree line behind it had clearly changed. Still, it was unsettling to see a scene so close to the one he'd just driven 5 miles away from, like some sort of unnatural deja vu. "Turn right." The phone's voice shook Jack out of his stare. He looked down to see the light blue highlighted route on his map bend around the turn and continue to the right. Leaning forward, he looked out the windshield to his left to check for oncoming traffic. As expected, nothing but fog and darkness. Taking a bit of a breath to calm himself, he turned the wheel, released the brake, and banked right. As the sign swung out of his view, he couldn't help but let his eyes drag on it. He was being unreasonable. It looked like any street sign, but damn if its bright yellow and unnaturally geometric shape felt out of place on a wooded back road. "Continue straight for 6 miles. Jack looked down at his phone again. 6 more miles, he thought. Just his luck that he happened to take the exit leading directly to a maze of one-way roads that took 11 miles to rejoin the highway. He considered just turning back. The ETA still read 320, though, and mulling it over for a minute, he figured he'd taken a left followed by a right. Since the exit he'd accidentally taken was to the right of the highway, it could make spatial sense to have driven a ways left, then turned to go alongside the highway before the next on-ramp. The exit ramp he'd taken was obviously a one-way road anyway, even if he did turn around and go back. He didn't want to risk dealing with the off chance that he'd meet someone coming down it while he tried to go up, especially since it was likely anyone he met on the road at this hour would be a bored night shift highway patrol. So Jack continued down the road, reaching down to turn up the volume a bit on his phone. Looking back, he caught the sign just before the fog overtook it. Definitely not the same one he'd seen before. This one was a bit tilted on its post, so its flat face was directed a bit to the right, watching his car as he drove away. The angle of it caused the red of his taillights to reflect a bit harsher than the last, almost entirely overtaking the yellow and reflecting a glowing ruby light. The road was more of the same. He'd rolled the window back up by now. The refreshments of the wind had quickly lost its appeal as the cold air sucked all the heat from his car. It was stupid of him to have opened the window in the first place. His car took forever to build up any comfortable level of heating. In the couple minutes he'd had the window down, he'd lost the 2 hours of work his AC had put in on the ride so far to get it there. Now he shivered a bit and put his hands to the air vent for some warmth. Even though the temperature dial was set to max heat, the air coming out was even colder than outside. First thing I get with that bastard's inheritance is a new car, he thought to himself. That, and give some to Pen. Maybe that was how he'd fix things. Give her enough to make sure she was set for life, and then he'd disappear. A sad, resigned smile found its way to his face at the thought. That might be a way to make the best of himself. Set her up, and then make sure he didn't get the chance to fuck anything up. In 500 feet, choose. The artificial voice startled Jack out of his thoughts. What did it just said? He looked down at his phone and saw that his car's icon was approaching the next intersection. Along the top, where the instruction icon was usually displayed, it showed only a question mark, followed by the word he had been sure he'd misheard. Choose. Puzzled, and with the tiniest fluttering in his chest, Jack looked up at the road. The fog began to give way, and his heart skipped the shortest of beats, settling a bit deeper in his chest. The road ended ahead, with another running perpendicular to it. Behind the new road, the woods banked upwards. And there it was, sitting right across from the spot where the roads met. A big, yellow sign with a dual-sided black arrow. Jack stopped the car about 30 feet from the intersection. As the rolling of the tires slowed and stopped, the only sound left was the rumbling of the engine overlaying the subdued noises of the forest around him. The ends of the headlight beams illuminated the hillside in 2 circles, made oblong as they bent up its slope. They intersected over the sign in a sort of Venn diagram pattern, reflecting an even brighter light over the yellow of the sign and making it stand out against the background even more. "What the fuck?" he muttered to himself instinctively. He leaned forward and looked to the left and right to try and get a better lay of the intersection itself. There was nothing different from the last intersection, or at least nothing of note. No other signs, no potholes or changes in the terrain big enough to have taken passive note of. This was the same intersection. Again. No, that was stupid. There had been a few turns along the road, but nothing drastic enough to have turned completely around. Well, maybe with the distance, a small turn could have ended up changing his course enough. That had to be it. He'd gotten turned around somehow, ended up back at the intersection. He turned back to his phone to restart his route. It had probably just gotten mixed up whenever he took a wrong turn. But as he picked it up, he saw it had already reverted to rerouting, the spinning circle having reappeared in the center. It was taking some time. He only had 1 bar of service, and it couldn't seem to figure out where he was. The music had stopped as well, with how weak the signal was, which he found especially annoying. He thought he'd downloaded this whole playlist. He stared at the screen anxiously. It continued to spin. The fluttering in his chest was getting harder to ignore. He looked back up into the night. The sign still stood there, a ways ahead, the fog particles in front of it becoming individually visible only as they floated through the light beams emanating from his car, before assimilating back into the haze on the other side. "In 50 feet, make a U-turn." Jack's attention snapped back to the phone. It had finally finished, now showing the light blue path he was to follow, curling around and sending him back the way he had come. Okay, this was better. This made sense. Clearly he had taken a wrong turn somewhere. Or maybe the GPS hadn't gotten a good enough signal to choose the proper route, or something like that. He took hold of the wheel and slowly spun it, releasing the brake and letting the car twist back down the road. As it did, the yellow road sign swung across his windshield and out of sight. He made a point not to look at it in his rearview mirror. "In 4 miles, turn left." The ETA now read 3:40 a.m. This detour was starting to cost him. He should still have plenty of time when he got to Bradley, but Jack never liked leaving things to chance. He took a few slow breaths and grabbed his phone, reshuffling his liked songs before returning it to the makeshift cup holder speaker. As he passed by more trees and traced the slight bends in the road, he tried to look for any distinctive landmarks. Fallen trees, divots in the road, maybe gulches along the side of the pavement, anything to verify where he was and where he'd taken a wrong turn. He gave up after a few minutes. There were a couple of felled trees and bumps here and there, but he quickly admitted that he hadn't been paying enough attention on the drive there to recognize any of them. When alone at 2 a.m. and driving through the foggy woods, it's a lot easier to just fall into an autopilot trance and trust the GPS than to try and stay alert. He was certainly alert now. The chilled air in his car made it harder to feel tired. The AC was still blasting out cool air even though it was set to hot. If anything, the air had only gotten colder. Jack spun the dial back to the off position. Better to just let his body warmth slowly fill the car than have the AC actively cooling it. If he remembered right, he had a sweater somewhere in the back. That would definitely help. Looking ahead, the road was obscured by the fog, but it seemed like it wasn't going to turn anytime soon. With one hand on the wheel, he pushed himself up and to the side with his left foot, spinning just a bit to steal a glance in the back seat. The sweater was hanging off the middle seat, half on the floor. He flicked his head back to the road to make sure nothing had changed. Still straight ahead into the fog. He turned back and quickly grabbed it with his free hand, then sat squarely back in his seat, already working his hand up through the neck hole to prepare for a mid-drive wardrobe addition. As he did so, he looked down at it. Penn had made this one for him for their 2-year anniversary. It was an unadorned, deep maroon knitted sweater, but the inside was thick and soft, like a safety blanket. It was only due to the harsh yellow color in his peripheral vision that he noticed the sign barreling towards him. Jack slammed the brakes as the dots connected in his mind. The car screeched in anger as the brake pads immediately and unapologetically killed all momentum. The car came to a jolting stop just a foot away from the sign. Jack sat pressed against the back of his seat, hands firmly affixed at 10 and 2, knuckles white with effort. The sweater was temporarily forgotten, left to fall to his feet. The silence of the night was all-encompassing when contrasted to the high-pitched and panicked squeal of his brakes moments ago. Jack's heart was pounding with adrenaline. His body was still trying to chemically reorient itself. His mind, however, couldn't seem to care less. It was just transfixed on the shape in front of him. The street sign was so close that it nearly filled his entire windshield. A large, thick, dual-headed black arrow pointing off in either direction. It stood over him, cold, quiet, and still. Street signs are always so much bigger when you see them up close. If Jack were to lay alongside it, the arrow would nearly be his height. After a few moments of stunned silence, the unsettling pit in his chest and the sound of blood pumping through his ears began to be too much for Jack to stand. He pulled his gaze away from the arrow and looked out the windows to his sides. He knew what he would see, but had to be sure. The road met with another in a T-shape. He twisted around to look left. Same thing. Along the other side of the road, where the sign stood, the forest floor sloped up steeply into the fog. That made no sense. He'd only turned around, at most, 2 miles ago. Maybe not even that. He looked back down at his phone. The route was gone. The single cell service bar he'd had before had disappeared, and the app seems to have closed. The fluttering in his chest was back and was quickly turning into a pounding. He attempted to get his phone to reload the route. When it refused, he just zoomed out from his location to try and see where the highway was in relation to him. Without signal, the map wasn't much use. All it showed was his small section of road, surrounded by grayed-out grid tiles that refused to populate with any useful information. He looked back down either side of the road. He wasn't going to just keep driving blindly. But what could he do? Jack sat there in silence for a moment. He'd had enough signal to get a route back the way he came from. If he just went back, he could probably use that to see the map and plot his own way back. Yeah, that's what he'd do. And finally get off this road and out of these woods. Looking over his shoulder, Jack grabbed the shifter and moved the gear to reverse. The transmission made its normal subdued clunk as it shifted, followed immediately by a heart-stopping ka-thunk and a high-pitched shearing noise. The car refused to move. Shit, come on! Jack pushed the shifter into drive, then back into reverse, and pressed the gas pedal. He heard the unburdened whirring of something from the engine, but the car remained where it was. Fuck. He slammed his fist into the steering wheel, though there was no honk to accompany it. The horn on his car had gone a long time ago. He knew the car was going to give out in some way or another eventually. But ditching him in the woods in the middle of the night when he had a flight to make had to be the worst-case scenario. Reluctantly, he finished putting on the sweater and reached down to find the lever above his left foot. He gave it a firm pull, and the hood on the front of his car released, popping up just a bit. After unbuckling and verifying he was in park, Jack opened his door and swung both feet out onto the old cracked pavement of the road, pulling himself up to standing and closing the car door behind him. It was much cooler outside than in the car. The sweater helped stave off the air, though he still wasn't comfortable. The street around him was unsettlingly quiet. He listened, but could barely hear anything other than the hum of his idling engine. The fog had persisted, though it seemed like he was in the middle of a particularly thin area. He could see a good 100 feet in any direction. The roads all trailed off before subsuming back into the thick of the deep mist.
He turned to look up at the ridgeline and saw an area where it might have leveled off a ways up, though it was made hazy through the blurred air. It had been a starless night on the highway, but now that he was 11 or maybe more miles into the woods, he could see a decent number of them over the tree line above him, looking down. Dawn would be coming within the next few hours, and they'd all dissipate in subservience to their much-needed pier. He tried to find the Big Dipper up there, but couldn't. Made it a lot harder when there were so many more stars than he was used to. Jack turned to the front of his car. The yellow road sign stood sentinel in front of his headlights, cutting their trajectories short and creating two extremely brightly lit circles on the sign. He made his way around, eyes on the sign, until he eventually had to turn his back to shimmy in between it and the hood. The foot of space between the two was very tight, but he shuffled along until he was at the center of the car, then reached under the elevated hood, pulled the release latch, and swung it up. Jack immediately realized he knew nothing about cars. Even alone in the woods, he felt embarrassed for having thoughts that coming and looking at the engine would have helped him diagnose any kind of issue. He had no real idea what the thing was supposed to look like, even when operating normally. Most parts were segmented into housings and covered with hard plastic tops. That made sense. What was he expecting to see? All the pistons and gears just laid out nicely with little labels? After a moment of scanning defeatedly over the components, he did notice one thing. Out of the plastic top of one of the components, he had no idea which, a small but razor-sharp fragment of a silvery metal protruded, lodged into the plastic. It was hard to tell exactly what it was, but the bulge in the cover around the puncture clearly showed it was just a small, pointed end of a much larger mechanism. The outward bend of the plastic clearly implied that it had burst out from within, and the shearing seam along the sharp edge of the object looked like the metal had been sliced apart. Fuck, he sighed. Jack had no idea what this thing was or how bad the damage inside was, but it didn't seem like his car was driving anywhere anytime soon. Hell, he probably shouldn't even be idling the engine. It might be spinning something in there and causing more damage or something. Hurriedly, he slipped out from between the car and the street sign and ran back to the driver's side door. Opening it, he reached in and pulled the keys from the ignition. The sound of the car stopped all at once, leaving nothing but the dual headlights, the fog passing slowly through them, and the subtle sounds of the forest. He'd been a bit preoccupied with the near crash, but in the sudden silence after the engine quieted, Jack was faced with the absence of music coming from his phone. He grabbed it. No signal. He tried dialing 911. Nothing. Check the weather. Nothing. Open Google. Nothing but the little no-internet dinosaur game staring back at him. He started to resign himself to the fact that he wasn't going to make his flight. Jack slipped the phone into his left pocket. The fog was so thick and cold that it accentuated the low temperatures of the night against his exposed face and hands. He couldn't stay here. It wasn't cold enough that he was worried, but he was lost on some back road with no signal. The forecast for tomorrow had predicted the first snowfall of the approaching winter. The cold would certainly become an issue then. Fuck, why hadn't he packed better clothing? He had made sure to get the cheapest possible ticket, and they only allowed one carry-on bag. The best he had in terms of winter clothing was the sweater. As he closed the car door, the lights inside went out, and for a moment his eyes strained against the darkness. The little lights that they could make use of came from the dim reflection of starlight that struggled to outline even the simplest shapes. He had to stand in near total darkness for about half a minute before his eyes could finally adjust. The world around him took form again, albeit with a dulled bluish tint. The large road sign in front of the hood of the car still stood tall, the new lighting making the black arrow along its face seem all the darker. There had to be a wrong turn he had made, or something. This intersection was a near photocopy of the last. He swore it. But no, that didn't make any sense. He clearly had just missed a turn along the way and was letting his imagination run wild. All he had to do was go back the way he came. It would take a while, but once he did, he'd get signal again and be able to call a tow truck. Or, failing that, maybe just 911. Or even Penn. Jack tried to take a deep breath, but felt it catch in his throat as he looked up at the road sign he nearly crashed into. He forced his eyes from it and slung his backpack over his shoulder. After making sure the car was locked, he spun around and started walking along the road he'd driven down just minutes ago, making every effort to ignore the fact that he was certain it had been a straightaway the whole way here. The walk was a long one.
Jack's estimate had been that he'd driven maybe 2 miles from the last intersection before almost crashing. 2 miles was a lot further to go on foot than by car. But after 30 minutes had passed, then 40, he started to feel his throat tighten with nervousness, and his tongue turn into a dry and unwelcome hindrance to his attempts to stay calm. Had he missed a turn again? No, that was stupid. Before, when he was driving, maybe he could have missed a hidden turn in the fog, but not now. He had made a point to constantly scan either side of the road for any detour or change in the tree line in hopes that when he found one, it would prove that it had all just been an honest mistake. There had been no turns. By now, the cold was reaching his skin. It had been a slow battle, but his flimsy hat and sweater had lost. Now he could feel the temperature of his chest, arms, and head slowly beginning to dip. Every now and then he'd take a glance around, looking for any distinguishing features of the road before quickly bringing his chin back down to keep the cold air off his neck. The mummer's warmth of it dispersing through his torso and limbs would feel wonderful right now. This wasn't the worst he'd wanted to drink since going cold turkey a month ago, but it was certainly getting there. Originally, the descent to stop had been to support Penn. She'd stopped drinking around then, and it had clearly meant a lot to her. Jack figured the least he could do was not to make her watch him drink or stumble home drunk. It had proven much harder than he'd thought. He'd started drinking when he was 10 years old, and started binge drinking at 12. 18 years of a habit wasn't something you just kick in a spur-of-the-moment decision. She'd caught him with a bottle of Jack Daniels a few nights ago. The following few days hadn't been the best of their relationship, to say the least. Jack didn't even remember how he'd ended up with it. He'd heard the news about his father, and he must have just gone into autopilot. He didn't even tell her that his dad had passed until their second day of fighting. She quieted down after that, but that soon led to another, less straightforward and much more aggressive argument. That one landed him on the couch. Also his choice, but still. Jack looked up and squinted. The blurred but familiar outline of a road, a ridgeline and sign came into view. This one, however, was missing the key element of his piece-of-shit car sitting in front of the sign. Perfect. This was the intersection he'd come from. He wasn't that lost. All the panic was just his sleep-deprived brain failing to think logically. He picked up his pace a bit to make it to the intersection and pulled his phone from his right pocket excitedly. Still no signal. His emphatic pace slowed back to a walk, and his smile turned quickly to an irritated, if not unsettled, frown. He tried making calls, Googling. He even tried opening the message Penn had sent him earlier on the road, but none of it would load. Jack let his hand fall back to his side and picked up his pace to a light jog. It took only 3 steps for him to stop in his tracks. Jack stared straight ahead as he, for the first time, really took in the scene in front of him. The road continued forward and was intersected by a perpendicular one as expected, with the ridge rising up behind the other road and a large yellow sign with a dual-sided black arrow firmly in the center, unmoving. The front of the sign was facing right at him, but even from this distance, he could see there was something wrong with it. It seemed smaller somehow, almost like it was slightly bent over, like a hunchback, and there was some spot of color in the middle of the solid black of the arrow. He was too far to make out anything definitive in the starlight. After listening to the noises of the forest around him for anything abnormal, he started taking careful steps towards the intersection, cautious to make as little noise as possible against the pavement. The scene slowly gained more defined outlines and colors through the mist. The sign was definitely bent, hunched over, and sort of crushed inwards, like it was bent in half vertically along its center, with the sides folding out towards him. A few more steps, and Jack could make out the discoloration on the sign. Against the pitch black, there was a sort of dirtied white color. It twisted in a haphazard shape of short, jagged lines connected to one another. It wasn't until he was about 50 feet from the sign before he noticed the grayish-brown mass lying in front of the sign. Jack stopped, eyes locked on the mound below the sign.
It was one solid color all around, and looked almost soft. Maybe a jacket. Oh God. Was it a body? Hello? Jack reluctantly voiced towards it. No response. After a moment, Jack noticed the body had a few thinner sections protruding out from one side, some of them slightly curved. They ended in... What was that? He slowly took another step forward. Hooves. They were hooves. A feeling of relief immediately washed over Jack. It was a deer, or an elk, or whatever. His breathing, which had fully ceased and not restarted since the shape had come into sight, returned to a shaky but stable pattern. As the fear of finding a human body passed, the upsetting scene in front of him began to sink in. The deer was clearly dead. Taking a few more gentle steps towards it, the rest came clearly into sight. The deer laid half on its side, prostrate in front of the street sign. Two of its legs were splayed out to the side, while the others seemed to be broken in half, covered by the bulk of its torso. Its head lolled to the side, mouth slightly agape, and eyes looking lifelessly upwards. It had only one antler on its left side. There was a sharp and jagged stump where the right antler should protrude, lodged within bloodied and minced exposed flesh. Its entire right temple seemed ground to a mess. A dried blood surrounded it and flowed down its face into its glassy cuticles, before finally congealing on the scruff of its tangled jaw fur. Jack felt his stomach turn, and he shot a hand to his mouth instinctively to stop himself from emptying his stomach. After a moment of closing his eyes and collecting himself, nothing came up. One deep breath later, he opened them again, and saw that there was more to the sign than he'd seen before. It was certainly crumpled. Hard lines of bent metal all along the center seemed to imply it had been battered repeatedly. Here and there were small holes punched into the sheet metal with sharp, frayed edges poking out of the back. The off-white zigzag he had noticed from afar was, in fact, the deer's right antler. It stuck out from the metal, punctured partially through. The stubby end of it had flakes of flesh still connected and was coated with a deep, blackish red blood. The crimson liquid trailed widely beneath it, spreading out along the bottom of the sign and down to the deer's corpse. Leaning slightly to the side, Jack could see that the antler had certainly pierced the sign, and from the look of it, the sharp edges created by the sheet metal had acted as barbs, embedding themselves into the bone and locking the antler into place. His eyes wandered to the other pockmarks and jagged holes in the center of the sign. They were each surrounded by bent metal corners, implying repeated and powerful impacts. He looked back down at the deer. His chest was a tightly bound knot. He'd already been fending off a manic episode, but the scene in front of him, coupled with the absolute silence of the night, was causing his heart to spin. It felt like his arteries were tying into knots, and his chest got heavier and warmer as his breathing picked up pace. Jack forced his eyes shut, hard. Stop. Breathe. It's an animal. It's fucked, I know, but it was probably just rabid or something. Ran into the sign after you left and killed itself. This doesn't change anything. With his eyes still closed, he turned away so he would not have to see the body as he opened them. Just get a tow. He lifted his phone and lit up the screen. One bar. Jack almost teared up for a moment in elation. See? Nothing to worry about. He unlocked the phone and quickly dialed 911. It might be a bit overkill, but he wasn't sure how long the signal would last and didn't want to risk trying to Google a tow company only to lose it. That, and he had no idea where he was. 911 had all that fancy phone tracking shit to find him. This was just the easiest option. He'd ask for forgiveness later. As he raised the phone to his ear, he sat in silence as it made the dial-up noise. For what seemed like far, far too long, he didn't breathe, hoping to hear the comforting ringing noise of a call attempting to connect. Then it did. The final rhythmic buzz of a call ringing was unimaginably gratifying to hear, and he let himself release his bated breath with a short and involuntary laugh. Thank fucking God. Soon after, a soft female voice came over the line. Your call could not be completed as dialed. You will now be disconnected. His grin fell and his fingers tightened around the phone. He brought it down from his ear and looked at the screen. One bar of signal still remained, but the call had stopped ringing. The number dialed was written above the keypad, clear as day. 911. He could hear a faint
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
come up from the speaker before the call ended itself. No, fuck, come on. He heard himself growl at the phone. A tiny snap of a stick from behind him. He spun only in time to see a smear of blood where the carcass had been. A short glimpse of the deer's mangled head and sullen eyes being dragged along the forest floor as it disappeared into the trees. Jack ran. Part 2. The cold mist sliced through the knitted fabric of his sweater as Jack's sneakers bounded against the pavement. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew what little body heat he had left was getting carried off with the night air. His vision tunneled, blurring the already obscured trees and road on either side of him, only focusing on the asphalt ahead. The road banked to the right, and Jack moved with it, stealing a peripheral glance over his shoulder as he did. In the hazy darkness, he couldn't make out anything beyond 10 or so feet away. The rush of blood in his ears and rhythm of his sneakers smacking against the ground made other sounds hard to pinpoint. Was that a noise? Was that just his panicked sprint? Or was there something else following close behind? His eyes locked ahead again as the bend straightened out. He could have sworn on his father's grave he heard bounding along the road behind him. Or maybe it was just the echoes of his own feverish feet. It didn't matter. He couldn't think. Just run. Logic slipped in and out of his cognition like a piston in its cylinder, forced along by explosions of adrenaline. Just as he would begin to picture the deer's head being dragged away and try to make out what else had been there, another sound would rush into his perception. A gust of wind, a snap of a twig, or a shiver of cold would send his body back into autopilot, ejecting any intelligent thought out of the way to make room for instinct. Jack wasn't sure how long he ran. There were turns in the road, the fog would recede a bit, then come back even stronger than before. Later, when thinking back on it, he would realize he didn't run into a single yellow arrow sign during this time. At least, not one he could see. He could barely make out where his feet landed with each step, but it didn't slow him down for a second. He swore he could hear something behind him, far behind, but there. Eventually, even the adrenaline couldn't keep his legs moving at the pace it was demanding. Jack came to a stumbling jog, catching himself with his arm across his stomach as he nearly heaved from exhaustion and wheezed in the cold mist that had been tightening his airways. A moment passed, and as Jack caught his footing, he took a deep, labored breath and held it. No sound. Even the ambience of the woods was near silent. Jack took his next breaths as controlled as he could, both to calm his body down and to avoid making too much noise. A minute passed, then another. He was safe, for now. Well, not safe, but there wasn't anything chasing him, or at least anything near enough for him to notice. Jack's heart finally slowed its beat, and he could feel his body's fight or flight let go of the grip it had on its psyche. He thought back to the sign in the deer. The deer's head was still limp when he had seen it disappear behind the tree. From the way it had slid along the ground, it had to have been dead. He was sure of it. So something had come up behind him and dragged it away. It must have been that. Maybe a coyote, or even a black bear. Was that something black bears did? Jack looked back into the fog he'd come from. Shit. Now he really had no clue where he was. He'd taken a couple turns while running and hadn't seen any forking paths along the road, but with the panic, it was very likely he'd missed a turn or two in the mist. Now that he'd been stopped for a minute, his body dropped the emergency sensation suppression he'd been enjoying while running, and the depth of the cold on his skin really sunk in. Jack pulled the sleeves of his sweater up just enough to cover his hands, then cupped them together and brought them up to his mouth to exhale hot breath into. He could not stay here. Bears or coyotes or whatever the fuck was out there waiting could come back any time, and daylight wasn't for at least a few more hours. He took another shaky breath and realized he could see his breath float up in front of his face as it left his lungs. He had to just keep walking, he reasoned. He was on a road, and roads lead somewhere eventually. It was that, or just stand and wait for another animal. Jack peeled his eyes away from the direction he'd come and turned the other way. He began to walk, slowly this time, with his arms wrapped tight and his chin held down against his sweater for warmth. Time passed. It was harder to keep track of just how long he walked, with the woods around him never ending nor changing. Eventually, he pulled out his phone from his left pocket to check the time. 4:14, 15% battery remaining. Shit. He knew he should conserve battery, maybe only check every now and then in case he came into a pocket of stronger signal. He opened up the settings and enabled power saving mode. The brightness dimmed drastically. That made him feel a bit better. Should get him to the morning. And somebody would have driven by at that point, or soon after, at least. He shut off the screen, slipped the phone back into the pocket, and rewrapped his hands in the sleeves of the sweater. The walk seems to take forever. The road shifted and turned, and it quickly became hard to tell if he'd been walking in circles. Every now and then he'd fumble to find his phone and check it for signal, but to no avail. He was at least grateful there hadn't been any more intersections with the yellow road sign. In fact, there hadn't been any forks in the road or potential turns for him to take. Weirdly, he kind of preferred it that way. The less turns to choose from, the less chance he picked the wrong one and got even more lost. At least this way, he was just heading wherever the road took him. It might not be the right direction, but at least when he got there, it wouldn't be his fault for choosing the wrong turn at some fork miles back. Jack's senses began to dull with boredom after a while. It occurred to him just how insistent the human body and mind's tendency to go from panicked monotony was without constant stimuli. The constant patting of his feet along the pavement and subdued din of the forest around him forced his mind into a sort of complacency, even though he knew he should stay alert for any animals or cars. He was somewhere in between uncomfortably and painfully cold. The temperature had snuggled tightly into the top layers of his skin. The cold seemed to be content to stay just there, threatening to bring him to shivers and potentially hypothermia, but not quite forcing the issue. Not yet, at least. It got to such a point that Jack barely took his eyes off his feet. Watching them trudge along the road was so hypnotizing, he almost didn't notice the slight change in the lighting of the night. The fog-diffused baby blue light of the moon that illuminated his feet took on the slightest green shift, almost imperceptible. His brow furrowed as his brain shifted out of neutral gear. Quickly, he looked up and could see an ever-so-faint collection of muggy neon green light sources in the fog ahead, one much higher in the air than the others. They came from a ways down the road, along the right-hand side. Jack hurriedly picked up his pace, hoping it was some form of civilization, a car or maybe a cell tower or something. As he got closer, the fog's veil began to dissipate, and he could make out the shapes and shadows the light sources cast a bit more. One of them, the one lower to the ground, began to take on a warmer white tint as well. Jack's heart skipped as he realized what he was looking at. The white light was from the interior of an old-timey diner. The top of the building had neon green lights along the trim, giving it a classic retro look. His jog turned into a run and then into a sprint as the second light source higher up in the air became clearer. It was a sign with the words Sinipia Diner written in neon lights. The tedium of the endless walk faded quicker than he would have expected. His car had broken down and he was lost in the back country at night with some kind of bear or wolf or something hunting nearby. How the fuck had he managed to get calm? This was a situation where panic was well-deserved, and he felt sick with relief as he rapidly approached the first sign of another human he'd seen in hours. As Jack got close, he could see into the diner through the large windows that made up the majority of the walls. His hope sank for a moment, as he didn't see a single person inside from this angle, but quickly returned when he rounded the corner and saw a brown sedan parked out front. Someone was here. Jack closed the distance between himself and the front door in no time. He grabbed the bare metal handle and pulled. Nothing. Pushed. Nothing. He gave the door a few more shakes, but it was locked tight. He stepped to the side of the door frame and began to bang on the glass, probably more aggressively than he should have, but the panic was rising again, and he wasn't super concerned with proper etiquette at the moment. He cupped his hands around his eyes and pushed up against the glass to get a better look inside. It was pretty simple. A couple of booths, stools set up along a simple metal bar, behind which were an assortment of coffee machines, bottles, utensils, and a small opening in the wall to the kitchen where order tickets could be hung and food could be handed through.
Hello? Hey, is anyone there?
Jack yelled into the window. His own voice startled him. It was the first real sounds that he, or anyone else in the forest, had made in hours. It seemed to carry through the air far more than he'd have liked. And for a quick moment, Jack forgot all about the diner as he twisted his head to scan the road and woods behind him. He held his breath and listened intently. Nothing but fog. Jack's eyes hugged the edge of the road, sweeping back and forth. Without turning his head back around, he started banging on the window with his fist again, much harder this time.
Hello? Please, someone, I think there's something out here with me. Please, let me in. Fuck, come on. I see your car. I know you're here. Please, Eddie.
He turned his head back and nearly fell on his ass in surprise. Just on the other side of the glass, there stood a woman, maybe mid-20s to early 30s, dressed in a well-worn pink dress with an apron over top and a pen and pad tucked into the pocket. The apron bulged out in a large round stomach. She stood there with her head slightly cocked, one hand raised, pulling a headphone from her ear. Her voice came muffled through the pane of glass.
Hi there, hon. Sorry, we're not open for another couple hours.
Jack stifled the adrenaline in his chest. He must have looked like a mess. It occurred to him that a random, neurotic-looking man banging on the window at 4 a.m. was not a very inviting image. He gave a slight, involuntary laugh at the thought. I'm so sorry. My car broke down a few miles back, and I ran into a bear or something in the woods. I probably look like hell. He put his hands out in a sort of look-at-me motion. I can't get any cell service. I'm sorry for slamming the window. I was just so happy to see signs of other people. He tried to give his best embarrassed but charming grin. She gave a smile back and laughed a bit.
Well, you certainly don't look great, sweetie.
Looking at her, Jack could now see the bulge in her apron was because she was very much pregnant, maybe 7 to 8 months.
You said there's a bear out there?
Her eyes turned to the woods on the other side of the road. After a moment, she spoke again.
Let's get you inside.
She moved over to the door and pulled a small keyring from her apron. She had a strong southern accent, Jack thought. Not something he heard very often in Connecticut. She couldn't have been much older than him, but her cadence and accent gave her a very lovable grandmother vibe.
You got promised me you're not some psycho, though. You don't got no weapons or nothing, do you?
She raised an eyebrow at him through the glass of the door. Jack turned out his pants pockets, pulling his car keys and nearly dead phone from the right one. No, ma'am. She paused for a moment with the key just in front of the lock, leaned a bit to look at the fog behind Jack, then turned back to him.
You're one lucky fella, them, such a trusting gal.
With a smile and a click, she unlocked the door and opened it, inviting him in. Jack happily walked in and thanked her again, returning the keys and phone to their pocket. She took one more look up and down the road before closing and locking the door behind him.
Just take a seat in one of the booths there if you like,
she said. Jack was still recovering from the elation of having found another person. He slid into a booth against the window, and his body's tiredness fully kicked in. The diner was nice and heated. He was starting to feel the tips of his fingertips already, as he cupped his hands to his mouth to speed up the warming process.
You said your car broke down? I'm sorry, hon. Quite a time of day to get stranded.
She laughed as she walked behind the counter to start a fresh pot of coffee.
My brother-in-law, Lloyd, works for a tow company nearby. I'll give him a call in a bit when he's up, and come give you a hand if you'd like. You're not hurt, are you?
She turned to the countertop and began shaping a batch of dough that she must have been working on before Jack interrupted. No, I'm fine, Jack replied, bringing his hands back to the table. Just a bit tired and shook up is all. That'd be wonderful. Thank you so much. I don't know the first thing about cars, but based on how I left it, it didn't look like I'd be able to get it anywhere without a tow. Jack paused for a moment. I don't think I'll be able to pay for the tow outright, though. He fumbled with his hands and looked towards her. I'm good for it, I swear. It just might take me a bit to get the money together.
Oh, don't be silly. Lloyd's family. Besides, he owes me one for forgetting the gift at the baby shower.
She gestured at her belly with one hand while sprinkling flour over the dough with the other. Jack smiled and tipped his head a bit. That's far too nice of you. Thank you, ma'am. He knew he should continue to protest it and insist to at least help pay, but he wasn't in any financial position to do something like that. Oh, and, congratulations. I didn't want to make any assumptions, but that's exciting, he added. The woman gave a bright and cheerful laugh at that. Why, thank you, sweetie. I must say, this whole process has been a pain at times, but it's very fun watching men squirm trying to decide if they should bring up the baby bump or not. She winked at him. Sometimes I pretend not to know what they're talking about when they congratulate me, just to see how they react. Jack smiled. The sense of warm, fresh dough and the abundance of southern hospitality he was experiencing was a very welcome change to the situation he'd been in minutes ago. I'm Jack, by the way, he said. The woman finished shaping the dough and began cutting it into sections against the floured surface. Pleasure to meet you, Jack. I'm Primrose. Primrose Sinepia. Sinepia, Jack repeated, without the same confidence or punctuation Primrose had. I assume you own this diner, then? I saw the sign out front. No, not me. Sinepia is my married name. My husband's family built this place many years ago. It's an old Greek family name. They can trace their lineage all the way back to 1100 BC. Can you imagine that? As I understood it, the diner's been a bit of a pillar of the community here in town since they started. My husband and I just help out as we can with his folks getting older now. She started grabbing the rolled out dough and curled them into circles, connecting and forming them. She stopped for a moment and looked at Jack with a contented grin. Though I must say we've been really enjoying the work, considering taking it over full time. Give the little tyke here a place to run around in and work when they get a bit older. She patted her round stomach gently before returning to the dough. Well, really, Primrose, I can't thank you enough. You're quite possibly a literal lifesaver. Jack let out a nervous chuckle. The coffee machine gave a faint ding noise as the pot finished filling. Primrose wiped her hands off on her apron and picked up the pot and a mug. She walked out from behind the bar and placed the mug down in front of Jack, filling it up with fresh coffee. Oh, thank you so much, ma'am, Jack said as he picked up the cup. I can't tell you how much I think a little caffeine will do for me right now. Primrose smiled. Don't take this the wrong way, sugar, but if you could see yourself in the mirror right now, you'd say it's no secret you need some coffee and a good meal. She pulled the pen and pad from her apron. What'll it be then? I don't have everything prepped yet, but I can make you a snack of flapjacks or some nice cheesy scrambled eggs. Jack almost choked on his coffee for a moment before catching the surprised cough in his throat. Oh, I couldn't. You've already helped me out so much. I won't hear none of that nonsense. You're giving me some company during the early morning shift. Consider us even Stevens, she said. Now, flapjacks or eggs? She looked at him expectantly, pen hovering over the pad. Jack grinned. Okay, eggs, then. And thank you again. Primrose checked off a box on her pad of paper and slid it back into her apron's lapel pocket. Sure thing, sweetie. I'll get right on that. She gestured to the small metal mesh box on the table with condiments and sweet bottles in it. We've got some hot sauce right there for you. I haven't gotten the chance to put the salt and pepper out yet, but let me see. She looked over her shoulder, walked back to the counter, and returned with a few small tearaway packets, placing them on the table in front of Jack. Here's some salt and pepper. And please, call me Prim. Jack nodded at her in thanks, and she started to make her way to the kitchen, grabbing the sheet of dough she'd been working on along the way. Just before she walked through the swinging kitchen doors, Jack asked, Prim, I'm very happy you're here, but out of curiosity, what are you doing here in the diner at 4 a.m? Especially if you don't open for a few more hours. Prim turned 90 degrees and used her hips to open the door. Thank you, Jack. I've had such trouble deciding, she said with a smile. With that, she grabbed a broom she had propped up against the wall next to the door, stepped into the kitchen, and left Jack with his coffee. The door swung back and forth freely until they came to a quiet and controlled stop. Jack stared at the door as it swung. He squinted, trying to figure out how her response could possibly track with what he'd asked. It was strange, but in fairness, he was exhausted. He probably just missed something, or heard her wrong, or something. It didn't matter. He was warm, he had food coming, and a tow. Jack turned his attention back to his hands. He picked up one of the salt packets and started rolling it between his fingers like a coin. Okay, this was good. He knew he'd still have to figure out how to pay for his car and whatever damage was done. And he'd have to figure out a way to make it to Idaho now that he would clearly be missing his flight. With the money he sunk into the plane ticket and whatever the car was going to cost, it was even more important he got to Idaho and got that inheritance money. He knew his mother would not let him see a cent of it if she had her way. His parents despised each other, but Mom hated Jack just as much as his father, if not more. Whatever warmth she'd shown to Jack had disappeared the day his brother, Dean, had died. His dad wasn't much better. The guy had never been a good father, but he still enjoyed spending time with his kids. At least, he did when he wasn't at the bottom of a bottle. Jack's dad was a pragmatic man. He took pride in working for his pay and keeping respectable jobs, but he was not the kind of man to argue when deciding who would pick up the check.
In this life, people will try to get things out of you, son.
His dad had told him once, after he and Mom had gotten into a particularly bad argument over Dad letting their neighbor pay for the shared fence between their properties.
But when things get hard, they will leave you destitute, naked, and covered in your own shit the second you let them. So you take every fucking ounce they give to you while you can. You understand that, Jack?
Jack had been 6 at the time. His hand tightened around the salt packet, thinking about it. He reached back and slid it into his back pocket. That was another habit he'd picked up from his father. Whenever he was out and about, he would take just about whatever he could find that was free. Anything from samples at the store to jam and jelly or salt packets at diners like this one. He rarely used the things he took. They all ended up in a junk drawer or the trash, but it was just something he couldn't shake. He looked through the diner window, out into the fog-covered road and woods. Jack hated his father, and he hated the fact that he had to accept all this charity from Prim with nothing to give her in return. Made him feel like Dad. Jack's slow return to a comfortable temperature was almost complete, and his eyelids began to hang heavy. He was exhausted. He looked toward the kitchen and could hear the sound of Prim cracking eggs onto the stove, causing a slight sizzle noise to emanate throughout the otherwise quiet diner. Jack crossed his arms on the table and laid his head on his forearms. He wasn't sure when he dozed off exactly, but it didn't take long. A slight burn in his eyes and heat in his nostrils woke Jack up. He lifted his head and blinked the blurriness out of his vision. How long had he been asleep? He looked out the window. The night was still dark and the fog still hung heavy. As his senses came back to him, he recognized the smell in his nose. Smoke. Jack turned back towards the bar. The room was a bit hazy with fumes, like the fog outside. For a moment, while his mind was catching up with his body, he thought he might still be out there in the woods. The concept shot a spike of fear through his chest that refused to subside. He could see a few thin lines of thick black smoke coming up from the kitchen, crawling along the ceiling and out of the order-taking window. Jack stood and immediately started toward the kitchen doors. "Prim?" he said as he swung the door open, fanning the smoke from his face with his hand. The kitchen was small. A large industrial fridge stood against the wall. An island counter with utensils and bowls strewn across it stood in the middle of the room, with multiple pots and pans stored above on a variety of hooks and hangers. Prim was nowhere to be seen. After covering the tops of his eyes with his hand, he was able to see the cause of the smoke. A burnt pile of blackened something or other was sitting on top of the grill top, crackling and on fire. The heat on the stove was turned all the way up. Coughing as he went, he quickly made his way over and turned off the grill. The black substance looked like his eggs. They had burned, charred, and hardened on the stovetop, but were still alight and smoking. He spun and looked around the room, seeing a small fire extinguisher hanging on the wall next to the fridge. He ran and pulled it down, lifting the nozzle, took out the pin, and aimed, releasing the white foam suppressant all over the grill top. The fire immediately went out, and smoke stopped emanating from the eggs. The haze was still heavy in the room, but had already started to dissipate with its source snuffed out. Jack looked around the room again.
Prim? Are you here?
As the smoke cleared, the room became easier to make out. Still, no sign of Prim. A carton of eggs and an open gallon of milk sat on the counter in the center of the room. 3 empty shells lay next to the carton. A metal bowl sat at the center, empty save for some residue from eggs being beaten together. Along the other end of the counter sat a couple dozen golden brown and glazed donuts, stacked on top of one another perfectly. Along the back wall, Jack noticed a door. It sat wide open, going out into the darkness. "Prim?" Jack said as he walked toward it. Standing at the threshold, he saw it led directly outside. A single step was below the doorframe, leading to a small clearing where a dumpster sat, before yielding back to the forest beyond that. "Prim!" Jack yelled into the woods, his voice carried through the trees. The slight wind vibrated the leaves, carrying the call off and out of sight. He squinted to make out what he could. There were no windows on the back side of the diner, so the only light came from the neon green trim lights that wrapped around the top of the building. The sickly glow combined with the moon's pale illumination in such a way that forced Jack to strain to make sense of what he was seeing. The difficulty to make it out got exponentially harder the farther from the building Jack looked. The thin trees were densely packed, causing the shadows to trick his eyes. It seemed like there was something behind each and every tree, obscured by the medley of shadows, muddy light, and fog. Then, Jack's eyes caught a shape a ways out. This one was different, much more defined compared to the optical illusion he'd been trying to decipher. It looked like a person, standing half obscured by a tree and leaning slightly forward. "Prim?" Jack took a cautious step out of the building, his hand still gripping the door frame. No response. "Prim!" he yelled louder. Still, nothing. He looked to either side, looking for anything moving in the woods, for any reason to not go out there. Then, he looked back at the shape. It almost looked like something leaning against a tree, like they were hurt or maybe sick and holding their stomach. Fuck! Jack hissed as he let go of the door frame and started toward the woods. She might be hurt, or could have had an episode, or something. "Prim!" Jack called again, quieter now as he passed the dumpster and could feel the light around him dimming as he got farther and farther from the building. As he approached, he could see that the shape was mostly shielded from view by a thick tree. He slowed his steps and spoke only in a whisper as he took the bend wide to see the other side. "Prim?" What he saw was made all the more ghastly by the putrid green light wrapping around it, sending deep black shadows stretching into the woods. Prim stood behind the tree, her toes only barely grazing the earth. She was hunched forward, head hanging with her long hair surrounding her features like a thinning, ripped curtain. Jack's hand covered his mouth as he involuntarily let out something between a moan and a sob. The broom she had grabbed earlier was pressed against the ground in front of her. The top of the wooden handle had been split in two, with the smaller portion discarded on the forest floor. The jagged wooden stake that remained had been pushed through Prim's stomach, entering just under her navel and exiting out her back. The thin fabric of her dress and deep green shadows cast from the lights made it painfully easy to see the way the broom handle had interrupted the natural alignment of her spine. Disc and bone had been pushed out of the way, causing them to strain against her skin. The cartilage connecting individual vertebrae had torn in multiple places, making way for the blood-soaked broom handle to protrude in the cavities left behind. Her body leaned forward over the stick in a delicate balance, with the head of the broom wedged into the earth, keeping her partially dangling on top of it. Her pregnant stomach was covered in a sickly, wet trail of blood where the broom had pierced through. The blood turned a brownish-maroon color in the green neon light as it dripped, still wet, into a dark, expanding pool on the dirt beneath. Her figure hung there in space, crooked and broken. Jack nearly fainted. This was not something that happened. Not in real life. This was... Oh, God. Oh, fucking Christ. Oh. Jack held his mouth so tightly his fingers turned white. He didn't know whether he was holding in vomit or sobs or both. He spun from the sight and looked through the woods, looking for anything that might explain what the fuck had happened. The woods stood in indifferent silence around him, as they always did. He turned back, and this time saw that at Prim's feet, alongside the discarded scrap of the broom handle and pool of blood, There was her pad of paper and her cell phone. He reached for the phone, fighting every instinct that told him not to get any closer. As his hands wrapped around it, he snatched the phone back and turned away from Prim. He couldn't stand looking at her. He had to call someone. He lit up the screen. She had service. It prompted for a passcode, but there was also a bright red emergency call button at the bottom. He pressed it and held the phone to his ear, eyes darting back and forth across the blackness of the woods. The dial tone started up and rang once, twice. An old woman's voice crackled to life in his ears.
911, what's your emergency?
Jack almost cried into the phone, right then and there. Oh, my God, please, I need help. I'm at a diner in the woods. There's a woman, I think she might be dead.
Okay, sir, please stay calm. Are you able to talk right now? Are you safe?
Jack's breath quickened with panic, and he forced it down his throat. I think so. I'm not sure. I found her out here. She's been stabbed in the stomach with a broom handle. Oh, fuck. She's pregnant, too. It's right through her stomach.
Okay, sir. Where are you?
We're at Sinipia Diner. Jack fumbled the name again. He was fighting to keep his breath manageable enough to keep speaking.
Police and first responders are on their way, sir. Are you with the woman now?
Yes.
Okay, sir. I'm going to need you to check her vitals. I can walk you through first aid. If she's still alive, we may be able to stabilize her. Are you able to try that?
Oh, God. Yes. Yes, I can. Okay. What do I do? Jack clenched his eyes shut and turned back toward Prim. He opened them again. He had to try to help. He had to.
Okay. I want you to take your index finger and middle finger and press them against the side of her throat, just under her chin. Press them firmly and feel for a pulse, okay?
Jack lifted a shaking hand and reached towards Prim. Her hair hung in the way. He would have to push it aside to get at her neck. As he did so, he could see her hands were wrapped around the handle, tight against her stomach. Her knuckles were white with tension. He caught just a glimpse of her face. There were tears running down her cheeks. Her eyes were open but unmoving. Her mouth was frozen in a slight grin. Jack felt his own tears swelling as he pressed his fingers against her neck. Okay.
What do you feel?
The tears overflowed and fell from his eyes. Nothing.
No, son. Not that. What do you feel?
I don't feel anything, Jack whimpered. No pulse.
No. What do you feel?
I'm sorry. I don't feel anything. No pulse. I don't... Oh, God. She's starting to get cold. The old woman's voice was gone. In its place, a deeper, masculine tone came through. You did this. Jack's heart shriveled in his chest so tightly it hurt. The tears were flowing freely now, and he could hear his own voice breaking. What? What do you mean? You did this. No. I just found her like this, I swear. Please. You did this. No, I swear she was just... You know you do. Please. No, please, just send help, please. Every word out of Jack's mouth was racked with faulty breaths. What did you order? Jack's blood froze. His throat seized, and the hands that had been feeling for a pulse released the pressure on Prim's neck. What? Flapjacks or eggs. Jack was stunned into silence. You wanted this. The voice spoke again. No, please. I don't understand. You never did. The phone clicked as the line went dead. The hum of a dial tone buzzed in Jack's ear. Jack stood like that for a long time. It wasn't quite shock. It was something else. His brain couldn't think. It wouldn't. Thinking would only lead somewhere much worse. Jack's eyes fell to the ground. They were drawn to the pad of paper. Jack could feel the tears clinging to his chin. He could hear the racking sobs his body was making. But the sound was muffled, like it was coming from a few rooms over. On the front side were 2 boxes, with a word written next to each. The first box read, head. The second, stomach. The second box had a check mark in it. From behind him, Jack heard a distant metallic pop, followed by a shrill whooshing noise, like a model rocket going off. He spun, dropping the pad as his heart pushed against his ribcage in fear. Back toward the diner, Jack could see the doorway he'd exited through. A heavy orange glow was reaching through it, spilling onto the step and grass below. It flickered violently along the earth. A thick column of black smoke floated through the top of the doorframe, visible only against the neon lights of the diner, before blending into the black night sky above. Fuck! 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 Jack cursed and took off toward the building. His adrenaline had kicked in and was giving him some much-needed relief from confronting what he'd just seen. As he closed the distance, Jack could see just how bright the interior was burning. The occasional lick of flame could be seen shooting out the window. Jack made it up to the steps and had to shield his face with his arm. The heat was punishing, but he forced his eyes open. The kitchen was ablaze. The flames had engulfed the stovetop and a majority of the counters. Fire shot through the opening to the dining area. Small order slips that had been left hanging were burnt to cinders. Jack turned for the fire extinguisher he'd left next to the door. Nothing there. The smoke got thicker and the fire moved further into the kitchen. He coughed and scanned the linoleum floor. Where had it gone? He was sure he'd left it right at the base of the door when he'd walked into the woods. His skin was getting far too hot, on the verge of burning. The heat was like a wall pushing him back. He took a step back down onto the ground outside. Just as he went to turn to gasp for air, he saw it. The fire extinguisher was lying under a metal table. It was bent inwards violently. The triggering mechanism on the top was broken. It looked like a crushed soda can with something punctured through its center. Jack squinted, his eyes filling with tears against the ever-increasing temperature. Whatever it was jagged and dirty. It looked almost like a branch, with its end splintered. The shape. An antler. Jack nearly fell backwards. He turned, gasping in the clean air, and sprinted around the side of the building. His body was moving on its own, but his eyes were darting everywhere, across the tree line, toward the road, through the windows to the inferno inside. He heaved air in and out of his lungs. The car. Prim's car was out front. Get to the car. He turned the corner and stumbled into the parking space in front of the diner. The heat emanating from the windows next to him was immediately overshadowed by the tidal wave of burning air that the car was giving off. The car was engulfed in flame. Fire was shooting through the windows and slipping through the front of the hood. It was too much. Jack hadn't had the time to parse anything that had happened in the past 30 seconds. Sensations and experiences were piling up in his mind and pushing his rationality to its limit. Reason couldn't churn through the thoughts fast enough to make any decisions. The car was on fire. Something clicked in his head. Jack nearly fell over himself as he took off toward the street. He just stepped onto the asphalt when the gas tank exploded behind him, erupting in an immensely painful noise. The force slammed into Jack's back and flung him across the street. His head bounced against the hard pavement. Senses blurred as he lost consciousness. Part 3. There were bottles. Some of them were half empty, others had been broken against the bed frame. The liquor pooled and sunk into the crevices between the wooden floorboards. It spread slowly with a slant to the floor, curving around the bedposts. The bits of glass refracted whatever light bounced off the liquid, creating tiny, pearlescent shines across a sea of booze. It looked kind of like a night sky, he thought. His head hurt. Why did his head hurt? Maybe he could be a spaceman. Drift off into those shiny stars through the sea of the universe, and things would be quiet. His head wouldn't hurt.
I could do whatever I goddamn need to do, you pig fuck.
The voice was loud, but far away. It was subdued by layers of walls and fog in my mind, but the sound still had a sharpness to it. The sharpness nicked him, and Jack grimaced. He was floating in the sea. It shouldn't be sharp here.
What am I supposed to say when people start asking? You just need to take everything down with you? Is that it? You'd rather ruin everything for us than man up for once.
The female voice was calmer, more controlled, but just as loud. A hatred most precise floated just behind its words, in contrast to the tolerance of malice the male voice failed to hide. Jack felt like he was bleeding, but he wasn't. It was silly. If he was bleeding, the liquid on the floor would be red.
You don't get to ask me that!
Glass broke somewhere. It wasn't in the sea where Jack was, though. He didn't want to break any more glass. Besides, he only had the one bottle left. Jack drifted out of his little sea, and the voices from downstairs came back into focus. He looked to his left. Shit! He'd lost track of his arm and was holding the bottle lazily on its side. Most of the amber liquid had poured out onto the floor, creating a new puddle that was just now meeting the one he'd been floating in. He needed to get another. With some effort, Jack pushed himself forward and off the bed. Landing on his feet caused his head to rush. And for a moment, he held his arms out to steady himself, scraping his knuckles across the rough wood of the bed frame. His vision blurred at its edges and focused solely on the scratched wood door across the room. Just had to be quick. They wouldn't notice if he was quick. Jack's arms were cold. Not freezing, but just on the edge of sending shivers through his body. The next sensation that came back to him was pain in his cheek. The minuscule canyons and valleys of the cracked asphalt pressed into his skin with all the weight of his head behind it. There would almost certainly be an imprint left on his face. He lifted his chin off the ground, and instinctively his eyes blinked the awareness back into them. Jack wiped at his eyes, rubbing away the mix of sleep and tears that had accumulated there. He was on his stomach. The night was quiet. Trees stood in silent judgment ahead of him, just beyond the entrance of the road. The mist remained, but it seemed thicker, closer, more precise. The individual trunks of the trees even blurred together a bit in its refraction. Where was he? Propping himself up with his right arm, Jack rolled over. All at once, he was reminded of what happened as his back scraped along the pavement. Ow! Fuck! Shit! Ow! 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 Jack sat up quickly and cradled his side with his arm. The pain along his back had been immediate. It had ripped through his nerve endings as soon as he touched the pavement. He craned his neck, but couldn't get a good angle to see what was wrong. To his pleasant surprise, the thickness of the mist and fog was providing some immediate relief. The wet air that hung around him was quickly draining his body heat, but also soothing the pain in his back, like cold tap water over a burn from the stove. Jack let go of his side and looked back at the diner. It was dark. A section of the roof had collapsed in. Shattered glass lay strewn across the parking lot. The neon green lights that had made up the trim above the windows was no longer lit. He could see some of the tube bulbs that it had been comprised of were shattered. Huge areas of the walls and interior were charred black where the fire had passed over. The only source of light that remained was the eerie green glow of the diner's sign up on its pole. It was a bit away from the building itself, but the fire seemed to have reached its base, as the bottom 10 or so feet of the pole was also charred black. The diner lettering had fully gone out, leaving just Sinepia. The neon tubes flickered their sickly light as whatever wiring remained tried to maintain current through the damage. Jack's gaze fell back to the parking lot, where he saw the car that had sent him flying. The rear left side was in tatters. Pieces of tire rubber were strewn across the asphalt, and some had flown as far as the grass of the tree line. Shards of the bent metal curved outward where the trunk and back door had been. The seats were a deep charcoal black. Their leather had dried out and cracked in the heat. His brain tried to sort out what could have happened. He used the fire extinguisher to put out the stove top where his eggs were burning. He was sure of it. And even if he hadn't fully put it out, there's no way the fire could have spread fast enough to become what it did. Never mind the fact that the car, which wasn't even in the building, was also burning. With a painful effort, Jack steadied himself on his arm and stood up, first onto one knee, then both feet. How long had he been unconscious? The diner was completely dark and entirely quiet. The fire was gone. No smoke, no embers. Nothing. He took a few shaky steps toward the building, which turned into a cautious and controlled walk as his legs came back to life. He gave the car wreck a wide berth as he passed it, and came up to one of the few glass windows of the diner that wasn't shattered nor coated in ash. He could make out his half-reflection in the transparent pane, illuminated occasionally by the fickle green light of the sign behind him. The pavement had indeed left an imprint on his cheek while he'd been lying there. His temple had also received a nasty cut from the impact just above his eye.
Blood had poured down the curves of his face and narrowly avoided his eye, but the whole trail had dried at this point. Jack turned halfway and looked over his shoulder, grimacing in pain as he did so. The sweater he had on was torn all along his back. The brownish-maroon threads that Penny had spent so many hours interweaving had ripped and unraveled. The shirt beneath had been similarly blown away, leaving the majority of his bare back exposed. Jack sucked in breath as he assessed the damage. His skin was blistered and burned in multiple places. From the base of his spine all the way up his right side, the skin was rippled and discolored. Some parts were simply red. Others had the pockmarks of a sausage left too long over a campfire. Dried blood ran all along the creases created by the curdled skin. In the green light, the coloration and shadows gave his injuries an inhuman look, like something out of a zombie movie. The shoulder blades had gotten the worst of it. As he forced himself to look closer, Jack could see small speckles sprinkled across the burned flesh that caught the light and glimmered it back at him. Glass and metal. Jack wanted to throw up again. The car had exploded into his back, burrowing tiny pellets of debris into him like a shotgun. His stomach heaved, but nothing came up. He looked away. He could feel the panic rising in his chest, the persistent pressure on his ribs, the unnaturally light feeling his lungs took on as his breathing sped up. He slammed his eyes shut and tried to take deep breaths.
What the fuck? What the fuck was happening?
For a moment he thought he'd lost it and was about to collapse, but just at the brink, his heart started to slow and his breathing relaxed. He needed a drink. How was he not in more pain? Jack thought. That answer came to him immediately. Adrenaline. That had to be it. His body wasn't letting him feel anything. Jack wondered how long it could keep that up. He didn't want to know what it would feel like. At the same time, Jack could feel the chemical sedative wearing off, and the pain was taking up more and more of his perception. Or maybe he was only imagining that, because he just thought of it. What was that called? Placebo. Jack turned away from the glass and stepped toward the road. He didn't want to look at the damage anymore. Even knowing the gruesome reflection of his back was behind him felt like there was a monster waiting just over his shoulder. He hobbled back out into the road, wincing with each footfall. Even slight movements moved the skin on his back enough to agitate the shrapnel. Jack felt his right pocket and was relieved to feel the familiar shape of a phone. He pulled it out. It was Prim's. The screen had shattered on impact with the pavement. It refused to turn on. Hurriedly, Jack let it fall to the pavement and went digging in his other pocket. He found his phone and steeled himself for disappointment. This one had survived. The screen lit up as he turned it over in his hand. 3:10 a.m. 5% battery remaining. Jack's brow furrowed as he read the screen. That didn't make any sense. He'd checked the time just before he found the diner, and it had been later than that. 4 or 5 a.m. or something. Oh, shit. Jack swiped open the phone. He knew he was using precious battery power keeping the screen lit more than it needed to be, but he had to check. The homepage of his off-brand Android had a detailed date and time display that read 3:10 a.m., Tuesday, November 18th. Jack stared at the screen for a good while before coming to terms with what he was reading. He turned the phone off again to conserve power and slid it into his right pocket. It was Tuesday. He'd left for the airport on Monday morning. He'd been lying on that road for almost 24 hours. Jack tried to rationalize it. The length of time he'd been unconscious wasn't the problem. Hell, he'd taken a bad hit to the head. He was lucky he'd woken up at all. No. What bothered him was that no one had seen him there through the course of an entire day. He was on a back road, sure, but this was right out front of a diner. This place must get some traffic to stay in business. Never mind that he couldn't have been that far from the interstate he'd gotten off of the night before. There's no way in hell that not a single person came down this road over the course of a day. It wasn't like they could have missed him. He had been sprawled out across the dotted yellow line. That's not something you overlook. Jack's thoughts were interrupted as a sting of pain flared up from his back, forcing him to clench his teeth.
He didn't get a chance to continue pondering how long he'd laid unconscious in front of that diner, as the slightest change in light pierced Jack's peripheral vision. He turned from the way he'd come and looked down the other side of the road. There was still a rapid decline in visibility from the fog, but as he focused and made sense of the way the lights played against it, he could see the way it implied there was a light source coming from down the road. Jack carefully looked back over his shoulder, swapping his focus between the way he'd come and what was left of the diner. Something set that fire. Something had to have. Something that let him lay here helpless and unconscious for hours. The thought somehow made the scene even more unnerving to Jack. What if it was still here? Suddenly, it seemed like every shadow had something he was obscuring. Every tree had something out of sight just behind it. He inhaled a short breath to prepare for the pain it would bring, then turned back and started taking slow, cautious steps toward the light from the fog to get a better look. Every few steps, he would stop, take a deep breath, and grit his teeth through the discomfort of turning to make sure the diner was still visible. He decided he didn't believe in placebo. The adrenaline was definitely draining. This shit was hurting more and more every step. After about 30 feet, the light bouncing around the fog had begun to focus. While it still smeared across the mist, it was much clearer than before. 2 focused beams of white light far off, spreading out toward him. Headlights. Jack's chest fluttered. His fight or flight was still very active, but the promise of hope took precedence in his decision-making. His pace picked up, a powerful impatience finding its way into each step. The pain flared in his back with a change of speed, but it was suddenly much easier to ignore.
Hey, over here. Please, there's been a fire, and...
Jack's voice caught in his throat as he fully remembered Prim, her body floating like a marionette on the shattered broom handle.
Please, hey.
The headlights were getting closer now, their shapes clearer with each step.
I need help. I'm hurt bad.
Jack's voice trailed off as the space around the light source revealed its definition. The passenger side headlight wasn't quite right. Now that he was closer, he could see its angle was a bit bent, and the beam it projected was misshapen compared to the other. His steps continued, though without their previous enthusiasm. The fog suddenly receded in a step, and Jack found himself raising his hand to cover his eyes. The unbroken shine was hitting him directly in the eyes, and without the shield of the mist, his eyes couldn't focus quick enough. He sidestepped around the blinding beam, his eyes blinking into focus. Without it incapacitating him, the glow shedding off the headlights allowed him to finally get a clear picture of the scene before him. There was a massive tree, a great, massive one. The thick trunk jutted out from the earth at the bottom of a steep hill, unmoving. Partially wrapped around its bark was a grisly-looking car wreck. The silver sedan's passenger side had collided with the behemoth head-on. One headlight and the hood were almost comically bent around its circumference. The tire and wheel well sprawled out of their normal placement at harsh angles. The car was still running. The chugging of the engine could be heard, and a dim yellow interior light was on in the cab. This wasn't what immediately caught Jack's attention, however. No. What Jack couldn't stop looking at was what sat in front of the tree. The road ended right before the base of the hill and forked, extending off in either direction. The sedan seemed to have come barreling down the hill from above. Standing silently between the street and the car-wrapped tree was a sign, a large yellow street sign with a double-ended black arrow pointing off into the fog. Jack stood still for some time. He was afraid to move, to make any sound. The sign just sat there, its yellow color unnatural against the dark greens and grays of the forest. The headlights behind caught its edges and cast an immense shadow down across the pavement. The only sound in the whole forest was the hum of the car's engine. It followed a slight pattern. Chug, chug, chugga, chug, chug, chugga, like a heartbeat. Jack could have sworn his own heartbeat was straining to match the car's. The sign stood, staring down at him. Fear was back in full force, and the pain of his back was pushed to the bottom of his senses priority list in favor of keen hearing and sight. Slowly, Jack stepped out and around the scene, never taking his eyes off the street sign.
As he looped around, he took a couple paces off the road and up to the earthen hill. He forcefully and carefully turned his gaze to the driver's side door of the car. There was no one inside. The windshield had been obliterated. Tiny shards of broken glass were littered all across the dash and front seats. There were other shards of glass, though, some with different tints. A familiar smell hit his nose, and he immediately knew where the outlier pieces had come from. Strewn about the cabin were empty bottles of liquor, some half-shattered, some intact. Something itched in Jack's brain. His tongue was dry and his throat wouldn't let air through. He didn't want to take another sip, or the passenger side would come into view. He knew he didn't want to see the passenger side. He knew what was there. Jack's feet moved despite his pleading. The seat came into view, malformed and bent around the trunk of the tree it was interlocked with. A low-hanging branch of the tree had punctured the passenger's side windshield. The branch was massively thick at the base, as wide as trunks of similar trees. It came to a series of ragged points quickly, however, like it had been struck off by lightning. Its furthest tip just reached the chest level of the car seat. Both the branch and seat were coated in a deep red liquid. It looked like the tree was reaching into the vehicle, its limb outstretched and covered in blood, like some woodland demon grasping for something just out of reach. From the splintered tips of the branch, the beginnings of reddish-pink flowers were blooming. Jack stared in horror. There was no one in the seat, no one on the branch. There was supposed to be someone on the branch. He heaved again, but nothing came up. He watched as a small droplet of blood on the branch pooled at the end of one of its many prongs and fell onto the muddied leather. He nearly fell backwards as he turned from the wreck, landing on one knee in the wet grass. He thought, or he tried to. This didn't make sense. None of this had made sense, but this was something else. It should be something he could comprehend, but he couldn't. Then, Jack heard it. Just over the chugging of the car's engine, he made out a familiar noise. It was faint, but clear, and coming from down the right side of the fork in the road. It rose and waned in intensity in regular intervals. The familiar whine faded in and out. Jack grasped onto the sound and gripped it with all his mental intent. He normally despised the sounds of ambulances, but the understandability of such a commonplace sound was like a drug in his current state. He started pulling some pieces together in his mind. If there was an ambulance here, there was a reason they were here. They must have just come from this crash. They were probably driving the passengers to the hospital right now. They were getting away. Without even completing his thoughts, Jack shoved his fists against the ground and fell forward into a manic run.
No, please, wait, hey, wait!
His voice was hoarse, and he coughed out the words. He realized he had been holding his breath since the sign had come into view. In a second, he was back onto the street, the pain in his body fully numb, and he broke into a full sprint down the road.
Stop! You have to stop, please!
The siren sound got louder and clearer. It faded and returned at a regular interval, like it was one of those old-school spinning tornado alarms. The fluctuation of volume helped Jack hone in on distance and direction. He was gaining. Somewhere in his mind he knew that didn't make any sense. Unless they heard him. Maybe they were actually stopping. Jack ran and ran until the sound of the ambulance was right on him. He was almost there. He kept going, and his heart sank as the sound began to fade.
No, what?
Jack coughed and nearly fell. His lungs were burning. His legs weren't ready for an extended sprint after spending an entire day unused. He caught his weight on the ball of his foot, nearly twisting his ankle and regaining his balance. Just as he began to push off again to keep up the chase, he stopped. He focused on the siren. Its oscillation made pinpointing the direction much easier. It was behind him. Jack turned, holding his chest as he wheezed for air. He started back in the direction he'd come, and sure enough, the sound grew louder. Soon it was back, too, as loud as it had been. However, when he kept backtracking, he heard it begin to fade again. Confused, exhausted, and delirious, Jack hobbled back toward the peak of the sound. His body had given him another burst of adrenaline for this chase, but it was clear that they were getting less effective every time. The pain was back, and bad. He could feel warm streams of fresh blood running down his lower back.
The run must have reopened partially healed burns and wounds. Jack looked up and down the street, but didn't see anything. No light, no cars, just trees and the hill to his left. The sound was clear as day, right on top of him. With a deep breath, Jack closed his eyes and listened. It was coming from up the hill. He opened his eyes and looked down it. 1 foot at a time, he stepped off the road and started a slow climb. Sure enough, with every step, the siren grew louder. That's it, Jack, he thought. Just find the ambulance. Just keep going. Don't think about the car, the diner, and the branch, and just find the ambulance. The trek up was agonizing. He could push the pain back further into his consciousness, but occasionally a foot would slip or catch a root, causing him to tense to maintain balance, and pushing shrapnel deeper into the burned skin on his back. The incline of the hill grew steeper and steeper as he reached the top. Soon, Jack was doing more climbing than walking up the hill, using all fours for stability. Eventually, a few feet above his head, Jack could see a crest that vanished out of sight. The ambulance siren was louder than ever now, and clearly coming from just over the bend. Jack dug his knee into the ground and heaved his head up over the precipice, grabbing a tuft of grass from the top as support. The hill did, in fact, level off. The thin tree coverage that had been Jack's faithful companion during his ascent tapered off over the edge as well. Stretched in front of him was a largely barren clearing in the otherwise dense woods. It was ovular, stretching out further ahead of him than to his left or right. The ground didn't have the same characteristic brownish-green coloring of fallen leaves like the rest of the forest. No. In place of stray twigs and ferns was long grass. It was a ghostly green color, reflecting more of what little illumination the moon provided. The reflection paired with the lack of tree coverage made the whole field seem to glow when compared to the dark forest that encompassed it. Peculiarly, the long grass was not upright, but rather every blade was laid gently on its side. All the grass in a given area was stretched in the same direction, toward the middle of the clearing. If you were to walk the circumference, you would see the grass's angle slowly but surely rotate with you to ensure it was always pointing you back to its center. The smoothness and uniformity of it all made the grass look almost like silk, internally placed into a large pattern. The siren sound of the ambulance was everywhere now. Jack could feel it in his body, the same way you could feel reverberations in your bones at a concert. But there was no ambulance. No, the sound was coming from the center of the clearing. Directly in the middle of the field, maybe 40 or so feet from Jack, stood a sign, terribly familiar. The large yellow diamond shape was supported by 2 metal posts, and had the same imposing double-sided black arrow painted across its face. The cold, industrial look of the street sign was only made more unsettling by the fact that it was firmly situated far away from any road. It stood in defiance of the greenery around it. Pinned to the front of the sign and partially covering the arrow was a deer. No, Jack realized. The deer. What blood was left in the carcass had dripped out its multiple wounds and stained the bottom of the sign red. The animal's head hung lazily down over its chest. The same dried and exposed section of bone and skin was still there. Only a stump remained of what had once been a healthy antler. The animal's front legs were bent in an unnatural position. The beast's back was up against the sign, with its underside facing out toward Jack. Its front legs had been forced straight out in either direction, like a man spreading his arms for a hug. Whatever had forced the legs out like that had completely destroyed its shoulder joints. Bone had clearly broken, and the right shoulder skin had even torn, showing a mix of gray and pink and white flesh and bone. The ball fully removed from its intended socket.
The back legs were not as forcefully bent, but angled slightly inward so that the feet overlapped below the rest of the deer near the bottom corner of the sign. Jack recognized the shape. The deer had been pinned to the road sign in a mock crucifixion. He could see the back hooves had something run through them, pinning them to the sheet metal. Each front hoof was also punctured and held against the signage, with one positioned in each head of the dual-sided arrow. This alone would have been enough to leave Jack nonverbal with fear and disquiet. But there was something else. Standing a few feet to the side of the sign crucifixion, just obscured enough that he'd overlooked it, was a figure. Its back was to him, was what looked like a young girl. From her size, she couldn't have been more than 8 or 9. She wore an old, worn sundress. The colors had long since faded into a mix of grays and blacks, and it was adorned with a pattern of flowers smudged in dirt and muck. Whatever this thing was, its similarity to a child ended at the shoulders. There was no neck, no head. In their place, a wooden pole a foot or so long extended straight up, out of her clavicle. Wrapped around the post were thick, black cords. They looked rubber, like the casing on power lines. Where they met with the body, they flowed directly into the flesh. They were haphazardly placed. Some entered the shoulders, others the back. Near the top of the pole, all the wires converged to a small, black box that slowly spun a siren horn atop it. Jack stared. His eyes had just barely peeked over the precipice. His body was hung in a sort of mid-pull-up position, his knuckles white from the effort of gripping the earth he used for leverage. But Jack did not dare move. He didn't breathe. He just stared, mortified, as the siren spun on top of the body of a child. As it swung toward him, Jack felt the intensity of the ambulance sound increase. The rotors of the machine swung the head back around, and as it circled, the sound died off ever so slightly with the change in direction. There is only so much a person can see and effectively process. If enough pressure is exerted over a short enough period of time and in foreign enough circumstances, we all revert to a spectator. Jack felt as such, like he was watching from deep inside his body. We operate in a world we think we largely understand, one of blacks and whites. How would you expect someone living in a monochrome universe to react to the color red? Scream in willful confusion, stare in reverent fear. Why expect any more from us? The girl was walking toward the deer. Jack could see that with each step it took, the flattened grass at its feet would change. From the soil beneath, deep, brownish maroon roots would spring up. They interlocked and wove together in braids, following in the footsteps of where the girl had been. Once they slowed, each root sprouted tiny little branches that bloomed bright pink and red flowers. Each flower's petals curved as they spread out from a recessed yellow center. As she walked, the girl's siren continued to spin, the same ambulance wail emanating from it. She stopped just in front of the deer. Jack's grip on the ground had dug too deep into the dirt at this point. He could feel whatever series of roots and connective tissue the dirt had been relying on for support start to rip under all the weight he was putting on it. Slowly and carefully, he lifted his other hand to spread the weight across the ledge. With far too much tension, he lifted his leg and attempted to silently bury it into the ground of the hill he was poised to relieve some of the stress. The girl stood in front of the deer for a few seconds, unmoving. After a moment, Jack noticed motion along the ground. Shifting his eyes, he could see the interwinding roots that followed behind were now moving ahead. They burrowed in and out of the ground until they reached the metal posts holding up the sign. They began spiraling around and around it, splitting off like vines climbing a garden arbor. As they reached the yellow metal, they continued up along the face of it. The roots dug into the metal and punctured through, only to pierce back out again from the backside soon after. much like they had with the ground below. Eventually, the vines diverged, splitting into countless smaller strands like wooden fingers slithering along and through the metal. As each one met with the flesh of the deer, they did not slow. The roots burrowed in with no effort and began snaking in and out of the meat, twisting the skin around as they braided and unbraided with one another. The deer was punctured and skewered in countless places as the roots spread through it like they were searching the earth for their life-saving water. Out from the deer's stomach came 2 large vines. They reached out and met with the deer's lopsided head, lifting its chin up to look ahead. The roots slowed and eventually became still. Only then did they start blooming the same deep pink flowers all across the animal, making a bizarre and grotesque display of color against the matted, rotting fur. Jack watched in discontented rapture. The rusted metal alarm atop the girl's body continued to spin, spreading its siren sound through the trees around him. The girl still stood in front of the now root-riddled carcass. She raised her left arm, grasping the deer's remaining antler. Her fingers looked ill-equipped for the job. The child's hand and short fingers struggled to wrap even halfway around the full-grown deer's thick, channeled bone. With one quick motion, the girl's hand twisted and shot downwards. The antler fractured along its base at the twist and came tearing off at the swing of the arm. The strength of the bone contested as long as it could, causing the vines that had lifted the deer's chin to push against the head's downward pressure and puncture through its mandible, extruding the tiniest bit of root through the top of its decaying snout. Jack's phone. It was ringing. Loudly. Part 4. The girl's siren swung fast, faster than it had ever moved before. It stopped all at once as it came in line with where Jack hung. The ambulance wailing grew louder. Even as the sound waves from the horn reached Jack's ears, he could see her body start to twist back around towards him. Jack screamed a horrible scream, the kind of scream he'd only heard in the movies. His hands released the ledge that supported him, and his legs attempted to twist and catch his fall. As the inclining earth of the hill beneath him rapidly approached, his reflexes provided too slow. His legs caught the ground under him, and he was sent into a roll down the hill. Somewhere, his brain catalogued a sharp pain in his ankle as his foot took the weight of his body on its side. Jack rolled and bucked against the ground, and exposed roots caught him in the rib, knocking the wind out of his lungs. Before he had the time to notice his stolen breath, a rock ripped across his flailing shoulder, drawing blood as his head bounced off the ground. Softer than pavement, but still hard enough to fill his vision with dark, disorienting bubbles. The phone still rang, vibrating in his left pocket. The hill's angle quickly began its return to level, and with it, Jack's uncontrolled fall slowed significantly thanks to a hard collision with a crooked tree trunk, at the expense of his other shoulder's integrity. Pain was pounding on the doors of his awareness, demanding to be let in despite the adrenaline's protests. His arms and legs shoved against the ground and began to turn him to his feet, racing down the still steep hill, now on all fours, then up to his feet, only to fall back onto his hands hard. As he did his best to run rather than roll, he heard the distant sound of the ambulance behind him. All at once, its intensity skyrocketed, as he could only assume the girl had reached the ledge and was looking over, or maybe had already followed him down. It didn't matter. He wasn't looking back. He was sprinting, crawling, stumbling, falling, hurtling down the hill. Jack reached the bottom at a speed he would later recognize as far too overzealous. His feet caught him hard against the unyielding pavement of the road. A shock of lightning shot up his brain from his injured ankle, blowing past his chemical defenses and demanding to make itself known. Jack's sprint didn't stop, but he could feel a sharp stab of pain with each footfall. He ran directly away from the sounds of the sirens behind him, across the road and into the forest beyond. The trees grew thicker, and for once the walls of woods felt somewhat comforting. He dodged between trunks as he went, each thick wooden sentinel helping to drown out the shrieking alarm behind him. Slowly but surely, the sound grew muted, then quiet, then silence. That didn't matter. Jack didn't stop running.
He wouldn't stop running. Multiple times a road, root, or rock caught his legs and sent him toppling, but even before he hit the ground, he was scrambling back up to a sprint with his hands and knees. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was going on? There was no room for explanations left in Jack's mind. The time for half-baked excuses and frail interpretations meant to placate his rapidly deteriorating sense of reality was long past. Even willful ignorance now refused his summons as he found himself sprinting to the woods, unable to do anything but beg himself for answers. Strangely, as he ran, Jack found himself thinking about the ambulance siren that had lured him up that hill. He'd always hated the sound of ambulances. They were a sound uniquely designed to demand attention. The siren itself was invasive, yes, but what leadened Jack's feet so much upon hearing it wasn't the sound, but the implication of disaster it carried. He could be driving, walking, talking, minding his own business, and all it would take was a single rising tone from one passing by to slow his walk, dry his mouth, and scratch at his throat. The alarm made an undeniable and unignorable promise to every single person who heard it that a tragedy had occurred. No matter how good of a day one was having, no matter how much life was looking up or things were getting better, everyone was one single unprovoked sound away from being reminded that they were, without a moment's reprieve, surrounded by disaster, catastrophe, and misfortune. There was no choice to be had. No opting out to the announcement. Just around the corner was another person's worst moment. It was an unwelcome reminder of the reality of pain and an unavoidable promise that one day the same alarm bells would be rung for you. Jack hated the sound of ambulances. His mind was suddenly invaded with the image of the car wreck he'd seen just before hearing the siren. The sickly wet blood soaking into the sharp branch. Jack imagined himself skewered on that branch. He imagined pen. His mental state felt fractured. Somehow all those thoughts were passing through his mind. Emotional and distressing thoughts, yes, but analytical and intentional. Simultaneously, another part of his mind was in a frenzied manic rush. His sprinting had not given up, for fear of turning around to see something else impossible, some new, violent hue of color breaking into his monochrome world. His blood pumped and his muscles ached against their own fatigue as his lungs seized with short, fast gasps of air. The dissonance of instinct and thought left his perception dizzied. How long had he been running? His shoulder bled from where he'd encountered that rock during his fall. His back was torn apart even further than before, fresh blood and pus running down his hamstrings. His ankle screamed up at him with each step, and his other shoulder had visibly swollen from internal bleeding. Still, he swore he could feel the siren behind him, just on the edge of audibility, like a shadow announcing the arrival of something new into your field of view. He feared if he stopped, it would once again reach his eardrums, obscure, but getting clearer. It was just as Jack was beginning to feel lightheaded again that he dodged around a tree and found himself in another large clearing in the otherwise densely packed woods. This opening was far larger than the one up the hill. It stretched out for 100 or so feet in an odd twisted shape before relenting back to the tree line. The grass was short and did not lay in any distinct pattern. In the middle of the clearing stood a building, old, dirtied, and abandoned. It had strange sections jutting off in every direction. They all connected to a central structure, a long edifice with tall, pointed, and disorderly boarded-up windows along its walls. The roof came to an end at a huge, pointed steeple with an old metal cross affixed at its peak. A church. All this came into view the second Jack broke the tree line. As his feet came into contact with the grass of the clearing, his body continued its unyielding advance. The distance closed between him and the dilapidated building as he ran. The cognizant part of his mind caused him to steal a look behind. The trees he'd left swallowed up what little moonlight there was and offered no indication of movement nor sound. He didn't trust his senses. Turning back toward the church, he quickly came upon an old, semi-rotted doorframe. The door connected to one of the many randomly placed additions that had been tacked onto the church's original cathedral. The door lay lopsided within its frame.
The wood was dark, likely originally a shade closer to brown than black, but time and neglect had weathered its edges and let the dark of the forest around it sink into its grain. Jack came to a careless stop, nearly slamming into the shingling surrounding the doorframe. He frantically grabbed at the handle. The door shook at his impact, but the aged latch still completed its function and kept the door in place. With some effort, Jack twisted the handle. At first, it protested, but then whatever rust and grime had held it in place gave way, and the handle turned, the latch released, and the door swung inward. Jack stumbled in and quickly closed it behind him. The interior was significantly darker than outside. Jack pressed against the door to wait for his eyes to adjust. As he did so, he winced and instantly regretted it. His charred and cut-up back reminding him not so politely of its current state. The room came into a musty and shadowed focus. Small slits and breaks in the roof and walls allowed tiny amounts of moonlight in, just enough information reflected to keep Jack's eyes hard at work, attempting to make it out. The room was small. A stained wooden desk sat against the far wall, with papers scattered over the top, and multiple cups turned on their side, their contents having been absorbed by the wood or dried in place long ago. To its right, a door to the rest of the building stood. This one was also closed, but in a much better state than its exterior counterpart. Shelves with rows of tomes and mugs covered what walls were still sound enough to hold their weight. Those that weren't as lucky had collapsed onto the floor, sending their cargo across the floor. Jack made for the desk and nearly collapsed behind it, tucking into the cavity intended for the user's legs. He gripped his legs to his chin and only then realized he'd been crying, as the tears that had pooled in the creases of his panting face spilled onto his kneecaps.
Fuck. Why? Why was any of this happening? Why had he just frozen and watched that thing? Why didn't he just turn around the second he saw it? He lost all sense of himself when he'd seen it. And then, his phone had rung. Jack hastily unraveled himself and dug into his jeans. His shoulders stung as he pressed them backwards to reach down in his position. Not finding it in his left pocket, he had to shift his weight and reach into the right. Pulling out a small device, he stared at its blank screen. It had been in his left pocket when it rang, hadn't it? Everything seemed quiet as he pressed the power button, and the light illuminated his face. One missed call from Ben. Jack's body racked as he let out an involuntary sob. He caught it in his throat, still not wanting to make any noise, but a strangled hack managed to escape as tears once again leaked down from his previously tried-out ducts. He unlocked the phone and quickly opened the notification, dialing the number and holding it up to his ear, cupping the microphone with his other hand to stifle any noise. The phone played the dial tone, then went silent again. Another stifling cry escaped Jack's mouth as he looked at the screen again. No servers. Call could not be completed. His mouth began to drool as he pressed his tongue against his grimaced teeth to keep his emotions in. He could feel his nose starting to burn, the tears dripping off his chin. His chest was expanding, not with breath, but with a painful heat. His pulse was charged, and his heart was beating dangerously fast. No, please, Ben, please. He mumbled into his clenched fist. He'd been so close to her. If she'd just called a few minutes earlier, or if he hadn't climbed the fucking hill, maybe he could have... And that's when Jack noticed the second notification hidden under the first. One new voicemail. His heart leapt in a mix of fear and hope. Carefully, he turned the volume to the lowest possible setting, then lifted the speaker to his ear, and once again cupped it with the other hand. The sound crackled to life, and Penn's all too familiar and crushingly shaky voice reached Jack's ear.
Hi, Jack. Listen, I know you're probably in Idaho by now, but I didn't mean what I said the other night. I hope you didn't mean any of it either.
Jack fought against another racking sob, holding in most of the sound, but sending more snot and tears streaking down his face.
It was just seeing you like that. I should have expected it, I know, but we'd both been sober for almost a month. And that day was the first time I actually let myself think things might be different now. I know it's not a fair thing to put on you, and you just heard about your dad, and...
The recording went silent for a beat, and Jack's heart pounded.
I'm keeping the baby, Jack. I'm not going to force you to be a part of its life. It's your choice. But please, please, you have to know that you can be better than them. That you are better than them. I love you. I think.
Jack's face was a wet mess. His sobs were contained entirely in his chest, and the effort of stifling them caused him to convulse as they came, causing phlegm and spit and tears to mix in every crease of his face. The rapid stretches of his ribcage sent painful aches through his back as the muscles tensed and loosened around the debris still lodged within them. The hands that had been cupping the phone had given up its duty and now covered his mouth tightly, like holding it there would keep the sound from escaping.
I think I have to believe that you didn't mean what you said, because I didn't mean anything I said, and...
The recording went silent for a beat.
But please, if you did mean anything you said, don't call me back. Don't.
Jack could hear her voice breaking through the phone. The timing of her soft attempts to cut her crying short almost synced up with his own heaving spasms.
I'm so scared, Jack. I need you to know it might be unfair, but I'm so scared. I'm scared of this kid, and I'm scared that you're not who I thought you were, and I'm scared because I don't know how to help you, Jack. I can't stop thinking, would you have done it if I walked in on you the other night? Christ, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Was it my fault for telling you? Please, Jack,
Jack's eyes widened just a bit as the sound of Penn's voice tapered off, followed soon by the recording coming to an end. He pulled the phone back from his ear and looked at the screen. This was the end of the voicemail. The image of the screen stretched out wildly as the light was refracted through wells of tears in his eyes. The hand over his mouth was soaked in tears and mucus, and his teeth dug into each other with such force that he swore he could feel them cracking. The phone's screen shut off on its own. The battery was dead. Jack sobbed. His tears bled over his hands and sunk into the deep brownish maroon threads of the sweater Penn had made him. They interlocked and wove together in braids, catching the mucus and runoff as he sunk his teeth into the fabric to suffocate the sound. He wished he could help her. He knew he couldn't. She had to know he couldn't. She had to. Not before. Especially not now. New pulses of pain were reaching his nervous system from the lacerations and bruises that covered his body. He was cold. So cold. And it was dark. So dark in the tiny church office he'd made his refuge from the unfathomable. He thought about a good many things while he sat curled up under that crusted wooden desk. His mind scrambled between thoughts of Penelope, the dual arrow road sign, his mom and dad, the deer with its broken antler, his future son or daughter, the throbbing of his back, and that horrible thing in the woods with a little girl's body. And overlaying all these images in his mind like a transparent curtain was the thought of a drink. God, how he needed a drink. Every aspect of his mind and his body demanded it of him. His hands shook with a chemical pleading. Eventually, Jack's sobbing stopped. Not for the lack of need, but rather his body simply stopped providing him with the luxury of emoting. He was far too busy fighting microscopic battles against his other injuries. He found himself simply sitting, eyes wide, head pulled to his knees and arms wrapped around them. At some point, he slid his phone back into his right pocket. He had to find a way out of this. He had to stay awake, stay conscious until the sun came back up, then maybe find the road again. He recognized the futility of the thought, even as he clung to it. At some point, he would have to face the reality
of what he'd seen. Did he really believe that something as inconsequential and irreverent as daylight would make the woods that surrounded him hospitable again? In what fantasy was he living that a change in brightness would make that girl in the sundress bearable? If anything, seeing it without the comforting obstruction of darkness would only make it harder to deny. It was in this state of frozen contemplation that a sound first reached Jack's ears. His body tightened with fear as his brain realized something other than him was within earshot, but it also kick-started his senses, making the noise a bit clearer. Somewhere, muffled through walls and distance, was someone speaking. The words were intelligible, but the cadence and emphasis of the frequency matched a person's intentional enunciation. Very carefully, Jack leaned his head out from under the desk and turned. The sound was coming from deeper within the church, through the door in the other end of the office. A door that his now fully adjusted eyes could see was slightly ajar. As quietly as possible, Jack turned onto all fours, forcing the jolts of pain in his shoulders, back, and ankle down into his subconscious, and made his way to the door. The sound was clearer here, an unmistakable pattern of human speech, and fervorous speech at that. Jack's heart had begun to pick up its pace again, and his skin felt riddled with an anxious dread. He didn't believe for a second that what he heard was what it seemed. Yet, be it his own childish folly or an inherent naivety that was adopted in the face of hopelessness, a part of him ached for it to be someone who could help. Jack tested the doors, sliding his finger in the thin opening between it and the frame. To his relief, it moved without any protest nor sound, opening to the room beyond. Sticking his head just barely into the entryway, Jack could see the next room was a branching hallway. What looked like multiple doors in varying states of disrepair, a staircase off to the left, and more scattered pages, fabrics, and boxes filled the space and covered discarded pieces of furniture that were strewn about. The room was absolutely still. The sound remained, emanating from the far end of the hall. Jack slowly crawled through the precipice and into the room, careful not to disturb anything that was scattered along the floor. As he did, the voice became a touch clearer. It was a man's voice, powerful and forcefully energetic, every few syllables internally heightened with passionate flair. Jack could only make out the occasional word.
Forest, together, and I say, every day.
It was coming from a door on the other end of the hall. He was certain of it. Painstakingly slowly, Jack used an arm to lift himself to his feet, remained as crouched as he could with a sharp pain in his twisted ankle. He began to meticulously make his way down the hall, sidestepping loose furniture and avoiding papers and books on the ground. As he passed the staircase to his left, he looked up it with a tightness in his chest, only to see it came to a landing around 90 degrees out of sight. The voice became clearer with each step, and as he finally reached the far door, he could see that it too was left just slightly ajar. The speaker was loud, just on the verge of yelling, but with controlled rage and an unyielding vehemence.
The blooms of the enemy. So he says to us.
Jack was now right up against the door, the opening just wide enough that he could see more moonlight spilling in from outside it. With a wave of pain, he hunched down and glanced through. The door led to what had to be the main cathedral building he'd seen from outside. The chamber was long, with 2 sections of pews stretched out toward closed double doors in the back, and a passageway between them. Along the walls on either side were the huge stained glass windows Jack had seen from outside. Some were caked in dirt, others partially broken or boarded up, but they all let in large amounts of moonlight, illuminating the hall in a dull bluish tint. The door Jack was looking through was positioned at the front of the room, up on the stage, and just behind the pulpit. There were figures in the pews. Not many, maybe 10 or 12. They were aimlessly scattered throughout the different rows, but there, nonetheless. A pair sat in the very front, their whole visage visible to Jack, and the visage was horrific. The couple were human, normal sized and listening intently. They seemed to be a man and a woman, but they looked wrong. Their figures were a deep, dark, reddish color. No semblance of clothing could be seen, and at first it bewildered Jack's brain to try and sort out what he was looking at. As his eyes adjusted to the increase in light, however, some of their details began to elucidate. They were red, fleshy, and their skin looked stringy. With unrelenting disgust and unwelcome panic, Jack realized that the figures had no skin. The reddish color they reflected came from a mix of exposed sinew, tendons, and viscera. He could see individual muscles, how they connected and contracted with the slightest movement. The twitches of flesh caused ripples of tension in the tendons. Their eyes protruded just too far, and their eyelids wrapped all too tightly around their sockets. The woman in the front had her arms wrapped around her chest, holding something in place. A baby. It was partially skinned as well. Jack could see the mother was using her other hands to peel back layers of healthy skin at the child's waist, discarding them on the seat beside her. The infant nursed on its mother's breast, a disquieted mess of muscle, veins, and a circle of mammary glands coming to a point. Jack could see that as it nursed, the baby occasionally leaked out of its tiny mouth. In place of milk, a viscous black liquid spilled from its cheeks, covering its own face and the mother's breast, dribbling down to its freshly peeled belly. Jack felt vomit rise in his stomach and rapidly shoot to his throat, but he forced his airways closed and swallowed it back down in revolt. He dared not draw any attention to himself. The couple, along with every other member of the congregation, despite their horrid appearance, were singularly enraptured by the thing that stood at the pulpit. The owner of the voice Jack had heard. Standing at the pulpit was a behemoth of a figure. It resembled a man only in that it clearly had a head and 2 arms. Its torso was an enormous mound of fat and folds that rolled over one another and spilled around the podium itself, leaving any possibility of it having legs underneath completely to Jack's imagination. Its skin was a pasty, pocked white color. Its balding head had only a speck of thinning black hair. It wore a grey suit of sorts, stretched to impossible extents by the sheer mass of its body, and not nearly long enough to cover the lower rounds of bleach-pale, fatty skin that pooled below. Dried black sludge ran down the front and side of its body, seeping into every fold before spilling over onto the next. From his angle, Jack could only see the back right side of the figure, but he could hear its thunderous voice. A deep drawl and wetness accompanied its diction.
And the good book says, my brothers and sisters, the heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his step. That's Proverbs 16:9, I tell you. Scripture itself pleads with us to trust in his decisions.
As the thing spoke, globules of viscous black liquid spit from its mouth, flying onto the pulpit and the steps in front of the stage it stood on. The liquid landed and immediately began to curdle and dry, the moonlight betraying its texture as a mix of solid chunks and saliva.
And so I tell you, oh my ever so joyous congregation, we must turn from man's sinful will. For the Lord is the only safe arbiter of our lives. Fear it, I say. Fear the tolling of the beast, lest it finds you.
The creature had one hand braced against an open book on the pulpit. The black liquid spewing from its lips had built up and solidified against both the book and the hand, leaving a thick
dripping block of black tar, like a semi-melted wax candle, cementing the arm to the tome and the tome to the lectern.
I say to you, brothers and sisters, fear the Epilogi and the Mandeville of Looms. Fear their encroachment. Hide from it, and let the Lord free us of these burdens.
Whatever pitiful hope Jack had been trying to stamp down in his chest evaporated as he watched the scene. The preacher continued, never stopping for a breath, never taking a respite, and the congregation never broke their concentration on his performance. With every ounce of self-control he could muster, Jack went to turn and slip back down the hall, far away from this. As he did, a pair of large, wet, sinew-streaked arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Jack's breath caught in his throat, and the muscle fibers compacted his trachea. His hands shot up and tried to pry their way between the arm and his own chin, but to no success. His legs kicked against the floorboards as he felt his back slam into the owner of the arm, suffocating him. His splintered skin met with the flayed chest muscle of his assailant and shot knives of pain up his spine. As he attempted to gasp for breath, his throat spasmed and coughed out the remaining air in his lungs. The figure behind him shot a leg out to kick the door to the cathedral open, calling out with a hoarse, masculine voice to those inside.
Father Delos, I've found.
Jack's fingers remain unable to separate the forearm from his throat. As his vision grew fuzzy, he instead forced his nails into the strands of exposed muscle. They parted with some effort, like thick, taut noodles, allowing Jack to tear into the roughage of the flesh and yank it hard. The figure let out a cry and the arm loosened, shoving Jack through the doorway onto the horrid preacher's stage. He attempted to catch himself, but his vision had not fully recovered. Between the panicked gasps for new available air and the oxygen-deprived spinning of the world around him, Jack's legs gave out, and he fell hard onto his side. The sounds that reached Jack took a moment to become intelligible again, as his body once again began diverting energy to his senses now that the threat of suffocation had dissipated. There were gasps, multiple voices from different directions all over each other. Jack's left arm branched against the floor to push him to standing, and in doing so, landed in a lukewarm puddle of what looked and felt like tar. Buzzing with fear and decomposure, Jack saw that the monstrosity at the pulpit had begun heaving the mass of its body toward him, sending rivers of its black sludge flowing across the wooden stage and causing them to pool nearby. Jack came to a shakily upright position. In his periphery, he could see the skinless figure of the man who choked him out approaching, blood flowing from the ripped thew of his arm. Nearly falling forward, Jack's wherewithal began to return. He dashed down the stage steps and began towards the aisle of pews, making for the double doors at the end of the sanctuary. As he did so, he could see the preacher begin to shift his immense form. Up on the wall behind him, a huge crucifix was hung. A painted wooden figure of Christ was mounted upon it, with braided, deep, brownish maroon roots weaving in and out of his skin. Small, pink flowers dotted the vines. Crusted, black slime had dried along its chin and cheekbones, spilling from the open mouth and empty eyes. Scraping noises pursued Jack from all sides as he sprinted down the ratty carpet. At this point, his vision had fully recovered, revealing that he was flanked on each side by flayed members of the congregation, all scrambling hand over foot down their pews toward him. Rippling scarlet arms reached out from the aisles as Jack passed. He dodged the first, but the second scraped at his left shin, causing him to stumble. The third grasped his other ankle, sending him toppling onto his elbows. The rest of the arms were on him quickly. He might have been able to struggle out of the first one's grip, but before he could even get one leg back up, he had the weight of 3 more on top of him. They grappled and pinned his arms to his sides, shoving his cheek into the coarse, dirty fabric of the carpet.
Let go of me.
Jack's voice came out chopped and wispy. His throat was still hurt, and his lungs were squeezed tight between the body above him and the floor. The flayed men pinned him down, pushing down with all their weight, and started to twist him off his stomach. His back shrieked in pain as they turned him over and pressed it to the ground. Jack's heart raced as he found himself staring at the church's peaked ceiling above him. Sections of the partially eroded wood had given way, leaving makeshift skylights that spilled moonlight into the cathedral. 4 men from the pews had him pinned in the aisle. 2 were holding down his arms against his side, with a hand on his shoulder and one on his wrist. The other 2 each pinned his legs, kneeling over his shins and holding his hips in place. Jack tried to twist and struggle against them, but each movement sheared the burns on his back against the floor, sending waves of agony throughout him that threatened to make him black out. From between his feet, he could see the preacher slowly approaching. The gelatinous mass of its body lumbered down the aisle, swaying to the left, then to the right, and back again. Jack screamed out. He pleaded for help, for them to stop, for the chance to explain. But the thing that had been called Father Delos continued its march.
In Slam, come to us by way of the forest.
The preacher's massive throat warbled as its wet voice filled the chamber. All the congregates gave an affirming hum in response.
Run ashore by Epilogi, no doubt.
As the preacher spoke, black sludge pooled in the recesses of its lips and began to dribble down its neck.
Come, little lamb, our Lord in his mercy offers you comfort, protection, solace, release from her curse, the beast.
The preacher reached Jack. As it did, layers of its fat covered Jack's legs, allowing the skinned men who had been pinning them down to release and return to the pews, where the rest of the congregation was watching. The men holding his arms remained. Jack tried to kick, but was held solidly in place by the preacher's mass. The behemoth leaned forward till its face was directly over Jack's, staring straight down into his eyes. Jack pleaded, his voice a shrill imitation of itself.
Please, I didn't mean to come here. I'm just lost. I'll leave. I'll never tell anyone about this place. Please, just let me go.
The preacher looked at him and gave a stomach-churningly sad and earnest grin, like a parent envying the naivete of a child. Its mouth was a row of thin gray teeth with large gaps in between them. Jack could see the edges of the bones were discolored with black stains, and more of the inky slime was running along its gums.
And yet, here you came, my son. You took your path, and it brought you here. I pity you for what horrors you were no doubt subjected to from the turns you made along the way. We offer you, now, the Lord offers you freedom from that yoke.
At that, the congregation's collective voice rose in unnatural elation. The preacher's face was now directly above Jack's own, looking straight down at him.
Freedom from folly, little lamb. Do not go back into that dark forest, child. Eat with us and be full.
From behind, Jack could hear the approach of another figure. Sure enough, a pair of skinless hands reached from out of view and grabbed his head. One gripped his forehead, while the other tightened around his jaw. As Jack began to yell, the hands pulled, forcing his mouth open. Jack screamed a deep, deep scream, and water found its way back to his tear ducts. He cried as he fought to get free, but to no avail. The preacher's grin turned into a wide yawn, then something even further. The mouth opened broader than any joints should have allowed. The rolls of its body racked violently, and Jack could hear a guttural spurting coming from its throat. All at once, the thick, black liquid came up from the preacher's stomach, then fell into Jack's open throat. The slime hit his tongue and was surprisingly sweet. It was warm. The texture varied widely from smooth as silk to ridden with gelatinous chunks. His gag reflex fought the onslaught immediately, sending globules of the sludge back out and spilling them over his face. But the downpour kept coming.
Eventually, Jack's body was forced to swallow instinctually. It was a nightmare. A horrid, horrid nightmare that he would sooner die than spend another moment in. Jack flailed his arms as wildly as he could, but the flayed men held fast, keeping his forearms pinned to the sides of his legs and leaving him with only the range of motion of his wrist. Despite having every desire to suffocate on the black sludge and end his torment, Jack's body continued to reflexively swallow, hoping it could make way for air to get to his lungs. He cried and fought, his heart beating so hard and fast that it pounded against his skin. Jack's hand slammed against his pocket in the struggle. There was something there. As quickly as he could with his limited movement, Jack's hand shot into his pocket and pulled the object from it. The salt packet from the diner. As the sludge pooled up and over his open mouth, it poured across his face, forcing him to shut his eyes. In that terrible darkness, Jack ripped the packet in two using his thumb and index finger. Then, cupping the salt in the palm of his pinned hand, slammed it into the uncovered sinew and muscle of the arm securing him there. The salt dug into the exposed flesh, and without skin to cover it, the pain must have been immediate. The churchgoer released Jack's arm and lurched to his feet, howling. As he did so, his head and shoulder collided with the preacher, throwing it off balance and cutting off the torrent of sludge. The preacher's massive form suddenly shifted, forcing everyone else in the tight quarters off balance. There was only a split second where the pressure on Jack's body let up, but in that heartbeat, Jack spun, kicked his knees, and pushed off, falling into a full-on sprint like he had taken off on a 100-meter dash. The slime that had covered his face thinned a bit as it sloughed to the floor, and he gagged and spit violently as he ran, sending the black muck in his mouth to the ground. The preacher's sopping, wet southern drawl echoed through the hall behind him as the mob regained its composure.
Flee, flee and sequester thyself, child. Take my blessing and bathe in its refuge, lest the Lord forsake you and the Mandervilla blooms find you.
Jack could scarcely parse the words he heard as his bruised shoulders slammed into the large double doors. Thankfully, the doors burst apart, and Jack found himself stumbling across the open field once again toward the dark forest ahead, a pale bluish moon offering what little light it could. As he passed the tree line, Jack risked a glance behind him. No one was following. The church doors he'd burst through had been closed tight, but he kept running. He ran and ran. Jack couldn't be sure how far he'd gone. There was nothing but trees surrounding him now, and no sign of the church nor clearing. As he took another fevered stride, his leg muscles spasmed and faltered, causing him to rapidly meet the forest floor. In a panicked thrashing, Jack scrubbed and scratched at his face, sending the already dying black muck flying across the grass. With considerable effort, Jack forced himself to his knees and braced an arm against a nearby tree. With the other hand still partially coated in grime, he pointed his index and middle finger and reached as far down his throat as he could. His stomach lurched and his arm shut from his mouth as he kneeled over in a forced gag. The violent upheaval didn't produce anything. Jack tried again, forcing his hand even deeper and holding it longer before crumbling into a dry, heaving arc. Nothing. Jack tried again and again and again to force the muck he'd swallowed out of him. He triggered his gag reflex until his already crushed throat was bleeding from the coughing, and his chest and airways burned with stomach acid. His eyes were red with tears and bulged against their sockets with each urgent retch, but not a single drop expelled itself from his throat. His exhaustion tightened around him like a noose. In mid-heave, Jack's world went dark as he fell against the tree. Part 5. The stairs were taller than Jack remembered. He stood at the top of them. One foot had been outstretched just a moment ago with the intent to find the first step. But now, Jack balanced there delicately, both hands gripping the railing. Just as his foot was about to meet the stair, it had fled from him, stretching downward and away along the rest of the staircase, elongating in Jack's vision, as his head flushed with heat and dizziness. After a moment of focused breathing, his deep perception corrected itself, and Jack carefully let the foot find purchase on the landing. Hands still wrapped around the banister to his right, he took the next step equally as slowly. Whether that was out of cautiousness or inebriation, he wasn't sure. The way the steps moved and shifted was funny, made him want to giggle.
I'm the one with the goddamn cancer.
You don't get to play high and mighty anymore. Nobody gets to judge me anymore. That's my reward for life, fucking me over.
There was that voice again. It was coming from down the stairs. The volume of the argument was as painful to Jack as it was nauseating, like the sound waves were disturbing the delicate balance his stomach had found. The other voice, the female one, rose up in response, just as loud as its partner, with a cold control the other lacked.
Just like you, to make everything an excuse. If you think I will sit by and let you ruin our family's reputation, then
Fuck you and your reputation.
The man's voice cut her off. She raised her tone further in reprisal.
For Christ's sake, Clark, it's not my reputation. Don't you get that? Think about our boys. What people would say if they see you like this. Or heaven forbid, they were to find out.
Don't you bring the boys into this. You don't give a shit about them, and everybody knows it. They're just fucking dolls for you to dress up and parade around like the prissy bitch you are.
Jack reached the bottom of the stairs. The sudden level of his newfound footing sent another wave of unsteadiness rushing to his brain. He sucked in a deep breath and closed his eyes. In and out. Just needed another bottle. He turned the corner into a wide dining room. Along the far wall, a dark wooden cabinet stood, with china and trinkets hidden behind the glass panes of the upper doors. Atop the cupboard, a small cross was leaning against the off-white of the drywall. The dining table sat in the middle of the room. It was a humble wooden structure, with a vase of nearly wilted, pinkish flowers sitting absently at its center. The left wall of the room opened up into the kitchen beyond, where two figures stood around an island. The third person, a small child, sat in a high chair nearby.
Yes, fall back on profanities like you always have. Set a great example for your son. You think you're such a big man that this is your moment to finally stick it to me?
Yeah, Janine, maybe I fucking do. Maybe this is my moment.
The male voice was clearer now, every other syllable slurred slightly into the next.
Doesn't that just piss you off? That I might be right one goddamn time.
Jack tried, and given his struggles with the staircase, likely failed to keep his footsteps light as he crossed toward the cabinet. The bottles were in the bottom drawer, or was it the middle? Jack almost laughed aloud before he caught it in his throat. He felt funny. The female voice ignited again.
You know, I pray to God every night that he'll take you from me. Some terrible accident or other, so I can raise these boys without having to fend you and your poison off every day. I knew you were dirty the day I married you, and now God's punishing me for my willfulness. The drunken, cowardly, godless man.
Jack was on the cabinet now. The figures arguing were right in his periphery, but they were turned toward each other. He fumbled with the latch mechanism. It didn't make sense anymore. He'd just opened it earlier that night. Why was it so much harder now? He nearly giggled again.
Oh, and you think you're doing them any fucking favors? Having a self-righteous, arrogant prick of a mother? Ha!
The man's voice was interrupted by a deep belch that he quickly recovered from before continuing.
You think you're so much better than me, don't you? I know you. You're nothing.
Jack got the latch to click as he heard a loud swish of liquid from the kitchen, followed by a rapid gulping sound.
Nothing but a 2-cent, worth nothing, life-ruining whore.
The cabinet door swung open, and Jack snatched the first bottle he saw. It didn't matter which one. He had to make it back up those stairs. He hoped they hadn't gotten any longer since his last encounter. It was only as he turned that, with a mix of regret and fear, he saw the woman in the kitchen had taken notice of him and was looking his way.
Look what you did. Look what you did. Called your wife a whore in front of your son. Real class act, Clark. Really making the most of your moment, aren't you?
Jack wanted to run, but his muscles took quite a while to get the message. It felt like his whole body was semi-melted. It made him want to chuckle again.
Tell him, Jack.
The woman turned back toward the man, her voice both thunderous and calculated as it spiked each word with controlled, icy hate.
Tell him how it breaks your heart to have a father like him. A no-good, do-nothing who drowns himself in a bottle and the bodies of other men to avoid watching over his own fucking family.
Jack wanted to be back in the stairs again, where things were quieter. The bottle would take him there again. He would make it take him there. The voices dulled a bit as Jack's perception was assaulted with another wave of nausea and fatigue.
Jack didn't feel like giggling. He was walking when he returned to consciousness. Jack's head was hung, but as his eyes blinked and light reached them again, his surroundings slowly defined themselves from a grayish-blue fuzz to a picture of the forest floor. He saw his feet below him, stepping casually but intently, propelling him along. He could see the front of the sweater he wore. Penny's sweater, with its brownish-maroon threads. They were steeped in a dried black mucus, the refuse that had spilled from his open mouth when the preacher had pinned him to the ground. The air was cold on his skin, and despite his disapproval, Jack's sense of touch began to return to him, only to remind him of his horridly mangled back and barely operable limbs. As the surreality of his situation returned to him, Jack did not cry. He figured he probably should, but the depth of his exhaustion seemed to disagree. Yet, for no particular reason he could find, he continued to walk. Looking up, he took in the woods around him. The forest around him was not the same as the one he'd passed out in. The trees were one much larger. Their trunks were thick and jettisoned into the sky above. They were spaced much farther apart than the trees he'd collapsed among as well. As Jack walked in the space between them, he had nearly 10 feet of empty distance on either side. The night was the same, however. The moon was nowhere to be seen, but its light filled the vacuous forest he walked through with a blue tint that betrayed only as much of the forms around it as was needed for traversal. The canopy had larger openings in the foliage, and through them Jack could see the stars against the black-blue backdrop of space. Once Jack's vision had restored itself, his hearing followed suit. The forest was still, unnaturally silent, save for a hint of a sound pulled along by the wind behind him. It was metallic, artificial. It came and went like a wave, building and building only to dampen again. A siren. Jack's trauma-induced apathy was cut short as his body somehow found whatever adrenaline and instinct that remained in its reserves and spiked his heart rate in panic. Jack's head spun behind him as his sprained ankles shot from a saunter to a stumbling run. There was nothing but fog-filled space and monstrous trees as far as his straining eyes could make out, but the sound coming from behind him was unmistakable, and it was getting louder, fast. The darkness of the night cut his line of sight off significantly, turning the gaps between distant trees into curtains of silvery black that seemed to echo the ambulance call, like the forest itself had opened its mouth and was building a horrible howl in its throat. Jack ran again, as he had so many times through the woods, his ankles seared with pain at each step, but the building pressure of the siren behind him insisted at their continued agony. His back bled, and his shoulders popped as his arms pumped his momentum forward, but he could not stop. Suddenly, Jack found the trees around him beginning to be replaced with small, wooden, torn-down structures. A shell of a cottage with its windows and walls collapsed, a well with its stones spilling onto the forest floor, tents and posts twisted onto their sides. As Jack sprinted, he soon found himself in the center of what was some sort of dilapidated encampment. It was then that his right ankle snapped. The unrelenting pressure of sprinting had pushed the hyperextended tendon farther than it could handle, and what would have just been a hairline fracture had been pounded to its limit, until one last impact splintered it into a breakage of bone and marrow. Jack collapsed forward, and his leg bent without the support of its base. He shrieked in pain and rolled onto his side, tenderly reaching for the ankle. The bone did not break through his skin, but it lunged outward, pushing the epidermis with it. He had no time to think. The siren sound behind him had done nothing but get louder and closer as he'd been running. Pain tugged at the edges of his vision as he looked around desperately. The ancient campsite was a mess of toppled stones and caved-in huts. There, about 30 feet from him, Jack saw the rickety remains of a shed. The whole thing was angled ever so slightly, but remained upright. A rough-looking door made of old, dried wooden planks hung open on its hinges. In the sea of other structures that surrounded him, it was small and inconsequential, easy to miss. With considerable effort and numbing amounts of pain, Jack pulled himself to all fours, save his shattered ankle that dragged behind him. He crawled as fast as he could toward the shed, his ankles screaming in protest as it caught on the occasional root or mound of grass. After what felt like an eternity, Jack found himself at the precipice of the structure. It was so much smaller than he'd initially guessed. It must have been a tool shed of some sort. The interior wall had hooks and posts in place along it. In its entirety, it was just deep enough to stand in with some wiggle room. Carefully, to avoid putting any weight on his ankle, Jack knelt and gasped at one of the hangers, pulling himself up to a shaking stand before grabbing the door and latching it closed. The darkness forced its way in with the closing of the door. While not pitch black, Jack's eyes still took a few moments to adjust as best they could. Small slivers of moonlight slipped through the dried-out cracks in the shed's walls. His arms shook ever so slightly with effort as he relied on them to keep weight off the broken foot. His breathing was ragged. Lungfuls of air were loud and rushed as his body fought off the exhaustion that threatened to overtake it. With every ounce of willpower he had left, Jack closed his eyes and forced his breathing to slow as much as it could. From wheezes to coughs, coughs to gasps, and gasps to whispers. Jack breathed only when absolutely necessary. His ears ached with the sound of the ambulance siren, which grew closer and closer. As it approached, he could hear the Doppler effect of the siren's spin. He could picture the metal cone sitting on top of the impossibly real body of a little girl, spinning. The sound was muffled at first, only to build and build until it crescendoed as it faced him, then faded again as it continued its revolution. Jack's heart slammed against his chest, urging him to panic and pleading for oxygen as he limited his breath. Breathe in, wait, listen, wait, breathe out. He felt his tear ducts come to life again as the sound outside grew and grew. He could feel the blood pushing against his veins as his broken mind begged for his reasoning to explain all this. The ambulance siren became louder and louder outside. Jack's ears throbbed. He desperately wanted to cover them with his hands, but grit his teeth and bared it for fear of falling should he let go of the hanger supporting his weight. Just when he felt his eardrums might rupture, the volume leveled off. The artificial whooping of the siren was close. It no longer came from the woods he had just run through, but rather from the center of the encampment where he'd fallen. The sound oscillated meticulously, and as it did, Jack grimaced in pain at each crescendo, picturing the siren pointing directly at the shed, at him, before patiently moving past. Jack's stomach shrunk. He knew it was out here. That sound reaching him from beyond the door refused to move, spinning, scanning. His body felt both frozen and far too hot. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his mind was assaulted by a deluge of vertigo, nearly loosening his grip on the posts holding him in place. It was like a fever had come on all at once. His throat felt arid and his head swollen. He was sick, terrified, nauseous, unsure, weak, crippled, guilty. In that instant, the rotation of the siren shot around, the volume increasing as it did. The sound was piercing. It did not relent, and, with a petrifying complacency, Jack knew it had stopped its spinning, facing directly at him. It saw him. More than that, the sound found him. It surrounded him. It knew him in full. He was naked, made small by the force of it. Jack's breath left his body, and he seized in fear-stricken paralysis as the noise approached the shed door. Jack could do nothing but stare. His jaw may have hung open. He didn't know. His hands clung to the wall without his permission, in a sort of pre-rigor mortis. The whole world was that door standing just in front of him, and the sound screaming through it from the other side. The rays of moonlight that poked through the holes in the wood went dark as something blocked their path. Completely and instantly, the siren ceased. Jack's ears struggled to make sense of the ringing silence left in its wake. He felt like he could hear the movement of the dust that floated in the air. The moonlight, however, did not return. That thing now stood just on the other side of the door. No sounds to imply its proximity, but there nonetheless. Slowly and silently, like tiny little garter snakes, Jack saw sickly, brownish maroon roots peek underneath the door. They made no sound. They twisted and slid as they extended onto the rotted wood floor.
New vines sprung from the sides of the door as well, clinging to the interior walls and forking into countless new branches. Then came more through the top of the door frame, clutching the irregularities in the roof and making their way toward Jack over his head. Interweaving to the holes in the wood and one another, the roots surrounded him from every direction. Jack's eyes had glazed. His body turned to stone from the physical and emotional contusions. He could not move nor speak, only scream into the echo of his mind. The vines reached him, but they did not touch him. They could not. They curved around his feet, his shoulders, his head, creating a ragged outline of his sorry state against the boards of the shed. They waited there, poised and hungry. Jack's chest heaved with uncontrollable breathing, yet he was still lightheaded, like the air had lost its oxygen. Strange, he realized, even his gasps didn't make a sound. A moment passed, then another. All at once, deep pink flowers began to bloom from the roots. All across them, in every direction, like hundreds of tiny fireworks all going off in sync, they blossomed and spread themselves open. They surrounded Jack and dotted the interior of the shed like stars in the night sky untainted by city lights. It was then that the door opened. Not fully, just a crack, enough to allow a small figure to step into the cramped space with Jack. Not the siren girl, he realized. It had its back to him, but it was a person, not a child. The back of its head was facing Jack, showing short, cut, golden hair. No monstrous features, just a kid. As soon as it was entirely in the shed, it closed the door behind it and turned to face Jack, back pressed against the door. It was a boy, pale skin, wearing cargo shorts and a faded dark blue graphic tee. He couldn't be any older than 3 or 4, and his face. Jack knew the face. From the depths of his psyche, Jack found his voice again, and cracking and hoarse with fear, broke the supernatural silence that filled the tiny shed. Dean. The boy stared back at him. Its soft blue eyes were calm and studying. Its mouth a thin line. The skin of its face was soft and clean, the kind of texture that only comes from a lack of years to weather it down. The boy opened its mouth awkwardly, like it was the first time ever doing so. A sound came from deep in its chest, deep and shifting, like a radio being turned to the right frequency. The sound that came from the boy's mouth changed as it went, before it found its footing as a perfect copy of Jack's. Jack's face went numb. His body separated from him as he failed to do anything but watch. He was sick. So sick. His throat managed to release a sputtering. Please. Why? Please stop. The boy looked back at him, as calm as he was motionless. I never had a voice of my own. Jack's eyes, despite everything they had seen thus far, began to well up as his face contorted in fear, shame, terror, and disgust. The boy's mouth opened wide, wider than it should. Its chin slid downward like a wooden puppet, the skins of its cheeks stretching beyond their limits to accommodate the shift. It stood there like that for a moment, with its jaw unwound into a pit of black, before sound drifted up from its throat. Not a voice, but audio. The sounds of a scene.
Don't bring him into this!
The voice that the boy's mouth produced was not Jack's. It was another man's, and it had an echo and a shape to it, like it came from a room away. The voice rose again, its words slurred.
You think he needs to hear this? Fucking hell, Janine. For once in your life, stop pawning off your shit on these kids and face something yourself.
Jack wanted to ask, to beg the boy in front of him to stop this, to close its mouth. But his own throat was so horribly tight that it was all he could do to get air to his lungs. A female voice rose in protest from deep in the boy's throat.
Face something myself. That's rich coming from you. You think you're special? Millions get diagnosed every year, Clark. That doesn't give you an excuse to ruin our lives.
The man's voice cut through the air louder and faster than it had before.
You're the only reason I took that goddamn job in the first place, you sanctimonious bitch! Oh, big words coming from the drunkard over here. Do you know what that word means, Jack? I doubt your dad does. I said, stop bringing my son into this. Why? Afraid your son will learn his father is a drunkard?
The voices went silent. The tension extended beyond the scene. Jack felt every muscle freeze in a strain. The air around him pregnant with anxiety, awaiting a reaction. The man spoke again.
You bitch.
From the boy's mouth came a whooshing sound. Jack recognized it. A glass bottle being thrown. There was a flurry of noise and a sickening, scraping thud, followed shortly by the sound of glass shattering against tile. There was another moment of silence, filled not with fear, but with shock. Then came the shriek of a child, the unrelenting squealing of a toddler in genuine pain. The woman's voice rose again, unsettlingly calm and smug, despite the bellowing cry of a child overlaying it.
Look what you did now, Clark. Does that make you feel good? Do you see why I'm right about you? Why I've always been right about you?
The roar of the child peaked and continued. Jack's body shuddered at each cresting of the bellow. Every instinct in him urged him to help.
Dean, I didn't mean...
The man's voice was softer now, beaten.
Oh, you didn't mean that, did you, Clark? That just makes it so much better, doesn't it, Dean? Tell Daddy it's all better now. You know what, Clark?
The voices dulled against the ever-increasing shriek of the child. They continued to scream at one another, to argue. All the while, the child grew louder and more pained. There was a rush of sound. Jack knew what it was. He could see the scene in his mind as the noises emanated from the boy's gaping mouth. The scurry of feet on tile, picking up the bleeding infant, and the swinging of a screen door being bashed open. The distant protests of the man and woman behind him, demanding he stop. The rushed opening of a car door, followed by its slamming closed. The voice that came from the boy's mouth was Jack's own now, much younger. It was wet with tears and sloppy with effort.
We're leaving.
The click of keys entering an ignition came next, followed by the disapproving roar of an engine stuttering to life.
I'll get you safe.
The younger Jack's voice was broken between weeping and gags. His words came out in a teary slur. Tires spun out against the asphalt before catching. The sound of a car frantically flying down the road filled the tiny shed, as distant yells insisted it turn around. The voices dimmed as the sounds became entirely those of driving down back roads. The occasional screech of tires correcting their trajectory interrupted the rhythmic bump of the engine and the cries of the child. Jack could hear the sloshing of liquid, the sound of a deep swallow. Even hanging here in this shed, he swore he could feel the burn of fiery liquor in his own throat.
Don't worry, Dean. We will get... Fuck.
A shriek of tires and brakes blasted from the boy's open mouth, the sounds of rubber and dirt and metal coming into contact.
Then, it was silent. Horribly, accusatorily, completely silent.
Patiently and intentionally, the boy's mouth shut itself. Jack could see the skin contract in relief, and the jawbones click back into place as it did so. Jack's body was broken, and now we could feel the foundation of his spirit crumbling. The skeleton of will and thought that made him up. His emotional bones had begun to snap. As the boy's mouth shut, Jack felt a vibration in the left pocket of his jeans and heard a familiar tone. His phone was ringing. The boy looked passively down toward Jack's pocket, then brought its eyes back up to Jack's expectantly. Jack's heart was shredded and pounding, and he could feel the blood in his forearms as he found himself reaching and pulling out the phone. Call from Ben. Senseless and with stinging pain in his temple, Jack swiped to answer and held the phone to his ear. Sound played from the speaker before he could say a word. His own voice came through first, screaming.
I killed him. Don't you fucking get that? I killed him, Penelope.
Penelope's voice interrupted him, also shouting with anger. Just hearing her again brought a stifled sob to Jack's lungs.
You ever think that maybe you need to grow the fuck up and move on, Jack? Otherwise, you might as well have died in that car too.
One last tense silence filled Jack's ears before he heard himself through the crackling speaker of the phone again, his voice calm but with hate behind every syllable. Fuck you, Pen. I hope you wake up hungover with a dead baby in your stomach. The phone call cut, leaving a numbing dial tone playing in his ear. Jack's hand fell to his side, limp. The phone clattered onto the mix of roots and floorboards below. With tears smudging every part of his vision, Jack looked, pleading, into the eyes of the boy in front of him. It spoke with Jack's voice one more time. You'll get them killed too. The door behind the boy exploded inward. A sharp and ragged branch jammed through it, directly into the back of the boy's skull. The sound of the door splintering was that of metal crumbling and glass shattering. Tires shrieked. In an instant, the branch punctured through the boy's head and shot out his mouth, lifting him off the floor. Blood erupted onto Jack's sweater and its brownish-maroon threads. The boy's body hung there, skewered from the nape of his neck to his mouth by the bloodied branch. Without moving, Jack's stomach let up its contents. Black bile rose through his throat and rolled out of his mouth onto the floor with a wet thud. His arms released the hooks holding him up, and the ankle buckled under the weight, sending him toppling over, reduced to a kneeling pile of flesh and regret at the boy's dangling feet. Jack remained there, his lips and chin dripping with black viscous fluid. He was no longer there, in truth. Even the echo in his mind that had been screaming and clawing against his shock to fight back was now silent and unfeeling. The shed was somewhere far away from him. The roots began their march again, no longer concerned with the borders of his personage. His feet, arms, and head each had strands of vines spread across them, just enough to tighten a grip on him. The brownish-maroon, bloodied branch in front of him still held the boy's body aloft, but it began to shift. It fell in on itself and changed shape, becoming smoother, rectangular. Its coloration took on a dirtier metal tint as the boy's body also elongated, his shorts and shirts combining and stretching into an old, faded flower dress, the blood turning to dirty stains. In front of Jack now stood the girl again. From her head came the familiar wail of an ambulance siren. Jack simply looked at her. He could not move. He would not feel. Calmly, the girl reached and took hold of his wrist, pulling him from the shed and dragging him out along the forest floor. Jack's skin and head bounced against the roots that grew in the girl's steps. He could see the world on its side. The fog of the night subsumed the tiny shed behind them, and soon the entire encampment. How long he was dragged along the forest floor, Jack did not know. The trees changed, trunks thinned, and the forest grew compact once again. Jack did not blink. His eyes stung, and his charred back felt like it was searing anew against the pine needles and rocks of the ground. Eventually, the grass and dirt gave way to even harder and more unforgiving pavement. Jack could see streaks of red and black and brown left in his wake along the asphalt. Smears and bits and pieces of the curdled flesh of his back were torn against the grain as he went. He didn't quite understand what he was looking at. With a hint of confusion, Jack realized he'd stopped moving. More than that, the ever-present sound of the ambulance siren had stopped. But his arm was still held tightly over his head. He craned his neck to look at the thing dragging him. The siren girl stood now at the intersection in the road. In front of her was a large yellow street sign with a dual-sided black arrow emblazoned in its center, gesturing in either direction. Behind the sign rose a wooded ridgeline that stretched alongside the road. The girl stood there for a moment. Then she ducked beneath it, pulling Jack along with her, and stood on the other side, dragging him up the hill. The ascent was even more painful than the asphalt. Gravity pulled stubbornly at Jack's body, but the girl's grip was unrelenting, shearing his exposed flesh against the incline. Eventually, the ground leveled out again, and Jack was dragged farther still before the grip on his wrist was released, and he fell limp onto his back, straining at the stars above. Tiny, pearlescent shines across a sea of black. Jack could feel something moving through the earth beneath him. What felt like thousands of tiny pinpricks across his whole body. In his periphery, he could see his arms being slightly lifted by brownish maroon roots. The roots subsumed his body. Some pierced skin and weaved in and out of his flesh. The branches turned him as they lifted and wrenched his body into a kneeling position. Jack's head hung low. He saw the forest floor in front of him. The entangled roots that had surrounded him had begun to form a sort of trunk around his legs. They wrapped around and spread out into the ground. From his shoulders, tendrils of quick-growing vines slithered along and circumvented his arms, forking branches piercing his biceps and forearms just to come out the other side. The vines reached his hands and semi-enveloped his fingers, leaving his palms exposed. Laying there on the ground in front of him, Jack saw an antler. Broken at the base with dried blood, the tip had been whittled to a deadly point. Distant and confused, Jack's neck strained to lift his head. He knelt in a clearing in the forest. Before him was a semicircle of half-grown tree trunks with brownish-maroon bark. They had no leaves and come to splintering, chaotic points. At the cusp of this semicircle stood the Siren Girl. She was still, arms at her sides and facing him. Jack squinted. He could feel the roots gliding through his muscles. They were expanding. There was no pain. Maybe it had all been used up. His eyes were drawn to the half-trees again. He could see that there was more to them. Each tree consisted of multiple twisting sections. They wrapped and wove in on one another. And in the center of each tree was a figure. They shared no clear similarities. There were men and women, young and old. Each one was almost entirely encased in the tree, save for one thing. They all had one outstretched arm, wrapped round and round by the roots with their palms exposed. Each individual had a scar on the palm, a shape crudely etched into it. One had a peace symbol, another a cross. Some intelligible attempts at words were scraped into many of them. One had what looked like a pentagram, another an outline of a tree. Others had simply been shorn clean. No skin remaining. Jack felt his arms move, and as they did, he looked down. The roots surrounding his hands had turned his exposed palm toward him and grabbed the sharpened antler with the other. Who are you? The sound wasn't a voice. Jack looked up to see it had come from the girl. It was shrill, unnatural, like the siren sound it had been making, but forcibly contorted into language. It was a sound he was sure couldn't be, and yet he heard it come from her. Choose. Jack stared for a moment. It was hollow. He glanced at the figures entombed in the trees around him, and then back down at the antler in his hand. Tears fell from his eyes, and mucus and spit ran from his mouth and nose as he lifted the antler to his neck. With as much force as he could gather in his feeble state, he jammed the antler toward his throat, giving one last sob as he did so, then clenched his teeth in expectation. There was no pain. His eyes were closed tightly as he waited. He waited and waited. After a moment, he opened them again. The antler had not reached his neck. The vines surrounding his arm had constricted. The vines surrounding his arm had constricted, holding him back. He pushed against them, but to no avail. Only when he tried to pull the antler away from his throat did they relent and allow him to return it to just above his hand. Jack looked again toward the Siren Girl and the curve of trees that reached out on either side of her. The figures within them contorted in agony and despair. Choose. Jack cried. There were no sobs left to give, but the tears flowed from his eyes and dripped from his chin, tinted black against the dried slime that remained there. He looked back to his palm. Choose. He couldn't. The emptiness that he had merged with was deafening. He was desperation incarnate. He was ambiguous. He was contradictory. Infinite. Tears landed on his hands as he ran the antler across his exposed skin. Blood welled in his palm as the point of the bone tore through him and was dragged along. It thinned and pooled in the lines of his hand and began to drip off the edges. After a moment, he lifted the antler and let it fall to the ground again. Jack looked to the siren girl and line of trees, stoic and expecting in their stillness. He lifted his hand, palm outstretched, and faced it toward them, stained red with freshly flowing blood. A dual-sided arrow had been carved into it. There was a long time where they remained like that. Jack held in his kneel by the roots with his bleeding palm raised. The siren girl stared back in seeming indifference, the bodies encased in trees surrounding them, and the wider forest keeping a silent, watchful guard over their communion. The roots that had woven themselves into Jack retreated. His arms were let free, and his legs unwrapped. They sank back into the ground, and Jack collapsed at the sudden responsibility of his own weight. Reorienting himself, he pushed with his shaking arms to an unstable half-kneel. Looking back toward the siren girl in front of him, he saw her take one step to the side and turn just a bit, leaving an opening in the forest. Jack stood, his ankle fully bent to the side, leaving him lopsided. Blood still fell from his palm as he took a trembling step, then another. His body swayed as he did, from exhaustion, as well as the unevenness of each stride. Slowly, he made his way toward the opening. As he reached it, he found himself walking right past the siren girl, without giving her a second look, nor thought, and out of the clearing he hobbled. Into the trees and the fog, Jack shifted, each limping gait pressing his snapped ankle into a more and more acute angle. The fog was so thick he couldn't see an arm's length in front of him. Each step revealed just enough ground to see where his leg landed. At some point, the dirt beneath him gave way to asphalt again. Jack didn't notice. He kept walking. Only when he took a step and found himself on a thick white highway line did Jack stop. He looked at it, puzzled. Then, turning around, he saw the fog was gone. He stood at the edge of a highway, the off-ramp of an exit behind him. To his left stood a massive green sign held up by twin metal posts with white lettering. Exit 27. Ross Road. His gaze fell down the ramp, where he could make out a distant fork in the road, with a yellow street sign in its center, adorned by a dual-sided black arrow. Jack turned back to the highway, and to his left. The road was silent. The fog had lifted, but the night was still present. All at once, his exhaustion began to return. He could feel every inch of sheared and burned flesh, and suddenly his ankle gave way beneath him. He collapsed onto the pavement of the breakdown lane he was standing in, and his head hit the ground. Once again, his world was on its side. He could see the distant horizon of the highway. Was it that far? Or maybe it was just the curve of the road along a hill that cut off visibility. There was the slightest difference of light over that horizon, like lights shining toward him just beyond the bend. Funny, he thought, just in time for the sunrise. And there was a sound, too, faint as the sound could be. But he swore he could hear it coming from just past the limits of his vision.
His brain released his consciousness, and Jack let the hint of light take him to a relieving oblivion. He recognized that sound. A siren. Part 1. Growing up, my grandpa Ted used to tell a lot of stories. They always involved hyperbole and wild exaggeration, but they were also always extremely entertaining. When we were really little, he would tell us more innocent stuff, mostly fishing stories or stories about the times that he rubbed elbows with famous people we'd never heard of. When we got older, though, he would tell us about some of the scarier stories, being in the Vietnam War, or the horrible car accidents he got in as a kid while racing cars down El Camino.
See these scars?
He would say, lifting his pant leg up just enough to expose an ugly hunk of scar tissue where a chunk of his calf should have been.
That's why I don't do stupid crap like drag race your friends.
He would add a little aside to that story when I was in my later teenage years.
Especially after a pint of whiskey and a root toot of the good stuff.
Always finishing with a wink and a smile. He was a born storyteller. The flourishes and the way he moved his arms and the inflections he would add to his voice always added to whatever tale he would tell. A story about him and his friends setting off fireworks in high school and having to outrun the cops in the hills would be told with a playful tone, lots of eyebrow wagging and side smiles. A story about being pinned down by enemy gunfire and praying for his life as he worked his damnedest to get their broken radio working. Somehow, he always ended up as the hero of his war stories, would be told with the grim and serious tone you would expect. There was one story, though, he would always save for special nights. It was about a hunting trip he took with his best friend Bobby, and what happens to them when they had to take shelter in a cave for the night. An unexpected storm had rolled in, and he and Bobby used the cave to get out of the rain. Little did they know that the cave was inhabited by a pack of timber wolves. He described the way their eyes reflected his flashlight beam, the sound of their growls, how they slowly approached, and the harrowing showdown of him and Bobby having to use torches to fend them off as they snapped forward with bared teeth. It was his scariest one by far, and he'd always tell it around Halloween time, or maybe on a night after the power had gone out during a raging storm. He loved the theatrics of it all. My father loved to scoff at this story, but my brother, Jackie, and I would sit quietly and listen every time, enthralled with how well he told it. It was a wild story, even more so than all the rest. But the way his eyes would turn to slits as he whispered the most dangerous parts of the tale, it made you a believer. I think I was 16 the last time he told me this story, and it was a couple years before his death. My brother was 19 and already off with college by that point, so the last time I heard it told, it was just me and my grandfather. I can remember him putting his hand on my shoulder and squeezing as he cleared his throat.
Alex, I've told you this story half a dozen times, but tonight I think I'm gonna do something a little different.
He grumbled, letting go of me and leaning back in his chair to pack his pipe. He lowered his brow in a way that almost made him look sinister in the low light of the room. He always turned down the lights when he'd tell his scary story. He said it set the tone better. Different? I raised an eyebrow and shifted on the couch nervously. What do you mean? Are you not going to tell the story about when you were hunting with Bobby?
And that's the story I'm gonna tell you, alright. Except this time, I'm gonna tell you the truth.
He struck a match and took a few quick sucks on his pipe to get it going. The smoke billowed up in front of his face as he continued.
There were never any wolves in that cave. In fact, I don't even think timber wolves roamed those forests. Bobby and I certainly didn't fend them off with torches pulled from our fire like the heroes from some adventure tale.
Come on, Grandpa, we all know you build your stories up a little bit to make them more fun to listen to. It's okay. We enjoy them anyway. I leaned forward to give him a reassuring look and a smile. I was surprised when he looked back at me
and shook his head like I'd got him all wrong.
I didn't build this story up, kiddo. I toned it down. In fact, I changed it to a load of crap. 'Cause not only is it unbelievable, but I don't like to think about it.
He leaned forward this time, his pipe gripped between his teeth, and the look on his face anything but reassuring.
So, what do you say, Alex? You want to hear what really happened?
A puff of smoke came out of his nose, and the look in his eyes told me he was deadly serious. Sometimes, when Grandpa would talk about his war stories, he would get the same look in his eyes. The 1,000-yard stare. Of course I do. I leaned back in my seat, fully expecting to be on the edge of it by the time he was done. Let's hear it.
Well, the first thing you should know is that it wasn't just me and Bobby. It was Bobby, me, and an armed buddy of ours named Dale Ordo. Or we called him Spoons on account of him playing spoons to fill time when we were on base.
Grandpa cracked a quick smile as he recalled his friend.
Spoons used to drive the sergeant nuts with that clicking and clacking. I swear there was a few days he came close to a beating over his instrument of choice.
I sat patiently, waiting for my grandfather to continue. He took another drag from his pipe and let the smoke curl out of the side of his mouth before clearing his throat. I was already starting to lean forward a bit. The fact that he had left this Spoons guy out of every other time he told the story had me wildly curious as to what might be coming next.
The rest of the setup you've heard before is all true. We were in our early 30s. We'd started doing this yearly hunting trip as a way to blow off steam after we got back from the war. It's important to have something like that for us, you know. Even long after we should have needed it, we kept going, like a tradition. Lordy, your grandma hated it, though. Bobby she could tolerate, but just like he did with the Sarge, Spoons rubbed your grandma the wrong way, something fierce. Not to mention, by that point, your dad had just turned 10, and he turned into a back cessin.
He looked behind me with a stretched neck, confirming that my dad was in fact not standing just in earshot with a scowl on his face. When he confirmed we were alone, he gave himself a satisfied smile and repeated himself.
A back cessin little shit.
I laughed at the thought of imagining my father that young in the first place, let alone him talking back to my gran, a woman who more than likely would have whacked him upside the head with a spoon.
Still, despite your grandma's protests, we went, every year like clockwork. It was a weekend trip, 3 days from Friday to Sunday. We'd drink beers and shoot the shit like old buddies do. We'd hunt some deer and brag about who got the best buck of that day, if you get one at all. And we'd just get some time away from the world. The forest tends to give some perspective. Anyway, we were halfway into the second day when this massive storm came barreling down on top of us. We checked the weather for that weekend. No one had said a thing about any kind of storm, let alone the whipping winds and driving rain that came with this one. It flooded our camp in less than an hour. Considering we were more than a half-day hike back to our truck, we decided to head upwards into the hills and look for some shelter.
And that's where you found the cave. I had heard the story enough times to know that at least this part was likely true. Still, it was interjected as an equal statement and question. Grandpa nodded, though, and shook a finger at me.
That's right, kiddo. That's where we found the cave. That goddamn cave. You're getting a bit ahead of me, though, so let me rewind this a bit.
Sorry, Grandpa, I said, a little embarrassed at my own excitement.
Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. We were heading up into the hills to look for some shelter, so we packed up all our gear and started making the trek up the hill. I'll tell you, in that rain, the mud and rocks were so slick, there was more than once I thought I was going to fall and break my damn neck. Yet, we made it to a little outcropping. That's where Bill spotted the cave just a bit more up from where we were. No sooner had he pointed it out to me, where Spoons suddenly grabbed me by the shoulder and spun me to look at him. "Teddy, you hear that?" I heard him say, as I turned to look at him. His head was cocked to the side as if he were trying to hear past the wind. His eyes had narrowed down to slits,
and his lips were pulled back, making his mouth look like nothing more than a lion. Spoons was always good at picking noises out of the fray. He was always the guy who saved you from some ambush because he was the first to hear some idiot shuffle his feet. He'd always make that face when he was trying to pick up on some sound that was just below the surface. I didn't hear anything but the wind, Spoons. Why, you got something? There was no reason for me to be worried. Just because Spoons heard some noise past the sound of the storm didn't mean we were in danger. But I was worried. Suddenly, I was real worried. I kept my eyes on him as he tried his damnedest to pick back up on what he'd heard. I thought I heard something, like howling or screeching, like a wolf. Bobby suddenly came into the conversation. One look at Spoon's face, and I knew he felt that same anxiety about it I did. I tried to tell myself it was just leftover instinct from the war. The last time I'd seen him make that face, gunfire came screaming at us a few seconds later. I should have known, though. Always trust your gut. No, not like a wolf. Spoons listened intensely for a few more seconds as the rain hammered us, and the wind began to threaten our ability to hold our footing. Suddenly, as if he was woken from some wild dream, Spoons turned his head and looked at me, the intensity gone from his eyes. Whatever it was, it's gone. I can't hear it anymore. You good? I asked him, clapping my hand on his shoulder and feeling not quite good myself. He nodded in a way that told me something was still making him feel like he had a gut full of ice, a feeling I shared. Keep your head on a swivel anyway, just in case. You guys want to get moving? I'm already soaked down to the bone, and I want to get dry and wait this shit out. Bobby was starting to get antsy, and I understood. We could have stayed on that hill all day. Lightning was already streaking across the sky, followed by some kind of thunder that rattled your bones. I looked at Spoons, who nodded like he was okay to keep moving, and then I looked at Bobby and motioned my head towards the cave. So, we kept climbing. Up and up we went till we reached that cave. Goddamn to mouth the hill, that place. Remembering it now, it looks more menacing, like the giant gaping maw of some horrible demon sent straight from my nightmares. At the time, though, I knew to all of us, it just looked like a cave. It looked like a shelter, and a chance to get warm and dry. I swear, though, as we walked into that place, lightning flashed right above our heads and thunder rolled, like it was the editor's design for some horrible picture. We made a fire and got warm. We got out of our rain gear and into some dry clothes, and Spoons cooked us up a canned stew to fill our bellies. The storm kept raging outside, but we were happy with our shelter, telling stories and laughing by the fire as we ate dinner. It was the last time we ever got to be like that. Just three friends, getting out to the woods to hunt some deer and get some perspective. Just three old soldiers. Suddenly, he looked as if he'd just taken a punch to the gut. There was an old anguish on his face, and it was obvious that reliving this memory was hard for him. I suddenly wondered why he would tell me this version of the story at all. Everything was fine until we slept. He picked the story back up after a brief pause where he simply stared into the fire and smoked his pipe. It was the same look he'd get on his face when he'd get a little too honest with the war stories. My father called it the 1,000-yard stare. I woke to the sound of footsteps echoing off the cave walls. I sat up and looked around to see a dying fire, and behind that was Spoons. He was facing the back wall of the cave, shining his flashlight up and down the rock like he was looking for something. "Spoons, what the hell you doing?" I said to him, just loud enough to not wake Bobby. Then again, we always said a mortar could go off next to that dolt's head and he'd sleep through it. Sounds woke me up. The guns are gone. Spoons turned back to look at me. His face was grim and pale, making him look like a ghost in the dim firelight. Something took him and vanished deeper into the cave. What the hell are you talking about? There is no deeper into the cave. I was already springing up out of my sleeping bag and hunting around our camp for our rifles. We'd inspected the cave when we came in to make sure it was safe. It was only about 15 feet deep. We could see the back wall from where we made camp. I saw it, Teddy.
It was pale, white, with a little glow to it, like phosphor. It just vanished into the wall. He was stuck on the idea, hunting around the back of a cave like a madman looking for some kind of opening. Like a, excuse my French, kid, but I think you're old enough, fucking ghost. I grabbed up the flashlight and started looking around the cave with him when my quick search for our guns didn't bear any fruit. No, not like a ghost. He turned to look at me, shaking his head. It looked like a man, but it moved like an animal. Whatever it was, though, it was as solid as you and me. I knew the look I gave him was a puzzled one. Nothing he was saying was making sense, but it was true enough that our guns were gone. I'd known Spoons going on 15 years at that point, and he wasn't a man prone to exaggerating or flights of fancy. We stood there for what felt like forever in silence, just staring at each other. The only sounds, the pitter-patter of rain outside, and the soft snore of our friends who was proving his ability to sleep through anything. It's hard to believe, Spoons, I finally said to him. The silence broken as I went back to searching for some kind of way, though. Just help me look, Teddy. He furrowed his brow a bit and placed a hand on the stone, like he was going to feel it out somehow. I ran back over to the fire and threw on a bit more fuel. It blazed up again, sending a new warmth into the cave, making it a bit lighter to help with the search. The new wave of heat finally woke up Bobby, who sat up with what we called De Niro face. That was Bobby's version of tired and confused. My grandpa's eyes squinted as he stuck his chin out. It made me laugh, but I was nervous. The story he was telling me was nothing like the wolf story I grew up with. It wasn't just tense, it was making me feel uneasy. It wasn't what he'd said so far that made me so uncomfortable either. It was the way he told it, and the gravity in his voice. I wanted him to get back to it. I needed to know what happens next. So, did you guys find an opening? I asked eagerly at the tail end of my laugh. My grandfather's face, which had taken on a moment of levity, suddenly drooped again as he was reminded of what story he was telling. I found it. I'd given Bobby a quick rundown that I think he just barely absorbed. He was at least awake enough to understand that our guns had gone missing, and that was enough to get him to his feet. We all combed the back wall using our flashlights, despite the fact that I was still skeptical about what Spoons had said he saw. It seemed more plausible that whoever had taken our guns had gone out of the mouth of the cave, but he seemed so damn determined that I helped him look. Honestly, I was about ready to give up, too, when I found it. It was impossible to see in the dark, and if I hadn't have stood back in frustration, ready to tell everyone we should hang it up, my flashlight never would have caught it. It was above our heads, near the top of the cave's back wall. It was maybe a foot in height, about 3 feet long, but it was an opening, for sure. First, I wasn't actually going to say anything, seeing as how the damn thing was about 8 feet off the ground, and even a child would have a hell of a time squeezing through it. But I decided to point it out to Spoons, just so he'd stop going crazy. "That's gotta be it," he said to me. His eyes were wide as if he was looking at something amazing. I'll admit, it's big enough to hide our guns, but how could anyone squeeze through there? I had barely finished voicing my doubt, for Spoons was already trying to scale the wall to get a look inside. Bobby pocketed his flashlight and ran over to give him a boost as I shook my head and stood back from him and shined mine upwards towards the opening. With Bobby's help, it was easy to get Spoons high enough to have a peek inside, so I just wanted to make sure he had some extra light. "It's still pretty dark in there," Spoons said, reaching into his coat for his own flashlight and pulling it out while still trying to hold on to the edge of the opening. Below, I could see Bobby huffing and puffing as he attempted to hold up the extra weight that Spoons was giving him. Little more proof that we weren't quite as young or light as we used to be. Spoons finally managed to click on his flashlight, get a better look deeper into the hole. "See our guns?" I swallowed hard, suddenly very nervous about the situation. "Or anything else?" "It gets bigger the further back it gets, and I can feel air coming from the other side." He looked over his shoulder, caught my gaze briefly before he returned to examine the opening. There was a look in his eyes, He knew how off this all was, just as much as I did. Careful, Dale. The words came out of my mouth as a near whisper, so I didn't know if he heard it. I hadn't called him Dale in years, though. I still always think of him as Spoons when he crosses my mind. To this day, I don't know what compelled me to call him by his real name in that moment.
I think I see them.
He suddenly shouted out. Good, your fat ass is killing me down here. Bobby answered, his face starting to turn red, but his voice full of humor. That was one thing Bobby was always good at, trying to make us laugh when the tension in a room was palpable. His half-joke made me crack a smile, but as I watched Spoons reach into the cavern, I knew things were about to go wrong deep down in the pit of my stomach. He suddenly jerked forward and let out a yelp. Bobby was caught off guard by the sudden movement and nearly fell on his ass trying to adjust, but in the end, he managed to keep hold of Bobby's foot.
Something just grabbed me,
Spoons shouted out. The words echoed around the cave and reached my ears in a way that made them seem almost dreamlike. Everything after that happened so fast. Spoons jerked forward again, this time much harder. I heard the sound of his head slam against the cold stone of the cave, even over the sound of his scream. The sudden shift of his weight threw Bobby off again. This time, though, Spoons' knee came up and caught him in the nose. Bobby went sprawling to the ground, and I expected Spoons to go tumbling to the ground with him. He didn't, though. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw my friend dangling from the hole by one arm. He had been pulled in hard up to his shoulder, his face pressed against the rock, and all his remaining limbs were pushing back against whatever was attempting to drag him inside. My grandfather paused, stopping his story, and that stare came over his face again. He looked lost inside his own head, and I sat patiently for what felt like ages before I had to say something.
Grandpa Ted, are you okay?
I reached out and touched his hand, and he turned to look at me with a solemn expression that he quickly attempted to cover up with a weak and forced smile. He patted my hand and nodded before he packed his now extinguished pipe. I told you at the start I was going to tell you the real story, but I'm not sure I want to finish this one. His voice made him sound like a million miles away. He struck a new match and relit his pipe, causing a new billow of smoke to rise up in front of his face.
Hey, Grandpa, that's not fair.
I whined like a child who'd just been told he couldn't have a cookie before dinner. It didn't seem fair to me at all, though. He couldn't start that story and get me invested in it and then just cut me off. I needed to know what was going to happen next. I suppose it's not, he said, his face drooping down now like a melted candle. He looked old by the light of that fire. For the first time, I could see the weary old man behind my normally cheery grandfather. This was a mistake, though.
Please, Grandpa. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I need to know what happens next.
He just kept smoking his pipe and staring into the fire, as if it was going to answer some question he'd asked. My eyes were fixed on him. I could see the subtle twitch in his eye and the nervous tap of his finger. I watched as he gripped the pipe between his teeth, and I saw a single tear stream down his cheek. He was the type of man who idolized the strong, silent type. He was John Wayne or Gary Cooper. A single tear coming from his eye was akin to anyone else openly sobbing. Without a word in response, he continued his story. Bobby got back to his feet as I dropped my flashlight and rushed over to grab Spoons by the leg and start pulling him in the opposite direction. Bobby grabbed the other leg and joined me, but even with the two of us pulling and Spoons attempting to wriggle free from the grasp of whatever had him, the damn thing wouldn't let go. Pull harder! Spoons followed up his command with a scream of agony as he was wrenched forward once again. I heard his head smack against the rock and half expected to look up to see him knocked out. He persisted, though. The tough son of a bitch that he was. Even in the low light, I could see the gash that opened up above his eye and the blood that was already starting to stream down his face. What the fuck is going on? Bobby yelled, his face just as cherry red and sweaty as when he was holding Spoons up. He's a big guy, and back then he was strong as an ox, yet he was working as hard as he could to get Spoons free, and it wasn't working. Spoons screamed again, in pain, as me and Bobby pulled in unison, instinctively easing up on how hard we yanked on his legs as he responded. I don't care if you tear my arm from the socket, don't you dare let go of me. Something beyond the cave wall responded as well. An inhuman screech that felt like it might rupture my eardrums echoed through the little cave. It was followed by clicking noises and the sounds of falling rocks. I didn't want to picture what might be back there based on the noises it made, so I tried to focus on getting my friend free. The tug-of-war went on like that for what my memory tells me was hours. I knew it couldn't have been more than a couple of minutes, though. It felt like we were indeed going to have to rip his arm from the socket to get him free, and it may have just come to that if Bobby hadn't slipped on some loose gravel beneath his feet. He lost his footing, and the momentum of him pulling so hard sent him barreling to me. I tried to hold on to Spoons' leg, but my grip was lost as Bobby and I both fell to the ground. He stopped his story again and set his pipe down on the table next to him. He took a deep breath and rubbed his hands over his face as I waited patiently for the next part of his story. He gave me a brief look that I now think was his way of asking me to tell him he could stop, that he didn't have to finish, that I knew what came next. Except I gave him no such reassurance, and to this day, I feel regret when I think of that moment. It only took a split second after we lost our grip, he continued, his voice falling to more of a hushed tone, and his eyes now focused exclusively on the fire. I heard this sickening crack as Spoons was yanked forward again, hard. See, his head hit the rocks again as the thing pulled on him, but this time it knocked him out. Worse than that, the thing kept pulling, and with a couple more hard yanks, it broke his damn neck. I looked up to see my friend's head twisted all wrong on his shoulders and covered in blood. It was a sight I'll never forget, even though I only saw it for a second or two before whatever was on the other side finally succeeded in dragging him through the opening. Spoons was gone. Jesus Christ. The words fell from my mouth like I was spitting out marbles. I didn't really know what else to say. Jesus. Hell, kiddo, I doubt even God himself can see into that cave. He picked his pipe back up and packed it down with his thumb before striking another match. Bobby grabbed me by the arm before I could scramble up the wall and go after my friend. Not that I would have fit, mind you, but I wasn't exactly in my right mind at the time. Teddy, we need to get the hell out of here. He was hollering at me and dragging me along towards the camp. Grab your gear and let's go. I can't really remember what I said to him. I was mumbling and incoherent. I'd seen horrors in the war, things way worse than what I'd just seen happen to Spoons. It wasn't supposed to happen there, though. Not in our woods. Not when we were home. I felt like I was having some kind of nightmare, and I think I was willing myself to wake up. The next thing I remember is Bobby slapped me across the face and grabbed my shoulders. Spoons is dead, and we need to get out of here and get to the police. He let go of my shoulders and reached behind him to grab my bag. He shoved my gear into my arms. Move out, soldier. Made me feel sick to my stomach. I followed him, though, leaving behind any gear we didn't need, and stepped out into the rain with the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon and attempt to break through the clouds. We made our way down the hill. Bobby yelled out a few times, asking me what the hell had just happened, but of course, I didn't have any answer for him. I was wondering the same damn thing myself. I recalled what Spoons had told me he saw when he first woke up. Pale, looked like a man, but moved like an animal. Apparently, it had a glow to it. Then, I reconciled that with what I knew. It was strong enough to win a tug-of-war with two full-grown men. It was smart enough to take our guns from us while we slept. And it made a noise like some kind of demon from hell. So, what was it? I enthusiastically asked, eager as ever to soak up every last bit of information from the story. My grandpa paused and looked at me, with a grim expression turning his mouth downwards and narrowing his eyes to slits. I have no fucking idea. His tone wasn't angry or sad like I might have expected.
It was cold. Those 5 words delivered in that fashion sent a chill down my spine, and I decided it was best to keep my mouth shut till he said he was done with this story. And maybe even after that, for a while. We made it back to the car and got out of there. When we were able to get to the authorities, we told them some animal attacked Spoons in the cave, and we didn't really get a good look at it. There was some suspicion that maybe we did something out there that got him killed, or we just outright murdered him. I knew that would be coming, but figured once Spoon's body was found, then we'd be in the clear. Thing is, they never found his body. We let him right back into that cave. A team of cops, forest rangers armed to take down a bear or a mountain lion if need be. The opening that Spoons got pulled through was gone, though. The cave had nothing more than a solid black wall and barely enough room for all of us to comfortably stand in. All the questions came next. Are you sure this is the cave? Are you sure nothing else happened? Where's the body? We know you know more than you're saying. They combed those woods for a couple weeks looking for Spoon's body, but it came up empty. He officially went into the books as a missing person. Me and Bobby were looking at each other side-eyed for a while, too. Everyone's still thinking we killed our own friend. Eventually, me and your grandma just moved away from there, decided to raise your dad somewhere else. My grandfather groaned as he set his pipe down on the table next to him and got to his feet. He shot me one last look and attempted a smile that looked fake to me.
That's the end of the story, kiddo. I'm heading off to bed,
he said, suddenly, sounding like his old self again. That's it? I said. As soon as the words left my mouth, his eyes narrowed at me again, and he took a step in my direction.
That's it.
Well, fuck, I said, feeling free to use that word around my grandfather for the first time.
Language?
He barked at me sharply.
Listen, the world doesn't wrap things up in a nice little bow for you. Sometimes things just end.
He started to walk away towards the stairs so we could head off to bed.
Just remember, there are things out there that no one's gonna teach you about, kid. 'Cause no one knows.
With those words, my grandfather vanished up the stairs, and I heard his bedroom door close behind him. I sat, slack-jawed and confused on the couch for the next half hour before deciding to try and sleep myself. As I passed my grandpa's room, though, I heard something that made me give pause and listen. It sounded like crying. I tiptoed over to the door and put my ear up against it. Sure enough, what I heard on the other side was the sound of full-on crying, something I didn't even know my tough-as-nails grandfather was capable of. Then I heard something else that I wouldn't understand till years later.
I'm sorry, Tyler.
Interlude. Over the next decade, I thought several times about asking my grandfather if the story he'd told me had been the truth. It wasn't as much that I thought he was making it up, as much as I thought that he'd held something back. Like there was more to the story. One time I came close to just directly asking him who Tyler was, but I couldn't bring myself to pose the question. The way he'd sounded that night, both telling the story and then after, when he didn't know I was listening, I think maybe it was best to just let it go. When I was 26, my grandfather passed away from a stroke. The whole family took it pretty hard. He was our heart and soul. Ever the man of stories, he would have loved the amount of friends and family who told the stories at his funeral. Great stories about his boisterous nature and can-do attitude, all while a pipe hung from his mouth and he puffed away. My great-aunt Sarah had just finished a wonderful story about how Grandpa Ted had one time rescued a chocolate lab from the overflowing river during flood season. A dog she then adopted and named Baxter, whom she briefly spoke about before wrapping up. It was the ending which really caught my attention, though. Ted is with his lovely wife Harriet now, and they are reunited with Tyler. I'll miss them all every day, till God sees me fit to join them. I looked at my father, who made a pained face.
Dad,
Who's Tyler? I asked,
keeping my voice at a whisper as the next person took the pulpit to speak about Grandpa. Now that the name had been spoken in public, it was like some dam burst in me, and the question I'd wanted to ask Grandpa when he was alive finally came out. Not now, Alex. He bit his lip and turned his attention to a man from the Elks Lodge, talking about how many beers Grandpa could drink. I didn't press the issue, for obvious reasons, but I didn't forget either. As the Elk Lodge man was successfully getting a laugh with a story, a difficult thing at a funeral, the look on my father's face told me he wasn't going to forget anytime soon either. Tyler was my brother. My father poured himself a whiskey and then tipped the bottle to me. I nodded and he made me one too. He dropped it on the table in front of me in silence and loosened his tie as he took his first sip. How come no one's ever told me about him before? I asked, already knowing the answer. My father was a lot like my grandfather, and neither one of them talked about how they felt, and pain was better buried than discussed. He died when I was just a kid. He took the rest of his drink in one big swallow before pouring himself another. He was quite a bit older than me. I was only 6 when he passed away. How did it happen? I took a sip, feeling that pleasant burn soothe the ache in my chest. My father paused and took another drink, like he was trying to remember. He was 18, I believe. He died in a hiking accident, lost his footing on a steep hill, and broke his neck in the fall. Damn, that's awful. I spoke the words to myself as much as I did to my father. I took another sip and stared down into the glass, not knowing what else to say. Yeah, it's all pretty hazy to me. I was too young. He finally took a seat at the table with me, the sound of the chair dragging across the floor, breaking the silence before either of us could. Your grandfather, well, he didn't handle it too well. He was with Tyler at the time, saw it happen. I think he blamed himself for taking Tyler hiking that day. Mom did her best to help him through it, even though her heart was shattered. It was a rough time. I remembered what I heard my grandfather saying the night after he told me the story about spoons. I'm sorry, Tyler. Why would he be saying sorry to Tyler on the night he told me about how Spoons died? Maybe the story just jostled up a lot of bad memories, and he kind of took a trip down a spiral of regret. It happens to the best of us. I just had a feeling that there was something more to it. My father and I finished our drinks in mostly silence, never really sure what to say to each other in times of emotional stress. In the back of my mind, I thought about the cave, and how that story hadn't gotten out from under my skin a decade later. I found myself wishing I'd asked my grandfather certain questions before he was gone. I also found myself wishing I could have told him I loved him. I would never get the chance to say what I wanted to say, but a few answers and many more questions would come only a few weeks later. Part 2. When the time came to pack up my grandfather's things, I was given the inglorious task of cleaning out the attic. It was stacked with old holiday decorations, furniture that had gone unused for decades, boxes of assorted junk. I half imagined to run across a box marked Tyler among the cobwebs and clutter. In my head, the mysterious box answered all the leftover questions that only Grandpa could have answered. I did indeed find some answers in that attic, but not in a box marked with the name of the uncle I never knew, but instead they were in a box marked books. Being the ever-curious reader, I rifled through the box as soon as I found it. There were a few things to note that I set aside, an old copy of Treasure Island and an even older copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, some old do-it-yourself home repair manuals that may come in use someday, and a leather-bound journal with the initials T.L. monogrammed on the front. The initials could have belonged to my grandfather, Theodore Langquist, or Tyler. A quick rifle through the pages proved it was most certainly my grandfather's, though. I'd found his book of stories. I never knew he'd written them down, but all the ones I remembered growing up were there.
I flipped through till I found the story about the cave and hoped it was the real story and not the one about the wolves. When I saw the mention of spoons, I quickly threw all the books back in the box and brought it downstairs to take home with me that night. I told my father I was going to go through them that night and see if there was anything I wanted to keep. I'd bring anything to donate back in the morning. He nodded unquestioningly and let out an approving grunt as he got back to his work. When I finally finished up for the day, I went home, and before doing anything else, I pulled the book out and flipped through to the story I was most interested in. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and relaxed in my armchair. I expected the story to have more answers. This had been written for him, after all, but what I found was that everything he told me that night was exactly as he'd written it down for himself. I reached the end and sucked down the last sip of my beer and frowned. I guess I was happy he'd told me the truth about what happened that day, but at the same time, there was this gnaw at the base of my neck that told me there was more. A gnaw that hadn't gone away for 10 years. I flipped through the remainder of the book, and at first I thought the story about spoons in the cave was going to be the last one. As I reached the last dozen or so pages, though, I realized that wasn't the case. The last story wasn't quite like the rest. It had a title, and it was set apart from everything else. This wasn't a story he'd told me as a kid, and I'd wager it wasn't a story he told anyone. When I read the title, I decided to grab another beer before I continued on.
My confession. I tell myself over and over again that I told that damn boy not to follow me. What needed doing needed to be done by me and me alone, and he had no business tagging along. He was stubborn, though, a trait he got from his mom and me in equal measure. The reality is that it's my fault, though. Never should have said anything to Tyler. Never should have tried so hard to stop him from coming once he did find out. And once he showed up, I should have done more to protect him. I told Harriet what I could manage to get out. I didn't lie to her. I never could. I didn't know if she'll ever forgive me. And to be honest, I couldn't blame her. The look she gave me as she scooped little Cal up in her arms and walked out the front door chilled my spine, put a rock in the pit of my stomach. These are guilt I'm not sure I can live with, and a story I think I'll only be able to fully tell on these pages. The cops have finally stopped looking at me and Bobby as suspects in Spoon's death. I expected to feel relief, but instead I was angry. None of what happened made a lick of sense to me, and I was never a man who could bear being kept in the dark. I can remember the night that Bobby called me, said he was happy when the cops finally backed off and stopped giving him the business. He talked about how he was thinking of taking off, getting out of town and maybe heading south. I listened politely to the man who'd been my friend for years, but instead I hated his thick-skulled ability to just move on from what we'd seen. Not to say it didn't hurt him. Spoons was his friend too, after all. But his ability to just walk away now that it was over, I hated him for his ability to grieve silently. I sat on my porch, chain smoking, remembered the sight of Spoon's broken neck for hours after we hung up. Harriet came out on the porch and tried to comfort me. She was always good at telling when I was broken, even when I did my best to hide. I jumped to the feeling of her hand on my shoulder. She knew right away that I was off. I didn't listen to what she said next. She told me to let it go. She told me that even if it never made sense, that I had to let it go. It was advice I should have heeded, but instead, I did the exact opposite. That night, I made the choice to go back. It was a few days later, when I was packing up my gear and getting ready to make my way back to that damn cave, that I heard Tyler's voice behind me. "What are you doing, Dad?" His words were stern, and he used the voice of an adult punishing a child. I tried to look at him with a scowl, but my face softened when I saw him lean up against the door frame from giving me the steely look he inherited from me. "Pay it no mind, son. There's a sum I had to take care of this weekend. I should be back Sunday night." I turned back to my bag and zipped it up, walked over to the closet and pulled down my shotgun and a box of shells. "Pop,
If you think I'm gonna pay it no mind when you pull down a shotgun, you have another thing coming.
He walked over to me, put a hand on my shoulder. He squeezed and looked at me with the face of a man. It was amazing to see how much he'd grown.
You're going back to that cave, aren't you?
The one where Spoons died. It doesn't matter. I need you to stay here, watch out for your mother and little brother while I'm gone. I shrugged off his hand, a gesture I regret in retrospect.
I'm not letting you go out there alone.
He spoke with concern, but not enough to break the foolish persistence that was my nature. A nature I'd find he shared. You're not letting me? I scoffed at him and threw my gun down next to my bag before turning back to him and sticking a finger in his chest like I was some kind of bully. Last time I checked, I'm the father and you're the son. You don't let me do anything.
Dad.
I cut him off before he could finish his next thought. You do what I say. Do you understand me, Tyler? He lowered his head with a slight frown and nodded.
What was that? Speak up.
I barked.
Yes, sir.
He answered. I should have known right then, though, what was going to happen next. I should have known what I would do were I him at his age, and my father made such a foolish choice. I think on some level I did. Even as I packed up my truck, saw him watching from the window as I drove off. On some level, I knew. The drive towards where I'd need to park and hike up to the cave was one filled with a nervous energy and potent determination. The cops had missed something when they searched the area. I knew they had. There had to be some way to find a way into where that thing drugged Spoons. I felt it in my bones. As I was pulling my gear out of my truck and getting ready to hike up, I heard another car come pulling into the clearing. I stepped around to look at the entrance, saw Tyler's car slowly rolling up behind me. I remember muttering, "Son of a bitch," under my breath. As I walked towards him, I could see the look on his face as he braced for the barrage he knew was coming. "Tyler, what the hell are you doing here? I told you, stay home with your mother and brother." I was yelling at him as soon as the door opened. He got out, and before he even responded, he went over to the truck and started gathering up his own gear.
Mom and Cal will be fine on their own. We live in the suburbs, for God's sake.
He slung his bag over his shoulder, pulled out my spare hunting rifle.
You need my help here.
I felt a flash of anger when I saw him take my gun out so casually, as if he'd asked my permission. Tyler was a smart boy, capable boy, and a pig-headed jackass when he was so inclined. Rarely, though, was he so defiant and disrespectful towards me. I caught myself before I started screaming at him. I knew what he was doing was based only in his concern for me. He was being the best son he could think to be by disobeying me. "Tyler," I took a deep breath and did my best to calm myself. "I need you to turn around and go."
No.
He looked me dead in the eye as he spoke. "Tyler, this isn't an argument." I started to raise my voice again.
You're right, Dad. It isn't. I'm coming with you and watching your back.
He started loading rounds into the rifle, exactly as I taught him on our annual deer hunt. He turned back to me and motioned towards the trail that led into the woods.
Lead the way.
I paused for a moment. The sight of Spoons' death danced through my head while I thought about how to proceed. Tyler didn't give quarter when he set his sights on something. At times I felt like the son, and him the father. No amount of yelling, pleading, or convincing was going to get him to turn back around. Stay behind me. Follow toe for toe in my footsteps. And if I tell you to run, you do it.
Yes, Pa. You got it.
He nodded, finally relinquishing control of the situation now that he knew I wasn't going to try to dissuade him anymore.
No questions,
I barked. He responded with another sharp nod and a bit of a smirk. Wanted to slap him and give him a hug at the same time. In retrospect, I wish I'd done both. I loaded my shotgun, called my gear, and walked into the woods, with Tyler at my heels. The hike in took us most of the day, so we ended up camping at the foot of the hill just before the sun dipped down behind it.
Tyler asked me a few questions about what exactly we were looking for, and I told him the truth. The truth being that I had no fucking clue. He asked me again exactly how Spoons died, and I declined that information as best I could before pivoting the talk to dinner. I cooked a trail stew over the fire. We ate in near silence, both of us clearly absorbed in thought. He asked why I wouldn't tell him everything and about what Spoons told me before he died. Pale white and glowing like phosphor. Looked like a man, but moved like an animal. Neither Bobby nor I saw what took him that night. What he described, though, it didn't sound like anything I ever heard of. I've told myself over and over again, it must have been a bear. A bear would have the strength to pull him in like that, and Spoons may have been half asleep when he saw the white glowing thing he thought he saw. But a bear didn't make the sounds I heard, and a bear can't crawl through a space that most men would have trouble squeezing into. Most importantly, a bear wasn't smart enough to steal our guns. That leaves a man as the only culprit. A man will be smart enough. A man could possibly be small enough to squeeze through that hole and cover it up before we could get back. I could not make out the sounds of whatever was behind the wall, though, and a man small enough to squeeze through the hole in the back wall of the cave wouldn't be likely to have the strength to pull Spoons away from Bobby and myself. I pulled out a cigarette, chewed a bit on the filter as I ran the night through my thoughts over and over again. I was broken from the trance by the sound of Tyler's voice.
Dad!
He shouted, staring at me from across the fire. What is it, Tyler? I shook my head loose and met his eyes.
Are you gonna smoke that? Or were you planning on eating it?
He pointed at my cigar with a smile. I gave a half-hearted smile in return and pulled out my lighter. There was a moment of silence as the lighter's flame danced over my face. Then Tyler spoke again. Thanks for letting me come, Dad. I think I smirked. We both knew I hadn't let him do anything. I wonder sometimes if I'm making excuses, though, about not pushing him harder to leave. He was a stubborn boy, but I should have tried more rather than just allowing him to come when I knew the risks involved. Harriet is right to blame me. Get some sleep, I told him. We'll hike up and look around the cave in the light of day. Tyler nodded and headed off to his tent. As he was zipping it closed, I raised my hand and told him one last thing. Keep your gun close by. His eyes grew wide, as if the seriousness of what I just said finally washed over him. I think that was the first moment he realized that we might be in actual danger out there under the stars. His face straightened out, and his lips turned into a thin line for a moment before he responded. You too. That would be the last conversation I would ever have with my oldest son. I woke up to what sounded like a gunshot, followed closely by a shout. Both seemed distant, but it could have been the fog of sleep washing away and giving everything a dreamlike quality as my eyes adjusted to the darkness around me. When my brain caught up to my body, I scrambled to collect my shotgun and stumbled out of my pup tent, shouting for Tyler to wake up. Tyler was gone, though, his tent flap left hanging open. My eyes searched the darkness of the woods around me, hoping to catch sight of him, but I could barely see 2 feet in front of my face. I shouted his name a couple more times before frantically rummaging through my pack for a flashlight. Just as I pulled one out and flicked it on, I was stopped dead as I heard another gunshot, followed by another shot, coming from further up the hill, towards the direction of the cave. It was Tyler's voice, and he was shouting for help. I sprinted towards the sound. My flashlight bounced up and down to the trees as I held it alongside my readied shotgun. The gunshots stopped, but the screams for help continued. Further and further up the hill they took me. I knew they were leading me right to the mouth of that damn cave. I reached the plateau that Spoons had been standing on when he first heard the sound. I looked up, and in the dark I could see the cave. I could make out a faint white glow at the precipice to the entrance.
I continued making my way up, Tyler's screams echoing off the stone as he moved into the cave. My fingers clawed at dirt, and I felt dried mud crumble beneath my feet as I scrambled to reach my son. The faint white glow slowly faded deeper into the cave. By the time I reached the mouth, it vanished entirely. My lungs burned from making the climb so quickly, and I doubled over as I stopped in front of the cave to catch my breath. I took a knee-deep breath as I stared into the dark. In that moment, the noise of the world seemed to fade out, and some kind of clicking noise faded in. The sound was coming from directly in front of me, so as I got to my feet, I pointed my flashlight in that direction. I could see a figure sitting just out of reach of my beam, as if the light itself refused to touch it. It looked human, like a man sitting in a chair and painted in silhouette. Behind him, where there should have been nothing but a wall, I could see a massive door, its rounded top stretched all the way to the top of the cave. The figure was making some kind of motion with its hands that caused the clicking noise to echo to the cave. As I watched it make rhythmic motions, I realized what I was hearing. It was the sound of someone playing spoons. "Dale?" I asked the darkness, knowing full well that wasn't possible. I'd seen spoons die. The clicking noise stopped, and the figure that had been looking down turned its head towards me. 2 pinpoints of white light marked its eyes as it got to its feet. I raised my shotgun and stepped forward, hoping the light would reveal the face of whatever was standing in front of me, but it continued to shun the light. It whispered to me, Spoon's voice. "You're dead. I saw you die." I shouted into the darkness to remind myself that what I was seeing and hearing couldn't be real. "That just helped me heal well." The shape's head lolled to the side, its neck bent in an unnatural way. "Do you hear it, Daddy?" Suddenly, his mouth gaped open, and a light shone back at me from within. My head started to feel foggy, my knees began to grow weaker. In what was little more than a reaction, I squeezed the trigger of my shotgun. The sound of the gunshot echoing off the cave walls and the kick against my shoulder pulled me back into the moment. There was a screech that sounded somewhere between human and animal as the spots in front of my eyes cleared just in time for me to see the thing slither away into the shadows of the door behind it. I let the gun drop to my side as I stood there. It felt as if all the energy had been sapped from my body, my will to move just taken from me, even to go after Tyler. I grit my teeth and forced myself to raise the flashlight towards the door, and with every ounce of strength I could muster, I put one foot in front of the other and stepped forward. My attention was now fixed on the impossible door as I studied it. It was built into the previously solid wall on the back of the cave. I knew for a fact that it was the same one where Spoons had been killed, and the same one we investigated with the police later. So when I say the door was impossible, I mean there is no way in the name of heaven it should be there, though I'm nearly sure it was the will of hell that it was. There was an opening that stretched nearly to the ceiling that was framed by perfectly even stones. It looked built and designed like that was its proper place in the world. The stones across the top of the door bared an inscription, and as I swept my flashlight over it and read the words to myself, I felt a chill down my spine. "Those who slumber must not wake." I stepped through the doorway, my ears pricked, listening for Tyler. I thought about calling for him as I crossed the threshold into the chilly dark of that place beyond the stone, but the words above the door echoed in my head, and I reconsidered. A foul smell rose up from the bowels of the cave, a stench like rotten fruit and shit that stung my nostrils and forced tears into my eyes. I expected to hear the sound of my footsteps echoing off the cave walls as I descended down a slope towards wherever this madness saw fit to take me. But instead, silence seemed to fill that place, to the point where it felt like a tangible thing pressing down on my shoulders. It wasn't just my footsteps that seemed muffled. It was everything. All the little sounds you take for granted while living your daily life. The swoosh of my clothing as I walked, the creak of metal and wood as I shifted the gun in my hands, even the sound of my own breathing. The path that led deeper into the cave seemed to form some kind of natural staircase that seemed to be taking me deeper into the heart of the hills. As I shined my light around, the walls glistened as if they were drenched in water. But when I reached out and ran a finger over the stone, I realized it was a much more viscous fluid that came away in strands as I pulled my finger away. I shook the gunk off and made a disgusted noise that I don't think I realized I didn't hear at the time. Suddenly, something glowing with a faint white light dashed across my line of sight. I wheeled the light in the direction that it went, but before I could fix my eyes on it, the thing had vanished into the shadows. I hunted through the dark with my finger on the trigger, and as I turned back towards the direction I'd come, something else darted in front of me, and I felt it pushed me backwards as I did. I pointed the gun as it spun on its heel and raced toward me again like a ghostly blur. I fired. Not a fucking sound. The muzzle flash sent spots sprawling across my vision, and the recoil pushed me back on my weak footing so much that when the thing struck me, carried forward by its momentum, I went tumbling down the slope. My shoulder struck the stone and sent the gun flying free from my hands as my roll downhill started. The pale thing and I were so tangled up that it rolled right along with me. I felt its limbs limply strike at me as we rolled, and I could tell warm splatters of blood from where I'd shot it were falling on me. I reached out to grab something that would end our tumble, but the fucking creature wrapped its bony fingers around my arm so tight it felt like a vice. After what felt like an eternity having my body battered against the stones of the cave floor, we finally slid off the edge of the decline and off what seemed to be a drop of a few feet. I landed on my ribs, sending a sharp pain up my side, leading to a shout I couldn't hear. I lay there for a few moments with the glowing white thing's limbs tangled around me. The dim light emanating from its body was the only thing keeping total darkness at bay. It seemed my flashlight and shotgun had fallen somewhere else, and I had little hope of finding them. I tried to get to my feet, my palms pressing into the muck covering the ground as the thing slid free from me, limply making clear what I had already figured out. It was dead, or at least close to death. I stayed on my knees for a moment, turned the creature over on its back. First thing I noticed was that its body was exactly what Spoons had described the night he died. Something like a spindly human. There was a huge wound in its chest from where the buckshot had struck it point blank. The burn marks from the closeness of the shot stuck out on the stark white of its skin. Then, for the first time, I got a good look at that thing's face. It looked like a deformed man without a stitch of hair, not even eyebrows. Its lips were withered back to reveal its darkly stained teeth and gums. It had gaunt cheeks and high cheekbones, which along with a low brow and deep-set eyes made it look almost like a bear's skull. Something made me lean closer to see the eyes hidden in the shadowed sockets. I wanted them to be animal, alien, something like a goat's eye or maybe a cat's. But what I saw was something else entirely. Its eyes shifted and looked at me, making me jump back. It sucked in a labored breath as it opened its clenched jaws and let its tongue loll from its mouth. I leaned close again, sure that it was dying, and saw a look I hadn't seen since Vietnam. I saw the look of a man who knew all too well that he was about to die. The dim white glow had started to fade from its body as well, signifying that its time was nearly up. With one last surge of energy, its spindly arms shot up, and I felt its bony fingers dig into the back of my neck. It pulled me close, so my ear was right next to its wretched little mouth. Its light had nearly faded away to nothingness, and the dark of the cave closed in on me, as I felt the oppressive nature of the silence begin to lift. Its breath was as cold as the breeze coming off the water. For the first time I'd stepped through the door, and I heard something. It made garbled noises that may or may not have been language, but the last sound it made was something I understood all too well. Its fingers loosened and its hand slid free and fell to the ground with an audible thud. The last of its light faded away and left me sitting on the floor of the cave, blind and confused. I took a deep breath and found that I was terribly aware of the sound of the air being sucked into my lungs and exhaling back out again. My ribs ached and I made a grunt as I got to my feet, stuck my hands out in front of me before stumbling forwards. Every step echoed as I groped blindly for some sense of direction. After a few moments, my hand came in contact with the slimy cave wall. I slid along with careful steps, always fearing a drop-off was going to sneak up on me and send me plummeting down another decline towards God knows what. I thought about the creature I just killed as I moved, unable to get its face out of my head. The all-too-human look in its eyes stuck with me terribly, and indeed is still burned into my mind. It was clear that somehow it had been making me deaf, or dampening the sound around it. I wasn't sure which, though either one seemed downright impossible. After a few moments of blind movement, my eyes started to adjust enough to give me dim outlines, and I realized I'd been moving deeper into the cave. I felt a tinge of panic wash over me, a desire to run back the way I'd come, shimmy up towards the light and get to safety. Everything was wrong down there, and I felt as if I was inching ever closer to the hill with every step. But I had to shovel those instincts down and press on. I had to find Tyler. I wasn't gonna give up on my boy.
My phone rang, causing me to jump, tearing my eyes away from my grandfather's story. I set the book down and took a deep breath, finding myself quite aware of the sound of my own breathing, and answered. Hello? I got to my feet and stretched, the story still weighing on my head and seemingly calling me back to finish it. Alex, it's Dad. My father's voice came over the line and snapped me into the conversation. Hey, Dad, what's up? I started pacing the room and stretching my legs. I hadn't realized how long I'd been sitting. Alex, in that box that you found, was there a monogrammed journal by any chance? I stopped pacing and flicked my eyes toward the books as my dad continued. It was your grandfather's. He used to keep it with his books downstairs, but I can't find it. I don't know why, but I felt the overwhelming urge to lie. I didn't see one. I can check again if you want. I felt a little ill. I hated lying to my father, and I had no idea why I did. Okay. He let out a deep sigh. It was either frustration or relief, I couldn't tell. Listen, if you find it, just bring it back tomorrow. Your grandpa kept some personal information in there, and I want to make sure it gets taken care of properly. My ears caught what I never expected to hear. He was lying too. Sure thing. I leaned down and picked up the book, running my finger over the leather cover. See you tomorrow, Dad. See you tomorrow, son. His voice sounded far away as he hung up. I thought for a few moments about the short but seemingly telling discussion between my father and me. He knew I had it, and I think he knew I was reading it. So why did we both lie about it? Why did I not tell him I had it? And why did he not tell me the truth about why he wanted it back? I fell back into my chair and thumbed back through the pages to get to where I'd left off. I needed to know the end.
Part 3. The cave seemed to get harder as I edged my way along the wall and towards my then unknown destination. I could feel the sweat dripping off my brow and stinging my useless, at the moment anyway, eyes. The slime that covered everything seemed to get thicker as I walked. I could hear the suctioning sound as my boots depressed into the viscous, mucus-like substance. After the thing swallowed all the sound around me, I thought that maybe even a sound that disgusting would be a welcome relief. But it wasn't. Nor was the sound of the thing using Spoon's voice, whispering in my ear.
Wake us, Teddy. We will let you hear the songs. Wake us,
said the knot Spoons. It returned to me as I walked. Started to wonder if I was delirious, or if the insanity of that place had turned my brain to scrambled eggs. I could see it, gliding alongside me as I moved. It was darker than the pitch black that surrounded it. Somehow, it was a complete void, even when wreathed in shadow. You can't be real, I told the non-Spoons. I shifted my feet towards it again, slowly, making a tiny bit more progress. Spoons is dead. No one dies with us. Not Spoons hissed at me. I was reminded of the serpent in the story of Adam and Eve. It moved directly in front of me, blocking my forward progress. I not only stopped, but recoiled backwards to avoid touching whatever it was. Something primal told me that I didn't want to make contact. Its eyes shot open, a brilliant white glare pouring from them and forcing me to shield my eyes. Its mouth drooped open as well, and it too glowed with a bright light. A sound filled my ears like the static on a radio turned down very low, and something even below that. A frequency that made my stomach churn and my head hurt. The not Spoon's voice left my ears and suddenly entered my head directly.
wake us, wake us, wake us.
I fell to my knees, fruitlessly clutching at my ears. My whole body felt total discomfort, like my brain had told every muscle it was weak and useless. My own jaw drooped, and I could feel the drool leaking from the side of my mouth. I felt an urge to claw the skin from my face that I resisted as I made an attempt to scream for the thing to leave me alone. I wondered if that would be the moment where if I hadn't already gone insane, there would be no turning back. And then I lost all hope of leaving that cave alive. Then, there was total silence. I raised my head and opened my eyes, only to see the not Spoons still standing right in front of me. Its eyes still wide, its jaw still slack, but for some reason, it had gone completely silent. I used the wall to pull myself back to my feet, and that's when I saw the steady, white glow moving up quickly from behind not Spoons. Before I could react, the not Spoons turned to a dark mist as one of the sound swallowers exploded through him and slammed into me at full force.
Bothersome creatures.
In my mind, I heard the not Spoon's voice hiss as the sound swallower and I went tumbling to the ground. Its spindly frame writhed on top of me in an attempt to gain leverage. It knotted thin fingers, finding my throat and digging in as it sat up and started attempting to strangle the life from me. I thrashed around in some attempt to wriggle free, but the creature had pinned me down with a weight that seemed unfitting for its frame. The edges of my vision were starting to turn black, and my hand frantically searched around me for something to help, when my fingertips landed on a loose stone. I heard the not Spoon's laugh in that wicked voice. I grabbed the rock tightly in my fist and brought it up as hard as I could into the thing's temple. I could see its eyes widen in its deep-set sockets and its mouth droop open, but it continued to squeeze. I did it again and again, and then feeling drops of warm blood fall down onto my face as its grip finally loosened, and I was able to buck it to the side and watch it slide off of me. I rolled into the leverage position, overtaken by a kind of bloodlust that could only be brought on by the threat of death. I brought the stone down into its head over and over again. I felt its skin tear, its blood spill, and its bones shatter. I struck for as long as it took for the sound of my own screams to fill my ears as the sound swallower's light finally faded.
Teddy, you always had a penchant for the messy kills.
The knot spoon said. I could almost feel the darkness off its touch as its shadow hands gripped my shoulders.
You are not my friend.
I shook myself free and fell forward off the sound swallower and made a meek attempt to get to my feet on wobbly legs. The adrenaline was making me feel sick. I wonder if you're even real. I looked at it again, just a silhouette somehow darker than the shadows around it. Maybe I finally got insane. I motioned down the passage and opened those glowing eyes, once again filling my ears with a low, discomforting static.
Perhaps you have yet to earn true madness, Teddy.
It stepped to the side to allow me to pass.
Shall we see if we can find it?
I heard it laugh again. This time the cave walls seemed to shudder as it did. At first I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but it wasn't. The fucking walls were laughing at me. I wanted nothing more than to turn around and make my way back to the outside world, to feel fresh air fill my lungs, and to escape the consistent and oppressive heat that had taken over the further down I'd gone. I'd already lost my best friend to that place, though. I would not lose my son. I started walking, and the cave continued to laugh. Each step I took was lit by the eyes of the knot spoons hovering over my shoulder like some kind of guardian angel. I did my best to ignore the static in my ears or the whisper in my mind.
Wake us.
The tunnel I was following had become incredibly humid. I could feel my sweat sticking my shirt to my skin and making my palms slick as I slid along the wall. Every once in a while a rush of warm air, like the breath of some great giant, would come sweeping through the tunnel and fill it with a foul stink. Something in between wet, rusted metal and rotten meat. More than once it caused me to gag, and I could feel the cavern shake in response, like it was mocking me. Finally, the passage began to widen, and then open up entirely. I found myself standing at the mouth of a massive cavern roughly the size of a football stadium. There was a dim, throbbing light that permeated throughout the stone walls, giving me the ability to see what I just stumbled across, even if I didn't entirely understand it. The entire cave floor was covered in huge, pulsing fluid sacs, each one about the size of a mid-sized truck, and spaced out perfectly, as if they'd been engineered to be there. I walked closer, the whispers of the knot spoons getting louder in my head. I could see large shapes of inky darkness suspended inside each of the fluid sacs. They seemed to be breathing in unison, agreeing the source of the pulsing light as the darkness of their forms would spread out and expose a core of light deep within at the height of each inhale. In the distance, I could see something running back and forth between the sacs. It looked like little more than a shadow from the distance I was at. I prayed it might be Tyler and started approaching cautiously. I wanted so desperately to call out, but I was terrified that I would attract more of the sound swallowers.
Wake us up. Wake us up.
The knot spoons floated alongside me, screaming in my ear and filling it with that horrible static. I pressed on, trying to ignore it and pretend that I wasn't suddenly fully aware of who had wanted me to wake. I was letting my eyes adjust and the form running around in front of me started to come into view. Then I heard his voice, dimming and returning with the pulse, like someone was playing with the volume knob on reality. It was Tyler. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake. He was sprinting back and forth between the giant abscess-like domes and smashing his fists against them. They'd wiggle like jello, and the cave would respond with an overall shake of its own, but the creatures within didn't wake. The knot spoons blocked my view of Tyler just as I was about to run over to him. Its terrible hiss filled my ears for a moment before it motioned to the base of the closest abscess. I could see shapes piled together on the ground. As the dim light rose and fell, it became clear what I was seeing. Sound swallowers, dozens of them. They were surrounding the bases, as some of the abscesses, with what looked like organic tubes shoved down their throats. My stomach turned over, and I had to hold back a retch. They were fast asleep and feeding. Knot Spoons put a finger to his lips, and I heard a gentle hush in my mind. This time I fully intended to listen too. As I looked around, I spotted more. Hundreds, in fact. I became far more aware of Tyler's stilted screams. I narrowed my eyes to look at the abscess he was pounding on, and luckily it appeared to be unoccupied at the moment. I began making my way towards him, the Knot Spoons laughing in my ear the whole time. I called to him in the lowest volume I could, timing my voice with the rise of the light. Tyler! He didn't hear me, but instead walked away from his chosen ground protrusion and fell backwards against the wall. He was shaking his head back and forth and covering his ears. I wondered who he was seeing in the dark. What voice was whispering to him? Tyler! A little louder this time. My heart skipped a beat as the sound swallowers closest to me stirred. His head popped like he'd just been startled awake, then he met my eyes. He looked like he'd been through war, and I didn't want to imagine what he'd endured to end up in that awful place. I just wanted to get him out. I motioned to him to come to me, hoping he could tiptoe back through the cavern and find our way to the exit. Fight off the nagging persistence of the shadows together. He started to pull himself up, but quickly fell back to the ground and started shaking his head and shouting something that I couldn't understand in the constantly fading sound. Wake us, wake us, wake us. The Knot Spoon's voice continued its onslaught of maddening whispers. I took a step forward, but the shadow moved in front of me quickly and snapped its mouth open. The loud burst of static that shot into my brain caused a pain I could feel behind my eyes as I lashed out blindly, shouting something into the deaf ears of the world around me as I fell backwards into something far too soft to be rocks. I'd fallen into the sound swallower's feeding crevice. Its skin felt like slugs beneath my fingertips, and suddenly the world went silent. They were awake. The spots in my vision cleared up, and I started scrambling to my feet. My hands gripped the rough stones at the edge of the dining area, and I worked to pull myself out. I could already feel long, spindly fingers gripping at my pants. They were slow to wake, and the lethargy gave me just enough of an edge to kick myself free and get to my feet. My heel caught the nearest one on the cheekbone, and I could see its face contort with a screech I couldn't hear. I started pointlessly screaming for Tyler out of reflex. He still had his head in his hands and sat rocking back and forth. I got to my feet just in time to see another group of sound swallowers rise from their slumber and begin crawling towards him.
Wake us up, Teddy. We can help him. We can help you. Wake us up.
The Knot Spoons repeated these phrases over and over again. One would start before the other even finished. It was like a whole chorus of horrors pretending to be my friend. They felt as if they were bored into my skull, and I saw the sound swallowers swarm my son. I could see him screaming as glowing fingers clawed into his skin and pulled him back, to a cold reality. I turned to see the ones behind me closing in, the one in the lead ripping the tube from its mouth, and seemed to grin after it did it. Blood poured from its cheek where I'd kicked it. The whole scene seemed to happen in slow motion. I could see the knot spoons floating behind him as they leapt towards me. He was pointing towards one of the bulbs. I managed to weave out of the way of the lead sound swallower and make a dash towards the fluid sac. It was our only chance. If it was lying, then we would die. But if it didn't wake it up, we would die anyway. I glanced back at Tyler. The sound swallowers had piled on him, and I could see fists raining down on him. I was almost glad I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't bear the sound of his screams. I grabbed a rock as I moved past another glowing monster and toward my goal. I felt its fingers dig into my shoulder until I drove the rock into its forearm with what I imagined would have been an audible snap following. I jumped across the feeding pit and slammed the sharpest edge of the rock into the side of the fluid sac. Its outer skin rippled, and I felt a squirt of whatever was inside shoot out all over my hand. Yes. I heard the knot spoons hiss in my ear. I could see him out of the corner of my eye, smiling through static. Before I could drag the rock down over my skin and cut the thing from its bubble, more glowing fingers grabbed me and pulled me downwards. I fought against him as hard as I could, but in the midst of a strike, the rock slipped from my hand. I managed to catch the lead one in the jaw with an elbow that gave me just enough room to jump back toward the fluid sac and dig my fingers into the small opening I'd created. I felt thin arms wrap around me and pull backwards again. A fist crashed into my head, skull sunk into my shoulder, but nothing stopped me from tearing it open. I felt a thick, soupy fluid that smelled like rot and sugar pour out over me, sending all of us sprawling backwards into the feeding pit. It was like a writhing mass of limbs violently thrashing as that horrid liquid poured down on us. I scrambled to get back to solid ground, to get away from whatever I'd just unleashed.
Oh, Teddy, you've done well.
The knot spoon's voice slowly dimmed inside my head as I crawled onto a higher rock and turned to look at the fluid sac I just opened. Most of the liquid had drained out of it, and there was simply a darkened mass sitting there with a pulsing white light peeking out from inside of it. The sound swallowers beneath it stared up in awe as it began to unfold. I felt a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach as it hit me what I was seeing, what I'd just done. I was looking at pure evil, and it smiled at me. It was like thousands of snakes made not of flesh, but of pure darkness, coiled around each other to make a man. I could see the frame, 2 legs, 2 arms, a torso, and a head. The whole thing standing at least 10 feet tall. Tendrils opened off its back like wings, but they writhed like worms in the beak of a bird. Much like the knot spoons, its face was little more than openings in its head, which a hideous white light poured out from. The same light you could see between the cracks in its body, where the pieces slid around each other but didn't quite close. The sound swallowers attempted to turn away from it, but it let out a noise that made me feel sick to my stomach. Like the static on a dying radio, white noise that was somehow filled with the sound of decay. The sound swallowers, unable to dampen the noise for some reason, all fell to the ground. I looked over at the ones who had surrounded Tyler, and they were doing the same. My boy sitting in the corner of them with his hands over his ears. All of their glows dimmed as they started attempting to crawl to some safety that I was sure didn't exist. I could see the veins in their bodies bulge and begin to pop, blood oozing from new wounds and striping their pale white bodies with red. That was when I heard them scream. Except this time, it was framed in complete agony and presented like a harmonic chorus of the creature's suffering. The darkness stood tall, its body finally forming to a point it was satisfied when it began to stride across the cavern. Each sound swallower it passed would fall into convulsions and suffer a few seconds of that death rattle before falling silent and still. I watched it move to the field of bodies it was creating with the pride of an attendant gardener surveying his crop. I was in shock and filled with terror that froze my bones as it turned its attention towards me, reminding me I was not just some passive observer. I was responsible for unleashing this nightmare. The thoughts that filled my head as I met its infinite white gaze are painful to recall. I knew, though, that it might have been preferable to just let the sound swallowers kill Tyler and me. I could hear something like mocking laughter behind the dead static. Suddenly, the ache in my stomach caused me to double over in complete pain and begin to cough and retch. I tasted iron and salt, and I watched my own blood splatter to the ground with each hard heave.
Teddy, you are in no shape to do what we need.
I heard the knot spoons whisper to me as I fell completely to the ground, my body too weak to move.
Perhaps some.
I looked across the cavern floor and saw Tyler laying amid a pile of dimming corpses, his body convulsed and spasmed against the stone as the darkness turned from me and approached him. There was a feeling of hunger that radiated out from it, a vile hunger that twisted the sickness I already felt in my stomach.
Stay away from him.
I could hear my own screams again, for all the good it did. It was like yelling at the wind or the sunlight. This was not a thing you could command.
Incentive.
The knot spoons laughed a raspy laugh in my ear. I watched the darkness reach down and lift my boy off the ground. It held him with both arms like it was cradling a baby. It turned its mockery of a face toward me to make sure I was watching, and then looked down at Tyler. I tried to get to my feet. Oh God, how I tried. It was like someone had tied me down and put weights on my back. All I could do was lay there, screaming and spitting blood as the thing pressed a finger to Tyler's lips. It opened its eyes and mouth, making sure the scene was well lit for me, as bits of the darkness, like worms, crawled from its hand and into Tyler's nose, mouth, and eyes. His body was shaking harder, and I saw him start gasping for air. His hands flailed around, trying to find purchase on something, and ended up clutching at his chest. I could hear the knot spoon's laughter as I screamed. I screamed so hard the world started to fade at the edges of my vision. The last thing I saw was the darkness drop my boy to the ground, his body finally lying still. Then the world went black. I woke to a world that was a complete juxtaposition of what I had just witnessed. Before my eyes even opened, I could hear the chirping of birds and feel the wet grass beneath me. The air had the sweet scent of the morning forest as I drew in a deep breath. My mouth still tasted like blood, and I could feel the rawness of my throat from screaming. I let my eyes slowly adjust to the bright light of the morning sun, squinting to my surroundings as I pulled myself into a sitting position. The aches on my body proved the truth of what I had been through, each bruise like a dull thud through my muscles as I stretched my back and shoulders. My eyes finally adjusted to the rising sun enough for me to survey where I was, and I saw Tyler and my tents only a few feet from where I was. Tyler rushed into my mind, clearing away the sleep. Tyler! I ignored the pain in my throat and shouted with all the air in my lungs. I looked around where I was and didn't see him near me. Tyler! I shouted again, springing to my feet and ignoring the creaking of my bones and tenderness in my body. I kept screaming his name as I rushed towards the campsite, hoping against all odds I'd find him curled up in his tent. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, though, when I first went to look for him, and he was still nowhere to be seen. Heart race and panic set in as I finally searched the area. Each minute that passed felt like an eternity in not knowing. The darkness. Did it take him? Was he dead? Did he become like Spoons, some puppet of being I'd unleashed onto the world? The questions came to a head in my mind and broke on the beach of my sanity, threatening to erode it away entirely. Just when I thought the pit in my stomach would swallow me whole, I found him. He was sitting up against a tree with his legs folded and his arms resting on his lap. His skin was ghostly pale, and he was covered in cuts and bruises. His neck was craned upwards towards the mountain. His mouth was drooping like all the muscles in his face refused to work, and his eyes were open and wide as dinner plates. Tyler! I knelt down in front of him, put a hand on his shoulder. He didn't look in my direction, just continued staring off towards the mountain. Tyler, wake up! He was already awake, though. I knew he was awake. My boy was catatonic. His mind had left his body. The last 6 months have been hospitals and doctors telling me they can't understand it. How could they, though? They weren't there. I know what caused it, but no one would ever believe a word of it. My wife sure didn't when I finally had to tell her the truth. I'd be lucky if she doesn't leave me. She, like them, still thinks he suffered some sort of psychotic break or head injury. Of course, they all think he got his injuries from falling down a steep hill while hiking the mountain trail. What the fuck else was I gonna tell him? It wasn't until recently that I finally had to tell her the truth. I didn't have a choice. We'd taken Tyler home from the mental clinic to be in more familiar surroundings. It's not like they were doing a damn thing for him anyway. He just sat there, staring out his window and drooling. God, my poor boy. He was always so full of life, and seeing him like that crushed me. I dealt with it, though. I fed him, I bathed him, and I helped him go to the goddamn bathroom. It was my fault, my responsibility. I never should have let him come. I did everything I could, and I prayed he'd come out of it. It's all over now, though. 2 weeks ago, Tyler hung himself. I found him hanging from the ceiling fan in his room. When I left for the store, he'd been quiet, just like always. Sometime while I was buying smokes and Advil, my boy woke up from his catatonic state and tied his bed sheets into a noose, like he was in fucking prison. After we buried him, I told Harriet the truth. I told her everything. She looked at me like I was crazy and cursed me for letting him come with me that day. The next day, she left, took Cal with her. That ice-cold look on her face still hurts me. These next pages were clearly written later. They are more scribbled and less coherent. Tyler appeared at the foot of my bed last night. He looked like a shadow till he opened his eyes and mouth. He'd become not Tyler. I hoped and prayed I'd wake up screaming that it was all some kind of nightmare. Then he spoke. Dad, you want to come with us? They will play the music for you. The beautiful music. They helped me hear it so much better. He strolled to the side of me and knelt down close.
Wake us up. Wake us up. Wake us up. Wake us up.
He won't go away. There was a murder in town today. The first one in 25 years. A man beat his wife to death with a socket wrench when she told him to come in for dinner. Tyler is still over my shoulder. He's laughing. It's the thing I let loose. It wants me to free the rest of them. Harriet came back. She can't see him. She talked earnestly about how much she loves me and about how Cal needs me. I tried to listen, but not Tyler wouldn't stop talking in my ear. He kept telling me to bring the whole family home to him. He let them all hear the music. I started crying. I don't know if it was because of Harriet's love or not Tyler's hatred. The darkness is hanging over this town like a smog or a toxin. We should leave. 3 more murders and 2 suicides in the last 6 months. For a town as small as ours, that's unheard of. Police and local government are in a panic. It's that damn thing. Every time I hear about it happening again, the not Tyler laughs. I drove towards the woods yesterday. I didn't even realize I was doing it till I was more than halfway there. We need to leave. I'm trying my best to convince Harriet. She's starting to realize, I think. I woke up at the base of the mountain this morning. I had apparently left without a word in the middle of the night, and I hiked all the way back to that terrible fucking place. I could see that damned cave above me. It looked like it was breathing. Its mouth kept expanding and contracting like it was preparing itself to devour any who came near it. I ran back to my car and drove at top speed all the way back home. Another murder was being talked about on the news when I opened the door. I think I must have looked insane as I started hastily packing my things. Harriet asked where I'd been, what was going on. I think she understood how serious I was when she saw the panic in my eyes. We're staying in a hotel tonight, and then getting as far from that place as possible. Then not Tyler is screaming, but I hope he fades the further we get. Dear God, I'm sorry for what I've done. That was the end of my grandfather's notebook. I set it down on my coffee table and ran my hands over my face, trying hard to take in everything I'd just read. There were 2 possible options. The grandfather I'd grown up with was actually completely insane, probably some sort of psychotic break suffered after the death of his son. The other option is that the story was true, or at least mostly true. Neither one of these options made me feel good. There was a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that refused to go away. I got up, got some water, and paced for a while. My father knew something about this. It was the only reason I could think of that he would be looking for the book. He didn't want me to have it for some reason. He didn't want me to know. Why? I crawled into bed that night with that question planted firmly in the forefront of my mind. It kept me awake for quite some time, too. I remember seeing the digital readout on my clock, reading 3 o'clock, when my eyelids finally started to feel heavy. I decided I would see my father in the morning and confront him about all of it, and started to drift away to sleep.
Do you hear the music?
The question filled my ears at the moment things had gotten most silent. That second right before you fall into the abyss of sleep. I shot up out of bed and flickered on my light. It's that damn story. It got under my skin. I told myself under my breath. I could swear, though,
that the voice was one I recognized. As I shut off the light and tried to remind myself that it was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, I realized whose voice it was. It was my grandfather's. Even worse than that realization was that I started to pick up on the faintest sound of static. The music of the darkness. I didn't sleep that night.
What do you know about this?
I threw the notebook down on the table and it slid over to where my father was sitting. He looked down at it for a second before realizing what it was, and a frown fell over his face. You did have it. He ran a palm over his mouth and looked up at me with concerned eyes. Did you read it? Yeah. Grandpa wrote down quite a story about your brother and him. I pulled out a chair and took a seat in front of him with my arms folded. You already know that, don't you? You shouldn't have read it. My dad ran his hands over the cover of the journal and shook his head. I wasn't supposed to let you. What? I leaned forward and raised a quizzical eyebrow. Why not? Your grandfather, he thought that it might affect you. He thought it might affect anyone that read it, to be honest. He fiddled with the cover. I always wanted to read it growing up. He never let me. Wait, you haven't read it? No, he'd never let me. My dad pushed the book away in frustration. The old man always said he was protecting me, that no one should know what was in there. I ran my fingers through my hair and exhaled deeply. I could feel the frustration building in my chest. My father got up and walked over to an open bottle of scotch, seemingly not caring that the clock hadn't even struck noon yet. He looked over at me and opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but stopped himself and poured a drink instead. What? I asked him, begging him to start his thought. He said he saw my brother when I was younger. He took a sip from his glass as he walked back over to his seat. Eventually, he claimed he didn't want to talk about it anymore. That ignoring it was the only thing that made it go away. Jesus. Suddenly, I felt like I should have a drink too. How long had my grandfather been subjected to the presence of his dead son? Your grandfather thought he was incapable of dealing with the grief. He blamed himself. One time he told me the truth was written in that fucking book. He gestured towards the journal. Then he told me I could never read it. I walked over and picked up the book again. It felt heavy in my hands, like a burden. Son, I don't know what to believe about your grandfather. Maybe he carried guilt with him. Maybe he was crazy. Maybe he actually saw my brother's ghost. Or maybe just something pretending to be Tyler's ghost. Something old and evil. Something dangerous. All I know is that he was certain reading that book would expose me to whatever he felt he was enduring. Maybe even pass it on. I looked up and saw my dad staring off into space as he swallowed the last of the drink. He got up to pour himself one, but I stopped him and went to grab the bottle. Pass it on? I asked as I sat down across from him and poured him another drink. Yeah. We sat silently for another 10 or so minutes, each of us absorbed in thought. I could tell my father was torn between asking exactly what I read and honoring the wishes of his father. I was thinking about the concept of passing it on and the sound of static I'd heard when I tried to sleep the night before. The sound of static and the voice of someone I loved who'd passed away. Someone who'd been in that thing's presence, if you believe his story. Someone who may have carried that darkness with him his whole life. We'd burned the journal after that conversation. My dad kept his curiosity in check, and I never forced him to hear the story. I don't know how he could believe it anyway.
I believe it, though, with every inch of my heart. I believed every story my grandfather told, the truth and the lies. This one I have proof for, though. At least proof enough for me. If you choose to believe it, that's up to you. The proof is there every time my grandfather speaks to me from behind a hiss of static, or when he appears at the foot of my bed when I try to sleep. His eyes large and white, his mouth slack and glowing with some power from within. I've seen him every day since we burned that journal, always saying the same things.
Come join me. They can make you hear the music. Wake us up, wake us up, wake us up, wake us up.
I'm a fire medic on wildfires. I found something in the smoke. Thunderstorms yielded a surprising amount of rain, slowing the immediate progression of the wildfire to a dull advance. It sulked to the understory, as if it were pouting, greedily gobbling dead grass, but hesitant to touch the heavier fuels. It was biding its time and snatching chance like a spoiled child on Halloween. You know which child. The bratty one that ignores the sign that pleads, "Please take one," only to be terrified when the homeowner bursts from their staged hiding spot. In a similar fashion, fire crews were plotting their strike against the fire, but one could argue whether they were the child or the homeowner. Houses were laid, lines were dug, and boots hit the ground to best the fire. The plan was to let it burn, but to keep it contained and controlled. In the darkness of the night, ponderosas stood indifferently. The fire lapped at their roots and consumed the surrounding litter. Perhaps it was arrogant to say we outsmarted it, and perhaps it was even worse to afford any sentience to a flame, but it certainly felt like the fire had been duped. We watched it gorge on the meager forest understory, only to hit dry, sandy dirt and die, trailing wisps of smoke in bitter protest and smoldering in forgotten wood. We were assigned the night ops, a position with some degree of greater hazard. We've all fumbled in the darkness of a known restroom at 3 a.m. at least once in our lives. Now, imagine that bewilderment with the world burning down around you in a place you've seen only in hasty passing. Watch out for country not seen in daylight, we practiced. Suffice to say, night ops came with obvious risk, but were typically less extensive than normal business hours. We were there to watch the fire crawl to the night. Specifically, we provided medical support to the skeleton crew that prevented the fire from getting too rowdy in its weakest hours. It was a straightforward assignment. Not that we underestimated the potential of the fire, but we laughed at ourselves when the most exciting thing we saw was a single tree fully engulfed in flames. I'd once seen a fire melt an entire highway of cars with people still inside. Comparing this fire to the car-melting fire was comparing apples to oranges. Not to say that people roasting was a good thing, but you'd invest a lot more energy into that than a solitary tree. The fire was working its way southwest through a surprisingly lush desert forest, and we parked the ambulance along its western flank. It churned beside us against the road. Smoke rolled in and out of varying intensities, and at its thickest we moved our rig when we couldn't see more than a few feet in front of the ambulance, or when our eyes burned, or when the drifting embers looked particularly frequent and extra spicy. And we waited. Occasionally, the radio would buzz to life, but the traffic was never more than status. So, we waited more. At least a bored medic meant that all souls were safe, and the blaze was respectfully beautiful in its ominous course through the witching hours. But as a whole, fires are mourned. We grieve the separation and loss that they evoke, the forced unfamiliarity. But there is beauty in wildfire if you look, and despite the outwardly destructive appearance, abundance follows. Like new life enters the world bloodied, screaming, and scantily covered in excrement, so too are fires, just as messy in the process of creation. It should be remembered, however, that wicked things wait to feast on the tender flesh of any opportunity, stalking gravid chance in times of great labor. It was some time prior to midnight. My partner was stretched out in the back of the ambulance while I watched the stars flicker in a break through the smoke. I'd caught a spot fire across the line some time earlier and took care of the problem, alerting the division and continuing the course. It wasn't much of a threat, just something to do and something worth noting. My stargazing and vigilance came to an abrupt halt when a veil of acrid smoke obscured everything in front of the rig. Behind the rig, the smoke clung in thinner patches and glowed a warm orange between the silhouettes of spindly conifers. The silence of the night broke with a harrowing crash. Realistically, I suppose it was a tree succumbing to the doings of fire and gravity, but in my mind, it sounded like the sickening splinter of bone against force, a wet, agonizing separation of marrow and calcium. The noise was alarming and only worsened by the subsequent sound of an elk screaming. Shivers rolled through me. I'd seen plenty of elk in the days I'd been here, but the creatures hadn't made a single sound until tonight. An elk's bugling is a haunting sound. Of course it is. I knew what they sounded like, but this was just different. The piercing sound came from behind us in the distance, and coupled with the snapping of whole trees, it sputtered a sense of dread and desperation. Ever the illogical person, I thought of the elk trotting to the blaze, lost from its companions and calling for them in a panic, its nostrils flaring as fire licked its heels. I stepped out of the ambulance to listen to the animal, my eyes watering in the thick smoke. I listened for a moment before I opened the side door to the back of the ambulance.
Was that an elk?
My partner, Bobby, chirped.
Yeah, and a snag fell. That was the thud.
I replied. The elk called again. This time, the solemn note came from within the thickest smoke in front of us. Yes, it was a lost elk calling for its kin. It had to be. This wasn't anything extraordinarily ominous. At least, no more ominous than the thought of living creatures burning alive. Another loud crack snapped in the distance, diverting my straining gaze leftward. Faster than I could redirect my attention again, there was a heinous growl mixed with a coarse hiss to my immediate right. Its voice was as dry as the landscape, as if its vocal cords had long ago desiccated to fibrous sinew, and now flapped on dusty corpse's breath. Something large shambled in the night as it rushed towards me. Blinded, I could only hear its limbs scuttle and flail across the ground, scattering gravel in its wake. It sounded almost clumsy, driven by reckless vitriol. Its body toppled over itself as it lurched forward, blindly, crashing and thrashing across the earth. Its leathery tongue whispered foreign curses full of malice. All the while, it remained concealed in smoke and darkness.
Oh my God!
I screamed and fell backwards. We had parked the rig on the shoulder of the road, causing the passenger side to dip downwards. I launched myself in the only feasible direction of escape, up and into the open ambulance door. The middle of my back struck the steps leading into the ambulance. I threw my arms back to leverage my weight up, fighting gravity, and kicked my feet wildly into the abyss to deter whatever approached me. I wanted to fight. I wanted to sink my heel into its rotten face that it was going to get me, make it regret coming after me. But the urge succumbed when I thought of my partner. Not only would he have to watch me be forcibly dragged by my feet into the burning hellscape beside us, but he'd be alone to defend himself, and I didn't want to put the poor kid through that. So I drove my last frantic kick into the ground and pushed with my legs while I pulled myself into the ambulance, jumped to my feet, and reached out into the blackness to slam the door shut. I breathed only after the reassuring click of the lever lock slid into place, sealing us safely inside.
What the fuck was that?
He shrieked.
I don't know. Did you hear it? It didn't sound right.
I cut him off to fumble with my flashlight. Bright white light filled the box. I pointed the beam out the door window, but the light hit the glass pane and reflected my face back. I nearly screamed again when I met with my terrified expression staring back at me.
I can't see shit. It's either my dumb reflection or smoke.
I sneered.
My partner was silent for a moment before he whispered, "Skinwalker." A pregnant pause followed when he finally whimpered,
I thought you were gonna die. It had to be some sort of pissed-off critter. It had to be.
I assured, although who I was assuring remained up for debate. We paced the back of the ambulance, trying to figure out what we wanted to do next. I was terrified, but I couldn't believe it was anything as impossible as a skinwalker. Monsters were only myths born from boredom and isolation in days long gone. I mustered my courage and cautiously stepped back outside. I winced as my feet crunched on the gravel below me, and I scanned the smoke. Despite how stupid it all sounded, I was still scared. There were no shapes moving in the haze, and only the sound of crackling fire could be heard. Quickly, I ran to the front passenger seat, and my partner did the same to the driver's seat, locking the doors behind us.
Let's move. We'll radio Division our new coordinates when we get the fuck out of here.
Bobby slams the keys into the ignition.
Wait,
I commanded.
what if there's something in the beams ahead of us? Are we ready for that? Stop.
He groaned in terror, pausing for what felt like an eternity as he contemplated my question and what he wanted to do next. I could feel my heart pounding. Reluctantly, he rolled the key forward, illuminating the haze with a click, and for a fleeting moment, I could see a lanky elk disappearing into the border of sight and obscurity.
It's just an elk,
I spoke hesitantly, ignoring that the shape and size of the animal wasn't quite right, but hoped it was only the illusion of darkness on its silhouette. Bobby stared nervously at the glow plug light, wait to start, so he could spur the engine to life. But before that moment could come, the radio and dash screamed. Our lights and sirens whirred, and the windows rolled down and up and down again. Static blasted through the mic, and we flinched to cover our ears. The dash and interior lights pulsed as if they were surging with electricity, and the radio morphed to a cacophony of screaming and sobbing, 1,000 voices wailing in torment over an unknown frequency. And abruptly as it started, the radio cut short, and the lights shut off. Sirens severed to silence. We were plunged into the black of night once again. Bobby forced the key forward again, but no reaction came from the rig. It was dead. I grabbed the handheld radio.
Communications, Ambulance 13 on Command 9.
As I spoke, I realized it also wasn't responding, despite being powered by a separate power source. I twisted the knob to restart it, with no change. We were cut off completely from everything. I passed a nervous glance to my partner before my lungs began to sting with the heavy smoke that poured through the open windows, filling the cab and ultimately my chest with soot.
Listen,
I spoke quietly.
crawl into the box.
I gestured to the narrow passage between us that connected the cab to the ambulance box where the gurney rested.
Lock the cab doors. I'm going to go get a Pulaski and a flare from the side compartments. Open the back when I knock.
Bobby stared back at me in silence. He didn't yet react.
I'll knock 4 times. That way you know it's me.
He was obviously torn between wanting to protest my reckless idea and protecting himself, and I was relieved to see him reluctantly accept the latter option.
Hey,
I added.
if anything happens, save yourself. I mean that.
Bobby solemnly nodded back. Securing my headlamp, I stepped out into the smoke once again, trying to quietly open and close the rig door. I walked cautiously around the front of the ambulance, eyes straining in the smoke as it slowly churned around me. The forest cracked with embers in every direction. The compartment behind the driver's side door was already stiff to open, but thankfully, it opened with little resistance this time. I rifled through the road kit for a phosphorus flare, checking the cap before shoving it into my pocket and grabbing the Pulaski. I pulled the protective cover from the sharpened edge, briefly sliding my finger over the axe side of the tool to reassure myself of its potential brutality.
What the fuck was that?
Bobby hissed. I spun around to scold him for following me, but he wasn't there. My confusion was quickly replaced with panic, however, when my feet were pulled out from under me, and I was dragged furiously down the road into the night and fire. Bobby heard the muffled scream of his partner, followed by a scuffle. He jumped to his feet and looked toward the cab. eventually creeping forward to peer more clearly through the windshield and pass a glance through the open windows beside him. He couldn't see her, nor could he hear anything that indicated she was anywhere nearby. He heard her warning echo in his mind. Save yourself, and chewed on the possibilities. Emboldened by poorly considered courage, he erupted to his feet. Running to the rear of the ambulance, he forced the lock's latch open and wrapped his fingers under the handle. His newfound bravery dwindled briefly as he contemplated what could await on the other side of the door. And as he pulled the handle, a stout kick interrupted him on the side door. 2 more knocks followed.
Bobby,
The familiar voice called.
it's just an elk.
She assured. Bobby's body visibly relaxed to hear her voice. He stumbled over the gurney, shuffling to approach the door. There was a light scraping on the outside of the rig, and he assumed it was his partner struggling to open the locked door. He reached for the lock when he remembered her clearly stating, "I'll knock 4 times." Bobby's mind raced, and his heart followed suit, frantically considering what was actually standing outside of the door if it wasn't his partner.
Just an elk.
He replayed its perfect mimicry in his mind. "Hey, you said you'd knock on the back door." He spoke sheepishly.
I can't see shit.
The voice retorted defensively. He was frustrated and afraid simultaneously. Maybe she really couldn't see where she was. He approached the side window cautiously and with quiet steps, hoping to see her glaring through the window in disapproval and pawing at the door, eager to scold his paranoia. But there was nothing. Just smoky darkness. How many times did you say you'd knock?" Silence followed. Bobby stewed in a quiet terror, sure he'd caught the truth he needed to hear from this imposter.
4 times.
The voice finally spoke at the back door. It was not her familiar voice this time, but a wicked whisper beneath a sinister tone. Bobby's head whipped backwards, and he scrambled to reach the door. Gracelessly, he flew over the gurney, bashing his knee into the hard frame, and fumbled to engage the locking mechanism. On the other side, he could hear the thing shuffle and struggle with the door. Its fingers, if it had fingers, pulled on the door and met only the sureness of the lock. It let out a monstrous screech before slamming its body into the rig once, twice, 3 times with a cracked window, and finally a 4th with the greatest force and frustration. Bobby scuttled up the gurney as he saw its figure loom through the window.
Oh my god.
It wailed in her terrified voice once again.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Each time it cursed, its voice ran over itself until the sound morphed into an inhuman moan. It finally hissed and pushed away from the ambulance, galloping on broken, noisy joints. Bobby could hear the slapping of its naked flesh racing into the night beyond. He whimpered. He panted. Dragged by my ankle, the distance felt endless as I was raked mercilessly across the ground. My Nomex yellow shirt had been pulled free, exposing my back and belly. Rocks and sticks tore holes in my pants and bit at every inch of bare skin that they could. My spine scraped across basalt, erupting in vibrant red and quickly staunched with dust and darkness. But just as I questioned how long I could endure the onslaught, I was abruptly dropped in a small clearing. I had only a second to loathe the experience before I rolled on my knees to feebly confront my attacker.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
The sinister voice chanted, its cadence increasing with malicious excitement. I could see it crawling in the smoke, lurking behind thick, blackened trees.
It's just an elk.
It spoke in my voice. Struggling to my feet, I felt my heart hammer. The sudden switch from ground to feet after such an adrenaline dump and the searing pain in my body, coupled with the absolute madness I was enduring, left me quickly spent, and I felt my vision speckle as I nearly lost consciousness. Succumbing to involuntary sleep in this moment was surely a death sentence, so I pushed myself up and marched in place, forcing blood through my battered body. The thing in the trees had been eyeing me keenly, but it lolled its head acutely toward me and perked its body into a more hostile stance as I strained to remain upright. Perhaps it feared it was losing an easy meal. Perhaps it didn't like that I still had any semblance of fight in me, even if just a little. Beside us both, the previously melodramatic fire sprung to life as a ponderosa torched, erupting hot flames and devouring the understory and canopy. My pupils dilated in the new light, and the smoke cleared as the fire burned more completely. The fire jumped from crown to crown. For a fleeting second, I looked at the monster, unsure what terrified me more. This land was no stranger to fire, but I had underestimated its familiarity to spirits. Its blackened red skin resembled that of a burned body, taut over cooked muscle with pale yellow blisters in patches less warped by heat. It was vaguely human, yet it crawled on its hands and feet with ferocious and unexpected speed. All human resemblance vanished at its head, however. Despite a skeletal human face, its jaws moved independently, while its tongue wriggled wildly and unrestrained. An insect, an elk, a monster. It puffed its emaciated chest out as it lurched forward, growing with spite, only to be interrupted by a freshly reignited snag that came abruptly crashing down onto it. I took the opportunity to run, both from the monster and the fire. It howled behind me, and I didn't bother to look back at its fate, hoping it was as mortal to the forces of nature as I was. Fire loomed around me. It wasn't a flurry of unstoppable flames, but it certainly hovered at a quiet threat and seared my skin. I could hear elks circling me, uncharacteristic to how they normally acted. How many of those creatures were there? Their mimic bugles turned to human cries, turned to a noise unique to whatever pursued me. As they closed in, ready to welcome me to whatever horrific fate they planned, their cries and pursuit ceased unexpectedly as I stumbled onto the dusty gravel road beside the ambulance. I didn't hesitate to run to the rig, tripping and falling to my knees once more. "Open the fucking door!" I screamed at Bobby. "No." Bobby screamed back. I could see the ambulance shake as he obviously ran to the far side of the ambulance. Rage and terror overtook me before I remembered. "You fucking obedient bastard!" and slammed my knuckles across the rear 4 times. "Let me in, Bobby, or I swear to God, I'll make you regret being partnered with me." Silence followed hesitation, but the door eventually opened just enough for Bobby's fearful face to peek through. Crushing fear still radiated through me, but for a fleeting second, I cracked a smirk at my partner. I hugged him as soon as he was fully exposed, and we were safely stowed, wincing as I moved. "You look like shit," he spoke flatly. "What is it out there?" "I don't know. I don't care. We have to find a way out." I spoke on quick breaths, accurately aware of how much I hurt. "Have you tried to start the rig?" Bobby shook his head no and moved to the front through the passage. He tried to look discreet against the open window beside him. There was no change from the rig when he turned the key. "Didn't you say we have a portable jumper?" "Yeah, it's in the engine's compartment," he whispered with a frown. "Let's go out together this time, and then we'll Rochambeau for who stays out and jumps in. On 3? Bobby nodded. 1? I spoke, anticipation dripping from my voice. 2? We spoke together. 3? And we both burst out. Bobby burst to the driver's door, and I ran from the side. By the time I reached the driver's side, Bobby had the jumper battery out and was carrying it to the front. Without words, we readied our hands. I ultimately brandished a rock and Bobby a scissors. He groaned in defeat, but fair is fair. I ran to the front and pulled the lever to release the hood. Bobby made quick work of the cables, declaring, "Try now," too quickly. To our collective relief, the engine turned, but to our dismay, it did not fully start. It would need a moment longer on the jumper. The second attempt, following an unnaturally slow and equivalently dreadful moment's time, yielded success and stirred haste between us. Bobby slammed the hood shut while I revved the engine, flinching lightly as the exhaust pushed dust and smoke in the side mirror. Bobby reached for the passenger door when a sharp pain stung through my left shoulder. I hadn't even time to process the burning I felt when I realized one of those monstrosities had shoved its horrific frame through the driver's window and grabbed hold of my body, its individual mandibles wrapping securely around my shoulder and arm like vice clamps. My body tensed, and a wave of pain pulsed through me as sore muscles sprang to weakened life. I passed a pleading glance at Bobby when the creature pulled its head back out the window, with me clumsily and forcefully following. Its jaws twitched as it dragged me like a rag doll.
I hit the ground out the window. The monster released me, stepping back to screech at me while I fought to stay awake. My eyes rolled in my head and the world spun. An overwhelming amalgamation of sensations flooded my senses. The earth was cold and sharp. The air stung and smelled of ash and iron. My vision came to focus, revealing the Pulaski I dropped earlier, the first time I was dragged off to my doom. I shakily reached for the hilt of the tool, digging its iron head into the earth so that I could use the length of it to support myself as I stood and groped in my pocket for the flare I had stashed earlier. In response to my movement, the monster threw itself at me. I fell backwards with the creature on top of me, but in one swift action, I dragged the ignition end of the flare across the rough ground. Red, chemical light filled the night, and fluorescent sparks shot around us. Its long head shot forward like a viper at my throat, but I shoved the flare into its black eye before it could fully strike. Its eyes looked like mummified sockets in the darkness. I wasn't expecting the resistance of wet, gelatinous meat as I plunged the stick into it. Rancid sludge poured from the black pool of its former eye. It screamed. I couldn't tell if it was pain or anger or surprise or some combination of everything. It slashed recklessly into the air, snagging the flesh on my left forearm. Ripples of subcutaneous fat glistened in the artificial light before flooding with vivid red. I didn't care. I had to kill it now or die trying. So as I reeled in disgust at my attack, I mustered the last of my strength and lifted the Pulaski so that the axe end faced my threat. And I swung it with the last of my willpower. It was a distinctive sound. Joints make a similar noise as they jerk into or out of place. But there was a hollow resonance in the wetness of this sound that rendered it unmistakable. It was satisfying. It was horrifying. It was the sound of metal splitting skull and splattering gray matter. In almost immediate reaction, the creature convulsed. It fell on top of me, blood spasming without a command, and jaws shivering with disconnected, dying nerves. Pressed against me, it smelled like a mix between putrid barbecue and a tragic house fire where not everyone made it out in time. Gradually, its body grew still, and fetid fluid spilled onto me from its horrific maw in one final insult. I was screaming. I was crying. Bobby ran up and pulled its limp arm, trying to free me, and eventually he succeeded. He held pressure on my arm while I winced and shoved gauze into the laceration. We spent only enough time to stop the bleeding before we quickly returned to our escape. Bobby drove while I attempted radio comms.
Communications,
I started, my voice wary.
Ambulance 13.
13.
The div sup chirped.
Where have you been? Do you have cell reception?
Affirmative.
I sighed. Almost immediately, my phone sprung to life.
Where the hell have you been?
The div sup scolded.
We lost all communication. There was
I paused, thinking how I could possibly explain the evening.
an accident. I'm hurt.
He was quiet for a moment as he contemplated what I had said.
How bad?
Well, it's not great.
Can you triage patients?
Yeah, I could probably do that. What's going on?
The fire jumped the line. There's a whole crew unaccounted for. Before we lost comms, they were saying something about some crazy man lighting the trees on fire. Tall son of a bitch running on all fours.
Every year in the weeks leading up to Halloween, my mom used to take my sister and I to the pumpkin patch at Woolbach Farm. It was a popular seasonal attraction, a family-owned vegetable farm about a half-hour's drive from the suburbs where I grew up in Missouri. Many locals remember it fondly, but I recently learned that I am the reason it was shut down for good. One of the biggest attractions at Woolbach Farm was the Haystack Maze. They had a haunted hayride and pumpkin carving and corn mazes too. Every upstanding pumpkin patch does, but only Woolbach toted a pair of monumental, sprawling haystack mazes as the main event. Most haystack mazes are nothing to write home about. The walls are usually only a few feet high, so short that most kids are able to peer over the top of them, but the haystack mazes at Woolbach were different. These were massive, fully enclosed structures, skeletons made of wooden pallets and chicken wire with bales of hay stacked all around to form a series of branching tunnels on the inside.
Giant straw pyramids, a bona fide feat of farmhand engineering. There were 2 mazes, a smaller one for younger kids and a bigger, more complicated one for the teenagers. Of course, I wanted to go in the bigger one, but anyone younger than 13 had to be accompanied by somebody older. My big sister clearly thought she was too grown up for the whole pumpkin patch thing, opting to sit on one of the swing sets and pick away at her Game Boy, while my mom joined me on an exhibition of the kids' maze. She held my hand as we ducked through the main entrance of the maze. The opening led straight into a central area with the first tunnel attached to it. It was much bigger than any other space inside the pyramid, with enough headroom that even an adult could stand straight up. Since the hay maze had a roof made of wooden pallets and hay, it was pitch black inside. I was 10 at the time, and a bit of a scaredy cat, 4 years younger than my sister, and deeply afraid of the dark. As scared as I was at the darkness of the haystack maze, I was excited for the opportunity to try out my new flashlight. It was just a small, plastic piece of shit that they gave to all the kids at my dad's company barbecue, but I was absolutely blown away by it. The flashlight was hand-powered. A small crank protruded from the back end that you had to turn to charge up the battery. This was well before smartphones came around, so it was the perfect breed of gimmicky device to boggle my early 2000s kid mind.
Watch this.
I flicked my flashlight on, extremely proud of how bright it was. I had spent the whole car ride there winding it up, getting as much juice in it as possible. My mom acted super impressed. I stuck to her like glue for the first few minutes. The tunnels were much smaller than the first room, meant to be navigated by crouching or crawling. Some tunnels had wooden ramps leading up to a second level. Eventually, I got more comfortable and started running ahead, scoping out possible dead ends, while my mom crawled behind me. Even with my mom there, it felt a little eerie. Being surrounded on all sides by thick bales of hay had a sort of noise-canceling effect. All of the footsteps around us sounded muffled, and I could clearly hear my own breathing despite being surrounded by other kids. The air was hot and stuffy and claustrophobic. The kids' maze was well occupied, but there were still some empty pockets here and there, routes that were clearly dead ends after just a few steps. I made a point to check every nook and cranny. As I peered around the corner of one of these dead ends, the beam of my flashlight met a sight that made my heart drop. A small boy huddled in the corner, facing away from me. His shoulders shook, and he whipped his head around as soon as I appeared. My flashlight hit his face, and I saw tears on his cheeks. He looked only a year or 2 younger than myself. Clearly overstimulated by the whole affair, he brought his knees closer up to his chin and silently wiped his eyes with his sleeve.
Hi, honey.
My mom had caught up with me.
Are you lost?
She had the sweetest voice. The boy nodded.
Is your mom with you?
He shook his head, fresh tears welling up in his eyes. I could tell he was embarrassed, and I felt bad for him.
We're lost too,
I said, holding my hand out. The boy smiled, took my hand, and picked himself off the ground.
What's your name?
My mom asked.
Henry. Nice to meet you, Henry. Do you have a flashlight? It died.
He held out a small, Buzz Lightyear-themed flashlight and flipped the switch to demonstrate how its batteries had fallen out.
That's okay. Simon can share his. Right, Simon?
I nodded, jumping at any excuse to show off my favorite gadget.
You know,
my mom said, leadingly,
there's a secret trick we can use to find our way out of here.
Henry and I leaned in. My mom stuck her right hand out to the side, touching the wall of hay next to her.
This maze isn't very big. There's only so many ways we can go. We only get lost if we lose track of what we've checked already. So if we pick one wall and keep following it no matter what, we'll find our way out.
Looking back, her method was far from perfect. The stick-to-one-wall approach might work if you applied it from the very start of a maze, but because we were already inside, the wall to our right could have easily been a freestanding divider fully contained within. Doing this could have led us in circles if the maze were complex enough. Fortunately for us, the kids' maze was intentionally straightforward. With the 3 of us sticking to one wall, we found the exit in just a few minutes. Henry's mother was waiting for us on the other side, looking worried. She exchanged niceties with my mom, thanking her for helping Henry out.
She said that he had insisted on taking the maze without her. I felt a sting of shame knowing that this kid, who was younger than me, had proven himself more independent. Henry and I spent the rest of the day running around together. We did the corn maze, sat next to each other on a hayride, even went back through the kids' haystack maze again. I used to get picked on a lot, so it was nice to make a new friend outside of school. After making our way out of the kids' maze a third time, we decided that we were ready for something more challenging. We begged our moms to take us inside the bigger maze, but they waved away the idea, tuckered out from the day's events. "What if Zoe took us?" I asked, prompting my sister to tear her attention away from Fire Emblem for the first time all day. "Right, like I want to go running around in the dark with a couple of kids." Zoe's words cut me, though I didn't think she meant for them to come out as harshly as they did. Upon seeing my face fall, she begrudgingly agreed to join us. A freckle-faced farm boy wearing a Grim Reaper cloak over his blue jeans stood watch at the entrance of the PG-13 haystack maze. He told Zoe to stay by our sides at all times. This maze started just like the kids' maze, with a big open chamber and a single tunnel leading forward, though there was a clear sense of larger scale. Zoe plopped down on a haystack bench and flipped her Game Boy back open. Aren't you coming with us?" I stuttered. "Why'd you want to do this if you're too chicken shit to do it yourself?" She groaned. Henry shifted uncomfortably on the balls of his feet. "I'm not chicken shit," I said, puffing my chest out. "Just come get me when you're done," she said. Won't that guy know you didn't stay with us when we go back through the front?" She laughed. "Like I care about getting in trouble with some hick." And with that, I flicked my flashlight back on. Henry and I steeled ourselves and set off down the first tunnel. Right off the bat, I could tell there were way less people in this maze. Faint footsteps from above were few and far between. We only passed one other group of people after the first fork. A teenage boy eyed us down as we passed, likely guessing we weren't supposed to be there alone. Henry's company washed away a lot of the unease, but I quickly realized that we were in over our heads. It didn't take long for us to get turned around.
Maybe we should go back and try from the start,
said Henry. Nah, I said, not wanting to admit that I didn't remember the route we took. This place isn't that big. I bet we're almost there. We passed the same group of teenagers again. It was a good indicator that we were going in circles, but we were both too timid to ask for help. I cranked the flashlight's battery a bit as we hit dead end after dead end. It wasn't showing any signs of losing power, but the fear of losing our only light source was starting to dawn on me.
Are we supposed to go this way?
Henry's question broke my train of thought. I followed his pointer finger to the wall with the beam of my flashlight, and I saw a small gap in the haystack. Some of the hallways in that maze were pretty cramped, but this was the smallest opening we had come across. So small, in fact, that I had walked right past it. To answer his question, I wasn't sure. The entrance was no bigger than 3 feet tall. Even we would have to get down on all fours to fit through it, and it didn't seem likely that the people who built this thing would expect teenagers to fit through at all. The hole was just small enough to appear unintentional, but just big enough to suggest that it was the way forward. Can't hurt to try, I said. Henry was a head shorter than me, so he went in first. I squeezed through behind him, holding the flashlight out in front of me. The opening was deceptively deep, stretching far enough to be considered a tunnel on its own. Henry stopped in his tracks halfway through, wary of its unexpected length.
You sure this is part of it?
Henry called over his shoulder. Look, there's an opening right there. I pushed him forward. The small tunnel led out in the middle of a standard-sized one. As Henry came out the other side, I heard a muffled laugh and some scampering footsteps above us. Henry stumbled as he tried to get on his feet, falling back into me. I was still crawling out of the shortcut, and he fell right onto my outstretched arm holding the flashlight. My heart sank as the flashlight was sandwiched between Henry and the dirt. It didn't go out, but when he rolled off it, I saw that the hand crank used to charge it had completely broken off. I frantically started rooting around in the hay for the handle.
Is everything okay?
Henry asked, his voice shaky. My hand found the little plastic knob. Yeah, everything's okay. I went to pop the crank back into place, only to find that it had snapped off in a way that was truly irreparable. The handle left behind a good chunk of plastic in the hole that it had been dislodged from. I tried forcing it back in, but it just popped right back out when I went to turn it. I heard Henry's breath quicken. "It's okay," I assured him. Before now, our age difference had seemed negligible, but all of a sudden, I felt that it was my responsibility to calm his nerves. "Look, I can still turn it like this." I plunged the hole with my finger and started twisting it. There was only about a millimeter of open space left for my finger to latch onto, but it provided just enough leverage for me to rotate the disc like a rotary phone dial. As the mechanism whirred, jagged remnants of plastic crank dug into my skin. I winced and withdrew my finger, but Henry seemed convinced. I helped Henry back up to his feet. "Come on, we'll be out of here in no time." I couldn't have been more wrong. After going through that opening in the hay, we walked for what felt like an hour. Occasionally, we would hit a fork in the road and pick a way forward at random. We tried doubling back to the small tunnel that had led us here, but we never came across that opening again. Eventually, the flashlight started to dim. It was a slow fade. By the time I realized what was happening, our visibility had been cut in half. I tried to charge it as much as I could bear to, rotating fingers until all of them were bright red and stinging. There wasn't much use to it. The mechanism ran off kinetic energy, and I could only get a few turns at a time before the tips of my fingers would rub raw. We started calling out at any footsteps from the floor above us, but those had become even more infrequent. The slow depreciation of our flashlight went completely unspoken for what seemed like forever. Neither one of us wanted to bring it up. I only knew that he saw it too, because the more it dimmed, the more our pace quickened. We were full-on sprinting through the maze. At that point, we could barely see more than a foot ahead of us. I made a turn, and Henry missed it, running headfirst into a wall of hay. He fell backwards onto his butt. Tears started streaming down his cheeks for the second time that day.
"Simon, we're lost,"
he cried. "I know." I could barely choke the words out. Our light was rapidly depleting, like the dying embers of a campfire. Henry screamed for his mom. I did the same. I felt sick to my stomach, but was too hungry to vomit. My body was aching and out of breath, but the maze was far from done with us. I started cranking the flashlight with my finger as fast as I could. The bulb shot back to life, but I could only push past the pain for a few seconds. As soon as I took my finger out, it immediately started to dim again. The battery was too far gone, and the skin on the top of my finger was in a nasty state. Henry was hyperventilating, clawing at a solid wall of hay and screaming like a maniac.
"Henry!
He didn't even hear me over the sound of his despair.
Henry!"
I grabbed him by the shoulders, letting the flashlight fall at our feet. It illuminated us from below as I pulled in close to address him face to face while I still could.
"Henry, the light is gonna go out,"
I finally admitted. He burst into a tirade of shrieking sobs. Snot and tears caked his face. It broke my heart seeing what little faith he had left completely drained from his eyes. A knot sat high in the back of my throat. My mind raced for the right words as his face faded from my view. What would my mom say? "It's going to be dark, and it's going to be scary," I said, doing my best to steady my voice. "I know we're lost, but we can still get out."
No.
"Henry, there has to be a way out. And even if we can't find it, it's only a matter of time before everyone comes looking for us." I grabbed his hand, and I stuck it to the wall right next to us. "We'll keep walking, and we'll make it to the end, no matter what." The luminescent bulb's final glimmer sunk into his eyes. "Henry, will you walk with me?" His pupils disappeared into the dark.
"Yes."
And with that, the light was completely snuffed out. I'm realizing now that I may not have been descriptive enough earlier. When that flashlight went out, we were cast into a darkness the likes of which I've never known before or since. Every wall and ceiling was packed thick with bales of hay. Even in the middle of the day, not an inkling of sunlight was able to pierce through the layers upon layers of crisscrossing straw. If somebody held their finger an inch away from your open eye, you would have no idea of knowing it was there. Compounded with the hay's soundproof quality, we were essentially lost in a labyrinthian sensory deprivation chamber. I let Henry cry it out for a while. When he finally spoke again, I could hear the resolve in his voice.
"Okay, let's go."
I kept my hand pinned to the wall as I stood up and instructed him to do the same. After a moment to collect ourselves, we set off again. It took a long time for us to adapt to the darkness. Just putting one foot in front of the other was a challenge. Henry kept bumping into me from behind as we were completely unable to sync up our strides. We walked slow and steady. After walking headfirst into a left turn, I took to keeping my other arm stretched out in front of me. I started calling out turns as we came across them, not wanting to overshoot and risk taking my hand off of the wall. We took lots of breaks. The feeling of pins and needles crept into our outstretched arms frequently. We didn't talk any more than we had to. Outside of calling out turns, I kept my thoughts to myself. My ears rang in the sickening silence. I felt some slight comfort in hearing Henry's feet dragging behind me, though it was entirely outweighed by a dread which grew exponentially with each passing second. We just kept going and going and going. Winding paths forked into more winding paths. We circled dead end after dead end. We weaved our way through countless corners and endless entrails, walking and walking and walking still. And as we walked, things started to change. First, I felt it in my feet. The ground beneath us became firm. I thought we had made our way onto some wooden boards, but when I knelt down, I still felt dirt. I still felt dirt, but the dirt felt different. It felt as if the dirt soil was giving way to a more solid material, slowly rising from the earth as we advanced. The walls started to feel different, too. Strands of hay began to feel sparse until the bouncy, dry texture was replaced by the smooth, cold feel of cobblestone. Even the air started to feel less stuffy.
Simon, do you feel it?
I didn't have to ask what he meant. Yeah, let's stop for a second. I plugged my finger back into the flashlight, which I had fastened to my belt loop since it went out. I took a deep breath and started turning. Once again, the plastic bit into my finger. The hallway lit up around us. I was terrified to learn the details of our new surroundings. Somehow, as soon as we could see again, my fears were redirected in a way that I could never have predicted. As light filled the area, the feeling of hay and dirt beneath our feet returned. The walls, the ceiling. It was all hay. The stuffiness and stillness returned as though the air around us reverted back to that of the haystack maze. Henry looked ghoulish, sweaty and covered in dirt, desperation in his eyes. I'm sure I looked just as bad. I pulled my finger out of the flashlight when it drew blood, and the light started to die once more. As the room around us disappeared from view, the feeling of the cold, stony atmosphere returned. There were no words to be said. I couldn't bring myself to believe the reality of where we were, and I couldn't fathom the possibility of where we might end up. Henry whimpered as we were cast back into unequivocal darkness.
I don't like this,
said Henry.
Let's go back.
Back the way we came.
Yeah.
I racked my brain for a better idea. Okay. We turned on our heels, swapping hands on the wall. I had no faith left in the wall method, but clinging to it was the only way for us to retain some sense of direction. I think we were doing it for comfort more than anything. Henry was now in the lead, taking us back the way we came. I expected the familiar feeling of hay beneath our feet to return as we retraced our steps, but that feeling did not come. If anything, the following hours made it even more clear that no matter which way we went, each step took us further into parts unknown. I heard the sound of our shoes against the hard stone reverberating more and more as we continued. Our steps accumulated a sizable echo, suggesting that we had ventured into some sort of wide open space the size of a coliseum. I even felt a cold breeze. I stuck my free arm out to the right in an attempt to reach the other side of the tunnel, but it only found open air. I felt numb to the surrealism of the situation. I had abandoned all disbelief hours ago. Even if we had spent a significant amount of time walking in circles, there was no way we wouldn't have stumbled across the exit by now. The texture of the wall and the feel of the room continued to evolve as we walked,
The air became thick and dry once more. The stone texture beneath my fingertips began to soften until it felt akin to some sort of crumbling, sedimentary rock. I heard the sound of crackling fire, as if large torches lined the wall above our head. Yet they cast no light, and we felt no warmth from the invisible flames. I grunted as I ran right into Henry, sandwiching him against a wall in front of us. It had been so long since we hit a turn, I guess he had stopped holding a hand out ahead of him. My nose smacked into the back of his head. Stars danced in my eyes. The force almost knocked my hand off the wall, but I managed to keep hold of it. "Shoot," I said, rubbing my nose with my free hand. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. My heart started pounding ferociously. Henry, are you there?" "Yes." His voice was barely a whisper. Whatever we had just hit, it had shaken him to his core. "What is it?" I pleaded. I jumped as I heard a whisper directly in my ear. It was Henry's voice. I hadn't heard him inch closer. His words were barely audible, but they punched me right in the gut. "I think it's a door." I stood, speechless, for an eternity. "Are you sure?" I whispered. I felt his hand grip my wrist. I instinctively ripped it away from him. "Sorry." "Go in front of me," he said, still keeping his voice low. I felt him squeeze underneath my armpit to get behind me. I steadied my breath, took a step forward, and stuck out my left hand. It was met with a wall of solid wood. I could feel the coarse, splintery grain as soon as my fingertips hit its surface. Hairs rose on the back of my neck. I slid my hand to the position where I would expect to find a doorknob, and I found one. The metal was warm, an unnerving juxtaposition to the cool air we had been experiencing as of late. I didn't try to turn it. In school, they told us that when a door handle is warm, that means there's a fire on the other side. That was reason enough for me to not open the door, but it wasn't the only one. A foreboding sense of anticipation crept up my spine as soon as my hand felt the knob. I can't explain it, but I could tell that there was someone, or something, standing right on the other side of that door, waiting for us to open it. I took my hand off the knob. "Let's turn back around," I whispered, not wanting to question or even acknowledge our horrifying discovery. "Okay," Henry replied, likely feeling the same. Even now, I have no idea how long we were actually in that maze for. I tried counting as high as I could to pass the time, and stopped somewhere in the thousands. Hours felt like minutes, but seconds felt like days. Realistically, we had only been without food or water for a handful of hours, but I'm sure that the time we spent running around in a panic had expedited our hunger and dehydration. We took breaks more frequently. Blisters had formed on my heels. My knees felt like they might buckle beneath me at any moment. I began to miss the sweat on my forehead that had stung my eyes while we were in the thick air of the haystacks. I began to wonder if we would walk for days until exhaustion overtook us. "I need to go to the bathroom," said Henry. His voice took me by surprise. I figured he had already gone in his pants like I had, but I guess he had been holding it in the whole time. "Okay," I said, slowing to a stop. "I'm going to go a couple steps ahead. Call me when you're done." I did as I said, sinking down to a crouch with my back against the wall as he did his business. As I heard the sounds of his relief, a ping of revelation struck me. I slapped my hand against the cold stone of the ground and heard no echo ring out after. Wherever we were now, the lacking acoustics suggested that the tunnel had become narrow again. I heard Henry pull up his zipper and I walked back towards him. "I think we should try to touch the other wall," I said. "What?" "I think the tunnel is small now. We should try to get to the other wall and see if that leads us out." He didn't have to think about it long. The path we were already on hadn't helped. "Keep your hand on this one," I said, finding his shoulder again, "and stretch out as far as you can." I felt him spread his arms wide, and I followed his left arm out into the middle of the hallway that I hoped we were standing in. We locked hands, and I stretched as far away from the wall as I could, begging for the tip of my middle finger to brush against another wall. But that other wall wasn't there. And in my strain to find it, I accidentally pulled Henry too far. Suddenly we were falling to the right, the opposite direction from which we had been leaning. I toppled on top of Henry in the space where the wall had been a split second ago. My palm struck the cold, hard ground, catching me just before my face would have hit it. Henry wasn't so lucky. I heard him groan as the back of his head smacked against the floor, hard as granite. "Are you okay?" I screamed out. He moaned. "Did you just let go of the wall?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Just for a second," he mumbled. I shot to my feet and frantically started shuffling around in the dark, waving my arms out in front of me like a zombie. I didn't feel anything. The wall was gone. Our only tie to the maze had vanished into thin air the second we let it out of our touch. Tears flowed. I screamed as loud as I could. I screamed for my mom. I screamed for God. Nobody answered. I felt Henry curl up on the ground by my feet. As my voice broke, I collapsed on top of him, molding us into a human heap of misery. We sat there in silence for quite a while, hungry, tired, and completely consumed by the darkness. I have no words to describe the complete and utter hopelessness I felt. Henry laid his hand on my lap. I felt his tears soak into the fabric of my jeans. I brushed a comforting hand through Henry's hair, and I felt a warm, sticky substance oozing out of the back of his head. My stomach sank through the floor. "Henry?" "Yeah," he replied, his voice broken and faint. "You sure you're okay?" His grip on me loosened a bit. "Yeah." I let that sit for a moment. "Do you want to keep walking?" I asked. I felt him lightly shake his head, no, against my lap. "You want to stay here?" He nodded. "Okay, we'll wait for them to come find us." Henry's breath became labored. I sat and stroked his hair and closed my eyes. This is where we would die. I was sure of it. After everything that we had been through, it didn't seem that bad. We had slipped into a crack between worlds, lost in a boundless, incomprehensible void, betrayed by our reality, forgotten by our God. There was nothing left to do but sit and cry and wait. And then, out of the darkness, we heard him. At first, he was just a pair of creeping footsteps in the distance. They appeared so subtle that I didn't even process them until they were almost upon us. I thought they were a trick of my imagination, but sure enough, a deep, booming voice soon rang out to accompany them. "You boys lost." The sound of another voice was so unnatural to me. Maybe it was the hunger, or the exhaustion, or the pure emotional turmoil, but I swear the voice sounded exactly like my father's. "Dad," Henry called out from my lap. A low chuckle split the air. "No, I'm not your father," the shadow man cooed. "I'm just a friend." As he inched closer, I heard that our visitor was not alone. His footsteps were joined by those of a four-legged animal. Claw tips clacking against the hard floor suggested it was some sort of large dog. Suddenly, his animalistic companion bounded towards us. I braced myself and pulled Henry close to my chest as I felt the cold, wet prodding of a large snout against our bodies. Sniffing and snorting like that of a basset hound filled the air. I could hear a large metal chain dangling from its neck, the other end no doubt held by the mysterious man. "You boys seem mighty lost," he said. On the surface, he sounded concerned, but the more he talked and the closer he got to us, I sensed a jovial undercurrent in his words, like someone trying their best to suppress a smile. "Can you get us out of here?" Henry pleaded. "Of course I can," said the man. He was now standing right in front of us. "I came here to collect you." I heard the basset hound go off towards the spot where Henry had relieved himself earlier. It sniffed around a bit before returning to us. I heard the chain settle as it sat at its master's heel. "How can you see us?" I asked, my voice raspy. "Do you have a flashlight?" "Don't need one," the man said, a slight twinge of annoyance in his voice. "I've done my fair share of rooting around in the dark. Guess my eyes have adjusted to it." I tried to visualize what he might look like.
I did my best to keep the nondescript shape of a man's face in my mind as he spoke, but the dancing fuzz of my vision kept contorting his features into something unnatural. I heard a shuffling, and the proximity of the man's voice when he spoke next suggested that he had knelt down to address us.
You're in rough shape,
The shadow man said.
Please, get us out of here.
Henry moaned, barely audible.
Well,
Said the man.
I sure would like to, but I can only take one of you at a time.
I couldn't believe my ears. What do you mean? I pressed. Why can't you take both of us with you?
This boy is far too hurt. Trying to manage both of you at once would just slow us down,
The man said, his voice rife with false emotional strain.
Wish there was another way, but that's just how it is.
What are you talking about? I growled. I'll walk right behind you.
I said no.
He boomed. His baritone shook my body so hard that my teeth clattered.
One child at a time. That's the rule.
He growled. He sounded exasperated at the notion, as if the rule were not of his own design. My gut told me not to follow this man anywhere, but the thought of being separated from Henry petrified me. The man let out another deep sigh.
Don't you worry. As long as you stay right where you are, I'll be able to get you just fine. What do you say, son?
I was scared and confused and filled with millions of questions, but far too weak to protest further. Despite my complete lack of sight, I felt the unmistakable aura of an outstretched hand in front of me. I went to meet it, and upon feeling the leathery flesh of his palm, an icy jolt of terror shot through my veins. I had been trying as hard as I could to keep the basic image of a human man's face in my mind, but in that moment, the dancing specks behind my eyes insisted on warping those features into something horrifying. I tried so hard not to imagine him as a towering, slender figure with spindly arms that stretched multiple yards long, so long that he had to fold them over thrice, like the crooked legs of an exotic bird, just to offer his hands to me this close in proximity. I tried not to imagine a robust potbelly jutting out of his otherwise slender frame, covered in thick black fur and hanging low over his legs, which were just as long as his arms and folded up like an accordion. I tried not to imagine his face as a gaunt, eyeless visage with dark, rugged skin stretched tight around an impossibly wide grin. I tried not to imagine a pair of ivory horns atop his head that spiraled several feet up towards the heavens. I tried and tried and tried to keep that ghastly depiction out of my head, but as long as he held my hand in his, it persisted in my mind's eye as if it were an unquestionable truth. I withdrew my hand from his grasp, awestruck with a terror that I cannot possibly describe. I pulled Henry as close as I humanly could and whispered directly into his ear. "Henry, I don't think we should go with him. I think we should stay here." The man definitely heard me, but he didn't react. He remained crouched in front of us, skeletal fingers held out in offer.
I want my mom,
Henry whispered. He felt limp, like a rag doll in my arms.
Please, son. I reckon he ain't got much time left,
taunted the shadow figure. I had no tears left to cry. Henry was dying in my arms. Whatever might happen to him, should I let him go, he wouldn't last much longer here. I loosened my grip as I felt Henry's arm leave my lap. I whimpered and felt him being tugged away.
"Don't worry,"
the man sneered.
"I'll carry you."
I heard the hound pull at its chain and set off into the dark. The footsteps of the man followed behind it.
"You stay put."
I heard him call over his shoulder.
"I'll come back for you later."
I curled up in a ball as the footsteps became increasingly faint. My mind raced with the possible outcomes of my decision. What awaited Henry in the arms of the Shadow Man? Did he really intend to help? Or had Henry just met a terrible fate?
My thoughts were bombarded with untold horrors that might be in store. I imagined Henry's blood-curdling screams at the hands of the conniving spectre. I could sense his suffering. I could hear his torment. I could feel his blood on my hands. I don't know what possessed me to finally get back on my feet. Maybe it was pure adrenaline or my fear of the Shadow Man, but the newfound isolation was a big enough push for my survival instincts to fully kick in. I was struck with the sudden, intense realization that I had to get myself out of that maze, whatever the cost. I shot up so fast I nearly keeled over. I fumbled around for a carburetor latched onto my belt loop and freed the flashlight from its clasp. I took a deep breath and shoved the mangled tip of my pointer finger back into the hole. It was time for a Hail Mary. I gritted my teeth and began to spin the dial like my life depended on it. Needles of pain shot up my arm, and I fed the mechanism with my suffering. Every second the plastic shards dug into my skin felt like a hot lick of hellfire. But I viciously worked it round and round until the room began to illuminate. Once again, the sight of the hay walls and a dirt floor began to creep into view, but that wasn't all this time. As the light brought me out of that dark, endless void, I began to hear muffled voices and footsteps all around me for the first time in days. They were looking for me. They were looking for us. A wave of relief crashed over me, but it stole my mind from the task at hand. My cranking had slowed, and the light began to dim again. As it faded, so did the sounds of my salvation. I was slipping away, back into the dark. I took off running. The premise of rescue reinvigorated my work on the flashlight. I winced as it shredded my skin, alternating fingers until each one was coated by the steady drip of fresh blood. I cried out as much as I could, my voice raspy from overuse and dehydration. I ducked and weaved, desperate to make contact with someone, lest I fall back into the darkness. I turned a corner, and finally I was met with the glow of another flashlight. I dropped to my knees, letting the bloody hunk of plastic clatter to the ground. Beams of light bounced toward me, accompanied by the worried cries of my rescuers. The next thing I remember was waking up in the arms of a stranger. Daylight scorched my retinas as a teenager carried me out of the maze. It seemed impossible for the sun to still be up, but time spent was the farthest thing from my mind. Through a blur of tears, I saw my mother frantically screaming at a bunch of farmhands. My sister shrank behind her, face snow-white with guilt. A crowd of people was forming around them. Whoever found me hadn't been searching for long. I barely remember anything that happened once I was out of the maze. I remember being delivered into my mother's arms. I remember how tightly she held me while I told the firefighters about everything that had happened in the maze. I remember my sister crying profusely. I remember waiting there, past sunset, while a team of first responders and farmers dismantled the haystack maze, bale by bale. I remember Henry's mom pacing back and forth as the layers were slowly peeled away. I remember her screaming and bawling and slamming her fists into the dirt when they removed the last stack, and Henry was nowhere to be found. I remember all of that now, but to be honest, I didn't remember anything that I've written here until just a few months ago. Back in July, a couple of Zoe's friends and I staged an intervention about her drinking. She never made it past high school, and by the time I got home from my first year of college this spring, she had a reputation around town for being a total barfly. I think her friends were worried about her getting worse when I went back in the fall, but I wasn't sure why. We'd barely spoken for years. She lashed out at me as soon as she saw the circle of chairs in her living room. She claimed that I was the reason she couldn't keep her face out of a bottle, and wept about how a little boy went missing because of her carelessness. At first, I had no idea what she was talking about, but the more she spilled about everything from that day, the more those memories poured back into my head. The stone hallways, the wooden door, the man who took Henry. Everything. Even as I write this, new memories from my time in the haystack float to the surface. I feel adrift in a river of recollection, grasping out at small islands of information as they pass. Whenever I manage to latch onto one and start digging, I uncover the same system of roots connecting them all below the murky depths. I don't dare ask my mom about that day, but I've done my research. No matter what actually happened in that maze, a little boy named Henry went in and never came out. The local papers all say that he was led away by a strange man who took him off the farm. Nobody saw the two of them leave. Nobody knew what the man looked like. But I know. Try as I might, I still can't shake the sight of him from my mind. I can't escape the familiar sound of his voice. When I'm left alone with that thought, my ears replay his parting words to me like a broken record. My fear of the dark had already followed me into adulthood, but since remembering all of this, it has amplified immensely. I haven't slept much these past few months. Even when I crash from exhaustion, I always do so with the lights on. I've avoided going anywhere after sunset, and I never let my phone battery dip. I haven't gone to the movies or anywhere that would put me at risk of finding myself in total darkness. I'm not sure why I chose to share my story here. Maybe seeing all of the Halloween decorations going up around town stirred some guilt. I don't want any kid out there to go through what I did, and I definitely don't want anyone else to end up like Henry. Part of me thinks Henry is still out there. I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe I'll try to go back someday, shut myself in my closet with the lights off, and try to find him. For now, sharing my story is all I can stomach to do, because I know that even if Henry is somehow still alive, he won't be alone. I'll come back for you later. Out there, in the dark, I know he waits for me still.
The blizzard was supposed to last 2 days. Then 2 became 3. Then I was on day 4, holed up in my cabin. The only thing I could see outside was the snow, a white, shifting void that obscured the rest of the mountain range. I looked for the stars out of habit, but they were gone, buried behind layers of storm. The sky was black, thick with cloud and snow and the night. The trees, usually clear, were faint now. A smudge of darkness barely separated nature from the cabin. The thick snow blurred the edges, turning trees into shadows that shifted with the wind. What had once been a sharp, familiar bond was now lost in the white of the snow and darkness of the night. The tree line, usually clear, was faint now. A smudge of darkness barely separated nature from the cabin. The thick snow blurred the edges, turning trees into shadows that shifted with the wind. What had once been a sharp, familiar boundary was now lost in the white of the snow and darkness of the night. I was ready, at least. Before the storm hit, I'd driven down the mountain to the nearby town to stock up on supplies, like I always do. I filled up my good old Ford F-150 with food, water, and anything else I might need to ride out the worst of it. Back at the clearing off the cabin, I chopped firewood. I've already got enough stacked to last through a second ice age, but it gives me something to do. Something to break up the quiet. All aspects of it. The rhythmic thunk of the axe hitting the wood, the smell of fresh pine, the way the pile grows bigger with every swing. It all keeps me from thinking too much. I don't get visitors. That's not me being dramatic, it's just a fact. The nearest neighbor is a 45-minute drive down the mountain, and that's when the roads are clear, which they're not. Haven't been for days. That's why, when I heard a knock, I damn near dropped the mug of cocoa I was holding. It wasn't loud, just 2 slow, deliberate raps on the door. Then nothing. I stood there in the kitchen for a few seconds, just listening, waiting to hear it again. The storm was still going strong outside, but underneath the wind, the silence settled again like a blanket. Neither a knock nor a voice calling out followed. I figured I'd imagined it, cabin fever and all that. Wouldn't be the first time. But I walked to the door anyway. Something in me wouldn't let it go. Could have been curiosity, Or maybe I was just so goddamn starved for company that I wanted there to be someone out there. I opened the door, and there he was. A kid in his early 20s, maybe. He could have passed for a college student if he wasn't half frozen. His face was pale as paper, lips blue, eyes wide and glassy like he wasn't all there. Snow clung to his coat in heavy clumps, and he was shaking so hard his teeth were clacking together. God, I said, before I even thought about it. He didn't answer, didn't even look at me. Just stood there, trembling in the doorway like he didn't know where he was. I should have hesitated. Should have asked what he was doing out in a blizzard, who he was, how he got up here. But I didn't. If I closed the door and he died out there, I'd never be able to live with myself. That part of me, the part that used to be a husband, the part that could have been a father one day, it's still there, somewhere, even if it's quieter now. Come in, I said. Come in. Let's get you warm. He stepped inside without a word. The wind slammed the door shut behind him. He left a trail of melting snow behind him as I led him to the fire. His boots were soaked through. I had him sit on the old armchair by the hearth while I threw a couple logs on and got the flames high. I asked if he was hurt. He didn't answer. Can you talk? I tried again. Tell me your name? Still nothing. Just that 1,000-yard stare. Like he was looking through the fire. Past it. Like he saw something there I couldn't. He looked like hell, skin pale and tight over the bones, lips cracked, nose bleeding just a little from the cold. I knelt down beside him to check for frostbite. And that's when I saw it. On his side, just below the ribs, his jacket torn and shirt soaked with blood, was a wound, a deep bite, ragged, raw, and already turning dark around the edges. It wasn't new, a day old, maybe more. The skin around it was red and hot. You didn't say you were bit, I muttered, more to myself than to him. He flinched when I touched it, first reaction I'd gotten out of him. His eyes snapped to mine, wild, just for a second. Then, they went vacant again. It didn't look like a wolf bite. I've seen those before. Hell, I've seen worse, back when I hunted more often. Wolves tear, rip, pull. This was cleaner. Too clean. I patched it up as best I could, cleaned it, wrapped gauze tight around his ribs. He winced, but didn't make a sound. Just watched me, breathing shallow, like a cornered animal. After that, I set him up in the guest room. It had a bed, a thick blanket, and a space heater in the corner. He didn't say a word, and just laid down, curled in on himself, eyes still wide open. I left him there, closed the door gently behind me. The cabin felt smaller after that, like he brought something in with him. A weight, a shift in the air. I tried to shake it. I made myself tea, sat by the fire, and held a book in my lap I didn't read. I checked on him an hour later. He was asleep, out cold, no fever, at least none I could feel. I left the door cracked, just in case. I must have nodded off at some point. The fire was down to coals when I woke up. House quiet as the grave. I could hear the wind screaming against the windows, the old trees creaking out front, but nothing inside. No footsteps, no coughing, no movement from the guest room. I was just about to check again when I heard the floorboard creak. He was standing in the hall, just watching me. Fuck, I said, nearly spilling my tea. He blinked, slowly, looked around like he wasn't sure where he was.
Sorry,
he said, voice hoarse, dry.
didn't mean to scare you.
It's all right, I said. You're lucky to be alive. What the hell were you doing up here? He scratched at his bandage.
Hiking,
He said.
with my girlfriend, Emma.
I waited.
We were camping in the woods. Yesterday, a few nights before, got caught in the storm. Thought we'd hunker down, ride it out.
He stopped, his jaw
tightened.
We heard something, he said. Outside the tent. I thought it was wolves. Big ones. We stayed quiet, didn't move. But it didn't matter. They tore through the side.
He swallowed hard, eyes wet now, but not crying.
I ran. I didn't even see what they looked like. Just teeth. It was wrong. Too many of them. Emma screamed and then...
His voice broke off. You didn't see her after that? He shook his head.
I ran until I couldn't. Then I saw your cabin.
You're safe now, kid. Just rest. He nodded, turned, and walked back to the guest room like he was sleepwalking. I tried going back to sleep, even poured myself another mug of cocoa just to have something warm in my hands, but the air felt heavier now, like it was pressing in on me, 1 inch at a time. Sometime after midnight, I heard the floor creak. I glanced up, expecting to see him again, maybe wandering the hall, confused. But there was no one, just the faint sound of the bathroom door clicking shut at the end of the hall. A light spilled out in a thin line under the frame. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The pipes groaned once, a long, low exhale like the cabin itself was holding its breath. Then I heard glass break. I walked to the bathroom and cleared my throat loud enough for him to hear. No response. You all right in there? Still nothing. Steam started seeping out from under the door, slow and crawling, hugging the floor like smoke. It looked off, not sharp and white like a shower usually gives off. It was thicker, heavier, gray around the edges, like breath fogged on glass. I stood outside for another minute, then stepped closer. I pressed my knuckles to the door and knocked once, gently.
You hear me, son?
Silence. Not even the shuffle of movement. No cough, no running water. The wood felt cold beneath my hand. Not warm like it should be, with steam coming through. Just still and dead and cold. I leaned in, pressed my ear to the door, listened. Nothing. Every instinct in me said, walk away, let it be. The boy had been through hell. Maybe he needed time. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he just broke the mirror by accident. Maybe I was imagining things again. But my gut had gone cold, and it wasn't from the storm. I wrapped my hand around the knob. It was slick with condensation. I turned it slowly, quiet as I could, until the latch gave way with a soft click. Then, holding my breath, I gently opened the door. What I saw shook me. The kid was split open vertically down the middle, bisected with a horrific precision that ran from the crown of his head through his nose, mouth, and sternum, all the way down to his groin. The bathroom looked like a butcher's block, the tiled floor underneath stained with something dark and moist. His two halves rested on the floor like broken mannequins, separated by a sickening foot of space. Ribs, stark white and splintering, jutted like snapped fences. Muscles still glistening and unnervingly pink hung in strips. The coiled lengths of intestine and the dull, spilled organs lay exposed and motionless on the floor, some still clinging to one half of the body. There was an emptiness where his spine should have been, a hollowed-out canyon running through his core. It was as if something massive had forced its way out from the inside. The precision of the split through bone and gristle was alien, wrong. Then, through the haze of shock, a draft hit me, a bone-deep cold that had nothing to do with the storm outside. My eyes, still wide and unfocused, slowly tracked it.
The small bathroom window, usually sealed tight against the mountain air, was shattered. Not just cracked, but exploded outward, as if something had exited through it. Jagged shards of glass glittered on the sill and floor. The fierce wind howled through the gap, bringing with it a stinging spray of snow. And from the half of the young man's body that was closer to the window, a trail began. A glistening, repulsive path of black and dark red slime snaked across the pristine white tiles, past the gurgling toilet, over the shattered glass, and through the broken window frame, disappearing into the white void of the blizzard. I thought it was blood, but it was thick, viscous, and seemed to pulsate faintly in the dim light, leaving an oily sheen in its wake. Whatever had been inside him, whatever had ripped him apart and then fled, had left this horrifying signature. I finally found my breath. It was a cold, panicked gasp that tasted of iron and a strange stink coming off the floor. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the split halves, off the black and red trail that snaked across the tiles. Every instinct screamed, run. Not down the mountain. I'd never make it. But away from this room. It was out there now. Something that hid inside a man, then discarded the skin to crawl through a broken window into a night that would kill anything normal. The thought of it sliding down the mountain, of it reaching the small, defenseless town I'd just driven through days ago, made adrenaline surge through paralysis. It couldn't make it to town. Not on my watch. My feet moved before my brain gave the order. I didn't bother closing the bathroom door. The horror had already escaped. I moved past the living room where the cozy glow of the dying fire felt like a cruel joke, and into the master bedroom. I went straight to the closet. Tucked behind my winter gear, right where I always kept it, was a Remington 870. I pulled it out. The cold steel of the pump action, a familiar weight in my hands. I grabbed the box of double-aught buckshot from the shelf, spilling a handful of crimson shells onto the carpet, but I didn't stop to pick them up. I loaded the shotgun quickly, the sharp, metallic shick of the shells cutting through the roar of the wind. It had been years since I'd pointed a gun at anything that wasn't a deer, but looking at the slick, dark trail leading out of my house, I knew this wasn't hunting a living being. This was stopping something that was already dead, something that had worn death, then shed it. I wasn't a hero. I was just a widower with a cabin, a shotgun, and a terrifying realization. I was the last line of defense. The storm that had trapped me had trapped it, too, on the mountain. I held the shotgun steady, my knuckles white. The wind howled outside. The trees creaked. I checked the hall one last time, glanced at the horror show of the bathroom, then moved toward the front door. There was no plan. There was only the gun in my hands, worry in my heart, and the knowledge that something sinister was crawling through the snow towards civilization. I flipped the deadbolt and hit the door with my shoulder. The wind was a physical blow, a sudden, blinding white sheet that stole my breath and stung my eyes. The roar of the storm swallowed the world around. It was a complete whiteout. My eyes searched frantically for the trail. The front porch was already buried under a fresh drift, but I knelt down, shielding my face against the immediate sting of the snow. There it was, still outside, the bathroom window on the other side of the perimeter. The oily, black and crimson slime was already freezing, but it hadn't been buried yet. It was distinct, lying on the otherwise clean snow like spilled oil. It didn't just drip, it looked like something had slithered. I followed it, sinking immediately into the drifts up to my knees. The air was so cold it burned my lungs. I kept the Remington high. Its barrel was a dark, steady presence against the blinding white. The trail, growing in width as I followed it, led past the wood pile and headed directly for the tree line. The trees themselves were black specters against the night, swaying and groaning under the weight of the snow. I fought against the resistance of the deep snow, pushing myself faster, driven by the metallic reek of the slime that, even in the freezing air, seemed to linger. I was maybe 20 yards from the cabin, battling a sudden, heaving gust, when I saw it. At first,
I thought it was a buck driven mad by the storm. It was easily that size, low to the ground, its dark shape barely discernible in the whirling vortex of snow where the cabin's clearing met the forest edge. But it didn't move like a deer. It didn't trot or bound. It scuttled. It was hunkered down, its massive body creating a brief moment of stillness in the blizzard. A small, black shadow against the white fury. I stopped dead, sinking deeper into the drift. I raised the shotgun, pushing the safety off with a dry click. Through the shifting veil of snow, I strained to make out details, and the details I found were strange. It was hairy, thick black fur matted and clotted. The fur was plastered down in clumps, matted thick with the same crimson slime that lined the floor of my bathroom. Its bulk seemed to be expanding, the hair giving it an immense, distorted volume, but the low, hunched posture suggested it was something that preferred to crawl. It had multiple limbs, too many, working in sync to move it along the ground, thick, jointed appendages that glistened unnervingly. The sight was a sickening contradiction. The heavy, dense covering of fur mixed with the raw, unnatural sheen of the slime. It looked like a living, wet wound covered in an animal's coat. Then, it lifted something. Its head. I realized with a shudder of pure dread. It was impossibly large and angular, but I couldn't discern a face. Then, the wind cleared the snow just enough for me to see a flash of wet, sickly red, where the eyes or a mouth should have been, reflecting the distant, faint light from my cabin window. It didn't see me. It seemed focused entirely on the darkness of the tree line, already begging to merge with the shadows. It was moving, still low and fast, dragging its huge, repulsive body away from the cabin and toward the mountain pass that led to town. I gripped the shotgun, ignoring the trembling of my own body. The blizzard made the shot difficult, but the distance was short. If I let it reach the shelter of the trees, it would be gone. I took the slack out of the trigger. There was no hesitation left in me, just the immediate, primal need to stop this monstrosity before it vanished. I squeezed the trigger. The sound of the Remington going off was deafening, a violent boom that shattered the stillness of the storm. The flash of the muzzle momentarily burned the image of the creature into my retina. I felt the powerful kick of the shotgun against my shoulder, and a split second later, the buckshot slammed into the creature's massive torso. It didn't go down. Instead, the thing let out a sound that cut right through the howling wind. A screaming wail that was entirely inorganic, like tearing metal on a wet, ripping canvas. It was a noise of pain, but also of inhuman rage, and it sent a spike of pure terror through my chest. The section of its body where the shot hit seemed to absorb the impact, scattering the spray of the thick, dark slime and a few clumps of matted hair into the air. It scrambled. The monstrous body, for all its bulk, moved with terrifying speed, abandoning the relatively clear ground and lunging into the dense black of the tree line. I pumped the action, ejecting the spent shell and loading a fresh round. I didn't wait to see if it was mortally wounded. I just knew I had to keep it moving, keep it from burrowing down or reaching the pass. I plunged into the forest after it, following the fresh, dark disturbance in the snow. The trees offered a brief, deceptive shield from the worst of the wind, but the snow was deeper here, making every step a labor. I focused only on the trail, the churning snow, the scattered slime, the deep, heavy indentations of its multiple limbs. I ran until my legs burned, until the cold made the skin on my face ache, until the sounds of its desperate, laborious breathing were drowned out by my own. Then, I stopped. The trail vanished. One moment I was following a distinct line of destruction, the next, the snow was pristine, only marked by my own clumsy boot prints. I moved forward a few more steps, scanning the blizzard-shrouded ground, wondering if the heavy snow had worked against me and buried the signs, but no. The trail hadn't slowly faded, it had ended completely, as if the creature had simply dissolved into the air. I rotated slowly, the shotgun trembling slightly in my grip, my eyes uselessly searching the area around me. My breath hitched,
I caught it only as an indistinct smear of shadow, a sudden movement in my peripheral vision, high above me. I tilted my head back, staring up into the shifting, wind-whipped canopy of the pines. There was no ground trail, because the trail had continued. Up. The dark, oily slime wasn't on the snow anymore. It was smeared high on the bark of the nearest trees, running in sickening vertical streaks. The monster hadn't been slowed. It had simply used the vertical space the forest offered. It had the high ground. It was above, hidden by the night and the dense pine needles, and I was exposed beneath it. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had gone from the hunter to the obvious, slow-moving target. I scanned the dark trunks of the nearest pines, searching for any break, any shelter that might afford me a moment of cover. About 10 feet away, a massive ancient pine had been partially uprooted long ago, its gnarled root system exposed. The dirt and thick, woody roots had formed a dark, protective cave against the elements. I dove toward it, dropping to my hands and knees in the snow. I wedged myself into the space beneath the largest root, pulling the shotgun close to my chest. My back pressed against the cold, frozen earth. I held perfectly still, straining my ears against the wind, forcing myself to shrink into the shadows in the earth. It was silence again, save for the storm. The vast black space between the high branches and the low earth was not where the true danger lay. I looked up through an opening in the uplifted roots, seeing only the tangled darkness. I waited for a drop of slime, a tremor of a branch, or the silent, horrifying moment when that massive, hairy, glistening shape would descend. I stayed perfectly still, trying to slow the panicked rush of my breath. The silence, punctuated only by the wind, was unbearable. The creature was somewhere above, hunting for the man that had just fired the loud, disruptive weapon. Then, the snow began to sift down. Not from the storm, but from the branches above. Chunks fell, followed by a sudden, heavy thud just yards away. It had dropped. The creature was on the ground again, but now it wasn't scrambling away. It was waddling, a fast, deliberate, low-to-the-earth movement, like a massive, glistening insect trying to appear harmless. Its bulk seemed even more immense now that it was no longer distorted by the heights, and I could hear the wet, squelching sound of its many appendages on the snow. It moved slowly into the small clearing around my hiding spot. I was pressed so tightly against the frozen roots that the wood dug painfully into my spine, but I didn't dare flinch. I had already positioned the Remington. My shooting hand gripped the trigger. The barrel angled slightly up and out toward the opening of the root cave, resting against the snow-covered ground. The creature's movement was erratic, darting toward the tree line one moment, then pulling back. Why hasn't it found me? Then I realized it wasn't looking for me. Its massive, misshapen head was constantly sniffing the air, lifting and twisting with jerky movements. The air was thick with the howling blizzard and the scent of damp pine and frozen earth. The storm was masking my scent. The wind and the heavy, blowing snow were scattering and nullifying my presence, covering the fresh trace of gunpowder and adrenaline. I was lucky. The storm had become my unintentional ally. After a few minutes, the sniffing paid off. The waddling ceased, and its massive, slimy, hairy form turned directly toward my root cave. It approached the gap between the thick roots, filling the dark space with its bulk. It was so close, I could feel the minute vibrations of its weight disturbing the ground. And then, its head lowered. The snow cleared just long enough for me to see the details I hadn't been able to discern in the blizzard. Its head was roughly the size of a buck or moose skull, but hideously wrong. The bone structure was too broad, too blunt. It had no discernible eyes, just wide swaths of slick, wet flesh the color of old blood. It wasn't just fur that covered it. Its thick, dark hair was matted with the slime, forming a repulsive, heavy mane. Interspersed within its mane were a horrifying number of short, glistening, leech-like appendages that writhed slightly in the cold air, tasting
and searching. Then it was inches from my face. I could smell the metallic stench of the black slime mixed with the sour, coppery odor of raw meat. I was looking into the mouth of the nightmare that had walked out of a man. One of the slick, worm-like appendages darted out, brushing against the tip of my nose. In that instant, it knew. The thing recoiled slightly, its large, blunt head drawing back, the wet flesh of its face tightening into an expression of immediate, primal recognition. The meal was found, the obstacle identified. It was about to strike. I didn't let it. I drove the barrel of the Remington up and sideways, the muzzle nearly touching the side of its monstrous head. The blast was muffled and wet, an awful, contained thunder. The buckshot tore into the creature's skull from below, and the thing erupted. A horrifying geyser of black slime, wet fur and bone fragments sprayed into the roots above me. The creature shuddered once, a massive, muscular tremor, before its great weight collapsed. It didn't fall on me, thankfully, but it landed directly outside my hiding spot, its massive body completely blocking the entrance. I lowered the shotgun, the noise of the ringing in my ears louder than the wind. I was trapped beneath a mountain of steaming, reeking horror. The ringing in my ears faded slowly, replaced by the sickening sound of hot, wet matter sizzling on frozen snow. I was entombed. The creature's immense, cooling mass was pressed up against the root system, sealing the entrance to my makeshift bunker. I could hear the wind now, muffled by the sheer volume of dead, hairy flesh. I lowered the hammer on the shotgun slowly, my entire body shaking with a delayed, violent reaction. The smell was overwhelming now, a blast of copper, sulfur, and the sour stink of the creature's slime. The muzzle of the Remington was coated in gore. I had to get out. If the blizzard kept up, I'd be trapped here beneath a rotting carcass until the spring melt. I shoved the shotgun's barrel against the creature's flank, testing the weight. No movement. It was like pushing a felled, waterlogged oak tree. I shifted my weight, reaching with my free hand, and finally found the edge of the root that had protected me. I pressed my shoulder against the dirt wall and pushed, straining. The corpse moved an inch, then sank back. I had to try a different way. I turned the shotgun around and used the thick, heavy butts of the stock to scrape away the dirt and packed snow beneath me, burrowing deeper into the root system. The ground was hard and frozen, but the shotgun butt gave me just enough leverage to widen a small, cramped gap between two lateral roots. Gasping, I barely squeezed through the opening. I emerged on the far side of the massive pine away from the creature's bulk. I stood up slowly, my heartbeat pounding in my temples, and walked back over to look at the kill. It lay motionless, its multi-limbed body contorted awkwardly on the snow, but something was wrong. Where the head had been, there was only a ruin of black fur and pulped bone. Yet a thin, milky white steam was rising from the wound. And then I noticed the blood, or lack of it. It wasn't bleeding out. The dark, black-red slime was only slowly oozing, congealing almost immediately in the bitter cold. The buckshot had caused massive trauma, but the creature's internal volume seemed insufficient for its size. It felt like I had shot a sack of thick fluid rather than a complex biological organism. My eyes caught something on the creature's massive flank, where the first blast of buckshot had hit. The matted fur had been stripped clean, revealing the skin beneath. It was pale, slick, and thin, stretched tight over the enormous frame. The skin was visibly healing, slowly knitting itself back together. The gaping holes from the shot were shrinking, the raw, pink-red tissue pulling toward a center point. It was a terrifying, impossible regeneration. The steam wasn't from cooling blood. It was from a burning internal process. My breath hitched. The entire premise of this battle, that a shotgun could stop it, was a lie. I had maybe 10 minutes before it was functional again. I had to get back to the cabin, not just for ammunition, but for something heavier, something more final. I turned and ran like a madman, the snow swallowing my footing, the low branches whipping my face. The familiar trek back to the cabin was a blur of white and black, driven by the cold fear that the monster would simply stand up behind me. I burst through the door, slamming it shut and throwing the deadbolt, though I knew a simple piece of metal wouldn't hold that bulk for long.
I raced past the silent horror of the bathroom and into the storage closet. I didn't grab the deer rifle. A bullet was a coin toss, but fire was a guarantee. Tucked beneath the winter tires were 2 red 5-gallon jerry cans, one for the snowmobile, one for the backup generator. I grabbed a can of kerosene too. It would burn slower and hotter than gasoline, and yanked it out. Next, I needed a wick. I dove into the kitchen, grabbed the thickest rag I could find, a towel used for drying dishes, and stuffed it into my pocket. The light was my last stop. I opened the kitchen drawer and snatched a long, thin butane lighter used for starting the pilot light. I was ready, but not fast enough. The quiet, heavy silence I'd endured for the past few minutes was broken by a sound I'd only heard when cutting down trees. A slow, heavy, ripping sound coming from the side of the cabin. The side where the bathroom window was. It had found its way back. The hole it had created to exit the young man's body wasn't large enough for its current monstrous size, and it wasn't trying to climb through the window. It was tearing the wall apart. I could hear the sickening crunch of frozen pine breaking and the sound of thick wood snapping. I can only assume it was fully healed or close enough to it. The storm, which had given me cover, now threatens to bury me inside my own cabin if I wasn't careful. I had to take the fire to the monster. I yanked the front door open, the kerosene can heavy and cold in my hand, and plunged back out into the blizzard. The creature wasn't at the door. I rounded the corner of the cabin, the heavy kerosene sloshing, and saw the damage. A huge section of the wall near the bathroom was ruined, wood splintered, and insulation streaming out like cotton guts. The creature was there. Its massive, steaming head pulled back from the shredded wall. It saw me instantly. The bluff of the blizzard had been called. I was standing in the open, and it was less than 20 feet away. It began its repulsive, slow waddle towards me. Its limbs churned the snow, the black slime glistened, its regenerated head tilted low. It was honing in on me. I dropped to a knee, pulling the heavy can close. I twisted the plastic cap off, then tore the towel from my pocket, shoving one end into the neck of the can to soak. The stench of the oil and the creature's musk mingled horribly in the cold air. The monster was 10 feet away. I didn't try to aim. I just tipped the heavy can and began to drench the path between us as I walked backwards. I emptied half of the 5 gallons in a wide, black arc, right into the snow and across the creature's forelimbs. The kerosene didn't mix with the snow, it simply stained it, turning the white ground into a shimmering black slick. The creature didn't stop. It waddled right through the flammable pool, its greasy fur absorbing the oil. As the beast closed the distance, close enough now that I could feel the steam emanating off its back, I pulled the soaked towel out, threw the can aside, and flicked the butane lighter. The thin blue flame fought the wind for a fraction of a second, then held. With a final desperate roar to myself, I lit the kerosene-soaked rag like a torch and threw it directly at the monster. It hit the creature's torso, and the effect was instantaneous and brutal. The oil-soaked fur and the slick, saturated snow trail ignited with a violent whoosh. The flames were furious, a shocking blast of orange and red against the white snow. The creature was engulfed in a terrible, screaming pillar of fire. The kerosene and the creature's own slick, greasy essence fed the flames instantly, making them burn with a blinding, hot intensity. The monster shrieked, a sound of agony and pure animal terror, and began to thrash violently in the fire. It wasn't waddling anymore. It was rolling in the snow, trying to beat out the inferno. Fortunately for me, the flames stuck to its oiled coat like glue. It was a chaotic, burning silhouette against the backdrop of the swirling blizzard. The thick black smoke was lost immediately in the swirling white. I backed away. The heat of the fire was a shocking contrast to the bitter cold. I watched the creature convulse, unable to stop the burning, unable to heal what was being systematically destroyed. The smell of burning hair, oil, and something metallic, sweet, was nauseating. Finally, after a minute that felt like an hour, the thrashing stopped. The creature lay still, a massive, charred monument to my desperate resolve. The fire still raged, but the movement was gone. I leaned against the icy wood of the cabin, the shotgun forgotten at my feet.
The flames were already starting to melt a ring of snow around the body, but the blizzard continued to rage. The intense heat from the burning carcass was already beginning to recede, fighting a losing battle against the continuous onslaught of the blizzard. I stood for a moment, letting the sheer exhaustion wash over me before the pragmatism and determination of the mountain man kicked in. The fire was dying, and what was left of this thing couldn't be allowed to heal, or even to rot here. I grabbed the heavy kerosene can and emptied the last of its contents into the smoldering pile, coaxing the flames back into a furious, consuming roar. I moved the equipment inside, then returned to the blazing carcass with my axe. It took a sickening 15 minutes of hacking and separating what little was left of the creature's bulk. I dragged the black, escaping chunks through the snow and tossed them back into the heart of the blaze. The air was thick with the stench of oil and the sweet, terrible smell of burning meat. I was purging the mountain of this evil. When I was done, only a patch of melted snow and a few glowing embers remained. I stood over the pyre, the axe handle cold in my numb hands, watching the last of the embers fade into the furious white. I turned, intending to head back inside, lock the doors, and face the grim reality of the split body in the bathroom. That's when I heard it. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't the groan of a tree. It was a faint, wet, screaming wail, identical to the sound the creature had made when the buckshot first hit it. The sound of ripping canvas and tearing metal. It came from the same direction as the first time, from the depths of the trees, from where the young man had come. I spun around, bringing the axe up like a shield, searching the blinding, swirling storm. My mind immediately went to the rifle, the thing I had left behind in the house in my haste. I had nothing but a bloody, snow-covered axe and a dead fire. The wail came again, closer this time, high-pitched and choked. I took a step backward, preparing to fight, when a memory finally pierced the fog of panic. The young man's vacant eyes. The young man's story. Hiking with my girlfriend, Emma. Fuck.
Thank you for listening and delving with me into the dark together.
Please remember to leave a thumbs up and subscribe if you feel so inclined. The more engagement this video gets, the more YouTube will push my content to others.
Thus, the following will grow.
All stories read in this channel will be available on Spotify, iTunes, and just about everywhere else. Links in the description.
Thank you for listening and feeding the cause. We'll be seeing you